The system has detected that the host has no money, and the limited time sign-in system has arrived with a bang. As long as you like the video, you can get the opportunity to bind. Ding! System binding successful. Today's sign-in items have been refreshed. One luxury apartment in Guolan International, Dongcheng District, valued at 74 million renminbi. One Lamborghini Veneno, valued at 45 million renminbi. 1% of 3 Ferrari original shares, valued at $300 million. Please collect it as soon as possible, host. I stared at the items refreshed by the system, momentarily dumbfounded, and it took me a long time to regain my senses. I choose 3, definitely choosing 3. $300 million, which is about 2 billion renminbi. Just like that, I went from a poor kid to a billionaire. After hesitating, I made my choice immediately. The next second, the system's voice echoed again, stating that the host had made a choice. The Ferrari share transfer document would be delivered to the host's residence within an hour. Hearing the system's words, I hurriedly grabbed a shared bike from the roadside, my legs moving like the wind. In no time, with a screech of the brakes, I returned to the bottom of my rented apartment where I filmed my videos. I kicked the door open because I was too excited. 300 million. That's money I could never spend in a lifetime. But the moment I stepped inside, I started to feel uneasy because there were the flowers I had sent to my ex-girlfriend. Why were they here? Because she never accepted them. I graduated from the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and I was also the campus heartthrob. Even so, I was dumped by my girlfriend the day before graduation. He casually remarked, "Can good looks pay the bills? Without money, you are nothing," then drove off in his BMW 5 Series, looking like a balding, greasy middle-aged man. Thinking of those heartless words, I suddenly lamented how in today's world, one cannot do without money. In dating, one especially cannot do without money. Just as I was lost in thought, I was suddenly jolted awake by a knock at the door, and my heart leapt at the sound. I hurriedly got up to open the door. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Feng? Your package, please sign for it," said a delivery person standing at the door with a document bag. "Please sign," the delivery person said, holding out a pen. "All right." I suppressed my excitement and shakily picked up the pen to sign. Before the delivery person had even walked away, I eagerly tore open the envelope and pulled out the document, which showed the Ferrari share transfer agreement. I quickly flipped through the document, carefully reading it. 2.5 minutes later, I finished reading the contract and signed my name on it. "So, does this mean I am now a shareholder of Ferrari? I have become a billionaire?" I asked the system in disbelief. "Yes, host," the system's voice echoed in my mind again. "Will the system's items really refresh every day?" I asked again. "Yes, the system is currently at level 1. Please work hard to level up. As your level increases, you can unlock better items." How do I level up? I was puzzled by this. To be honest, I still don't understand how the system operates or why it suddenly appeared in my life. Your total assets exceed 10 billion. The system will automatically upgrade to level 2 and open the mall mode, where you can exchange for many unexpected items. Similarly, when your total assets reach 100 billion or even 1 trillion, the system can upgrade. I never expected that just by casually sending 3 dog emojis, I would achieve financial freedom. Is this really a life of luck? But what I didn't know at the time was that by relying on the system to obtain a stake in Ferrari, I had unknowingly offended a powerful force that had been planning for a long time to acquire Ferrari shares. Just as I was immersed in joy, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to answer. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng?" A soft voice came through the phone. "It's me. Who are you?" "I am the assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia. My name is Chun Xian." The gentle voice continued. "I wanted to ask if you received the contract." "Yes," I replied casually. "Do you have time to come to the company this afternoon, or should I come to pick you up?" Chen Xian asked again. "Sure, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the location. You can come pick me up." After saying that, I tidied up and prepared to go downstairs to celebrate with some ice cream. Chen Xian hung up the phone and quickly drove to the location I provided, thinking about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. Soon, she arrived near my location. She parked her car, and coming towards her was a man wearing a white tank top and shorts, happily munching on an ice cream. He was a bit skeptical. Someone so rich buying Ferrari shouldn't be a balding, greasy middle-aged man, but rather a young handsome guy. Doubting, he picked up the phone and dialed. The phone rang once before someone picked up. Chen Xian looked outside at the person holding an ice cream in one hand and answering the phone with the other, repeatedly saying hello. Finally snapping back to reality, she hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. "Hello, Mr. Lu," Chen Xian said respectfully as she jogged up to me. I was also taken aback, looking up to see Chen Xian wearing a black Chanel-style suit, a fitted skirt, and black stockings, standing at least 1 7 meters tall. It took me a moment to process, and I said, hello, you are the assistant to the president of Ferrari, right? Yes, Mr. Liu, she replied respectfully, worried about leaving a bad impression. It's nice to meet you. Is there something you need? I asked curiously. Well, you are now a director of Ferrari. Our global president, Mr. Enzo, wishes to meet with you. Mr. Enzo wants to meet you, Shenxian continued. Are you saying I have to go to Italy to meet him? I asked, a bit surprised. No, you just need to have a video call with him. Mr. Enzo wants to get to know you and has prepared a gift for you. You just need to come with me to the company, Shenxian quickly explained. After understanding, I agreed, and Shenxian smiled as she led me to her little BMW. Before long, our car arrived at Ferrari's temporarily rented branch, and I followed Shenxian to the office. Watching Shenxian use the computer to initiate a video call with the global president across the ocean, I felt a bit excited. After all, he is a legendary figure with a significant position in the automotive world. After a while, an elderly man appeared on the computer screen. He had a kind face, was full of vitality, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. As long as the enemy shows a slight flaw, he will seize the opportunity to attack. Hello, Mr. Liu, Enzo said to me in fluent Chinese. Hello, Mr. Enzo. I didn't expect your Chinese to be so good, I said, a bit surprised. You're too kind. China is an ancient civilization with thousands of years of history. I've always been very interested in China, and I must visit when I have the chance, Enzo said with a smile. I'm really looking forward to your visit. I'll personally show you around Shanghai. By the way, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with me? I asked with a smile. Well, this time it's mainly to welcome you to the Ferrari family, and I also have a little gift for you as your host. I was thinking about where to establish Ferrari's branch in Asia, and since you're in Shanghai, let's just set it up here, Enzo said with a chuckle. Perfect timing, you'll be the president of the Asia branch. The appointment letter will be sent directly to you, so don't refuse it, Enzo decisively declared. Since you say so, I might as well accept. I haven't found a job yet, and being a president to gain some experience sounds good, so I agreed right away. After chatting for a bit, we hung up the phone. Shen then took me to tour the Ferrari branch and introduced me to the current situation of Ferrari. A few hours later, I left the Ferrari branch. I declined Shenxian's offer to drive me home. Firstly, I felt embarrassed about my humble living situation, and secondly, I needed some quiet time because the events of today were too unbelievable. Just a while ago, I was a loser college student who got dumped by his girlfriend. Aside from being handsome, I had nothing going for me. I never expected that by posting a video and a meme, I would bind to a system and have my life turned upside down. Going from a nobody to someone who can have an equal conversation with the big shots at Ferrari, life has changed too quickly. I really need to calm down. With that, I walked back to my rental apartment, lay on the bed, and began to think about my future. I need to check the system again to see if it's real. What if it's fake? I suddenly sat up in bed and concentrated to enter the brain interface. Welcome back, host. The system responded normally. When does the system refresh the flash sale interface? I asked the glowing system. It refreshes daily at midnight. The system continued to respond. That's way too slow. It feels like an eternity. Now that I've tasted the sweetness, I really can't wait any longer. That's just how the system is set up. It cannot be changed, the system coldly replied. Alright, I'll just take a nap. You can't rush hot tofu. Besides, Enzo said the appointment letter will be delivered to me tomorrow, so I will be the president then. The domineering President Lu Feng is officially online. As I thought about this, I exited the system, ready to sleep until the items refreshed, and I set an alarm for myself. Now, I just wait for the system items to refresh. At midnight, the alarm rang, and I woke up from my sleep. However, I wasn't angry at all. I quickly entered the system interface, and as soon as I did, the system's notification sound went off. Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. Please make your selection, host. Upon hearing this, I immediately looked over at the high-tech screen. It displayed the items that had been refreshed today. Koenigsegg Jesko, valued at 27 million renminbi. A luxury apartment in Guolan International, Dongcheng District, valued at 74 million renminbi. Rolex Submariner Hulk Limited Edition, valued at 12 million renminbi. Seeing the items on the system, I felt overjoyed. I usually can't even see these things, and now I can choose from them here. You're truly amazing. I can't be some destined child, can I? I said smugly. Ding! System notification, please do not daydream, host. Please make your selection immediately. Why is the system so cold? Then I'll choose the apartment. It's the most expensive option among the three. I always choose the expensive over the right one, and this will also help with the system's upgrades. Besides, I still don't have a place to live. As the future president of Ferrari, how can I not have a nice place? I said, and in the next second, ding, host has made a selection, a luxury apartment in Guolan International, Dongcheng District. The relevant documents will appear on your desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. As I said this, I exited the system and lay back down on the bed, falling asleep again. The next morning, I woke up to see that coveted red booklet on my desk. Yes, I exclaimed excitedly and quickly opened the property deed. What caught my eye was the property deed for Unit 6, Building 7, Guolan International, Dongcheng District, with an official seal and the owner section stamped with Lu Feng's name. After looking at the property deed, I decided to head over and check out my big house. With a racing heart and trembling hands, I got dressed and left, humming a tune as I opened the door and stepped outside. The early summer morning was still cool, without the midday heat. I parked my shared bike by the roadside, bought 2 steamed buns, and hurried towards my grand mansion. The shared bike couldn't enter the community. As soon as I reached the entrance, I was stopped by the security guard. I had no choice but to sheepishly park my shared bike properly and then return to the entrance. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" the security guard asked as he saw me return. I casually replied, "For the safety of the residents, no entry without an appointment. Please notify the owner, so we can feel secure." The security guard said again, diligently, could it be possible that I am the owner?" I said, speechless, and pulled out the keys from my pocket. Since the keys were custom-made, the guard only needed a glance to know whether they are real or fake. Seeing me pull out the keys, the security guard respectfully saluted me and loudly exclaimed, "Welcome home, owner." 9527 reporting for duty. Okay, very spirited. Take me to Building 7. I found this security guard quite interesting, and I said with a smile. Then, under the guard's guidance, I got into the security vehicle and arrived in front of the house I had been dreaming of. With an excited heart, I walked into the elevator. As I exited the elevator and saw the armored entrance door made of alloy, my heart soared. I hurriedly unlocked the door with my key and remembered to register my fingerprint on the lock. Upon opening the door, the first thing I saw was a huge dining and living area. The decor was luxuriously stunning. This was a standard 4-bedroom, 2 living room layout with a study and 2 maids' quarters, totaling 343 square meters. As I was still immersed in the joy of my mansion, the phone rang. I answered it, and on the other end, a voice said, "Hello, I'm the private butler from Guolan International. You can call me Xiao Wang. Am I disturbing you? I wanted to ask if you need lunch prepared. There's this service too? Is it charged? If not, could you get me a meal from the International Sha County?" I asked curiously. "Of course, there's no charge. The property management fee you paid includes meal ordering. However, our minimum standard is Australian lobster," the butler slowly explained. "Then please prepare it according to your standards." "I won't have the International Sha County for now," I awkwardly replied. "I really need to change this poor habit." After hanging up, I lay on the sofa and was about to figure out the TV when the phone rang again. To my surprise, the caller ID showed it was Ferrari. What could they want? I wondered. I answered the phone. "Mr. Lu, your appointment letter has arrived. I'm bringing it over, but I don't know your location, so I called to ask," the caller said gently. "Oh, then please bring it over. I'm on the 6th floor of Building 7, Guolan International. Please be careful," I said before hanging up. However, the caller couldn't remain calm because, as a local from Shanghai, they knew that Guolan International had an average price nearing 100 million renminbi for its luxury apartments. This young man, who had just taken office as Ferrari's president, actually lived in Guolan International. With a mix of emotions, Chen Xian drove to Guolan International. Ding dong! As the doorbell rang, Chen Xian appeared at my doorstep. Hearing the bell, I walked over and opened the door. "Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter from President Enzo. Please sign it, and you will be the president of the Asia branch," Chen Xian said as she handed me the document. "Okay," I took the appointment letter and signed it immediately. "Now, as your secretary, you're officially the true presidential secretary," I said with a smile while looking at the beautiful woman in black stockings. "Yes, from now on, I'll be at your service. Wherever you point, I'll go," Chen Xian replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha, great. My secretary can have lunch here. I just ordered some food," I replied with a smile. "Then I won't be polite," Chen Xian answered without hesitation, as she was indeed quite interested in this mysterious president. After saying that, Chen Xian looked around the large house, and upon seeing it, she was startled. "Is this what a wealthy person's life is like?" She turned to me and asked, "May I take a look around your house?" I readily agreed, as I was also very interested in this house and hadn't had the chance to explore it yet. "You just arrived." When I brought Chen Xian to the master bedroom, her eyes were immediately drawn in by the sight of a giant round bed that could comfortably fit 4 or 5 people. A thought flashed through her mind. What a wicked capitalist. Is he planning for a group activity? There was even a walk-in closet in the master bedroom. She felt a mix of envy and admiration as she looked at the rows of wardrobes made from precious oak. As she continued walking, Chen Xian was lost in thought and accidentally pushed open the bathroom door. I swear, she didn't mean to open it. The bathroom door was just too beautiful. But upon seeing the inside, Chen Xian was again struck by disbelief. This bathroom was even bigger than her bedroom. Inside was an enormous double bathtub that dramatically captivated her attention. Not only was there a bathtub, but the shower was also separated into wet and dry areas. To top it all off, there was even a sauna room. I followed behind her without saying a word, as I had never seen anything like it either. Chen Xian, however, curiously touched this and that in the bathroom. Suddenly, Chen Xian accidentally pressed something, and the shower head above her started spraying water. Caught off guard, she slipped and fell to the floor. Ouch! Chen Xian cried out in pain as her work uniform got soaked under the spray. She slipped and fell, twisting her ankle. It was only then that I realized what happened. I hurried over to help her up, only to get soaked myself by the spraying shower. Don't ask me why I didn't turn it off first, I simply didn't know how. It hurts so much, my ankle is injured, Chen Xian said, leaning against me with a frown. I quickly glanced over, and that glance was enough to make my little buddy stand at attention. Chen Xian was wearing a short skirt, and her long, fair legs immediately captivated my gaze. On top of that, Chen Xian was now completely soaked. Her white shirt became translucent, revealing a hint of black underneath, which completely mesmerized me. How long are you going to stare? Chen Xian's voice, soft yet laced with pain, snapped me back to reality. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I quickly apologized and carried Chen Xian to the bedroom. At that moment, I looked at Chen Xian beside me. Her skin was visible through her wet clothes, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. Realizing my embarrassment, I quickly handed Chen Xian the hairdryer and fled the room, saying, I'll find you some clothes, you dry your hair first. Meanwhile, Chen Xian covered her mouth, watching me run away and chuckling. She thought, how cute, could he still be a virgin? While laughing, Chen Xian looked at her impressive figure. Due to her top being soaked, her lovely curves were clearly visible. Not to mention, she wasn't wearing stockings today, and her long legs were covered in droplets of water. No wonder he couldn't resist, she thought. On my side, after running out of the room, my heart was racing. I had never experienced anything like this before. Although I had been in a relationship, we had only held hands due to my girlfriend's rejections. As I pondered this, I went to find some clothes for Chen Xian. Since no one had lived here before, the only clothes in the house were a bathrobe in the bathroom cabinet. I hurriedly grabbed a pink bathrobe and brought it to Chen Xian. Here, wear this for now. Give me your clothes, I'll put them in the dryer, I said as I handed the bathrobe to Chen Xian. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said as she took the bathrobe from me. Then I went out to get her a bottle of essential oil and returned to the bedroom, thinking I might as well apply it myself. I looked at Chen Xian sitting on the bed in her bathrobe. From my angle, I could perfectly see her fair skin. Struggling to look away, I moved my gaze and prepared to hand her the oil. Mr. Lu, I can't bend down right now. Could you help me apply it? Chen Xian's gentle voice came, carrying a hint of seduction. Alright, seeing this, I could only grit my teeth and agree, but my little buddy stood up again, uncooperatively. I sat in front of Chen Xian, gently positioned her foot, opened the essential oil, poured some into my hands, and slowly began to massage her ankle. That delicate, fair ankle, upon contact, drove my heart wild. The warm and pleasant sensation made me feel like I was turning into a werewolf. Mr. Lu, please be a bit gentler. It hurts a little, Chen Xian said, her face flushed and her voice slightly breathy. Okay, I'll be gentler, I replied. I gently held Chen Xian's ankle as I massaged it, and her initial discomfort gradually turned into relaxation. In this ambiguous atmosphere, we remained silent, yet I could faintly hear Chen Xian's soft moans. As a young man full of vigor, the atmosphere was far too suggestive, and I could no longer hold back. But in the next moment, ding dong, the doorbell rang from outside. Here it comes, Lu Feng said. He opened the door to find the butler from earlier waiting outside with a slightly plump chef pushing a dining cart. The moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the chef said in unison, Mr. Lu, we wish you a pleasant meal, and then helped Lu Feng bring the sumptuous feast from the cart to the dining room. Thank you for your trouble. It is our honor to serve you, the butler and the chef said as they retreated. With a click, as the front door closed, Lu Feng and Chen Xian sat down at the dining table. Looking at the lavish spread before them, which included abalone and sauce, Australian lobster, and crabs larger than their faces, both Lu Feng and Chen Xian fell silent, then simultaneously thought, it's great to be rich. Then, Lu Feng and Chen Xian tuned out the world outside, focusing solely on their meal, devouring the 6 dishes and 1 soup like a whirlwind. Burp, I'm so full, I could burst, Chen Xian said after finishing her meal, disregarding her image as she sprawled on the sofa just like Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, burp, thank you for your hospitality, this is the best meal I've ever had, Chen Xian said, burping as she thanked Lu Feng. You're welcome, burp, who told you to be my subordinate, burp, Lu Feng replied, also too stuffed to speak. Then the two lay on the sofa, resting without any pretense. By the way, Mr. Lu, I forgot to tell you something. Chen Xian suddenly sat up as if she had just remembered something. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said since he's handing over the branch to you, you'll be responsible for everything regarding the branch. He wants you to look into which location in Magic City would be best for it, Chen Xian replied. What? I have to be responsible for the site selection too? Don't they handle that? Lu Feng questioned. Yes, Chen Xian said with a smile. Well, have they prepared the funds and everything? They're not expecting me to pay, are they? Mr. Enzo has already allocated the startup funds, a total of 500 million renminbi for the initial phase, and there will be additional funding later, Chen Xian responded, quickly getting into a professional mode when it came to serious matters. Oh, that's good. Then I'll prepare and see where would be suitable, Lu Feng said calmly. Alright, just let me know once you've made your choice, Chen Xian said, observing Lu Feng's calm demeanor and thinking to herself, it seems there really is a big shot behind him, otherwise, he wouldn't be so unconcerned about such a major decision like site selection. He must be confident. Establishing a branch in Magic City is not an easy task, even if you are a Ferrari, it involves too many people and matters, and even requires government approval. While Chen Xian was lost in thought, Lu Feng was actually feeling quite anxious inside. He was just a recent college graduate. What did he know about site selection? What experience did he have? He had no connections, but in front of his employees, he could only pretend to be calm. Then Mr. Lu, I'll head back now. I'm sorry for bothering you for so long and making you treat me to a meal, I really feel bad about it. Next time, I'll treat you, Chen Xian said as she stood up. Alright, can you drive now? If not, I can give you a ride back, Lu Feng also stood up. No need, thank you, Mr. Lu. I'm feeling much better now, you've really been a bother, Chen Xian said. Then take this bottle of red flower oil back, just apply it a few more times. Thank you, I'll take my leave now. You don't need to see me off, Chen Xian said, and with the sound of the door closing, she left. At that moment, Lu Feng returned to his bedroom to get some more sleep, as he hadn't rested well the night before. As soon as he lay down, he caught a pleasant scent. It was the fragrance of Chen Xian. With that, Lu Feng fell asleep, inhaling Chen Xian's body scent. On a June evening, the sunset painted the sky a bright red. Although the scorching heat of midday had faded, the air still carried the remnants of the sweltering day, and the leaves were curling up. As a yawn broke the silence, Lu Feng woke up. Where should we choose the location for the branch? The Golden Triangle area has no available spots, and other places are hard to find. We can't just pick somewhere in the suburbs, Lu Feng lamented. Forget it, let's go eat first. I'll think about it later. If it doesn't work out, I'll look again tomorrow. I need to buy a car, I can't keep riding shared bikes as the president of Ferrari. Lost in thought, Lu Feng felt troubled again. Even though he was now the president of Ferrari and lived in a big mansion, he was broke, with less than 2,000 yuan in his bank account. After stepping out, Lu Feng continued to ponder these matters and unknowingly walked into a barbecue restaurant, deciding to grab a bite first. Boss, grill 5 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of lamb, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng called out. Okay, you find a seat, it'll be ready soon, the boss replied. About 10 minutes later, with a shout from the boss, the steaming barbecue was served. As Lu Feng sipped his beer and enjoyed the skewers, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Feng. 2 young men walked over. It was his college roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li. They were from the same hometown and had lived together after graduation. It's you guys. Come over for a drink, Lu Feng greeted them. Their relationship was quite good since they had shared a dorm. You little rascal, hiding here eating well without inviting us, Zhang Kai said with a grin, sitting down next to Lu Feng along with Lu Li. I just came out to clear my mind and have a drink, Lu Feng replied with a smile. You're not still hung up on it, are you? I mean, Su Lily isn't worth it. She's just a bad girl, Zhang Kai chimed in. No, it's not because of that. I just wanted to drink, Lu Feng said helplessly. Sure, I believe you, Lu Li added in agreement. Really, I just wanted to come out for a drink. I've long moved on from the shadow of that breakup. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Lu Li and Zhang Kai felt relieved. Then let's have a good drink today, Zhang Kai said, opening a bottle of beer, while Lu Li also opened one, unwilling to be outdone. Alright, the three clinked their glasses together. How's the job search going? Lu Li asked, munching on skewers. I'll find one soon, Lu Feng replied, knowing he couldn't say he was already the president and about to take off. People would think he was joking. Yeah, just find a job to do for now, and look for a better one while you're at it. If it really doesn't work out, come to our company. Interns get 4,500, with all the benefits, and 8 days off a month, Zhang Kai suggested. No need, I'll be accepted soon. If one day I really can't make it, I'll definitely come to you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Alright, no more talking. You're so handsome and capable, you'll definitely succeed. With so many rich women in the city, who knows, one day you might get noticed and soar high. We'll have to rely on you then, Lu Li joked. By the way, old Lu, there's a class reunion in a couple of days. You can't be late, Zhang Kai suddenly said. Class reunion? Okay, I got it. Just tell me the location when the time comes, and I'll be there, Lu Feng replied. I told you in advance that Su Lily would be going too, and she might even bring along that boyfriend who was over 20 years older than her. You can't act impulsively. I heard that her old boyfriend is a supplier for a real estate company, so he's got connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, Lu Li interjected. Don't worry, I won't. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, and besides, she's really not worth it, Lu Feng reassured them with a calming look. Alright, let's drink, Lu Feng said as he raised his glass. They didn't disperse until late into the night. I'm leaving. Take it slow on the way. Got it. Don't forget about the class reunion, old Lu. I know, don't worry, I'll definitely go, Lu Feng promised once again. They had been drinking for 4 to 5 hours, and it was almost dawn when they finally parted ways. Lu Feng staggered home alone, supported by the community manager. 3 years of feelings, how could they be so easily let go? Thinking about how his girlfriend had abandoned him for someone else because he was broke, Lu Feng felt blind for not seeing through his ex-girlfriend's facade sooner. Ding! The limited-time flash sale system has refreshed its items for today. The items refreshed this time are as follows. Ding ding ding. Early in the morning, Lu Feng was awakened by the alarm clock. He stretched, turned off the alarm, and prepared to roll over and continue sleeping. He had dreamt last night, dreaming of having dinner with Chen Xian, shopping together, and finally returning home to bed. So he was sore and tired, just about to go back to sleep when he suddenly sat up. I feel like I've forgotten something very important, Lu Feng muttered to himself. Oh no! The flash sale system should be refreshing. Remembering this, he quickly focused his mind and entered the mental world, where he saw the 3 items refreshed by the system today. 30 million cash, legally and compliantly deposited into the host's bank card, 6 shops on Shifeng Avenue, valued at 52 million renminbi, 10% shares of Tianyu Group, valued at 2 billion renminbi, system, please take my knee, you are my god, Lu Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed. Ignoring Lu Feng's antics, the system coldly prompted, please make your choice as soon as possible. I choose 3, I must choose 3. 2 billion. This will make my net worth over 4 billion, Lu Feng thought happily. Ding! The host has made a choice, 10% shares of Tianyu Group. Please go to Tianyu Group to collect the share transfer document. Ha! Why isn't it delivered directly to me? I have to go pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his confusion. Ding! The delivery method for items is random each time, the system replied. Alright, I got it. Just in time to go out for breakfast, Lu Feng said as he prepared to get dressed. Just as Lu Feng was about to head out for breakfast, on the other side, Tianyu Group was in chaos. The company's executive president suddenly received a call from the chairman, who had stepped back from the front lines for a long time. The call revealed that he had suffered an investment failure, the funding chain had broken, and he had no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to get through the crisis. When the executive president learned of this, he was left stunned. Beep. It wasn't until the phone call ended with a busy tone that Wang Yu realized what had happened. Looks like the company is about to change hands, Wang Yu murmured. It should be noted that Tianyu Group had always been a one-man show under the old director, who held 100% of the shares and had the final say. Now, with a new major shareholder holding 10% of the shares, it was uncertain what changes would occur in the company's situation. Perhaps even the president would be affected. Ding! Wang Yu, lost in thought, was startled by the computer's notification sound. Looking down, he saw a document sent by the old director, which listed the name and photo of the new shareholder. Seeing the photo of Lu Feng, who was impossibly young, Wang Yu felt a mix of emotions. Xiao Lu, come here for a moment, he said without looking up as the secretary entered. A new shareholder has arrived at the company. Here's his name and photo. Please take this to the front desk downstairs and make arrangements. The new shareholder will come today to sign the contract. Yes, President, the secretary replied, taking the documents and heading downstairs. Meanwhile, our protagonist was leisurely riding his bicycle, holding a youtiao, eating as he made his way toward Tianyu building. Squeak, the sound of brakes. Lu Feng parked the shared bike and looked up at the towering building, the golden letters of Tianyu Group shining so brightly that they nearly blinded him. There was no cliché face-slapping routine. The security guard, upon knowing there was an appointment, simply registered him and let him through. Lu Feng then found the front desk. "Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I believe you've received a notification. Please take me to your president," Lu Feng said to the 3 receptionists. "Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me." As the receptionist led the way, the other 2 receptionists began to gossip. "Wow, is this our new director? So young and so handsome." Receptionist B said, "Yeah, really handsome. Not only that, but he looks so gentle and nice when he smiles." Receptionist C said, "It would be great if such a perfect man were my boyfriend." "Don't think too much. A man who is so handsome and rich is not someone we can compare ourselves to. How do you know unless you try? What if the director likes someone like me?" While the 2 receptionists were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. "Hello, I am Lu Feng. Hello, I am Wang Yu, the executive president of Tianyu Group." After shaking hands and exchanging names, they both sat down. "Hello, Director Lu. I have received the notification. Here is the share transfer agreement." With that, Wang Yu took a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of Tianyu Group's shares were being transferred to him. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the system's brilliance. It was done so well. He then signed his name in the designated spot. "Thank you," Lu Feng said politely. "This is part of my job. Would you like me to show you around the group?" Wang Yu asked. "Sure, I was just thinking about that." Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office, explaining the company's situation along the way. "Director Lu, our company started in real estate. After accumulating initial capital, we have now ventured into other industries. Currently, our market value has reached 20 billion. Of course, you must already be aware of this, but I still think it's necessary to mention." "Yes, I already know all of this. Please tell me about something else," Lu Feng said, seemingly calm. In reality, he knew nothing. He only knew that 10% of the shares were worth 2 billion, but as a director, he couldn't panic. He had to stay composed. Wang Yu, seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, was secretly astonished. Truly a big shot who spent lavishly to acquire 10% of the group's shares, possessing such a good mindset at such a young age. "Director Lu, over here is our group's newly developed residential project." Unknowingly, Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the company's simulation room. Looking at the high-rise buildings on the model, Lu Feng was also very excited. After all, if these houses were sold, his wallet would swell. "Very good, very nice," Lu Feng exclaimed. "Well, we've almost finished our tour here. I'm going to hold a meeting to welcome your arrival today. After all, many of the senior executives and employees don't know you yet. What do you think?" Lu Feng glanced around, and indeed, when the 2 of them were touring the company earlier, the employees were very curious about him. Along the way, people were whispering about him, wondering about his identity, who he was to have the executive president accompany him to introduce the company. Okay, you go arrange it," Lu Feng thought for a moment and said. "Alright, please wait for me in my office," Wang Yu replied. Just as Lu Feng returned to the office to have some tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the company's executives and department managers, instructing them to notify everyone about the emergency meeting. Then, before Lu Feng could even process what was happening, he was already pushed onto the podium by Wang Yu. Lu Feng had never experienced such a grand occasion. The only time he had sung a few songs was during a New Year's party back in school. But as the main character, Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state and strategically cleared his throat. "Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, and I am the new director of Tianyu Group. Many of you may not have heard of me or seen me before. No worries, after today, you will all know me. The purpose of this meeting is firstly to let you get to know me, and secondly, I have some words to share with you all." Skipping the numbers, after Lu Feng spoke for about an hour on the podium, the meeting concluded successfully. "Director Lu, do you need me to arrange a car to take you?" "No, thank you, I can go back by myself." After declining Wang Yu's offer for a ride home, Lu Feng walked out of Tianyu building and headed straight for his shared bicycle. Just as he arrived home on his bike, Lu Feng collapsed onto the sofa and became a sloth. "Let's play some Honor of Kings," Lu Feng said as he took out his phone and opened the game, starting to play. "Mage, don't steal my blue. Damn, can the marksman even play? CNMLB. After a flurry of traditional Chinese output, Lu Feng angrily quit the game. What a bunch of nonsense, each one worse than the last. Just thinking about the hard-earned points he lost made him feel miserable. Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted his grumbling. When he picked up the phone and saw the caller ID, Lu Feng was a bit surprised because it was his sister calling. However, strictly speaking, she wasn't his biological sister, just his uncle's daughter. But since he had grown up with his uncle after losing his parents at a young age, their bond was even stronger than that of real siblings. After answering the call, they chatted for a long time, and Lu Feng learned the reason for his sister Lu Yenran's call. It turned out that the little girl had been accepted into university and wanted to come to the Magic City for a few days to celebrate her lost youth. Lu Feng naturally welcomed her with open arms. If it had been in the past, he might have worried about how to entertain his sister since he was just a poor student. But now he was a billionaire. Not only could he afford for his sister to come and play for a few days, but he could also support her living in the Magic City without any issues. Beep beep beep. As the sound of the call ending came from his phone, memories from his childhood involuntarily surfaced in Lu Feng's mind. Because he lost his parents at a very young age, it was his uncle who raised him, and naturally, he had a very good relationship with Lu Yenran, his uncle's only daughter. When they were little, they would climb trees, catch fish, make traps to catch small birds, and go to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied at school, she would cry and come to him, her brother, to seek revenge. When Lu Feng found out, he would beat up the person who bullied her, and the result was that both of them would be called in by their parents. His uncle had been summoned by the teachers many times because of these incidents. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the little girl is already in college, and I haven't seen her for 3 years, Lu Feng sighed deeply. Since entering college, he hadn't returned home because he didn't want to rely on his uncle all the time, so he chose to work during the holidays to support his studies. Even though his uncle often sent him money or called him to come home, he refused, as he wanted to support himself. Payment of 3,000 yuan received. A notification sounded on his phone, interrupting Lu Feng's memories. He looked at his phone and realized it was money transferred from Lu Yenran. Brother, I was afraid you wouldn't accept it, so I transferred it directly. Accept it, and when I come to visit you in a couple of days, you can spend it. Looking at the note left by his sister, Lu Feng's eyes became a bit moist. After all, this was his sister's concern for him. After replying to his sister to be safe on her way, he prepared to go out for lunch. He had spent the entire morning at Tanya Group, and now it was noon, just the right time to go out for lunch and buy some clothes to wear. After all, he was a billionaire now and couldn't always wear shorts and a tank top. At China Shopping Plaza, Lu Feng was browsing in a clothing store, hoping to find some clothes he liked. Just as he found a set of clothes he wanted to try on, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Wrap this suit for me, I want it. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng turned around in confusion, only to find it was his class monitor from college. What bad luck, Lu Feng said sarcastically. This wasn't him deliberately looking for trouble, it was just that during school, this so-called class monitor had been jealous of him because some girls wrote love letters to him. So their relationship had never been good since school, and encountering each other today was certainly not with good intentions, so he didn't need to be polite. You poor guy, what did you say? Can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan retorted without holding back. I said seeing you is really bad luck. My good mood for the day is gone, Lu Feng shot back without backing down. Ha, seeing you is also bad luck for me. But how do you have the courage to enter a luxury store like this? Can you afford the suit you're looking at? At a price of 28,000 yuan, how long would you have to work? Chu Fan mocked. Sorry, since I like this outfit, I'm going to buy it. Hey, come over and wrap this up for me, Lu Feng said to the sales assistant who was watching the commotion. Oh, okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away, the sales assistant hurriedly replied. No, I want that suit, Chu Fan shouted from the other side. Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan, who was arguing with him, but deep down, he was feeling a bit uneasy. The next scene won't be him raising the price to buy it, and then I play the fool to slap him in the face, right? No way, such a cliché plot feels like it's from a novel. Lu Feng was internally complaining. Sir, we have several sets of this suit in our store, how about I wrap one for each of you? As the sales assistant finished speaking, Chu Fan, who had been making a fuss, was momentarily stunned, and Lu Feng also felt awkward, wondering why he had thought so much. Then, as the two salespeople finished wrapping up 2 pieces of clothing, Chu Fan left with a face full of constipation, not forgetting to throw out a harsh remark. Wait for me at the class reunion, you rejected big school hunk. On Lu Feng's side, he also paid for the clothes and prepared to leave, and don't ask where the money came from, he borrowed it from Wang Yu before coming. Thinking about the awkwardness of borrowing money, Lu Feng felt a headache. Who would have thought that a wealthy man with a fortune of 4 billion would have no cash on him? Wang Yu even thought he received a scam call at that time. After leaving Qingda Plaza, Lu Feng planned to grab something to eat before heading back but unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Lu Feng, he heard someone call him, and he quickly turned his head to look. He was startled to see that it was his ex-girlfriend calling him. Upon seeing Su Lily, Lu Feng asked indifferently, "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing, just saw you and wanted to chat," Su Lily replied with a smile. If you have nothing to say, I'll be leaving, Lu Feng said, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, recalling the happy times they had, and then imagining a man in his 40s on top of her. Lu Feng felt a wave of nausea. Don't go yet, have you found a job? If not, come work at my boyfriend's company, Su Lily said arrogantly. I'll have him arrange an easy position for you. It would be a way to repay our past relationship. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng was truly speechless. How could she call a man older than her father her boyfriend? How could she even say it? Lu Feng just wanted to leave quickly because he suddenly realized he no longer recognized the ex-girlfriend in front of him. No need, I've already found a job, so you don't have to worry about me. You should spend more time with your boyfriend instead of chatting with me, Lu Feng directly refused. Baby, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, a fat, balding man came running over, and with his steps, his enormous beer belly swayed along. Lu Feng was speechless at this scene. With Su Lily's small frame, she must be crushed by this so-called boyfriend. Oh, just chatting with my ex-boyfriend, Su Lily said as she leaned into the fat man's arms. Ex-boyfriend? The one you dumped? The fat man looked at Lu Feng and sized him up. TCH, apart from being a bit handsome, he's worthless, the fat man scoffed. Yeah, back in school, I didn't know better, and he kept pestering me, so I reluctantly agreed, Su Lily said. But we were completely innocent, you know that, darling, she quickly defended to the fat man. Ha, of course, you're innocent. I knew that on the first night we met, the fat man laughed at Su Lily's words. You're so annoying, you're really bad. Su Lily pretended to be shy and playfully hit the fat man. Ha, if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. Baby, what are you talking about with him? The fat man asked with a mischievous grin. I didn't say much, just thought he looked pitiful and wanted you to help him get a job at your company. After all, he was my first love, Su Lily said sweetly. Ah, alright, since my baby asked, then come work at my company, the fat man said. I think you have a decent image, come work as my security guard, I'll pay you 5,000 a month, how about that? The fat man said dismissively. At this point, Lu Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, directly retorted, just you? You have a big belly but no height, you're just a waist and a butt, and if a mosquito stood on your sparse hair, it would sprain its ankle. You think you're worthy? You two are a perfect match, like stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Upon hearing this, both the fat man and Su Lily were stunned, standing there in shock. Lu Feng turned and ran away. You ask me why I ran? Come on, do you think the few burly men standing behind the fat man are just decorations? Just as Lu Feng had disappeared from sight, the fat man and Su Lily finally reacted. Catch him, find him, break his legs, the fat man said angrily. A few burly men, hearing their boss's orders, hurriedly chased after him. Honey, don't be angry, Su Lily quickly comforted the fat man. Smack! The fat man slapped Su Lily hard across the face. You little bitch, I'll deal with you properly tonight. You have a class reunion, right? I'm going too, and I want him to regret it. Meanwhile, Lu Feng ran all the way to where the bicycles were parked and rode off on one. What a bad day, running into two bitches in a row, he complained as he pedaled. Before long, he arrived home. Once back, Lu Feng went into the bathroom to take a shower, then lay down on the bed, but as soon as he lay down, he sat up again. Damn it, I was so busy running away that I forgot to eat. I should order takeout. He quickly opened his phone and accessed Mylene Takeout. After skillfully placing his order and saving the address for Guanlan International, he opened Douyin and started scrolling. Ding dong! Just as Lu Feng was enjoying watching a long-legged beauty, the doorbell rang. Hello, homeowner, 9527 at your service, here is your takeout. With a familiar introduction, Lu Feng was stunned because standing in front of him was the community property security guard, number 9527. Why are you here? Where's my delivery person? Lu Feng asked. To ensure the safety of the homeowner's life and property, all takeout is delivered by our property staff, 9527 said loudly. Alright, thank you for your hard work. It's our honor to serve you, 9527 said as he handed the takeout to Lu Feng and left. No wonder it's a luxury residence, unlike some communities that don't let delivery people in and don't send anyone to deliver, making the homeowners come pick it up, Lu Feng grumbled. Back in his room, Lu Feng opened the takeout and started eating, as it was already almost evening, and he hadn't eaten all day after being busy. He had originally wanted to eat something good at Shenda Plaza, but after confronting the fat man, he had to leave without eating. After finishing his meal, Lu Feng quickly washed up and lay back down, preparing to sleep, as he wanted to see if the system could refresh something good for him at midnight. Ding ding ding! As the alarm rang, Lu Feng quickly sat up in bed, shaking off his sleepiness and focusing on entering the system. Let's see if the system can refresh something good today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Limited time flash sale items have been refreshed. A notification sound from the system rang in his ears, and upon hearing it, Lu Feng quickly looked over. The items refreshed this time are as follows: 1 Times Square, valued at 1.5 billion renminbi, 1 Audi R8, valued at 2.4 million renminbi, Armani clothing set, valued at 12 million renminbi. Lu Feng stared at the 3 options, lost in thought. Although he really needed a car, the car that had been refreshed this time wasn't worth much. If it had been a luxury sports car, he would have chosen it, but this time he decided against it. As for the complete Armani clothing set, he had just bought a suit, so he didn't need that either. It seemed he could only choose the first option. I thought the first option would be the 1.5 billion Times Square, and the second and third options would be even better, but it turns out they're all worse, Lu Feng muttered. System, I choose the first one. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 1, Times Square valued at 1.5 billion renminbi, the documents will be delivered by a courier at 8 a.m. As the system's voice fell, Lu Feng's net worth increased by 1.5 billion renminbi. Okay, this time it's still pretty good, delivered right to my doorstep, Lu Feng said as he exited the system. After all, it was the early morning and he still needed to sleep. The next morning, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the knocking, but he wasn't upset at all. Instead, he quickly got dressed and ran out. Hello, your package, please sign for it, said the delivery guy wearing a helmet. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng replied as he took the pen and signed. With a click, as the door closed, Lu Feng opened the document bag and took out its contents. Without any hesitation, he signed the document, as he still trusted the system very much. The night has given me a pair of eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. Just then, a phone rang, and filled with questions, Lu Feng answered the call. Don't ask why the ringtone changed, he wanted a change of pace. As soon as he picked up, a pleasant voice came through the line. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? I am the manager of Times Square property, my name is Wang Shui, the voice introduced itself. I am Lu Feng, what's the matter? Well, your rent for Times Square is due this month, so we would like to ask you to come over and see if the rent needs to be increased for the next quarter. Then you can give us your account, and we will transfer the rent to your account after we collect it, Wang Shui said. Okay, I'll head over shortly. Hearing about money made Lu Feng very happy. Despite his worth of several billion, he didn't have much cash on him. The 500 million from Ferrari was in the company account and had little to do with him personally. Tianyu Group wasn't at the dividend stage yet, so he was still broke. Driver, just pull over, Lu Feng said to the driver in front. That's right, he took a taxi today instead of riding a shared bike. In his words, what a joke, I'm about to be a rich man, why ride a shared bike? I must take a taxi. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, he saw several people in suits standing at the entrance of the square, both men and women. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the property staff waiting for him. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Wang Shui quickly mobilized her team, first arranging for the staff to notify the merchants inside the square one by one, reminding them to pay attention to their image and hygiene. Then she arranged for cleaning staff to tidy up the public areas of the square, while she herself waited at the entrance with the property personnel for Lu Feng's arrival. You might ask why she was being so formal. It was necessary because the square had a new owner, and if he was unhappy, he could replace the entire property company. If that happened, all of them would have to pack up and leave. Wang Shui had worked hard for many years to climb to the position of general manager. If for any reason she upset Lu Feng and he replaced the entire property company, she would have nowhere to cry. With a nervous heart, Wang Shui and the property staff waited for half an hour before finally seeing Lu Feng. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Ah, you are Mr. Lu, truly young and promising. You look much more handsome in person than in the photos, Wang Shui exclaimed as soon as she saw Lu Feng, showering him with compliments and doing everything she could to make him happy, wishing she could accompany him that night. After all, she had nothing to lose. Lu Feng was so handsome and wealthy, perhaps she could rely on him to climb even higher. Thus, Lu Feng finished touring the square amidst Wang Shui's continuous praise. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with our management? Wang Shui cautiously asked from the side. At this moment, Lu Feng was sitting in Wang Shui's position as the general manager, reviewing reports. The management is acceptable, Lu Feng replied without looking up, continuing to flip through the documents in his hands. Upon hearing Lu Feng's indifferent response, Wang Shui thought she must have done something wrong to upset the new boss, and her heart sank. In fact, Lu Feng wasn't thinking about that at all. He was shocked by the rental report in his hands. Store No. 07's quarterly rent is 120,000, Store No. 08's quarterly rent is 10,800, Store No. 15's quarterly rent is 140,000. There are about 100 shops like this in Times Square. Note, a quarter is 3 months, and shops vary in size, so the rents differ. After reading it, he thought, why start a business at all? Just collect rent. Finally, as Wang Shue's anxiety grew, Lu Feng finished the report. Alright, I finished the report. Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shue's ears. Wang Shui quickly responded, Mr. Lu, are you satisfied? This rent is acceptable. Don't raise the rent next quarter. We also need to consider the merchant's situations. As for when to raise the rent, I will notify you, Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu is wise. Wang Shui flattered him again. Alright, don't keep flattering me. I know what you're thinking, you're afraid I'll replace your property management, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Wang Shui panicked as Lu Feng exposed her trick. You don't need to be afraid. Your company is managing quite well. Before I came, I was thinking that if your management was poor, I would replace you. Fortunately, your management is good. So, General Manager Wang, keep up the good work, Lu Feng said slowly. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui finally relaxed her tense heart. Although she was somewhat utilitarian, she still had professional skills, otherwise, she wouldn't be in the general manager position. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. This is what we should do, and we will continue to work hard to manage well, Wang Shui said happily. Alright, I'll give you the account. When you collect the rent, just transfer it directly to me, Lu Feng said as he stood up. Okay, we will definitely transfer it to you on time, Wang Shui hurriedly replied. Then I'll leave first, Lu Feng said. I'll see you off. Wang Shui quickly opened the door for Lu Feng. No need. By the way, go back and inform everyone that this month, all property staff will have their salaries doubled, and after that, salaries will increase by 30%. As for the money needed, just take it from my rent. Lu Feng waved his hand as he spoke. He understood the principle that to make the horse run, you must feed it well. After Lu Feng left the square, all the property staff immediately surrounded Wang Shui. Sister Wang, what did Mr. Lu say? He won't replace our company, right? Yeah, why aren't you speaking, Sister Wang? It's over, I'm going to be unemployed. Mr. Lu looks so handsome, and I was even thinking about whether to give him a chance to pursue me, but now he turns around and fires us. Just as the employees were chattering non-stop, Wang Shui finally spoke up. Quiet, Wang Shui said, stop guessing. Mr. Lu is quite satisfied with our work. He said to continue managing for him, so none of you are unemployed. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Yay ******. I knew that with our hard work and management, Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us. Finally, I don't have to be unemployed. A job this good and a leader as great as Sister Wang are hard to find. Since President Lu hasn't fired us, I've decided to give him a chance to pursue me. Cut it out, don't be so narcissistic. What kind of person is President Lu? Just getting him to look at you once is already your fortune. Just as the crowd began to stir again, Wang Shui timely called for order. Ahem, hearing Wang Shui clear her throat, the employees all looked over. Next, I have some good news to share with everyone. President Lu said that this month's salary will be doubled. Are you all happy? Wang Shui said with a smile. The crowd, after a brief silence, instantly boiled over like boiling water. Happy, smiley face, long live President Lu, long live Sister Wang, the employees celebrated joyfully. Hold on, there's another piece of good news to share, Wang Shui continued. As soon as the employees heard there was more good news, they immediately stopped their noise and looked at Wang Shui. President Lu said that after this, salaries will increase by 30%. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd erupted into another uproar. Alright, everyone can go back to work now. President Lu has given us such great benefits, we should also repay him. Seeing the employees getting noisy again, Wang Shui quickly called for order. After the employees left, Wang Shui sat down. Phew, this is really tiring every day, Wang Shui said. But just thinking about the increased salary made her smile. Meanwhile, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square, aimlessly strolling down the street. Although he owned numerous businesses, he was essentially just a big idle person. The Ferrari branch hadn't been established yet, so as president, he was of no use. Tianyu Group was under Wang Yu's leadership, so it wasn't his concern, and Times Square was fully entrusted to the property company. Just as Lu Feng was about to call a cab to go back and play games, he saw an elderly woman fall not far away. He hurried over to help her up. Are you all right, Grandma? Lu Feng asked. The old lady, seeing that a young man was helping her, immediately started to complain. Oh dear, it hurts so much. You young man knocked me over, you can't run away. While the old lady cried out in pain, she tightly grabbed onto Lu Feng. What's wrong with you? I kindly helped you up, and now you're blaming me? Lu Feng questioned angrily. I don't care. It's you who knocked me over. Otherwise, why would you help me? You owe me money. As an old person, it's not easy for me, the old lady insisted unreasonably. Hearing her words, Lu Feng realized he had encountered a scammer. How unfortunate to run into such bad luck. Grandma, I warn you, there are surveillance cameras here. You fell by yourself, and I kindly helped you up. Don't slander me here, or I'll call the police. Seeing that passers-by were turning their attention to them, Lu Feng hurriedly said, You call the police? You're bullying an old lady, that's inhumane. Everyone, come and see, in broad daylight, this young man is bullying an old lady, and he wants to call the police on me. The old lady became even more brazen upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng looked at the crowd that had gathered and decisively took out his phone to call the police, while the old lady, seeing Lu Feng calling the police, also called her son, asking him to come quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a bald man with tattoos on his arms approached, saying as he walked, Who bullied my mom? Looking for death? Lu Feng, looking at the bald man in front of him, showed no fear and said, I saw your mother fall and kindly helped her up, but she turned around and accused me of knocking her down. Why doesn't your mother extort someone else? If you didn't hit her, why are you helping her? The man said unreasonably. Oh, come on, no wonder they are mother and son, Lu Feng thought to himself, just as he was about to retort when a clear and gentle voice came through. According to what this gentleman is saying, does that mean that if your mother falls to the ground, no one is allowed to help her? If someone helps, does that mean he knocked her down? The bald man, hearing the voice, shouted, Who is this busybody? Do you believe I'll kill you? Lu Feng looked over and saw a girl in a white long dress, adorned with daisies on her wrists and in her hair, standing there. She was slender, with an oval face, her complexion like jade, skin as white as snow, and her eyes as clear as autumn water, making her appear fresh and refined. Under the blazing summer sun, she looked like a dewdrop on a jade lotus leaf, crystal clear and radiant. The girl continued, It was me who said it. You are slandering good people. Can't I say anything? The man was also stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, as if she had walked out of a painting, and for a moment he forgot to retort. Shinsu Yuan, why are you here? Come over here, Lu Feng hurriedly said, fearing the man might get angry and start hitting people. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Shinsu Yuan walked over. Lu classmate, long time no see, Shinsu Yuan greeted softly. Long time no see, Lu Feng shyly replied, looking at the girl in front of him. How could anyone resist such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and greeting them? Just as Lu Feng was about to say a few more words to Shinsu Yuan, the man's rude voice came again. Who told you to flirt here? The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw the beautiful girl looking at Lu Feng with such tenderness. He couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand, ready to fight. Seeing the man about to make a move, Lu Feng quickly pulled Shinsu Yuan behind him and stood in front, ready to confront the man. Shinsu Yuan looked at Lu Feng's back, watching him protect her, and the corners of her mouth gently lifted. What are you doing? Are you going to fight? Just as Lu Feng was about to confront the bald man, the police arrived. The old lady, seeing the police, prepared to accuse first. Officer, it's them. These two young people knocked me, an elderly woman in my 60s, to the ground and want to hit my son. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Truly, those without shame are invincible. Hearing the old lady's words, the police looked at Lu Feng. Do you have anything to say? Asked the slightly older officer. Officer, you can ask the bystanders or check the nearby surveillance, Lu Feng replied confidently. The two officers then inquired with the surrounding crowd and checked the surveillance, discovering that the old lady had fallen by herself and that Lu Feng had kindly gone to help her, only to be bitten back. Not only that, but her son was also ready to hit someone. After understanding the situation, the old lady and her son were taken away by the police, and as they left, the old lady was still shouting that Lu Feng had knocked her down. As the police took the mother and son away, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only Shinsu Yuan and Lu Feng. Long time no see. Long time no see. The two said in unison, then simultaneously closed their mouths. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng's ears had turned red, and Shinsu Yuan shyly lowered her head. How did you end up here, Shin classmate? Lu Feng broke the awkward silence. I just happened to pass by and saw this scene, so I came over to take a look, Shinsu Yuan said, fiddling with her long fingers while looking down. Thank you for speaking up for me today, Lu Feng said gratefully. You're welcome, #carrot hashtag, classmate Lu, Shinsu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal, Lu Feng asked. Upon hearing that Lu Feng wanted to take her out to eat, Shinsu Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Afraid of being discovered by Lu Feng, she hurriedly lowered her head and softly asked, Is that okay? Won't it disturb you? Lu Feng replied, How could it? It's my honor to have a meal with the beautiful Shen. Indeed, Shen Shuyuan was the campus belle of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng didn't know much about this mysterious beauty either. Shen Shuyuan had transferred in during her senior year, reportedly from the capital city, and upon her arrival at the university, her stunning beauty earned her the title of campus belle among all the male students. Even the girls felt no jealousy in her presence, only endless admiration. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shen Shuyuan took out her phone to send a message, then put it back into her small bag. Just as she placed her phone in her bag, a black business car that had been parked by the roadside drove away. "So, classmate Lu, where do you want to take me to eat?" Shen Shuyuan asked with a smile, tilting her head. "I'll take you to a really good noodle shop. The boss's crab roe noodles are a must-try," Lu Feng replied immediately. "Okay then, I'll go with your arrangement, classmate Lu," Shen Shuyuan said. Hearing this, Lu Feng called a taxi on his phone, and the two of them got in and headed to the noodle shop. "This is the place," Lu Feng introduced to Shen Shuyuan. As they got out of the car, Shen Shuyuan looked at the small shop, which was less than 20 square meters, and was curious about how good it could be. Indeed, Lu Feng had brought Shen Shuyuan to the noodle shop he often frequented. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng shouted, "Boss, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles, double portions of crab roe, and 1 order of iced spicy crayfish." Okay, coming right up," the boss replied. "Oh, is this little Lu's girlfriend? She's really beautiful," the boss teased upon seeing Shen Shuyuan behind Lu Feng. No, we're just classmates. We happened to run into each other today and decided to have a meal together," Lu Feng hurriedly explained. "Do you think I'll believe that? Just classmates running into each other, and you'd bring her here to eat?" the boss laughed. "It's really not like that, Uncle Chen, please go cook," Lu Feng quickly urged the boss to get back to the kitchen, fearing Shen Shuyuan might misunderstand. Once the boss went to the kitchen, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and found a seat for Shen Shuyuan. "Classmate Shen, please don't be upset. The boss was just joking," Lu Feng explained as they sat down. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Shuyuan smiled and said, "It's okay, classmate Lu, I won't be angry. The boss was just concerned about you, I understand." Seeing that Shen Shuyuan wasn't upset, Lu Feng also relaxed. Little did he know, when the boss mistook them for a couple, Shen Shuyuan didn't clarify but instead smiled happily. "Noodles are here." As soon as the boss finished speaking, 2 bowls of appetizing crab roe noodles were served, topped with a thick layer of crab roe and sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan couldn't help but drool. "Thank you, uncle," Shen Shuyuan said gently to the noodle shop owner. "Ah, you're welcome, hurry up and try it," the boss said, clearly delighted by Shen Shuyuan's gratitude. Lu Feng added, "Classmate Shen, hurry and mix the noodles, otherwise, they'll clump together." "But, Lu classmate, I'm from the north, and this is my first time eating this kind of noodles today. I'm not very good at mixing them. Can you help me?" Shen Shuyuan said, looking at Lu Feng with gentle eyes. "Of course, I can help you mix them," Lu Feng replied without thinking much. Watching Lu Feng mix the noodles for her, Shen Shuyuan smiled slyly, resting her chin on her hand, looking at him with a face full of happiness. Just as Lu Feng was mixing the noodles for Shen Shuyuan, the boss came over again, carrying 2 plates, one with crayfish and the other with handmade shrimp balls. "Your crayfish is ready," the boss said as he placed the crayfish on the table. "Uncle Chen, we didn't order shrimp balls," Lu Feng said, puzzled, seeing the boss put a plate of handmade shrimp balls on the table. "I know you didn't order them, this is a gift for you. You brought your girlfriend here for the first time today, so this is for you," Uncle Chen said with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Chen, we are really just ordinary friends, please don't guess like that," Lu Feng immediately panicked upon hearing this. "Thank you, Uncle." Just when Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shen Shuyuan softly said. The boss, seeing Shen Shuyuan thank him, happily left. Lu Feng looked at Shen Shuyuan, a bit confused. Since he brought it over, it would be rude not to accept it. Seeing Lu Feng staring at her, Shen Shuyuan hurriedly explained. Lu Feng didn't think much of it and picked up the noodles to eat. Seeing Lu Feng start to eat, Shen Shuyuan also began to eat gracefully. The meal lasted about half an hour before it ended. "Did you eat well, Shen classmate?" Lu Feng asked after taking a sip of water. I ate well, it was so delicious. I feel so happy after this meal," Shen Shuyuan said, hinting at something. It must be because it was so delicious, Lu Feng thought. After all, he had fallen in love with these noodles after just one taste. "Goodbye, boss." After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan walked out of the noodle shop. The trees by the roadside were neatly arranged, their canopies blocking the sun, and there was not a hint of breeze in the air. The sound of cicadas came from the dense leaves, the small green leaves were turning in the sun, and a few birds chirped from afar, melodious and pleasant. Thank you, Lu classmate, I had a great time today, Shin Shuyuan said with a smile as she got into the car. Looking at the beautiful girl smiling in front of him, Lu Feng felt as if a gentle breeze had come, cool and comfortable. You're welcome, take your time on the way back, and be safe, Lu Feng said, smiling as he closed the door for Shin Shuyuan. Watching the taxi drive away, Lu Feng felt as if he suddenly lacked something, his heart feeling empty. Forget it, I won't think too much, I'll just go home and play games. Lu Feng also took a taxi home. Meanwhile, Shin Shuyuan had just gotten into the car when she asked the driver to pull over. The driver was puzzled, not understanding what this beautiful girl wanted to do, but he complied. After all, the customer is king. Just as the driver had just stopped the car, a long wheelbase Maybach pulled up next to the taxi, and a woman dressed like a secretary got out and opened the taxi door. Miss, I'm here to take you home. The driver was dumbfounded, wondering who she was talking about. Could it be the beautiful girl in the back seat? Didn't she just get in the car? While the driver was lost in thought, Shin Shuyuan got out, and the secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for her to get in. Once seated, Shin Shuyuan seemed to transform into a different person. If the previous Shin Shuyuan gave off a gentle and cute vibe that made one want to protect her, the current Shin Shuyuan felt cold and proud. Don't forget to pay the fare, Shin Shuyuan said before closing her eyes. The secretary pulled out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to the taxi driver, then returned to the Maybach. Watching the luxury car drive away, the taxi driver was still in shock, looking down at the 500 yuan in his hand, lost in thought. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Am I in a movie? The driver muttered to himself. In the Maybach, the secretary said to Shin Shuyuan in the back seat, Miss, the master just called. What's the matter? Shin Shuyuan replied coldly. The master asked when you would return to the capital. He and the madam miss you very much. You can call him back and say I'll be back in a while, Shin Shuyuan said upon hearing the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want today's matter to get out. If my parents find out, you should know my character, Shin Shuyuan added. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly replied. After speaking, Shin Shuyuan closed her eyes and pretended to doze off, but her mind wandered to the time spent with Lu Feng today. Suddenly, as if recalling something happy, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Ah Feng, you can't escape my grasp, Shin Shuyuan murmured. Back at home, Lu Feng had just laid down on his bed when his phone rang again. Old Lu, there's a class reunion tonight, don't be late. Zhang Kai's voice came from the phone. Tonight? Okay, I got it, Lu Feng replied. The address is Tinglong Hotel, Zhang Kai added. Such a luxurious place, can our classmates afford it? Lu Feng questioned upon hearing it was Tinglong Hotel. It's known that Tinglong Hotel is quite famous in the Magic City. Just one table of dishes costs 20 to 30,000, and that's for a regular private room. If it's a high-end private room, a table could easily cost over 200,000, not to mention the top-tier private rooms, which are astronomical. No worries, we don't have to pay, the class monitor is covering it all, Zhang Kai happily responded to Lu Feng's doubts. Alright then, I understand. After hearing that the class monitor was paying, Lu Feng's confusion was cleared up. He knew that the class monitor, Chu Fan, came from a wealthy family, with his father's fortune exceeding $1 billion. After hanging up, Lu Feng eagerly opened the game, ready to dominate. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Feng ended his game after a streak of 7 losses. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? Trash. Lu Feng kept complaining, then got dressed and prepared to head out for the class reunion. On a summer evening, as the sun set, the rays of sunlight became less glaring, blending beautifully with the evening glow. Lu Feng arrived at the hotel entrance right on time. Old Lu, over here. Zhang Kai shouted from a distance. Seeing Zhang Kai calling him, Lu Feng immediately walked over. You brat, you're so late, everyone is almost here, Zhang Kai said, putting his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, with Zhang Li standing beside them. Got too caught up in the game, I accidentally played too long, Lu Feng explained. Alright, we'll chat more later, let's go in first, Zhang Li said. With a click, the door opened, and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered, the classmates greeted him warmly. Isn't this the campus heartthrob Lu? You've gotten even more handsome since we last met. A girl in sexy black stockings teased. Yeah, with the campus heartthrob's talent and looks, you must have found a great job, a boy in black glasses chimed in. Everyone, long time no see, Lu Feng greeted. Alright, let's sit down and chat, Zhang Kai said, pulling Lu Feng to find a seat. Why haven't I seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The class monitor went to find the hotel manager, Zhang Kai said, twisting open a bottle of water and handing it to Lu Feng. Since they had just graduated not long ago, the classmates were still familiar with each other, so the atmosphere quickly became lively, with groups of 3 or 5 chatting, mostly about gossip, relationships, and work matters. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, Chu Fan walked in through the door and immediately spotted Lu Feng. "Oh, isn't this the rejected campus heartthrob? Why are you only just arriving? I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Don't forget to punish yourself with 3 drinks later," Chu Fan mocked. Hearing Chu Fan's taunt, Lu Feng retorted without backing down. "What makes you think you can make me punish myself with 3 drinks? Who do you think you are?" The classmates nearby fell silent, sensing the tension between the two. After all, both Lu Feng and Chu Fan were prominent figures during their school days, one wealthy, the other handsome, and they had never gotten along. TCH, just a rejected loser. Letting you drink is already giving you face. Chu Fan continued to dwell on the topic of rejection. "Chu Fan, don't bully people too much. Lu Feng is also a victim in this matter," a girl in black stockings interjected, unable to hold back. The classmates around them were not surprised to see someone standing up for Lu Feng. After all, whenever Chu Fan targeted Lu Feng, the girls in class would always step in to defend him. What could they do? Lu Feng was handsome. Not as handsome as the readers, though. What else can you say besides this? A loser who can only rely on his father. How dare you talk about me? Lu Feng shot back. As the tension between the two escalated, other classmates hurriedly pulled them apart. With Chu Fan taking a seat, the crowd instantly split into 2 groups, one surrounding Chu Fan and the other around Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng's side had far fewer people than Chu Fan's, as everyone had graduated for a while and had experienced the harsh realities of society, understanding that in the real world, it's about who has money, not who is handsome. Just so happened that Chu Fan's family was wealthy, so everyone was willing to gather around him. As for Lu Feng's side, there were only Zhang Kai, Luli, and a couple of girls, one of whom was the girl in black stockings. "Xingyu, our Lu campus heartthrob is single now. You should seize the opportunity to give it a try," another girl said to the girl in black stockings. "I would like to give it a try, but I don't know if Lu Feng is willing," Su Qingyu replied with a smile. Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Zhang Kai and Luli chimed in. "Then give it a shot, old Lu. How long are you planning to remain a widower?" Lu Feng quickly waved his hands in refusal. "I just graduated and haven't settled down yet, so I'm not considering dating for now." Upon hearing this, the girl named Qingyu showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. After Lu Feng finished speaking, for some reason, a flash of Shin Shuyuan's image suddenly crossed his mind, and he shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. What a joke! Shin Shuyuan was someone else entirely, a well-known ice queen with a very mysterious background. It's known that none of the usual troublemakers in school dared to approach Shin Shuyuan, which only indicated that she must have a significant background. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought about Shin Shuyuan, the door opened with a click. "Sorry everyone, I'm late," a melodious voice rang out, and it was our campus beauty, Shin Shuyuan. "Wow, the campus beauty has finally arrived," a male classmate cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female classmates happy, then Shin Shuyuan's presence undoubtedly excited the male classmates. After all, which toad wouldn't want to eat swan meat? How would I know if I don't try? What if Shin Shuyuan actually likes someone like me? The male attendees thought to themselves. "Shun, come over here. Shun, the campus beauty, sit here." The male attendees hurriedly extended their invitations. Even Chu Fan showed a smile he considered quite handsome and said, "Shin, I have a spot right here, come sit with me." Who would have thought that Shin Shuyuan didn't even glance at him and walked straight towards Lu Feng? The male attendees felt their hearts shatter at this scene. Could it be that the aloof Shin Shuyuan has also fallen for Lu Feng? This was the only thought in the minds of all the male students present. "Lu, can I sit here?" Shin Shuyuan flashed a smile that could slay all the men in the room and said gently. Watching Shin Shuyuan take the initiative to speak to Lu Feng, the male attendees felt a murderous intent towards Lu Feng. Of course, Lu Feng replied readily, looking at Shin Shuyuan, and just like that, Shin Shuyuan sat down next to Lu Feng. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, sitting on the other side, glared at Lu Feng with a murderous look, as everyone in school knew that Chu Fan liked Shin Shuyuan. Seeing Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan chatting happily, Chu Fan was puzzled. After all, they weren't that close during school. Impossible, Chu Fan thought to himself. Others might not know Shin Shuyuan, but he did. On the very first day Shin Shuyuan transferred to the finance university, the school held a special meeting, and all the rich kids were picked up by their parents. Especially recalling what his father had said while sitting in the car, Chu Fan felt even more confused. "I don't care how you usually are, but you must not provoke Shin Shuyuan, otherwise, I'll personally drown you in the Huangpu River." These were his father's exact words, but his father also said that if he could pursue Shin Shuyuan directly, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked about Shin Shuyuan's background, his father only said one sentence that left Chu Fan drenched in cold sweat. She came to the finance university because the top leader of Magic City personally made the call, and it was also the top leader who issued the order that no one is allowed to disturb her. Otherwise, do you think we suddenly had to take you all home? It was to prevent you from provoking someone you shouldn't, which could lead to our family being ruined. Every time he thought of his father's words, Chu Fan felt a chill. After all, that was the top leader of Magic City. Just taking a step further could lead to that place, and such a figure actually made a call to protect Shin Shuyuan. One can imagine how significant Shin Shuyuan's background was. If I could really win Shin Shuyuan's favor, I would truly soar, Chu Fan thought to himself. But every time he turned to see Shin Shuyuan chatting with Lu Feng, he felt miserable. Just as Chu Fan was thinking about how to make Lu Feng look bad, the door was pushed open again. Hello everyone, sorry, I got stuck in traffic and arrived late, a voice came from outside the door. Lu Feng, who was chatting with Shin Shuyuan, suddenly looked up upon hearing the voice. As soon as the words fell, a girl in a purple dress walked in, holding the arm of a bald man. Indeed, this woman was Lu Feng's first love ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. As soon as Su Lily entered the private room, she looked around as if searching for something until she spotted Lu Feng sitting with Shin Shuyuan. You really came, Su Lily said with a face full of resentment. Seeing Lu Feng made her furious. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been beaten by her boyfriend or ridiculed. At that moment, the bald man also noticed Lu Feng, but his gaze was fixed on Shin Shuyuan beside him. What a gem, if I could sleep with her, I'd be willing to live 10 years less, the bald man thought to himself, even forgetting to cause trouble for Lu Feng. What's wrong? Just because you can come, I can't? Is this your house? Do you live in the Pacific? Why are you meddling so much? Hearing Su Lily's question, Lu Feng immediately shot back. Su Lily was left speechless by Lu Feng's retort and could only tug at the bald man's arm. Honey, look at him, he was the one who insulted you last time. Feeling someone tugging at him, the bald man finally reacted and turned to Lu Feng. You little brat, I've finally caught you. If I don't break your legs today, I'll write my surname backward, the man immediately shouted. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes at the man's words. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, give me some face. Today is a class reunion, let's talk about any issues later and not ruin everyone's mood. Hearing Chu Fan's words and considering his father, Su Lily also pulled the man to sit down, planning to settle accounts with Lu Feng after the meal. The flames of conflict had finally subsided, and the dishes were served. Seeing the opportunity, Chu Fan stood up, raised his glass, and said, Classmates, today is our first reunion since graduation. I want to take this opportunity to wish everyone good jobs and better lives. Come, let's all have a toast. Others saw this and stood up, raising their glasses. The atmosphere became lively, and everyone seemed to forget the earlier unpleasantness. However, in such a joyful atmosphere, there are always those who like to stir trouble. Su Lily picked up a glass of wine and maliciously looked at Lu Feng. I want to toast Lu Feng alone. Upon hearing Su Lily's words, everyone fell silent, as they knew Su Lily had no good intentions. Sure enough, Su Lily stood up and raised her glass towards Lu Feng. I want to thank him for letting me go, otherwise, I wouldn't have met my current boyfriend. If I had continued with him, I think my life would have been ruined. Hearing such insulting words, a flash of anger crossed Lu Feng's eyes. Just as he was about to stand up and retort, Chu Fan also stood up. Ah, yes, luckily Lu Feng has some self-awareness. Otherwise, Lily, you'd have to suffer a lifetime with him. Chu Fan looked at Lu Feng with a mocking expression. Seeing Chu Fan support her, Su Lily grew bolder. That's right, class monitor. I heard some people still haven't found a job and are all talk with no action. They're useless. Su Lily continued to mock. Hey, who says otherwise? I was going to help him out for Lily's sake and let him work at my company, but who knew he not only didn't appreciate it but also insulted me. The bald man, who had been silent, suddenly joined the fray. Hearing these words, Lu Feng was about to stand up but was held back by Lu Li and Zhang Kai. Old Lu, calm down, don't be impulsive, Zhang Kai whispered. Just as Lu Feng was being restrained by the two, Shin Shuyuan couldn't sit still any longer and directly slapped Su Lily across the face. Who do you think you are to talk about others? A hypocritical, money-loving woman who, for money, actually found a man older than her father. I really don't know how you can even call him your boyfriend. Shin Shuyuan also retaliated with a mocking stance. Su Lily was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. The man beside her, seeing his woman being hit, was about to say something but was scolded back by Shin Shuyuan. You dare to stand up? You found a lover younger than your daughter and shamelessly came to her class reunion. Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress outside? The bald man was also rendered speechless by Shin Shuyuan's sharp words. Just as both were stunned by Shin Shuyuan's retorts, Chu Fan stood up again. Shuyuan, what are you doing? This is none of your business, Chu Fan said, looking at Shin Shuyuan. Unexpectedly, Shin Shuyuan launched an indiscriminate attack on him. How dare you still speak? Just because I call you class leader, you really think of yourself as something special, helping outsiders bully your own people. How can you be so shameless? And don't call me Shu Yuan, we're not familiar. Don't think I don't know your little schemes, be careful I don't make you regret it. Chu Fan's face turned blue and white from her words, but he didn't dare to say anything because he knew Shin Shuyuan's terrifying identity. However, his fear didn't stop others. Just as Shin Shuyuan finished confronting Chu Fan, the bald man finally reacted, raising his arm to hit Shin Shuyuan. At that critical moment, Lu Feng finally broke free from Zhang Kai and Lu Li's restraint, pulling Shin Shuyuan behind him and firmly blocking the man's incoming slap. Isn't it a bit unrefined to hit a woman? Lu Feng said coldly to the man. The man laughed at Lu Feng's words. Ha ha, what are you pretending for, kid? As soon as you step out of the hotel today, let's see if I can break your legs. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Lu Feng just smiled calmly. I hope you can still be so tough later. After saying that, he took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Ha ha ha, kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who are you calling? Don't think I don't know your background, Lily has told me everything. You're just a poor loser without parents, the man mocked as he saw Lu Feng making the call. Ha! Lu Feng simply sneered without saying anything. The call rang twice before someone picked up. Hello, Mr. Lu, is there something you need at this late hour? Is there a supplier named Xiao under the group? Stop his supplies and send someone to carefully check his past supply quality and payments, Lu Feng said calmly into the phone. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of it, the voice on the other end replied immediately. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't say much and hung up the phone. The man beside him laughed even harder upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Ha ha, kid, stop pretending, you're about to make me laugh to death. Su Lily, standing nearby, also spoke up. Lu Feng, you're not going crazy from the pressure, are you? If not, apologize to me, and I'll give you some money to go see a doctor. Just apologizing isn't enough, I want him to kneel and bow to me, then I'll break his legs, the man said viciously. But just a few minutes later, the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man took out his phone and saw the note on the screen, his heart sank. Lu Feng stood there, looking at him with a half-smile. The bald man felt uneasy under Lu Feng's gaze but still pressed the answer button. What is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The man feigned calmness. Mr. Xiao, Tianyu Group suddenly terminated our cooperation and sent people to check all previous supply invoices and quality overnight. The lady has already called to inquire with the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager only said we've offended someone we shouldn't have and hung up. What should we do now? Hearing the voice on the phone, the man panicked, and seeing Lu Feng looking at him with a mocking expression, he broke out in a sweat. So, you got the notice, huh? Are you scared? No need to be afraid. If the materials and invoices you provided before are fine, then you're fine. But if there are issues with the previous goods and invoices, then you have a problem, Lu Feng said lightly, looking at the panicked man. At this moment, the man was completely flustered. Combining the call from his subordinate just now, he realized he had kicked a hard iron plate, or rather, a titanium alloy steel plate. A single phone call could make Tianyu Group terminate their cooperation, and sending someone to check the accounts overnight would be as easy as squashing an ant. Thinking about how he had just spoken recklessly to such a powerful figure, even boasting about breaking his legs, the bald man couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Thud! The man's legs gave way, and he knelt before Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, please spare me, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children depending on me, the bald man said, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lu Feng looked at the man without a trace of pity. If he were just an ordinary college student today, it would be him kneeling on the ground. Weren't you just saying you wanted to break my legs and make me unable to walk? How come you know you were wrong now? Lu Feng coldly retorted. Meanwhile, Su Lily and her classmates were stunned by the scene. They never expected that with just a phone call, Lu Feng could make the arrogant bald man change his attitude 360 degrees. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man immediately began to bow his head to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me, the man said while bowing. Lu Feng merely watched him perform with indifference, showing no intention of forgiving him. Suddenly, the man seemed to think of something and pulled the still-dazed Su Lily over. Lily, help me plead with Mr. Lu. He will definitely spare me for your sake. At this moment, Su Lily also came to her senses. How is that possible? You want me to apologize to him? Have you lost your mind? Where's your bodyguard? Call him out to beat him. Su Lily, perhaps realizing the situation but still wanting to struggle, continued to shout. Slap! The man slapped Su Lily across the face and shouted, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu, or I'll kill you. After being slapped, Su Lily saw her classmates watching her and instantly felt humiliated, lunging at the man's face, scratching and screaming, "You dare hit me? I'll claw you to death." The man, now enraged, was furious that his company was nearly ruined by a single word from someone, and the cause of it all was this wretched woman before him. He grabbed Su Lily's head, intending to slam it against the table. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male classmates watching finally reacted and hurriedly restrained the man. But the restrained man knelt down again before Lu Feng. "Young Master Lu, this bitch has upset you. I'll tie her to your bed later, you can do whatever you want with her. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything you ask." Hearing the bald man's words, Lu Feng was stunned, and not just him, everyone present was shocked. They never expected the bald man to be so shameless. Su Lily, hearing what the man said, was about to rush at him again. "You, Xiaobo, how could you treat me like this? You said you liked me and wanted to marry me, otherwise, how could I have broken up with a Feng?" The man laughed at Su Lily's words. "Ha, even at a time like this, you're still pretending to be innocent. It was my Land Rover parked on the side of the road, and you saw the note I left to move the car and took the initiative to contact me and seduce me. Now you're trying to turn the tables?" Everyone present felt their worldview shatter upon hearing their conversation. The man, no longer caring about how others viewed him, said to Lu Feng, "Young Master Lu, don't listen to her nonsense. She seduced me. Today, I'll deliver her to you for you to deal with as you wish." Saying this, the man was about to call outside for his bodyguards to come in and grab Su Lily. "Enough," Lu Feng said impatiently as he saw the two of them continue to make a scene. Hearing Lu Feng speak, the bald man quickly shut his mouth. "If today I were the one kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, would you agree to let me go? If I didn't have some strength, I fear my legs would have been broken by your bodyguards the moment I stepped out," Lu Feng coldly said to the bald man kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man immediately fell silent, knowing that if it were Lu Feng kneeling here today, he certainly wouldn't let him go. "Why aren't you speaking? You wouldn't let me go, would you? So, putting myself in your shoes, I won't spare you either," Lu Feng continued as he noticed the man was silent. Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, Chu Fan jumped out again. "That's enough, we're all classmates, there's no need to make it so tense. Lu Feng, give me some face." Seeing Chu Fan jump out to meddle, Lu Feng retorted without hesitation, "You really don't need to come out and act like a big shot at this moment, my good class monitor. You just kicked me when I was down and now you come to play the good guy. Is your brain filled with shit? Do you forget things so quickly?" Chu Fan was left speechless by the retort and could only silently retreat. After dealing with Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned to the bald man and said, "You brought this on yourself, wait for the consequences." With that, Lu Feng grabbed Shin Shuyuan and was about to leave. "Ah Feng, wait a minute," Su Lily called out anxiously as she saw Lu Feng about to leave. "Do you have something to say?" Lu Feng replied impatiently. "Ah Feng, can we go back to the way things were?" Su Lily pleaded desperately. She wasn't foolish, in fact, she was quite clever. From the fact that a single call from Lu Feng could make the bald man immediately back down, she understood that Lu Feng must be very powerful now, so she wanted to return to his side. "Heh, do you think that's possible, Su Lily? Or do you think I, Lu Feng, would want a pair of worn-out shoes that someone else has used?" Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's sarcastic words, Su Lily was stunned on the spot. Lu Feng no longer wanted to waste words with her and left the private room with Shin Shuyuan, feeling that there was no need to stay at this class reunion any longer. Zhang Kai and Luli watched Lu Feng leave, exchanged glances, and hurriedly chased after him. At that moment, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back and could no longer contain her feelings of anger and grief. She rushed up to fight the bald man again. This time, none of the classmates intervened because they all knew that Lu Feng was no longer the same as before, and they were all afraid of offending him. However, how could a girl like Su Lily compete? Alright, because of you, I haven't eaten enough, Shin Shuyuan teased. Just as Lu Feng was about to take Shin Shuyuan to eat, Zheng Kai and Luli caught up with them. "Why are you two running so fast? What are you up to? Can't you wait for us?" Zheng Kai said, panting. "I was just about to take Shin to eat, do you two want to join?" Lu Feng looked at Zheng Kai and asked. We won't go, you two go ahead," Zheng Kai said immediately, seeing the murderous glare from Shin Shuyuan behind Lu Feng. "Alright then, we'll go ahead," Lu Feng said directly upon hearing Zhang Kai's refusal. For some reason, Lu Feng felt very happy after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, as if subconsciously he didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go eat together. "Mechem, you two have fun, we'll head back first," Zhang Kai said as he pulled Luli away. After seeing Zhang Kai and Luli walk far away, Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan called a taxi and left the hotel. "Old Lu, did you notice?" Zhang Kai suddenly said to Luli, who was beside him. "I noticed, a pair of dog men and women, I don't know when they got together. No wonder Lu Feng came out so quickly, turns out he has a beauty in his arms, Luli said with a face full of resentment. Yeah, what kind of person is Shin Shuyuan? She's an ice queen, how did old Lu manage to win her over? Zhang Kai said, puzzled. Who knows? Although the school beauty matches the school hunk, Shin Shuyuan clearly has a big background. I hope old Lu won't be chased by Shin Shuyuan's father later, Luli said worriedly. I don't know, who cares? Dying under a peony flower, even as a ghost one is still romantic. Maybe old Lu just likes the thrill. Come on, let's not worry so much, let's go have a late night snack. I haven't eaten enough either, Zhang Kai said. Hearing this, Luli nodded in agreement, putting his arm around Zhang Kai's shoulder as they went to eat late night snacks. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan also arrived at a large food stall. The dishes here are really delicious, especially the clams, you must try them, Lu Feng said to Shin Shuyuan. Okay, I find that Lu seems to have a special insight into food, Shin Shuyuan asked with a smile. I usually don't have much to do besides working when I'm not in class, so I wander around these roadside eateries. Over time, I get to know which ones are good and which ones aren't, Lu Feng said as he opened a bottle of drink for Shin Shuyuan and handed it over. I didn't realize you were a foodie, Shin Shuyuan said, taking the drink and covering her mouth as she laughed. The two chatted for a long time until the dishes were served. Once the dishes were on the table, Shin Shuyuan couldn't wait to taste them. This is really delicious, Shin Shuyuan said, picking up a piece of garlic ribs. If you like it, eat more, take your time, no rush, Lu Feng said, momentarily mesmerized by Shin Shuyuan, who was eating non-stop. Because the current Shin Shuyuan was completely different from the usual ice queen. Cute, beautiful, gentle, this was Lu Feng's evaluation of Shin Shuyuan at that moment. Looking at Shin Shuyuan eating, his heart suddenly changed a little, perhaps he didn't even realize it himself, as if just seeing Shin Shuyuan made him happy. They kept eating until almost 11 o'clock before finishing. Then Lu Feng prepared to call a car to take Shin Shuyuan home, but she refused. Let's take a walk together, Shin Shuyuan suddenly said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and charming Shin Shuyuan and inexplicably nodded. On a summer night, the stars hung high in the sky, and the air had long lost the heat of the day, only a cool breeze remained. Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan walked by the river together, both silent yet very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why, but as long as he was with Shin Shuyuan, even doing nothing made his heart feel joyful. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, tousling Shin Shuyuan's hair and stirring the boy's heart. On this midsummer night, the young man and woman by the river formed a captivating picture. After parting with Shin Shuyuan, Lu Feng returned home, his mind swirling with thoughts of what she had just said. Feng, I was really super happy today, thank you for keeping me company, Shin Shuyuan had said gently, dressed in a long skirt. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart became chaotic. After much contemplation, he decided to call Shin Shuyuan to ask what she meant, only to realize he didn't have her phone number. Maybe I'm just being overly sentimental, how could she possibly like me? Lu Feng mocked himself. He then stepped into the bathroom for a shower and fell asleep on his bed. A night of silence passed. In the morning, Lu Feng, deep in sleep, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas, groggily getting up to wash up and welcome a beautiful day. In the bathroom, as he brushed his teeth, he thought about the wonderful dream he had the night before, where he and Shin Shuyuan had known each other since they were very young, playing house together, with Shin Shuyuan always insisting on being Lu Feng's wife and wanting to have children with him. Why did I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng wondered. After washing up, he sat on the sofa and entered the system interface, which was the happiest moment of his day. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, he heard the most anticipated sound. Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The items are as follows. A complete set of Patek Philippe watches, valued at 470 million renminbi, Ocean Conqueror yacht, valued at 230 million renminbi, top luxury car fleet, including 6 Mercedes G63, 1 special bulletproof Audi A8 command vehicle, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at 1 billion renminbi. Note, the cars in the fleet are all specially customized versions, modified so that regular bullets cannot penetrate. Each car is equipped with automatic fire extinguishing and air purification systems, and the Rolls-Royce in the middle even has an emergency medical kit, including blood that matches the owner. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Looking at the 3 options on the panel, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. How should I choose? They say every successful man must have a watch, but old sayings say the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the super rich play with yachts. I really want a yacht too, Lu Feng said, feeling conflicted. System, can I have them all? Lu Feng asked shamelessly. No, you can only choose one. The system coldly rejected Lu Feng's request. Alright then, as per the old rule, I'll choose the most expensive one. I choose 3, Lu Feng said helplessly. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 3, the reward has been issued. The car fleet will arrive at the community garage within 2 hours, the system's voice announced, and Lu Feng exited the system space. As for why he chose the car fleet, Lu Feng had considered many factors. First, he currently had no car, he either took a taxi or used a shared bike, which really didn't suit his current status. Secondly, this car fleet was not an ordinary one. After special modifications, its safety was greatly enhanced, making future travels worry-free. After all, he could now be considered a wealthy person. What if someone wanted to rob him? Moreover, there was no telling if he would have enemies plotting against him in the future, so for the sake of his own safety, Lu Feng chose the car fleet. While Lu Feng waited at home for his car fleet to arrive, the appearance of a luxury car fleet on the Bund in the Magic City caught people's attention. A convoy of 8 cars sped down the road, with 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles leading the way, followed by an Audi A8, and at the center, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with 3 more G-Class vehicles bringing up the rear. Which big shot is out and about? People speculated as they watched the luxury car parade. Other vehicles on the road kept their distance, afraid of scratching these high-end cars. Some curious onlookers even posted pictures of the convoy online, which quickly stirred up a sensation. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Guanlan International Community, and the security guards were so startled by the scene that they didn't dare approach. The night has given me a pair of eyes, but I use them to. As the phone rang, Lu Feng answered. Hello, who is this? He asked. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered has arrived at the entrance of your community. Please come out to inspect it. A man's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing that the convoy had arrived, Lu Feng hurriedly tidied up and headed out. With the arrival of the convoy, the residents of the community were buzzing with excitement. Although everyone living in Guanlan International was either wealthy or influential, most couldn't muster such a luxurious convoy. Many lingered nearby, eager to see who in the community had such clout. The property management also rushed over, but upon seeing the luxurious convoy and the imposing figures in black standing beside it, the security guards hesitated to approach. After all, their monthly salary was meager, and it wasn't worth the risk. Lu Feng arrived at the scene and, noticing the crowd, felt puzzled. Upon seeing his convoy, he understood they were all there to see the cars. As Lu Feng arrived, the leading burly man bowed to him and said, Mr. Lu, your car is ready. Please get in and experience it. As soon as the burly man's words fell, the crowd was left speechless, staring at the young man before them, speculating about his background and the immense power he wielded to assemble such a luxurious convoy. At that moment, Lu Feng felt exhilarated. It was like a triumphant return of a war god, relishing the moment. He forced himself to appear calm as he got into the car. With a roar of engines, the convoy slowly left the community. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng looked at the driver in front and felt curious. Since the system had only rewarded him with the convoy, what about the drivers and bodyguards? Were they also rewards? Could the system really create living beings? Thinking of this, Lu Feng asked the system, what's the deal with these bodyguards? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. Host, these bodyguards will leave at 10 o'clock tonight. The current level of the system cannot create living beings for an extended period. Lu Feng was stunned by the system's explanation. This meant that these bodyguards were indeed created by the system. It could really create living beings. With this realization, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. System, when can you create living beings for a long time? He asked eagerly. Beep. The system will upgrade to level 2, allowing characters to refresh in daily items and opening the system mall, the system replied. Wow, I didn't expect you could create living beings, Lu Feng exclaimed. Looks like I need to work hard to upgrade the system to level 2 soon, he thought to himself. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen suddenly called. Seeing this, Lu Feng had to stop his daydreaming. Hello, what's the matter, Secretary Chen? Hello, Mr. Lu, do you have a moment? I need to talk to you, Chen said gently on the phone. Something? Alright, I'll head over now, Lu Feng replied after a moment's thought. After hanging up, Lu Feng instructed the driver to turn around and head to the temporary office location of Ferrari. After hanging up, Chen brought a few employees to wait for Lu Feng at the bottom of the office building. After about 10 minutes, Chen spotted a convoy of luxury cars approaching from a distance. However, she didn't think much of it, as their temporary branch was located in the Golden Triangle area of the Magic City. There were countless listed companies and large groups in this area, so it was normal for a luxury convoy to arrive. But as the sound of brakes echoed, the convoy stopped in front of Chen and her team. A group of bodyguards in black quickly got out and took their positions, and then a burly man opened the rear door of a Rolls-Royce. Lu Feng, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slowly stepped out of the car. Chen Xian was stunned by the sight, realizing after much speculation that the big shot was actually one of their own. Seeing Lu Feng surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Chen Xian hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Lu," Chen Xian said respectfully. The employees behind her, though surprised to see Lu Feng, all greeted him in unison. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Lu Feng smiled and responded to the Ferrari employees who greeted him. "Hello, everyone." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xian led Lu Feng into the company. Since this was a rented temporary space, they hadn't hired many employees, and the reason Chen Xian sought Lu Feng today was related to this issue. "Mr. Lu, it's been several days already, and the European headquarters is asking when this branch can be established," Chen Xian said, pouring a cup of tea for Lu Feng. Hearing Chen Xian's question, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. He still had no clear goal, but since they were asking, he had to give an answer. Just as he was about to delay for a few more days to see if the system could produce anything, he suddenly thought of something. "I came here today to discuss this issue with you as well. I've already had someone looking for a location, so let me call him now and see how it's going," Lu Feng said, picking up his phone to make the call. After a couple of beeps, the call connected. "Hello, Mr. Lu, what can I do for you?" came Wang Yu's voice from the other end. At that moment, Wang Yu was troubled by issues concerning the group. Here's the situation. Tianyu Group had contracted to build a factory covering 80 acres, along with an office building to accompany it. However, now that everything was built, the other party had run into a cash flow problem and couldn't afford to pay, not even the penalty for breach of contract. Wang Yu had been worried sick about this matter, as most of Tianyu Group's funds had been invested in developing this factory. This left very little working capital in their accounts, and to make matters worse, the group had another residential project that needed to be developed. Although the factory and office building were in a prime location, that also made them expensive, and they couldn't sell them in the short term. Not being able to sell meant no money, and without money, the upcoming residential project would have to be halted, which would negatively impact Tianyu Group's stock and reputation. Wang Yu had been nearly driven to despair over this. "Here's the thing, old Wang, can our group help me find a good piece of land and then help me establish a factory and office building?" Lu Feng asked, looking at Chen Xian and feigning calmness. Wang Yu was taken aback by Lu Feng's words, so much so that he didn't even notice his phone dropping. Hello, old Wang, are you listening? "Don't worry, the money won't be short." Lu Feng thought Wang Yu was afraid that this new director would take advantage of the company, so he hurriedly explained. Okay, Mr. Lu." Wang Yu finally came to his senses and hurriedly agreed after Lu Feng spoke again. When he heard Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu felt that he had never heard such a pleasant voice in his life. Even his wife Saidu during their wedding was not as sweet as what Lu Feng was saying at that moment. Hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Lu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble you. Just tell me how much it will cost when the time comes." As Lu Feng was about to hang up, Wang Yu's excited voice came through the phone again. Mr. Lu, please don't hang up yet. I just happen to have a completed factory with an accompanying office building, and the location is absolutely great," Wang Yu hurriedly said, fearing that Lu Feng would hang up. "What? Sigma? Wang Yu is this fast? He found it already?" Hearing Wang Yu's words, Lu Feng was very shocked. "Is it true, old Wang? Don't lie to me," Lu Feng asked with a hint of suspicion. "It's true, Mr. Lu, absolutely certain. If you want, I can send someone to pick you up. We can go take a look right now," Wang Yu said quickly when he saw that Lu Feng didn't believe him. "No need to pick me up, just send me the location. I'll go take a look now," Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu quickly sent the location of the factory. "Mr. Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the factory," Wang Yu said, suppressing his excitement. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Lu Feng said calmly before hanging up. After Wang Yu hung up, he hurriedly called his secretary to gather the company executives in the lobby, preparing to head to the factory. Hurry, get them together quickly. If they're late, just tell them to get lost," Wang Yu said as he rushed to the lobby. In less than 2 minutes, most of the company's executives, all responsible for the factory project, had gathered in the lobby. The receptionist was dumbfounded, not understanding why these leaders were standing neatly in the lobby without even sitting down. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Wang Yu rushed out, walking while telling the standing executives, "Hurry up, keep up with me, get in the car," and then he took the lead and got into the waiting convoy at the entrance. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives hurriedly followed, leaving the receptionist in a daze. With the roar of the engine, the convoy sped away as if flying just above the ground. "What's going on? Why is the president in such a hurry with the leaders?" Employee A asked curiously. "I don't know, could it be to grab a project?" Employee B also asked curiously. "Stop guessing. Seeing how anxious the president is, it must be something major for the group. Maybe something big is about to happen, employee C said mysteriously. While the employees were discussing, Wang Yu was in the car urging the driver to go faster. Faster, faster. Get me there in 10 minutes, and I'll promote you and give you a raise, Wang Yu said excitedly. Seeing the president so anxious, the driver put in all his effort, speeding down the road. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was also on his way to the destination with Chen Xian. This was Chen Xian's first time in a Rolls-Royce, and she looked around curiously, touching this and that. On Wang Yu's side, thanks to the driver's efforts, they quickly arrived at the factory location. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu stood under the blazing sun with the executives waiting for Lu Feng. However, the executives were puzzled. Why did the president gather them all and bring them to the factory entrance, as if waiting for some important figure? President, is there a leader coming down for an inspection today? One executive asked. Wang Yu, hearing this, answered without addressing the question, do you know? The company has reached a critical moment of life and death these days. The executive beside him immediately laughed upon hearing this. President, don't joke around. Our company is thriving right now. How could we be at the brink of survival? Another executive chimed in, yes, President, the factory we are currently in charge of has been completed smoothly. As long as the funds arrive, our next project will have enough money to be completed successfully, and we can also easily acquire that piece of land in the West District. I know all of this, but what if we can't get the funds for this factory? Wang Yu countered. Indeed, only Wang Yu and the old director knew about the issue of not receiving the project funds, as it was too significant. A single misstep could lead the company to bankruptcy, so Wang Yu had not informed the other senior executives. How is that possible? The project has already been completed smoothly. Is the Hongfeng Group going to default? One executive asked incredulously. What if I told you that the Hongfeng Group has already gone bankrupt? What would you do? Wang Yu looked at the executives and said. Upon hearing this, the executives instantly panicked. They understood that if they couldn't receive the project funds on time, then Tianyu Group's next project would have to be halted, let alone competing with other groups for that piece of land in the West District. Tianyu itself could end up going bankrupt. Does the old director know about this? One executive suddenly asked. This matter was told to me by the old director. The reason I didn't inform you is that I was afraid it would cause chaos, Wang Yu said calmly. So what do we do now? The executives were in disarray. Quiet, Wang Yu said coldly. The executives gradually quieted down upon hearing his words. You are all veterans. You should know that the old director of the Hongfeng Group and our chairman have been old friends for many years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to complete the project with only 30% of the funds up front. The senior executives nodded in agreement. It was precisely because they knew the relationship between the Hongfeng Group and their chairman that they were so surprised when they heard the funds might not come through. It is precisely because of this relationship that we have advanced too much money for this project, resulting in the company having very little working capital now. And the chairman also doesn't have much working capital. In fact, he even sold 10% of the company's shares before, Wang Yu said slowly. The company executives nodded as they were aware of these matters, but now that they were on the verge of bankruptcy, what good was it to discuss them? Seeing them all downcast, Wang Yu didn't say much more, as he had been even less confident than these executives before. However, things were better now. Someone was about to take over this factory, their new director, Lu Feng, so he decided to help Lu Feng gain some influence within the group. Although the group is facing a crisis of bankruptcy, have you forgotten that we have a new director? The executives became excited upon hearing Wang Yu's words. President Wang, is Director Lu willing to help? One executive hurriedly asked. The others looked at Wang Yu with eager anticipation. Seeing their reaction, Wang Yu decided not to keep them in suspense. That's right. Previously, I had no choice but to contact Director Lu and inform him of the company's current situation. I initially wanted Director Lu to help see if anyone was willing to buy this factory, but after understanding the company's situation, Director Lu gave me a huge surprise. Director Lu said he could buy this factory to help the company in its urgent time of need, which is why I hurriedly brought you all to accompany Director Lu to inspect the project. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives cheered for Director Lu. Seeing this, Wang Yu began to implement his plan. I know that a large part of you initially held prejudices against Director Lu, thinking that a young person, relying on his family's wealth to buy shares in the group was just a naive kid who knew nothing. Upon hearing Wang Yu's reprimand, the executives lowered their heads in shame. But today, it is this young man whom you think knows nothing, who has saved the group, saved us, and preserved our livelihoods. So from now on, I will not allow anyone in the company to speak ill of Director Lu behind his back. If anyone dares to belittle him again, don't blame me for being merciless, Wang Yu said, narrowing his eyes. Yes, don't worry, President Wang, we will never do that again, the executives immediately assured him. In fact, even if Wang Yu hadn't said anything, they would have acted this way, because as Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had preserved everyone's livelihoods. Just after Wang Yu finished speaking, a convoy of luxury cars drove in from a distance. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Looking at the approaching convoy, Wang Yu was a bit stunned, not daring to confirm whether it was really Lu Feng, as the scale of the convoy was too grand. As the convoy came to a stop, a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of one of the cars. After getting out, the beauty hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and stood aside, bowing in wait, while the bodyguards quickly opened two black umbrellas and held them above the rear car door. Against the backdrop of the black-clad bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng stepped down from the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, Lu Feng appeared as dazzling as a celestial being in the eyes of the senior executives of Tianyu Group. "Hello, Director Lu," the executives said, suppressing their shock. "Hello, thank you for coming to accompany me to inspect the project on such a hot day," Lu Feng greeted them. Not at all, the executives hurriedly replied. It was a joke. This was the ancestor who had saved their livelihoods. They would gladly accompany him to inspect the project, and even sleep with him if necessary. "Director Lu, let's chat while we look around," Wang Yu said, making a gesture of invitation in front of Lu Feng. "Okay, let's take a look," Lu Feng replied, and then he began the tour under Wang Yu's guidance. "Director Lu, look, this area is the factory zone covering 70 acres. We used the best materials during construction, and the designer drew no less than 100 blueprints just to design the entire factory area," Wang Yu introduced as they walked. It looks pretty good," Lu Feng nodded in response to Wang Yu's introduction, feeling a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Having resolved the issues with the Ferrari branch, he no longer had to worry about sleepless nights. After a while, the factory tour was completed, and Wang Yu took Lu Feng to the office building. Before them stood an office building covering a full 15 acres, 8 stories high, with a semi-arched design and snow-white exterior walls, all of which spoke of the building's grandeur. Looking at the office building, Lu Feng turned to Chen Xian. "Secretary Chen, what do you think?" Wang Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder if this little secretary was Lu Feng's mistress. While Wang Yu was lost in thought, Chen Xian spoke up. "President, the location you chose, as well as the office building and the supporting factory area, are impeccable. It's simply perfect." "President? Are you calling me?" Wang Yu looked at Chen Xian in confusion, feeling a bit bewildered. Seeing Wang Yu's puzzled expression because Chen Xian called him president, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. "Stop guessing. She was calling me. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually the president of Ferrari's Asia division, and this factory and office building are the branch I selected for Ferrari." Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell, the young man in front of them is not only their director but also the president of Ferrari? Has the world become this exaggerated? Wang Yu cautiously asked, "Director Lu, is it the Ferrari that makes sports cars? Are you really their president?" Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng laughed directly. Of course, who else could it be? I am now the president of Ferrari's Asia division, and this person next to me is the assistant Ferrari assigned to me." Upon hearing Lu Feng's definitive answer, Wang Yu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Director Lu, you really have opened my eyes. To become the president of Ferrari's Asia region at such a young age is truly impressive. I even doubted you before. I am really sorry," Wang Yu said sincerely. I became president because I hold shares in Ferrari and am one of their directors," Lu Feng modestly replied. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. "So you also hold shares in Ferrari?" Wang Yu's tone trembled a bit. "Yes, is there a problem?" Lu Feng retorted. "And no problem," Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Poor President Wang, today he was hit so hard that he didn't want to talk anymore. He had thought he was impressive for becoming the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, but now he felt completely overshadowed by Lu Feng, and just thinking about it made him want to die. Seeing that Wang Yu had no more questions, Lu Feng was about to discuss the price of the factory and buy it, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice beside him. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment." Lu Feng turned his head to look and saw an elderly man around 60 years old walking over with the help of a caregiver. Wang Yu and the executives of Tianyu Group saw the old man and immediately rushed over. "Old director, what brings you here?" Wang Yu, leading the way, asked. "I came to see the rising star who helped our company through a life and death crisis," the old director said with a smile. Saying this, he deeply bowed to Lu Feng, who quickly ran to the old man and helped him up. "You must be Li Yunfeng, the old gentleman," Lu Feng said while holding the old man's hand. "That's right, it's me, old man," the elder replied with a smile. Thank you so much for your timely help. If it weren't for you, my life's work would have collapsed this time. Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. Speaking of which, you helped me a lot too. Otherwise, where would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I am also a director of the company. Helping the company solve difficulties is my duty. You saying this makes it seem like I'm an outsider. Ha! The old man laughed happily at Lu Feng's words, then held Lu Feng's hand seriously and said, with a director like you in the company, I really feel at ease. Not at all, you are too polite. They continued to hold hands and chat for a long time until the old man's caregiver reminded him that it was time to drink water, and only then did they stop. The old man took a sip from the cup handed to him by the caregiver and then said, get a bottle for Xiaofeng too. Hearing the old man's words, the caregiver hurried to the car, got another bottle of water, and handed it to Lu Feng. Watching Lu Feng finish the water in his hand, the old man finally spoke, Xiaofeng, are you really planning to buy this factory? What if it causes a cash shortage? Otherwise, we can just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, I can always swallow my pride and borrow from old friends, Lu Feng replied. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng reassured him, don't worry, old man. I really need this factory, and I have enough money to buy it, so you can rest assured. I'm not just putting on a brave face. However, the old man still felt uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Feng would break his own financial chain by helping him, and then he would be the one at fault. Just as the old man was about to say something, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, old director, you may not know, but our new director is actually the president of Ferrari's Asia-Pacific region, and he holds shares in Ferrari. The old man was stunned by this revelation. He never expected Lu Feng to have such an identity. And Director Lu was buying this factory to serve as a branch for Ferrari, so he shouldn't need to invest too much of his own money. Ferrari should cover the majority, Wang Yu explained further. The old man, still a bit skeptical, turned to Lu Feng. Old man, Wang Yu is right. This factory really doesn't require me to spend much, Lu Feng quickly clarified, noticing the old man's questioning gaze. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the old man said no more, but kept holding Lu Feng's hand, repeatedly saying how impressive the younger generation is. In fact, Lu Feng held great admiration for the old man before him, who had built a company worth 20 billion from scratch, relying solely on his extraordinary vision and decisive methods. Moreover, the old man had a kind heart. At first, he was worried that Lu Feng would face difficulties because of helping him, and thus refused Lu Feng's assistance. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss this factory. How much do we need? Lu Feng said as he noticed the others were silent. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu didn't dare to speak but looked at the old man. Bring out the person in charge of this project to calculate the costs. Make sure not to overestimate, just calculate the cost price, and don't include labor, the old man said, slapping his thigh with authority. Hearing the old man's commanding statement, Wang Yu and the other executives could only smile wryly and follow his instructions. However, Lu Feng, standing aside, became anxious because he didn't want to take advantage of the old man. Old man, you can't do this. Let's keep things fair. I haven't even thanked the group for helping me with such a big problem. How can I let the group suffer losses? We should calculate it properly, Lu Feng insisted. No, Xiaofeng, you've helped the group so much. We must calculate it this way today, the old man said firmly. Seeing the old man and the young man about to argue over this matter, Wang Yu quickly intervened. How about this? Let's first calculate the market value, and then you two can discuss the details. Alright, you calculate, the old man agreed. With the old man's consent, Wang Yu led a group of executives responsible for the project to start calculating on the spot. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Yu returned with a piece of draft paper. We've calculated it. Director Lu, old man, please take a look, Wang Yu said as he handed the verification results to the two. According to our calculations, our Chanyu has invested a total of 1.4 billion in this project, and Hongfeng Group invested the first batch of 600 million, resulting in a market value of 2.8 billion, Wang Yu introduced. Then let's take 1.4 billion from Xiaofeng, and later take 200 million from that for the Hongfeng Group, so my old friend can enjoy his retirement, the old man said after a glance. Hearing the old man's tone that left no room for refusal, Wang Yu could only comply. At this moment, Lu Feng was dissatisfied with this price. Old man, this won't do, that's a direct cut of half, you're losing too much, Lu Feng quickly rejected. No problem, if it weren't for you, Xiaofeng, all my hard work over the years would have gone to waste, the old man insisted. Old man, no, I really can't accept this price, Lu Feng shook his head again. Watching the two argue over one wanting to take less money and the other wanting to give more, everyone present fell silent. After countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for 1.9 billion. Wang Yu and the executives, who witnessed the entire transaction, stated they had never seen such a miraculous deal in their lives. Secretary Chen, please transfer the deposit later, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Okay, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian nodded in response. Since both sides have resolved a major trouble today, I propose we all have lunch together. What do you think? Wang Yu suggested. That sounds good. We should thank Xiaofeng properly today, Old Master Li immediately agreed. Great, then let's have a meal together to celebrate. Seeing everyone suggesting to eat, Lu Feng also agreed. The few of them then got into their cars to go for lunch. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped next to a building styled like an ancient farmhouse. Old Master Li looked at the curious Lu Feng and explained, "This is Tingtao Xiaozhu, a real private dining place. No matter your status, you must make a reservation to eat here. Coincidentally, I just made a reservation here a couple of days ago, so you're in for a treat today." Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng became interested in the place before him. Really? Then I'm lucky to be here today, Lu Feng said with a smile. Old Master Li then led Lu Feng inside. This meal gathering included only Lu Feng, Old Master Li, Chen Xian, and Wang Yu. The other executives had already left. As soon as Lu Feng entered Tingtao Xiaozhu, he was stunned by the scene before him. What lay in front of him was a lush bamboo forest, covering over 20 acres, with quaint little pavilions nestled within. They were in the bustling city of Shanghai, a place where every inch of land is precious, and the owner of this restaurant had managed to create such a large bamboo forest for decoration, which spoke volumes of his wealth and influence. Guided by a young lady in a qipao, Lu Feng and the others arrived at a small building in the bamboo forest. The qipao girl opened the door, lit some high-quality agarwood incense, and then let them in. Once inside, everyone took their seats. Everything you see and touch here is made from top-quality agarwood and rosewood. Just this small pavilion costs no less than 200 million renminbi, Old Master Li introduced with a smile. Everyone was quite surprised. They hadn't expected the decor to be so luxurious. Moreover, the ingredients here are air-freighted from all over the world. A single meal starts at 3 million. I originally planned to invite someone here to see if anyone could help the company through its difficulties, but unexpectedly, I ended up inviting you, the hero who solved the company's major trouble. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? You didn't waste this meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's true. Xiaofeng, the more I look at you, the more I'm satisfied. It's a pity I only have a useless grandson and no granddaughter. Otherwise, I would really let you be my granddaughter-in-law, the old man said with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was also startled by the old man's words and quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "Old man, we can't arrange marriages now. We advocate for free love these days." The old man chuckled at Lu Feng's words and then changed the subject. However, for some reason, the image of Shen Shuyuan resurfaced in Lu Feng's mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled awake by a series of knocks on the door, and then he saw a group of beautiful women in blue kipaos, each holding a tray, walking in. The young ladies gently placed the dishes on the table, slowly bowed to everyone, and then retreated. Since all the dishes are served, let's dig in, the old man beckoned. Upon hearing this, the others were not polite and quickly picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted for about an hour before it ended. As they were leaving, the old man kept holding Lu Feng's hand, insisting that he must come to visit him at home when he had the time. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. Afterward, the group parted ways. The old man, being elderly, went straight home, while Wang Yu had to return to work at the company, and Lu Feng and Chen Xian headed back to Ferrari's temporary branch. Secretary Chen, the site selection for the branch office is settled. Next, we can start hiring employees and set up the basic framework of the company. This way, we can also report back to the headquarters, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian, who was sitting next to him in the car. Okay, President Lu, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Chen Xian nodded eagerly, acknowledging Lu Feng's plan. The car soon arrived at Ferrari's temporary branch, and the two got out and headed straight for the office. They needed to transfer the 500 million that Ferrari headquarters had sent over to Tianyu Group and then ask Ferrari headquarters for the remaining funds to purchase the factory. In the office, Xin Xian was transferring money to Tianyu Group while Lu Feng initiated a video call with Enzo. Beep, beep. As the video connected, Lu Feng saw Enzo once again. Hi, Lu, what can I do for you? Enzo greeted with a smile on the video. Mr. Enzo, long time no see. I actually have something to discuss with you this time, Lu Feng replied with a smile. The branch office has been selected and built. I've already sent the deposit, and now I'm just waiting for you to transfer the final payment. Hearing that Lu Feng had quickly sorted out the branch office matters, Enzo appeared quite surprised. After all, he had entrusted Lu Feng with the establishment of the branch office to test him. He didn't expect Lu Feng to resolve the issue so swiftly, which even surprised Enzo, the big boss of Ferrari. Ha, Lu, you really surprise me, Enzo said, adjusting his emotions. Upon hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled calmly, while Chen Xian had already sent the data regarding the branch factory and office building to Enzo during their conversation. Taking advantage of the moment while Enzo was reviewing the data, Chen Xian began to praise Lu Feng. President Enzo, you have no idea. This time, President Lu has saved us a lot of money with the branch office. I believe you can see from the data that the layout and location of this factory are impeccable. Most importantly, the factory is valued at 3 billion, and President Lu acquired it for just 1.9 billion. Enzo's first reaction upon hearing Chen Xian's words was disbelief. Lu, you two aren't playing a prank on me, are you? That's almost impossible, Enzo said, looking astonished. After all, this isn't like buying vegetables at a market, where you can just chop the price in half. For a deal involving billions, getting a 10% discount would be quite good. Seeing that Enzo didn't believe him, Lu Feng explained the situation. You see, Mr. Enzo, this factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in. Due to some special reasons, I acquired it at cost price. Hearing Lu Feng calmly mention such a significant matter, Enzo was no longer composed. Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold shares in that group, I can't let you suffer a loss. I'll have someone transfer 1.5 billion to you shortly, so with the previous 500 million, that totals 2 billion. As for the extra 100 million, consider it your thank you fee, Enzo said with a grand demeanor. Chen Xian, who was nearby, was stunned by this. Do rich people really just give thank you fees in the hundreds of millions? After hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng was instantly excited. After all, he was only superficially prosperous, but internally he was very poor. Thank you, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng said, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a calm expression. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Besides the extra 100 million, I also want to give you a gift, but it has to be kept secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives, Enzo said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. Alright, Lu, I won't keep you any longer. I have a meeting to attend regarding new energy. I've been busy with these matters lately, Enzo said while rubbing his head. Okay, goodbye. You must come to Huagua when you have time, Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up the phone. Secretary Chen, is Ferrari also entering the new energy sector? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his understanding, Ferrari had always produced fuel vehicles, so it was surprising to hear from Enzo, the head of Ferrari, that they were also venturing into new energy. Yes, Mr. Lu, Ferrari established a department for new energy a long time ago to research new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake, and Ferrari wants to get a slice of this feast, Chen Xian explained after thinking for a moment. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, just look at Tesla, they became the world's richest person solely by relying on new energy. Not only Tesla, but even domestic car manufacturers are also rushing into the new energy field, trying to achieve a shortcut. And for Ferrari, as an established car manufacturer, it makes sense to lay out plans for new energy early on, Lu Feng analyzed while sitting in his office chair. By the way, thank you for what you said earlier. Because of your words, Mr. Enzo transferred an extra 100 million to me, Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Xian. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. I was just speaking the truth, Chen Xian humbly replied. That's not how it works. Once the 1.5 billion is transferred, you should send 1.4 billion to Tianyu Group. Then you can take 1 million from the remaining 100 million as my reward for you, Lu Feng said, looking at the humble Chen Xian, more and more satisfied, and waved his hand to reward her 1 million. Boom! Chen Xian was so taken aback by Lu Feng's generosity that she almost fell to the ground. What, do you think it's too little? Lu Feng teased, looking at Chen Xian's surprised expression. No, I was just too excited, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian quickly explained. Ah, don't be too excited. Just work well with me, and you'll benefit in the future, Lu Feng said, painting a bright future. Yes, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured, Chen Xian quickly promised. Haha, alright, I won't say much more, I have to go now. Don't forget to transfer the remaining money into my account, Lu Feng said as he stood up to leave. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Let me treat you to a meal. I said I would treat you last time, but I never had the chance. This time, you've rewarded me with so much money, I must treat you to dinner. Chen Xian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng and said. After considering Chen Xian's request, Lu Feng agreed. Alright, let's have a meal together, but let's not go to any fancy places, just find a casual restaurant to eat something. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Xian jumped up happily. Lu Feng then instructed the bodyguards to head back first, and he would take Chen Xian's car. The main reason was that Lu Feng was afraid these people would disappear right on time, which would scare others. The bodyguards drove away upon hearing Lu Feng's arrangement. Lu Feng got into Chen Qian's small car, and they set off for dinner. However, since it wasn't yet dinner time, Lu Feng and Chen Qian decided to visit the old street in the Magic City. The old street has a long history. It has existed since the Republic of China era. After years of historical accumulation, the old street is now even more bustling and grand. After parking the car, Chen Qian led Lu Feng into the old street, watching many vendors dressed in clothes from the Republic of China era calling out their wares, and admiring the typical architecture from that time on both sides of the road. Lu Feng felt as if he had traveled back to the Republic of China. Mr. Lu, you must try the pastries from Yuan Fuji here, especially the osmanthus cake, Chen Qian introduced to Lu Feng. Is that so? Then I'll listen to you tonight, you arrange it, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Chen Qian immediately took him to Yuan Fuji. Boss, 1 serving of osmanthus cake, and a box of assorted pastries, Chen Qian said to the owner. Since it was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, there weren't many people in the old street yet. It would be bustling with people in the evening, so there was basically no need to queue for buying things now. Mr. Lu, try this, Chen Qian said, holding up a piece of osmanthus cake to Lu Feng. Looking at the osmanthus cake in Chen Qian's hand, Lu Feng took it, put it in his mouth, and it was indeed as delicious as Chen Qian had recommended. The fragrance of osmanthus rushed to his heart, and the soft, glutinous texture was also quite good. Eating a piece seemed to clear away a day's fatigue. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lu Feng enjoy it so much, Chen Qian also started eating from the box. Mr. Lu, eat slowly. I still have a box of assorted pastries here for you to try, Chen Qian said with her mouth full of pastries, speaking indistinctly. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng took the box of assorted pastries from her hand, took out a piece of water chestnut cake, and put it in his mouth. It really is quite good, Lu Feng thought to himself. The two continued to walk and eat the pastries until Chen Qian spotted a stall selling stinky tofu and quickly pulled Lu Feng over. Boss, give me 2 servings of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, do you eat spicy food? Chen Qian turned to ask. I can eat a little, Lu Feng replied. Then 1 serving extra spicy and 1 serving mildly spicy, Chen Qian told the owner. Alright, the owner agreed and began frying the stinky tofu. Before long, 2 steaming servings of stinky tofu were ready. Taking the 2 servings from the owner, Chen Qian handed the mildly spicy one to Lu Feng and eagerly started eating the other. Seeing how much Chen Qian enjoyed it, Lu Feng also began to eat. The two kept strolling and eating until it was already evening, each holding a serving of yellow wine milk tea as they walked out of the old street. Mr. Lu, let's take a rickshaw to dinner. You must experience the old street's rickshaw, it's a taste of the travel style from the Republic of China, Chen Qian suggested while sipping her milk tea. Alright, let's sit for a bit, Lu Feng said, looking at the rickshaw in front of him, feeling quite curious. After all, he had only seen rickshaws in movies and TV shows before, so experiencing one was nice. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Qian stepped forward to negotiate the price with the rickshaw driver. Uncle, can you make it a bit cheaper? It's too expensive. We're both so light, it won't take much effort for you, Chen Qian said to the driver. Oh, little girl, this is already the best price I can offer, the driver replied helplessly. Please, just a little cheaper, uncle, I'm begging you, Chen Qian continued. Alright, the lowest I can go is 80, the driver agreed. Hee, thank you, boss, Chen Qian quickly thanked him, paid the fare, and ran back to Lu Feng. Okay, all set, President Lu, let's go, Chen Qian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Qian got into the rickshaw together, enjoying the gentle breeze blowing towards them. Sitting in the rickshaw, Lu Feng comfortably closed his eyes, as if all his unhappiness could drift away with the wind. Before long, the rickshaw driver brought them to their destination. We're here, you can get off now, the driver said. Hearing the driver's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and got down with Chen Qian. Thank you, boss, Lu Feng and Chen Qian said in unison. You're welcome. Have fun, the driver replied, then pulled the rickshaw away. So, how was it, President Lu? Feeling good? Chen Qian asked. It feels really nice, the experience is great, Lu Feng agreed. But are you sure you can still eat? Lu Feng expressed his doubt. Of course, President Lu, don't underestimate me, Chen Qian responded. Then Chen Qian led Lu Feng into a quaint little restaurant with a nostalgic vibe. Watching Chen Qian order with familiarity, Lu Feng felt she must come here often. You must come here to eat often, right? Lu Feng asked. Yeah, we usually choose this place for gatherings with some girlfriends. The owner is a true local from Shanghai, and he cooks authentic Shanghainese dishes that are absolutely delicious, Chen Qian explained. After sitting for about 10 minutes, the dishes they ordered began to arrive one after another. stir-fried eel strips, Shanghai braised pork, fragrant scallion oil chicken. All famous local dishes from Shanghai. President Liu, hurry up and try it, the taste is really amazing, Xinxian urged Lu Feng. Looking at the mouth-watering food in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and start eating. Is it good, President Liu? Xinxian asked with eager anticipation. It's delicious, the flavor is really great, Lu Feng nodded in praise. After about half an hour, the two of them had devoured all the food on the table in a whirlwind. President Liu, have some water, Xinxian said as she got up to pour a glass of water for Lu Feng. They both sat back in their chairs to rest for a while before finally leaving the restaurant. After refusing Xinxian's offer to take him home, Lu Feng took a taxi back by himself. Once home, Lu Feng went straight to the elevator without saying a word, heading down to the parking lot to check if the bodyguards and drivers were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked convoy in the underground garage, but not a single person around, that Lu Feng believed they had indeed left after their shift. After a quick wash-up, Lu Feng lay on his bed, slowly falling into deep thought. From having nothing just a few days ago, with his girlfriend running off with someone else because he was broke, to now possessing a fortune worth billions, with a bank account holding a 9-digit sum, this drastic change in just a few days felt unreal to Lu Feng. Not to mention, he had also slapped his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his nemesis in the face, just like in the novels. What a satisfying feeling. But unconsciously, the figure of Shen Shuyuan resurfaced in Lu Feng's mind. Although he considered himself quite impressive now, it seemed insignificant compared to Shen Shuyuan's background. Indeed, Lu Feng had learned some of Shen Shuyuan's background from the last class reunion. Someone who could get a personal phone call from a big shot in the Magic City definitely had a remarkable background. Anyway, Lu Feng, who was worth tens of billions now, couldn't even afford to invite her. To put it bluntly, not only could he not invite her, but it would also be difficult to even meet her. After all, she was a truly top-tier figure, a person who was extremely busy, and for an ordinary person to meet her was already a great honor. The pressure is so great, Lu Feng thought to himself as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Ugh, so narcissistic, he doesn't even know if Shen Shuyuan likes him, yet he dares to think so much, really shameless. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up because Wang Shui from Times Square called to say that the rent had been collected and transferred to Lu Feng's bank account. After hanging up, Lu Feng saw the text message from the bank with a long string of numbers and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, collecting rent feels great, Lu Feng muttered to himself. Just as he was about to go out for breakfast, his phone rang again. It was his sister, Lu Yanran. Brother, hurry and come pick me up at the airport, I'm already in the Magic City. Ha! Hearing this, Lu Feng was a bit stunned and quickly asked, wasn't it supposed to be in a couple of days? Why did you come today? Brother, did you forget? I told you the date was today. How could you forget? Men are really unreliable. Lu Yanran's voice on the phone was filled with anger, clearly very upset that her brother had forgotten about her. Lu Feng could hear the anger in her words and couldn't help but grimace. How could he forget his own sister? Okay, wait for me at the airport, I'll be right there. Not daring to delay for a moment, Lu Feng quickly replied, then hung up the phone, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out, not even having time for breakfast. Driving the Mercedes G-Class on the road, Lu Feng experienced the feeling of being a rich second generation. The sensation of steering with one hand was indeed nice. Due to the morning rush hour traffic, what should have been a journey of just over half an hour took Lu Feng more than an hour to reach the airport. As soon as he arrived at the parking lot, he called Lu Yanran. The call connected, and naturally, he had to endure a wave of complaints from his sister, but this was indeed his fault. Lu Feng quickly promised to treat her to a big meal as compensation, and only then did Lu Yanran relent. Brother, I'm here. A crisp voice rang out, and as Lu Feng was looking around, he heard someone calling him and turned to look. To his surprise, it was his little sister, Lu Yanran. You made it hard for me to find you, little sister. Lu Feng took the suitcase from her hand with familiarity. Although it had been almost 4 years since they last met, they felt no estrangement at all. Brother, I missed you so much. Lu Yanran suddenly threw herself into Lu Feng's arms, hugging him tightly. Lu Feng was a bit taken aback by his sister's sudden action, but he quickly reacted and gently patted her head. I missed you too. After not seeing you for years, my little girl has grown into a beautiful young lady. I almost didn't recognize you just now. You don't miss me at all. If you did, why haven't you come back all these years? Lu Yanran pouted, her lips sticking out like she could hang a beer bottle on them. Brother has to make money, right? Without money, how can I buy you gifts and provide you with a good life? Alright, stop hugging so tightly, people might misunderstand. You don't want your brother to be single for a lifetime, do you? Then you'll be single for the rest of your life. Lu Yanran still felt a bit resentful, but she obediently released her arms. Alright, don't be angry. To make it up to you, I'll cover all your expenses in the Magic City from now on. Lu Feng waved his hand grandly, looking quite generous, and walked towards the car with the suitcase in tow. Seeing her brother like this, Lu Yenran couldn't help but chuckle and quickly chased after him, just like when they were kids going to school together. Bro, isn't the airport passage over there? We can't catch a taxi this way. As Lu Feng walked further away, Lu Yenran hurriedly reminded him. What taxi? I have my own car. Lu Feng stopped, opened the trunk of the G-Class, and stuffed the luggage inside. What, this car is yours? Lu Yenran was surprised to see the G-Class. As a girl, she didn't know much about cars, but she could recognize a Mercedes G-Class. This was a luxury car worth millions. Even a boss worth tens of millions might not be able to afford it. How could her brother afford it? You didn't win the lottery, did you, bro? Lu Yenran immediately thought of a possibility. Besides winning the lottery, she couldn't think of any other way someone could suddenly become rich. What lottery? Do I look like someone who puts hope in buying lottery tickets? I earned this through my own hard work. Lu Feng patted his chest, looking very tough. After saying that, he directly opened the back seat of the G-Class and shoved the still-talking Lu Yenran inside, then started the car and drove away. Watching Lu Feng drive, Lu Yenran reached out and patted him. Bro, this car is really yours? Where did you get so much money? You weren't taken care of by a rich woman, were you? Lu Yenran had a sudden thought and came up with another possibility. Although I don't think you're handsome, that doesn't stop other girls from thinking you are. Those love letters from girls back in school are proof of that. Come on, which rich woman is it? Is she in her 50s or 60s, or a young beauty in her 20s or 30s? Hearing this, Lu Feng nearly ground his teeth. Lu Yen, shut your mouth. This is really my car, not a gift from some rich woman. Then where did you get this car? Don't tell me you bought it with your own money. This car cost several million. Faced with Lu Feng, who was about to explode, Lu Yenran stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. I partnered with someone to start a company, and the business is doing well, so I bought this car to serve as a facade. After all, a car is a man's business card, and having a luxury car helps in securing deals. Not wanting to reveal the system, Lu Feng casually made up an excuse. Then where did you get the money? You know, in the past 3 years, Dad has sent you money, and you haven't touched a single cent. Lu Yenran was even more puzzled upon hearing that Lu Feng started a company. Starting a company requires a large amount of capital, and she didn't believe that Lu Feng could earn such a large sum just by doing odd jobs. I didn't have money, I invested my skills. Alright, I know you have a lot of questions right now, but can you keep them to yourself for now? I'll explain everything when we get back. Lu Feng hurriedly interrupted Lu Yenran, who was about to ask more. The more one says, the more likely they are to slip up. If he kept talking, there might be some loopholes. The car fell silent again. Due to the early flight, Lu Yenran had woken up early that day, and soon she dozed off in a daze. Looking at his sleeping sister, a trace of brotherly affection crossed Lu Feng's eyes. Don't worry, little girl, I now have the ability to give you a good life. Silence filled the air as the car quickly drove into the Guolan International Community. Fortunately, Lu Yenran in the back seat was still asleep. Otherwise, she would have been shocked by the luxurious scene of the community. After parking in the underground garage, Lu Feng got out of the car and woke up the sleeping Lu Yenran. Brother, are we there? The little girl rubbed her eyes and yawned. Yes, we've arrived. Let's go upstairs and rest. We won't go out to play today. Once you're well rested, I'll take you to explore the Magic City properly, Lu Feng said as he took out the luggage from the trunk. Oh, I'll listen to you. Lu Yenran nodded, realizing that in her current state, she wasn't fit to go out. Soon, the two took the elevator to the entrance. When she saw the incredibly luxurious armored door, Lu Yenran finally reacted. Brother, did you take a wrong turn? Is this really where we're supposed to be? As she spoke, she surveyed the layout of the corridor, her eyes filled with shock. What do you mean wrong turn? This is where I live, Lu Feng said, putting down his suitcase, wearing an expression that seemed to say, aren't I impressive? Sigma? What? You bought this? How much did it cost? You can buy a house in the Magic City now, Lu Yenran exclaimed, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Not much, just about 100 million or so, Lu Feng replied casually, as if 100 million was merely $100 to him. 100 million. Upon hearing the price, Lu Yenran shouted. Based on their family's previous income, it would take 500 years to afford this house. While she was still in shock, Lu Feng had already opened the entrance door with his pupils. Let's go, come in. Why are you standing at the door? Lu Feng said and walked directly into the room. Realizing what was happening, Lu Yenran hurriedly followed. Brother, let me stick with you. Just give me 2 or 3,000 a month, and I'll be fine. What are you thinking? The most important thing for you now is to finish your studies before considering anything else, Lu Feng rejected without a second thought. If their uncle found out that his precious daughter came to the Magic City and was coaxed into skipping school, with his temper, he would come over from their hometown directly. Okay. Lu Yenran pouted, looking unhappy upon hearing Lu Feng's words. But soon, she was captivated by the luxurious decor of the room. Wow! This is where you live? This is too luxurious, too extravagant. This hall is probably as big as our house, and this balcony is longer than my life. Lu Yenran said in astonishment to Lu Feng. This was the first time she had encountered such a large house, especially in a super first-tier city like the Magic City. Do you like it? If you do, I'll keep a room for you. You can come over whenever you want, Lu Feng said indulgently. Really? Lu Yenran hurriedly asked. Of course. Later, I'll take your fingerprint, and you can choose a room. You can come here whenever you want. Thank you, brother. You're too good to me. Lu Yenran excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Feng again, but this time they quickly separated. After Lu Yenran had explored the entire spacious flat, Lu Feng finally took her to the room he had prepared earlier. This is the room I prepared for you. Rest well, and I'll take you out for a nice meal tonight. With that, he gently stepped out. Looking at the room her brother had prepared for her, with her favorite colored sheets on the bed and a large collection of dolls on it, Lu Yenran's eyes turned red again. Brother, you are so good to me. Just as Lu Yenran was secretly touched, Lu Feng had already returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Because he had left early in the morning, he still didn't know what the system had refreshed today. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng hurriedly focused his mind to enter the system, and with his arrival, the system's prompt sound rang on time. Ding! The limited time flash sale system has refreshed. Today's refreshed items are as follows. 1 Augusta Westland AW109, civilian helicopter worth 62 million renminbi, 1 Xianyun Manor, worth 1.8 billion renminbi, Magic City Pulley Hotel, worth 740 million renminbi. What good luck this time, the refreshed items are all pretty good. Looking at the items refreshed by the system, Lu Feng felt a bit excited. However, he soon suffered from decision paralysis. The first helicopter, although Lu Feng really wanted to experience what it felt like to fly a plane, he couldn't fly, and a helicopter isn't something you can just buy and fly, it involves air routes and many other things, so he couldn't choose that for now. The second Xianyun Manor, he didn't even know where it was, but it should be a manor, otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. But now he had a place to stay, so he didn't really need this. He hoped for a refreshed industry because an industry could help him make money. And the third was an industry he liked, a hotel. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary hotel, as a super luxury hotel. Pulley Hotel could rank among the top 10 in the entire Magic City, so he was very tempted. Just as Lu Feng was considering whether to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much more do I need to upgrade? Ding! Querying calculation, the host's net worth result is as follows. 1% of Ferrari Group shares worth 1 billion renminbi, 10% of Tianyu Group shares worth 2 billion renminbi, 1 Times Square worth 1.5 billion renminbi, top modification team worth 1 billion renminbi, 1 Guolan International flat worth 740 million renminbi. Looking at his net worth approaching 7 billion, Lu Feng was very happy. But thinking that the system needed 10 billion in net worth to upgrade, and that the upgraded system could refresh characters and open a mall, he thought for a long time. Lu Feng still decided to choose 2 because adding the manor's 1.8 billion would be almost 9 billion, and if he was lucky tomorrow, he might be able to upgrade the system. System, I choose 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding! The host has made a choice, option 2, 1 Xianyun Manor, please go to Xianyun Manor to sign for it. The system's mechanical voice came out, devoid of any emotion. Ha! I have to go to the place to sign for it. Alright, then I'll go over now. Seeing the system change the signing method again, Lu Feng's tone was a bit helpless, and then he exited the system. After greeting Lu Yenran, he left directly. Following the location given by the system, Lu Feng drove until he was almost out of the Magic City before stopping. Looking at the asphalt road leading up the mountain, Lu Feng pressed the gas pedal and drove up. It wasn't until he was close to the mountain top that he finally saw the so-called manor. At this time, a few people in suits were standing at the entrance of the manor, and seeing a large G vehicle approaching, they hurriedly prepared to welcome him. Screech with a stomp on the brakes, the car stopped beside the suited men, and Lu Feng opened the car door and got out. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello, I am the person in charge of this manor transfer, you can call me Xiao Xiao, the leading man said hurriedly. Hello, thank you for making the trip, Lu Feng nodded indifferently. It's no trouble, serving you is our honor, the man replied. Then let's take a look at the house. Looking at the vast estate before him, Lu Feng was somewhat impatient. Sure, please follow me. Hearing Lu Feng's request to see the house, Xiao Zhao quickly agreed. Mr. Lu, this is the entrance gate made of special alloy, which is bulletproof, and the gate is equipped with the most advanced self-recognition system that can easily identify whether a person or vehicle belongs to the estate. If it detects an outsider trying to break in, the gate will close instantly, and a second gate will emerge from below for defense. Xiao Zhao pointed at the estate's gate and began to introduce it to Lu Feng. Listening to the introduction, Lu Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was astonished. After finishing the introduction of the gate, Xiao Zhao began to introduce the walls. The entire estate covers nearly 70 acres, all surrounded by walls, and the surface of the walls is covered with a layer of alloy steel plate that is 2 centimeters thick. Even the top of the walls is equipped with high-voltage electric nets and monitors. As soon as the monitors detect someone attempting to climb over the walls, the high-voltage electric nets will activate instantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was more than satisfied. This was simply a fortress. He wouldn't even be afraid if a biohazard crisis occurred. Subsequently, the group entered the estate. Mr. Lu, the layout you see now was personally arranged by a master of Suzhou landscaping. From the rockery to every tree and flower here, including the small river, everything was constructed strictly according to Su-style landscaping methods. After quickly introducing the layout of the estate, Xiao Zhao finally led Lu Feng to the location of the villa. There, 3 auxiliary villas formed a triangular formation, tightly surrounding the main villa in the center, while a small river about 2 meters wide flowed gently around the several villas. Mr. Lu, the main villa has 4 floors above ground and 3 underground, totaling 7 floors. The exterior walls of the 4 above-ground floors are divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is designed in an ancient style, then there is a 5 centimeter thick alloy steel plate, and the innermost layer is a concrete wall that is 40 centimeters thick. Wow, this is incredible. Is this an estate or a safe house? Was the previous owner so afraid of dying? Upon hearing that even the walls were embedded with alloy steel plates, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Seeing Lu Feng remain so calm after hearing all this, Xiao Zhao secretly speculated about Lu Feng's background, wondering what kind of big shot could be so composed. It should be noted that when he first learned about these houses, he was so shocked that it took him half a day to react. Next, the group toured the entire villa, introducing the hall, reception room, rest area, entertainment area, gym, and study. Finally, they took the elevator to the basement, where Lu Feng was most shocked to find that the 3rd underground level was actually a shelter, capable of storing food for over a dozen people for a year, equipped with air purification and drinking water purification systems. Moreover, the entire estate had also invested heavily in an intelligence system, meaning that in the future, Lu Feng could control everything in the estate from the main villa, including the monitoring and defense systems. After learning about the details of the estate, Lu Feng sighed inwardly that he was still far from being a true wealthy person. His perspective was still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao briefly introduced the other 3 villas. Of course, they could not compare to the main villa. The other 3 villas only had 3 floors above ground and 2 underground, and their level of protection was also inferior to that of the main villa. After the introduction, Lu Feng directly asked Xiao Zhao to bring out the transfer certificate and signed it without hesitation. Having completed his task, Xiao Zhao did not linger and left with his staff. Watching Xiao Zhao and his group walk away, Lu Feng eagerly began to operate the estate system. Entering the defense interface, after seeing Xiao Zhao and the others drive away from the surveillance, Lu Feng immediately activated the defense system. The manor's main gate quickly closed, and then a fully enclosed gate made of alloy rose from the ground, while the high-voltage electric fence on the walls instantly powered up. He then accessed the surveillance system, observing the entire manor under the watchful eye of the cameras, and felt satisfied as he stepped back out. I should find some bodyguards to patrol a bit, and that should be fine, Lu Feng murmured as he looked at the empty manor. If it weren't for the complete gun ban in Huagua, he would have wanted to get a few guns for self-defense. Just as Lu Feng was wandering around the manor, people from other manors on the mountain learned that the manor at the top had a new owner. Who on earth is it that can take over the manor at the top of the mountain? I remember I offered 2 billion to buy it, but they wouldn't sell it to me, an elderly man in a tang suit said, gazing towards the summit, talking to himself. There are only 18 manors on this mountain, and each manor's owner is a prominent figure in Modu or even all of Huagua. Trying to acquire a manor from these people is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The idle cloud manor at the top of the mountain has been bought. Interesting, said an imposing elder in another manor, exuding a chilling aura. You need to go to the top manor immediately and deliver an invitation to the owner there, saying that my old man is celebrating his birthday in a few days and would like him to come over for a gathering. Yes, the servant replied and turned to carry out the order. At this moment, Lu Feng had finished touring the entire manor and was about to leave, but before he could get into his car, someone called out to him. Sir, please wait. A young man rushed over quickly. Is there something you need? Lu Feng asked, sizing up the person in front of him. It's like this, our old master asked me to come and deliver an invitation to you, hoping to gather with you, the young man said, taking out an invitation and handing it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation in confusion. He didn't know their old master, so why would he be invited? Just as Lu Feng was about to refuse, the servant hurriedly said, our old master's surname is Yi, and his name is Min. What the hell? Lu Feng was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was all too familiar with that name. Yi Weiman, the name of the top leader in Modu, a person of immense influence. But what puzzled him was that there was no connection between them, so why would such a big shot want to find him? Sensing Lu Feng's confusion, the servant explained. It turned out that Yi Weiman lived here and had heard about the new neighbor moving in, and coincidentally, his old man was turning 70 in a few days, so he wanted to invite him to join the celebration. After hearing this explanation, Lu Feng finally felt relieved. Alright, I understand. Please tell the old master that I will definitely come to wish him a happy birthday. After hearing this, the servant took his leave. Lu Feng didn't delay, starting his car and driving down the mountain, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement. There was no way around it. The top leader of Modu, a big shot among big shots, had actually invited him to the birthday banquet. Anyone would be thrilled. Meanwhile, after returning, the servant also mentioned Lu Feng to the elder. You mean a young man only about 23 or 24 years old? The elder asked skeptically. Yes, the servant confirmed. After receiving the servant's confirmation, the elder fell into deep thought. Is he a descendant of someone from the capital, or one of those cultivated heirs from the families? The elder murmured to himself. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get an answer now, as Lu Feng was already on his way home. With a click, the door opened, and seeing the living room empty, Lu Feng walked to the door of his room and knocked. Yanran, get up. I'm taking you out for dinner, Lu Feng said from outside the door. Got it, big brother, I'll get up right away, came the groggy voice of Lu Yanran from inside. Hearing that his sister had responded, Lu Feng plopped down on the living room sofa. After a while, Lu Yanran, rubbing her eyes, walked out. Brother, you're back, Lu Yanran yawned. Yeah, just got back, and I'm taking you out for dinner, Lu Feng said while sitting on the sofa. Can we not go? I'm so sleepy, I don't want to go out, Lu Yanran said, looking completely drained. But we still need to eat. By the looks of you, I bet you didn't have lunch, Lu Feng remarked, noticing her lack of energy. Well, brother, I was just too tired, so I didn't get up for a meal. Then we definitely need to go eat. Come on, I know a really good place. I'll take you there, Lu Feng said, standing up and heading out first. Oh, fine, just wait for me a moment, I need to wash up and put on some makeup, Lu Yanran replied, unable to resist Lu Feng's insistence. Okay, try to be quick. I'll wait for you in the car, and remember to lock the door. Got it. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, Lu Yanran finally came out, proving that it really is a hassle for girls to get ready to go out. Where are we going to eat? Lu Feng asked as he started the car. I don't know, you decide. You're familiar with Shanghai anyway, Lu Yanran replied, fiddling with her nails and not looking up. Then let's go to Ruiju. I hope they still have seats at this hour, Lu Feng decided, seeing she had no particular destination in mind. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang, and Lu Feng pulled it out to answer. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng asked, looking at the unfamiliar number on his phone. It's me, Shen Sujuan, came the voice on the other end. Hearing Shen Sujuan's voice, Lu Feng's hand shook, nearly causing him to crash into the guardrail. What are you doing, big brother, trying to kill us? Lu Yanran exclaimed, startled. Upon hearing a girl's voice on the line, Shen Sujuan became curious. What, do you have someone with you? Am I interrupting? Realizing Shen Sujuan had misunderstood, Lu Feng quickly explained, no, it's my sister. She's come to hang out with me, and I'm just about to take her out for dinner. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Sujuan relaxed her tense grip and returned to her gentle demeanor. So, in a couple of days, there's a birthday celebration for an elder, and I wanted to invite you to come with me because I'm afraid it might be a bit lonely alone, Shen Sujuan said softly. Hearing that Shen Sujuan wanted to invite him to the gathering, Lu Feng felt a surge of excitement and quickly agreed. Seeing Lu Feng's agreement, Shen Sujuan's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, Lu classmate. I was actually going to invite you to dinner today, but since you're with family, let's do it in a couple of days. However, when Lu Feng heard that Shen Sujuan wanted to treat him to dinner, he immediately chose to abandon Lu Yanran. What does a sister matter when it comes to one's own lifelong happiness? It's fine, she actually doesn't want me to tag along. I'll drop her off at her destination, then I'll come find you, Lu Feng said hurriedly. Won't that delay you? No, I'll add you as a friend, then you can send me the location, and I'll head over later, Lu Feng suggested, asking to add Shen Sujuan as a friend. Alright then, I'll wait for you, Shen Sujuan's gentle voice came through the phone before she hung up. After ending the call, Lu Feng immediately turned his attention to Lu Yanran. You can go eat by yourself. I have something to take care of, he said, and without waiting for Lu Yanran to respond, he pulled out his phone and transferred her 10,000 yuan. Lu Yanran, who could hear the entire conversation, did not believe this excuse. Bro, you're not lying to me, right? I just heard a girl talking on the phone. It can't be your girlfriend, can it? No, it's just work-related. I've transferred the money to you, and I'll drop you off at the old street in the Magic City later. You can take a good stroll, Lu Feng directly denied it. Alright then, I'll go explore by myself. Lu Yanran could only agree upon seeing this. Then, Lu Feng stepped on the gas and drove to the old street, dropping Lu Yanran off before turning around and leaving. Following the location given by Shen Shuyuan, Lu Feng sped along and successfully arrived at his destination. After parking the car, he called Shen Shuyuan to ask where she was. I'm at the small tavern by the river. You can see me as soon as you arrive. Upon hearing this, he jogged to the so-called Riverside Tavern. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Feng said as he arrived at the entrance, seeing Shen Shuyuan waiting for him with a hint of apology. I just got here too. I suddenly invited you to dinner today. I hope I didn't disturb you. Shen Shuyuan smiled slightly, her voice very gentle. No, I'm just here to drive. Now that I've dropped her off at her destination, I have nothing else to do. Okay, let's go in, Shen Shuyuan said, leading Lu Feng inside. Sitting on a chair, looking at the cozy decor of the tavern and then at Shen Shuyuan in front of him, Lu Feng found himself momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Shen Shuyuan asked with a smile upon seeing Lu Feng's silence. No, I'm just too hot. I didn't react in time, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. Then the two sat in the tavern, sipping drinks and chatting lightly, just like a couple in love. Suddenly, Shen Shuyuan changed the topic, looking at Lu Feng. Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're no longer just an ordinary college graduate. Hearing Shen Shuyuan's somewhat intimate address, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why do you say I'm not an ordinary college graduate? Lu Feng pretended to be confused, knowing full well. Shen Shuyuan smiled at his response. Ordinary people can't scare a boss with connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world into kneeling with just a phone call. I was just lucky to know someone from his superior company to handle it, Lu Feng humbly replied, not wanting anyone to know about the system's existence, not even those closest to him. Then why are you driving such a nice car today? Shen Shuyuan directly exposed his excuse. I guess it's just lucky that my business succeeded, Lu Feng scratched the back of his head and said with a silly smile. Congratulations, seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to say more, Shen Shuyuan raised her glass to clink with his. Then Shen Shuyuan spoke again. Do you remember I mentioned on the phone a few days ago that I wanted you to accompany me to someone's birthday celebration? I remember. Didn't you say you were afraid it would be boring to go alone? Do you know the name of the person whose birthday it is? Shen Shuyuan's face revealed a mysterious smile. I don't know, how would I know? You just told me today, Lu Feng replied, puzzled. His name is Yi Weiman, the former top leader of the Magic City, Shen Shuyuan said in a calm tone, mentioning a significant figure. Lu Feng was stunned, he didn't expect it to be old Yi. Just not long ago, he had received an invitation from old Yi to gather, and now he found out Shen Shuyuan was also taking him along. What a coincidence! Shen Shuyuan looked at the surprised Lu Feng and smiled faintly, secretly amused. Feng, are you shocked? He. Why are you bringing me along with such a big shot? Lu Feng asked Shen Shuyuan. Nothing much, just that I was bored alone, so I brought you along. You know, I don't have many friends here, Shen Shuyuan said lazily. Is it really just because you're bored? This is the former top leader of Magic City. If you were to sell this opportunity, I bet it would be snatched up for $1 billion, Lu Feng said, looking unconvinced. You should know by now that I have a significant background, Shen Shuyuan replied, not answering the question. I know, Lu Feng was taken aback and exhaled. I come from the imperial capital, one of the 4 great families, Li, Yi, Shen, and Wang. I am from the Shen family, Shen Shuyuan slowly revealed her background. Hearing that Shen Shuyuan was from the Shen family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng was not surprised at all, as he had already guessed it. With the surname Shen, transferring from the imperial capital a year ago, and having the current top leader of Magic City personally escort her, only the Shen family could pull that off. You must have guessed it long ago, right? Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng, her gentle gaze seemingly melting him. Lu Feng did not respond, as he was pondering why Shen Shuyuan was telling him all this. Noticing Lu Feng's silence, Shen Shuyuan continued, I don't have much time left. My family has arranged a political marriage for me with the pride of the Li family in the imperial capital. The two families want to use this marriage to vie for that supreme position. Boom! This statement struck Lu Feng's mind like thunder, leaving him sitting in his chair, dazed for a long time. He truly did not expect Shen Shuyuan to reveal such a significant secret to him, and upon hearing that she was about to enter a political marriage, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. What does this have to do with you bringing me to old Master Ye's birthday banquet? Lu Feng asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Because I know you have achieved a little success now, so I plan to help you grow up faster. Shen Shuyuan slowly explained the reason. What? Help me grow up faster? Why? Lu Feng was even more confused at this point. Because the boy I like is still too weak. Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng tenderly, her affection unmistakable. Hearing her words, Lu Feng's mind went blank, sitting motionless in his chair until a long time passed before he regained his senses. What? What do you mean by that? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shen Shuyuan looked at the excited Lu Feng, smiled slightly, and stood up to leave. Seeing Shen Shuyuan leaving, Lu Feng hurriedly chased after her. Wait, what do you mean by that? Who exactly are you? Lu Feng grabbed Shen Shuyuan's soft, delicate arm. The moment he held onto her, he was captivated by that gentle touch. Noticing Lu Feng holding her arm, Shen Shuyuan was not angry. She gently took his hand down and lightly caressed his face. Ah Feng, knowing so much now isn't good for you. You need to work hard to become stronger, she said softly. After saying that, Shen Shuyuan left, leaving Lu Feng standing there alone. In the Maybach, Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng not far away, her feelings no longer suppressed. Ah Feng, I'm sorry, but this is all I can do now. If you can gain old Master Ye's strong support, then there might be a possibility for us. Although I've told you so much in advance, putting so much pressure on you, I believe you can do it because we really don't have much time left. On the other side, a dazed Lu Feng didn't know how he got home. He only knew someone had called a driver for him, and then he found himself on the bed in his bedroom. Lu Yenran had not returned yet, but she already had the fingerprint on the door, so Lu Feng was not worried about her not coming back. He lay on the bed and, aided by the effects of alcohol, fell into a muddled sleep. The next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a series of popping sounds. When he got up, he found that Lu Yenran was preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen looked like it had been ransacked, the dining table was set with fried eggs, heated sandwiches, and prepared oatmeal. Seeing Lu Feng up, Lu Yenran quickly called out, Brother, you're up. Hurry and wash up, and try my cooking. Hearing Lu Yenran's voice, Lu Feng instantly understood that the sounds from the kitchen were from breakfast preparation. To not disappoint his sister's good intentions, he forced himself to wash up and then sat down at the dining table. Looking at the fried eggs that had been cooked to a charred black, Lu Feng's expression turned sour. But seeing his sister's expectant gaze, he had no choice but to suppress his fear and put the burnt egg in his mouth. However, he still underestimated the power of the charred egg. The moment it entered his mouth, it was filled with a bitter and burnt taste. It felt less like eating an egg and more like eating charcoal. Is it good, brother? Not bad. Lu Feng struggled to swallow the egg and then praised Lu Yenran. Hearing her brother's compliment, Lu Yenran's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Hee, I knew my cooking was great. There's plenty more, brother, eat more. Saying this, Lu Yenran pushed 4 or 5 charred fried eggs from the plate in front of Lu Feng. Staring at the dark cuisine before him, Lu Feng was momentarily speechless, but to avoid hurting his sister's feelings, he gritted his teeth and quickly finished all the food, then ran back to his room without looking back. This bizarre scene left Lu Yenran confused. What's going on? Why are you running so fast? On the other side, Lu Feng returned to his room, not even having time to check what the system had refreshed today, and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Just when he had managed to vomit most of it out, his stomach gurgled again, and a wave of urgency hit him, forcing him to sit back down on the toilet. Pop pop pop. About 10 minutes later, a pale Lu Feng leaned against the wall as he walked out. He thought to himself that he could never eat Lu Yenran's cooking again and lay down on the bed to open the system. Ding, today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The results are as follows. Tenlong Hotel, valued at 1.9 billion renminbi. Yushin Community, a building, valued at 10 renminbi. 500 million renminbi. Exchange card, valued at 500 million renminbi. Upon seeing the first option, Lu Feng felt the name Tenlong Hotel was familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the place of the recent class reunion? It had actually been brought over by the system. Lu Feng thought about it and looked at the second option, a building. He knew that his dream was to be a landlord. Just waiting to collect money would be so enjoyable. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because he didn't need money right now. I'll choose the first one. After all, the system is about to upgrade. With this one, 8 billion, my net worth can break 10 billion. Thinking about the system upgrade, Lu Feng ultimately chose the most expensive Tinglong Hotel. Ding, the host has made a choice. Choice 1, the Tinglong Hotel transfer agreement has been placed on the host's bedside table, the system's calm voice prompted. Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately placed the transfer agreement beside him, hurriedly exited the system interface, and quickly saw the transfer agreement on the bedside table. He picked it up and swiftly signed it. After signing, Lu Feng noticed that the system had not yet upgraded and returned to the system interface. System, why haven't you upgraded yet? In response to Lu Feng's inquiry, the system immediately replied. Ding, system upgrades require the host's consent. Consent, I consent, hurry up and upgrade. Ding detected that the host's net worth has exceeded 10 billion, the system will begin upgrading. The upgrade time is 24 hours, during which the system will fall into a dormant state. Please prepare accordingly, the system replied, and then fell silent. System? System? After calling out a couple of times with no response, Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally upgrading, I'm so looking forward to the changes in the secondary system. I can refresh characters, open them all to buy things, tsk, just thinking about it makes me happy, Lu Feng muttered to himself. Shinsu Yuan, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. I will build a huge business empire to prove to the Shin family that I, Lu Feng, can be a family on my own. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shinsu Yuan and secretly made up his mind. But first, let's go check out my Tinglong Hotel, and I can take Yanran out for a nice meal, Lu Feng thought as he opened the door and walked out. With Lu Yanran, Lu Feng drove out. Girl, when you want to go back, just let me know, and I'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and said, Ah, really? That's great. Mom and Dad have been missing you, they will definitely be very happy to know you're back. Lu Yanran immediately jumped up happily upon hearing this. Don't get too excited yet, you need to keep what you see over the next few days a secret. Don't say anything when we go back, I don't want them to worry. To prevent his sister, who often got him into trouble, from spilling the beans, he took precautions in advance. If Lu Yanran really revealed what he was up to, their honest uncle and aunt would surely be shocked. He didn't want to worry the two elders. In no time, the two arrived at Tinglong Hotel. Just as they parked the car and were about to go in, Lu Feng saw someone he least wanted to see, Chu Fan, who also spotted him at that moment. Oh, still driving a big G, bringing a little beauty to show off, is this car rented? Chu Fan sneered as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Brother, who is this? Lu Yanran asked. Just a jerk, no need to pay attention to him, let's go. Lu Feng ignored him, as their standing was different, and the scenery they saw was also different. He was too lazy to argue with Chu Fan now. However, Lu Feng's indifference only fueled Chu Fan's arrogance, and he turned to Lu Yanran, saying, Beauty, don't be fooled, this guy is just a poor loser. He must have rented this Mercedes, and he definitely can't afford the food in this Tinglong Hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran understood that this incessantly talking man must be her brother's rival, and naturally, she showed no good face to Chu Fan. I want to, and even if he's poor, I'm willing to follow him, even if it's just to drink cold water, Lu Yanran retorted directly. Hearing this, Chu Fan was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what kind of charm Lu Feng had that made the girl so devoted. Lu Feng certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock his rival, immediately chiming in, although I don't have much money, what can I do? Who told me I look handsome? Damn, Chu Fan cursed inwardly, yet he was helpless because Lu Feng was indeed handsome. So, what are you, young Master Chu, doing here? Are you going to treat your classmates again? At this moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Chu Fan proudly puffed out his chest. Today my father is hosting a banquet for others, and he asked me to come over and prepare in advance. How about it, you poor loser? Besides the last time I generously invited you over for a meal, you probably won't be able to come here again in your lifetime. As Chu Fan was saying this, he was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected voice. Xiao Fan, what are you doing over there? Have you taken care of the matters I asked you to? A middle-aged man approached with a group of people. Hearing his father's question, Chu Fan hurried over, saying he had everything ready and was just waiting for them to arrive. Chu's father nodded and then turned his gaze to Lu Fengjing. Is this your friend? No, I wouldn't be friends with someone like this pretentious fool, just coming here to save face, Chu Fan said disdainfully. Upon hearing his son say that he wasn't his friend, Chu's father simply walked away, as he had other guests to entertain and didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Watching his father leave, Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to mock Lu Feng anymore and hurriedly followed behind. After a few people walked away, Lu Yanran finally asked, Brother, was that your rival just now? No, just a self-righteous jerk, Lu Feng replied. Let's go, we're taking over this hotel, Lu Feng said as he stepped forward. What? What do you mean taking over this hotel? Is this hotel yours? Lu Yenran hurriedly followed him upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the hotel manager had long received a phone call notification, and to make a good impression on the new boss, he directly brought the staff to stand at the entrance waiting to welcome Lu Feng. Coincidentally, Chu Fan's father, along with the guests he was hosting, also arrived at the hotel entrance and saw the general manager standing there, quickly walking over with enthusiasm. "Oh my, General Manager Zhang, how dare you trouble yourself to wait for me here?" Chu Fan's father said excitedly, reaching out to shake hands with the hotel manager. The bewildered hotel manager, looking at the warmly enthusiastic Chu Fan's father, completed the handshake in a daze. Chu Fan, who was following behind, was also thrilled to see his father being welcomed by the manager of the prestigious Tinglong Hotel, which was renowned throughout the city. Having the manager personally come out to greet them was indeed a matter of great face. At that moment, Lu Feng also walked over, and just as Chu Fan was about to mock him, he saw the hotel manager quickly run over and stand in front of Lu Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Hello. "I'm just here to take a look at the hotel and complete the handover. No need for such formality," Lu Feng said calmly upon seeing the hotel manager and staff's grand demeanor. Yes, I'll have them go back right away," the manager nodded repeatedly. But this scene seemed so unreal to Chu Fan that he rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. However, before he could react, Lu Feng made arrangements for him. "Do you see this person? From now on, permanently add him to the blacklist. Do not let him appear in Tinglong Hotel again." After saying this, he took the stunned little girl who couldn't even walk and prepared to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped in front of Chu Fan's father. "And this person, he is not allowed in either. Like father, like son, if the lower beam is crooked, the upper beam will be skewed," he said, turning his back and entering the hotel. This left Chu Fan and his father in a state of confusion, and the manager quickly stopped Chu's father from entering, saying, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but our Mr. Lu just said that you and your son are not allowed to enter Tinglong Hotel from now on. Please leave." Hearing the manager say this, Chu Fan hurriedly stepped in front of the manager, General Manager Zhang. "Don't be fooled by that poor loser just now. He's just a nobody, he means nothing." Just as Chu Fan finished speaking, the hotel manager's face turned cold. "Security, come here, throw this kid out." The manager spoke into the intercom, and several men in security uniforms quickly ran over, then dragged Chu Fan away. As he was being dragged off, Chu Fan kept cursing Lu Feng, while Chu's father was still in shock. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? You need to give me an explanation today, or I won't just sit back and take it." Although he didn't understand what was happening, Chu's father still threatened the hotel manager. The hotel manager caught the implication in Chu's father's words and snorted coldly. I call you Mr. Chu, but don't take yourself too seriously. Offending our General Lu, be careful not to end up regretting it." After saying that, he turned and left, not forgetting to instruct the security not to let Chu's father in. Faced with the hotel manager's mockery, Chu's father was furious but dared not speak out, as he understood the power represented by the Tinglong Hotel. He simply couldn't afford to provoke them. Let's go, we're not eating here anymore." "What is this?" Listening to a young man's words, "Is this Shang a dog raised by someone else?" Chu's father refused to lose face in front of his partners. "Forget it, Mr. Chu, we should just cooperate. We didn't get to eat today and have suffered such humiliation with you. Moreover, your son has clearly offended that young big shot. If we continue to cooperate with you, we might end up being targeted by that big shot, and that would be disastrous," the partner said before leaving, not giving Chu's father a chance to retain him. Hey, don't go, let's discuss this again." Chu's father wanted to hold him back, but the partner got into his car directly. Watching the partner drive away, and thinking about having offended the big shot at Tinglong Hotel, Chu's father was filled with rage, just as Chu Fan ran back. "Dad, why did all your partners leave?" Chu Fan asked. "Dad, what's wrong?" Seeing his father not responding and instead glaring at him like an enemy, Chu Fan took a few steps back in fright. Smack! A slap landed on Chu Fan's face. "How dare you still call me dad?" Chu's father roared like a beast, then grabbed Chu Fan and started beating him with fists and kicks. It took a full half hour before an ambulance took Chu Fan away. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was already sitting in the top-tier private room of Tinglong Group, accompanied by the manager, a room that was never open to outsiders. Sitting in the luxurious private room, Lu Feng handed the menu to the still astonished Lu Yenran. "Look at what to eat, order whatever you want, this is my hotel, feel free." Lu Yenran, taking the menu, was shocked to see items like Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, and black gold abalone. "Brother, is this really your hotel? If it is, then I'll be less reserved. After all, I've only seen these things on TV." Lu Feng laughed at her words. Go ahead, eat as much as you want, it all counts as your brother's. However, even though Lu Yenran said that, she still didn't dare to order too much. Soon, a table full of lavish dishes was served, far surpassing the meal that Chu Fan had treated them to. Brother, then I'll be polite, since there are no outsiders. Lu Yenran said as she picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it in her mouth. Wow, so delicious. The moment the food touched her tongue, Lu Yenran was completely conquered by the delicacies on the table. For the rest of the time, she couldn't bear to speak, fully immersed in devouring the food. The meal lasted over an hour before it ended. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng helped the nearly exhausted Lu Yenran out of the hotel. Wait a moment, I'll tell them that this month's salary has doubled, including you. Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly issued a wave of benefits. Understood, Mr. Lu, on behalf of all the members, thank you, the manager said, suppressing his excitement and speaking respectfully. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Mr. Lu, take care. The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his sight before slowly standing up. Let's take you all to the beach, Lu Feng suddenly suggested while driving. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was taking her to the Bund, Lu Yenran was very happy and urged Lu Feng to drive faster. Growing up in an inland city, she had always had high expectations for the beach. The journey was silent, and the car quickly arrived at the destination. As soon as Lu Yenran got out of the car, she ran straight to the swimsuit shop. Wait for me, I need shorts too, Lu Feng hurriedly followed her. Unlike Lu Yenran, who carefully selected her swimsuit, Lu Feng simply picked a pair of shorts to change into and laid on the beach to sunbathe. After quite a while, Lu Yenran finally changed into her swimsuit and shyly walked out, causing the man who saw her to drool. Brother! Hearing someone call him, Lu Feng opened his eyes, only to be dazzled by a pair of snow-white thighs in front of him. Lu Yenran, wearing a white swimsuit, looked so cute and charming, her beautiful figure extremely sexy against the swimsuit. You've really grown up, Lu Feng murmured as he gazed at the magnificent view before him, unaware that blood was already dripping from his nose. Bro, what are you saying? Your nose is bleeding, Lu Yenran said, stomping her foot shyly. Lu Feng touched his nose and indeed found it bleeding. You play here, I'll go take care of this. Embarrassed, he left the lounge chair in a hurry. Seeing Lu Feng's flustered appearance, Lu Yenran couldn't help but laugh until she couldn't stand up straight, then she sat down to apply sunscreen. The sun was so strong at the beach, she couldn't let her skin get tanned. After Lu Feng dealt with his nosebleed, he saw Lu Yenran applying sunscreen and quickly turned his head away in shock. Once she finished applying sunscreen, Lu Yenran wasted no time and ran straight to the shallow water to play. Bro, come down and play. Lu Yenran shouted at Lu Feng from the water. Seeing this, Lu Feng also prepared to join her, but before he could get up, he heard Lu Yenran scream. What do you want? Not daring to delay, Lu Feng rushed over, only to find several men were getting handsy with Lu Yenran. What are you doing? Trying to bully a little girl in broad daylight? Lu Feng shielded Lu Yenran behind him, his face dark as thunder. Oh, what's wrong? Is it not okay for us to play with the little sister? One of the blonde men provocatively said. Bro, they want to assault me, Lu Yenran clutched his arm, a bit scared. Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned icy. I don't care who you are, but if you want to bully my sister, that's not happening. After all, he was worth over 100 billion and had seen many big shots and grand occasions. He now had a bit of a boss's aura. The few punks were startled by Lu Feng's sudden imposing presence, but then they thought about how they had so many people on their side and couldn't back down in front of a beautiful girl, so they tried to surround Lu Feng to fight him, only to be caught red-handed by the patrolling Coast Guard. After this incident, neither of them felt like continuing to play and chose to leave directly. As soon as they got home, Lu Yenran lay on the sofa without any image, while Lu Feng sat in a rocking chair, and just as he lay down, the phone rang again. The night has given me a pair of eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. Hearing the phone ring, Lu Feng took out his phone and saw that it was his uncle calling, who was also Lu Yenran's father. Hello, uncle, how have you been lately? Lu Feng asked with concern as soon as the call connected. Good, both your aunt and I are doing well, a cheerful voice came from the other end. Lu Yenran, lying on the sofa, was startled to hear her father's voice and immediately sat up, looking at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yenran hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? The voice on the phone continued. Hearing this, Lu Yenran's heart jumped to her throat, and Lu Feng gave her a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, uncle, Yenran is very obedient here, I'm keeping an eye on her. The voice on the phone laughed at Lu Feng's words. You little rascal, I'm just afraid you'll spoil her with too much affection. How could that be? Yenran and I are not kids anymore, you can rest assured, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Well, with you around, I feel much more at ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't let her go out to play. At her age, she still acts like a child. Hearing her father say this, Lu Yenran pouted her lips in displeasure. On the phone, after asking about Lu Yenran, Uncle inquired when Lu Feng would be coming home. Xiao Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you very much. Uncle's concerned words made Lu Feng feel quite touched. I plan to go back with Yenran this time, so I can spend some quality time with you, Lu Feng said. Good, as long as you come back. You haven't been home in 4 years. You don't need to take the money I sent you. Uncle's voice came through with a hint of complaint. Lu Feng chuckled and didn't dare to respond, instead changing the subject. The two chatted for a long time before hanging up. Just after hanging up, Lu Feng heard the sound of a bank transfer on his phone. Upon checking, he found that Uncle had transferred 5,000 yuan, with a note saying to treat himself to something good and not to be too frugal. Feeling Uncle's love, Lu Feng's eyes turned red with emotion. Uncle, let me take good care of you from now on, Lu Feng silently vowed in his heart, as he had long regarded Uncle as a father and Lu Yenran as a younger sister. After a day of playing, the two lay on the sofa, motionless, not even wanting to eat. Eventually, Lu Feng called the housekeeper to have food brought over. After finishing the meal, Lu Yenran went back to her room to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the countdown for the upgrade displayed on the screen, Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and went to bed. After all, time passes the fastest when you're asleep, doesn't it? The next morning, as a ray of sunlight shone on his face, Lu Feng instantly woke from his dreams and quickly entered the system interface. Seeing that the upgrade was complete, he cheered with joy. System, you've completed the upgrade. Ding. Yes, host, I have completed the upgrade. Now I will introduce the changes to the system after the upgrade. The system's mechanical voice came through. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng quickly looked at the system and found that a shopping mall option had appeared on the system panel. With a mindset of giving it a try, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In an instant, he was left speechless by the astonishing items inside the system mall. Wow, this is truly shocking. System, you're amazing. Lu Feng exclaimed, looking at the dazzling array of products before him. The mall displayed everything, from gene enhancement serums, martial arts master skill books, flying vehicle skill books, to vehicle skill books. Moreover, there were many technologies far beyond the current ones, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, and exoskeleton armor technology, everything one could imagine. Ignoring the still shocked Lu Feng, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! System upgrade successful, granting the host a free lottery draw. What is a lottery draw? Lu Feng heard the system's words, his head filled with question marks. It means the host can choose this lottery opportunity to draw items from the store. This lottery has no prestige point restrictions, it's all based on luck, the system explained. What do you mean by prestige points? Lu Feng was even more confused after hearing this. Prestige points are a currency generated from the host's assets and influence, used to purchase items in the store, the system patiently explained. Although I don't quite understand, I still want to try the lottery. I'm a bit excited to see what I can get, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing the lottery, please wait. Lu Feng watched as the system interface flashed back and forth, jumping between countless items, finally stopping on the Fighting Master skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fighting Master skill book. How do I use this skill book? Does it mean I can become a fighting master just by using it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Click on the skill book and select to use it, the system replied. Oh, then I'll give it a try, Lu Feng said eagerly. After all, the system sounded so magical. Becoming a master after using it, what boy doesn't have a martial arts stream? Ding! Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Just as Lu Feng was about to try the Fighting Master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's items had been refreshed. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly looked to see what good things the system had refreshed today, forgetting about using the skill book. Tang Chenipin Mansion, valued at 150 million renminbi, 30% shares of Xingyu Entertainment Company, valued at 6 billion renminbi, a blueprint for super battery technology, valued at 5 billion renminbi. Looking at the items refreshed by the system, Lu Feng immediately lost his composure. Wow, it's already this impressive at level 2, what will level 3 be like? Lu Feng murmured. Please make a choice quickly, host, the system's cold voice shattered Lu Feng's fantasy. Which one to choose? Although Tang Chenipin is great, it depends on who you're comparing it to. In front of the 6 billion shares and the 5 billion blueprint, Tang Chenipin is nothing. Without thinking, Lu Feng directly filtered out the first option. Although the shares are 1 billion more expensive than the blueprint, in the long run, the battery technology is better. But I don't have a car manufacturing company, what should I do? This is so tangled. Looking at the remaining two options, Lu Feng fell into a dilemma again. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Ferrari. Isn't Ferrari researching new energy? I can directly give them this technology, at least I can exchange it for 10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he quickly dismissed this idea. No, foreign car manufacturing plans are already better than domestic ones. If I sell this technology to Ferrari, the gap will be even greater. Haven't you seen how hard domestic car brands are working on new energy? They just want to complete a curve overtaking in the new energy field. If I give this blueprint to foreigners, won't I become a sinner? As soon as Lu Feng thought about being pointed at and scolded by others, he instantly dismissed that thought. However, in the end, he still chose the super battery technology because he planned to manufacture cars himself, and if that didn't work, he could donate it to the country or sell it to domestic car companies. After resolving the choice issue, Lu Feng directly used the Fighting Master skill book. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for a long time, but there was no response at all, which made him anxious. System, why is this thing useless? Ding, the host needs to exit the system for it to take effect. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng complained and hurriedly exited the system. Just as he exited, a vast array of martial arts techniques and moves appeared in his mind, and an inexplicable force began to transform his body. It hurts so much, system, you're screwing me over. With a scream, Lu Feng fainted. By the afternoon, when Lu Yenran saw he still hadn't come out, she came over to knock on the door, waking him up. Awakened, Lu Feng heard his sister calling him and quickly opened the door. What's wrong, Yenran? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Are you a pig, brother? It's already afternoon and you're still in bed. Lu Yenran rolled her eyes at her just awoken brother. Ha! Hearing this, Lu Feng checked his phone and indeed, it was already 2 in the afternoon. No wonder Yenran came to wake him. Oh, I stayed up late reading a novel and slept too late. Lu Feng casually made an excuse. He couldn't very well say he fainted from pain. Upon hearing her brother's explanation, Lu Yenran didn't say much more, just mentioned she wanted to go shopping at Qingda Plaza and asked him to accompany her. Lu Feng readily agreed. After seeing Lu Yenran off, Lu Feng returned to his room and felt the changes in his body. He threw a punch, creating a gust of wind. Then, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng executed a complete set of Jeet Kune Do moves. Wow, what is this system? It's incredible. Not only am I proficient in various martial arts, but my physical abilities have also improved significantly. Looking at his fists, Lu Feng exclaimed in amazement. He then practiced in his room for a long time, and after having enough fun, he finally went out with Lu Yenran to Qingda Plaza. The car sped along, smoothly arriving at Qingda Plaza. Today you can buy whatever you want, brother will pay, Lu Feng said grandly as soon as he got out of the car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yenran was overjoyed. But when she actually entered the clothing store and saw the prices, she hesitated. Although she knew Lu Feng had money now, that wasn't a reason for her to spend it recklessly. Brother, how about we go to another store? Lu Yenran gently tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve. No need, brother has money. Whatever you like, we'll buy it. Lu Feng ruffled her hair, his tone filled with warmth. His sister had grown up and learned to care for him. But just then, he overheard a sales assistant whispering nearby, what kind of person is this? I thought they were going to make a big purchase, but they can't afford it. I hate people like this the most, coming to high-end stores without money, said employee A. Yeah, I thought that man had a good temperament and was wealthy, but turns out he's just a poser, employee B said, glancing at Lu Yenran. The two comments were quiet, and if it weren't for Lu Feng's enhanced hearing, he wouldn't have caught them. Listening to their insulting remarks, Lu Feng walked over and slammed his hand on the table, startling the two employees. What are you doing? Why are you slamming the table? One of the employees immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng asked coldly, looking at the two employees. We didn't say anything, the two employees denied it outright. Seeing they were unyielding, Lu Feng directly demanded they call the manager over, but the two employees, being in the wrong, were too afraid to do so and kept stalling. At that moment, the manager happened to return from the restroom and walked over. Sir, what happened? The manager said softly as he approached Lu Feng. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager arrive, they hurriedly complained, Manager, this gentleman said we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. Upon hearing this, the manager's attitude also turned cold. Sir, please explain. Lu Feng directly pulled out a gold card from his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, my sister was here buying clothes, and not a single person came to greet her from the moment she walked in until she left. She browsed for quite a while by herself, and when she was leaving with me, your employees were whispering that we are poor and said if we can't afford it, we shouldn't even look. Do you think I should be angry? Seeing the black card from Motobank that Lu Feng slapped on the counter, and hearing his words, the manager could basically confirm that his two employees had judged people by their appearance and then talked behind their backs, which had now been exposed. Thinking of this, the manager quickly apologized to Lu Feng. "I'm sorry, sir, this time it was our fault. We didn't manage well, and we will punish those two later. Please forgive us." Upon hearing the manager's apology, Lu Feng merely sneered. "If an apology could solve all problems, I think the world would be a much better place." The manager detected the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words but dared not say anything, as the fault lay with their employees. "How about this? Today, I will take charge, and I will give you a 20% discount on all your purchases in the store." "Ha!" Lu Feng coldly laughed. "Do you think I need to take advantage of your little discounts?" After saying that, he took his card and left with Lu Yenran, not forgetting to add, "If your employees can only judge by appearance, I suggest you close your doors early." Upon hearing this, the manager's face darkened. Once Lu Feng walked out of the store, she could no longer suppress her anger and yelled at the two salespeople. "What good deed have you two done?" That was a gold card from Moto Bank, which requires a minimum deposit of 100 million to own. Offending such a big shot, do you not want to work anymore? The two employees, realizing Lu Feng's background was so significant, quickly apologized. "Sorry, manager, we were wrong." "What good is your apology to me? If you don't get that gentleman's forgiveness, you two can get out of here," the manager said fiercely. Hearing the manager's words, the two hurriedly ran out to chase after Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng had already walked into the clothing store across the street. "Welcome." As soon as Lu Feng entered the store, a salesperson warmly greeted him. "What type are you two looking for?" "I can give you a focused introduction," the salesperson said with a smile. "Recommend a few outfits for my sister. Price is not an issue, but they must look good," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Okay, this lady, please follow me," the salesperson led the way. Lu Yenran glanced at Lu Feng and quickly followed. At this moment, the two employees from the previous store also caught up, continuously apologizing upon seeing Lu Feng. "Sorry, sir, we know we were wrong." "Yes, sir, please be magnanimous and forgive us." However, upon hearing their apologies, Lu Feng merely sneered. "You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're in trouble." After saying that, he ignored them and sat down, leisurely sipping the water that the salesperson had just brought him. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Yenran emerged wearing a white square-neck short dress in a tea party style, paired with half-length white stockings, looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. "Brother, does this look good?" Lu Yenran asked shyly, twirling in front of Lu Feng, and with her movement, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Lu Feng was mesmerized, although he knew Lu Yenran was beautiful, seeing her in this outfit still astonished him. "Looks good, ha, my sister looks good in anything," Lu Feng praised. Upon receiving the desired response, Lu Yenran shyly lowered her head even more. "According to this standard, let's get a few more outfits," Lu Feng said confidently to the sales assistant beside him. Hearing this, Lu Yenran climbed up to Lu Feng's ear and whispered, "Brother, let's not, it's quite expensive here. The clothes I'm wearing are almost 50,000 yuan. Even though you have money now, we shouldn't buy so much." "Ha, you little girl, go ahead and buy. I earn so much money, how can you not help me spend it?" Lu Feng laughed, then pushed Lu Yenran towards the sales assistant, urging her to buy a few more outfits. About half an hour later, after Lu Yenran had chosen a few more outfits, Lu Feng finally let the staff check out. "Hello, sir, your total is 237,000 yuan. With a discount, you can pay 230,000, the sales assistant calculated and reported the amount. Card, Lu Feng pulled out a gold card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. As soon as the gold card appeared, the sales assistant became even more respectful, and this scene made the two employees waiting at the door, ready to apologize, feel their eyes turn red. If this purchase had been made in their store, they would have earned nearly 10,000 yuan in commission, but now they had nothing, not only offending someone but also facing the possibility of being fired. After paying, Lu Feng, amidst the respectful bowing of the sales assistant, had just stepped out the door when he encountered the two snobbish employees again. "Sir, we really know we were wrong. Please forgive us," the sales assistant said with a sobbing tone, trying to move Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not swayed, walking away without looking back, warning them that if they followed, he would call the police. The two employees were so frightened that they dared not follow anymore. "If I had known this would happen, why did I bother in the first place?" The sales assistant who had just completed a sale of 230,000 mocked as the two walked away dejectedly, facing the prospect of being fired without Lu Feng's forgiveness. After shopping for clothes, Lu Feng took Lu Yenran to play claw machines. Faced with the cute dolls, the little girl was having so much fun that if Lu Feng hadn't pulled her out, she probably would have grabbed all the dolls in the mall. Lu Feng ended up carrying 2 large bags of dolls in each hand. After finally exiting the plaza, Lu Feng placed the dolls in the car, preparing to go home and rest, but Lu Yenran expressed that she hadn't had enough fun and wanted Lu Feng to take her out to play. Unable to refuse his sister, Lu Feng took her to the Huangpu River, rode the ferry, and then took her to the tallest building in the Magic City. Thus, the two were busy all day, and by the time they got in the car, Lu Feng was almost too exhausted to drive. "Brother, you look so weak," Lu Yenran teased from the car. Hearing this ungrateful comment, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "You still have the nerve to say that? All the clothes and your 2 bags of dolls are being carried by me. Wherever you go, I have to carry your bags, humph." With that, Lu Yenran fell silent. Indeed, all her things and bags were being carried by Lu Feng. Thinking of the weight of the backpack, she couldn't help but smile shyly. "Hee hee, I know you're working hard, so when we get back, I'll cook for you," Lu Yenran said with a grin. Stop, no need for that. We'll just grab something to eat later," Lu Feng quickly interrupted upon hearing Lu Yenran's cooking plans. He never wanted to taste dark cuisine again in his life. After driving for a while, they passed a barbecue stall, and when Lu Yenran saw it, she expressed a desire to eat barbecue, so Lu Feng stopped the car. "Boss, what do you have that's good to eat?" Lu Yenran asked as soon as she got out of the car. There are so many delicious dishes here, like garlic enoki mushrooms, flour clams with vermicelli, secret recipe lamb skewers, and spicy grilled chicken wings. I can't even finish listing them," the boss said with a smile. Upon hearing about so many tasty options, Lu Yenran quickly sat down, asked the boss for the menu, and started ordering. Lu Feng also parked the car and walked over. Seeing her brother approach, Lu Yenran thoughtfully handed him the menu, encouraging him to order some of his favorites, and added that she would cover all the expenses for the evening. Hearing his sister say this, Lu Feng also began to order without hesitation. After a while, just as the two were about to burst from hunger, the boss brought out their barbecue. Faced with the temptation of delicious food, they wasted no time diving in. But just as they were enjoying their meal, a commotion erupted behind them. Lu Feng turned to look and saw a group of young men covered in tattoos at a nearby table loudly driving away a homeless man, who was nearly in tears from the intimidation of the burly men. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yenran was so furious that she couldn't eat her skewers, but she hesitated to intervene since there was a large group of men, and their tattoos suggested they were not to be trifled with. "Brother, should we call the police? Look, they're throwing bottles at that old man who's scavenging," Lu Yenran whispered. "No need, I'll go handle it," Lu Feng said as he stood up to approach. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them, if a conflict breaks out, we'll be at a disadvantage." Lu Yenran quickly grabbed Lu Feng to stop him. Lu Feng merely smiled faintly at her words, then shrugged off her hand and walked straight over. The punks were still throwing leftover food and beer bottles at the old scavenger, and the barbecue stall owner, seeing the punks outnumbering him, dared not intervene. Just as one of the punks was about to smash a beer bottle over the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, followed by a cold voice drifting into his ear. "You guys are going too far." The punk quickly shook off the hand and saw Lu Feng. "Who the hell are you? So eager to meddle? You want us to loosen your bones?" Lu Feng's expression turned cold. "I said, aren't you being a bit excessive? Bullying an old man like this, do you have no conscience? Mind your own business, or I'll beat you up," another punk threatened, waving his fist. At this moment, Lu Yenran, worried about Lu Feng, also walked over. "How can you treat people like this? It's too much," she said to the punks. The group of punks instantly brightened at the sight of the suddenly appearing beauty. "Hey, little sister, why don't you come play with the big brothers?" one punk said with a grin. Yeah, come play with us, and I won't bully this old man anymore," another punk chimed in. The old scavenger, seeing such a good girl about to be bullied by the punks, hurriedly said to Lu Feng, "Young man, you should take the girl and leave quickly, don't worry about me." Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned and gave him a reassuring look. "Old man, you don't need to be afraid, I'll handle them." After saying that, he pulled Lu Yenran behind him. "You stay behind me and watch how I teach these scumbags a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the punks were displeased and threw a beer bottle at him, shouting, "Kid, you're getting cocky. If we don't cripple you today, we won't be in this business anymore." Another little thug also picked up a wine bottle and was about to come over to deal with Lu Feng, muttering curses non-stop. "Just wait, in front of you, we'll have some fun with this little beauty, so you understand what it means when the gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out." Before he could finish his words, Lu Feng quickly grabbed a stool from the ground and smashed it over. He originally just wanted to stop them from bullying the old man, but now these little thugs actually dared to insult Lu Yenran. Uncle could endure it, but Aunt could not, so it was time to fight back. With a loud bang, the stool directly knocked the little thug dizzy. He couldn't understand how the other side dared to strike first when there was only one person against their 5. Lu Feng picked up another stool and said to the still-dazed Lu Yenran, "Quick, get away, don't get hurt." Seeing her brother already fighting with others, Lu Yenran hurried to help, but before she could take 2 steps, she was once again stopped by Lu Feng. The battle instantly escalated. With a physique comparable to a special forces soldier in master-level fighting skills, Lu Feng found it incredibly easy to deal with these little thugs. He grabbed one thug and executed a shoulder throw, then delivered a flying kick that knocked down another. Watching Lu Feng take down 2 people so fiercely, the remaining 3 thugs gritted their teeth and charged at him together. Bang! Lu Feng knocked down one charging thug with a punch, then used the Black Dragon 18 techniques to take down another. The last one, seeing things were not going well, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it over, only to have Lu Feng shatter the beer bottle with a punch and then kick him, sending the thug crashing to the ground, motionless, frothing at the mouth. Lu Feng quickly resolved the fight and hurriedly looked towards Lu Yenran, fearing she was hurt, only to see her with a dazed expression, seemingly stunned by the scene before her. "Yenran, are you okay?" Lu Feng ran over to ask, but Lu Yenran seemed not to hear him. Thinking his sister was scared, he reached out and shook her. After shaking her a few times, Lu Yenran finally reacted. "Brother, are you okay? Your hand is bleeding," she said, grabbing some tissue from the table to clean the wound. "It's nothing, just a scratch from the glass on my hand," Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. With master-level fighting skills and the physique of a special forces soldier, he didn't take these little thugs seriously at all. "Why were you so impulsive? There were so many of them, and you still dared to fight back. You scared me to death," Lu Yenran said, tears streaming down her face. God knows how worried she had been just now. Seeing Lu Yenran cry, Lu Feng hurried to comfort her. All right, Yenran, don't cry. I only acted because I heard them insulting you." But when Lu Yenran heard this reason, she cried even harder, believing it was her fault that Lu Feng had clashed with them. Just then, the police finally arrived, taking in the chaotic scene before them. The officers were a bit taken aback. Wasn't it said that there were gangsters bullying people? How come all these thugs were lying on the ground now? To understand the situation, the police questioned the barbecue stall owner, then stared blankly at Lu Feng, who was continuously comforting Yenran. "You mean this little thug was taken down by him alone?" a young officer asked, incredulously. "Yeah, I was going to help, but he took them all down in just a few moves," the barbecue stall owner said, still shaken. Seeing the police arrive, Lu Feng also walked over with the little girl. The police then questioned Lu Feng, and when they asked who struck first, both the barbecue stall owner and the old man collecting scraps said in unison that the thugs had struck first, and there were no surveillance cameras on the roadside anyway. After understanding the situation, the police took all the little thugs away, and the old man who was scavenging was also taken by the police, saying they would arrange for him to live in a nursing home. Lu Feng was also asked for his phone number and address by the police, who said they wouldn't take him to make a statement, but would contact him if anything came up. After saying that, the police left. Once the police were gone, the barbecue stall owner served them a large table of barbecue again and insisted on not taking any money, saying it was to thank Lu Feng for his righteous help this time. Lu Feng couldn't refuse and had to accept the owner's kindness, but before leaving, he secretly pressed 1,000 yuan under the plate. On the way back, Lu Yenran kept asking Lu Feng how he was so powerful, able to defeat 5 little thugs. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng boasted about how hard he had practiced martial arts over the years, just to be able to protect his family one day and uphold justice, which moved Lu Yenran to tears. After returning home, Lu Yenran pushed Lu Feng onto the sofa, saying she wanted to treat his wounds. Before long, she returned with a medical kit, taking out alcohol and cotton swabs to disinfect Lu Feng's hand. "Ouch, it hurts, Yenran, be gentler," he said. "Does it still hurt?" "I'm already gentle enough," she replied. "Slow down, I can't take it," he said. "Oh, then I'll go slower," Lu Yenran said, and her pace indeed slowed down. After disinfecting, Lu Yenran applied Yunnan Baiyao to the wound and wrapped it with a bandage. Looking at his hand, which was completely wrapped and adorned with a bow, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed, unable to calm down for a long time. After all, going from an ordinary person to a master overnight was something no one could adapt to immediately. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up naturally, brushed his teeth, and opened the door to find the dining table filled with breakfast, soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, and so on. Seeing her brother awake, Lu Yenran hurriedly called him over for breakfast, but Lu Feng sat at the table without moving his chopsticks until Lu Yenran said she had bought it outside, then he dared to eat. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng was about to sit on the sofa to rest when he received a call from Shen Sujuan, saying that they were going to attend Old Master Yi Weiman's birthday banquet tonight and that she would help Lu Feng pick out a suit, urging him to hurry up and come out. Lu Feng hung up the phone and quickly put on his coat, preparing to go out, while Lu Yenran curiously asked where he was going. Lu Feng replied, "You can play by yourself today, I have something to do and won't be back until late," and then he left. Running to the entrance of the community, Lu Feng saw Shen Sujuan from a distance. After all, a Bentley with a beautiful woman was too attractive. "Thank you for coming to pick me up so early," Lu Feng said with a silly smile at Shen Sujuan. "It's nothing, I just arrived." "Get in the car," Shen Sujuan replied gently. "What did you mean by what you said last time?" Lu Feng asked as soon as he got in the car. He was eager to know what Shen Sujuan really meant. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shen Sujuan smiled gently. "Ah Feng, what do you think I mean?" Without waiting for Lu Feng to answer, she continued, "For now, don't ask so much, knowing too much isn't good for you. Your primary goal now is to see if you can catch old Ye's eye." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. Indeed, with his current strength, he couldn't possibly have any impact on the two major families. Rather than asking so much, it would be better to become stronger quickly. The car drove all the way to a luxury shopping street in the Magic City. After parking, Shen Sujuan led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. "Welcome." The sales assistant in the clothing store immediately greeted Shen Sujuan with great enthusiasm. As a sales assistant in a high-end clothing store, she had long developed a keen eye and naturally noticed the noble aura surrounding Shen Sujuan. "I don't need you to follow me, I can help him choose myself." Shen Shuyuan directly rejected the sales assistant. She then took Lu Feng around, occasionally pulling out a suit to measure against him, and at other times, taking out a tie to see how it looked on him. Watching Shen Shuyuan's snow-white hands moving around his neck, her beautiful face so close, smelling her fragrance, and feeling the scent of her breath, Lu Feng's heart was completely in disarray. "This outfit will do," Shen Shuyuan said with satisfaction as she looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng, then led him to the checkout counter. Swipe the card. Shen Shuyuan confidently took out the black card from her bag, and upon seeing the black card, the sales assistant's attitude became even more respectful. "The total for this purchase is 180,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the cashier respectfully handed the card back to Shen Shuyuan. "Let's go to the next place," Shen Shuyuan said as she took the card and walked out of the store, leaving Lu Feng no choice but to follow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique, and Lu Feng looked at Shen Shuyuan, puzzled about why they were there. "A successful man must have a watch. Come on, let's go in," Shen Shuyuan said as she pulled Lu Feng inside. Nautilus series, Calatrava series, Aquanaut series. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng was dazzled by a series of watches, and the sales assistant, seeing the luxury brand Lu Feng was wearing, hurried over without any hesitation. "Hello, welcome to both of you, how can I assist you?" the sales assistant said respectfully. "Help him choose a watch," Shen Shuyuan said coldly. She was like this in front of everyone, except for the other side she showed only to Lu Feng. "Alright, sir, please follow me," the sales assistant said. Lu Feng glanced at Shen Shuyuan and followed the assistant. Calatrava series, known for its minimalist and classic design style, these watches typically feature a minimalist dial design, perfectly blending elegance with exquisite details, showcasing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and spirit of innovation. "It's very suitable for your outfit, but you are too young, so I wouldn't recommend this series," the assistant introduced professionally. Complicated function timepieces series, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, perfectly blending youthful energy with exquisite details. "This one, in my personal opinion, is the most suitable watch for you," the assistant introduced another series to Lu Feng. "What do you think?" Lu Feng asked Shen Shuyuan. "I think it's great, it matches your suit today very well," Shen Shuyuan said in a delicate voice. "Alright, then this one it is, please help me place the order." Lu Feng decided on that model. "Okay, please wait a moment," the assistant said, excitedly running off to place the order, knowing that this sale would earn a commission of nearly 20,000 yuan. "The total is 708,000 yuan, the assistant said. Upon hearing the price, Shen Shuyuan wanted to pay, but Lu Feng stopped her, not allowing her to pay. However, Shen Shuyuan told Lu Feng that these items were gifts for him today and that he couldn't refuse. Lu Feng couldn't argue with her and had to agree. After paying, Shen Shuyuan gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. Not bad, it looks very stylish," Shen Shuyuan said with a smile as she looked at the dressed-up Lu Feng. "He, really?" Lu Feng chuckled shyly. After buying Lu Feng's outfit for the birthday banquet, the two began to stroll leisurely, and as they walked, they came to a pavilion. "Lu Feng, I know you're very curious about why I'm treating you this way," Shen Shuyuan said gently, looking at Lu Feng while sitting on the bench. "Yes, I'm really curious, why?" Lu Feng finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "If I said we knew each other before, would you believe it?" Shen Shuyuan said slowly. "What, we knew each other before?" Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. However, as he carefully recalled the people and events from the past, he found that he had no memory of Shin Shuyuan at all. Seeing Lu Feng's skepticism, Shin Shuyuan slowly began to tell a story about a little boy and a little girl. The story took place when Lu Feng was around 10 years old, living at his uncle's house, going to and from school every day with his younger sister, Lu Yanran. Until one day, a small girl suddenly transferred to their class. The girl stood on the podium, shyly introducing herself as Li Fuyao. After her introduction, the teacher assigned her to sit next to a little boy, and they naturally became deskmates. However, the little boy found his new deskmate very strange. When he spoke to her, she ignored him, and when he offered her snacks, she didn't eat them. Gradually, the little boy stopped paying attention to the little girl. Until one day after school, the little boy saw some boys from another class bullying the little girl, taunting her for not having a father. When the little girl heard them insult her, she rushed over to fight them, but as a girl, she couldn't possibly win against several boys of her age and was quickly knocked down. The little boy, passing by, saw his deskmate being bullied and without a second thought, rushed over to fight those boys. Soon, under the little boy's reckless attacks, the other kids were scared and ran away. With blood streaming from his nose, the little boy helped the little girl up and asked if she was okay. The little girl quickly shook her head to indicate she was fine, then took out some tissue from her backpack to wipe his nose. Later, when the little girl asked why he helped her, the little boy simply patted his chest and said, "You are my deskmate, that means you are mine. I have to protect you, otherwise, how can I call myself a man?" Hearing the little boy's words, the little girl laughed and later became his shadow, following him wherever he went. In their games of house, she always said she wanted to be his wife, and he promised that he would marry her when they grew up. Time passed, and one day, the little boy returned to school, waiting at the school gate for class to start. But he didn't see the little girl who would wait for him rain or shine to enter school together. Looking at the empty seat beside him, the little boy cried for the first time, insisting on finding the little girl. But no matter how hard he searched, it was as if the little girl had vanished from his world forever, just as suddenly as she had appeared. "So, you are Li Fuyao?" Lu Feng was astonished. "Yes, I am," Shin Shuyuan said calmly, looking at the shocked Lu Feng. "Then how did you become Shin Shuyuan? What is going on?" He was almost going crazy. The little girl who had followed him everywhere as a child had suddenly turned into the beloved school beauty, and it seemed she liked him too. Anyone would go mad in his situation. Lu Feng even doubted whether he had been so deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend that he had fallen into a long period of negativity and fainted, and everything happening now was just a dream. Because no matter how he looked at it, it all seemed abnormal. First, he gained a system and reached the peak of his life, then his gold-digging ex-girlfriend was slapped in the face by him. Finally, he even got into a fight with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now a childhood sweetheart school beauty had appeared. It all felt like a dream. Watching the frantic Lu Feng, Shin Shuyuan got up and sat next to him to explain. It turned out that Shin Shuyuan was called Li Fuya when she was young because she took her mother's surname. Shin Shuyuan's parents' recognition of each other was also a political marriage. Although Shin Shuyuan's mother also had the surname Li, it was not the Li family of the capital but the Li family of Su City, the undisputed first family of Su City. So the Shin and Li families chose a political marriage, but Shin Shuyuan's parents did not like political marriages. After Shin Shuyuan's mother gave birth to her, the couple had a big fight over some issues, and Shin Shuyuan's mother took her and left home. In this escape, Shin Shuyuan's mother changed their identities and did not return to Su province, instead settling in province. Then, when Shin Shuyuan was in elementary school, she met Lu Feng, but due to the school registration system, the Shin and Li families quickly found out where the two were. The Li family from Su City took Shin Shuyuan and her mother away first, which meant that Shin Shuyuan did not even have the chance to say goodbye to Lu Feng. After hearing Shin Shuyuan's story, Lu Feng's first concern was whether her parents had reconciled. He was very worried that Shin Shuyuan was having a hard time because of her parents. When Shin Shuyuan heard that Lu Feng's first thought was about her, not anything else, a touch of emotion flashed through her heart. They reconciled. Later, because of this incident, my father was severely punished by my grandfather, and he regretted driving my mother away. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy looking for us, but even with all his connections, he never thought we were hiding in a small county and in province. Later, my father spent every day in regret and self-blame, Shin Shuyuan said. As long as they reconciled, that's good. I'm worried about you, Lu Feng said, looking at Shin Shuyuan with concern. It's fine, Feng, it's all in the past, Shin Shuyuan replied, but seeing Lu Feng's pained expression made her heart feel as sweet as honey. Then since your parents hate political marriages, why did they agree to your political marriage? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shin Shuyuan slowly began to explain the reason. It turned out that after Shin Shuyuan was taken back by the Li family from Su City, her father rushed to the Li family immediately, but her mother refused to see him no matter what. It wasn't until Shin Suyuan's father stood outside for 4 nights and 5 days without eating or drinking and fainted that her mother forgave him. After that, their relationship quickly warmed up, and after living in Sioux City for more than half a year, Shin Suyuan's father took the mother and daughter back to the Shin family in the capital. In the capital, Shin Suyuan met the talented Lee Junmo from the Lee family. As soon as they met, Lee Junmo kept trying to get close to Shin Suyuan. However, Shin Suyuan only had Lu Feng in her heart, so she ignored him. But being young, they quickly became good friends, though Shin Suyuan always maintained a distance. Because she only liked Lu Feng, many years passed like this until Shin Suyuan was about to study abroad, and Lee Junmo confessed his feelings to her. Unsurprisingly, Shin Suyuan coldly rejected him and then went abroad to study. While studying abroad, Shin Suyuan blocked all contact with Lee Junmo and completed all her studies in just 3 years, graduating smoothly from Cambridge University. Upon returning to the country, Shin Suyuan used her connections with the Lee family in Sioux City to find out where Lu Feng was studying and then transferred there. However, unexpectedly, during the year Shin Suyuan was abroad, Lee Junmo had been building goodwill in front of Shin's parents. Once he had gained enough favor, Lee Junmo proposed a marriage alliance to Shin Suyuan's parents. Initially, Shin Suyuan's parents wanted to refuse because they did not want their precious daughter to end up like themselves. However, Lee Junmo said that he and Shin Suyuan had grown up together and were childhood sweethearts with feelings for each other. Shin Suyuan's parents thought about it and, along with the internal voices from the Shin family, agreed. However, they only allowed Shin Suyuan and Lee Junmo to see if they were suitable for each other. If not, they would not force their daughter to marry someone she did not like. Next, they arranged for Shin Suyuan to return to the capital and jointly manage a company with Lee Junmo to cultivate their relationship. Shin Suyuan originally planned to refuse, but then thought that if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, the obstacles to being with her would be immense. So she agreed to take charge of the company. She wanted to use the resources at her disposal to help Lu Feng grow quickly, until one day he could be openly with her. After hearing this, Lu Feng's suppressed emotions erupted, and he hugged the girl in front of him tightly, tears streaming down his face. He now understood what Shin Suyuan had sacrificed to be with him and the immense pressure she was under. Shin Suyuan was startled by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but she quickly responded and held him tightly. The two held each other for a long time before reluctantly letting go, but their hands remained tightly clasped together. "Ah Feng, so for my sake, you must perform well at old Master Ye's birthday banquet tonight," Shin Suyuan said, her gentle gaze seeming to melt Lu Feng. Don't worry, I'll definitely perform well. It won't be long before I can stand proudly behind you," Lu Feng vowed earnestly. They chatted for many hours about amusing childhood stories, and when they talked about why Lu Feng helped her fight, Shin Suyuan tenderly touched his face, feeling a pang of heartache. They continued talking until it got dark, at which point Shin Suyuan was ready to take Lu Feng to the banquet. However, Lu Feng asked her to drop him off at home first. Shin Suyuan was puzzled but didn't ask any questions, driving directly to his place. Once out of the car, Lu Feng leaned close to Shin Suyuan's ear and said he had a surprise for her, then ran off, leaving her confused. After a while, Lu Feng came back, panting. As soon as he got into the car, Shin Suyuan eagerly extended her hand, asking what surprise he had prepared for her. Lu Feng, with a mysterious expression, took out 2 boxes from his hands and handed them to her. Shin Suyuan joyfully accepted the boxes and opened the first one, revealing a large sapphire necklace, stunningly beautiful. "You got this for me?" Shin Suyuan asked happily. "Yes, this gem is called the Heart of the Ocean, and it was later crafted into a necklace by a European master. Now I'm giving it to you," Lu Feng explained the necklace's origin. "Is this the Heart of the Ocean that a mysterious billionaire bought for $1.2 billion at an international auction a few years ago?" Shin Suyuan was shocked. It was known that after the billionaire bought the Heart of the Ocean, it mysteriously disappeared, and now it reappeared as a necklace given to Shin Suyuan. "Yes, this gem suits you perfectly," Lu Feng said, smiling at Shin Suyuan's astonished expression. "Then help me put it on," Shin Suyuan said, tilting her snowy white neck. With a trembling performance, Lu Feng placed the world's largest sapphire, a Heart of the Ocean, around Shin Suyuan's neck. Don't ask when Lu Feng got this gem. He had just bought it with reputation points in the System Mall when he returned. The mall not only had high-end technology but also a wide range of luxury goods. "I can't wait to see the second box," Shin Suyuan said as she opened the second box. What caught her eye was a red invitation card. Shin Suyuan picked it up in confusion, not understanding why Lu Feng would give her an invitation. Seeing Shin Suyuan's puzzled expression, Lu Feng said mysteriously, "Just open it and you'll know." Unable to contain her curiosity, Shin Suyuan opened the invitation. Just one glance, and she looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. "This is yours? Did old Master Yi give it to you?" Seeing Shin Shuyuan's surprise at the invitation, Lu Feng proudly boasted, "How about that? Impressive, right? Impressive, really impressive. Ah Feng, you're so mysterious now. This is an invitation from old Master Yi, something that many people dream of," Shin Shuyuan said to Lu Feng. "Hee, it's just average," Lu Feng humbly replied. "Not at all average, it's really impressive, and this is a handwritten invitation. You should know that the invitations I received for the old master's birthday banquet weren't handwritten," Shin Shuyuan praised. Lu Feng was a bit surprised upon hearing this. After all, with the strength of the Shin family in the capital, a handwritten invitation should be easy to obtain. "Is that so? With the Shin family's strength, you should also have a handwritten invitation. Of course, our Shin family can get it, but it has to be my dad who comes. I can only be considered a junior now, so I can't get one," Shin Shuyuan explained. "Oh, I see." The two continued chatting as they drove, and soon arrived near old Master Ye's estate. After parking the car, they walked side by side towards the entrance. They handed the invitation to the security guard for inspection, and as they stepped into the estate under the guard's respectful gaze, especially Lu Feng, the guard's expression changed when he saw the handwritten invitation. After they left, the guard quickly took out his walkie-talkie to inform the staff inside the estate that a big shot holding a handwritten invitation had arrived. The nobles waiting to submit their invitations behind them began to speculate about Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan's identities, as there were not many who could receive a handwritten invitation from the old master. Once inside the estate, they noticed that many people were already standing on the lawn, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. The arrival of Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan did not attract anyone's attention. After looking around, Shin Shuyuan led Lu Feng to the dessert table, picked up a piece of cake, and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, blocking him completely. Seeing Lu Feng unable to speak, Shin Shuyuan laughed happily and took a piece of cake for herself. While eating the cake, Shin Shuyuan picked up a cup of juice to let Lu Feng drink a bit to wash it down, but she accidentally slipped and dropped the cup, spilling it on a little girl in a white dress. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Shin Shuyuan quickly apologized to the girl. Lu Feng also apologized from the side and took out a tissue to offer the girl to wipe herself. Unexpectedly, the girl raised her hand to slap Shin Shuyuan's face, but Lu Feng reacted quickly and pulled Shin Shuyuan away. Seeing her strike empty, the girl reached out again, but this time Lu Feng didn't hold back and firmly grasped the girl's outstretched hand. The girl's arm turned red from the grip, but she didn't hold back her words. "Who are you? You dirty my dress and now you want to hit me." The crowd, hearing the commotion, turned their attention to them. The girl, noticing that people were watching, became even more arrogant. "How did you get in here? You come in and eat and drink, dirtying people's dresses and hitting people." Hearing the girl's rude remarks, Lu Feng no longer tolerated it. "We accidentally got your dress dirty, but we sincerely apologized. Yet you are being unreasonable and want to hit us. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have slapped us in the face. So what if I hit you? Who told you to dirty my dress? I don't know who invited you here, but today is my grandfather's birthday, and I don't want to argue with you. You should just get lost." Shin Shuyuan, hearing the girl claim to be old Master Ye's granddaughter, frowned because she didn't remember old Master Yi having a granddaughter. "You say you're old Master Ye's granddaughter?" "I remember old Master Yi only has one grandson," Shin Shuyuan asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, the girl, who had been so full of herself, instantly deflated but didn't want to back down, forcing herself to remain calm. "I am Yi Lao's grandson's girlfriend, so of course, Yi Lao is my grandfather." Hearing the girl's explanation, Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan were at a loss for words. It turned out she was just the girlfriend of someone's grandson, yet she dared to act so arrogantly. Moreover, even if she were Yi Lao's grandson, Shin Shuyuan wouldn't be intimidated at all. After all, she came from the Shin family. Understanding the situation, Shin Shuyuan didn't want to get entangled with her any further and asked how she intended to resolve this. To her surprise, the girl said she wanted to splash red wine in Shin Shuyuan's face before she would back down. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and the others directly ignored the girl's demands and turned to leave. Seeing them about to run away, the girl immediately picked up a glass of red wine and splashed it towards Shin Shuyuan. With a splash, Shin Shuyuan's clothes were instantly soaked in red wine. Seeing Shin Shuyuan drenched, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and slapped the girl across the face. The girl was stunned by the slap, and the onlookers were also taken aback. After all, she was Yi Lao's grandson's girlfriend, and who knew she might become Yi Lao's granddaughter-in-law in the future? How dare this young man act so boldly? Coming back to her senses, the girl cried and took out her phone to call her boyfriend. Shin Shuyuan pulled Lu Feng's hand, saying he was a bit impulsive and that this would leave a bad impression on Yi Lao. However, Lu Feng carefully wiped the red wine off Shin Shuyuan and casually said, "I don't care about that, I just know that no one can bully you in front of me." Hearing Lu Feng's protective words, a hint of joy flashed in Shen Suyuan's heart, and she gently leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder. At that moment, the girl returned with her boyfriend in front of Shen Suyuan and the others. So it was you who laid hands on her? You hit my girlfriend? A young and handsome boy stepped forward to question them. Shen Suyuan looked up at the boy, but after staring for a while, she realized she didn't know him at all. After all, she had only just met Yi Lao's grandson before going abroad. Who are you? Shen Suyuan said flatly. I am Yi Lao's grandson. You dared to hit my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet. You have some nerve, the man said arrogantly. How come I didn't know Yi Lao had such a grandson? Who exactly are you? Shen Suyuan exuded a powerful aura that pressed towards the man. The man was intimidated by Shen Suyuan's presence and revealed his background. I am Yi Lao's distant cousin. Hearing the man's explanation, Shen Suyuan smiled lightly. You two wait here, I'll call Yi Fan and have him come deal with you. Upon hearing that Shen Suyuan was going to call Yi Fan, the man panicked instantly, but in public, he couldn't do anything, so he could only stand there obediently, praying that Shen Suyuan didn't really know Yi Fan. However, his hopes were soon dashed. About 2 minutes after Shen Suyuan hung up the phone, a handsome man walked over. Sister Suyuan, when did you arrive? The man greeted with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shen Suyuan replied indifferently. The man then glanced around and saw his so-called cousin and his girlfriend. His expression turned cold, scaring the two so much that their legs went weak. We'll settle this later. For now, stay in the room and don't come out. The man's authoritative voice rang out, causing the man and woman to hurriedly run back into the room. Sister Suyuan, today is grandfather's 70th birthday, please do me a favor, and after the banquet, I'll personally bring them to apologize to you, the young man said softly. Alright, I'll give you face, but this matter isn't over, Shen Suyuan said coldly, then turned to gently introduce Lu Feng to the man's identity. Ah Feng, he is Yi Lao's grandson, Yi Fan. Upon hearing that the person in front of him was Yi Lao's grandson, Lu Feng greeted him. Then he heard Shen Suyuan beside him say, Yi Fan, he holds your grandfather's handwritten invitation. Yi Fan, upon hearing Shen Suyuan mention that Lu Feng had his grandfather's handwritten invitation, initially thought he was just a bystander who came along with Shen Suyuan to join the fun and could be casually brushed off. But now, he didn't dare to be dismissive at all. Hello, I really didn't entertain you well just now, I'm sorry, Yi Fan said with a complete change in attitude, speaking very warmly. This left Lu Feng momentarily taken aback, and he could only awkwardly exchange compliments with him. After a long while, when Yi Fan had other matters to attend to, they finally parted ways. Do these people change their faces so quickly? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yes, anyone born into a prominent family is not truly useless. Just like the heir of the Qianda group, what you see is only what he wants you to see, Shen Suyuan explained to Lu Feng. Indeed, the kind of brainless young masters described in novels are all fake. How could someone who truly stands out in a family be so brainless? Lu Feng agreed. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, Lu Feng heard someone calling his name. Puzzled about why someone would call him in such a setting, he saw the old man from Tianyu Group walking over. Xiao Feng, long time no see, the old man said with a smile. Old man, long time no see, Lu Feng responded politely. The two then stood together and chatted, and the old man asked Lu Feng who the girl standing beside him was, wondering if she was his girlfriend, which left Lu Feng at a loss. In the end, it was Shen Suyuan who introduced herself, helping Lu Feng out of the awkward situation. Upon hearing that Shen Suyuan was from the Shen family in the capital, the old man dared not say much more. After all, the Shen family was not something he could discuss lightly. It's been so long, and you haven't come to see me, the old man shifted the topic, complaining. Please forgive me, I've been a bit too busy, as you know, I'm really worried about the branch office's matters right now. Lu Feng could only find an excuse, as he hadn't inquired about the Ferrari branch at all. It was all Chen Xian's responsibility. He had been playing with Lu Yanran and the others every day lately. The old man understood Lu Feng's situation, and they chatted for a while longer before the old man had to go find his old friends, parting ways with Lu Feng. That person just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be an old director from the local Tianyu Group in Magic City. Do you know him? Shen Suyuan asked curiously. Well, I happen to have some shares in Tianyu Group, so I know him. Upon hearing this, Shen Suyuan clapped her hands. Ah Feng, you're so impressive, you even have shares in Tianyu Group. What else are you hiding from me? It's nothing much, just a bit of shares in Tianyu Group and Ferrari, and I'm also the president of Ferrari's Asia branch, plus I'm neighbors with Yi Lao. The old man sent me the invitation because he saw I bought the Xianyun mountain villa, Lu Feng said with a smug expression. At this moment, Shen Suyuan was also taken aback by Lu Feng's words. Are you saying that Ferrari suddenly settled in Magic City because of you? You're also the Asian president of Ferrari? And you bought the Xianyun mountain villa? Plus, you're a shareholder of Tianyu Group? Shen Suyuan said in disbelief. Yes, Lu Feng looked at the astonished Shen Suyuan, feeling secretly pleased. How about that, surprised, huh? You didn't lie to me? No, why would I lie to you? Didn't the old director from Tianyu just come by? Plus, we just talked about the Ferrari branch. Oh right, the branch was built by Tianyu Group, Lu Feng explained again, seeing that Shen Suyuan still didn't believe him. Ah Feng, I won't ask you how you did it, I just want to know if it's safe. I don't want you to take risks. From the worried expression on her face, it was clear that she was genuinely concerned about Lu Feng, as what he was doing now was too far-fetched. She feared that someone might just want to use Lu Feng as a scapegoat. Seeing Shen Suyuan's worried look, Lu Feng took her hand and assured her that he was absolutely safe and had not done anything illegal. As for why he suddenly had so much money, Lu Feng simply said he would tell her slowly in the future. Since Lu Feng had said so, Shen Suyuan didn't ask any further. After all, everyone has their secrets. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Old Master Yi finally appeared, and the birthday banquet reached its climax with his arrival. Shen Suyuan also pulled Lu Feng to wish Old Master Yi a happy birthday. Grandpa Yi, I wish you longevity like the South Mountain and blessings as vast as the East Sea, Shen Suyuan said. Little Yuan is here, the old man said kindly upon seeing Shen Suyuan. You're celebrating your birthday, how could I not come? Shen Suyuan replied with a smile. This must be Mr. Lu, indeed a young talent, the old man said, looking at Lu Feng. I dare not claim that, in front of you, my achievements are nothing, Lu Feng humbly replied. Ah, don't be overly modest. I've heard from that old man Li Yunfeng that you helped him a great deal before, the old man said with a laugh. Hearing that the old man knew Old Master Li, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. Perhaps sensing Lu Feng's confusion, Old Master Yi explained that he had known Old Master Li since his tenure and they were old friends. After finishing his conversation with Shen Suyuan and the others, Old Master Yi, supported by his servants, went to greet other guests, as he was the main character today and couldn't stay by Shen Suyuan's side all the time. The birthday banquet continued until late at night, only ending when the old man could no longer hold on. Shen Suyuan took Lu Feng to bid farewell to the old man before leaving. Just after Shen Suyuan and Lu Feng walked away, Old Master Yi called over his grandson Yi Fan. Xiao Fan, what do you think of this Lu Feng? The old man asked, sitting on the sofa. Grandpa, I don't know much about Lu Feng. The information I found is quite ordinary. His parents are gone, and he grew up with his uncle, showing the typical demeanor of an ordinary person until he graduated from university, Yi Fan replied respectfully. Ordinary person? An ordinary person wouldn't be able to acquire shares in Ferrari. As far as I know, Ferrari previously sold off its shares due to new energy, attracting those capital tycoons in Europe to snatch them up. But in the end, they were held by this Lu Feng. Do you think he's just an ordinary person? Old Master Yi's authoritative voice came through. I also find it strange, but there was indeed no news about him before. It's as if he suddenly appeared, Yi Fan said. Alright, don't think too much. I didn't expect the mysterious owner of Xianyun Mountain Villa to be so young, and it seems his relationship with the Shin family girl is not ordinary, Old Master Yi said lightly. So what do you mean? Yi Fan asked cautiously. He couldn't help it, he had been afraid of his grandfather since he was young. Old Master Yi had been in power for decades, and the authority he had accumulated was something Yi Fan could not withstand. You must build a good relationship with him. You are of similar age and will have common topics to discuss. Do you understand? The old man said again. Yes, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Yi Fan replied. As soon as he saw Yi Fan trying to leave, the old man got angry. All you know is to play, racing cars every day. Can't you let me worry a little less? Yi Fan listened to his grandfather's scolding and didn't dare to retort, only allowing himself to be reprimanded. After quite a while, the old man finally stopped. Once the old man finished his lecture, Yi Fan dared to sneak out. Seeing Yi Fan leave, the old man slowly stood by the bed and muttered to himself, today, under the pretext of a birthday banquet, so many dignitaries have been invited. Even the top leader of the Magic City has sent his blessings. It seems glorious, but once I pass away, who will be able to help my family's younger generation? And this mysterious Lu Feng, who exactly is he? Is he someone cultivated by the Shin family, or a representative pushed to the forefront by other forces? The old man stood there for a long time, pondering these questions. At this moment, on the roadside, Shen Shuyuan was bidding farewell to Lu Feng. Feng, I'm leaving, heading back to the imperial capital, Shen Shuyuan said, looking at Lu Feng with deep affection. Are you leaving now? Yes, if it weren't for the old man's birthday, I would have gone back long ago. Alright, wait for me in the imperial capital. It won't be long before I come to find you. Take care of yourself while I'm not around. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, call me. Okay, you take care of yourself too. I'll be waiting for you to come find me. As the car door closed, Shin Shuyuan left. Fuyo, I love you. Wait for me, I will definitely stand before you in a dignified manner, Lu Feng suddenly shouted at the car that was driving away. Inside the car, Shin Shuyuan was already crying uncontrollably. I will wait for you, a Feng, always waiting for you. When the distracted Lu Feng returned home, he didn't greet Lu Yenran and just lay on the bed, lost in thought. He reminisced about the times he spent with Shin Shuyuan as a child and the joyful moments they had shared over the past few days. Thinking about the sacrifices Shin Shuyuan made to be with him, Lu Feng vowed in his heart to find Shin Shuyuan as soon as possible, not letting her wait too long. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Lu Feng opened the system to see what had refreshed. The system informed him that after the upgrade, he could choose to convert daily flash sales into a lottery draw and asked if he wanted to try the new feature. However, Lu Feng decisively refused, as he only wanted to acquire more assets to increase his influence over the Shin family. Upon hearing the host refuse the lottery, the system began refreshing daily items for him. Ding, the daily flash sale system has refreshed. The items are as follows: 1 Bugatti Veyron limited edition sports car, valued at 120 million renminbi, 1 coal mine in Shan province, valued at 7 billion renminbi, 100% shares of Fanli automobile, valued at 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the rewards displayed on the screen, Lu Feng discerned a pattern. It seems luxury items always take up a slot. Another sports car has appeared. He shook his head at the first option. Then he turned his gaze to the second option, a coal mine. Did they want him to mine coal? Although it was worth 7 billion, Lu Feng still didn't want it. Until he saw the third option, his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group. He just happened to have a new energy battery technology that he could hand over to Fanli Group for research. With 100% ownership, he didn't have to worry about other shareholders leaking information or pressuring him. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. With the system's prompt, another automobile group was added to his name. But I need to go to Face City to sign the papers to truly own it, Lu Feng said with frustration. However, since I'm going home with my sister this time, I can make a trip to Face City. It's not far anyway, Lu Feng said as he exited the system. After freshening up, Lu Feng woke up the still sleeping Lu Yenran, preparing to take her out for breakfast and pack up since they would be leaving tomorrow. Hearing that today was the last day, Lu Yenran hurriedly got up, dressed up, and prepared to go out for one last outing. With no choice, Lu Feng had to take her on a big tour around the Magic City. While Lu Feng was enjoying himself, far away in the office of the president of Fanli Group in Face City, the current president was on the phone, listening to the voice on the line saying that Fanli Group had completed its bankruptcy sale. The president sat in his chair with a bitter expression, motionless. It wasn't until someone suddenly barged in that the president reacted. Old Zhao, you received the notice, right? All the shares of the company have been packaged and sold. What should we do now? A man in his 40s rushed into the president's office and said, Yes, I already know, and I also know that it was bought by a mysterious young man, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Wasn't it bought by Benz or FAW? The man asked, puzzled. Zhao Yun shook his head, indicating that it was neither. No matter who bought it, what should we do next? BYD Group has contacted me, saying that we both still enjoy equal treatment and that our annual salary will increase by 30%, the man continued. You want to jump ship? You should know that this is a critical moment for the group. If you, the vice president, jump ship, it will cause great turmoil for the group, Zhao Yun said angrily. Oh, come on, old Zhao, if one doesn't think of oneself, heaven will punish them. The group has been packaged for sale and is about to go bankrupt. What can we do? Who knows what the person who bought Fanli wants to do? It might be better for us to take a group of elites to BYD and take care of ourselves first, the man said, trying to persuade him. Wang Jingyan, the group is in trouble, and you're thinking about jumping ship. Don't forget, without the group, there would be no you today, Zhao Yun said, slamming the table and standing up. Seeing Zhao Yun angry, the man retorted without holding back, Yes, the group made me, but I, Wang Jingyan, have also been diligent and given my all to the group. But now the group is facing bankruptcy. What can I do? I can only protect myself first. Zhao Yun looked at the agitated man in front of him and understood that what he said was true, so he could only sigh helplessly. You can go, but I won't leave. I want to stand with the group through thick and thin, Zhao Yun said firmly. Fine, don't blame me for not reminding you. Since this is your choice, I respect it. We have different paths and won't conspire together, the man said as he stood up to leave. Wait, Zhao Yun suddenly called out. What? Have you come to your senses? Wang Jingyan stopped in his tracks. No, I want to tell you that you can leave, but you cannot leak the information about the group being sold, nor can you take anyone from the group, Zhao Yun said, exuding the authority of a president. Zhao, I can agree to keep it confidential, but I don't need you to dictate who I can take from my team, Wang Jingyan shot back immediately. Then we'll see each other in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You want to take me to court over these trivial matters? Wang Jingyan exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, as long as you dare to do anything detrimental to the group, I won't let you off, Zhao Yun said, his gaze firm, showing no sign of joking. The conversation between the two ended on a sour note. After leaving the office, Wang Jingyan found a secluded corner and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Hello, I advised him, but he refuses to leave and wants to stay at Fanli. He also disagrees with me taking the elites from Fanli, Wang Jingyan said quietly. Then find a way to get those elites over here. For each one you bring, I'll give you 200,000. Tell your people that if they come to BYD, their annual salary will increase by 30%, and BYD will cover the breach of contract fees. The voice of the president of BYD came through the phone. It turned out that Wang Jingyan had already contacted people from Yadi, and under the promised benefits from Yadi's president, he began his recruitment plan. Zhao Yun, who had been sitting for a long time, looked at the contact information of the newly appointed director that had been sent over. After much contemplation, he took out his phone and made the call. Lu Feng was at Disneyland with Lu Yanran when he received Zhao Yun's call. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Zhao Yun, the current president of Fanli Group. I apologize for the interruption, Zhao Yun said with a nervous heart. Oh, it's President Zhao. What can I do for you? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Well, there's something I need to report to you regarding the resignation of the group's vice president, Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the situation, Lu Feng finally understood why a group valued at 20 billion was only worth 6 billion renminbi. It was on the brink of bankruptcy. Upon hearing about the vice president's resignation, Lu Feng smiled faintly and indicated that he was aware and would personally handle it at the group in a couple of days. He also asked Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before he arrived, promising a big surprise that would turn Fanli around. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Zhao Yun became very interested in this unfamiliar director. In the end, Lu Feng instructed Zhao Yun that this matter must not be disclosed to the vice president. Zhao Yun quickly assured him that he would not let a second person know, and thus their first call came to an end. After hanging up, Lu Feng lost interest in continuing to play and casually found a bench to sit down. I knew it. How could there be such a good thing? Turns out it's a bankrupt group. Remembering Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng immediately felt a headache, because this bankruptcy of Fanli Group was not a normal one. It was due to pressure from Mercedes, meaning this was a commercial war, and Fanli had lost. The cost of failure was that the group was on the verge of bankruptcy and could only be sold off. If Lu Feng hadn't intervened, Fanli would likely have been acquired by Mercedes. Mercedes was aiming to defeat Fanli Group and then acquire its production lines and factories to manufacture new energy vehicles. Now, the Fanli that Lu Feng took over was a huge mess, lacking funds, with people in a state of panic, and the vice president was planning to leave with his team. Externally, Mercedes was watching closely, and other domestic car manufacturers also wanted to take a bite out of Fanli Group, making it precarious. The main issue was still the lack of funds, but Lu Feng also didn't have much money. His account only had the 100 million from the last Ferrari deal and the 50 million in rent from Times Square. However, Fanli Group needed at least 1.5 billion to stabilize the basics, so the urgent task now was to raise money. Where to get it? Tianyu Group has just gotten through a tough time, and Ferrari definitely won't lend me 1.5 billion. Should I sell Times Square? Lu Feng thought gloomily while sitting on the amusement park bench. Suddenly, he thought of Shinshu Yuan but quickly dismissed the idea. No, I just boasted that I would go find her soon, and now it turns into borrowing money. What about my pride? I should see if the system has any solutions. With that thought, Lu Feng directly entered the system and explained the current problem to see if it could help him solve it. The system did not disappoint him, directly telling him that he could use reputation points to purchase cash cards in the mall. Lu Feng was so excited he jumped up. He then found cash cards in the mall, available in amounts of 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and even 1 billion and 10 billion, but Lu Feng only had 10,000 reputation points, enough to buy 1 billion renminbi at most. Lu Feng looked at the price above and finally gritted his teeth to buy 1 billion yuan. The reputation points he had just gained went straight to zero. After sorting everything out, he had just exited the system when he received a message saying that 10 billion yuan had been credited to his bank card. Looking at the message in his hand, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. With money, any problem would not be a problem, and with the new energy in his hands, revitalizing Fanli for a second spring would also not be an issue. After spending a day at Disney, Lu Yanran officially concluded her graduation trip. Without wasting time outside, the two drove back to Guanlan International. They were leaving tomorrow, so they needed to pack their luggage tonight to avoid delaying their schedule. Brother, I really enjoy being with you, I don't want to go back, Lu Yenran said to Lu Feng while packing her luggage. You can come back when you're happy, anyway, I've reserved a room for you, you can come whenever you want. Lu Feng smiled and gently scratched her nose with his hand. Thank you, brother. After about half an hour of packing, Lu Yenran finally finished. Once everything was sorted, the two went back to their rooms to rest, as they had to drive tomorrow. A night without conversation. In the morning, Lu Feng got up early and called Lu Yenran, who was still in a dream. After a simple breakfast, the two set off on their way home. Their hometown was in province, about 400 kilometers from the Magic City, neither too close nor too far. The car sped along, and after 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Xuancheng. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window, Lu Feng couldn't help but recall his childhood, especially since he hadn't been home for 4 years. The car quickly drove into the community, and seeing that it was still the same as before, Lu Feng felt a bit shy about returning home and hesitated to go upstairs. In the end, it was Lu Yenran who pushed him up. Once upstairs, Lu Feng still hesitated to knock on the door because he hadn't figured out what to say. It was Lu Yenran who couldn't stand it any longer and knocked on the door for him. Click! As the sound rang out, a woman in her 40s opened the door. Years of hard work had left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her shiny, thick short hair remained jet black, and her eyes were beautiful double eyelids, bright and delicate, with a mature beauty on her face. When the woman saw Lu Feng standing at the door, she hurriedly rubbed her eyes, afraid she was mistaken, and then looked closely again, still somewhat in disbelief. Until Lu Feng called out aunt, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and she hugged Lu Feng and began to cry. While crying, she said, "Child, you've suffered," and at that moment, Lu Feng could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart and cried while holding the woman. Lu Yenran, watching the scene before her, couldn't help but shed tears as well. "What's taking so long to open the door?" A voice suddenly came from inside the house. Then a man, wearing glasses and a bit plump, walked out. The moment he saw Lu Feng, he was also stunned, hurriedly took off his glasses to wipe them and put them back on. "Is it Xiao Feng?" Hearing her husband's words, the woman released Lu Feng from her embrace and turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "It's Xiao Feng who's back, old man." The man's eyes instantly turned red upon hearing this, and looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng directly knelt down in front of him, bowing 3 times. The middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to help Lu Feng up, and the woman beside him also quickly pulled Lu Feng up. "Uncle, aunt, I'm back," Lu Feng said emotionally while kneeling on the ground. "Oh my good child, what are you doing? Get up quickly, the floor is so dirty," the woman hurriedly urged, pulling Lu Feng up. "Yes, why kneel when you can come in and talk?" the middle-aged man said. After hearing this, Lu Feng stood up and, accompanied by his aunt, walked into the home he had left 4 years ago. Looking at the familiar layout of the house, seeing the family portrait of the 4 of them hanging on the wall, Lu Feng's tears almost fell again. As soon as they entered, his aunt urged Lu Feng to sit down while she went to air out his bedding. Since Lu Yenran and he had returned secretly to surprise the couple, they hadn't informed anyone in advance, so his uncle and the others were unaware that Lu Feng was back today. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lu Feng began to endure his uncle's scolding, complaining that he hadn't returned home during his 4 years of college and that he didn't want the 2 elders to send him money, treating his uncle like an outsider. Listening to his uncle's nagging in his ear, Lu Feng felt no annoyance. Instead, he was filled with warmth, just like when he was a child and got into trouble, with his uncle constantly reminding him to behave and study hard. After a while, his aunt, having finished airing out the bedding, joined in on the criticism of Lu Feng, while Lu Yenran added fuel to the fire from the side. Thus, the family of 4 chatted until nearly evening before reluctantly stopping. His aunt suggested going to buy groceries to prepare a big feast for Lu Feng, especially his favorite sweet and sour ribs from childhood. Lu Feng initially proposed going out to eat, not wanting his aunt to tire herself out, but he couldn't resist her insistence and had to agree. He then suggested going grocery shopping with his aunt, so his uncle stayed home to prepare the ingredients while his aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yenran out to shop. Just like when they were kids, whenever his aunt went grocery shopping, Lu Feng and Lu Yenran would follow closely behind, hoping to buy snacks. Walking with his aunt in the neighborhood, Lu Feng noticed that she was in particularly good spirits today, greeting everyone she saw and introducing Lu Feng to others. Since his aunt's family had lived there for many years, many people recognized Lu Feng, but after 4 years away, they hardly recognized him. Thanks to his aunt's introductions, many in the neighborhood learned that the mischievous but helpful little boy from before had returned. "Boss, give me an old goose, I'm going to make soup," his aunt said to the vendor. "What guests do you have at home today, sister?" "You're being so generous," the vendor replied with a smile. His aunt pointed at Lu Feng and said, "My child is back, how can we not eat well?" Hearing his aunt's words, Lu Feng felt very touched. Soon, a goose was ready, and his aunt took the two little followers to the next stall. They walked past many stalls, and Lu Feng and Lu Yanran's hands were full before she finally stopped. Finally, after buying everything, the three were about to head back when his aunt suddenly spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn. She ran over to buy two for the two of them, reminding them to eat them only after dinner, as if Lu Yanran and Lu Feng were still little kids. The three of them walked home against the evening sun, enjoying the cool breeze, chatting and laughing, creating a beautiful and warm scene from a distance, like a painting. After arriving home, his aunt and uncle busied themselves, while Lu Feng ran over wanting to help but was refused by the elderly couple. With nothing to do, Lu Feng returned to his room, a special room his uncle and aunt had kept for him. The room was spotless, well ventilated, and even after 4 years without anyone living there, it had no other odors. Looking at the bed his uncle had made for him, Lu Feng's nose felt sour again. "Yes, my uncle and aunt have treated me like their own since I was little, even more than their own daughter Yanran, and now I can finally repay them properly and let them rest well," Lu Feng thought as he lay on the bed. Unknowingly, on the quilt filled with the scent of sunshine, Lu Feng fell asleep, dreaming that he had returned to his childhood, where he and Lu Yanran enjoyed the love from the two adults without restraint. Knock, knock, knock. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep? It's time to get up for breakfast," Lu Yanran shouted from outside the door. Hearing Lu Yanran calling him, Lu Feng immediately opened the door. "Xiao Feng, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Auntie made your favorite sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings," Auntie shouted while taking off her apron. Lu Feng responded and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting at the dining table, Uncle took out a bottle of wine to drink with Lu Feng, but Auntie stopped him, saying that children shouldn't drink alcohol. Seeing Uncle take out the wine, Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought up the gifts he bought for them, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran to run outside. "Where are you two going?" Uncle asked. "Going downstairs to get something," Lu Feng replied without looking back. "These two kids, what could be more important than eating?" Auntie complained. Before long, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran returned with a big bag and a small bag. "I forgot the gifts I bought for you, hee, Lu Feng said with a silly smile. "You child, why bring gifts when you come home? How much can you earn? You should save a bit," Auntie said, looking at the pile of gifts with concern, afraid that Lu Feng would save money by not eating because of these gifts. "Yes, your aunt is right. What do we need to buy? We don't lack anything," Uncle also said. After hearing this, Lu Feng placed a bottle of flying mutai on the table. When Uncle saw the mutai, he started to scold Lu Feng again, saying he didn't know how to live and was wasting money on such good wine. Seeing her parents' worried expressions, Lu Yanran helped explain for Lu Feng. After hearing that Lu Feng had achieved such great success now, the old couple initially expressed disbelief, but after Lu Feng's repeated assurances, they finally believed him. "Xiao Feng, we haven't done anything illegal, right?" Uncle still felt a bit uneasy. "Right, we can't do bad things. We can't earn dirty money," Auntie also asked. Seeing the old couple becoming uneasy again, Lu Feng could only reveal part of his business. When they heard that Lu Feng was now a shareholder of a group worth hundreds of billions, the old couple immediately went online to check the Tianyu group that Lu Feng mentioned. Upon seeing Lu Feng's name on the shareholder list of Tianyu group found on the Baidu browser, Uncle was so happy that tears streamed down his face, saying that the Lu family finally had a big shot. Seeing the old couple so happy, Lu Feng opened the mutai and poured a glass for Uncle, and then the family happily started eating. During the meal, Uncle kept praising Lu Feng for his abilities, while Auntie looked at the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. "Xiao Feng, come eat a piece of rib," Auntie said as she picked a piece of rib for Lu Feng. Lu Yanran saw that her mother only picked for Lu Feng and not for her, and kept saying it was unfair. Auntie had no choice but to pick a piece for Lu Yanran as well. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Lu Feng helped his drunken uncle to the room, while Lu Yanran and Auntie tidied up the house. Since Uncle was drunk, after the meal, only Lu Feng, Auntie, and Lu Yanran were left chatting together. Lu Feng introduced a pile of skincare and beauty products to Auntie, who sat on the sofa, smiling as she watched Lu Feng talk non-stop. At night, a small house of less than 100 square meters gave Lu Feng a feeling that even a big villa couldn't provide. Yes, family affection is irreplaceable by anything. "Xiao Feng, get up for breakfast." Coming, Lu Feng heard Auntie calling him from the living room and hurriedly washed up and came out. Sitting at the dining table, watching his aunt fry eggs, cook rice porridge, and prepare exquisite pickles, Lu Feng was already drooling. "Yanran, hurry up, we're just waiting for you," his uncle called out. In the cheerful atmosphere, the family of four finished their breakfast. His uncle and aunt were employees at a factory and were supposed to go to work, but since Lu Feng had returned, they decided to take a few days off to spend time with him. Fortunately, his uncle was now a small supervisor at the factory, otherwise, it would have been difficult to take leave. After the meal, Lu Feng suggested that the family go out for a stroll while the weather was still cool, or else it would get hot by noon. Upon hearing that they could go out to play, Lu Yanran was thrilled. His uncle and aunt got into the Audi that Lu Feng had driven over, looking around at what they considered a fantastic luxury car. Xiao Feng, although we can earn money now, we still need to learn to save, his aunt earnestly advised, fearing that Lu Feng might go astray. Got it, auntie, you can rest assured, Lu Feng replied happily upon hearing her teachings. Xuanqing, a city with the ancient charm of Jiangnan, is filled with old houses and ancient streets, forming a cultural city that countless poets and literary figures have spoken of. Today, Lu Feng took his family to a very lively ancient town in Xuanqing, a place his uncle often brought them to when they were young. Looking at the ever-changing ancient town, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel how quickly time flies, and then the family began to explore the town. Brother, try this, we used to eat it all the time when we were kids, Lu Yanran said as she bought a bag of fried dough twists and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the twists, put one in his mouth, and started to savor it, while Lu Yanran made sure to give one to their parents as well. Through the years, the ancient town has stood for over a century, with its long alleys paved with bluestone, holding a charm that modern cities can never replace. The ancient town quietly sits here, watching generations grow up. After exploring the ancient town, the family was ready to grab a bite, and then Lu Feng's uncle directed him to drive to an old street. This is the place, I used to bring you two here to eat all the time, his uncle said with a smile, pointing to a small restaurant in front of them. Lu Feng remembered that every time his uncle and aunt received their paychecks, they would come here to eat, and he and Lu Yanran would always order the sweet potato balls. Did they change staff? I remember there was an old man here, Lu Feng asked in confusion. The old man you mentioned stopped working here 2 years ago, now his son has taken over, his aunt replied. Let's order first, his uncle said as he handed Lu Feng a handwritten menu that looked quite vintage. Brother, I want sweet potato balls and lotus root sticky rice, Lu Yanran hurriedly said. Okay, I'll order for you, Lu Feng replied, then ordered a few dishes and handed the menu back to his uncle. Seeing that Lu Feng hadn't ordered much meat, his uncle and aunt added 2 meat dishes to the order. You two are still young, how can you not eat meat? His aunt gently said. After about 10 minutes, the dishes started to arrive, and the first dish was the sweet potato balls that Lu Feng had been thinking about for years. He picked one up and slowly savored it. It still tasted like when he was a child. During the meal, his uncle and aunt kept serving him more dishes, urging him to eat more, saying he had lost weight while being away. In the eyes of all elders, children who return home are always thin because they worry about them and fear they are not doing well outside. After finishing the meal, his uncle suggested going home to rest since it was summer, and it was already noon, starting to get hot, which wasn't suitable for going out. However, Lu Feng disagreed, saying he wanted to give them a surprise, and then drove them to another place. The car stopped at a sales office in a residential community, and Lu Feng walked in with his puzzled uncle and aunt. As soon as they entered, a saleswoman warmly greeted them. Welcome. What type of house would you like to see? With the enthusiastic introduction from the saleswoman, the uncle and aunt finally realized that Lu Feng was planning to buy a house. Taking advantage of the saleswoman's moment to get water, they hurriedly whispered to Lu Feng, asking what he was buying a house for. Lu Feng intended to buy it for his uncle and aunt, but fearing they would disagree, he lied and said it was for his own future marriage, asking them to come help him take a look. To his surprise, the uncle and aunt were displeased, saying that if it was about a marriage house, they should be the ones buying it, and that Lu Feng shouldn't spend his money. Their words made Lu Feng's eyes turn red, and he could only say that since they were already there, they might as well take a look. Hearing this, the uncle finally agreed. When the saleswoman returned with the water, Lu Feng asked her to show them the houses, and she gladly agreed. Looking at the luxuriously decorated flat, the uncle and aunt were also stunned. The saleswoman introduced the house's information, stating that the total indoor area reached 280 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, each bedroom equipped with a separate bathroom, a living room with a public restroom, a study, and a family entertainment room. Among the 2 master bedrooms, there were also dedicated walk-in closets and large bathtubs in the bathrooms. After the saleswoman finished her introduction, she took them on a tour. The uncle and aunt were thrilled by the spacious bedrooms, bright bathrooms, and the large dining and living area. Seeing how much they liked the house, Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran aside to whisper. Lu Feng told Lu Yanran to keep the old couple occupied while he returned to the sales office to make the payment. Knowing that Lu Feng was now very wealthy, Lu Yanran didn't try to dissuade him any further, as she also wanted her parents to have a better life. Under Lu Yanran's cover, Lu Feng successfully slipped away to the sales office to pay. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lu Feng found the sales manager and informed him of the house he wanted, along with the name of the saleswoman who accompanied him. The manager began calculating the cost, and Lu Feng mentioned the saleswoman's name because he was worried the manager might pocket her commission. After all, the saleswoman had been very responsible, introducing the house, serving tea, and taking them to see the property in such hot weather, so Lu Feng didn't mind helping her out. "Hello, sir, the house you are interested in has a total area of 318 square meters, with a usable indoor area of 280 square meters and a shared area of 38 square meters, the sales manager said respectfully. "Just tell me the price," Lu Feng replied casually, as he didn't care about the shared area since he had money. "This house is fully renovated, with all furniture and appliances included, so the price is 32,000 per square meter, totaling 10,176,000 yuan. I can make it so you only need to pay 10 million, and I'll waive 3 years of property fees," the sales manager said quietly, suppressing his excitement. "Okay, I'll pay by card," Lu Feng said without hesitation, handing his bank card to the property manager. This made the property manager even more certain that this young man was a big shot. Otherwise, how could he buy a house for 10 million in such a short time? Even ordinary wealthy people would need to think it over for a long time, and it might not even be a full payment. The property manager took the bank card to the finance department and personally processed it. When he swiped Lu Feng's gold card on the machine, he was stunned. The finance staff thought the machine was broken and approached to check, only to be shocked by the balance on the card. After a long while, the sales manager trembled and said, "Xiao Xiao, I didn't see it wrong, right? How many digits does this show?" Xiao Xiao from finance also started counting with trembling hands. "Manager, there are nearly 1.2 billion in deposits," Xiao Xiao replied in a shaky voice. Upon hearing that there was 1.2 billion in deposits, the manager immediately confirmed that Lu Feng was indeed a big shot, because anyone with over a billion in a bank account must be worth at least 10 billion, which made the manager respect Lu Feng even more. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa enjoying the attentions of the saleswomen, who brought him fruits, snacks, brewed tea, and subtle flirtations. As for why they were fawning over Lu Feng, it was obvious, they weren't blind. A person who pays for a house worth over 10 million in less than 2 hours must be incredibly wealthy. If Lu Feng asked for their phone numbers, they would be ready to contact him that night, saying they were already in bed and cleaned up. Even if Lu Feng suggested a few of them together, they probably wouldn't refuse. Who would want to miss such an opportunity to cling to someone powerful, especially since Lu Feng was so handsome? Just as Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa feeling bored, a man suddenly spotted him and walked over. "Lu Feng, it's really you." Lu Feng looked at the man for a long time without recognizing who he was. Seeing that Lu Feng still didn't recognize him, the man jokingly said, "You really forget things easily. I'm your high school classmate, Lu Ziyang." Lu Feng remembered Lu Ziyang, his high school classmate, but their relationship was just average. "Ziyang, long time no see. You've changed so much, I didn't recognize you," Lu Feng said with a smile, extending his hand. "Yeah, you haven't come back since you went to college, of course I've changed." Lu Ziyang also extended his hand and shook Lu Feng's. "What are you doing here?" Lu Feng asked. "Don't mention it, I'm here to look at houses. My girlfriend insists on a house here," Lu Ziyang said helplessly. "Oh, are you getting married? Starting to prepare for the wedding house?" Lu Feng asked with a smile. "Not really, just came to take a look first. This place has the best houses in Xi'an City, so we set our first target here," Lu Ziyang said. The houses here are pretty good," Lu Feng replied. "Yeah, especially the large flat inside, it's luxurious among luxuries, but my budget can only look at ordinary apartments," Lu Ziyang said, shaking his head with a smile. The two chatted for a while, and then the manager finished the payment and came out. "Mr. Lu, your card, please keep it safe." The manager respectfully returned the card to Lu Feng. "The paperwork should be done in about 2 days, you can come and pick it up then, just need to handle the property certificate," the manager added. "Okay, I got it," Lu Feng said lightly. After chatting a few more words with Lu Ziyang, Lu Feng prepared to find his uncle and the others. However, just after taking a couple of steps, the sales manager called him back, telling him that they had given him 2 parking spaces and to confirm when he picked up the documents in a couple of days. After hearing this, Lu Feng thanked the sales manager and left. Lu Ziyang, still confused about the situation, heard the sales manager talking to him, asking if he was familiar with Lu Feng. Seeing the manager asking, Lu Ziyang said he was a high school classmate of Lu Feng and that they just bumped into each other today to chat. Upon hearing that Lu Ziyang was a classmate of Lu Feng, the sales manager became enthusiastic and, upon learning that Lu Ziyang was looking at houses here, quickly promised to give him the best price. Lu Ziyang was a bit taken aback, and when the sales manager saw this, he explained. Upon hearing that Lu Feng had bought the dream big flat for a full payment of 10 million, Lu Ziang suddenly realized he no longer recognized this former classmate. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had returned to the house, where the saleswoman was still introducing the kitchen's range hood to his aunt. When Lu Yenran saw Lu Feng come back, she hurried over. "Brother, did you get it done? How much did it cost?" Lu Yenran asked quietly. "It's done, not much, just 10 million, and they threw in 2 parking spaces," Lu Feng replied just as quietly. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Lu Yenran was still shocked by the price. 10 million. If it were in the bank, the interest alone would be 3 to 400,000 a year. That would mean never having to work again. "Brother, isn't that a bit too expensive? Why don't we just forget it?" Lu Yenran said with concern. "Ha ha, you little girl, I earned the money. If I don't spend it on uncle and aunt, who should I spend it on? Besides, it's just a house. I can never repay uncle's kindness in this lifetime," Lu Feng said with a smile. Even with Lu Feng saying this, Lu Yenran still felt a bit pained because, in her eyes, it wasn't easy for her brother to earn money. Seeing that Lu Yenran wanted to say something else, Lu Feng ruffled her hair and told her that since they had already bought it, she should just feel at home. The little girl then stopped saying anything. At that moment, Uncle, who was studying the dishwasher, noticed Lu Feng and asked what he had been up to. Lu Feng casually made up an excuse to brush it off, and Uncle didn't think much of it. Aunt was already preparing to ask the saleswoman how much it cost because she wanted to buy it for Lu Feng. When Lu Feng heard Aunt asking about the price, he hurried over, pulled the saleswoman outside, and exchanged a glance with Lu Yenran, who gave him an okay gesture to reassure him. Lu Feng's maneuver left Uncle and Aunt completely baffled. As Lu Feng pulled the saleswoman out the door, she looked at him with a flushed face, confused about why this handsome guy had pulled her out. Seeing the shy girl, Lu Feng had to explain that he had already paid for the house, and the commission and performance would be credited to her. Upon hearing that the house had been fully paid for and that the performance would count towards her, the saleswoman was so excited she didn't know what to do. After all, this was a house worth over 10 million, and the commission for a big flat would be even higher. She could earn over 80,000. It was only 3 hours since she had started attending to Lu Feng, and now she had completed the sale, leaving the girl dazed with happiness. After quite a while, the saleswoman finally came to her senses and frantically thanked Lu Feng, saying she wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Feng waved his hand to decline. After sending the saleswoman away, Lu Feng returned to the room and overheard Uncle and Aunt discussing buying him a house. In fact, Uncle had money. His and Aunt's combined salaries and bonuses amounted to about 30,000 a month, which is why they dared to discuss buying this house for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and walked out. As soon as Aunt saw Lu Feng, she asked where he had been and where the saleswoman had gone. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, looking seriously at Uncle and Aunt, telling them to prepare themselves because he had something to say, leaving them puzzled. "Uncle, Aunt, please don't get too excited," Lu Feng said with a smile. "You little rascal, what do you want to tell us? Is it that you don't have enough money?" Uncle asked with concern. "No, I just wanted to ask if you like this house," Lu Feng inquired. "I like it. When we buy it, we'll make it your wedding house," Aunt said with a smile. "I'm glad you like it. Because I just bought it," Lu Feng said to the two of them. "What? You're not kidding me, are you?" Uncle and Aunt asked, their faces filled with disbelief. "Really, Mom and Dad, my brother really bought it," Lu Yenran said with a smile. "So how much is this house? It must be over 3 million, right? I know you have money, but buying a house is between your aunt and me. Why are you worrying about it?" Uncle said, his tone displeased. "Yeah, Xiao Feng, I'll have your uncle transfer the money to you later. You're just starting your business, and it's the time to use money. Besides, buying you a house is something we agreed on long ago," Aunt added. Hearing the sincere words from Uncle and Aunt, Lu Feng stepped forward and hugged them both. Although they didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly hugged them, they held him tightly. After all, they had long regarded Lu Feng as their own son. After hugging them, Lu Feng quietly said that he bought this house for them, to repay their nurturing kindness, and to let them enjoy life. However, the two insisted they wouldn't accept it, saying the house was meant to be Lu Feng's wedding house, as they had a place to live. Unable to convince them, Lu Feng held their hands and talked for a long time before they slowly accepted. "Xiao Feng, how much is this house?" "Given the average house price in Xuanqing is around 10,000, it must be over 3 million, Uncle asked. Just as Lu Feng was about to answer, Lu Yenran jumped in. I know, brother spent a total of 10 million. "What? So expensive?" Uncle and Aunt exclaimed. "Yes, you're looking at the average price, but this is a high-end community, and it's a luxurious flat, all furnished. Of course, it's expensive," Lu Yenran explained. After hearing the price, the two insisted that Lu Feng return it. Lu Feng looked at them seriously and said, "Uncle, aunt, you've raised me for so many years, treating me as your own, caring for me even more than for Yanran. How can I repay you? Now that I have money, what's wrong with buying you a house? I can never repay your kindness." After hearing Lu Feng's words, Aunt was already moved to tears in Lu Yanran's arms, and Uncle's eyes were red as he stepped forward to hug Lu Feng, patting his back repeatedly. "Good boy, Uncle didn't raise you in vain." Uncle finally released Lu Feng after a while. Aunt, comforted by Lu Yanran, stopped crying. "Today is a great day for us to buy a house, so no more crying," Lu Feng said, wiping his tears and smiling. "Right, Xiao Feng is right, you two should quickly wipe your tears, we need to be happy," Uncle echoed. Lu Yanran and her mother wiped their tears and smiled. "Then let's leave first. I'll find a cleaner to tidy up later, and we'll move in a couple of days," Lu Feng said. "Oh, why find a cleaner? I'll come over tomorrow to clean up, no need to waste that money," Aunt said, feeling distressed. "Yes, your aunt is right. We have money now, but we shouldn't waste it. Tomorrow, I'll come over with your aunt to clean up," Uncle said. With no other choice, Lu Feng agreed, and then they all went downstairs to prepare to leave. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text to the manager, asking him to help find a few cleaners to tidy up, and the manager agreed immediately. After returning home, Uncle and Aunt sat on the sofa, feeling as if today was just a dream. Lu Feng poured them a glass of water, and then they all sat in the living room chatting. After a long time, Lu Feng finally returned to his room, ready to enter the system to see what good items were available today. After so many returns, Lu Feng was no longer like before, waiting specifically for the system to refresh before checking what could be obtained. In Lu Feng's words, he had gotten used to it. As his consciousness entered, the system timely reminded Lu Feng whether he was ready to draw lots or refresh items. As usual, Lu Feng chose to refresh items. Ding! Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The results are as follows. 12 Rolex watches, worth 20 million, 3 billion cash card, worth 3 billion renminbi, 1 lottery draw, value immeasurable. What's going on with this third one? Lu Feng asked. The secondary system can refresh products it carries, such as reputation points, lottery chances, special skills, and so on, the system explained coldly. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I spent all my reputation points last time. How can I earn reputation points again?" Lu Feng asked again. Reputation points are related to the host's own assets and reputation. Now the host can generate 100 reputation points daily, the system explained. "Okay, got it," Lu Feng nodded and then chose the 3 billion cash card before exiting. Just in time, Lu Feng was planning to go to Face City in a couple of days. With this 3 billion, plus the original more than 1 billion, the funding issue for Fonli Group could be said to be completely resolved. By the way, can't characters be refreshed? Why haven't I seen any after several tries? The odds are too low, Lu Feng thought, as he had been craving those bodyguards for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng, who was resting on the bed, his uncle and aunt had gone out to the market to buy groceries, preparing to come back and cook something delicious for Lu Feng. After they returned from shopping, they started making dinner in the kitchen. Before long, 6 dishes and a soup were ready, and they called Lu Feng out to eat. Hearing his uncle calling him, Lu Feng quickly got up from bed, walked to the living room, and saw that his uncle and aunt had already prepared the meal waiting for him. Lu Feng knocked on Lu Yanlan's door, asking her to come out for dinner. After dinner, Lu Feng discussed with his uncle and aunt that once the cleaning was done, they could move in directly. His uncle and aunt agreed, but upon learning that Lu Feng had secretly hired a cleaner, they couldn't help but complain a bit about him. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lu Yanran was woken up by Lu Feng, and the two hurried out without having breakfast. "What are you doing, brother? I'm so sleepy. Why did you wake me up so early?" Lu Yanran yawned, sitting in the car. "Isn't it to buy some things for the new house? If we buy them in advance, we won't have to move things from the old house back and forth," Lu Feng said. Upon hearing they were going shopping, Lu Yanran instantly perked up and quickly mentioned that her new room needed a makeup table. Lu Feng generously replied that they could buy whatever she wanted when they got there. Soon, the two drove to the largest home decoration plaza in Xuancheng. Although most things were already in the flat, some small items and daily necessities were still lacking. For example, quilts, bath towels, and towels were in short supply, so Lu Feng had dragged Lu Yanran out to buy things early in the morning. They first went to the furniture section to pick out a makeup table for Lu Yanran. She quickly chose a white and blue two-tone vanity, and Lu Feng left the new house's address for them to deliver it in the afternoon. Then they went to the home essentials area to select some necessities, such as towels, bath towels, and slippers. Finally, Lu Feng picked out a few down comforters and arranged for the delivery man to bring them in the afternoon as well. Soon, the morning passed quickly. Lu Feng took Lu Yanran to grab a bite on the street before heading to their new home. Just as they arrived downstairs, the delivery man was already waiting. Lu Feng led the delivery man upstairs. With the delivery man's efforts, everything was quickly brought up. Lu Feng gave the man a 500 yuan tip, and the man left happily. Come on, it's time for us to work hard. Let's give them a surprise tonight, Lu Feng said to Lu Yenran. After that, the two began to arrange their new home, quickly placing the daily necessities in their proper places. Since the cleaning service arranged by the sales manager had cleaned overnight, it took less than 2 hours for all the living supplies to be set up, ready for them to move in at any time. Just as Lu Feng lay down on the sofa to rest for a bit, he called the hotel to have a table of dishes delivered, preparing to celebrate with his uncle and aunt that evening. With everything ready, Lu Feng asked Lu Yenran to wait for the food delivery while he went back to pick up his uncle and aunt. Uncle, open the door! Lu Feng shouted from outside. Hearing the noise, his uncle came over to help Lu Feng open the door. Where have you been all day? I didn't see you with Yenran, his uncle asked curiously. Can't say. I have to give you a surprise, Lu Feng said mysteriously. What's so mysterious, Xiao Feng? His aunt chimed in, also curious. Come on, you'll know when we get there, he said, pulling the two of them downstairs. Although they didn't understand what was going on, his uncle and aunt followed along with smiles. Soon, the car arrived at the new house, Tan Yuan. Seeing Lu Feng arrive at Tan Yuan, his uncle curiously asked what they were doing here, since they hadn't moved anything from their old home and couldn't stay yet. Lu Feng didn't explain. After parking the car, he took the two of them upstairs. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yenran jumped out quickly, setting off a confetti popper at the same time. Welcome, Mom and Dad, to your new home, Lu Yenran said with a smile. His uncle and aunt were still trying to figure out what was happening when Lu Feng explained that he and Lu Yenran had been busy all day for the new home, and now it was ready for them to move in, with everything complete. Hearing this, his uncle and aunt were deeply moved by Lu Feng's efforts. Suddenly remembering something, his aunt said, I need to hurry and buy some vegetables and seasonings. Dinner will be ready soon. Hearing this, Lu Yenran took her mother's hand and walked toward the dining room. Seeing the dishes already set up on the table, Lu Yenran explained that Lu Feng had prepared everything. His aunt praised Lu Feng for growing up. After that, the family happily finished their first meal in the new home. As his aunt took the dishes to the kitchen, she wanted to wash them, but Lu Yenran came over and directly placed the dishes in the dishwasher, then began to teach her mother how to use the kitchen gadgets. Although Lu Yenran couldn't cook, being young, she quickly got the hang of these new devices. Under Lu Yenran's explanation, his aunt soon understood the high-tech kitchen equipment. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was in the living room talking to his uncle about needing to leave home the next day to go to Face City for work-related matters. His uncle didn't say much, just reminded him to drive slowly and be safe. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned to his room, opened the system to make his choice for the day, but it seemed his luck was particularly bad today. The best option was a Patek Philippe watch set worth 65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. But uncle and aunt, lying in the new room, couldn't sleep. They sat there reminiscing about the past, talking about the amusing stories of Lu Feng and Lu Yenran when they were young, until deep into the night. The two of them lying in bed couldn't believe that they were now living in a house worth 10 million. A night of silence. In the morning, after finishing the breakfast made by aunt, Lu Feng drove towards Face City. Just as Lu Feng was heading to Face City, the Fanli group was thrown into chaos. Ever since Xiao Yun and Wang Jingyan had a falling out, Wang Jingyan, for the benefit of Yadi, began to persuade his subordinates to join him at Yadi. However, apart from his own loyal employees, very few were willing to follow him without knowing about the group's bankruptcy. Zhao Yun was furious when he heard from his secretary that Wang Jingyan was poaching people everywhere. He had clearly told him that if anyone wanted to leave, they could, but they couldn't poach others. Wang Jingyan treated his words as if they were nothing. In a fit of anger, Zhao Yun immediately called Wang Jingyan to his office. Wang Jingyan, what are you doing? Zhao Yun slammed the table and said angrily, Old Zhao, I haven't done anything, why are you so angry? Wang Jingyan replied nonchalantly, do you know what impact your poaching will have on the group? I just told the employees below that I was leaving, and they voluntarily wanted to follow me. The group was really blind to hire you in the first place. Zhao, I warn you not to talk nonsense. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still don't want me to pursue a better future. The two began to argue loudly in the office, and passing employees were frightened by the commotion. After a while, the office door was flung open, and Wang Jingyan stood in the corridor shouting to the employees still working downstairs, everyone, pay attention. The group has gone bankrupt and is up for sale. Zhao Yun, the president, is still hiding this from you. I can't bear to see you unemployed, so I've contacted Yachty Group. Now, anyone willing to follow me, go fill out your resignation report immediately. After today, there won't be this opportunity. The employees were suddenly alarmed by the vice president's words, realizing he was likely telling the truth. Even though Zhao Yun was trying to cover it up, they had heard some rumors during this time. Now that the vice president had confirmed the bankruptcy, it was undoubtedly true. Those employees who were already planning to follow Wang Jingyan immediately got up to fill out their resignation reports, while the remaining employees stood there, unsure of what to do. From the moment Wang Jingyan announced the bankruptcy, it took less than a minute for Zhao Yun to react. He never expected Wang Jingyan would dare to publicly declare the company's bankruptcy. Zhao Yun quickly walked out, pointing his finger at Wang Jingyan and scolding him. At this point, Wang Jingyan also lost his temper and argued back with Zhao Yun. The company's executives, seeing the two arguing in public, hurried over to separate them. Zhao Yun, not caring to continue arguing with Wang Jingyan, quickly took out his phone and connected to the company's communication system to explain. Everyone, do not believe what was just said. The company has not gone bankrupt, it has only changed its chairman. I have received notice that the chairman will come today and bring a large sum of funds to help the group through this difficult time. Please trust me. Most of the lower-level employees chose to believe the president after hearing his explanation, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates, who still chose to resign. The executives knew more than the lower-level employees, so nearly a quarter of the executives were willing to follow Wang Jingyan to Yadi. Wang Jingyan, wait for the lawyer's letter, Zhao Yun said angrily after sending the message. Especially after seeing that about a quarter of the executives chose Wang Jingyan, Zhao Yun became even more furious, scolding these executives for not considering the group. Wang Jingyan laughed heartily upon hearing this. Zhao, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. The group is going bankrupt, why should we stick with it? Wang Jingyan said disdainfully. Just as Zhao Yun was about to retort, Wang Jingyan spoke up loudly again. Isn't the new director coming today? Perfect timing, this is my resignation letter, and I need him to sign it. After saying that, he instructed the executives and employees who were preparing to leave with him to get their resignation letters ready, so they could all sign them when the new director arrived. Just as Zhao Yun was about to stop him, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was a call from Lu Feng. Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone, and when he heard that Lu Feng had already arrived, he was so excited he almost cried and rushed downstairs to meet Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the departing Zhao Yun with disdain, knowing the current situation of the group. Even if someone took over fondly, without at least $1 billion in funds, it would be impossible to stabilize the current turmoil. If they wanted to turn the company from loss to profit, they would need at least $4 to $5 billion. Let me see how this new director faces the current predicament of the group. Plus, with so many executives and employees resigning, it might just drive the new director to despair. Having spent so much money to buy the group, it's about to go bankrupt. If it were me, I'd be devastated too, Wang Jingyan thought with a smile. Just as Wang Jingyan was reveling in the misfortune, the elevator doors suddenly opened not far away, and Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Lu Feng had arrived. Seeing Lu Feng approaching, Wang Jingyan felt a sudden sense of panic for some reason. Soon, Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yun, stood in front of Wang Jingyan, who was directly intimidated by Lu Feng's presence, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hello, Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng take the initiative to greet him, Wang Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief. It seems this new chairman isn't so impressive after all, he's already softening up. Shouldn't he be begging me not to leave later? Wang Jingyan thought to himself, looking down on Lu Feng a bit. Hello, you must be Director Lu. I've heard so much about you, it's truly a pleasure to meet you today, Wang Jingyan said with a smile. At this moment, those executives holding resignation letters also approached, but upon seeing the new director Lu Feng, they were too scared to step forward. Let's go inside and talk, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Jingyan thought Lu Feng wanted to find a quieter place to plead with him, so he was naturally happy to go. The three of them then walked into Zhao Yun's office, with Lu Feng heading straight for the president's seat, while the other two found places to sit. I heard Vice President Wang wants to resign, is that right? What's the reason? Lu Feng asked calmly while sitting in the chair. Well, Director Lu, I'm getting older and feeling a bit overwhelmed, so I'm planning to find a more relaxed job and enjoy life, Wang Jingyan said, trying to find an excuse since Lu Feng was so calm that he couldn't quite grasp what Lu Feng wanted to do. Oh, so you want to retire? Then why not enjoy your retirement in the group instead of going to Yadi? I'm not afraid of delaying the company, so I thought about resigning, that way everyone can relax a bit. Then why are you resigning and taking your subordinates with you? This doesn't seem like the behavior of someone who wants a stable retirement. Mr. Lu, they are voluntarily following me. If you don't believe me, you can call them over and ask, Wang Jingyan said, already feeling a bit scared, because Lu Feng was just too calm, as if he were merely an observer. Upon hearing Wang Jingyan's words, Lu Feng directly instructed Zhao Yun to bring in the employees and executives who wanted to leave. Suddenly, dozens of people flooded into the president's office, but as they looked at each other, not a single one dared to speak. Why is no one speaking? Lu Feng glanced at them, picked up his teacup, and asked. Hearing the director address them, the employees and executives became even more frightened, each one too afraid to respond. Vice President Wang, why don't you let them speak? Lu Feng said, taking a sip of water and directly calling out names. Under Wang Jingyan's inquiry, the employees and executives trembled as they expressed their willingness to leave with Vice President Wang. After hearing them speak, Zhao Yun was about to step forward to scold them but was frozen in place by a glance from Lu Feng. Since everyone wants to leave the group and believes it can no longer hold on, I will grant you this favor. After all, I can't cut off your source of income. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Wang Jingyan said, standing up to express his gratitude as soon as Lu Feng finished speaking. Alright, since I'm here today, let's sign your resignation letters, starting with Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said, looking at Wang Jingyan. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily and didn't try to retain him, Wang Jingyan honestly handed over his resignation letter. After reading the resignation letter, Lu Feng picked up a pen and wrote his name in the signature area, then signed the resignation letters of the executives as well, while the resignation letters of some employees were handed to Zhao Yun for signing. Soon, the resignation letters of these people were signed by Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding, Wang Jingyan said happily, not forgetting to have the other executives and employees thank Lu Feng as well. Hearing their expressions of gratitude, Zhao Yun could no longer sit still, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and scolding him for being ungrateful. Wang Jingyan, feeling the pressure of Lu Feng's presence, dared not retort and could only let Zhao Yun scold him. After scolding Wang Jingyan, Zhao Yun turned to scold the executives, who were so ashamed that they lowered their heads. Thus, after more than 10 minutes of scolding, Zhao Yun finally stopped at Lu Feng's intervention, stating that if it weren't for Lu Feng, he could have scolded for a whole day. Having scolded and signed the resignation letters, Wang Jingyan now just wanted to quickly take his subordinates and leave. Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Wang Jingyan said, with the executives and employees nodding in agreement, as they didn't want to stay there for another minute. Wait a moment, Vice President Wang, since you are resigning now and I have agreed, then you will need to pay the breach of contract penalty, won't you? Lu Feng asked, tapping the table and looking up. Upon hearing about the penalty, the executives and employees hurriedly turned their gazes to Wang Jingyan. After all, he had just promised them that they wouldn't have to pay it. Wang Jingyan looked at his employees and executives staring at him, smiled faintly, and then said to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, rest assured, all the breach of contract penalties will be transferred to the company's account within 2 days. After saying this, Wang Jingyan provocatively glanced at Lu Feng, having waited here for so long, and this was the result. Indeed, he was still young and needed more practice. With that, Wang Jingyan was about to lead the executives away when he was called back by Lu Feng. Vice President Wang, since the issue of the penalty has been resolved, let's talk about your spreading rumors about the company going bankrupt, Wang Jingyan said, feeling completely unrestrained. After all, he had already signed his resignation, and there was no need to worry about the penalty, so he directly addressed Lu Feng. Director Lu, as far as I know, the group currently owes at least several billion, and is completely unable to repay it, which is why it is going bankrupt and being sold. You just took over, am I wrong? Correct. You're not wrong, Lu Feng replied calmly. Then if I say the company is going bankrupt, can it still be considered a rumor? If it really comes to light that the group is bankrupt and the higher-ups are hiding it from the employees, that would be the one to bear legal responsibility. Wang Jingyan became more and more agitated, thinking that perhaps he wouldn't even have to pay the resignation penalty. Zhao Yun saw that Lu Feng was at a disadvantage and wanted to help him retort, but Lu Feng stopped him, leaving him with no choice but to sit back down. Oh, who told you that the group is unable to repay these billions? And who told you that the group is going bankrupt? Lu Feng looked at the pleased Wang Jingyan and asked, weren't you the one who just admitted it? How can you say that now? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng ignored him and simply instructed Zhao Yun to take his bank card to the finance department to bring over the financial records and machines. Although Zhao Yun didn't understand, he could only comply. Soon, Zhao Yun returned with the finance records and machines. Director Lu, I brought everything you asked for, Zhao Yun said, panting, knowing that he had just run to find the finance department and then back. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng said, then turned to the confused finance staff and asked Zhao Yun to give her the bank card so she could check how much money was in it. The finance staff took the card, swiped it on the machine, and the computer displayed the amount. Seeing the numbers on the screen, the finance staff thought there was an error and swiped it again, but the same numbers appeared. The finance staff was stunned on the spot, while Zhao Yun thought she was unreliable and was about to step in to operate it himself, but he was also captivated by the numbers on the screen. As both of them stood there in shock, Wang Jingyan couldn't sit still any longer. Looking at the smiling Lu Feng and the stunned finance staff and Zhao Yun, he pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, then looked at the computer screen. In the next second, Wang Jingyan was also frozen there, his face instantly paling. He saw that string of numbers. Looking at the equally stunned Wang Jingyan, Lu Feng calmly instructed the finance staff to announce out loud how much money was in the bank card. The finance staff, trembling, raised her head and whispered, "I can't hear you, speak louder," Lu Feng said again. Director Lu's bank card has nearly 4.2 billion renminbi, the finance staff shouted at the top of her lungs. In an instant, the executives and employees nearby were also shocked. No one expected there to be so much money in that card, nor did they expect Lu Feng to have that much money. "Miss Finance, please take 2 billion from this account and transfer it to the group account." Lu Feng ignored the others nearby. The finance staff hurriedly began the operation, as this was her expertise, and it was her first time performing in front of the chairman, so she couldn't make a mistake. Soon, with the finance staff's operation, the already depleted group account increased by 2 billion. Watching the money arrive, Lu Feng began to challenge Wang Jingyan. "So, Vice President Wang, does the company still need to go bankrupt? Were your previous statements just rumors?" Wang Jingyan panicked at this, because with this 2 billion, the group could really be revived, making his earlier statements truly rumors. Once it was confirmed to be a rumor, the group could immediately take him to court, and he would have no way to refute it, because the group indeed had not gone bankrupt. The more Wang Jingyan thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he started to tremble. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a lifeline, he spoke up. "What I meant was that the group would go bankrupt before you took over. I didn't expect you to actually come up with 2 billion to help the group come back to life, so I don't consider it spreading rumors. But you spread the rumors after I took over the group. You don't even know whether the chairman has the ability to solve the group's problems, yet you concluded that the group would go bankrupt and spread rumors to the employees below. Shouldn't you be responsible for the losses caused?" Lu Feng suddenly stood up, his aura like a mountain, pressing down on Wang Jingyan. Wang Jingyan was directly crushed to the ground by Lu Feng's imposing presence and words, while Zhao Yun beside him was also startled, as Lu Feng's aura at that moment was like a man-eating tiger. Seeing Wang Jingyan sitting on the ground in fear, Lu Feng seemed to transform into a different person, gently speaking to the finance officer standing nearby. "This is my car key, please go to the passenger seat and get the document bag on it." The finance officer, upon hearing this, took the key and ran out, as the president's office was too intimidating for her to stay even a second longer. After the finance officer went to get the key, Lu Feng squatted down beside Wang Jingyan, smiling at him. Wang Jingyan, scared, pushed himself up with both arms and retreated backward. But how could Lu Feng let him off? He had been so arrogant just moments ago, now it was time for him to be utterly embarrassed. Lu Feng said to Wang Jingyan again, "If you have no issues, I'll have my lawyer send you a letter tomorrow. See you in court." At this moment, Zhao Yun, standing nearby, also began his embellishing journey. "Mr. Lu, our group has a legal department. We can have them file a lawsuit against Wang Jingyan for harming the group's reputation, spreading rumors, and creating panic within the group." Zhao Yun was genuinely enjoying this. Having just seen Wang Jingyan flaunting his power, he had been holding in a belly full of anger, and now it was just right to vent it on Wang Jingyan. "Is that so? Then let the legal department send him one," Lu Feng replied directly upon hearing that it could be done. After receiving the order, Zhao Yun hurriedly ran out to personally notify the legal department. Just as Zhao Yun went out, the finance officer who had gone to get the documents ran back. Mr. Lu, the documents you wanted," the finance officer said, out of breath, handing the car key and a thick document bag to Lu Feng. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you 3 days of paid leave. Take a good rest," Lu Feng said to the panting finance officer. Upon hearing that running an errand would earn her 3 days of paid leave, the finance officer was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Lu Feng before leaving. After receiving the document bag, Lu Feng sat back in his chair and began to look through the documents. Wang Jingyan finally stood up from the ground, but at that moment, he could only stand there obediently, not daring to do anything. After looking at the documents for a while, Lu Feng raised his head, a flash of anger crossing his face, but it quickly faded. He then looked at Wang Jingyan with a dark expression, and Wang Jingyan was startled by Lu Feng's demeanor. Up until now, Lu Feng had not shown such an expression, but after reading the documents, he revealed such a look. What could be written in those documents that could provoke such anger from a chairman who usually kept his emotions in check? Wang Jingyan, don't you want to know what this document records? Lu Feng's calm voice exploded in Wang Jingyan's ears. Instantly, Wang Jingyan was so frightened that he lost his composure. Just moments ago, Lu Feng had called him Vice President Wang, but now he was addressing him by name. Wang Jingyan trembled as he said he didn't know what was recorded above, hoping Lu Feng could inform him. Seeing that Wang Jingyan was still unwilling to give up, Lu Feng began to read from the documents he held. On April 25, 2017, Wang Jingyan took advantage of his position to embezzle 230,000 yuan of company funds. On June 13, 2017, Wang Jingyan, in his capacity as vice president, molested a female employee who had evidence but dared not report it. On February 5, 2018, Wang Jingyan received a kickback of 1.2 million yuan from a supplier. In August 2019, he used his position to arrange for relatives to work within the group, even arranging for his 70-year-old great-uncle to become a monitoring guard at the company. Suppressing his anger, Lu Feng looked at the already collapsed Wang Jingyan and slammed the documents onto him. With a loud thud, the documents hit Wang Jingyan's head, but he seemed not to feel the pain, only staring blankly at the scattered papers on the ground. The evidence is conclusive. What I've read is not even 1/10 of it. Do you have anything to say? Lu Feng said calmly. At that moment, Wang Jingyan was like a wooden puppet, showing no reaction. Just then, Zhao Yun approached with the legal department's lawsuit documents. Seeing a group of terrified executives, the collapsed Wang Jingyan, and Lu Feng sitting in the president's chair sipping tea, Zhao Yun was confused about what had happened. Zhao Yun cautiously came to Lu Feng and handed him the lawsuit documents. Mr. Lu, the lawsuit documents are ready for your review. To his surprise, Lu Feng didn't even look at them and tore them up instead. Zhao Yun was so frightened he could hardly breathe. Go pick up the documents on the floor, rewrite a lawyer's letter including everything mentioned above, and send it to our senior vice president, Lu Feng instructed. After hearing this, Zhao Yun went over to pick up the documents on the floor. Just a casual glance made him furious. He had always known that Wang Jingyan was up to no good, but considering all the contributions he had made to the group, he had turned a blind eye. Who would have thought Wang Jingyan had done so much? He immediately began to berate Wang Jingyan again. Alright, enough noise, Lu Feng said, placing his teacup on the table. Zhao Yun immediately dared not say anything further. Seeing everyone quiet down, Lu Feng continued, I understand that clear waters have no fish. You could have just been a little greedy, but you also molested employees and arranged for your incompetent relatives to work in the company, especially that great uncle of yours. What skills does he have? Does he even know what monitoring is for? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives nearby couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng turned and began to address them. Don't hold back your laughter. Do you see the remaining documents on my desk? Lu Feng said as he picked one up and read it aloud. Sun Jichao, serving as the deputy general manager of the group's R&D department, in 2020 took advantage of his position. Sun Jichao, serving as the deputy general manager of the group's R&D department, embezzled 24,000 yuan of company funds in 2020. Zhou Xiaotian, in 2021, used his position to pressure employees to help him stab Shishi. Wu Kuei, serving as the sales department manager, in 2019 embezzled employee performance bonuses totaling 42,000 yuan. Now, can any of you still laugh? Those whose names I haven't read, don't think your bottoms are clean, I just haven't picked up your files, Lu Feng said as he put down the documents. In an instant, the entire president's office fell silent, not a sound to be heard, as everyone trembled in fear, worried that there might be something about them in those documents. Zhao Yun was also extremely shocked. He looked at the president in front of him as if he were looking at some incredible monster, because the information Lu Feng had was too detailed, even down to the exact dates. To know these things, many of them might have forgotten themselves, yet Lu Feng was able to find them. No wonder he had been so calm since entering the company. It turned out everything was prepared. First, he attracted those who wanted to resign to step forward, and then he struck them hard, leaving them bewildered. Could such calculation and intellect really be something a person in their 20s could achieve? Just as Zhao Yun was still marveling at Lu Feng's strategy, Wang Jingyan, who was sitting on the ground, finally reacted. At that moment, he no longer had the arrogance from before, all that remained was endless pity. He hurriedly crawled to Lu Feng's feet and began to plead desperately. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, I beg you to spare me this time. No, how could you be wrong, my vice president? Lu Feng scoffed. Mr. Lu, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have resigned, I shouldn't have spread rumors. I beg you, please spare me this time, Wang Jingyan said, kneeling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. But you just said that what you said was not a rumor, but a fact, and you even threatened the company, Lu Feng said, sitting in his chair, watching him perform. Mr. Lu, that was just a slip of the tongue. I really know I was wrong. You can punish me however you want, but please don't hand me over to the police, Wang Jingyan said, fully aware that if what he had done was taken to court, he would face multiple charges and at least 10 years in prison. Vice President Wang, I'm quite curious. Did you ever think it would come to this? When you were forcing Aku to resign, when you were taking benefits from Yachty, when you were poaching people, did you ever consider the group even a little? Lu Feng's series of questions left Wang Jingyan speechless, unsure how to respond. You never considered the group at all. When the group was in trouble, you were the first to run away, poaching people and creating panic. So, I have no reason to consider you, Lu Feng said as he stood up. Wang Jingyan continued to bow his head repeatedly, hitting himself in the face. Mr. Lu, I will give you all my savings. I beg you, please don't sue me, Wang Jingyan said, seeing Lu Feng stand up and hurriedly hugging his legs. Zhao Yun looked at Wang Jingyan at that moment, feeling a deep sense of regret. If he had known it would come to this, why had he acted that way in the first place? Lu Feng, however, kicked him over and coldly looked down at Wang Jingyan, saying, What about the female employee you threatened and harassed? I may forgive you, but will she forgive you? Wang Jingyan instantly fell silent, and Lu Feng turned to leave. Mr. Lu, if I get the female employee's forgiveness, will you forgive me? Wang Jingyan suddenly said. Hearing this, Lu Feng laughed and replied, What makes you think you can earn someone else's forgiveness? Even if she forgives you, I will personally send you to prison. After saying that, he walked out of the office with Zhao Yun, who then notified the security to carry Wang Jingyan away. Just as Zhao Yun hung up the phone, Wang Jingyan suddenly burst out of the president's office, holding the arm strength training bar that Zhao Yun had left in the office. If I can't have it easy, neither will you, Wang Jingyan shouted as he charged at Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, watch out. Zhao Yun yelled, rushing to stop Wang Jingyan, but was knocked down by a blow from Wang Jingyan. At that moment, Lu Feng reacted, rushing forward with a sweeping kick that knocked Wang Jingyan down, then following up with a kick to Wang Jingyan's chest, causing him to spit out foam. Lu Feng then hurriedly helped Zhao Yun up and asked if he was okay. It's nothing, Mr. Lu. It's just that my forearm might be fractured. I really didn't expect you to be so skilled, Zhao Yun grimaced in pain, holding his arm. Your arm is fractured, and you still say it's nothing. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital, Lu Feng said, ready to take Zhao Yun to the hospital. It's nothing, Mr. Lu. I can hold on. Let's deal with Wang Jingyan first, Zhao Yun said, forcing himself to endure the pain. At that moment, the security guards arrived, along with other employees and executives from the company. Upon learning that Wang Jingyan had injured the president and attempted to attack the chairman, the security quickly subdued Wang Jingyan, who was lying on the ground. Lu Feng then called the police, and when they heard that someone was injured with a weapon, they rushed over. After the police arrived, they questioned the employees present and reviewed the surveillance footage, confirming that Wang Jingyan had attacked with a weapon. After determining that Lu Feng was acting in self-defense, they took both Wang Jingyan and Zhao Yun, along with Lu Feng, into custody. The police first took Lu Feng and the others to the hospital, then escorted Wang Jingyan for a medical examination, as Lu Feng's kick had been quite forceful. They then arranged for a doctor to examine and treat Zhao Yun's arm, which took a long time before they finally left the hospital. After exiting, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun hurried to the police station to give their statements. With solid evidence, they quickly completed their statements and left, while Wang Jingyan was detained. After leaving the police station, Lu Feng drove Zhao Yun back to the company, as it was a complete mess. Thank you, President Zhao, Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun, who was in the passenger seat. You're making me feel embarrassed. I didn't help at all and only delayed you from coming to the hospital, Zhao Yun replied with a bitter smile. If he had known Lu Feng was so capable, he wouldn't have intervened. Now, he had neither helped nor avoided embarrassment. You can't say that. If you hadn't delayed Wang Jingyan for a moment, I wouldn't have reacted in time, Lu Feng said, then expressed that since Zhao Yun was injured while saving him, he would give Zhao Yun a few days of paid leave and a gift. Zhao Yun quickly insisted that the group was at a critical moment and he couldn't take a break. Lu Feng had to relent but told Zhao Yun that he couldn't refuse the gift. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Zhao Yun had no choice but to agree. Just as they arrived at the company entrance, they saw the executives and employees who had previously wanted to resign waiting for them. As soon as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun got out of the car, a crowd rushed over. Mr. Lu, we know we were wrong. Yes, Mr. Lu, please forgive us this time. President Zhao, please help us out, say a good word. Mr. Lu, the company has suddenly lost so many people, management will be a problem. Let us redeem ourselves. Looking at the chattering employees and executives, Lu Feng remained cold and ignored them, supporting Zhao Yun as they walked into the company. Security, block them. Not a single one is allowed in. If one gets in, the entire security department will be fired, Lu Feng's calm voice rang out. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the security captain quickly led his team to block the crowd. Just as the two had entered the company, they were surrounded by a large group of employees again. Mr. Lu, are you and President Zhao okay? Mr. Lu, are you injured? President Zhao, how's your arm? President Zhao, is your injury serious? Seeing the concerned employees, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun had to slow down and respond one by one. What should have been a 2 or 3 minute walk took them over 10 minutes to reach the office. Once back in the office, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun's secretary and asked her to notify everyone that there would be a meeting in 10 minutes. The secretary hurriedly ran off to deliver the message. Soon, the company employees gathered in the conference room. Originally, Lu Feng planned to let Zhao Yun rest here while he went alone, but Zhao Yun insisted that Lu Feng was not familiar with the company staff and that he should accompany him. Seeing Zhao Yun's persistence, Lu Feng had no choice but to agree. After that, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the conference room and sat on the podium. Hello, Chairman Lu. Hello, General Manager Zhao. The employees greeted in unison. Hello everyone, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun replied. After the greetings, Lu Feng began his speech. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng, and I am your new chairman. Everyone here should be meeting me for the first time today and hearing my name. There were indeed problems with the group before, leading to bankruptcy and sale, which startled everyone. However, seeing so many people choose to believe in the group, I feel very gratified. But now, everyone need not worry, because the group is about to experience a second spring, he said, as he had the finance department project the balance on the company account onto the large screen behind him. The employees below looked at the 2 billion on the company account and finally felt relieved. After putting their minds at ease, Lu Feng continued his speech. Let me share another good piece of news. In addition to being the chairman of the group, I am also a director of Ferrari and the president of the Ferrari division in Asia. So, regarding the previous siege by Mercedes, I will lead Ferrari to counterattack, so please rest assured. Hearing that Lu Feng was also a director of Ferrari, the employees below were astonished and began to discuss among themselves. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun watched the employees discuss without intervening, as they needed time to digest this news. The reason for revealing Lu Feng's identity as a Ferrari director was a mutual decision between Lu Feng and Zhao Yun, aimed at giving the employees a boost of confidence and rekindling their hope in the group. Otherwise, their fear of Mercedes would affect their work performance. It should be noted that as early as the early 20s, Mercedes had already entered China, and after such a long time, these international brands had a significant impact on the Chinese people, even leading many to believe that foreign products were better than domestic ones. Moreover, Mercedes was backed by the Volkswagen Group, a colossal entity that controlled several automotive groups, even holding shares in domestic Chinese automotive groups, making it a true international conglomerate. If it took action, it could stir up a storm internationally. As the discussions gradually subsided, Lu Feng continued his speech about the group's development and creation. After about half an hour, Lu Feng finally stopped. Finally, I have good news for everyone. All employees present will receive a 30% salary increase, and this month's salary will be doubled, as a token of appreciation for your trust in the group. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the employees jumped up excitedly. Long live Chairman Lu! Long live General Manager Zhao! Long live Chairman Lu! The employees expressed their gratitude to Lu Feng and Zhao Yun with excitement. At this moment, Zhao Yun also stood up, ready to make the final closing remarks. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Upon hearing Zhao Yun speak, the employees quickly quieted down. Thank you all for your trust in the group. The group will not let you down. As Chairman Lu said, we are entering our second spring. I hope everyone will work together to make this big family of ours even better. You wouldn't want to disappoint Chairman Lu, would you? Zhao Yun said with a smile. After hearing this, the employees immediately promised not to let Lu Feng down. I'm exhausted, Lu Feng said as he lay back on the sofa in the president's office. Chairman Lu, what you said today was truly inspiring. I feel like I want to take people and fight Mercedes right now, Zhao Yun joked. Ah, Lao Zhao, don't tease me, Lu Feng replied with a smile. I really didn't expect that the surprise you mentioned for the group would actually be your identity as a Ferrari director. Now that Fonley has your support, we don't have to fear the pressure from Mercedes anymore. Ha! The surprise I mentioned isn't the identity of a Ferrari director, Lu Feng said, looking puzzled. What? Zhao Yun was also confused. What I said was that the surprise I mentioned for the group isn't the identity of a Ferrari director, But something else, Lu Feng said calmly. The fact that the identity of a Ferrari director wasn't even a surprise was astonishing. With this connection, Fondly might even collaborate with Ferrari in the future, and with Ferrari, Fondly wouldn't have to fear Mercedes. Such a huge surprise wasn't what President Lu said would turn Fondly Group around, and Zhao Yun began to eagerly anticipate the surprise Lu Feng was talking about. Lu Feng didn't keep him in suspense, he simply asked Zhao Yun how far the current new energy vehicles could travel on a single charge. Without thinking, Zhao Yun replied that it was Tesla's cars, with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng mysteriously said to Zhao Yun, "What if I have a battery technology that can extend the range of a car to 2,000 kilometers? Wouldn't that be a surprise that could turn the group around?" Boom! Lu Feng's words shocked Zhao Yun as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving him completely stunned. After a long while, Zhao Yun finally reacted, his voice trembling. "Director Lu, is what you said true?" Seeing Zhao Yun's reaction, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, of course it's true, Lao Zhao, do you think I would joke with you?" Once Zhao Yun confirmed that Lu Feng was indeed serious, he was so excited that he didn't know how to express himself, just repeatedly picking up his water cup to drink. After a long time, Zhao Yun finally calmed down and began to inquire about the battery technology Lu Feng had. However, Lu Feng ignored Zhao Yun's questions and directly pulled him out to eat. Once in the car, Zhao Yun continued to ask about the technology, but Lu Feng still didn't respond. Instead, he took out a gift box from the car's storage compartment and handed it to the still inquisitive Zhao Yun. "Director Lu, what's this?" Only when the gift was in his hands did Zhao Yun realize. "Open it and see," Lu Feng said, then started the car to take Zhao Yun to eat. Hearing this, Zhao Yun placed the box on his lap and struggled to open the gift with one arm. What came into view was a beautiful watch, with a silver dial inlaid with over 80 diamonds, shining nobly under the light. Upon seeing the Patek Philippe logo, Zhao Yun hurriedly closed the box and was about to return it to Lu Feng. "Director Lu, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Zhao Yun shook his head repeatedly. Lu Feng calmly stated that it was just an ordinary watch, and once he gave a gift, he wouldn't take it back. Zhao Yun had saved him, after all, didn't he see that only Zhao Yun rushed out to protect Lu Feng? Lu Feng was always generous to his own people. Seeing Lu Feng say this, Zhao Yun accepted the gift, silently remembering Lu Feng's kindness. The car soon stopped in front of a restaurant. The two got out and walked inside, casually ordering a few dishes. Once the food was served, they devoured it hungrily, both nearly starving after such a busy day. "Director Lu, I'm really curious, how did you get hold of that dirt on those executives and Wang Jingyan? You know, I'm in the group every day and I don't know about these things." While eating, Zhao Yun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked this question. Just as he said, he was in the group every day and had no idea how Lu Feng knew about it after just arriving. Lu Feng heard Zhao Yun's question, smiled faintly, and said it was a secret, which made Zhao Yun feel quite uncomfortable, instantly finding the food in front of him unappetizing. As for how Lu Feng knew, he had, of course, obtained the information through the system. It turned out that a couple of nights ago, Lu Feng discovered that he could purchase other people's information in the mall. Depending on the individual, the required reputation points for purchase varied. For instance, Wang Jingyan's information cost a full 100 reputation points, while the combined total for other executives was still less than that of Wang Jingyan alone. Don't think that 100 reputation points is a small amount. You should know that 100 million yuan in the mall is only worth 1,000 reputation points. In other words, 100 reputation points equate to 10 million yuan. Spending 10 million to buy someone's information is already quite expensive. However, there is a downside to buying information. You must be in contact with the person to make the purchase. Lu Feng had talked with Wang Jingyan for a while, and only after all the executives had appeared did he make the purchase, then had the system place it in the car, and finally had the company finance department retrieve it. Just as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun were about to finish their meal, a phone call came in. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Feng asked as he picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu from Fondly Group?" A gentle female voice came from the other end. Lu Feng was puzzled, not knowing who was looking for him. "Yes, this is I." "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am the secretary to the president of Mercedes-Benz for the Huaguo region. I apologize for the intrusion, but I would like to know where you are right now. I have some matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing it was someone from Mercedes-Benz, Lu Feng instantly understood they were coming to settle accounts with him. It was known that Mercedes-Benz had put in a lot of effort to acquire Fondly Group, and just when they were about to bring it into their fold, Lu Feng had snatched it away. Anyone would be angry in that situation. Knowing that Mercedes-Benz was preparing to find trouble with him, Lu Feng was not intimidated at all and directly told the caller his location. After hanging up, Zhao Yun, who had been listening clearly, realized that someone from Mercedes-Benz was coming and felt a bit flustered, asking Lu Feng if they should return to the group. Lu Feng flatly rejected Zhao Yun's suggestion, insisting on waiting for the Mercedes-Benz people to arrive, curious to see what they would do. Zhao Yun had no choice but to stay and wait with Lu Feng. About 20 minutes later, a sharp and assertive woman walked into the small restaurant with a group of people. Once inside, the woman scanned the room and then walked straight up to Lu Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Feng interrupted her. "I know, you're the secretary from Mercedes-Benz," Lu Feng said lazily, waving his hand and picking up a toothpick to clean his teeth. Seeing Lu Feng's blatant disrespect, the secretary's face flashed with displeasure, but she quickly adjusted her attitude and instructed her subordinates to book the entire restaurant, ensuring no one else could enter and disturb her conversation with Lu Feng. After hearing this, her subordinate rushed off to find the owner. Lu Feng, witnessing this scene, began to mock, as expected of Mercedes-Benz, such a big show. Unexpectedly, the woman merely smiled faintly and explained that this was to show respect for Lu Feng, not wanting any outsiders to interrupt their discussion. After that, she greeted Zhao Yun standing beside Lu Feng. If Lu Feng did not recognize the woman in front of him, Zhao Yun certainly knew her very well. Feng Ning, assistant to the president of the China division of Mercedes-Benz. If you truly regarded her as just an assistant, you would be gravely mistaken. Within Mercedes-Benz in Huagua, she was second only to the president. It was said that the president of Mercedes-Benz had already proposed to the headquarters that Feng Ning be appointed as the vice president of Mercedes-Benz in Huagua. Moreover, the reason Fonli Group had previously gone bankrupt was due to Feng Ning, and striking down Fonli Group was her final test to become vice president. But now, with Lu Feng's appearance, all of Feng Ning's previous efforts have gone to waste. Upon learning that Lu Feng was at Fonli, Feng Ning rushed over with her people, only to find that Lu Feng had gone out to dinner with Zhao Yun, leaving her empty-handed. Unwilling to give up, she got Lu Feng's contact information and found the restaurant they were at now. "Hello, Miss Feng," Zhao Yun said politely. Although she wished she could kill Feng Ning, Zhao Yun still had to maintain a facade of politeness with her. After greeting Zhao Yun, Feng Ning turned directly to Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, I believe you know my purpose here. I need the Fonli Group, and I've confirmed that you acquired Fonli for 6 billion. I'm offering 6.5 billion, you would only need to transfer it and make a profit of 500 million. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Feng laughed out loud after hearing this. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Ning asked, puzzled. "I'm laughing at you. The Fonli Group is our own industry in Huagua. You're actually helping foreign companies deal with our own enterprises just to get ahead. I find your short-sightedness amusing," Lu Feng said lightly. "Mr. Lu, I don't agree with your viewpoint. Business wars have no borders. I only need to be loyal to the group I belong to," Feng Ning explained. "Yes, everyone says this has no borders, that has no borders, but when Huagua was choked by foreign countries over chips, why didn't anyone say technology has no borders then? So, Miss Feng, I really don't like your approach, so please leave," Lu Feng said, directly issuing an eviction order. "I can raise it to 7 billion, Mr. Lu. I hope you can consider it." Feng Ning still wouldn't give up. "No need, I won't agree. If you have any other means, feel free to use them, I'll take them all," Lu Feng said in the most indifferent tone while delivering the most domineering words. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Feng Ning had no choice but to leave with her people, but before leaving, she gave Lu Feng a business card, hoping he would think it over and call her. Lu Feng looked at the card on the table and directly threw it into the trash can. "Mr. Lu, don't you think you were a bit too tough?" Zhao Yun asked quietly. "Tough? I don't think so at all. I even feel that my performance just now wasn't good enough." "If she weren't a woman, I would have directly scolded her," Lu Feng replied. But with Feng Ning's temperament, she should launch an attack on the Fonli Group. The group has just stabilized. Shouldn't we avoid a major conflict?" Zhao Yun explained. "No need to worry, she won't have time to deal with Fonli soon. I will notify Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes. Soon, whether she can stay at Mercedes will be a problem," Lu Feng said. Feeling the determination and momentum of her chairman, Zhao Yun didn't dare to say anything more. "Let's go, take me to see the research department of Fonli," Lu Feng said as he got up and walked out, with Zhao Yun hurriedly following. "Boss, let's settle the bill." Zhao Yun ran over to pay. "The bill has already been settled," the owner said. "Mr. Lu, did you pay?" Zhao Yun asked Lu Feng. "No. Gentlemen, it was just now that lady's subordinate who paid," the owner explained. Hearing that Feng Ning had actually paid for them, Lu Feng praised her generosity. Zhao Yun looked speechless. She had just wanted to scold her, and now she was praising her. After they got into the car, under Zhao Yun's guidance, they headed straight for Fanli's research department. At this moment, Feng Ning, who had hit a wall with Lu Feng, sat in her car and made a call. The plan can be implemented. If it succeeds, I will give you 10% of the Fanli Group's dividends. Lu Feng was unaware that a large net was already being cast over him. He was currently driving with Zhao Yun towards Fanli's research institute. Soon, the car stopped at the factory area of the Fanli Group, and the research institute had set up directly inside the factory for the convenience of experiments. Knowing that the chairman and president of the company were coming, the factory director and the head of the research institute had been waiting at the gate. "Hello, Director Lu. Hello, President Zhao." As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, he saw a man around 40 and a woman in her 30s, who were the factory director and the head of the graduate team, respectively. "Hello," Lu Feng greeted them. Then, under the guidance of the factory director, Lu Feng first toured the factory's operations and equipment. "Director Lu, look, this is the most advanced assembly line equipment we previously purchased from France. The reason Mercedes-Benz is making such a fuss about us is that they see we have ready-made factory equipment and personnel," Zhao Yun explained as they walked. "It is known that car companies are putting all their efforts into research and development to get a piece of the new energy pie, and they simply do not have time to build new factories and equipment. Moreover, some equipment takes a long time to produce, so many car companies opt to acquire existing setups to save time and focus their energy on new energy research. Then we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Right now, new energy is the best opportunity for our Chinese car companies to overtake in a curve. If we miss this chance, Chinese car companies will have no opportunity for the next 20 years, Lu Feng said calmly. Soon, after touring the factory area, under the guidance of the head of the research institute, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the group's research institute. "Director Lu, this is our own Fanli Research Institute. Inside, we have a team researching traditional fuel vehicles, as well as a foreign team we just hired at a high salary to study new energy. After all, who wouldn't want a piece of the new energy pie?" Zhao Yun introduced with a smile. "So you mean the new energy research is being done by foreigners?" Lu Feng asked. "Yes, although we are reluctant to admit it, our group's strength can only allow us to hire people from Europe for research. We can't cultivate our own research team like BYD or Great Wall," Zhao Yun said bitterly. "Alright, I understand. Take me to have a look," Lu Feng said as he walked inside. Upon entering, he saw many researchers in groups of 3 to 5 studying car parts. "There are quite a lot of people," Lu Feng said with a smile, looking at the bustling scene before him. "What you see now is the research area for traditional fuel vehicles. The new energy research is inside," said Zhang Ru, the head of the research institute. "Then let's go in and take a look," Lu Feng said as he walked forward. Pushing open the door to the new energy research department, the inside was completely different from the outside, with better research equipment and a more comfortable environment, all revealing Fanli's emphasis on new energy. "Jason, stop your research for a moment and come over," Zhang Ru called to a foreigner who was studying something not far away. The foreigner, hearing this, walked over. Lu Feng sized up the foreigner, who was around 40 with blue eyes, and then extended his hand. "Hello, Professor Jason, I am Lu Feng, the new director of Fanli Group." "Hello, I am Jason," the middle-aged man replied, shaking hands. "The reason the president and chairman are here is to visit the company's R&D department and see how the new energy research is progressing," Zhang Ru explained to the man. "Zhang, I should have already told you that new energy research doesn't yield results that quickly. If it were that fast, major research teams wouldn't have taken so long," Jason said impatiently. Zhang Ru was left speechless by the retort. Although she was the head of the research institute, she did not dare to offend this group of foreigners. If they decided to quit, she would be the one to blame. Zhao Yun looked at the awkward scene before him and found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was he who had put in a lot of effort to bring this team here. "Are you saying that I spend money to have you come and study, and I can't even ask about the process?" Lu Feng, however, showed him no leniency. Hearing that it was the chairman of the group asking, Jason reined in his temper a bit and said, "Chairman, we are professionals in research, so I would prefer if you didn't disturb us too often. Research requires quiet." Upon hearing Jason's words, Lu Feng turned to Zhao Yun and asked, "How long have you had them here?" Zhao Yun hurriedly replied that they had been invited for half a year. "So, in this half year, you haven't produced any results for me?" Lu Feng said to Jason again. Seeing that Lu Feng was dissatisfied with the research progress, Jason resorted to the same excuse he had used to deal with Zhang Ru. But Lu Feng was not buying it. He demanded research results. Realizing that Lu Feng was difficult to handle, Jason turned to Zhao Yun. "Mr. President, I told you from the beginning that research wouldn't yield results so quickly, but what does today mean? If you continue like this, I think we may need to renegotiate the contract." "Professor Jason, please don't be angry. Chairman Lu is just concerned about the research progress," Zhao Yun quickly tried to mediate. Seeing Zhao Yun back down, Jason's attitude became arrogant again. I'm not angry, I just feel that you don't respect me. If it weren't for the good conditions you promised, I wouldn't have come here at all. Enough, Lu Feng interrupted him directly. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun and then asked what benefits had been promised initially. Faced with the chairman's anger, Zhao Yun could only explain. It turned out that in order to establish a new energy research team for the group, Zhao Yun had traveled to Europe and found a research team led by Professor Jason. To entice the research team to come to Huagua for their studies, Zhao Yun had promised them many benefits, such as a monthly salary of $300,000 for Professor Jason and at least $50,000 for other members. In addition to salary, there were other conditions, such as providing superior research conditions and environment for free. If Jason's team produced any results, they would have the right to decide who to sell those results to, and if Fondly Group wanted the results, they would have to pay again. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng was so angry that he laughed. President Zhao, are you saying that we spend money to have them research, provide equipment and environment, pay exorbitant salaries every month, and then we can't even use the results they produce, but have to pay again to buy them? Zhao Yun was stunned by Lu Feng's words. He realized that the chairman was truly angry, but at that time, he had no other choice. The top car manufacturing groups in the country had already started their own new energy research and had their own dedicated research teams. They could only recruit people to form a team and had to agree to so many unfair conditions for the research team to be willing to come. Just as Zhao Yun was about to explain, he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Professor Jason, so under such favorable conditions, you and your team still haven't produced anything, right? Lu Feng's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Chairman, if you keep pushing us like this, I really have to reconsider our cooperation. Jason showed no signs of backing down. He had long understood Fondly Group's situation, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to propose so many excessive conditions, knowing that Fondly couldn't do without his team. If my team leaves, Fondly will never find a better team than mine, and if I really leave, as long as I go back and spread some rumors about Fondly, no team will dare to conduct research for Fondly. Thinking of this, Jason became even more arrogant. Mr. Lu, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you regarding the project research funding. Currently, this funding is simply not enough, and I hope you can allocate an additional amount for research. Jason was being even more excessive. He actually wanted to increase the research expenses. It should be noted that the research expenses required by his team of fewer than 10 people had already exceeded those of traditional automotive research teams with dozens of members. How much do you need? Lu Feng looked at the foreigner who was inching forward and calmed down instead. I need about $2.3 million. Jason thought Lu Feng was softening and boldly stated. If I give you this funding, I must see some results, Lu Feng asked. Mr. Chairman, I've already told you, research doesn't yield results so easily, Jason replied. So I'm spending so much money just to chase an unseen hope? Chairman, that's not how you should put it. If our research is successful, I promise our results will be sold to you first, which would be a tremendous benefit for your group. Jason began to paint a rosy picture for Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng wasn't buying it. There's no money, but as you said, I think we should discuss the previous contract properly, Lu Feng said to Jason. Mr. Chairman, are you sure? Jason, being a foreigner, didn't catch the coldness in Lu Feng's words and thought Lu Feng was going to give him more benefits. Yes, I think the previous contract was a bit inappropriate, Lu Feng said, looking at the delighted Jason, who didn't understand what he meant. Then I'll state my conditions. I want a 30% salary increase, the same for my team members, and I hope the group can provide us with decent accommodation. 2 people living in a 100 square meter house is really a bit too little. Also, for the second batch of research funding, I hope it can be increased to $30 million, Jason said excitedly. Jason's words left Lu Feng and the other two completely bewildered. How could he still want to increase benefits? Didn't he hear the meaning behind Lu Feng's words? Well, looking at the excited Jason, Lu Feng's trio realized he really didn't understand the implications. Lu Feng had no choice but to explain in detail to Jason again. Upon hearing that Lu Feng wanted to amend the contract, and that the amendment required the team to prioritize using any results for Fondly Group, but Fondly would give the team bonuses, and that the funding allocated to the research team must be known by the head of the research institute regarding where the funds were used, Jason exploded. Zhao, is your group going to breach the contract? Jason said angrily, then ordered his team members to stop the research and gathered around. I need an explanation, Zhao. If it weren't for your initial sincerity, I wouldn't have come here at all, Jason shouted at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked at the gloomy Lu Feng and then at the furious Jason, feeling overwhelmed. Professor Jason, Mr. Lu doesn't mean that, Zhao Yun hurriedly explained. That's exactly what I mean, Lu Feng said coldly. Zhao, do you see this? Your chairman has no respect for us at all. Jason was confident that Fondly couldn't do without them, so he didn't even regard Lu Feng, the chairman of the group, as important. If you really want my respect, you should show me your research progress. It's been half a year already, yet you haven't even informed the group about your progress. I also think you don't respect us. Watching the two argue incessantly, Zhao Yun quickly had the head of the research institute pull Jason aside while he took Lu Feng out of the new energy research department. Mr. Lu, I know you're very angry, but there's nothing we can do, Zhao Yun explained to Lu Feng. Do we really have to use this research team? Can't we switch to another one? Lu Feng retorted. Mr. Lu, it's not that easy. The big names in the international new energy field have all been poached by those international car manufacturers, and what's left are just some second-rate teams. And Professor Jason's team is quite famous throughout Europe, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to sign so many unequal contracts to keep them. If we really replace Professor Jason's team, it will be hard for us to find a better team in a short time. The group has already fallen behind other companies, and if we delay any further, the group will really be left out in the cold. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Do you think we can trust these foreigners? If I hand over the new energy technology to them, will they just turn around and sell it? Lu Feng countered. We can use contracts to bind them, Zhao Yun replied after thinking for a moment. Contracts? Contracts are the most useless thing. If they don't leak information domestically but do so when they return to Europe, what can we do about it? Zhao Yun fell silent upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Indeed, the value of the technology in Lu Feng's hands was immeasurable, and no one could guarantee that Jason's team wouldn't be tempted. With the technology in Lu Feng's hands, the group actually didn't need Jason's team that much anymore. With Lu Feng's technology, Fondly could completely overtake the competition. However, a trustworthy research team was needed to interpret the technology in Lu Feng's hands, and clearly, Jason's team was not suitable. Zhao Yun was at a loss for a moment. But Lu Feng told him to proceed as he had said before. If Jason's team accepted, they could keep them. If they couldn't accept or even made more outrageous demands, then they would be fired. After hearing this, Zhao Yun pushed the door open and walked into the research room to convey Lu Feng's intentions to Jason. Jason was still angry at that moment, and Zhang Ru could only stand by and say good things. Professor Jason, please calm down, Zhao Yun approached. Seeing Zhao Yun come over while Lu Feng did not, Jason assumed Zhao Yun was there to smooth things over, so his attitude became even more arrogant. Zhao, we had an agreement before. What does your sudden change of heart mean? Your actions are really making me unhappy. Also, I'm currently in a bad mood and can't do research. I've decided to take the team on a month-long break to enjoy ourselves in Huagua, and you will need to cover our travel expenses. Our salaries will continue as usual during the trip. Jason laid out his demands to Zhao Yun, believing that Zhao Yun would definitely agree, and even that more funds would be added to prevent him from taking a month off. This way, they would have more research funds to study new energy, and when they actually develop some technology, it wouldn't be used by Fondly but would be taken back to Europe, where it would be handed over to the European group, allowing Jason to gain both fame and fortune. As for Fondly Group, Jason could only offer a prayer for them. Zhao Yun was also angered by Jason's excessive demands. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone him, the president of the group. Professor Jason, I am here to convey the orders of our chairman, Zhao Yun said coldly. The chairman has stated that the contract must be signed according to his recent proposal, and you cannot add any additional costs. What? Jason jumped up in disbelief. This was not what he had expected. Zhao, are you serious? Jason still couldn't believe that Zhao Yun was being so firm. Previously, it was always what he said that went, whatever he wanted was given. Now, suddenly, he was so resolute. Yes, I am serious, absolutely true, Zhao Yun replied. Seeing that Zhao Yun was indeed saying this, Jason pointed a finger at Zhao Yun's nose and threatened, Zhao, that I think we have no need to cooperate anymore. My team and I will leave tomorrow. Not only will I leave, but I will also accuse your group in international publications. I want to see which team would dare to do research for your group then. As Jason was threatening Zhao Yun, suddenly, the door to the research room swung open, and Lu Feng walked in with a document bag. You probably won't be leaving, Lu Feng said as he approached Jason with the document bag. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you going to forcibly detain us? Jason looked at Lu Feng. No, of course not detaining you. We Chinese would never act so recklessly, Lu Feng replied. Then what do you mean by saying we can't leave? Of course, I mean it literally. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Then take a look at this document, and you'll know, Lu Feng said, handing the document to Jason. Jason took the document and, with Zhao Yun's curiosity piqued, opened the document bag. Pulling out the papers inside, Jason began to read. To his shock, after just a glance, Jason's face turned pale, and his hand holding the document began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing him so frightened, Zhao Yun snatched the document from his hand and began to read. Not knowing what to expect, he was startled to find that the document recorded how Jason had secretly transferred a large portion of the research funds allocated to him by the group into his personal account during the research period. Professor Jason, you need to give me an explanation. Zhao Yun glared at Jason with a murderous look. Jason panicked. He had kept his embezzlement of research funds a secret, even from his team members. How did Lu Feng find out? Hearing Zhao Yun's question, Jason, whose Chinese was already poor, stammered and couldn't say anything coherent. Seeing Jason's demeanor, Zhao Yun became even more convinced that Jason had indeed misappropriated the research funds. He insisted that Jason confess everything, and he would take Jason to court to have him imprisoned. Upon hearing the word imprisoned, Jason calmed down instead and adamantly claimed that the document was fake and that Lu Feng was slandering him. It's fake, this document is fake, Jason shouted. It seems you won't give up until you hit rock bottom, Lu Feng said, pulling out another document from the bag, this one a record of bank transfers. This is the record of your embezzlement of research funds. You were very secretive, but it was useless, Lu Feng said, handing the document back to the still unconvinced Jason. Jason took the document and tore it up, loudly claiming that the group was scheming against him. Hearing this, the members of the research team all gathered around, ready to demand an explanation from Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the crowd without flinching. He simply found a computer, plugged in the USB drive from the document bag, and opened the folder in front of everyone. Seeing the clear transfer records on the computer, the researchers could no longer say anything, as what lay before them was solid evidence. Seeing this scene, Jason immediately softened. He then ran to Lu Feng and admitted his mistake. Mr. Chairman, I know I was wrong, but I had no choice. My wife is sick, and she needs a large sum of money for treatment. I love her too much, so I had to misappropriate the research funds. Don't worry, I'll take the money from the company, just deduct it directly from my salary. I won't need a salary anymore, he said, pleading with Zhao Yun again. Zhao, please help me. I really had no other option but to do this. I will definitely speed up the research so you can see the results soon. You have to help me. Zhao Yun looked at Jason, who was pleading desperately, and hearing his promise, as well as that he misappropriated public funds just to treat his wife, he softened and wanted to plead for him to Lu Feng. Chairman Lu, after all, Jason is doing this for his wife. Stop, Lu Feng interrupted before Zhao Yun could finish. Old Zhao, do you really believe he is doing this for his wife's treatment? Lu Feng said. He then took a document from his folder and handed it to Zhao Yun, telling him to take a good look. Zhao Yun took the document from Lu Feng, glanced at it, and instantly became furious, grabbing Jason by the collar and preparing to hit him, but was stopped by Zhang Ru. Jason, is this the wife you said was seriously ill, and you had no choice but to misappropriate public funds? Zhao Yun angrily pointed at a young woman on the document. Upon seeing the girl in the document, Jason realized he was completely hopeless. It turned out that the girl in the document was being kept by Jason, and all the money he had embezzled was spent on her. He had thought that Lu Feng had only discovered his embezzlement, so he lied to gain sympathy, hoping the company would treat him leniently. However, Jason never expected Lu Feng to investigate so thoroughly, even tracking where the money was spent. Zhao Yun was utterly disappointed in Jason. He had just wanted to plead for him. Chairman Lu, you can handle it however you see fit, Zhao Yun said, disheartened, standing aside. Don't rush, let's take another look at this document. Lu Feng calmly pulled out another document. Jason saw that it contained his files and tried to rush over to grab it, but was firmly held back by the security guards he had called earlier. Zhao Yun looked at the document Lu Feng handed him, his eyes narrowing in shock. The document clearly stated that Jason had reached an agreement with a certain group in Europe. As long as the team produced results, the European group would bring him back to Europe, and then Jason would sell the results to that group. It was like a man putting in money and effort, but when the wife gave birth, the child would take another man's surname. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Yun finished reading the document. He then walked over to Jason, who was being restrained by the security guards, holding the document. Seeing his biggest secret exposed, Jason tried to break free from the guards' hold to snatch the document. But how could he, alone, compete with two burly security guards? No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape their grip. Chairman Lu, Zhao, you have to let me explain. It's not like that, Jason continued to argue. Now that you regret it, it's too late. You were so arrogant before, and now you will suffer just as much. Save your words for the police, Lu Feng said calmly. Zhao Yun immediately called the police and transferred to the Economic Investigation Department. While waiting for the police to arrive, Jason still didn't give up, desperately pleading with Lu Feng, no longer the arrogant figure he had been moments ago. Because the amount of money involved was substantial and it involved a foreigner, the police arrived quickly. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhao Yun handed the organized documents to the police, who, after reviewing them, ordered Jason to be taken away. As the president of the group, Zhao Yun also had to go along to make a statement and confirm the information. As he was about to leave, Lu Feng asked how many years Jason would be sentenced in this situation. The police said that if everything on the documents was true, Jason would face a prison term of 5 to 10 years. The police then took Zhao Yun back for questioning. This was already the second time Zhao Yun had given a statement today. After the police left, Lu Feng looked at the flustered foreign researchers in front of him and didn't say much. He simply told them that if they had not participated in Jason's embezzlement of company funds, they could choose to terminate their contracts, and the group would not make things difficult for them. After saying that, he arranged for Zhang Ru to take charge of resolving the issues with the foreign researchers, and then Lu Feng left. Just as he stepped out of the factory gate, Lu Feng received a phone call. Seeing that it was a local phone number from Face City, he didn't know who was calling him, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Is this Lu Feng, mister? Lu? Yes, it is. Who are you, and what's the matter? You don't need to worry about who I am for now. I have business to discuss with Mr. Lu regarding the Fanli Group. I don't even know you, how can we discuss anything? Lu Feng was even more confused. We'll get to know each other soon. Remember to come directly to the Rose Bar later. I'll be waiting for you in box 301, the caller said before hanging up. Lu Feng was left in a fog, not understanding what it all meant. Just as he was speculating about the meaning of the call, his phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm from the group's finance department. The tax bureau is here at our company, suspecting us of tax evasion, and they want to seal the company for inspection. A panicked female voice came through. Upon hearing the finance department's words, Lu Feng immediately thought of the mysterious call he had just received. Is it you? The Rose Bar? I want to see what kind of person this is. Lu Feng hurried back to the group and saw many law enforcement officers standing at the entrance. Without stopping to greet any employees, he went straight to the finance department. As soon as the finance staff saw Lu Feng arrive, they hurried over. Mr. Lu, you're here. We don't know what's going on. Suddenly a bunch of people came to inspect our company, saying we're suspected of tax evasion. Do we actually have any issues? Lu Feng asked. No, we have always paid our taxes legally. Previously, the leaders of Face City wanted us to settle here, so they offered us many benefits, such as factory land, office building land, and even helped us build employee dormitories. Therefore, our group has always been grateful and has paid taxes legally, the finance staff explained. Hearing the finance department's explanation, Lu Feng directly suspected that the arrival of the inspectors was related to that phone call. However, Lu Feng couldn't understand why someone would suddenly target the Fanli Group, which was one of the largest groups in Face City, providing a large number of jobs and boosting the city's GDP. Just as the finance staff had said, Face City had offered many benefits for Fanli to come over. Hello, you must be the new director of the Fanli Group. I'm the person in charge of this operation. My name is Wu Guiying. A man walked over and introduced himself. Hello. I'm not sure why you've come today, is there something specific? Lu Feng asked. We received a report alleging that the Fanli Group is suspected of tax evasion, so we're here to investigate, the man said politely. Alright, we will do our best to cooperate. Thank you for your cooperation. However, we need to take your finance personnel and financial statements for investigation. But don't worry, we will treat your employees well. It should only take 3 to 5 days, Wu Guiying continued. Lu Feng knew that the group of people in front of him was not here for a friendly visit when he heard they needed to take the company's finance staff away. A normal financial investigation wouldn't require taking financial personnel. This was clearly a trap set for Fanli. With this in mind, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun. As the group president, Zhao Yun would surely have connections with these people, so having him step in was the best option. Soon, after learning that the group was being audited, Zhao Yun hurried to the company after finishing his statement. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu Guiying. Director Wu, what brings you here? Zhao Yun asked immediately. Hello, President Zhao. I came here after receiving a report, Wu Guiying explained. Then let the inspection happen. Our group is a major taxpayer in Facier, and we have always paid our taxes on time. Why do you need to take our finance staff away? Zhao Yun countered directly. Isn't this part of the process? Your group has too many accounts, and it can't be checked in a short time. To ensure the authenticity of the data, we can only take people away, Wu Guiying replied. Then send more people to check overnight. Our group will definitely cooperate, just don't scare our employees, Zhao Yun insisted. That's not possible, President Zhao. Rules are rules, and we can't change them, Wu Guiying continued. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to relent, Zhao Yun had no choice but to make a call. However, Wu Guiying remained calm, as if he wasn't worried about Zhao Yun reaching out to someone. Hello, Director Liu, this is Zhao Yun, Zhao Yun said into the phone. Oh, President Zhao, what can I do for you? Today, Director Wu Guiying from your bureau suddenly came to our group for a tax inspection. As you know, our group has always paid taxes on time, but we will also cooperate with Director Wu's investigation. However, please let this matter of taking our finance staff away go. The person on the other end fell into thought upon hearing Zhao Yun's words. After a while, he replied, President Zhao, there are laws for state-owned enterprises and rules for families. This rule cannot be broken. If your group requires us to do this today, then tomorrow another group will ask us to do something else, and it will all be chaotic. Let's follow the process. I will instruct Wu Guiying to treat your employees well. With that, he hung up without giving Zhao Yun a chance to respond. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng with a grim expression. President Zhao, have you finished your call? If so, please arrange for the finance staff to come with us, Wu Guiying said again. Director Liu, Zhao Yun turned to Lu Feng, hoping he would make a decision. Alright, old Zhao, go arrange for them. Tell them not to be afraid, this is just a normal financial investigation, Lu Feng said calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Yun could only go and arrange for the employees. Thank you for your understanding, Director Liu, Wu Guiying said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng stared at him intently, startling Wu Guiying. Director Liu, what do you mean by that? Lu Feng remained silent, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a puff, and then blew the smoke towards Wu Guiying. Wu Guiying was caught off guard by the sudden smoke and coughed. Just as he was about to ask Lu Feng what he meant, he heard Lu Feng say calmly, Captain Wu, I hope my employees won't suffer any grievances inside, and I require 24-hour surveillance footage. Wu Guiying suppressed his anger, saying this was part of the process and that they were only going back to assist with the investigation, and nothing more would be done. Captain Wu, thank you, but I must remind you, no matter who sent you, you have offended me now, Lu Feng said, patting Wu Guiying on the shoulder before going to comfort the company employees. Wu Guiying, left alone in the unpredictable weather, was lost in thought. Finally, with the comfort of Zhao Yun and Lu Feng, the employees calmed down and followed the investigators with their computers and documents. After everyone had left, Zhao Yun angrily cursed the national essence. When the group was thriving, who dared to do this? We have always followed the law, yet they still come to investigate. It's really infuriating. Alright, Lao Zhao, don't be angry. People are like this, when you're down, no one respects you, but when you're glorious, they'll all come to curry favor, Lu Feng comforted the angry Zhao Yun. I understand the reasoning, Director Liu, but I'm just angry, Zhao Yun replied. Have you considered moving the group? Lu Feng suddenly asked. What? Zhao Yun thought he had misheard. I said, have you considered moving the group? Lu Feng repeated. Director Liu, moving isn't that easy, we can't take all our assets with us, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. These things can be sold off, we can choose a new place to develop. How about Shanghai? Shanghai is certainly good, but we have no money, Director Liu, and we have no connections there either. You don't need to worry about those things, you just need to think about whether you want to move, Lu Feng said. Of course I want to, but it's not as simple as just wanting to for the group, Director Liu, there are too many factors to consider. Don't think so much. When the finance team returns, just hold a meeting and say the company is preparing to leave Fei City, and let the employees get ready, Lu Feng said calmly. After arranging some matters for Zhao Yun, Lu Feng left. He still needed to meet the mysterious caller. Although there was no evidence, Lu Feng's intuition told him that the company's investigation was definitely related to this. Setting the navigation, Lu Feng headed to the Rose Bar. I want to see what kind of big shot this is. Soon, Lu Feng drove to the Rose Bar in the center of Fei City. After having the valet park his car, Lu Feng gave the boy 500 yuan and asked him to take him to room 301. Upon entering the bar, Lu Feng was startled by the loud noise. It was already evening, peak time for the bar, with countless men and women wildly dancing in the dance floor. Lu Feng did not linger. Under the boy's guidance, he quickly arrived at the door of room 301. This is room 301, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now, the boy said. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling him to go, then knocked on the door of the room. Soon, someone inside heard the knock and opened the door. Lu Feng looked at the girl who opened the door and said, I am Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, the girl let Lu Feng in. Inside the dimly lit room, many people were drinking, smoking, and flirting. Lu Feng directly shouted, I am Lu Feng, who is looking for me? Hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone stopped. A young man crawled out from between two girls. My name is Wei Chanqing, you must be Mr. Lu Feng. Welcome, welcome, the man introduced himself. Lu Feng ignored his name and directly asked what he wanted. Seeing Lu Feng's straightforwardness, the man was not in a hurry. Instead, he raised a glass for Lu Feng to drink. After drinking, he would tell him. Lu Feng took the glass but did not drink. Instead, he threw it aside. The man saw Lu Feng's action and was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Ha, no wonder you're the new director of Fanli Group. You really have guts. Why did you ask me to come? What is the matter? And why are you investigating my company? Lu Feng coldly looked at him. This isn't because I'm afraid that Director Lu doesn't have time to come, so I can only use some means, the man explained with a smile. As for why I want Director Lu to come, of course, it's because I have business to discuss with him. It seems we don't have any business to talk about. Director Lu, please don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me introduce the identities of the people in this private room, and then you can consider. After saying this, the man introduced each person sitting in the private room to Lu Feng. After hearing their identities, a chill flashed through Lu Feng's heart. It turned out that the young people in this room were either the children of big shots in the Fei City Chamber of Commerce or had family members in politics. If one wanted to develop in Fei City, they couldn't avoid these people. So what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Lu Feng said impatiently. Since you're in such a hurry, let me talk to you. It's like this, Miss Feng Ning is our good friend. I heard that you previously rejected her acquisition offer, and I think you were a bit impulsive. Hearing the other party's tone as if he had him in the palm of his hand, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. So, you put on this show today to make me sell Fanli to Feng Ning? That's right, Mr. Lu. It's not often you come across a business that can earn 10 billion with just a flip. If you think that's too little, I can help you add a bit more. Mercedes is a huge entity, I hope you can think it over. And what if I refuse? Lu Feng squinted his eyes and said, then you need to be prepared for someone to check your group every day. And you should also be careful of those thugs from society coming to your group to cause trouble, the man threatened with a smile. It seems there's no possibility of easing the situation between us, Lu Feng said in a chilling tone. If you don't agree to our proposal, then there's no possibility of easing the situation, the man said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng said nothing and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste time with this group of second-generation rich kids. Just as Lu Feng was about to turn and walk away, a young man stood up from the sofa. Is this a place you can just come to? If you don't leave something behind, don't think you can walk out of this private room safely. What did you say? Lu Feng turned his head and asked. I said, if you don't agree to this business, don't think you can walk out of this private room safely. Are you deaf? The red-haired man continued arrogantly. So it seems that this matter can't be resolved today, right? Lu Feng said, looking at the first man who stood up. Director Lu, as long as you agree to my request, we'll be family in the future. What do you think? The man thought Lu Feng was about to back down. You guys, with just you, want to talk business with me? Lu Feng's words were shocking. So you refuse? The man asked. Why would I refuse? Am I a fool? Lu Feng mocked. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the red-haired man threw a beer bottle at him. Bang! It hit Lu Feng's head, but fortunately, his current body could rival that of a special forces soldier, otherwise, he would have been bleeding profusely. Touching his slightly bleeding head, Lu Feng smiled coldly. Is this your way? It's really not impressive. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, the red-haired man picked up another beer bottle from the table and threw it at Lu Feng. However, this time, the expected hit didn't happen. Lu Feng directly smashed the beer bottle flying towards him with his bare hands. This scene stunned the red-haired man and everyone else. Is throwing beer bottles all you can do? Lu Feng mocked. Hearing this, the red-haired man charged over. Seeing him make a move, several other men also rushed forward, but only the man who had just negotiated with Lu Feng did not join in, while the accompanying waitresses had long since hidden away. Lu Feng saw that the crowd rushing towards him showed no signs of panic. He seized the opportunity to strike, landing a left hook on the red-haired man's face. The man instantly flew back 3 or 4 meters, lying motionless on the ground. Then, with another straight punch from the discipline of Jeet Kune Do, he hit another man, who also fell to the ground clutching his stomach. With a crack, a tattooed young man attacked Lu Feng from behind with a bench, hitting him hard on the back. In pain, Lu Feng immediately turned around, delivering 2 punches to the man who had ambushed him, then kicked him away. The remaining 2 men were taken down by a double kick from Lu Feng. Afterward, Lu Feng calmly walked up to the man sitting on the sofa, took a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Feng turned to the now dumbfounded man and said, "Are you going to keep me here?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the man jumped up in shock. Why you shouldn't be so arrogant. This is a society governed by law. What if you can fight? The man stammered. Then do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I can leave, Lu Feng replied. Humph, you can't leave now. Do you think we only have these tricks? The man suddenly said. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a group of police officers entered. We received a report that there was a fight here, the leading officer said. The man, seeing the police, quickly exclaimed, Officer, it's him. He attacked so many of my friends. Look, they can't even get up. Hearing this, the police scanned the room, saw the people lying on the ground, and then looked at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa. They immediately ordered Lu Feng to be arrested. Calmly finishing his last puff of smoke, Lu Feng had his hands grabbed by the police. Is this your backup plan? Lu Feng asked the man. Ha ha ha, what backup? I don't know anything, the man boasted. Do you think I believe you? If you hadn't tipped them off, could they have arrived so quickly? Say what you want, but I really don't know what's going on, the man insisted, adamantly denying any connection. Enough talk. Let's go. We'll take you all back to the station to discuss this, the young officer said. At the police station, 2 officers were interrogating Lu Feng. Why did you resort to violence? One officer asked, pen in hand. I was acting in self-defense, sir, Lu Feng replied calmly. But no one can prove that you were acting in self-defense. Besides you, everyone else says you struck first. So, all the evidence points to me being the one who attacked first? Lu Feng asked. That's the current situation, the officer said while taking notes. Get Wei Changqing here. I have something to say to him. Sorry, everyone else is at the hospital right now. Are you saying Wei Changqing is there too? Yes. But he clearly wasn't injured. He said he suffered internal injuries. Then my head is injured too. Why wasn't I sent to the hospital? Lu Feng said to the 2 officers interrogating him. Sorry, according to procedure, we need to interrogate you first, said the older officer. Ha ha ha, I understand now, Lu Feng suddenly laughed. Can you give me my phone? I need to make a call. Sorry, you can't have it right now. As far as I know, I should have the right to contact the outside world. Lu Feng's gaze turned cold, and his tone became serious. But the 2 officers across from him acted as if they hadn't heard, not even lifting their heads, continuing to take notes. Soon, after the record was completed, the 2 stood up and left, leaving Lu Feng alone in the interrogation room. In an instant, he was the only one left in the room. After about an hour, a police officer came over and handed Lu Feng a piece of bread and a cup of water. Lu Feng looked at him and asked a question. How much benefit did they give you? The officer chuckled at the question and then said, it's better to submit early, some people are not worth offending, before turning and leaving. Just as the officer reached the door of the interrogation room, Lu Feng's voice came from behind him. Then how do you know you can afford to offend me? The officer turned his head to see Lu Feng smiling, and he felt a chill run down his spine, quickly shutting the door of the interrogation room as he left. On the other side, the few people who had been knocked down by Lu Feng were also coming out of the hospital. Xing Xiao, this matter can't just end like this, said a person with a bandage wrapped around his head. Yeah, this kid was too ruthless. We must teach him a lesson. The group chattered around Wei Changqing. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Tonight, Lu Feng won't have it easy in the interrogation room, Wei Changqing said with a faint smile, indicating he was prepared. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be so tough. I was thinking that if we couldn't negotiate, we could just charge him with a serious crime. But in the end, he got in for intentional injury. Why don't we go check on him in the interrogation room? The red-haired guy suddenly suggested. Good idea. Yeah, let's see how miserable he is now. Soon, the red-haired guy's suggestion received unanimous support, and they drove to the interrogation room. At this moment, Lu Feng was feeling bored in the interrogation room. There was nothing he could do, he didn't have his phone, so he could only daydream. Suddenly, he saw the red-haired guy he had knocked down through the small window on the door of the interrogation room. With a click, the previous group of young men walked in. Mr. Lu, long time no see, Wei Changqing said with a smile. Seeing the group freely entering and exiting the interrogation room, Lu Feng was not surprised at all. After all, they represented the powerful class of Fei City, and it was not difficult for them to do this. Thanks to young Master Wei, I'm doing well here, sleeping well and eating well. It would be even better if I didn't have to see some people's disgusting faces. Lu Feng shrugged and smiled. Who the hell are you calling disgusting? The red-haired guy's temper flared up, and he reached out to hit Lu Feng, but was stopped by Wei Changqing. Don't be impulsive, I didn't say you. Why are you so eager to stand up? Lu Feng looked at the group of rich kids, and although he wore a smile, the coldness in his eyes sent chills down their spines. Mr. Lu, being sharp-tongued is of no use. You're a businessman, you should know that the most important thing in business is connections. Your connections are in Face City, and we just happen to represent some people from Face City. If you don't hand over your connections, do you think you can survive? Wei Changqing pulled over a chair and sat down casually, as if the interrogation room, which ordinary people feared, was his home. Lu Feng nodded in agreement with his words. He had been in the business world for a while and naturally understood the impact of connections on industry. But that didn't mean he had to submit. Threatening when a deal doesn't go through. If he really compromised, how would he survive in the future? There's an old saying, Buddha fights for a stick of incense, and people fight for a breath. It's not wrong to be a bit smooth in dealing with people, but that doesn't mean one should be bullied. Young Master Wei, I certainly know the power you all have in Face City, but unfortunately, your previous attitude has left me very displeased, so no matter what you say, I will not agree. Please go back and tell Feng Ning that I, Lu Feng, remember her and that she must be careful recently. Lu Feng sat up straight. After maintaining one position for a long time, his body had become somewhat stiff. Wei Changqing and the others saw that Lu Feng had reached this point and still refused to back down, leaving them at a loss. Although the forces behind them were strong in Face City, they had not reached the point of acting recklessly. Xingxiao, why waste words with him? Let me hit him first to avenge what he did to us in the bar. Red Hair, seeing the negotiation fall into a deadlock again, waved his fists and was about to charge forward. Come back! Wei Changqing's face darkened as he shouted. What a joke, they did have some power, but this was an interrogation room. Fighting here would have serious consequences. If it leaked out, not only would they be unable to handle it, but even the people behind them would find it difficult to manage. Red Hair was frightened by this reprimand and had to hold back. After all, among the many present, Wei Changqing's status was the highest. Mr. Lu, are you really unwilling to agree, unwilling to accept our friendship? Wei Changqing stepped in front of Lu Feng, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Lu Feng chuckled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Sorry, I'm a bit stubborn, I prefer soft approaches over hard ones. Mr. Lu, you indeed have guts. Since that's the case, let's see how things unfold. Faced with Lu Feng's slightly mocking words, Wei Changqing lost his patience for conversation. He then turned and left the interrogation room with his group of followers. After exiting the interrogation room, they each got into their luxury cars, with Red Hair sitting in the same car as Wei Changqing. Xingxiao, this guy seems to be tough. How about I call my dad and have him arrange for a few people to break this kid's legs and see if he can still be so tough? As soon as they got in the car, Red Hair voiced his suggestion, his stomach churning with anger. If it weren't for Wei Changqing stopping him earlier, he would have insisted on giving Lu Feng a good beating. Hearing Red Hair's proposal, Wei Changqing's heart stirred. As a fellow schemer, he certainly knew that Red Hair had such power, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept him around. However, despite being tempted by Red Hair's suggestion, he still felt some apprehension towards Lu Feng. After all, a young man who could directly take down the Fanli group must have considerable backing. If Lu Feng sought revenge, it would be quite a hassle for them. Don't act yet. Let's go back and call that woman Feng Ning, tell her this guy is a bit tough, and let her raise the price. Let's see what she says. After all, we are not the ones in a hurry in this matter. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Changqing chose to refuse. As the cars roared to life, several luxury vehicles disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Lu Feng, having gotten his phone, found a number and, after much hesitation, dialed it. Hello, Xu Yuan, it's me. A slightly awkward voice echoed in the empty interrogation room. Feng, why are you calling so late? A gentle voice came from the other end of the line. It's just a little something. Lu Feng struggled for a long time to say it. If there had been a crack in the floor of the interrogation room, he would have already crawled into it. After all, this matter was quite embarrassing to speak of. Some unscrupulous author, is there a rich lady looking at me? The doctor told me my stomach isn't good, and I can only eat soft food. Then, Lu Feng began to explain the situation to Xu Yuan, who, upon hearing it, reacted like a mother lion protecting her cubs. Ah Feng, you didn't get hurt, did you? I'll call right away, wait for me, I'm taking a flight to Face City. Lu Feng hurriedly refused when he heard Xu Yuan was coming over. Xu Yuan, it's just a small matter, you really don't need to come in person, I'm really fine. Ah Feng, are you really okay? Don't be polite with me. Xu Yuan was still a bit worried. I'm fine, I didn't want to tell you at first, but now that I'm in an unfamiliar place, I really have no choice. Humph, you're still treating me like an outsider, wanting to keep it from me. Xu Yuan huffed. That's because I didn't want you to worry. Lu Feng rubbed his nose and explained. Humph, alright, I'll contact someone first, you wait a moment. After saying that, Xu Yuan hung up the phone. Lu Feng looked at the hung-up phone with a wry smile on his face. I'm really sorry, I was just bragging not long ago, and now I need someone to come to my rescue. After this incident, Lu Feng realized his shortcomings. Although he was very wealthy now, he had no connections. The only person he knew was the old man Yi Weiman, and they weren't close. So after I go back this time, I must develop my network well, Lu Feng thought to himself. On Xin Shuyuan's side, after hanging up the phone, she suppressed her anger and found the phone number of the top official in Fei City. Thinking that Lu Feng might be suffering in the interrogation room, Xin Shuyuan quickly dialed the number. At 11 p.m., the top official of Fei City, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by a phone call. Who is it, calling so late? Can't anyone let me sleep? Lin Yuming said. Rubbing his eyes, he picked up his phone to check the caller ID, and Lin Yuming instantly perked up. Why is this person calling all of a sudden? Hello, Xiao Yuan, is there something going on calling so late? Uncle Lin, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest at this hour. Oh, it's fine, I just lay down on the bed. I have something I need to trouble you with, Xin Shuyuan said. What is it? Just tell me, if I can do it, I will definitely help you, Lin Yuming said with a smile. Then, Xin Shuyuan explained Lu Feng's situation. After hearing what Xin Shuyuan said, Lin Yuming slammed the table and said, these people are really lawless, how can they do such outrageous things? This is ruining the business environment of Fei City. Then Uncle Lin, I'm counting on you for this matter. It's fine, even if you didn't say it, I would know, and I won't let this group of people off. Thank you, Uncle Lin. This year during the new year, I'll get you an invitation from Grandpa. I haven't seen you in years, and I really miss you. Then thank you, Xiao Yuan. Uncle Lin, I won't disturb you any longer, you should rest early. After saying that, Xin Shuyuan hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lin Yuming could no longer contain his excitement and laughed out loud. This left his wife completely confused. Old Lin, what are you laughing about at this hour instead of sleeping? His wife, dressed in silk pajamas, asked curiously. Seeing his wife awake, Lin Yuming directly hugged her and kissed her. My good days are coming. What are you talking about? Lin's wife still didn't understand what was going on with her husband. Just don't worry about it, go to sleep, Lin Yuming said as he put on his pajamas and went out. Seeing her husband acting so strangely, Lin's wife muttered something and then went back to sleep. Hello, Jiyun, it's me, Lin Yuming said as he sat on the sofa in the living room and called the police chief. The police chief, who was sleeping soundly, immediately asked if there was something going on when he heard it was Lin Yuming calling so late. Ziyun, you really need to manage your people better. Lin Yuming's words made the police chief shudder. Yes, you're right, he could only respond. Then, Lin Yuming explained the situation to him. After listening, the police chief repeatedly assured him that he would handle the matter well and that Lin Yuming could wait for good news. Hearing his assurance, Lin Yuming hung up and went back to rest. After the police chief hung up, he immediately put on his clothes and headed out. When he got downstairs, Su Jian drove his car to the police station where Lu Feng was located. This is a real mess. To have Mayor Lin personally make a call, this person must be quite significant. Soon, with a nervous heart, Su Jian arrived at the interrogation room where Lu Feng was. Who is on duty here today? Su Jian said as he walked in. Who are you? What are you doing here so late? The on-duty officer asked. I am Su Jian. Chief, why are you here? The on-duty officer hurriedly welcomed him upon hearing his name. If I hadn't come over, you all would have caused a big problem. Chief, what do you mean by that? Did your precinct arrest a young man today? Is he still in the interrogation room? Yes, there seems to be one, he came in for assault. Then hurry up and take me over there, Su Jian said loudly. Yes, please follow me. The on-duty officer led Su Jian to the interrogation room, not forgetting to signal to his colleague on duty to quickly inform the precinct chief that Su Jian had arrived. Passing through the corridor, the on-duty officer brought Su Jian to an interrogation room. Chief, he's inside. Open the door. The on-duty officer immediately opened the door. Lu Feng looked at the police officer who pushed the door open and the middle-aged man behind him, confused about what it meant. You must be Lu Feng, Chairman Lu, Su Jian said. Yes, I am, Lu Feng replied. Hurry up and take off Chairman Lu's handcuffs. The police officer stepped forward and removed Lu Feng's handcuffs. I'm really sorry, Chairman Lu, for the trouble you've been through. I know the ins and outs of the situation, so don't worry, I will definitely give you a result, Su Jian said. Hearing Su Jian say this, Lu Feng realized he was the reinforcements sent by Xin Shuyuan and silently marveled at the power of the Xin family. Who are you? Although he knew he was the reinforcements, Lu Feng still didn't know the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. Look at my memory, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the police chief of Fei City, my name is Su Jian. Lu Feng was also surprised to hear the man's identity, This was the police chief of Face City, a significant figure of real power, who had actually been summoned by Shin Shuyuan in the middle of the night. Hello, I really appreciate you coming out here so late, Lu Feng said politely. Chairman Lu, you flatter me. It's my failure to manage my subordinates that has caused a law-abiding citizen like you to suffer unfair treatment. You handle so many affairs every day, it's normal that you can't attend to every little thing. I was a bit too harsh this time, and I've caused you trouble. Chairman Lu is too polite. I'm just speaking the truth. Then let's go outside and chat. Okay, Su Jiyun said as he led Lu Feng out of the interrogation room. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride back, Su Jiyun said. He was very curious about the young man in front of him. At just over 20 years old, he had already acquired a large group like Fanli, valued at 20 billion. Although Fanli had encountered problems recently, it was still a case of a dead camel being larger than a horse. Moreover, he could even get the young lady of the Shin family to call the top official of Face City in the middle of the night. All these signs indicated that this young man must have a significant background. Lu Feng heard that Su Jiyun was going to take him home and quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but it's late at night, and I feel bad for bothering your rest. I can just take a taxi back myself. Director, why are you here? Just as Su Jiyun was about to say something else, a voice came from nearby. A chubby man, panting, ran up to Su Jiyun. Director, why did you come so late? You could have just called, no need to come in person. Su Jiyun looked at the chubby man and sneered, Zhou Dainio, don't you know why I'm here? The deputy director Zhou Dainio sensed the coldness in Su Jiyun's words and shivered. He certainly knew why Su Jiyun was there. If he had known earlier about Lu Feng's background, he wouldn't have dared to treat Lu Feng like this. To please Wei Changqing, he had instructed his subordinates to confiscate Lu Feng's phone and not to release his handcuffs at night, leaving Lu Feng sitting there. Director, I'm just following the law here. After all, Mr. Lu did hurt someone. Zhou Dainio could only force an explanation. But I heard that Mr. Lu was acting in self-defense, Su Jiyun retorted. However, all the witnesses said that Mr. Lu struck first. I had no choice, Zhou Dainio explained bitterly. What was going on? He initially thought it was just a small matter, helping Wei Changqing could earn him a favor, but who knew that a soft persimmon had suddenly turned into a titanium alloy steel plate? I don't want to hear your explanation. If handling cases relies solely on witness statements, how many wrongful convictions would there be? Su Jiyun was directly angered by Zhou Dainio's explanation. A bunch of useless people, always thinking about personal gain, but when it comes to doing their jobs, they immediately falter. Seeing the director angry, Zhou Dainio could only turn his gaze to Lu Feng, hoping he could plead for leniency. But Lu Feng seemed not to see Zhou Dainio and continued speaking to Su Jiyun. I'm really sorry to trouble you, director. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. I'm doing this for Face City. It's because of people like you that Face City is developing rapidly and thriving. Su Jiyun, as expected of a government official, spoke beautifully. Then Su Jiyun personally saw Lu Feng to the taxi, and as he watched the taxi drive away, his expression darkened instantly. Look at the good job you all have done. Do you know who Mr. Lu is? Su Jiyun said with a grim face. At this moment, Zhou Dainio was already so frightened by Su Jiyun that he didn't know what to do. And no, I don't know. A top leader personally called me to come here. Just think about how significant Mr. Lu must be. You bunch of fools, you've been sold and don't even know it. Zhou Dainio was even more flustered upon hearing that it was a top leader who personally inquired about the matter. Seeing Zhou Dainio's state, Su Jiyun became even angrier and left with a parting shot. Tomorrow, bring everyone involved in this matter to guard the reservoir. After saying that, he drove away, leaving Zhou Dainio sitting on the ground in a daze. What have I done? Lu Feng had already taken a taxi back to the Rose Bar. As for why he didn't return to the hotel to sleep, it was because his car was still parked there. Just as he started the car, Shin Shuyuan's call came in. Hello, a phone, are you okay? Shin Shuyuan's concerned voice came through the phone. Hearing her concern warmed Lu Feng's heart. Yeah, I'm fine, Shuyuan, Lu Feng replied. Good, as long as you're okay. Get some rest early. Yeah, I know, you too. Just like that, Lu Feng drove the car, chatting with Shin Shuyuan, and soon arrived at the hotel entrance. I've arrived, don't worry, get some rest early, Lu Feng said. Okay, you rest early too, good night. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng checked into the hotel, pushed open the room door, and directly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Why do I feel like I forgot something? The next day, Lu Feng didn't get up until almost noon. What did I forget yesterday? Lu Feng said while getting dressed. Damn, I forgot to refresh the system, Lu Feng said as he hurriedly entered the system. System, come out quickly, I forgot to refresh yesterday. Ding! The host need not worry, yesterday's refresh opportunity has automatically converted into a shopping mall lottery opportunity and has been stored. Hearing the system's response, Lu Feng finally felt relieved. Then help me refresh today, Lu Feng sighed deeply. Ding! Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. What's going on? Why are the items so bad? Didn't you say they would get better? Lu Feng complained. It turned out that the best item refreshed today was 10,000 reputation points, while the other two were just ordinary luxury goods. Ding! The probability of the secondary system refreshing good items has increased, but since it refreshes every day, the host's luck is not very good. The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude. Forget it, just convert the daily refreshes into lottery tickets for these few days. Who knows, I might draw something good, Lu Feng said. Received. As Lu Feng spoke, he prepared to get up and tidy up a bit before going to fondly group to discuss the relocation with Zhao Yun. Now, Lu Feng could be said to have offended the entire elite of Fei City. This time he had Xin Shiyuan's help, but he couldn't keep asking her for help every time. So Lu Feng planned to move fondly to Modu. He wanted to gradually turn Modu into his stronghold, and compared to Modu's economic environment, Fei City was still lacking a lot. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Accompanied by the greetings of the employees, Lu Feng returned to the group. Old Zhao, have you had breakfast? Lu Feng brought soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns to Zhao Yun's office. Chairman Lu, it's almost 11 o'clock, isn't it a bit late? Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng and said. Not late, not late, come eat something, Lu Feng replied. No need, Chairman Lu, I had lunch this morning. Then fine, I'll eat by myself. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng, who was sitting on the sofa with a bun in his right hand, a fried dough stick in his left, and a cup of soy milk on the table, sucking the soy milk with his mouth, and for a moment didn't know what to say. This was completely different from the person who was strategizing yesterday, worth billions. After quite a while, Lu Feng finally finished his breakfast. Burp, so full, Lu Feng got up and poured himself another glass of water. Chairman Lu, I went to check on our finance that was taken away today, and they said they have returned to the group. Did you do that? Zhao Yun asked. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Looks like these people aren't idiots. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yun asked curiously. It's nothing, as long as they are released, I'm here to talk to you about the company's relocation again, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng mention the group's relocation again, Zhao Yun became conflicted. He really couldn't bear to part with the territory that the group had worked so hard to establish in Fei City. Chairman Lu, should we reconsider this relocation? There are too many things involved, Zhao Yun explained. Old Zhao, we can't stay in Fei City any longer, Lu Feng said. Why? What happened? Zhao Yun asked in confusion. Today the group is being investigated, it's orchestrated by someone, Lu Feng said flatly. What? So it really is orchestrated by someone, do you know who it is? Zhao Yun asked anxiously. I know, of course I know, not only do I know, I've also had dealings with them, Lu Feng replied calmly. Dealings? I don't quite understand what you mean. Yesterday afternoon, after I left the research institute, I received a mysterious phone call. The person on the line told me they wanted to discuss business with me and asked me to meet them at the Rose Bar. I ignored them. As a result, just after I hung up, I received the news that the group was being investigated. After handling the company's affairs, I drove to the Rose Bar to meet that person, Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. You met him, who exactly is trying to deal with us? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. I met him, he wasn't alone, there were many people in the bar's private room, the leader is called Wei Changqing, he was brought in by Feng Ning. The purpose is to pressure me and then hand over fondly to Benz. Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone revealing no emotion. Damn! Benz is being so excessive. Not only are they suppressing us, but they're also threatening you? Zhao Yun slammed the table in anger, clearly shocked by the situation. I refused them, but they told me they could represent the entire elite circle of Fei City and that I had to agree to their demands. I remember now, this Wei Changqing is the son of Wei Tian, the third in command of Fei City, Zhao Yun suddenly said. So did you agree? Of course I didn't agree. I'm the kind of person who doesn't yield to pressure. Later, they took action, but unfortunately, they couldn't overpower me. Then he called the police and had me taken into the interrogation room. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was taken into the interrogation room last night, Zhao Yun hurriedly asked, Are you okay? You should have called me. I'm fine, my phone was confiscated. It was only later when Wei Changqing came to the interrogation room flaunting his power that I got my phone back, Lu Feng continued. This is outrageous. Why don't we report this, mister? Lu, since they can say such things, they can definitely do them. You haven't stayed in Face City, so you don't know their bad reputation, Jiayan said worriedly. No need, I've already resolved the issue. They won't dare to act against me now, Lu Feng said calmly. Ha, that's not their style? I know, but they can't afford to provoke me now. It seems Mr. Lu has quite a background, Jiayan said, looking at Lu Feng. Ah, old Zhao, don't guess anymore. Although I've won this round, they haven't lost too badly. Let's discuss moving the group. But what will happen to these assets after we move? Zhao Yun asked anxiously. We'll sell the assets slowly. If they set their sights on us, the group's days won't be easy. There's only 1,000 days for a thief, but no 1,000 days for guarding against a thief. And I believe Yadi and Daki will be very interested in the assets we leave behind, Lu Feng said calmly. Alright, then let's do as you say. I'll go notify them shortly. You go notify them. I have a few things to handle, Lu Feng said as he stood up to leave. Okay, I'll see you off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Changcheng and his group found a famous assassin in Face City, preparing to assassinate Lu Feng. Brother Changqing, you don't know, I got scolded by my old man yesterday until I was drenched in blood. Yeah, I don't know what that Lu is all about, to actually stir up the top brass. My family did the same, they scolded me and then warned me not to provoke that Lu anymore. A few second-generation youths were sharing their tragic experiences, each taking turns to speak. Wei Changqing was smoking, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit as he listened to his friends. He recalled what the old man had said last night. Changqing, you've completely offended Lu Feng now, he definitely won't let you off. Then what should I do, Grandpa? Since being polite first and then using force won't work, then you must eliminate him completely. But this matter cannot let your father know, and you must find a way to extricate yourself from the assassination of the Lu family. Okay, I understand. Just as Wei Changqing was lost in thought, the red-haired man interrupted his reverie. Brother Changqing, I've made contact. This person is a notorious hitman in our Face City underworld, named Black Wolf. Is he reliable? Wei Changqing exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't worry, my dad has used him for some dirty work before. He has a sickly wife who needs to stay in the hospital every day. So even if the mission fails, he wouldn't dare betray us, the red-haired man said confidently. It turned out that the red-haired man's family was involved in the underworld. They had accumulated their first pot of seed money through illegal means in the 1980s. Due to the severe crackdown on organized crime in Huadhua, they had no choice but to gradually transform, but they still had many gray industries under their control. Then tell him, 1 million, I want Lu Feng dead, Wei Changqing said flatly. Okay, I'll give him the information and photos of the Lu family. And then I'll send him a 500,000 deposit, the red-haired man replied. Remember to put the photos and information in a file bag, and the deposit must be in cash. Don't use the internet, we can't leave any traces, Wei Changqing reminded. Don't worry, brother Changqing, I'm on it. Go ahead. While Wei Changqing and the others were planning how to assassinate Lu Feng was already driving back to Xuancheng. He planned to say goodbye to his parents and then head straight back to Modu from Face City. However, he was unaware that an assassination was quietly approaching him. Lu Feng drove his Mercedes at full speed and finally returned home after more than 2 hours. He took out his keys to open the door and saw that only Lu Yanran was at home. Lu Feng asked where his uncle and the others had gone. Brother, where have you been? Lu Yanran asked. There was something at the company I needed to handle. What about uncle and the others? They saw you weren't home and went to work. Ah, didn't I tell them not to go to work? They said they couldn't sit still and insisted on going. Alright then, let's go buy some groceries and wait for them, Lu Feng said. Brother, are you good at cooking? Lu Yanran asked curiously. Of course it's delicious, Lu Feng laughed. It was a joke, he hadn't been home for 4 years during college and had been cooking for himself. Although it wasn't as good as what his aunt made, it was still decent. The two chatted and laughed as they headed to the market. After wandering around the market for a long time, they finally bought all the ingredients. Lu Feng took Lu Yanran back home, ready to show off his cooking skills. Skillfully cleaning the crabs, Lu Feng soaked them in white wine. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Yanran asked curiously as she watched him. This is a type of drunken crab. After soaking, we steam it directly, and the crabs will have a rich wine aroma, very delicious, Lu Feng explained. Wow, that sounds so good, I can't wait. Then Lu Feng started making boiled prawns, steamed eggs with clams, scallops with vermicelli, and boiled a pot of kelp and pork rib soup. Brother, why are you making all seafood today? Because the most I ate in Moda was seafood, so of course, I have to make seafood, Lu Feng said after working for more than 2 hours. Alright, just in time, Mom and Dad will be off work soon, Lu Yanran said. After bringing all the dishes to the table, the two sat by the dining table playing on their phones. About 20 minutes later, the sound of the door opening echoed as uncle and aunt came home from work. Wow, it smells so good. I can smell the seafood. Yeah, I can smell the aroma of white wine too, uncle and aunt said as they entered, and then they saw Lu Feng. Oh, Xiao Feng, you're back. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have finished work early to make you something delicious, aunt exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Feng. Yeah, you little rascal, pulling a surprise attack again, uncle said with a smile. Mom and dad, stop talking and come try my brother's cooking. All these dishes were made by him, Lu Yanran interjected. Uncle and aunt were quite surprised to hear that the dishes and soup on the table were all made by Lu Feng. Then I must taste Xiao Feng's skills. Uncle quickly washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. You're so eager, aunt said while washing her hands. Uncle ignored aunt and picked up a piece of steamed egg with clams and put it in his mouth. Wow, delicious, uncle praised after taking a sip of wine. Xiao Feng, your level is impressive. Lu Yanran saw her dad enjoying the food and quickly picked up a piece to try. Instantly, little stars appeared in her eyes. Bro, this is amazing, so delicious, Lu Yanran said as she picked up another piece. Seeing the two enjoying the food, aunt quickly grabbed a boiled shrimp and put it in her mouth. It really is delicious, Xiao Feng, your cooking is great. Any girl who marries you will be lucky, aunt teased. Ah, yes, I didn't expect Xiao Feng's cooking to be this good, uncle also praised. Bro, can I live with you in the future? I want to eat your cooking every day, Lu Yanran said. Ha, uncle, aunt, and Yanran, stop praising me, I'm getting proud, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha, if I had your cooking skills, I'd be proud too. You don't know, your aunt never lets me cook, she thinks my cooking is terrible, is that called disdain? I just can't eat it, aunt replied upon hearing uncle's words. Ha, dad, is your cooking really that bad? The meal quickly finished in a cheerful atmosphere, and after eating, Lu Yanran was sent to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Feng then pulled uncle and aunt to sit on the sofa. Uncle, aunt, didn't I tell you not to go to work anymore? You can rest at home, and I'll take care of you from now on, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, uncle and aunt were touched and praised him for being a good child. Xiao Feng, we can't just sit around, it gets boring at home every day. It's better to go to work, uncle said. Your uncle is right. Once Yanran starts school, it'll just be the two of us at home, and we'll be bored. It's better to work, time passes faster that way, aunt added. Then you should go travel. Explore the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country. You can't go back to work anyway. You two have sacrificed so much for me and Yanran, now that we have money, you should enjoy yourselves, Lu Feng continued to persuade. Traveling is tiring and expensive, I won't go. Well, staying at home to play mahjong and drink tea is fine too. Sitting while playing mahjong makes my back hurt, and drinking tea keeps me awake. Exercising and dancing every day is also good. That's not as good as working in a factory. Uncle, aunt, I know you don't want to spend my money, but if you say I earn money and don't spend it on you, then what's the point of earning it? Lu Feng said helplessly. Of course, the money you earn is for you to save. Your uncle and I are still young and can work, and we can help you save some later, aunt said, leaving Lu Feng both amused and exasperated. He was moved to tears because they genuinely cared for him, and he smiled because he was happy to have such a good family. Seeing he couldn't persuade them, Lu Feng took out his phone and started operating it. Ding ding ding, as the text message notification rang, uncle picked up his phone with a puzzled look, saw the transfer notification for his bank card, and then looked at the amount. Uncle was no longer calm. Xiao Feng, why are you transferring money to me? It's nothing, just transferring it to you for you both to spend. This is too much, you transferred 10 million all at once. Aunt hurriedly urged uncle to transfer some back to Lu Feng. Xiao Feng, we can't take this money, you still need it for your company, aunt said, snatching the phone from uncle's hand, preparing to transfer it back to Lu Feng. But Lu Feng stopped her, shaking his phone in front of the elderly couple. Do you see how much money I have in my bank account? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Uncle and aunt nodded in confusion. How much is in there? Tell me, Lu Feng said, suppressing his laughter. The couple quickly started counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. How much is in there? There's over 2 billion. Then is it too much for me to transfer you 10 million? No, it's not too much. Then can you accept it? Yes, uncle and aunt hadn't reacted yet when Lu Feng had them trapped. Ha, you promised to accept it, you can't back out now, Lu Feng laughed, holding his stomach. Uncle and aunt suddenly realized, Xiao Feng, this money. Stop, hold on, you just agreed, Lu Feng interrupted them directly. Seeing Lu Feng's firm attitude, uncle and aunt had no choice but to give up. Xiao Feng, where did you get so much money? Uncle asked. You don't need to worry about that, anyway, this money is definitely clean, and I earned it through legitimate means, Lu Feng said directly. Seeing Lu Feng say this, uncle and aunt didn't ask further. The family chatted for a long time until late at night before going to bed. Xiao Feng, take care of yourself. Brother, come back to visit more often. With his family seeing him off, Lu Feng left Xuancheng early in the morning and set off for Feisher. Uncle and aunt still couldn't change Lu Feng's mind, and in the end, they had to agree not to make him go to work. After leaving home, Lu Feng drove quickly to Feisher, planning to park and use the restroom, as he had been holding it in the whole way. Big brother, there's someone over there asking for you, saying they have something to discuss. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, a chubby little boy approached him. The little boy's arrival left Lu Feng confused, unable to grasp the situation. Little brother, I don't know you, why are you looking for me? Lu Feng said, looking at the chubby boy. Brother, you are Lu Feng, right? The little boy said while eating a lollipop. Yes, I am Lu Feng. Who wants to see me? Lu Feng patted the little boy's head. An uncle gave me a lollipop and told me to come tell you, the little boy innocently said, pointing to a small alley next to the public restroom. Lu Feng listened to the chubby boy's words and looked at the dim alley beside him, instantly recalling what Wei Changqing had said before. Heh, that was quick, Lu Feng sneered. It seems there's no way to hide. As soon as I entered Fei City, they must have known and are definitely watching my license plate. In that case, I might as well take the initiative. What if they can't find me and end up targeting my uncle instead? Lu Feng thought as he prepared to confront them. Thank you, little friend, your task is complete. Go play now. Lu Feng patted the chubby boy's head and stood up, walking into the alley. Goodbye, uncle. The chubby boy cheerfully ran off, enjoying his lollipop. Lu Feng quickly entered the alley, which was incredibly dark. Even in broad daylight, one couldn't see a figure clearly. I'm here, come out, Lu Feng said as he stood in the alley. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man wearing a hood and combat gear stepped out from the shadows. Lu Feng sized up the man before him. Despite possessing master-level combat skills and the physique of a special forces soldier, he still felt a sense of murderous intent and pressure emanating from the man. This person must have taken a life, was Lu Feng's first impression of him. Taking out a cigarette, Lu Feng lit it and took a puff, asking, Did Wei Changqing send you? However, the man opposite him remained silent, his leopard-like gaze fixed intently on him. I know without you saying, it's him. But why are you alone? Didn't they tell you I'm quite capable? Lu Feng said calmly. The man still ignored him, gripping his combat dagger even tighter. You must be a soldier, right? I can sense it from your combat gear and your aura, Lu Feng continued. Why choose to be an assassin? But the man acted as if he hadn't heard Lu Feng, continuing to disregard him. Soon, Lu Feng finished his cigarette, and just as he flicked the butt away, the man lunged at him with the dagger. Whoosh! The dagger swiftly slashed across Lu Feng's chest but missed as he nimbly dodged. Seeing his first strike fail, the man quickly reversed his grip and aimed for Lu Feng's head. Lu Feng seized the opportunity, grabbing the man's attacking hand to disarm him, but the man realized Lu Feng's intent and swiftly stabbed twice in midair, forcing Lu Feng to retreat. The two then separated. Impressive skills, I'm even more certain you're a soldier, and not just any soldier, Lu Feng remarked. You're not bad either, the man finally spoke. He then quickly launched another attack, the dagger dancing in the air, forcing Lu Feng to dodge repeatedly. As the man cornered him with no way out, Lu Feng quickly retreated to the wall. At the moment the man lunged again, Lu Feng jumped up, grabbing a rope above the alley, and executed a mid-air kick that sent the dagger flying from the man's hand. The man reacted quickly. The instant the dagger was kicked away, he grabbed Lu Feng's leg tightly and yanked him down. He then attempted to retrieve the dagger, but Lu Feng didn't give him the chance, picking up a brick from the ground and throwing it at him, forcing the man to dodge sideways. Following that, Lu Feng charged at him, and the two began a close-quarters battle. The man's attacks were fierce and rapid, using both hands and feet, leaving Lu Feng with only the ability to defend. This was to be expected. Lu Feng had master-level skills and the physique of a special forces soldier, but his practical combat experience was nearly zero, having only fought two ordinary people. The man trying to assassinate him, on the other hand, was not inferior to Lu Feng in either physical fitness or combat skills, especially since he had emerged from the battlefield with real weapons, his killing techniques already honed to perfection. With a swift kick, the man struck out, and Lu Feng raised his arms to block. However, the man used Lu Feng's arms to propel himself and delivered another kick from above. At that moment, Lu Feng had nowhere to retreat and could only raise his arms to defend again. Bang! Lu Feng was forced to one knee by the powerful impact. The man didn't give Lu Feng a chance to catch his breath and attacked again. With no other option, Lu Feng rolled away clumsily to evade. It was clear that the man didn't want to give Lu Feng any respite, his attacks becoming even more lethal and rapid. Lu Feng could only struggle to keep up, and just as he was about to be overwhelmed, he seized an opening during the man's assault and unleashed a strike from the Black Dragon 18 techniques, forcing the man back. What is this, the Black Dragon 18 techniques? Where did you learn it? I remember that Huagua banned the Black Dragon 18 techniques back in the 80s, the man said, his calm gaze flickering with surprise. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Feng gasped for air and laughed. You want to learn? I can teach you. Upon hearing this, the man charged at him again, and Lu Feng countered with the Black Dragon 18 techniques. Since the man was unfamiliar with the techniques, Lu Feng managed to hold his ground against him. After exchanging over 100 moves, both were exhausted and covered in injuries, yet neither had fallen, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. I underestimated you, the man panted. You're strong too. I'm increasingly curious about you. With your skills, being a bodyguard with $1 million annual salary wouldn't be a problem. Why choose to be an assassin? Lu Feng asked curiously. Perhaps due to mutual respect, the man surprisingly answered Lu Feng's question. I'm also not in control of my own fate. My wife is terminally ill, and I can only do this kind of work to earn her medical expenses. Wait a minute. Before Lu Feng could finish, the man attacked again, clearly intent on killing him. With no choice, Lu Feng had to respond to the attack again. After exchanging a few more moves, Lu Feng seized the opportunity to kick the man down, creating some distance. Hold on, Lu Feng continued. But the man didn't give Lu Feng a chance to speak and got up to attack again. Seeing the man charging at him, Lu Feng had no choice but to draw the pistol from his waist and point it at the man. The man froze in place, horrified at the sight of the gun. Having experienced war, he could tell at a glance that Lu Feng's gun was real, a standard M1911. Can we talk now? Lu Feng said calmly. Hearing this, the man raised his hands, realizing that given their current distance, his chances of disarming Lu Feng were zero, but Lu Feng could definitely shoot him the moment he tried. I lost, the man said, standing there. No, you didn't lose. If I hadn't had a gun, we wouldn't know who would win or lose, Lu Feng replied with a faint smile. Since you have a gun, why didn't you take it out from the start? The man asked, puzzled. Lu Feng's pistol was equipped with a silencer, and he could have killed him immediately without such a long fight. Because I wanted to test my combat skills, Lu Feng explained. Upon hearing this, the man was left speechless. Dude, this is a life and death struggle, not a game. You really have some guts. Huagua has such strict gun control, and many involved in crime only have crossbows or homemade firearms. How did you get this gun? The man asked, voicing his curiosity. The origin of the gun is naturally a secret. I can't tell you, Lu Feng replied. But I'm very curious, and it's a pity. With your skills, you could have a better future. What illness does your wife have that led you down this path? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man sat down on the ground and began to recount his story slowly. My wife has cancer and relies on dialysis and chemotherapy to survive every day. I can't afford the high medical expenses, so I can only resort to this kind of illegal business. The man seemed to have given up completely. You're a soldier, right? Lu Feng asked. I served in the French army, so I'm a mercenary. I thought you were a soldier from Huagua. Have you ever killed a Huagua person? I mean, an ordinary person. No, the businesses I deal with are all underworld related, those people deserve to die. But I'm not from the underworld, so why do you want to kill me? I'm out of money, my wife needs treatment, and they demand too much from me. I have no choice but to take this on, the man answered honestly, believing he would surely die, so he gave up resisting. Okay, I've finished my questions. Lu Feng raised his gun. Wait, I ask you to spare my wife. As a condition, I will commit suicide, which will also save you trouble. Although I know you are not an ordinary person, I think dying from a gunshot will still cause you trouble, the man suddenly said. Lu Feng looked at the man, who had been calm until now, and asked, aren't you afraid of death? I am, but I have long anticipated this situation. What about your wife? I can only say I've tried my best. This way, we can be ghostly coupled together. What if I say I can cure your wife? What? The man suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. I said, if I can cure your wife, what will you do? Lu Feng looked at him and said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words again, the man immediately knelt down. If you can cure my wife, I swear to be loyal to you forever, to be the sharpest knife in your hand, the man said with determination. But why should I trust you? After all, we just fought to the death, Lu Feng replied. As long as you can cure my wife, I can kill Cui Hao directly as a token of loyalty, the man said excitedly. Cui Hao is the red-haired man beside Wei Changqing, who was sent to kill Lu Feng. Upon hearing that Lu Feng could cure his wife, the man was almost driven mad with excitement. He could kill one person or even 100. Ha, to be honest, I really admire you. You truly care for your wife, Lu Feng laughed. So do you agree? The man asked, suppressing his excitement. You should be glad you haven't harmed an ordinary person, otherwise, you would have already died, Lu Feng said and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Lu Feng turned back. What? Aren't you coming? Take me to see your wife. The man, hearing Lu Feng's words, was so excited that he could barely respond, his teeth chattering and his body trembling. Lu Feng had to walk over and support him. Are you really willing to help me? The man asked in disbelief. I said, you should be glad you haven't harmed an ordinary person, otherwise, you would be dead. And I do need a bodyguard to protect me, and you are just right for the job. I will not let you down, please rest assured. The two who had just fought desperately now sat in a car and got along peacefully. On the way to the man's home, Lu Feng learned about the man's situation. It turned out the man's name was Feng, and he and his wife had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Later, Feng went abroad to serve in the military, while his wife waited for him to return. After Feng retired and returned home, they finally got married. Just as they were looking forward to their happy life after marriage, his wife was suddenly diagnosed with late-stage cancer, shattering their once happy little family. His wife, Wan, chose to commit suicide to avoid dragging Feng down, but fortunately, Feng discovered it in time, saved Wan, and took her to the hospital. Later, Feng, faced with exorbitant medical bills, had no choice but to take risks and help underworld figures with assassinations and similar jobs to earn money for medical expenses. Lu Feng was truly the first ordinary job Feng took. In fact, when he learned he was to kill an ordinary person, Feng struggled with his conscience for a long time. Ultimately, seeing his bedridden wife, he gritted his teeth and accepted the job. However, he did not expect to be defeated by Lu Feng. Just when Feng thought he was going to die, Lu Feng gave him hope again. Soon, guided by Feng, Lu Feng and his team arrived next to an old building. Sir, this is my home, Feng said awkwardly. Lu Feng smiled and got out of the car, and Feng quickly led the way. Before long, they reached the third floor. Feng opened the door, and as soon as they entered, Lu Feng smelled the strong scent of medicine in the room. Please don't mind it, Feng said with an embarrassed smile. Let me see your wife, Lu Feng said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Feng hurriedly opened the bedroom door. Upon entering, Lu Feng saw Wan lying on the bed, her face pale, surrounded by various medical equipment. Feng, you're back. Who is this? Wan said, gasping for breath. Lu Feng could clearly sense how difficult it was for Wan to say these words. She was already gravely ill. Sir, I beg you to save her, Feng said, suddenly kneeling down. Feng's action startled Lu Feng, and Wan was also taken aback. Lu Feng quickly pulled Feng up, and Wan struggled to sit up from the bed. Don't worry, since I said I would save her, I will, Lu Feng reassured him. Feng stood up only after hearing Lu Feng's promise. I have a special medicine in my car, I'll go get it now. Please wait a moment, Lu Feng said, turning to leave. As soon as Lu Feng left, Wan curiously asked who he was. He is my boss, Feng said, not entirely lying, as he would indeed become Lu Feng's bodyguard in the future. You just said to let him save me. Is that really possible? This is a terminal illness, don't be fooled, Wan said with difficulty. Seeing his wife like this, Feng's eyes turned red again, and he squatted by the bed, holding her hand, explaining that Lu Feng was not an ordinary person and surely had a way. Fool, it's me who has burdened you. I no longer have hope, I just hope you can live happily, Wan said, stroking Feng's head. Meanwhile, after reaching the car, Lu Feng focused his mind and directly entered the System Mall. The reason Lu Feng agreed to Feng that he could cure his wife's illness was that he had previously seen a cancer treatment potion in the mall, and not only that, but also the method to create the potion. Unfortunately, Lu Feng could only afford the potion now, not the recipe, and if a cancer treatment drug were to be developed, it would surely cause a storm worldwide. With Lu Feng's current small stature, he could not withstand the blows from those big shots, so even if he could afford it, he would not buy it. Unless one day, when Lu Feng's business empire was truly established and he had the confidence to confront anything, he would consider buying such things. Soon, Lu Feng found the cancer treatment potion in the mall. Found it. Lu Feng exchanged 500 reputation points for a cancer treatment potion and then spent 100 reputation points for a nutritional solution. Feng's wife had been tormented by illness for too long, so it was best for her to take a potion to restore her bodily functions first. Lu Feng took the two potions and pushed open the door to the room. Feng and his wife were anxiously staring at the door, and when they saw Lu Feng come in, Feng hurriedly approached. Boss, did you get it? Feng asked eagerly. Lu Feng did not speak, but simply handed him two safes containing the medicine. Feng took the safes from Lu Feng, his hands trembling. Just be careful not to drop one, Lu Feng said, looking at Feng's excited expression. I won't, Feng replied, suppressing his excitement. One of the boxes contains a cancer treatment medicine, and the other is for restoring bodily functions. First, give her the medicine for restoring bodily functions to help her recover a bit, then she can take the cancer treatment medicine. After hearing this, Enfong opened the first box, which contained a sealed vial of light pink medicine. After taking out the vial, Enfong, unsure of how to administer it, had to seek help from Lu Feng. Fortunately, the system had also informed Lu Feng how to use the medicine while preparing it. Open the cap, take 1/3 first, wait an hour, then take another third. Just make sure to finish it in 3 hours, Lu Feng said. After hearing this, Enfong carefully opened the vial, took a cup, and poured out 1/3, gently feeding it to Enwan. After drinking it, Enwan fell asleep immediately. Sir, what's going on? Enfong asked in confusion, nearly in tears. Don't worry, this is the normal effect of the medicine. She needs to sleep to recover better, Lu Feng reassured him, seeing his anxiety. Thus, the two men kept vigil by the bedside, and after about half an hour, Enwan slowly woke up. With a soft sound, Enwan gradually opened her eyes. Seeing his wife awake, Enfong hurriedly leaned over the bed to ask how she was. Enwan smiled happily at her husband's concern. I'm fine, Enfong, I feel much better now, my body feels a lot lighter, Enwan said gently, looking at Enfong. She then tried to sit up by herself. Enfong, seeing this, wanted to help but was refused. Enwan supported herself with her arms and slowly sat up. Enfeng's eyes turned red at the sight of his wife managing to sit up on her own, and he turned to thank Lu Feng. Don't thank me yet, give her another third, Lu Feng said again. Enfong hurriedly gave his wife another third, and after drinking it, Enwan unexpectedly fell asleep again. Watching his wife sleep peacefully, her pale face starting to regain color, Enfong felt the urge to kneel before Lu Feng. Fortunately, Lu Feng was quick to support Enfong before he could kneel. Haha, you don't need to kneel, just protect me well in the future, Lu Feng laughed heartily. Rest assured, before I die, no one can harm a single hair on your head, Enfong said with determination in his eyes. After seeing his wife's condition truly improving, Enfong silently vowed to protect Lu Feng with his life. The two chatted for a while longer, and Enwan woke up from her slumber again. How are you feeling, Waner? Enfong, I feel great, Enwan said, surprisingly getting out of bed. Don't think too much, she was dressed. Enfong was overjoyed to see his wife able to get up by herself. How do you feel? Lu Feng also asked. Thank you, benefactor, I feel very well, Enwan said, kneeling down before Lu Feng. Seeing his wife kneel, Enfong quickly followed suit and bowed his head to Lu Feng. Thank you for your great kindness, thank you for saving my life. Lu Feng hurriedly helped them up. What are you doing? Don't keep kneeling, Lu Feng said, amused and helpless as he looked at the two. Your great kindness, we truly have no way to repay it, so we can only express our gratitude through this action, Enfong said, his eyes red. Alright, there will be plenty of opportunities to thank me in the future. You two should hurry up and finish your medicine, Lu Feng said to the two of them. Under Lu Feng's urging, Enwan finished the last dose of medicine and fell into a drowsy sleep again. This time, she slept for a full hour before waking up, which scared Enfong, who asked Lu Feng if something was wrong. Lu Feng couldn't figure it out either and could only inquire with the system. Upon learning that it was a normal situation, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lu Feng say it was normal, Enfong finally relaxed. He had just seen his wife not wake up, which had frightened him terribly. Looking at his wife, who had the same physical condition as a normal person, Enfong couldn't express his joy. Ever since his wife was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, her physical condition had rapidly declined, and she had eventually been confined to bed. The recovering Enwan tightly hugged Enfong. Thank you, Enfong, Enwan said, crying. She then bowed to Lu Feng. The one I should thank the most is you. If it weren't for your help, I might not have lived much longer. Enfong working under you is his honor, and also mine, Lu Feng gently helped Enwan up, indicating that it was what he should do. Now you can take the cancer treatment medicine. This time, drink it all at once, and then she will probably sleep for a day and a night. This is normal, Lu Feng said to Enfong. Looking at Enwan, who had finished the medicine and was lying on the bed asleep, Lu Feng suggested going out to eat and buy some clothes, because in the previous battle, Lu Feng's clothes had become filthy and tattered. However, seeing Enfong reluctantly looking at Enwan, Lu Feng said he could go by himself and let Enfong stay with Enwan. After saying that, he refused Enfeng's offer to see him off and walked out. Just as Lu Feng got to the car, he suddenly remembered something, took out 200,000 cash from the hidden compartment in the car, and walked back. Knock, knock, knock. Enfong, open the door. Hearing the voice, Enfong hurried over to open the door. I forgot one thing, Lu Feng explained. The 2 types of medicine I gave you, you must not tell anyone about them, and you two must move to Magic City with me. I will find someone to erase your wife's previous medical records. Don't worry, even if we both die, we won't leak a single piece of information, and Feng said. He knew the importance of the two medicines Lu Feng had given. One could treat cancer, and the other could quickly restore bodily functions. If these two medicines were known to the wealthy, there would be countless people trying to snatch them for 100 billion. If people found out that Lu Feng had such good things, he would probably not know where he would be kidnapped the next day. Don't always talk about dying, it's unlucky. Just know in your hearts, Lu Feng said as he placed the 200,000 in Feng's hands. Take this money and buy some furniture when you get to Magic City. As for the house, I will find a good one for you. And Feng looked at the money in his hands and wanted to give it back to Lu Feng, saying he couldn't accept Lu Feng's money after receiving such a great favor. Consider this your salary for being my bodyguard. No, that's not right. I don't need a salary for being your bodyguard. Well, then take this money to buy your wife some good food and some nice clothes, Lu Feng insisted, shoving the money back into Feng's hands. Seeing Lu Feng's firm attitude and thinking of his wife, Feng silently accepted the money. Isn't this good? Alright, I'm leaving now, Lu Feng said as he saw Feng accept the money and waved his hand as he walked away. Feng stood there watching Lu Feng's back, his eyes reddening. After leaving Feng's home, Lu Feng headed straight to a nearby square to buy clothes. There was no way around it. The clothes Lu Feng was wearing were incredibly dirty and torn. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at a nearby shopping plaza. After parking the car, he walked into the plaza. Passers-by, seeing Lu Feng's shabby outfit, stopped to watch. This made Lu Feng feel shy, and he quickly ran into a clothing store to change clothes, not even noticing the brand of the store. Welcome to the Armani menswear store, the sales assistant's voice rang out, and only then did Lu Feng realize he had walked into an Armani store. Please help me pick out an outfit, Lu Feng hurriedly said to the sales assistant. Sure, please follow me, the sales assistant responded warmly, not showing any disdain for Lu Feng's ragged appearance. After all, this was normal. In a luxury store, the sales staff are rigorously trained, with the first requirement being to warmly welcome all customers. There are hardly any snobbish salespeople. Just show me ready-to-wear clothes. I need to wear something urgently, Lu Feng said to the sales assistant. Alright, sir, may I ask what level of ready-to-wear you are looking for? Armani's clothing is divided into 6 levels, the top tier GA, first tier AC, quasi-first tier A, second tier AJ Armani jeans, and third tier A7 and S/X Armani exchange. The GA series is the highest-end menswear ready-to-wear. The AC series is Armani's business ready-to-wear, mainly focused on business style. The EA series belongs to the fashion style. The fabric is not as good as AC, but it is relatively cheaper. Overall, Armani's offerings are mainly in these 3 levels. The lower levels are just a way to make money. For Lu Feng at this moment, money was not an issue. He immediately said, let's go check out the GA level clothes first. Alright, sir, please follow me. With that, the sales assistant led Lu Feng toward the GA ultra top tier area. Upon entering the GA area, there were a few customers selecting clothes. They looked at Lu Feng's outfit with great curiosity, as he certainly did not look like someone who could afford Armani clothes. However, they said nothing more, as the Armani staff showed no disdain, and they wouldn't meddle in others' business. But there are always exceptions. At that moment, a man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck and rings on almost every finger, along with a flamboyantly dressed woman beside him, looked at Lu Feng and pinched his nose in disgust. What's wrong with you guys? How can you bring a beggar into the store? You're supposed to be an international brand, the flamboyant woman said sharply. The nouveau riche man beside her echoed, some people just love to pretend. Clearly, they can't afford Armani, yet they insist on coming in to look around. If they accidentally dirty a piece of clothing, whether they can afford to pay for it is another matter. But if you listen to me and make me happy, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink. Ah, honey, what are you saying? I will definitely listen to you, haha. Good. In that case, once I buy this piece of clothing, I'll take you to buy a bag. The man looked at Lu Feng with arrogance. The other customers also said nothing more, as they believed Lu Feng's outfit clearly indicated he could not afford Armani clothes. They thought that after being mocked, Lu Feng would run away in embarrassment. To their surprise, Lu Feng merely smiled faintly, and the sales assistant felt awkward upon hearing this. She quickly said to Lu Feng, Sir, please rest assured, we at Armani treat all customers equally. Lu Feng heard the sales assistant's words but remained silent, merely looking at the fat man across from him with indifference. The fat man felt uneasy under Lu Feng's gaze, but not wanting to lose face in front of his female companion, he could only muster the courage to speak. What's wrong, you little brat? Am I wrong? Do you dare to come and hit me? I'm a person of quality, unlike some people who, after making a bit of money, get carried away and bring their kept mistress around to belittle others, Lu Feng mocked. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the man instantly became furious and approached to hit Lu Feng, but seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, he hesitated and had to lower his hand. Yet, unwilling to lose face, he could only say, "Humph. You think you can provoke me into hitting you so you can extort money from me? Let me tell you, not a chance." TCH. Lu Feng was speechless at the man's words. If he was too scared to act, why say so much? "You're not even worthy," Lu Feng said, pulling out a bank card from his wallet and handing it to the sales assistant beside him. "I'll take a full set of this series, I'm a bit short on clothes." The sales assistant carefully took the card Lu Feng offered. The man beside them saw Lu Feng's actions and burst into laughter. "Ah, you really think you're rich, huh? A full set? Do you even have the money? You don't have only $100 in your card, do you?" The flamboyant woman chimed in with her mockery. "Exactly, trying to save face when you can't afford it. If you really want Armani clothes, apologize to my husband and admit you can't afford them, and I'll have him buy you a set." The nouveau riche man felt a pang of fear at the woman's words, worried that he might actually have to buy Lu Feng a set. The clothes in this area were quite expensive, even a single set would cost over 100,000, and he couldn't bear to buy it for Lu Feng. But now that the woman had spoken, the man could only feign calmness and say, "Yeah, if you kneel down and admit your mistake, I'll buy you a full outfit." The nouveau riche man, fearing Lu Feng might actually apologize, added the condition of kneeling, hoping to make Lu Feng back down. Lu Feng looked at the two in front of him, feeling speechless. He was no longer the person he used to be. After going through so much, his mindset had changed. Faced with such clowns, Lu Feng didn't even want to engage. "Could you please help me pack this up? I'll change into one set later," Lu Feng said to the sales assistant beside him. "Oh, okay. But sir, may I ask, do you really need this many sets?" the sales assistant asked quietly. The nouveau riche man didn't recognize the gold card Lu Feng pulled out, but the sales assistant did. Anyone who could hold such a gold card was worth at least 100 million. "Yes, I'm sure. Go prepare it," Lu Feng said calmly. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the sales assistant ran over to swipe the card and prepare the clothes for him. "Still pretending? I want to see if your bank card can actually go through," the man and the flamboyant woman said coldly. Other customers in the store were also very curious, looking at the sales assistant who was swiping the card. Beep beep beep. As the sound of the successful transaction rang out, the receipt was printed immediately. The onlookers, including the nouveau riche man, were stunned. The payment had really gone through. This wasn't just a few thousand, these sets of clothes were worth over 1,000,000. Did it really succeed just like that? The nouveau riche man was shocked. "Hit a hard wall, this guy really has money," was the first thought that crossed his mind. The nouveau riche man and the flamboyant woman felt embarrassed, especially since they had just insisted that Lu Feng was broke and looked down on him, even demanding he kneel and apologize. But the result was that Lu Feng really had that kind of money, and judging by Lu Feng's nonchalant expression, spending over 1,000,000 on clothes was clearly a piece of cake for him. It felt like a loud slap, hitting the nouveau riche man and the alluring woman squarely in the face. Seeing that Lu Feng was still looking at him, the nouveau riche man panicked. This was someone who could casually spend over 1,000,000 on clothes. His status and background must be immense. The fact that he had just mocked such a big shot made the man break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the female sales assistant was not thinking about all that. She was overjoyed. Selling over 1,000,000 worth of clothes in one go meant she had exceeded her sales target and would earn a hefty commission. How could she not be happy? "Sir, the clothes you wanted are all packed. Here's your bank card. I've set aside a casual outfit that perfectly matches your temperament," the sales assistant said as she approached, even throwing a flirtatious glance at Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly ignored the sales assistant's advances and put the card back in his wallet. After securing his wallet, Lu Feng looked at the man, who was now trembling in fear. "Sir, it's my fault," the man said, wearing an expression more pitiful than crying. I can't afford to be called sir by you," Lu Feng said, patting the man's shoulder before taking the sales assistant to change clothes. The man stood frozen in place, too scared to move. When Lu Feng came out in his new outfit, looking strikingly handsome, the sales assistant's eyes sparkled with hearts. The fat man felt even more anxious seeing Lu Feng's outstanding demeanor and aura. "Sir, I didn't recognize your greatness, please forgive me." Lu Feng ignored the man. After all, his current status didn't warrant arguing with a small fry. He simply walked away with the sales assistant, who was carrying several bags, and casually said as he passed the man, "Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't stoop to your level. Just remember not to look down on others." The man let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew Lu Feng had spared him. "Honey, why are you suddenly like this?" The alluring woman still hadn't grasped the reality. Slap. The man slapped the woman across the face. "What are you doing?" The woman was stunned by the blow. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have provoked a big shot?" The man said angrily. "So now you're blaming me? Weren't you just mocking him?" You even told him to kneel, now you're scared? You bitch, dare to talk back? Let's see if I can kill you, the man said, raising his hand to strike. But he was stopped by an Armani store employee. Sir, please behave yourself. The man could only leave in anger, muttering threats as he walked away. I'm lucky the big shot was in a good mood today, otherwise, I would have killed you. Lu Feng was unaware of the events that unfolded in the store after he left. He was currently opening the trunk of his car to put the clothes he had just bought inside. Sir, can I invite you to dinner tonight? Thank you for letting me earn so much commission, the sales assistant said. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng instantly understood her intentions. Sorry, I'm busy, Lu Feng replied directly. Seeing Lu Feng refuse, the sales assistant had to give up. Lu Feng then drove away. He still needed to confirm the relocation of the group with Zhao Yun. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the group's office. Once there, he walked straight into Zhao Yun's office. Old Zhao, how did the meeting go? Lu Feng asked as soon as he entered. Zhao Yun quickly stood up upon seeing Lu Feng. Chairman Lu, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Has the company staff been notified? Yes, they have. The meeting went very smoothly, thanks to you, Chairman Lu. Ha? What does that have to do with me? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. If it weren't for you raising the employees' salaries before and giving them a few reassuring words, I estimate that not many would be willing to come along when they found out we were moving. Ha ha ha, this can be considered an unintentional success. You really have foresight, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, you've learned to flatter too. I'm just speaking the truth. Oh right, have you chosen a location in the Magic City? Not yet. I'm planning to return to the Magic City today, and I'll pick a location then. After all, the group's relocation isn't something that can be done in a day or two. That's true. Then let's do as you say. Anything the company can't take will be sold to the 80 group. You'll be in charge of this matter. As long as the price is right, it's fine. I only have one requirement. No matter how much foreign companies offer, don't sell to them. You can rest assured, I understand. After that, Lu Feng arranged some tasks for Zhao Yun, during which Zhao Yun brought up Wang Jingyan's situation. Director Lu, Wang Jingyan has been convicted of multiple crimes, including embezzlement, indecency, and bribery, and has received a 12-year prison sentence. He deserves it. The group made him, yet he wants to destroy the group, Lu Feng said. By the way, Director Lu, Wang Jingyan hopes to meet with you. What do you think? No meeting. Tell him I don't have time. Okay, I understand. What about Jason's situation? The evidence for misappropriating company funds is conclusive, but the contract he signed with the European company is still under investigation. It's indeed difficult to confirm when it involves foreign matters. Just do your best to ensure he serves 2 more years in prison, Lu Feng said, taking a sip of water. Okay, you can rest assured, Zhao Yun replied. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still have to drive back to the Magic City, Lu Feng said as he stood up. I'll see you off. After leaving the Fanli building, Lu Feng went straight onto the highway, wanting to return to the Magic City before dark. On the way, Lu Feng sent a message to Enfeng, asking him to hurry to the Magic City. After receiving the message, Enfeng replied that he would pack his things today and come tomorrow. Soon, Lu Feng returned to the Magic City, back at Guanlan International. Phew, I'm exhausted, Lu Feng sighed as he lay on the sofa upon entering. Being a domineering CEO isn't easy, it's so busy every day. I just want to be a salted fish every day. After lying on the sofa for a while, Lu Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, he sent a message to Shen Shuyuan, saying he had returned to the Magic City. Shen Shuyuan quickly replied, telling Lu Feng to rest well. The two chatted back and forth until late at night, and only then did Lu Feng fall asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng got up early, taking with him the Wui Mountain de Hong Pao he had bought from the System Mall. Last night, Lu Feng had obtained the phone number of the current top official in the Magic City from Shen Shuyuan. Getting up so early with such a valuable gift was to pay a visit to the other party. It should be noted that Lu Feng was holding Wui Mountains de Hong Pao, of which there are only 12 ancient trees in the world. Moreover, to protect the ancient trees, Wui Mountain de Hong Pao can only produce a little over a pound each year. Due to its extremely limited production, the price of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao has reached over 10,000 yuan per gram, and even then, it's hard to find. It's not just about having money, you also need to have a high status. The Wui Mountain de Hong Pao Lu Feng purchased from the mall weighed a full 100 grams and was beautifully packaged. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at a government compound based on the address provided by Shen Shuyuan. After informing the guard at the entrance about his appointment, Lu Feng successfully walked in. Looking at the small Western-style buildings in the courtyard and the well-tended flower beds, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought I would actually come here. It should be noted that those living here are some retired and current big shots from Magic City and even the whole of Huagua. It is said that the former third-in-command of Huagua also lives here. Lu Feng didn't dare to wander around, following the signs in the courtyard. He soon arrived in front of a small building. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng rang the doorbell in the courtyard. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Click. As the door opened, a woman in her 40s appeared before Lu Feng. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged woman asked. My name is Lu Feng, here to visit Mr. Li, Lu Feng hurriedly replied. Upon hearing Lu Feng's name, the middle-aged woman let him in, as the old man Li had informed her that someone named Lu Feng would be coming to see him today. Lu Feng cautiously stepped into the courtyard, and as soon as he entered, he was greeted by a vibrant scene. Neatly arranged flower stands displayed many types of flowers and plants: Asparagus setaceus, Chamaedorea elegans, Aspidistra elatior, Photonia, Hydrangea, Iris, and Dianthus. There was also a large grape trellis, lush and dripping with vitality. Beneath the grape trellis was a stone table, engraved with a chessboard. On the other side of the grape trellis were several bird cages, where a few mynahs chirped, adding a touch of liveliness to the small courtyard. Please wait here, Mr. Lu, the gentleman will be out shortly, the middle-aged maid said. Oh, okay, Lu Feng replied. Just as he finished speaking, a robust middle-aged man with black hair walked out. Seeing the man, Lu Feng approached to greet him. Hello, I am Lu Feng. To his surprise, the man merely glanced at him indifferently, ignored him, and sat down under the grape trellis. Lu Feng felt extremely awkward. Why are you still standing there? Sit down, Li Zhanghua said. Hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly walked over and sat down. I heard from Xiao Yuan that you want to move the Fonley Group to Magic City, is that right? Yes. Then what identity are you using to come to me for this matter? I'm curious about your relationship with Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing these questions, Lu Feng was instantly at a loss. Indeed, what identity was he here with? Although they liked each other, they hadn't confirmed their relationship due to various reasons, and the big shot in front of him was clearly very familiar with Xin Shu Yuan, which left him unsure of how to respond. What's wrong? Can't answer? The man smiled faintly. Wu Ma, bring over my tea set and tea. Yes, sir, Wu Ma replied. Soon, Wu Ma set a beautiful tea set on the table and brought over several types of tea. Li Zhanghua picked up the tea leaves and was about to brew tea. Seeing such a good opportunity, Lu Feng hurriedly took out the Wui Mountain de Hong Pao he had brought. Please try the tea I brought, he said, handing over the tea leaves. Li Zhanghua had a mysterious smile on his face as he accepted the tea leaves. Does this count as bribery? Li Zhanghua asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng quickly said, this is a tribute from me to the elder on behalf of Shu Yuan. How could it be considered bribery? Oh, on behalf of Xiao Yuan, what is your relationship with her? Li Zhanghua asked with a sly smile, like an old fox. This, Lu Feng found it hard to articulate. What's wrong? You have no relationship with her, how can you represent her? Lu Feng saw that Li Zhanghua had to ask something, and with a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and said, I am in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Su Yuan. Although we haven't made it public due to some reasons, I believe that one day I will appear openly in the Shin family. Ah, kid, your ideals are good, Li Zhanghua said with a laugh. It's because of the Li family matters, right? But as far as I know, the Shin and Li families seem to be planning a marriage, and my surname just happens to be Li Zhanghua said, laughing heartily. Boom! Li Zhenghua's words sounded like a thunderclap suddenly echoing in Lu Feng's mind. He suddenly remembered that this big shot in front of him had the surname Li and was so familiar with Shin Su Yuan. He must be from the Li family in the capital. What was he thinking? In front of them, stealing someone's fiancé, wasn't that courting death? Su Yuan, I might be in big trouble, Lu Feng thought to himself. Kid, why aren't you talking? Are you scared silly? Li Zhanghua asked with a smile. Hearing the question, Lu Feng finally reacted. So you. Lu Feng found it hard to speak. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Li Zhanghua felt he couldn't tease the kid any longer, so he spoke directly. I am indeed from the Li family, but I don't interfere in the Li family's matters. Those of us in power cannot be burdened with small family affairs, we care about the greater good of the country. So, kid, I won't interfere in the competition between you and my nephew, nor will I suppress you just because you are my nephew's rival. You can compete fairly. Lu Feng could hardly believe his ears. This big shot in front of him actually said that. It was truly unbelievable. But then he thought about it and realized it made sense. Those who reached their position had long given up on small family matters and were focused on the common people. It was precisely because of such selfless individuals that the country could thrive. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt a surge of emotion and stood up to bow to Li Zhanghua. Ha, kid, are you thanking me? No, I bow to you not because of my relationship with your nephew, but because I admire your broad-mindedness. It is because of people like you leading us that our lives as common people are getting better and better. So, this bow is on behalf of the masses, Lu Feng said seriously. Hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Li Jinghua's eyes. Ha ha ha, good, I accept it. You can sit back down. Only then did Lu Feng slowly sit back down. Since you have this intention, as your elder, I will try the tea you brought on behalf of Xiao Yuan, Li Zhenghua said as he opened the packaging. Once opened, a faint fragrance wafted out, and Li Zhenghua's eyes widened at the scent. Good kid, what a generous gift. If I'm not mistaken, this is Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, right? Li Zhenghua asked Lu Feng. You truly have a discerning eye, it is indeed Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, Lu Feng replied. Incredible. This must be at least 100 grams. Wui Mountain has implemented protection policies in recent years, and the annual output is just over a pound. To be honest, in my position, I only get about 50 grams a year, Li Zhenghua said, genuinely surprised, while also curious about Lu Feng's background to be able to obtain so much Da Hong Pao. However, even though he was curious, he didn't actually ask Lu Feng where he got it from. Su Yuan has been under your care in the Magic City, so this is just a small token of gratitude from the younger generation, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, what a little rascal. You already consider Su Yuan your girlfriend, huh? I must tell you, dealing with the old ghost of the Shin family won't be easy. Your position as a director of the Fanli Group is far from enough, Li Zhenghua said. I will work hard, Lu Feng said with determination. Ah, good job, ambitious. I really want to see the expression on old Ghost Shin's face when he sees you, Li Zhenghua laughed heartily as if he had thought of something amusing. The big cabbage that was so hard to raise, huh, and now it's been pushed by a pig. Old Ghost Shen will probably kill you. Lu Feng could only awkwardly dig his toes into the ground upon hearing this. After a while, the tea was ready, and Li Zhenghua poured a cup for Lu Feng and one for himself. Lifting his cup, Li Zhenghua took a deep, intoxicated sniff before slowly savoring it. Lu Feng, not understanding tea, gulped his down in one go. Seeing this, Li Zhenghua exclaimed that Lu Feng didn't appreciate it and was wasting it. It's a waste to let you drink this tea, Li Zhenghua said with a pained expression. I just don't understand tea, Lu Feng said, scratching his head awkwardly. Here, this is a small jar of Lion Peak Longjing. You should take it back and practice, Li Zhenghua said, handing Lu Feng a small jar of tea leaves from the table. Lu Feng didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Kid, what brings you to me this time? Li Zhenghua asked while drinking tea. Seeing that Li Zhenghua finally asked about serious matters, Lu Feng hurriedly said, well, I want to move the Fanli Group to Magic City. Why move for no reason? Because I offended someone over there and am afraid of trouble, so it's easier to just relocate. Then why come to me? Do you want support, territory, or something else? I just want some preferential policies or something like that, Lu Feng said with a grin. But what do you have to impress me? There are so many companies in Magic City, many stronger than Fanli. What advantages do you have? Lu Feng had already prepared his response to Li Jinghua's question. You should know that the new energy market is where all car companies are striving to develop. Whoever can take the lead can make a fortune in the new energy field, and I have super battery technology that can provide a range of 2,000 kilometers when installed in a car, Lu Feng said calmly. What? Li Zhenghua exclaimed, not because he lacked composure, but because Lu Feng's words were too shocking. What does 2,000 kilometers mean? Even Tesla's cars only reach about 1,000 kilometers, and that already puts them ahead of many car companies, making them the leader in the new energy field. But now Lu Feng claims that his technology is twice that of Tesla's, which truly astonished Li Zhenghua. Are you serious? You can't joke about this kind of thing. Really, absolutely true. Li Zhenghua looked at Lu Feng, who was serious, and confirmed in his heart that he was indeed not lying. Kid, you've given me a big surprise, Li Zhenghua said with a smile. Since it's all surprises, do you think our group can get some policy subsidies? Lu Feng looked at Li Zhenghua expectantly. Ha, you kid, with such good conditions and with Xiao Yuan's connections, how could I not give you the best benefits? Then thank you. No need to thank me, but I must say this up front, you and your group must obey the law. If I find out you've done anything bad, don't blame me for being rude, Li Zhenghua said sternly. I guarantee that all the companies under me will obey the law, Lu Feng immediately replied. All companies? Do you have other companies? Just a little bit. Ha, you kid are impressive. Tell me what they are. I still hold some shares in Tianyu Group, and also some shares in Ferrari Group, Lu Feng said modestly. Li Zhenghua was once again shocked by Lu Feng. Is the Tianyu Group you mentioned the one in Modu? Yes. It can't be the Ferrari that announced its establishment in Modu a while ago, right? That's right, it's the Ferrari that just settled in Modu. Good kid, I really can't see through you more and more, Li Zhenghua sighed. Hee hee, Lu Feng chuckled foolishly. Well, there happens to be a group that went bankrupt, and all its assets are being auctioned off. There are office buildings and factories you need, so you can go bid for them yourself. But I must remind you, you need to prepare a lot of funds. Many people are eyeing these assets. And when Fanli moves over, I will give you the best preferential policies. That should be enough, right? Li Zhenghua said. That's enough, thank you so much. Lu Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Speaking of which, I should thank you too, because Ferrari's establishment in Modu made quite a splash for me at the last meeting. And now your Fanli is also moving to Modu. Although it can't compare to Ferrari in the short term, I believe Fanli can definitely surpass Ferrari and contribute more to Modu's GDP. Then I'll take your good words. By the way, Lu kid, since you have such good technology, why not start a company that specializes in battery production? Then you can sell the batteries you produce to other domestic car companies, Li Zhenghua suggested. After hearing Li Zhenghua's words, Lu Feng felt enlightened. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Indeed, experience is invaluable. Li Zhenghua's knowledge and experience far surpassed Lu Feng's. Thank you so much for your guidance. I raise my cup of tea to you instead of wine, Lu Feng said, lifting his teacup and downing it in one gulp. This clumsy way of drinking left Li Zhenghua both amused and exasperated. The two continued their conversation for a long time, during which Li Zhenghua even suggested that Lu Feng should scale back the super battery technology a bit. For example, if the original range was 2,000 kilometers, he could cut it down to 1,500 kilometers to sell to other car companies, while Fanli Group would still use the 2,000 kilometer version. This way, not only could they make more money, but they wouldn't have to worry about other car companies stealing the spotlight from Fanli cars. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, he was worthy of being the top dog in Modu. If he went into business, he would probably be another big shot. After such a long chat, Li Zhenghua also grew to appreciate Lu Feng, this rising star. Compared to those seasoned business veterans, Lu Feng had a sincerity about him. From their conversation, it was clear that Lu Feng was not someone who only cared about profit, he had a pure heart. The two chatted like old friends, discussing many topics, until Wu Ma called them for dinner. Reluctantly, they finally stopped. Sitting at the dining table, Li Zhenghua continued to praise Lu Feng. If all the businessmen in Huagua were like you, I can't even imagine what a peaceful and prosperous world that would be. There are still many excellent entrepreneurs in Huagua, like Zhang Lao from Weiwa, who stands against the entire chip industry by himself, Lu Feng praised. Yes, but more often than not, there are just a bunch of petty people who only care about their own interests. They spent over an hour eating, and only then did they finish. Since Li Zhenghua had a meeting to attend in the afternoon, Lu Feng left after finishing his meal. Uncle Li, I'm leaving, Lu Feng waved. Li Zhenghua stood in the yard watching him. In just one morning, Lu Feng had successfully built a relationship with Li Zhenghua, now even calling him uncle. Li Zhenghua watched Lu Feng walk away, lost in thought. What exactly is your background? How do you have technology like a super battery in your hands? But your life experience is so ordinary, even without parents, raised by your uncle since childhood. It seems like you grew up overnight. Ferrari, Fanli, Tianyu and other large groups, as well as shopping plaza estates, have all been acquired by you in such a short time. Are you the representative pushed to the forefront by that big family or organization? I hope you are as sincere as you appear. If you really did something to wrong Huagui or its people, no matter who you are, I will bring you to justice. Lu Feng did not expect that just after a meeting, Li Dinghua would think so much. At this moment, he had already driven back to the Guanlan community because Feng had called him to say he was at the community entrance. Soon, the car sped back to Guanlan International. Feng, over here, Lu Feng greeted. Seeing Lu Feng, Feng hurriedly ran over. Sir, I'm here. Where's your wife? She's in the hotel I temporarily rented. Alright, bring your wife along, and then we'll go somewhere, Lu Feng said. The two then got in the car and picked up Wan, turning around to head directly to Xianyun Villa. Indeed, Lu Feng was just taking this opportunity with Feng's visit to prepare to move to Xianyun Villa. After all, he would have bodyguards in the future, and his large flat was clearly not suitable for living with Feng and his wife, so moving to the villa was the best choice. Lu Feng also wanted to experience living in a villa. The car soon arrived at the villa entrance. Feng and his wife stared in awe at the vast estate before them. Sir, is this your house? Feng asked in surprise. Yes, isn't it beautiful? We'll be living here from now on, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Feng could hardly believe his ears, and it wasn't until Wan spoke that he came to his senses. Mr. Lu, we really can't live here. We should find a place of our own, you've already been too good to us, Wan said softly. Yes, sir, we've already received too many favors from you. How can we live in your house? An Feng echoed. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lu Feng knew that if he didn't provide a good reason today, the couple wouldn't stay here. Then if you don't live here, where will your bodyguard stay? What if someone comes to ambush me at night? Will you drive back then? Hearing Lu Feng's words, An Feng didn't know how to refute, because what Lu Feng said was indeed the truth, but he didn't want to trouble Lu Feng any further. Seeing them silent, Lu Feng spoke again, and it's not like I'm asking you to live with me. This villa has several houses. You can just choose one to live in. After Lu Feng's persuasion, An Feng and his wife ultimately agreed, but they insisted on paying rent later. Hearing this, Lu Feng burst out laughing. We'll talk about that later. Let's go see your new home first. Saying this, he scanned his retina on the device and opened the villa's main gate. As soon as they entered the villa, An Feng and his wife were stunned by the luxurious decor. In the large garden, various precious trees stood tall, and the entire garden was designed in a Sioux-style landscape. Luxurious yet elegant, grand yet gentle, it felt as if they were in a comfortable forest. Breathing in the fragrance of the flowers and trees, the two were completely enchanted. Let's go, we'll take our time to appreciate it later. I'll first show you the house, Lu Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the couple hurriedly followed Lu Feng. Soon, Lu Feng led them to the side of the villa building. Looking at the luxuriously decorated villa, An Wan nervously clutched An Feng's arm. Sensing his wife's anxiety, An Feng immediately held her hand. You can choose one among these 3 auxiliary villas, Lu Feng said to An Feng. Upon hearing this, An Feng quickly expressed that any place would be fine. Sir, you arrange it, we are fine with anything. Alright then, you can stay in the one on the right side of the main villa, Lu Feng said as he led them to the entrance of Villa No. 1. He then opened the villa's grand door and took An Feng and An Wan inside. As An Feng stepped into the villa, he was immediately struck by its extreme luxury. The high foyer, round arched windows, and corner stonework all exuded grandeur and classic elegance, and the moment sunlight and a gentle breeze flowed in through the windows, one could feel a hint of freshness from nature. An Feng and An Wan looked at the house in disbelief, astonished that this would be their future home. How is it? Not bad, right? When the time comes, tidy up a bit and buy some daily necessities, and you can live here, Lu Feng said to the stunned couple. In fact, not only were An Feng and his wife shocked, but Lu Feng himself had also been taken aback by this luxurious scene when he first viewed the house, taking a long time to recover. Sir, isn't this a bit too luxurious? An Feng said cautiously. An Wan, standing behind her husband, didn't dare to speak. Seeing An Feng still so reserved, Lu Feng spoke up to dispel his concerns. Letting you live here, I should thank you. Otherwise, living in such a large estate alone would make me uneasy. Besides, An Feng, you live next door to me, and I appreciate your help. You'll have to be on standby 24 hours a day, Lu Feng said with a smile. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the couple felt a bit relieved. Protecting you 24 hours a day is my duty, An Feng said firmly. After Lu Feng healed his wife, An Feng had already decided to entrust his life to Lu Feng. Living in such a nice villa and providing 24-hour protection was nothing. Even if it meant standing guard at Lu Feng's villa door for 24 hours, An Feng would carry it out resolutely. Alright, I'll have someone send some daily necessities to the estate shortly. We'll start living here from today, Lu Feng said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to An Feng. He then lit one for himself and, considering An Wan, directly took An Feng outside. The two sat down at a stone table beside the villa. Did you take care of Hong Mao? Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Yes, and no one will suspect you, sir. Oh, tell me about it. An Feng then explained the situation to Lu Feng. It turned out that when Lu Feng was preparing to leave Fei City, An Feng approached him, expressing the need to eliminate Hong Mao to prevent future troubles, hoping Lu Feng would agree. After some consideration, Lu Feng felt An Feng was right but didn't want him to leave another murder case behind, so he purchased a type of drug from the System Mall. This drug was called a neurodisruption agent. It was not lethal, but once injected, it would render the person foolish, commonly referred to as an idiot. After receiving the drug from Lu Feng, An Feng took advantage of the night that very evening to infiltrate Hong Mao's villa. At that moment, Hong Mao was unaware that his end was near. He had just finished a night with 2 women and was sleeping soundly, exhausted from the 2 encounters. An Feng carefully observed and confirmed that Hong Mao was indeed fast asleep. He took out the sedative provided by Lu Feng, gently opened the window of Hong Mao's bedroom, and sprinkled the entire vial of liquid inside. An Feng glanced at his watch, and 5 minutes later, he cautiously climbed in through the window. Gently walking to the bedside, An Feng looked at the sleeping red-haired and slowly lifted the blanket, drawing the nerve agent into a syringe. He injected it into red-haired's backside, and after confirming that there was no evidence left at the scene, and Feng climbed out of the window. After hearing In Feng's words, Lu Feng also smiled comfortably. The saying goes that a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years, but for Lu Feng, it was more like a gentleman takes revenge from morning till night. You did very well. Since they want my life, I naturally won't let them off easily, Lu Feng said coldly. Didn't you say there are others besides red-haired? Tell me, and I'll go back to Face City today to deal with them all, And Feng said in a chilling tone. It was as if the lives of Wei Changqing and his people were worth less than stray cats and dogs in his eyes. After hearing In Feng's words, Lu Feng smiled faintly. And Feng, sometimes to ruin a person, it doesn't have to be so bloody. We can just move a little and make them lose their reputation, their family, everything. I don't quite understand what you mean. You just need to understand that I won't let them go. The group is still in Face City and hasn't moved out yet. To prevent them from acting out of desperation, let them enjoy a few more days of good life. And Feng didn't say much more, just indicated that he would do whatever Lu Feng asked him to do. Alright, and Feng, today is also considered our first day in the new home. I've asked the hotel to send over some food and drinks so we can celebrate properly, Lu Feng said with a smile as he got up. Sir, there's no need to call the hotel. Warner cooks just as well as a hotel chef, and Feng replied. Oh, is that so? Then I'm in for a treat tonight. I'll take Warner to buy groceries first. You rest a bit, and I'll call you when it's ready, and Feng said before going to call in Wan. Upon hearing her husband say that Mr. Lu wanted to eat her cooking, and Wan hurriedly pulled In Feng out. Hurry up, Mr. Lu wants to eat my food. I need to go buy fresh ingredients. And Wan said anxiously as she dragged In Feng out of the villa, spotting Lu Feng who hadn't left yet and quickly greeting him. Mr. Lu. Seeing the couple running out, Lu Feng took out his car keys from his pocket and said, It's still a bit far to the grocery store, let's drive. He handed the keys to In Feng. After In Feng took the keys, he was pulled away by In Wan. Mr. Lu, just wait to taste my cooking, And Wan said as she ran. Alright, I'm looking forward to your meal, Lu Feng laughed as well. Watching the two leave, Lu Feng returned to his villa. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Feng took out his phone and opened the local express delivery app asking them to help him purchase a batch of daily necessities from the mall and deliver them. Although the villa was fully furnished and decorated, some daily necessities were still missing. Soon, about an hour later, and Feng and his wife returned with groceries. Ding dong, ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lu Feng curiously opened the living room monitor. Sir, please open the main gate, we can't get in, and Feng said to the camera while standing outside the estate gate. Lu Feng looked at In Feng and his wife on the camera and suddenly remembered that he hadn't registered their fingerprints and irises in the security system. Although they had gone out in Lu Feng's car, the license plate could only pass the first barrier. The estate's main gate required either iris or facial recognition to enter. There are guests visiting, should we let them in? With the voice from the security system, Lu Feng heard and chose to grant access, allowing In Feng and his wife to enter. After seeing In Feng come in, Lu Feng also walked out of the villa. Sir, your car keys, In Feng said as he parked the car and came over to return the keys to Lu Feng. As for In Wan, she had already taken a large bag of ingredients back to prepare dinner for Lu Feng. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng replied. Tomorrow, come with me to Guanlan International and drive the cars from the garage to the manor. No one is living there for the time being, Lu Feng said. Okay, sir. Let's go, I can't wait to taste In Wan's cooking, he said, heading towards In Feng's villa. Seeing this, In Feng followed behind Lu Feng. At that moment, In Wan was preparing the ingredients. When she saw Lu Feng enter, she hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, please sit in the living room and wait, the food will be ready soon. Take your time, no rush, Lu Feng said with a smile, then sat down on the sofa in the living room. Lu Feng then introduced In Feng to the villa's security system, saying that after dinner, he would have them both registered for iris and fingerprint recognition. Upon hearing about the manor's defense system, In Feng exclaimed, Sir, this can completely be called a fortress. If you had 7 or 8 bodyguards, all armed, I believe even 100 people outside couldn't break in. There will be bodyguards later, but let's talk about the guns another time, Lu Feng replied. And Feng continued to raise many questions about the manor's defenses, leaving Lu Feng both amused and exasperated. This is a manor, it's a place to live. Since it's a place to live, it must be comfortable. If we follow your suggestions, the manor would really become a fortress. With the strict gun control in Huagua, it's mostly just assassins coming over. The manor's defenses could withstand a rocket launcher. What you said makes sense, hee, and Feng scratched his head and said. The two chatted for a while until they caught a whiff of the delicious food and stopped. Dinner is ready, Mr. Lu, and Feng, In Wan said, bringing a pot of chicken soup. At In Wan's invitation, Lu Feng and In Feng sat down at the dining table. Looking at the large spread of authentic Huizhou cuisine before him, Lu Feng's appetite was whetted. "You made so much!" Lu Feng exclaimed. "There wasn't enough time, otherwise, I could have made more for you," Anwan said with a smile. "You should try it." Under Anwan's eager gaze, Lu Feng picked up a piece of tiger skin tofu and put it in his mouth. The tofu was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious enough to leave Lu Feng in a daze. "So good, really delicious," Lu Feng said as he picked up another piece. "If you like it, eat more, I'll cook for you every day from now on," Anwan said. Hearing Anwan's words, Lu Feng hurriedly replied, "How can that be? You'd just become a nanny." Unexpectedly, Anwan chuckled and said, "Isn't that great? My Anfeng is your bodyguard, and I am your nanny." No, Lu Feng still refused. "It's fine, sir. You're all alone now, and there's no one to cook for you. Just let Xiaowan cook for you, it's just a matter of having more chopsticks," Anfeng chimed in. Lu Feng thought about it and decided not to decline any longer. The meal was quickly finished, and when Lu Feng offered to help wash the dishes, Anwan and Anfeng refused vehemently. Lu Feng had no choice but to pull Anfeng outside. "Is there something you need, sir?" Anfeng asked curiously. "It's nothing, just wanted to discuss your salary," Lu Feng said. "How can we accept your salary? You spent such a great cost to save my wife," Anfeng replied hastily. "You even spared me, the assassin who tried to kill you, and gave us such a nice house. How can we take your money?" Anfeng firmly refused. Lu Feng looked at Anfeng's resolute refusal and found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, Lu Feng seemed to think of something and said, "Then you don't want my salary? What do you spend on me every day? Do you still have money? You have to cook for me every day and buy groceries. Where are you going to get the money?" I'll figure something out, you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, we can't take your money," Anfeng said firmly. "But you have to protect me every day. Where do you have time to make money? Your wife has to cook every day and has just recovered from a serious illness. Where is she going to get money?" Lu Feng's words left Anfeng silent. Seeing Anfeng not speaking, Lu Feng continued, "How about this? I'll pay you a salary according to the international top bodyguard standard, 1 million a year, you shouldn't refuse, you're worth that much. As for your wife, her cooking skills are so good, she would definitely be a top chef in a hotel, I'll pay her 50,000 a month, is that okay?" No, we can't take that much." "Why not? You're on call 24 hours a day, I'm actually benefiting from this. But my wife's salary is too high, she's just cooking for you, how is that worth 50,000 a month?" "Oh, are you saying that Lu Feng's personal chef doesn't deserve a salary of 50,000? No, Mr. Lu, that's not what I meant," Anfeng said, suddenly anxious. "As long as that's not what you meant, it's fine. Besides, this 50,000 for your wife also includes grocery money." Seeing Lu Feng say this, Anfeng could only agree. After confirming their salaries, Lu Feng directly transferred 1.5 million to Anfeng and then left. Anfeng looked at the astonishing number on his phone and hurried back to discuss it with his wife. "What? You actually accepted Mr. Lu's money? Anfeng, how could you be so unreasonable?" Anwan exclaimed after hearing Anfeng's words. "How can you have the nerve to take Mr. Lu's money? If it weren't for Mr. Lu, I might have already died. Now Mr. Lu has saved us and arranged such a good place for us to live, and you still want Mr. Lu's money? You hurry and come with me to find Mr. Lu to return the money," Anwan said, pulling Anfeng out. Ding dong ding dong. Just as Lu Feng was lying on the sofa preparing to watch some short videos, he heard the doorbell. Seeing on the living room monitor that it was Anfeng and his wife, Lu Feng opened the door with a puzzled expression. "What brings you two here?" Lu Feng asked in confusion. "Mr. Lu, we can't take your money," Anwan said directly. Then she tried to transfer the money back to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Anfeng with a puzzled expression, then at Anwan, still not understanding the situation. Seeing this, Anfeng had no choice but to explain the reason. After hearing it, Lu Feng was both amused and helpless, and had to use the same tactics he used on Anfeng to deal with Anwan. Who knew Anwan wouldn't fall for it at all? She insisted that Anfeng had to protect Lu Feng 24 hours a day and had no time, but she only needed to cook a few meals a day, so she had plenty of time to work in a hotel to earn money to buy groceries and cook for Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lu Feng was deeply moved. This couple truly cared for him, so he couldn't treat them poorly. Thinking of this, Lu Feng said, "But I have high standards for food, buying groceries costs a lot of money." And one immediately replied that she could take on extra shifts, so there would be enough money to buy groceries and cook for Lu Feng. Seeing that Anwan absolutely refused to agree, Lu Feng had to pull out his trump card. "In any case, you must do as I say here. If you can't accept it, then leave," Lu Feng said sternly. Seeing Lu Feng angry, the couple panicked and quickly expressed that they would listen to him. Lu Feng smiled and then said, "Then let's go with the salary I offered. You either accept it or leave." There was no way around it. Seeing Lu Feng say that, the two could only agree. After sending the two away, Lu Feng went straight into the bathroom to wash up. After his shower, Lu Feng returned to his room and lay down on the bed, ready to sleep, when unexpectedly, the phone rang again. "The night has given me a pair of eyes." Lu Feng picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was Chen Chen calling. "Hello, Secretary Chen. What's the matter?" "Mr. Lu, the personnel for the branch office have been mostly recruited, so I wanted to ask you when we will move to the new factory," Chen Chen said softly. Upon hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng realized that he had been too busy lately and had forgotten about the Ferrari matter. It turned out that the personnel had been mostly recruited. "Then let's do it tomorrow. I happen to have something to discuss with Enzo," Lu Feng said. "Alright, then tomorrow it is." "Just in time, President Enzo's gift for you has arrived," Chen Qian said. "Oh, there really is a gift? I thought Enzo was just being polite," Lu Feng replied with a smile. "You should take a look at the gift, Mr. Enzo sent you tomorrow. You will definitely like it," Chen Qian said mysteriously. Hearing this, Lu Feng became even more curious, and after chatting for a few more moments, they hung up. Lu Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng had just finished washing up and was getting dressed to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Enfeng standing at the entrance. "Good morning, Enfeng," Lu Feng said while yawning. "Good morning, sir. I came to invite you for breakfast," Enfeng said respectfully. Upon hearing that there was breakfast, Lu Feng followed Enfeng next door. "Good morning, Mr. Lu," Enwan greeted when she saw Lu Feng. "Morning, Mr. Lu, come eat." Lu Feng walked directly to the dining table and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating a piece of fried egg. Just right," Lu Feng praised. Soon, Lu Feng finished his breakfast and left with Enfeng. After all, today was the day Ferrari officially settled in Magic City. Since Chen Qian had notified him in advance, Lu Feng could head straight to the new factory. So, Lu Feng planned to switch cars at Guanlan International, as he now had a bodyguard who also served as a driver. The car quickly arrived at Guanlan International, and the security guard on duty was still the same 9527. "Welcome back, Mr. Lu." 9527 reporting. The guard immediately stood up straight and saluted. Lu Feng took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the guard. The guard was stunned at this scene. "Take it," Lu Feng said again. The guard, still in a daze, accepted the cigarette. "Mr. Lu, this isn't too good, is it?" "TSK, I gave it to you to smoke, it's fine. I'm off now," Lu Feng said. The guard watched the car heading to the underground parking lot and muttered to himself, "Mr. Lu is really a good person. Usually, these wealthy owners wouldn't even glance at us." And Feng drove the car quickly to the bottom of Lu Feng's building, and the two got out. Lu Feng asked Enfeng to wait there while he went up to get the keys. Soon, Lu Feng came down holding a large bunch of keys. "Sir, what are these?" Enfeng asked, looking at the car keys in Lu Feng's hand. "Oh, this row of cars is all mine. I'm giving you the keys now. After the event, you can slowly drive these cars to the manor," Lu Feng explained. Enfeng looked at the row of luxury cars and secretly sighed that Mr. Lu was indeed wealthy. "So, can you drive the Rolls-Royce?" Lu Feng asked. "I can drive. Not only can I drive cars, but I can also fly helicopters and drive tanks," Enfeng said astonishingly. "Oh, I've picked up a versatile talent. I'll leave the helicopter flying to you in the future," Lu Feng said with a smile. Then, Enfeng opened the back door for Lu Feng, allowing him to get in, and drove off in the Rolls-Royce. "Mr. Lu, safe travels," 9527 said as he watched the Rolls-Royce speed away. The car raced down the road, and other vehicles saw the Rolls-Royce and quickly moved aside, afraid of colliding with this luxury car among luxury cars. "Sir, this Rolls-Royce must not be an ordinary vehicle," Enfeng asked while driving. "Oh, why do you say that?" Lu Feng inquired. "Look at your car, the windows are made of standard German bulletproof glass. This kind of bulletproof glass can withstand armor-piercing rounds, let alone small-caliber bullets. Moreover, when I opened the door just now, I could clearly feel the weight of the door. If I'm not mistaken, it has bulletproof steel plates installed inside," Enfeng professionally pointed out the car's differences. Hearing Enfeng's explanation, Lu Feng felt even more fortunate to have found such a treasure. He was practically a versatile soldier king. "You guessed correctly, this car has been specially modified and is part of the same convoy as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I drove before. The convoy consists of 6 Mercedes-Benz G-Class assault escort vehicles, 1 Audi A8 bulletproof command vehicle, and this Rolls-Royce as the main vehicle," Lu Feng said. "This convoy is very professionally modified, and with it, your safety has greatly increased," Enfeng remarked. Soon, Infeng arrived at the new Ferrari branch based on the address Lu Feng provided. The car came to a steady stop, and Infeng, dressed in a suit, immediately got out to open the door for Lu Feng. "Sir, we've arrived." Lu Feng slowly got out of the car, and Chen Chen hurried over upon seeing him. "Mr. Lu, you finally made it." I'm not late, am I?" No, how could that be?" Chen Chen said while sizing up Infeng behind Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu has changed bodyguards again, this one seems quite impressive," Chen Chen thought to herself. Lu Feng looked at the words Ferrari hanging above the entrance and smiled. "I can finally say I'm the president of Ferrari," Lu Feng said cheerfully. "Let's go, Secretary Chen, let's go inside and take a look," he said as he walked through the factory gates. Looking at the many employees gathered below the office building, along with some automotive engineers who had rushed over from Italy and some management staff assisting Lu Feng, he felt a sense of pride. Accompanied by Chen Xian, Lu Feng walked straight up to the podium in the crowd, while Infeng stayed below the podium on guard. "Ahem. Hello everyone, I am your president, Lu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Here, I warmly welcome everyone to join the Ferrari family." After giving a lengthy speech, Lu Feng was about to stop for a drink of water when he heard someone speaking. "What's going on, Xiao Feng? Such a big event at the company, and you didn't notify me, the old man?" A gray-haired elder approached with a smile. Upon seeing the elder, Lu Feng hurried down. "Why are you here, old man? You are a shareholder of our group. How could I not come for such a big event?" It turned out to be old Master Li Yunfeng, who had come to congratulate Lu Feng upon hearing about the company's restructuring. "Thank you for caring so much about me," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Quickly bring over the gift I prepared for Xiao Feng." The old man turned to his attendant and said. The attendant, hearing the old man's words, spoke a few words into the intercom. Soon, a cargo cart drove into the factory gates. Lu Feng curiously looked at the goods covered with a red cloth. "Old man, what have you prepared?" "You can just walk over and see for yourself," the old man replied. Hearing his words, Lu Feng walked up to the cart and lifted the red cloth. As the red cloth was lifted, everyone's gaze was drawn to the object on the cart. A massive golden bowl was prominently displayed, with a gold ingot resting on its back. Lu Feng looked at the golden bowl before glancing at the old man and said, "This golden bowl you gave me isn't made of pure gold, is it?" "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, what are you thinking? This is made of brass, not pure gold. Do you think I could sell it for that much?" The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I was just joking," Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Thank you for this golden bowl, I really like it. As long as you like it, that's good. You didn't give me a heads up. Time was too tight, I could only give you this thing. This is already very precious, you've put in a lot of effort." The two stood by the cart chatting while the attendants directed people to unload the golden bowl. To show how much he liked the bowl, Lu Feng had it placed in the center of the office building's square. "Sister Chen, is that old man the former director of Tianyu Group?" A young girl behind Chen Chen quietly asked while Lu Feng was chatting with the old man. "Yes, that's old Manly," Chen Chen replied. "Our director has a connection with old Manly, he's a true self-made tycoon," the girl continued, and other employees gathered around to listen. "Not just a connection, our director Lu is a shareholder of Tianyu Group," Chen Chen said proudly. A gasp went through the group as they heard this. "Is that true? The president is also a director of Tianyu?" A bespectacled girl asked. "Yes, how can someone in their 20s be so impressive?" "Of course it's true, didn't you see old Manly come to deliver a congratulatory gift?" Another employee chimed in. Alright, quiet down," Chen Chen said softly. The crowd immediately fell silent. "Then please take a seat and listen to my speech," Lu Feng said with a smile to old Manly. "Okay, I'll listen," old Manly replied with a cheerful smile. Just as Lu Feng was about to arrange for the old man to say a few more words, he was interrupted. "Mr. Lu, I hope it's not a bother that I came uninvited." Lu Feng turned towards the voice and was startled. "What brings you here?" he muttered quietly, but he quickly ran over to the speaker. "Young Master Yi, what do you mean? Your presence is a great honor for me." "Haha, as long as you don't mind my uninvited visit," Yi Fan said with a smile. Indeed, the person before him was Yi Fan, the only grandson of Yi Weiman, old man Yi. Old Manly also spotted Yi Fan immediately but remained seated, pondering who Lu Feng was to have the grandson of old man Yi come to deliver a congratulatory gift. "I'm just happy you could come," Lu Feng said. "I owe you an apology, last time my useless cousin and his girlfriend bumped into you and sister Su Yuan. I was supposed to have them come apologize after the birthday banquet, but I got too busy and forgot. Little Pig would never admit to forgetting this matter, hee hee. But don't worry, after my grandfather learned about this, he immediately grounded my cousin for 3 months, and I kicked his girlfriend out," Yi Fan said. Upon hearing Yi Fan mention this, Lu Feng remembered, otherwise, he would have completely forgotten. It's all in the past, let's not bring it up today, Lu Feng said. Alright, today is a wonderful day, let's not mention any unfortunate matters. Then please take a seat, young Master Yi. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I'll treat you to a meal. Wait a minute, my gift hasn't been presented yet, Yi Fan said as he had someone bring over the gift he prepared for Lu Feng. Sister Chen, who is this? He seems even more impressive than old Master Li. Yeah, it seems Director Lu calls him young Master Yi. Is he the son of some big shot? Chen Xian actually didn't know who this young Master Yi was. But suddenly, a male employee nearby whispered, I know who this young Master Yi is. Upon hearing that he knew, everyone urged him to speak up quickly. The male employee said mysteriously, if I'm not mistaken, this young Master Yi should be the grandson of Yi Weiman, the top leader of Magic City. What? Sigma. A group of young girls, including Chen Xian, were stunned. The one here to present a congratulatory gift to Director Lu is actually the grandson of old Master Yi. That's quite a big deal. You guys, what exactly is Director Lu's background? This is the grandson of old Master Yi Weiman. Yeah, this is too shocking, another girl said, covering her mouth. Chen Xian was also shocked upon hearing this information. She had underestimated Lu Feng's background. Someone who could make Yi Fan take the initiative to present a gift must be at least on the same level as Yi Fan, if not higher. While the employees were still in shock, Lu Feng unveiled the gift Yi Fan sent him. It was a statue of the god of wealth made from Wanwali wood. How is it? Do you like this gift? I wish you a prosperous business and wealth rolling in, Yi Fan said with a smile, clasping his fists. Lu Feng was also astonished by Yi Fan's generosity. This was Wanwali, and how much of it was needed to create a god of wealth taller than a person. Not to mention that the statue was carved so lifelike, it was clearly a master-level carving technique. Young Master Yi, this gift of yours is truly precious, Lu Feng exclaimed. Ha ha, what's precious or not? As long as you like it, Yi Fan replied. Come, someone, please take this god of wealth to the hall of this office building to bring good fortune to Mr. Lu. Yi Fan called for the master to carry the statue inside. I won't say any more polite words, I'm very grateful, Lu Feng said. We're all friends, no need for formality. I'll find a seat and wait for you to finish, then we can have a good chat, Yi Fan said as he found a seat. Coincidentally, he sat right next to old Master Li, and the two naturally exchanged pleasantries. Old Master, you're here too, Yi Fan said politely. He had great respect for this self-made elder. Ha ha, how could I not come for the ribbon cutting of our group's shareholders? But your arrival, young Master Yi, really surprised me, the old man said with a smile. Your group's shareholders? What do you mean by that, old master? It means nothing, it's just that Lu Xiaozi is also a shareholder of my Tianyu group, the old man said. Yi Fan was also surprised to hear this. One Ferrari wasn't enough, and he was actually a shareholder of Tianyu. While the two were chatting, Lu Feng saw the god of wealth being moved inside, everything was set, and he went back to the podium to quickly wrap up the ribbon cutting. Who would have thought that just as he got up and hadn't even started speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. Lu Feng was speechless and hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. However, he didn't recognize the person this time. But while Lu Feng didn't know them, old Master Li and Yi Fan stood up instantly upon seeing the newcomer. They exchanged glances, both seeing a strong sense of disbelief in each other's eyes. How did this person come here? Could it be that Lu Feng is still involved with this person? Although he didn't know him, Lu Feng still stood up to greet him. Hello, may I ask who you are? It seems we don't know each other, Lu Feng said, looking at the middle-aged man in glasses who appeared refined. Of course, Mr. Lu doesn't know me. I am here on behalf of my husband, the refined man replied. Your husband is? My husband's surname is Li. Surname Li? Lu Feng thought to himself, he shouldn't know anyone with the surname Li, except for the old man Li Yunfeng. Wait a minute, Lu Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. It can't be that person, if it is, that would be too frightening. A big shot with the surname Li suddenly popped into Lu Feng's mind, a very, very big shot. Hello, welcome, he said, shaking hands with the man in glasses. My husband asked me to bring you a gift, the man in glasses said as he had someone bring up the gift. Lu Feng looked at the gift being brought up, wondering what was inside. As the man in glasses slowly pulled away the red cloth covering it, a polished brass mirror appeared. The brass mirror was perfectly crafted, clearly reflecting a person's face. The stand of the mirror was also engraved with a line from an ancient poem. If one is fully virtuous, one must be loyal and upright. If one is fully capable, one must be fair and just. Lifelong like this, one can be called a gentleman. Just as Lu Feng was pondering the line from the poem, the man in glasses spoke again. My husband hopes you cannot forget your original intention, from beginning to end. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. After a long while, he replied, "Please help me convey to Uncle Lee that Lu Feng will definitely remember his teachings and maintain his original intention." The man in glasses was slightly surprised to hear Lu Feng's address, but he assured that he would convey Lu Feng's words. Saying this, the man in glasses was about to leave. "Mr. Lu, please forgive me, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long." Lu Feng understood what this man represented, so he did not try to keep him longer. After the man in glasses left, Lu Feng successfully completed his speech and ribbon cutting. He then arranged for engineers and management personnel coming from Italy. Just as he was about to take Yifan and Old Master Li out for a meal, Chen Xian called out to Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, you haven't opened your gift yet," Chen Xian said. What gift?" Lu Feng asked. "It's the gift from Mr. Enzo," she replied. "Oh, I was so busy I forgot." "Then let me take you to see it." "Okay, then let young Master Yi and Old Master Li come along. After we see it, we can go eat," Lu Feng said to the two, who both agreed. Then the three of them followed Chen Xian to the company square. "What gift? I haven't seen it," Lu Feng said, looking at Chen Xian in confusion. "It will be here soon, please wait a moment." Just as Chen Xian finished speaking, a van drove through the company gate. Lu Feng was puzzled by Chen Xian's antics. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of Lu Feng, and the cargo door opened automatically. As the door slowly opened, Lu Feng could see what was inside. It was a bright red Ferrari J50. This model was limited to only 10 cars worldwide, and now it was given to Lu Feng as a gift from Enzo, which was enough to prove Lu Feng's importance in Enzo's eyes. "So it's a car," Lu Feng said nonchalantly. "What do you mean it's just a car? This is a limited edition, only 10 in the world," Yifan exclaimed. Knowing that his hobby was racing, he was thrilled to see this Ferrari. "If you don't want it, sell it to me, name your price," Yifan said excitedly. When Lu Feng heard Yifan's proposal, he was a bit tempted, but thinking that this was a gift from Enzo, he felt it wouldn't be right to sell it off immediately, so he declined. At that moment, Chen Xian also introduced the origin of the car to Lu Feng. Under Chen Xian's explanation, Lu Feng realized that this was not an ordinary Ferrari J50, but one specially customized for him by Enzo. Although the style was that of a Ferrari J50, many aspects were specially tailored. For instance, the car's body was red, but it wasn't just any red, it was a unique shade created from a special pigment, and currently, this shade only existed on Lu Feng's car. In short, everything, including the engine, was customized. In summary, Lu Feng's Ferrari was the only one of its kind in the world. After hearing this, Lu Feng exclaimed in admiration, not to mention Yifan, who cherished his car like life itself. "Lu Xiao, you must let me drive this car," Yifan said eagerly. He now directly assumed that Lu Feng must be a direct descendant from a prominent family. Seeing Yifan's envious expression, Lu Feng laughed and said he would lend it to him after driving it for a while. Only then did Yifan feel relieved. Subsequently, Lu Feng drove the car, planning to take Yifan and Old Master Li out for a meal. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was taking the car to dinner, Yifan hurriedly wanted to ride with him, leaving his own car behind. Thus, Lu Feng drove the Ferrari with Yifan, while Old Master Li followed in his own car. As for Feng, he also drove his previous Rolls-Royce behind them. Thus, a rather peculiar convoy appeared on the road. At the front was a Ferrari, followed by a Mercedes S, and at the back was a Rolls-Royce. The strange convoy quickly attracted the attention of pedestrians and other drivers, who took out their phones to start taking pictures. After about half an hour of driving, Lu Feng brought them to the Tinglong Grand Hotel. The group got out of the car and entered the hotel. The moment a lobby manager saw Lu Feng walk in, he recognized him immediately. After all, the events that occurred when Lu Feng took over the hotel were still fresh in the manager's memory. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Why didn't you notify us in advance so I could prepare?" "Oh, I decided to come on a whim, just prepare as usual," Lu Feng replied casually. He then led Yifan and Old Master Li into the elevator. First floor, second floor, third floor. The elevator only stopped at the 9th floor. Old Master Li thought Lu Feng didn't know the hotel's rules and hurriedly reminded him, "Xiao Feng, did you make a mistake? The 9th floor of the Tinglong Grand Hotel is not open to the public." Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, the elevator doors opened, and seeing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to lead the two of them out of the elevator. "You didn't make a mistake, just relax," Lu Feng said as he skillfully opened the door to the private room and walked in. Yifan and Old Master Li had no choice but to follow him inside. Upon entering the private room, even the influential Yifan and the well-informed Old Master Li were stunned by the luxurious decor. Every wooden item visible in the room was crafted from precious rosewood and Wangwali. Even the massive dining table in the center was made of Wangwali, as were all 16 chairs. The paintings hanging on the walls were all by renowned artists. Lu Feng pulled the two awestruck men to sit by the dining table. Xiao Feng, are we really not in the wrong place? Old Master Li still doubted. You're not in the wrong place, this is it. But I heard that the 9th floor of the Tinglong Grand Hotel is reserved for the hotel owner, Yifan chimed in. Yeah, how did you do it? Isn't it simple? Just become the owner of the Tinglong Hotel, Lu Feng said the most pretentious words in the most casual tone. Damn, Yifan shouted, Xiao Feng, you're not joking, are you? The old man also couldn't believe what Lu Feng said. Just as Lu Feng was about to explain, the door to the private room was pushed open. Mr. Lu, you should have notified us in advance so we could prepare, the general manager of Tinglong Hotel said as he approached the dining table. Accompanying the general manager were several girls in kipeos, holding authentic Dehua white porcelain tableware. The maid gently bowed at the dining table before placing the tableware down and slowly retreating. Then, two tea artists walked in, one holding tea utensils and the other holding tea leaves. Mr. Lu, what would you like to drink? One of the tea artists asked. I can drink anything, Lu Feng replied. The tea artist asked Yifan as well, but Yifan also said that young people don't drink tea and suggested she ask Old Master Li. In the end, it was Old Master Li who chose white tea. After hearing the choice of white tea, the tea artist began to brew the tea. Once the tea was ready, Lu Feng asked them to leave. After the three had ordered their dishes, the general manager took the menu and also left. Old Master Li and Yifan looked at Lu Feng as if he were a monster. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Lu Feng asked, why are you two looking at me like that? Damn, you really are the owner of Tinglong Hotel, Yifan said in surprise. Yeah, didn't I just say that? I just didn't believe it, Old Master Li said, taking a sip of tea and repeatedly exclaiming, what a young man to be feared. The three of them chatted while drinking tea, but eventually, Yifan couldn't hold back and asked the question he and Old Master Li most wanted to know. Young Master Lu, do you know that person? Which person? Lu Feng asked. Wasn't that person's secretary here today? Yifan inquired. Oh, you mean Uncle Li's secretary? What? What? The two exclaimed in shock at Lu Feng's address. What did you just say? Old Master Li clutched his chest. What did I say? Lu Feng was confused by their reactions. How did you refer to that person just now? Yifan hurriedly added. Uncle Li, Lu Feng said honestly. No, what's your relationship? Yifan was now too anxious. There was no way anyone wouldn't be anxious. This was a top figure in the Magic City, a person of great importance. Now Lu Feng was calling the other party uncle, how could they not be surprised? I really can't see through you anymore, Xiao Feng, Old Master Li said with a sigh. Yifan also fell silent, now guessing what kind of background Lu Feng had. If he was introduced by Shinshu Yuan, it wouldn't be surprising for Lu Feng to know him. But Lu Feng actually called him Uncle Li. And judging by Lu Feng's puzzled expression when he saw the secretary at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, it was clear that Lu Feng hadn't invited Li Dinghua over. This meant that Li Dinghua had come uninvited, and someone who could make a big shot like Li Dinghua take the initiative to give gifts must have a terrifying background. As Yifan thought of this, he lost his appetite and just wanted to hurry back and tell his grandfather to analyze Lu Feng's background. Just as the atmosphere became a bit cold, the door to the private room opened again. A girl in a cheapao walked in carrying dishes, and the general manager followed in with a bottle of good wine. Mr. Lu, gentlemen, let me pour you a glass of wine, the general manager said as he prepared to open the wine bottle. Hey, I'm already quite old, so I won't drink anymore. You two can pour for yourselves, Old Master Li waved his hand and said. I won't drink either, I have things to do after dinner. Yifan also declined, his mind filled with the urgency to return and tell his grandfather everything he knew. Seeing both of them refuse, Lu Feng said it was pointless to drink alone and had the general manager take the wine away. Since we're not drinking, let's start eating, Lu Feng said. The two didn't hold back and picked up their chopsticks to eat. Thank you for the hospitality, young Master Lu. I'll take my leave now, Yifan said as he hailed a taxi to leave. You might ask why young Master Yi didn't drive? He would have liked to, but he had wanted to ride in Lu Feng's Ferrari J50, which meant he could only take a taxi back to the factory to get his car. Xiao Feng, I'm leaving too, Old Master Li said to Lu Feng after Yifan had left. Alright, take care, Lu Feng helped the old man into the car and then closed the door for him. Let's go, we still need to return to the company, Lu Feng said to Feng. The two then drove back to the Ferrari branch in separate cars. After parking, Lu Feng took Feng to the company lobby. Chen Xian had been waiting there for a while. Mr. Lu, I'll take you to see your office, Chen Xian said respectfully. Sure, lead the way. Lu Feng was curious about his office. Strictly speaking, this Ferrari branch was the company Lu Feng truly needed to manage. The Fanli group was overseen by Zhao Yun, and the Tianyu group had Wang Yu in charge. Only at Ferrari did he serve as the sole president. The mid-level managers from Italy were only there to help during the initial setup of the branch, and they would return once the company stabilized. Soon, Qinshan led Lu Feng to his office. The office was large and consisted of 4 parts. The first part was the secretary's office area. There was a partition between it and the president's office area to ensure the president's privacy. The second part was the president's office area. The third was a small meeting room. Lu Feng could hold some small private meetings in this meeting room. The fourth part was a lounge area exclusively for the president, equipped with a private restroom, a cloakroom, and even a bedroom. Under Qinshan's guidance, Lu Feng toured his office. Wow, I can say I have my own office now, Lu Feng said, sitting in the chair with a sense of wonder. Are you satisfied with this office? Qinshan asked with a smile. Very satisfied, especially the lounge area, which reminds me of a particularly apt saying. If there's work, the secretary does it, if there's none. As long as you're satisfied. By the way, Mr. Lu, you need to arrange positions for those mid-level managers from Italy, Qinshan said. Alright, since I'm still at the company, have them come over, Lu Feng replied casually. Qinshan acknowledged and went out to notify the Italians. And Feng, pick a spot in the secretary's office area. When I'm here, you can wait for me over there, Lu Feng instructed. And Feng followed Lu Feng's words and went to choose his position in the secretary area. There were 4 workstations in the secretary area, and Feng chose the one closest to Lu Feng's office so he could rush in immediately if needed. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Lu, they are here. Qinshan knocked on the door from outside. Come in, Lu Feng allowed. Qinshan entered with a large group of foreigners. Lu, we are here. The group of foreigners bowed and greeted Lu Feng in awkward Chinese. Hello, Lu Feng could barely understand what they were saying. After greeting, Lu Feng led them to the conference room to begin the appointment of company positions. Tell me about your previous positions, Lu Feng said, sitting at the head of the table. A group of Italians breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Feng speak English, as their Chinese was quite poor. I used to work in the sales department. I belong to the research and development department. I belong to the engineering department. A large group of foreigners began to introduce themselves, and the scene quickly became chaotic. Keep quiet, Lu Feng shouted loudly when he saw the disorder. Upon hearing Lu Feng speak, everyone instantly fell silent. Very good, then let me arrange your positions, Lu Feng said. He then arranged their positions based on their previous roles. The so-called arrangement was essentially letting them do what they had done before. Finally, he showcased the essential skill of every boss, painting a grand vision. The meeting soon concluded, and Lu Feng let the others leave first, keeping Qinshan behind. Is there anything else, Director Lu? Qinshan asked curiously. It's like this, most of the employees in the company were personally interviewed by you, and I've been observing your abilities during this time, Lu Feng said. If it weren't for you, this branch of Ferrari wouldn't have been able to operate so quickly. Now I'm giving you a task. If you can complete it, the position of Deputy General Manager will be yours, Lu Feng said, taking a cigarette from the pack. Qinshan quickly lit the cigarette for Lu Feng. Whatever you command, I will definitely follow through, Qinshan said, suppressing her excitement. Going from the president's secretary to deputy general manager would excite anyone, but as Lu Feng said, Qinshan truly had the capability. You are very familiar with these employees, so I ask you to select a group of capable individuals to pair with those Italians one-on-one, Lu Feng said. Let them quickly learn Ferrari's management system. I hope that in 6 months, this group of foreigners can return. Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Qinshan instantly understood his meaning. It seems Director Lu doesn't want anyone to place outsiders around him, even if these people aren't outsiders, Qinshan thought to herself. Okay, General Manager Lu, I understand. I will start arranging things in the next few days, Qinshan said respectfully. This 6 months will be your evaluation period. Perform well, my Deputy General Manager, Lu Feng continued. Yes, I will go arrange it now, Qinshan said, already eager to showcase herself. Go ahead. Qinshan turned to leave, but just as she reached the door, Lu Feng's voice came softly from behind. Secretary Chen, make sure you understand your position, and don't let me down. Qinshan shivered upon hearing this. She understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words and quickly nodded before exiting. Once outside, Qinshan leaned against the wall and took deep breaths. Mr. Lu is really terrifying. Being with him is so stressful. Mr. Lu, I will show it through my actions. Lu Feng saw Qinshan leave and, after finishing his cigarette, fell into deep thought. The sentence he just said actually had 2 meanings. The first meaning was the one Qinshan understood, which was to let her lean towards Lu Feng, since she was recruited by Ferrari before, and Lu Feng was worried she might side with the headquarters. The second meaning was to make Qin Xian clarify her position, as most of the personnel in this Ferrari branch were recruited by her, and Lu Feng was afraid she might form a group, just like Wang Jingyan from Fali. Moreover, with the vice president position promised by Lu Feng, Qin Xian could really be considered second only to one in the branch. It's better to take precautions in advance regarding letting Lu Feng manage this company. Lu Feng thought it was a joke. With so many industries, he couldn't handle everything personally, so he needed to win over a group of people who would genuinely work for him. This was also the next guideline Lu Feng set for himself. Thus, Lu Feng sat in the office planning his future goals for an entire afternoon. During this time, Qin Xian came by many times. After all, she was still Lu Feng's secretary, serving tea, pouring water, and delivering documents were her current tasks. Finally, Lu Feng endured until the end of work. He stretched, stood up, and went downstairs with Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lu." "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." Along the way, employees greeted Lu Feng, and he responded to each one. Arriving at the garage, Lu Feng drove his Ferrari while Feng drove a Rolls-Royce, and the two sped back to the manor. Just as they parked the car, Wan came over to greet them. "Mr. Lu, the meal is ready," Wan said. "Ha, Feng, you really are lucky, you get to eat hot meals right after work," Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng could only laugh. The few of them quickly sat at the dining table, and seeing the delicious and fragrant dishes, Lu Feng began to eat without any reservations. "All right, Wan, how did you go out to buy groceries?" Lu Feng suddenly asked. He just remembered that there were no cars in the manor today. How did Wan manage to go out to buy groceries with such a long distance? "I walked there, anyway, I had nothing to do, so it was like a walk," Wan replied honestly. "That won't do, carrying such a big bag of vegetables back is tiring. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a small cart," Lu Feng said. No, Mr. Lu, really no need," Wan hurriedly refused. Feng also quickly declined upon hearing Lu Feng's words. They already owed Lu Feng too much. How could they let him spend more money? "Oh come on, it's not like I'm buying a luxury car, just a regular small cart will do. The weather is so hot now, and it often rains. How will you go out like this?" "I'm serious," Lu Feng said earnestly. "But you don't have to spend money on it. We have money now, and we can buy one ourselves later," Feng continued. Yes, we can't spend your money anymore," Wan said seriously as well. Seeing how serious the two were, Lu Feng had no choice but to compromise. After dinner, Lu Feng returned to his villa. "I'll play a couple of games, it's been a long time," Lu Feng said as he lay on the bed and started gaming. "Ah, you guys are really terrible. Don't touch my monsters." "Archer, is your bow broken?" "Shoot. Tank, come protect me, why are you hiding behind me?" As the failure notification sounded, Lu Feng ended his painful gaming session. "A bunch of noobs, I'm never playing again." Uninstalling, Lu Feng grumbled as he walked towards the bathroom. After all, he had to work tomorrow, so he needed to rest early today. The next day, Lu Feng opened the door and saw Feng waiting at the entrance. "Good morning, sir, breakfast is ready," Feng said respectfully. "Feng, you don't have to wait for me every morning. I know when to go eat," Lu Feng replied helplessly. Feng insisted that it was the duty of a bodyguard. Unable to argue with Feng, Lu Feng simply walked away. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng hurried off to work. "I'm clearly so rich, why do I still have to go to work?" Lu Feng silently complained as he drove his Ferrari. He didn't bring Feng to work today, going alone instead. As for Feng, his task today was to drive all the cars from Guanlan International to the estate and then take his wife shopping for clothes in a car. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Good morning, Mr. Lu." With greetings echoing, Lu Feng arrived at his office. Chen Xian had already been waiting in the secretary area. "Good morning, Mr. Lu," she said, quickly standing up to greet him. "Good morning," Lu Feng replied. "There are 2 documents that need your signature today," Chen Xian said as she opened the door to his office area. "Okay, bring them over for me to take a look," Lu Feng said as he walked into the office and sat down. "Here you go." Chen Xian handed the documents to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the documents and began to read them carefully. After a while, he signed his name in the designated spot. "Mr. Lu, regarding the matter you instructed me about yesterday, I have found 2 suitable employees. Would you like to evaluate them?" Chen Xian asked respectfully. "No need, if you think they're good, then they are. I've always believed in using people without suspicion," Lu Feng replied casually. "Understood, I will arrange for them to learn from the Italians. I'll be outside, just call me if you need anything," Chen Xian said as she stepped out. Once Chen Xian left, Lu Feng began to feel bored and turned on his computer to play games. No wonder it's a special computer, playing games is so enjoyable. Lu Feng played for a while. Since the branch office had just been established, Lu Feng had been punctual for work every day. That noon, unable to hold back any longer, Lu Feng pulled Chen Xian out for lunch. They arrived at a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and sat down. So, how's the branch office doing? Is it starting to stabilize? Lu Feng asked, taking a sip of his drink. Yes, under your leadership, the company has stabilized. Chen Xian flattered him slightly. Ha, you don't need to flatter me. I see your capabilities, Lu Feng laughed. I'm just a soldier in your hands. You're the general. It's all thanks to your command, Chen Xian humbly replied. Soon, the food was served, and the two began to eat. After finishing their meal, Lu Feng refused Chen Xian's offer to pay and insisted on paying himself. How can I let an employee pay when taking them out for a meal? That would be a joke, Lu Feng said. Chen Xian covered her mouth and chuckled behind him. They quickly arrived at the parking area, only to find a large crowd gathered around Lu Feng's Ferrari. Min, are you done taking pictures? It's my turn now. Yeah, you've been taking pictures for so long. The girl named Min was sitting on the hood of the car while a man was holding up his phone to take her picture. Just a moment, I'll take a couple more. This is a Ferrari J50, limited to only 10 in the world. It's really lucky to encounter such a car today, the girl named Min said. Yeah, I wonder whose ride this is in the Magic City. You can't just buy this with money, the man taking pictures replied. Lu Feng stood to the side with Chen Xian, observing the girl taking pictures. She was wearing a cropped tank top and a very short skirt. A pair of thighs, snow white and bright, without an ounce of excess flesh, could rival Chen Xian's thighs. Seeing this, Lu Feng turned to glance at Chen Xian's outfit. She wore a standard secretary suit, the white shirt seemingly unable to bear the pressure, the buttons pulled tightly. A pair of beautiful long legs clad in sexy black stockings perfectly contrasted with the alluring beauty in front of him, creating a temptation of black and white. Mr. Lu, do I look good? Chen Xian noticed Lu Feng looking at her, lightly flicking her hair and throwing him a flirtatious glance. You look good, very good, Lu Feng replied, instantly feeling awkward. Just then, the girl who had been posing stopped, and to cover his embarrassment, Lu Feng walked straight over. As he reached the car, he was stopped by a flamboyantly dressed girl. Do you even know the rules? Didn't you see we were here first? Line up, the flashy girl said. Yeah, what kind of quality is that? Your girlfriend must be blind to be with you, another girl, noticing Chen Xian behind, mocked. Oh, come on, stop it. I need to hurry and take pictures, otherwise, when the car owner comes back, no one will get a chance, said the first girl. My makeup isn't smudged, right? The car owner will definitely notice me when he returns, the flashy girl said. Don't worry, we're both so pretty today, the car owner will surely be captivated by us, the girl named replied. Hearing this, the flashy girl smiled and confidently swayed her hips, standing next to Lu Feng's Ferrari. Hurry up and take my picture, the flashy girl urged. Okay, coming, said, pulling out her phone to prepare for the shot, not forgetting to mock Lu Feng. You just wait here, you really have no class, what kind of person are you? Lu Feng was speechless. Where did they get the confidence that he would be interested in them? With their faces painted like monsters, one bite could lead to a cosmetics overdose. Perhaps Lu Feng's expression of disbelief was noticed by the women, and one of them immediately started cursing. What are you being silent for? Just seeing you annoys me, do you think you're the car owner? Lu Feng, hearing this, took out his car key and pressed it twice. Beep beep, the Ferrari's lights flashed twice. The three girls instantly froze in embarrassment. Lu Feng ignored the three who were stunned and walked up to open the car door. Sorry, but this really is my car, Lu Feng said as he got in. Then he started the car, rolled down the window, and added, to be honest, I really don't find you attractive. Before hitting the gas, the Ferrari roared out of the parking space and came to Chen Xian's side. Chen Xian opened the passenger door and got in. Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, he saw the three girls running over. Oh, handsome, we were just joking with you, don't take it seriously, the flashy girl said, with the other two girls chiming in. Lu Feng, feeling annoyed, spoke directly. What do you want to say? Seeing Lu Feng's impatience, the three girls hurriedly expressed their intention to get his phone number. Can't you see there's already someone in the passenger seat? Lu Feng felt nothing but disgust. We don't mind. Why not try something different? Said the girl named Minmin, as she touched her long legs. She believed Lu Feng would definitely like her long legs. In the past, she had attracted quite a few admirers with them. Ha, you don't deserve it, Lu Feng sneered, then hit the gas, and the Ferrari shot out like a rocket, leaving the three girls stunned in place, inhaling exhaust fumes. It's all your fault. If you hadn't wasted so much time, could I have said something like that? The flashy girl complained. You're blaming me? If you hadn't spoken so unpleasantly, would anyone have been driven away by you? Another girl retorted without holding back. You're to blame. If it weren't for you, I might already be sitting in a limited edition Ferrari. Are you blaming me again? Yes, I'm blaming you. As the two argued, they started pulling each other's hair. I'll kill you, you little brat. You're not a good person either, you piece of trash. While they cursed and fought, a girl nearby was frightened. She hurried to pull them apart, but the two, already seeing red, ended up hitting her too. What started as a two-person fight quickly turned into a three-way brawl. This strange scene attracted passers-by who stopped to watch. Some even took out their phones to record, preparing to upload it to Douyin. After all, it's well known that people in Huagua love to watch the excitement. Mr. Lu, aren't you tempted? Chen Xian asked Lu Feng. Hee, I'm afraid of getting sick, Lu Feng replied coldly. Hee, then what do you think of me? Chen Xian said, crossing her legs. Lu Feng glanced at Chen Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reclining with her long legs enticingly crossed, her curves making it hard to resist. Very good, Lu Feng could only respond awkwardly. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Chen Xian didn't dare to tease him anymore. In a short while, they returned to the company. Get ready, I need to talk to Enzo, Lu Feng said as he got out of the car. Okay. Soon, they were back in the office, and Chen Xian began to help Lu Feng dial Enzo's video call. Ding! With the connection tone, Enzo appeared on the computer screen. Lu, did you receive my gift? Enzo asked right away. I received it, Mr. Enzo. How is it? Do you like it? I don't think any man could refuse a supercar. Yes, I really like the gift you sent me. Haha, as long as you like it. So, what brings you to me this time? Enzo asked. He didn't believe Lu Feng was just looking for a chat. After all, someone in their position was certainly busy. Well, Ferrari is researching new energy, and I happen to have new energy technology, Lu Feng replied. Lu, do you really have new energy technology? What's the range? You should understand that a range of 600 to 700 kilometers isn't very useful for us. Mr. Enzo, since I brought it up, I must be confident. Oh, what range can your technology achieve? Is 1,200 kilometers enough? What? Lu, you're not joking with me, are you? Enzo stood up directly. Of course not. This doesn't benefit me at all, Lu Feng said with a smile. Lu, what are you trying to say by presenting this technology? Enzo was very smart. As a big shot in the business world, he understood that Lu Feng must have a purpose for presenting such advanced technology. I want to sell this technology to Ferrari, Lu Feng said calmly. Are you short on money? How much do you need? I'll try to meet your demands, Enzo said hurriedly. Hearing that Lu Feng wanted to sell his technology, Enzo immediately thought Lu Feng must be in need of money, otherwise, who would sell such a technology that could change the new energy market? Mr. Enzo, I'm not short on money. When I say sell, I mean equity trading, not a cash transaction, Lu Feng said. Equity trading? Lu, are you trying to get shares in Ferrari? Enzo asked, frowning. Yes, I want 20% of Ferrari's shares. Lu, that's not possible. Change your terms. No, I want 20% of Ferrari's shares, Lu Feng said firmly. Enzo saw Lu Feng's determination and fell into a dilemma. He didn't want to sell his shares in Ferrari, as he didn't have many left, but the technology in Lu Feng's hands was too important for him to let go. Thus, the two fell into a stalemate, while Chen Xian stood by, not daring to breathe. She hadn't expected that Lu Feng's business with Enzo would be such a significant matter. If the new energy technology Lu Feng mentioned was real, and if Ferrari truly acquired it, then Ferrari would surely surpass Tesla in the future. It could become the leader in the new energy field, making a fortune, and could also conduct research based on the technology in Lu Feng's hands to further excel. After a long time, Enzo finally spoke. Lu, I can offer you a maximum of 5% of the shares, but I can add $5 billion. Ferrari's 20% shares are currently valued at $6 billion. With 5% of shares worth $1.5 billion, plus $5 billion, I have already exceeded $6 billion. This is the best offer I can make. Lu Feng did not respond immediately to Enzo's words. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it. It wasn't until he finished one cigarette that he spoke. Mr. Enzo, I understand your concerns. You worry about losing your shares and thus losing control over Ferrari. Take my 1% shares as an example. If I'm not mistaken, they should be in your hands. You sold 1% of your shares, so you should now have only 50% left, and the remaining 49% should be with the Affet Group. You're right, Lu. I am indeed worried about this issue. Then, Mr. Enzo, how about you listen to my suggestion? Of course, go ahead. Since you are worried about losing control over Ferrari, why not notify the Affet Group and let them sell their shares? While control over Ferrari is important to you, I believe it may not be as significant to the Affit group, as they have more than just Ferrari under their control. What Affit needs is a Ferrari that can make money for them. As for the rest, they probably won't care. Moreover, Affit should understand how much profit my technology can bring them. Compared to shares, I think Affit is more focused on profit. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Enzo took a deep breath and said to Lu Feng, "Lu, your proposal is very tempting. Please wait for a moment, I need to contact Affit." With that, he ended the video call and went to discuss with Affit. Lu Feng then took out another cigarette, preparing to light it. Click. Chen Xian held a lighter and helped Lu Feng light the cigarette in his mouth. Lu Feng took a satisfying puff and reclined in his chair. However, Chen Xian couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "Mr. Lu, is the technology you just mentioned real?" "It is real. Otherwise, why would I call Enzo?" "That's incredible. Are you really going to sell it to Ferrari? Why not consider domestic car companies?" "I think they need this technology more," Chen Xian asked, trembling. She had no choice. The question she asked was related to her career, and just this one sentence could lead to her being forcibly dismissed if Enzo found out. But out of patriotism, Chen Xian still mustered the courage to ask. Seeing Chen Xian's expression, Lu Feng laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's a good thought, but what if they don't offer much? I'm a businessman, after all. It's only natural for a businessman to seek profit. I believe that Chinese car companies will definitely give you a satisfactory price. After all, they really need the technology in your hands." Chen Xian continued to speak softly. "Chen Xian, don't forget, you are currently eating Ferrari's food. If I tell Enzo about this, you will definitely be fired, or even blacklisted by the entire industry." Lu Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. Chen Xian was startled by Lu Feng's words, but still mustered the courage to say, "I don't regret it. I've seen too many instances of our own country being choked by foreigners. If you really hand over the technology to Ferrari this time, then domestic car companies will completely lose to foreigners in the new energy field. So even if you fire me, I still want to express my opinion." "Ha, but you are risking your own career to fight for opportunities for Chinese companies. They won't know that. When you lose your job because of this, no one will care about you." Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian with a smile. I don't regret it. This is what a conscientious Chinese person should do," Chen Xian continued, her trembling shoulders indicating that she was truly scared. "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Lu Feng burst into laughter. Chen Xian was confused by Lu Feng's reaction. Lu Feng stopped laughing and said to Chen Xian, "I am really satisfied with you. Knowing that you might lose your job, you still dare to say this. You flatter me. I'm just doing what a Chinese person should do. But some people wouldn't do that." Lu Feng thought of Feng Ning from Mercedes-Benz. "Some people would help foreign companies bully our own Chinese companies. But such people are in the minority," Chen Xian said. Lu Feng ignored Chen Xian's words and kept staring at her, making her feel uneasy. "Secretary Chen, congratulations, starting today, you are the vice president of Ferrari's China division." Boom! Lu Feng's words left Chen Xian frozen in place. After a long while, Chen Xian pointed at herself in disbelief. Mr. Lu, what are you talking about?" "I said I want you to be my vice president," Lu Feng said with a teasing look at Chen Xian. "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? What I just said was a bit critical of you. But all I see is a patriotic girl with the courage to fight. Why? Because I love my country too." "Then, why do you want to sell the technology to Ferrari?" "Of course, it's because I have better technology in my hands." "Ha? What do you mean, huh? Good things should definitely be used by our own people first. As for some scraps, they will definitely be sold to foreigners. Didn't these foreigners treat us like this before?" After hearing this, Chen Xian was completely bewildered. "Are you saying that you have even better technology reserved for Chinese companies?" "Yes. What you sold to Ferrari was just a scrap." "Yes, otherwise what?" "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Chen Xian bowed to Lu Feng. "What, do you think I'm the kind of businessman who only cares about profit?" Lu Feng said. Hee. Chen Xian laughed awkwardly. "From the chip issue, I've already realized that the idea of science having no borders and business having no borders is nonsense. These things are the most bordered. Without these things, you can only be at the mercy of others. Whatever they say goes." Lu Feng said lightly, and Chen Xian listened seriously beside him. "So, when I heard your proposal, I was ready to test you a bit. Congratulations, Vice President Chen, you passed." "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you before." "Ha, alright, I know. When Enzo calls later, I'll tell him to appoint you as Vice President." Thank you, Mr. Lu, I won't let you down," Chen Xian said excitedly. "Don't be too happy yet, there's something I need you to handle. You have to make this matter look good for me, otherwise, I won't go easy on you." Lu Feng's tone shifted. "What is it?" I will do my best to accomplish it. Chen Xian was like a soldier ready for battle at that moment. The reason I'm selling the technology in my hands is that I want to use Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes. This new energy technology is my stepping stone to Ferrari. What? You want to attack Mercedes? Why? Chen Xian asked in surprise. Because they provoked me. What did they do? Do you have a grudge against Mercedes? Well, I previously acquired a domestic car company, Fonley Group, and then Mercedes came knocking on my door. Even the bankruptcy sale of Fonley was orchestrated by Mercedes, so of course, I want revenge, Lu Feng said astonishingly. What? Fonley is the one you acquired? Chen Xian was surprised again. She realized she was increasingly unable to understand the president in front of her. Silently acquiring Fonley, now presenting technology that could overturn the rankings in the new energy field, and wanting to take on Mercedes with Ferrari. Is this really something someone in their 20s can achieve? The gap is just too big. Why are you so surprised? They came knocking, of course, I have to fight back. No, I'm just a bit surprised. So what can I do for you? What you need to do is lead the branch to defeat Mercedes branch in Huagua. I can't stand that woman. Ah, a woman? Yes, she holds the same position as you, she is Mercedes vice president. But Mercedes doesn't have a vice president right now. You must be talking about Feng Ning, Chen Xian asked. They're all in the same circle, so Chen Xian had certainly heard of Feng Ning's name. That's right, it's her. What did she do to make you angry? Nothing much, I just can't stand her bringing outsiders to bully our own people. She wouldn't be the one who caused Fonley to go bankrupt, would she? That's her. Damn, I don't care about the bankruptcy, but she actually helps foreign companies bully our own companies. That's something I can't tolerate. So, that's why you want to go to war with Mercedes? Yes, exactly. So, my vice president, do you have the confidence to defeat Mercedes vice president? Lu Feng looked sharply at Chen Xian. Chen Xian felt Lu Feng's determination and became passionate as well. Mr. Lu, I assure you, I will defeat her and avenge you, Chen Xian said with a determined expression. Good, as expected of the person I chose, you have guts, Lu Feng gave a thumbs up in praise. Mr. Lu, I'm a girl, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to praise me like that? Chen Xian said with a face. Don't mind those details, my intentions are good. Hey, you are the boss, you are right. Just as the two were about to continue chatting, Enzo's video call came in. As soon as it connected, Enzo couldn't wait to speak. Sorry, Lu, for keeping you waiting. It's fine, so what was the result of your discussion? Enzo hurriedly spoke as he heard Lu Feng's question. I just discussed with the board of the Effete Group, and they said that if the technology in your hands is real, they are willing to pay $10 billion to buy it. Mr. Enzo, I said I want shares in Ferrari, I don't want the money, Lu Feng said with a firm attitude. Lu, I'll personally add another billion, a total of $11 billion, how about that? Enzo was still not giving up. After all, as long as the shares were still there, the money could be earned back continuously. If Mr. Enzo is unwilling, then I will have to look for other car companies. I originally thought that as a shareholder of Ferrari, I could get some preferential treatment, but since Mr. Enzo doesn't recognize the value, then there's nothing I can do, Lu Feng said, shrugging. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to look for others, Enzo panicked. Wait, Lu, let's discuss this further. There's nothing to discuss, I only want the shares. Seeing that Lu Feng was unyielding, Enzo had no choice but to agree. I agree, Enzo said, as if suddenly losing all his energy, slumping in his chair. Ha, Mr. Enzo, I knew you would recognize the value, Lu Feng laughed. However, Effete is only willing to give you 15% of the shares. What do you mean by that, Mr. Enzo? Lu Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. On the other side of the computer, Enzo felt the pressure emanating from Lu Feng and was secretly astonished. No wonder the young generation of Huawei is so formidable, with thousands of years of historical depth. At this rate, how many more years can we stay ahead? Enzo thought to himself. But Lu Feng did not give Enzo a chance and directly spoke again. If Mr. Enzo can only offer such conditions, then I'm afraid I will have to look for others to do this business. I believe there are many car companies that would want the technology in my hands. Wait, Lu, I haven't finished speaking yet. Enzo was anxious. In addition to Effete's 15% shares, I will give you another 5% shares myself, that way it meets your requirements. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled happily. Then, when can the share transfer document arrive? I can send you the technical documents, Lu Feng asked with a smile. I will personally deliver the share transfer document, and I will also bring someone to collect the technology myself, Enzo said. So, you are coming to Huagua? Yes, for such a big matter, I must come in person. Then, I will welcome you to Huagua. Ha, I have long been fascinated by Huagua, Enzo laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, I have something else to discuss with you, Lu Feng suddenly said. What is it? I want Ferrari to launch an economic attack on Mercedes. What? Lu, you must be joking. I'm not joking at all, I'm serious. Lu, that's Mercedes we're talking about. Waging war against them won't do us any good. But this time I have given Ferrari a great benefit. It should be enough to compensate Ferrari, right? Lu, that's true, although Ferrari is not afraid of Mercedes, it is backed by Volkswagen, which is a very terrifying business giant. But Ferrari is also backed by the Afit Group. What? Are you scared, Mr. Enzo? No, of course not scared, just feel it's not worth it. I don't need you to deal with Volkswagen, you just need to cut off some of Mercedes' cooperative businesses, Lu Feng said calmly. I'm curious, what exactly did Mercedes do to anger you, Lu? Nothing much, I just find it very unpleasant. Alright, for your sake, I will launch a tentative attack on Mercedes. Thank you, Mr. Enzo, I will also put pressure on Mercedes in Huagua, Lu Feng said. By the way, let Secretary Chen take the position of vice president at our branch. During this time, she has already proven her capabilities, and this president is destined not to stay in the company every day, Lu Feng continued. Of course, Lu, I said before that you have absolute authority at the branch, you don't need to consult me, Enzo replied with a smile. In fact, the appointment of someone like Chen Xian as vice president of the branch does require the approval of the headquarters, just like Feng Ning at Mercedes, whose appointment also needs the consent of the Mercedes headquarters. The reason Enzo said it didn't need his approval was twofold. First, it was to give Lu Feng some face, and second, Lu Feng was not an ordinary branch president, he was now the third largest shareholder of Ferrari, holding 21% of Ferrari's shares. Not to mention a vice president of a branch, even the president of the headquarters, Lu Feng could compete for that position. After handling Chen Xian's appointment, the two discussed some details on dealing with Mercedes. Enzo then hung up the phone to discuss with the Afet Group. Although Enzo had absolute authority over Ferrari, this matter involved Mercedes and even Volkswagen, so Enzo still needed to consult with Afet, the major shareholder. Congratulations, Vice President Chen, you will soon officially become Ferrari's vice president, Lu Feng said with a smile. All of this is thanks to Chairman Lu's cultivation, I will remember it, Chen Xian replied respectfully. Ha ha, don't flatter me. Since Enzo agreed to my proposal, then Afet will also agree. You can start preparing how to deal with Feng Ning. Yes, Chairman Lu, I will go prepare the materials now. Go ahead. After Chen Xian left, Lu Feng looked at the computer on the desk, lost in thought. Mercedes? Feng Ning? You will soon fall from grace. Don't collapse too quickly, make sure to let me enjoy the game. As Lu Feng expected, Enzo indeed received Afet's agreement to Lu Feng's proposal. After all, Lu Feng had the technology they urgently needed, and competitors are enemies. Ferrari was just taking this opportunity to launch an attack on Mercedes, using their trump card in new energy. Unlike Lu Feng's leisure, Enzo was extremely busy. Ferrari's opponent this time was Mercedes, and Enzo couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Soon, Ferrari's senior management received Enzo's notification. Those at the headquarters were to go to the conference room, while those not at the headquarters would hold a video conference. The senior management of Ferrari quickly gathered together, with some present looking at their colleagues who were far away in other countries on the computer. They were secretly astonished, unable to understand why Enzo wanted to hold such a large meeting. Was Ferrari facing extinction? Quiet, no need for English here. To avoid you all saying I'm wasting time, today, gathering you all is to inform you of a significant matter that concerns the rise and fall of Ferrari, Enzo said seriously from the main seat. The senior management was startled by Enzo's attitude. It should be noted that during the several life and death crises Ferrari had previously faced, President Enzo had never shown such a serious expression. He had always appeared calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. But today, from Enzo's face, they could only see determination and seriousness, which made the senior management sense a hint of crisis. Just now, Ferrari's equity has once again undergone changes, Enzo continued. But this short sentence left the senior management below in a daze. Enzo ignored the bewildered senior management and continued speaking. Everyone should know that the company previously sold 1% of its shares to Research New Energy, and this 1% was bought by a Chinese person. The executives, upon hearing Enzo mention this, were puzzled about its significance. They all knew that Lu Feng had bought 1% of Ferrari's shares, so why bring it up again? Just now, this Chinese person bought another 20% of Ferrari's shares. Wow! Enzo's words immediately unsettled all the Ferrari executives. This was 20% of Ferrari's shares, worth billions of dollars, which translates to hundreds of billions in Chinese currency. Moreover, why sell these shares in the first place, especially to a Chinese person? The executives could no longer sit still and began to inquire. Some even suggested that if the group needed money, they could buy shares themselves. Why sell them to a Chinese person? Others might not understand, but those working at Ferrari knew that holding Ferrari shares meant having a golden opportunity to earn money continuously. Enzo, facing the barrage of questions and confusion from the executives, remained silent, simply watching them. Soon, under Enzo's gaze, the meeting regained its calm. You must be very curious why the group, which lacks nothing at the moment, is selling shares, especially to a foreigner. Enzo's question was indeed what the executives wanted to know most, so they perked up their ears to listen intently. Because this young man named Lufeng offered me terms I couldn't refuse. Not only could I not refuse, but even the Affit group couldn't refuse the terms this young man offered. What? Even Affit agreed? What kind of terms did this young man offer? A group of executives felt shocked and began to ask Enzo what conditions could make Affit unable to sit still. Because he possesses revolutionary new energy technology. Enzo continued calmly, needing to give the executives some time to digest this information. Revolutionary technology? Mr. Enzo, you might be exaggerating a bit. Yeah, the technology this young man has can't have a range of only 700 or 800 kilometers, right? If that's the case, our own research institute could develop it too. Exactly, as far as I know, although new energy technology in China is developing rapidly, the best, BYD, only has a range of about 800 kilometers, which is still quite a distance from Tesla's 1,000 kilometers. Currently, the only company that can claim to have revolutionary new energy technology is Tesla. Otherwise, we wouldn't have developed an 800-kilometer range technology that we don't use. Enzo listened to the questions from the executives below but merely smiled faintly. Quiet. Do you think of things I can't think of? If the technology this young man has doesn't have revolutionary breakthroughs, would I spend 20% of the group's shares to buy it? Enzo's words resonated. Upon hearing him, the executives finally realized. Indeed, when has President Enzo ever made a losing deal? Even when facing Affit's acquisition, President Enzo managed to ensure that Affit only had dividend rights, not decision-making power, thus preserving Ferrari's autonomy. Could this young Chinese person be more formidable than the Affit group? Clearly, that was impossible. With this thought, the executives looked at Enzo, eagerly awaiting his next words. Seeing that they had quieted down, Enzo began to speak. This young man claims that the battery technology in his hands can reach an astonishing 1,200 kilometers, so I was intrigued, and so was Yafite. Really? Are you serious? Yes, it's unbelievable. Does he really have such technology? Is he really not deceiving us? The executives began to murmur again. Quiet. So I decided to personally lead the research team to Huagua to see if what he said is true, Enzo said. A group of executives finally felt relieved. The reason I called you here today, besides this matter, is another thing, Enzo continued. Lufeng is selling us this technology, but there's one condition: we need to launch an attack on Mercedes. Do you have any objections? The executives were not shocked by this condition, they just lowered their heads to think. After a while, one executive spoke up. Mr. President, I want to know how severe this attack on Mercedes should be. If it's a life and death situation, then even if he gives us this technology, it won't work. The other executives nodded in agreement. This was also what they were thinking. They were not afraid of going to war with Mercedes. Others might fear Mercedes, but Ferrari would definitely not. However, they needed to consider whether it was worth it. You can rest assured about this, it's just a harassment operation, just a warning. Enzo noticed the concerns of others and explained. If that's the case, then it's easy. I can start gathering information right now, and we can launch the attack on Mercedes by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yes, just thinking about it is exciting. I've wanted to spar with Mercedes for a long time, said an executive in his 30s. Don't rush, prepare first. Wait until I bring back the technology before we launch the attack, Enzo said. When are you going to Huagua? An executive asked. In a few days, I still need to prepare. Okay, then we'll start preparing the information. Go ahead. Meanwhile, far away at the Mercedes branch in Huagua, Fengning was still unaware that a huge storm was approaching her, a storm that could cost her life. But she was currently overwhelmed dealing with the troubles brought by Wei Changqing. It turned out that ever since Feng injected the mind-numbing drug into Hong Mao had completely turned into a fool, sitting in his room every day wanting to eat in silence. After learning that Hong Mao had become a fool, Hong Mao's father was furious but could only take his son to the hospital for treatment. However, after visiting one hospital after another, even the hospitals in the capital, they could not determine why Hong Mao had become a fool. Furious, Hong Mao's father directly confronted Wei Changqing, demanding to know what was going on. Unable to withstand the pressure, Wei Changqing had no choice but to confess the truth, revealing that he had hired someone to kill Hongmao. But the target was not killed, and the assassin had gone missing. Wei Changqing also did not know if Hongmao had become foolish due to Lu Feng's revenge. After hearing Wei Changqing's words, Hongmao's father, regardless of the presence of the third-in-command of Fei City standing nearby, slapped Wei Changqing across the face. "Isn't it obvious? The assassin you hired has betrayed you, otherwise, how could my son have ended up like this? I told you long ago not to provoke them. They have powerful connections that we old folks can't afford to mess with, yet you dared to attempt an assassination. You need to give me an explanation now," Hongmao's father said fiercely, looking at Wei Changqing. "You ungrateful son, kneel down," Wei Changqing's father said. Upon hearing his father's words, Wei Changqing could only obediently kneel down. Then, as the third-in-command of Fei City, his father took out a rattan stick and fiercely struck Wei Changqing. The blows were merciless, each lash leaving a scar. "Did I not remind you before not to provoke that surname Lu? You usually rely on us old folks to do whatever you want, and doing some petty things is one thing. But how dare you provoke the Fanli group? Yes, Fanli is now bankrupt and for sale, but a dead camel is bigger than a horse. That's not something you can afford to mess with. Moreover, a young man who can pull out 6 billion to make a purchase even in Fanli's bankruptcy situation, is he someone you can threaten? And you even captured him and took him to the interrogation room for severe torture. In the end, with just one phone call, he had the top leader come to his rescue overnight. Afterwards, you even dared to assassinate him. You really have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard," Wei Yu said while hitting him. Red-haired's father watched Wei Changqing being beaten without any intention of stopping it. Wei Yu beat him for about 10 minutes before his wife rushed over upon receiving the news. She immediately threw herself onto Wei Changqing, holding him tightly in her arms with a pained expression. She turned around and scolded Wei Yu. "You useless thing, your own son has suffered, and instead of seeking revenge, you're here beating him. I won't let this go." Wei Yu was already furious, and upon hearing his wife's scolding, he was about to pick up the whip to hit her too. But he was stopped by Red-haired's father. "Old Wei, I just want to know what to do about my son. He's my only son, even if you beat your son to death, mine won't recover." Wei Yu was about to say something nice to Red-haired's father, but his wife, Zhang Feng, interrupted again. "Good for you, Wei Yu, you dared to hit me? If it weren't for my dad's help, would you be where you are today? You've grown some guts. I'm going to tell my dad," Zhang Feng said, pulling Wei Changqing to leave. Smack! Wei Yu directly slapped Zhang Feng across the face, and she looked at him in disbelief. After a while, she screamed and tried to scratch Wei Yu, but she was hit again by Wei Yu's whip. "How can you still have the face to say that? Wei Changqing is in this situation because of your pampering. If it weren't for you spoiling him like this, I wouldn't have so much trouble now that I'm the second in command. And you still have the face to say that? Yes, your father helped me a lot in the beginning, but this third-in-command position is something I earned with my own hard work. It has nothing to do with your family. Moreover, all those years of help from your father, I've long since repaid. You tell me, all those projects of yours, weren't they all given to you by me? Whenever your family got into trouble, wasn't I the one cleaning up the mess?" As Wei Yu spoke, he was about to hit again, but Wei Changqing protected himself. "If you want to hit someone, hit me, don't hit my mom." Smack! Wei Yu directly lashed Wei Changqing across the face. In an instant, Wei Changqing's face was torn open by the rattan, shocking Red-haired's father beside him. "Old Wei, you've gone too far." Red-haired's father hurriedly snatched the rattan from Wei Yu's hand. Seeing her son's face beaten like this, Zhang Feng was about to rush at Wei Yu to fight him, but she was pulled away by Wei Changqing, who had a grim face. Watching the mother and son leave, Wei Yu slumped into a chair, as if all his strength had been drained away. "Old Wei, you've gone too far this time." Red-haired's father handed Wei Yu a cigarette and said. Wei Yu took the cigarette, pulled out a lighter, lit it, and took a deep drag. "I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. If she hadn't spoiled Changqing like this, your son wouldn't be like this. Sai, this is also my fault for spoiling the child for too long. I can't blame Changqing entirely," Red-haired's father said, also smoking. "We don't stand a chance against Lu Feng," Wei Yu said. "But what about my son if we don't take revenge?" the father of the red-haired boy asked. Seeing his foolish son now made him want to cry. Perhaps it was because he had done too many bad things in his youth that he ended up having a son late in life, and naturally, he spoiled this son, which led to the red-haired boy's unruly nature. Although the red-haired boy was at fault first, now that his son had become like this, he felt that living was meaningless, so all he could think about was revenge against Lu Feng. But seeing Wei Yu's attitude, it seemed he didn't intend to stand by his side. Wei Yu didn't plan to side with him. After all, it wasn't his own son who was foolish. "How about this? I'll pay, and you take your son abroad to try. The medical care abroad is still more advanced than at home," Wei Yu said. What if they can't cure him abroad either? The father of the red-haired boy stared hard at Wei Yu. Then I'll join you in taking revenge. Wei Yu felt a chill at the father's gaze. Good, that's all I need to hear. I have plenty of money, I'll set off for abroad right away to try one by one. If he gets better, I'll go with you to apologize to the Lu family. If he doesn't get better, Lao Wei, then living alone is meaningless for me. After all these years of dealing with things, you should understand me, the father of the red-haired boy said, pulling his foolish son away. Wei Yu watched the two of them leave and couldn't help but curse inwardly. When did this kind of trash character start threatening me? But he had to be cautious. After all, the father of the red-haired boy was involved in the underworld, and who knew what he might do when cornered? So now Wei Yu could only pray that his foolish son could be cured abroad. Meanwhile, Wei Changqing, who was taking his mother out, drove her to his grandfather's house. As soon as they entered, Zhang Feng knelt on the ground and began to cry, pulling Wei Changqing down with her. The noise quickly woke the old man in the backyard who was listening to a play. The old man, supported by the nanny, came to the front yard and immediately saw Zhang Feng and Wei Changqing kneeling on the ground. Oh my goodness, my good daughter and good grandson, what happened to you? The old man hurried over to help them up. The moment Wei Changqing looked up, the old man saw the hideous scar on his face. My dear grandson, what happened to you? The old man asked with concern. Wei Changqing said nothing, just took off his clothes, revealing the marks left by his father's beating. The old man saw the scars on Wei Changqing's body and tears fell from his eyes in pain. Zhang Feng spoke up beside him. Dad, this was all done by your good son-in-law. Look how ruthless he is, this is his only son. Did you see the scar on Changqing's face? This was because Wei Yu wanted to hit me, but Changqing stopped him. Whoa, I can't live like this anymore, Dad. You have to stand up for me, Zhang Feng said, bursting into loud cries. This broke the old man's heart. He lost his wife in middle age, and now he had only this one daughter and one grandson. Now that his grandson had been beaten like this and his only daughter was crying beside him, how could he not feel heartbroken? You two hurry inside. You quickly find a doctor to treat Changqing's wounds, the old man said to the nanny. Then he pulled the two of them inside. What on earth happened? How could Xiao Yu be so ruthless? You tell me, or I will skin him alive, the old man said fiercely. Hearing this, Wei Changqing ignored his mother, who was crying beside him, and explained the whole situation to his grandfather. After all, he had used his mother to come to his grandfather's house to sell a sob story, waiting for this moment. That's right, he wanted to use his grandfather to take revenge on Lu Feng. He was filled with hatred. If it weren't for Lu Feng, he wouldn't have to endure so many beatings. Now that father has made it clear he is not on his side, he can only use mother and his own injuries to get grandfather to help him. Soon, under Wei Changqing's embellishments, the old man was so enraged that he stood up. This little Yu really disappoints me. His own son is being bullied, and he doesn't seek revenge, instead he beats Changqing so fiercely. Rest assured, my dear grandson, I will avenge you. Just focus on healing here. When your father comes to pick you up, don't go back. Just watch grandfather take revenge for you, the old man said, and then stormed out. Wei Changqing watched the scene, lowered his head, and a faint smile appeared on his gloomy face. The old man went to the backyard and took out his phone to make a call. However, when the other party heard he wanted to deal with Lu Feng, they quickly refused. They even kindly informed the old man that Lu Feng was protected by the top authority in Fei City. Thus, the old man made several calls to those in the underworld, the business world, and politics, but without exception, they all expressed their inability to help. When they begged me to do things before, they all acted like grandsons. Now, when I want to deal with a young man, they all refuse me. Truly unreliable. The old man cursed while dialing another number. I don't believe it. No one dares to touch you. Beep beep, the call was quickly connected. Hello, I'll give you 10 million to help me kill someone, the old man said directly. Give me his background information. The person on the other end seemed completely unfazed. Wait a moment, I'll get the information, the old man said before hanging up and going to find Wei Changqing. At that moment, Wei Changqing was receiving treatment from the doctor. Seeing his grandfather arrive, Wei Changqing did not ask how it was going but instead advised his grandfather. Grandfather, why don't we just forget it? Lu Feng is too powerful. I don't want to cause you trouble. Just consider me unlucky. Wei Changqing's words made the already protective old man feel even more pity for his grandson. You don't need to worry about this. Just give me Lu Feng's information, and grandfather will handle everything for you. Grandfather, maybe we shouldn't seek revenge. If it drags you in, wouldn't that be unfilial of me? My dear grandson, just hearing you say that is enough. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge. Hurry and give me the information. Alright then, but you must pay attention to your safety, grandfather, Wei Changqing said, wiping his tears. He then transmitted the information from his phone to the old man. The old man took the information and hurriedly left. Wei Chongqing watched his grandfather's back, wiped his tears, and smiled sinisterly. Hello, this is the information you wanted. I've sent it over. The old man eagerly dialed the previous number. Seeing his grandson's pitiful appearance, he wished he could personally kill Lu Feng to avenge him. The person on the other end, after seeing the received information, fell silent for a moment. This person has excellent skills and an extraordinary background. A gloomy voice came from the phone. So what do you suggest? Just say it directly, the old man replied impatiently. We need to increase the payment. By how much? 50 million. Alright, deal, but I want you to record a video of torturing him. That's not possible, it could expose us. I'll add 20 million, and I guarantee the video won't be leaked. Okay, deal. When can you act? I want him dead quickly, the old man said. 3 days, at least 3 days. We need to assess the target's movements and formulate a plan, the gloomy voice on the phone replied. Alright, I'll wait for your good news, the old man said before hanging up. Chongqing, don't worry, your grandfather has already arranged everything for you. In at most 3 days, you will see how that Lu Feng met his tragic end, the old man said as he returned to the living room. Grandfather, I hope it won't cause you any trouble, Wei Chongqing said with concern. Don't worry, this time I've hired professional killers. Even if the mission fails, they won't betray me, the old man replied. That's good. I'm afraid my issues will drag you into trouble, Wei Chongqing said. Good grandson, what are you talking about? I'm your grandfather, your matters are my matters, the old man said with a pleased expression. Alright, you should rest for now. You and your mother can stay here with me for the next few days. Just in time to spend some quality time with you, Wei Chongqing said. After hearing his grandson's words, the old man happily walked out. Lu Feng, I don't believe you won't die this time, Wei Chongqing revealed a sinister smile. Several groups are now scheming against each other. Lu Feng has already begun preparing to attack the Mercedes with the Ferrari, and as soon as the Fanli group moves out of Face City, he will immediately launch an attack on Wei Chongqing as well. On Feng Ning's side, because she instructed Wei Chongqing and others to use tactics against Lu Feng, she ended up being retaliated against by Lu Feng, causing Hong Mao to become a fool. Now, she faces daily pressure from Hong Mao's father. What does it mean for small thugs to storm the Mercedes factory, to have a morning team cause a ruckus downstairs at the Mercedes building? Whatever is disgusting, just do it. Even Feng Ning's car is either being spray painted or having its tires removed every day. As a result, Feng Ning is now afraid to drive herself and can only have her bodyguard take her home. However, Hong Mao's father's methods are not limited to this. He also found someone to get Feng Ning's private phone number and wrote it in a public restroom. So, for the past few days, Feng Ning has been almost driven mad by harassing phone calls. Not only that, but Hong Mao's father also had people throw paint on Feng Ning's house and pick her locks. These tactics from Hong Mao's father have made Feng Ning hate Lu Feng even more, so she is also looking for opportunities to retaliate against Lu Feng again, not just Lu Feng, but also against Hong Mao's father. Wei Chongqing has also successfully launched a retaliation against Lu Feng using his grandfather. Now, with multiple parties in conflict, it remains to be seen who will be the last one laughing. The current calm is merely a sign of the storm that is about to come. After handling the Ferrari situation, Lu Feng returned home. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't participated in any system lottery or flash sales for 7 or 8 days, so he needed to hurry back to find a quiet place for a series of draws to see if he could get something good. What was originally a half-hour journey took only 20 minutes this time. Upon arriving at the estate, Lu Feng immediately rushed to his villa. At this time, Feng was still out buying a car with his wife. After rushing into the bathroom to wash up and burn incense, Lu Feng went to the bedroom. System, I want to draw. Lu Feng locked himself in the room and directly entered the system. Ding detected that the host currently has a total of 8 lottery draws stored. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes. Please choose between 8 consecutive draws or a single draw. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Feng fell into a dilemma. He had played many games, and many of the lottery draws were traps, like the one in the game called Glory, where he spent 361 times on a guaranteed draw before getting a prize. They say single draws can yield miracles, but consecutive draws have guarantees. So conflicted. Please choose quickly, host, the system urged coldly. Give me 8 consecutive draws, I'm ready to eat the guaranteed loss. Ding in progress, please wait. Wait, does the mall lottery have a guarantee? Lu Feng suddenly shouted. No, it's all based on luck. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Feng almost fainted. Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Great Sage equal to heaven, Jesus, Changxing Tian, you must bless me to win the grand prize. Lu Feng hurriedly clasped his hands together and prayed devoutly. The system ignored Lu Feng's antics and began the announcements. Ding, congratulations, host. you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host. Wait, what is all this? Lu Feng directly interrupted the system. You didn't embezzle, did you? Please do not insult me, the lottery is fair and transparent. Alright, then you continue, I'm already prepared for total failure, Lu Feng said dejectedly. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 3 researchers. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host. Hold on, what are these researchers? Lu Feng asked curiously. They are researchers from various fields, the system replied. Which specific fields? Random. Okay, but I really need these talents right now, Lu Feng thought happily. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 body repair agent. No matter how severe the injury, as long as there is still a breath of life, it can be saved. Wow, doesn't this mean I have an extra life? Lu Feng said excitedly. System, I misjudged you, you are really good to me. As long as it's an external injury, no matter how serious, it can be treated, which indeed counts as an extra life. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. System, you are going too far, I just praised you, and you give me this. But it's okay, I'm a person who is easily satisfied. The body repair agent and 3 research talents are already enough, Lu Feng said. He no longer had any hope for the last draw. Congratulations, host, you have gained the second of the top 10 shadow assassins from the Blood Rose Killer organization, codename Rose Gardenia. But the system gave him a big surprise. System, is this last one for real? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes. So this Blood Rose is a killer organization? Yes. Are the top 10 shadow assassins as powerful as they say in novels, the most formidable assassins in the entire organization? Yes. So that means I've just brought in 2 of the most powerful assassins? Yes. How powerful are they? Very powerful. How powerful is very powerful? Seeing Lu Feng's relentless questioning, the system had no choice but to pull up the profiles of the 2 shadow assassins. Rose, belonging to the Blood Rose Killer organization, ranks among the top 10 shadow assassins, and is the sister of Gardenia, who is also one of the top 10 shadow assassins. She has independently completed 42 A-level missions, 18 S-level missions, and 5 S-plus missions, and successfully assassinated the president of a certain country in Heizhou alongside her sister Gardenia, completing the mission and safely retreating. Lu Feng looked at the information provided by the system, already too shocked to speak. This is too incredible, assassinating a country's president and getting away unscathed, Lu Feng exclaimed. Hurry, 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 system, I want to see the other person's profile. The system had no choice but to pull up the other person's information. Lu Feng quickly looked at the information that the system had pulled up again. Gardenia, belonging to the Blood Rose Assassination Organization, ranks among the top 10 shadow assassins, and is known as the twin star alongside her sister, who is also one of the top 10 shadow assassins. She has independently completed 35 A-level missions, 12 S-level missions, and 6 S-plus missions. Wow, these 2 are really fierce. By the way, what are the levels of these missions? Lu Feng asked. I don't know, the system replied coldly. Wait, aren't they created by you? You don't know? The blood red rose truly exists in this world, I did not conjure it out of thin air, the system replied coldly. Are those 3 researchers real as well? Lu Feng asked again. No, they are creations of mine. Fine, you've completely confused me, Lu Feng said, holding his head. When will these people you created appear? Tomorrow. Alright, then I'll wait until tomorrow to see. Lu Feng realized he couldn't extract any more information and simply exited the system. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of these people. I hope there are talents in new energy among the researchers. They could help me refine the super battery technology. Otherwise, when Enzo comes in a few days, I won't be able to provide him with any technology. And those 2 assassins, twins at that, they can't be trained to be like Barbie dolls, right? That's hard to say, after all, their track record is so impressive that they could even assassinate a president, so they definitely can't be delicate little girls. Lu Feng lay on the bed, bored and lost in thought. It wasn't until the surveillance system in the living room alerted him of a visitor that he got up from the bed. Upon arriving in the living room, he found that it was the young couple who had returned. They were driving a very cute little car, which had triggered the manor's security system. Otherwise, they would have entered long ago, as Lu Feng had already registered their fingerprints in the security system. Lu Feng opened the door for them and then stepped outside to greet them. Sir, I'm really sorry, buying the car took longer than expected, and Feng said hurriedly as he parked and got out. No problem. So, did you get everything? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Yes, we got everything. Warner even specially bought a bass. She's going to cook fish for you tonight, and Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, Anwan also came down from the car, carrying several bags. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, and Feng didn't follow you today, Anwan said apologetically. In the future, let him follow you for your protection, that way, I can feel at ease. Haha, isn't that because I gave him a day off? Lu Feng laughed. You don't need to give him a day off, just let him work every day, Anwan said, also laughing. Ha, that would be exploiting the employee. Working for you, how can that be called exploitation? We do it willingly, Anwan continued. Alright, Warner, you go cook, Mr. Lu still needs to eat, and Feng urged from the side. Hearing her husband say this, Anwan bid farewell to Lu Feng and went to prepare dinner. And Feng stood obediently behind Lu Feng. And Feng, don't be so serious at home. I consider you a friend, Lu Feng said, looking at the serious and Feng. But my duty is to protect you, so I must be attentive, and Feng replied earnestly. Alright, do as you wish. Lu Feng saw he couldn't persuade him and had to go along with it. Thus, Lu Feng began to wander around the manor, with Feng following closely behind. Soon, Anwan finished preparing the meal and came out to call Lu Feng for dinner. The two of them walked over when they heard the food was ready. Mr. Lu, please try the fish and see how it tastes, Anwan said, pointing to the fish on the table. Lu Feng was not polite. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of fish to put in his mouth. Delicious. The base has few bones to begin with, and after you handled it, there are even fewer, Lu Feng said as he took another bite of rice. Then you should eat more, Anwan particularly enjoyed watching Lu Feng eat. As long as he liked the food, she was very happy. She couldn't protect Lu Feng with her skills like Feng, so she had to work hard every day to prepare every meal, just to make Lu Feng happy while eating. Soon, after a hearty meal and drinks, Lu Feng declined the offer of the two people who wanted to see him off and returned to the villa by himself. After washing up, Lu Feng lay down on the bed and started scrolling through Douyin. Oh, aren't those the three girls? Why are they fighting? Lu Feng suddenly saw the three girls who had taken pictures by his car earlier. Good fight, Lu Feng said. He had a bad impression of these three girls. Their venomous expressions made him feel disgusted. If they weren't girls, Lu Feng might have even taken action. Now seeing them turn on each other, Lu Feng felt quite pleased and gave a thumbs up, even donating 1,000 yuan to boost the video's popularity. After doing all this, Lu Feng scrolled through his phone for a while longer before falling asleep. Early the next morning, he heard Feng ringing the doorbell. Lu Feng, still groggy in his pajamas, walked out to open the door. What's wrong, Feng? What time is it? You can't eat this early, he said. Sir, you need to get ready quickly, there are two assassins at the door, and I might not be able to handle them, Feng said urgently. Upon hearing the word assassins, Lu Feng instantly perked up. Could it be the assassins from Blood Rose? How do you know they're assassins? Lu Feng asked curiously. Are they that obvious? They hid well, I almost didn't notice them, but the boxes they were carrying gave them away, Feng replied. Boxes? What boxes? Lu Feng asked. Both of them are carrying a box over a meter long. Although I don't know what's inside, I can feel the weight of the box, at least 80 pounds, Feng explained. They lifted it easily with one hand, and you know that an 80-pound box is heavy even for an adult man, yet they handled it effortlessly. So I can conclude that they are definitely not ordinary people. The box likely contains weapons. Sir, please activate the security system and call the police. If they really have guns, I might not be able to stop them, Feng urged. Seeing Feng's anxious expression made Lu Feng laugh. Alright, don't panic. I'll go take a look with you. No, you can't go over there. What if they really have guns? Feng quickly blocked Lu Feng. It's fine, you know my skills, and besides, you're with me, Lu Feng said as he walked out. Feng hurriedly followed, positioning himself in front of Lu Feng. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to shield Lu Feng from any bullets if those two really were there to kill him. In fact, this was just Feng's anxious concern. If he calmed down and thought about it, he would realize that those two couldn't possibly be assassins. What kind of assassin stands at the door waiting instead of sneaking in for a nighttime ambush? Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the entrance of the estate. He immediately spotted the two girls standing at the door with boxes. Each girl had a black metal box beside her. One girl had a cold expression, standing there like a thorny rose. Even though she did nothing, her stunning face and impressive figure, despite wearing a black combat outfit, still shocked Lu Feng. The other girl beside the cold one had a pure and cute appearance, though both shared the same face and figure. However, they gave off different vibes. Lu Feng walked straight over, ready to open the estate's gate. Sir, what are you doing? Feng quickly stopped Lu Feng upon seeing his actions. Now, with the enemy and us indistinguishable, how can we rashly open the door? Mr. Lu wouldn't think that just because the two of them look good, they have no ill intentions, and Feng thought to himself. Open the door, we are one of our own, Lu Feng explained. Ah, Lu Feng's words caught Feng off guard, as if facing a great enemy. What did you say? And Feng asked in disbelief. I said, these two are our own, my new bodyguards, Lu Feng said. The two outside also cooperatively knelt on one knee and bowed. Greetings, master. Their actions left Feng dumbfounded, and even Lu Feng was taken aback. After a long while, Lu Feng finally reacted and hurriedly opened the door, pulling the two up. The moment their bodies touched, Lu Feng felt the softness of their bodies. What was I thinking before? How could I think of a tough Barbie? Lu Feng complained inwardly. This was clearly a delicate young lady. Why are you kneeling? Get up, Lu Feng said as he pulled them up. We are greeting you, the gentle-looking girl said. But there's no need to kneel. What era is this? Lu Feng retorted. But we kneel before the leader as well. You are now our master, so we must kneel to greet you, the girl replied. The indifferent woman beside them had remained silent, and Feng was on high alert, watching the two girls closely, fearing they might attack Lu Feng. So do you kneel to everyone you see? Lu Feng asked. Of course not, we only kneel to the leader. As for other assassins, except for shadow assassins of the same rank, they must kneel to us, they explained. It turned out that the Blood Rose assassins were trained according to ancient methods. Assassins of the same rank do not need to kneel, but lower-ranked assassins must kneel to report to higher-rank leaders. From now on, you are not allowed to kneel in my presence. What era is this? If others see, they might think we are some special SM, Lu Feng said. Yes, the two girls replied. Then introduce yourselves. I still don't know your names. Master, I am called Cold Rain. I am called Cold Snow, they said. Cold Snow is the older sister, right? Lu Feng asked Cold Snow. Yes, Master, Cold Snow replied, still quite reserved. Master, my sister's personality is like this. Please don't blame her, Cold Rain hurriedly explained, fearing Lu Feng would be upset. It's fine, I understand. But you need to change how you address me. Don't call me Master anymore. Then what should we call you? Cold Rain asked. You can call me whatever you like, but Master cannot be used anymore, Lu Feng said. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Cold Rain thought for a moment and then said, then we will call you Young Master. She then pulled her sister and said, we have met, Young Master. Lu Feng was left speechless by the two and had no choice but to agree to this title. Hello, Young Master, I like it, Lu Feng said, appearing speechless but feeling quite happy inside. He had long wanted to experience the scene from TV where a domineering CEO comes home and a group of maids bows and calls him Young Master. What is in the box you are holding? Lu Feng curiously examined the black box in front of him. It contains weapons, Cold Rain said as she opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, Lu Feng saw that it was filled with weapons, handguns, semi-automatic rifles, daggers, tang swords, and even grenades, along with a high-precision sniper rifle. This left both Lu Feng and Feng dumbfounded. Quick, close it. Hurry and come in with me, Lu Feng urged. Upon hearing this, Cold Rain obediently closed the box, and then the two sisters followed Lu Feng into the manor. Where did you get these weapons? Lu Feng asked, still feeling a bit uneasy. They are our exclusive weapons, of course. They are meant to protect you, Young Master, Lang Yu replied. But this is Hua country, having so many weapons here is useless, Lu Feng said, speechless. Then how do we protect you? Just put all these weapons in the underground secret room of my villa later, and you can carry a dagger on you usually, Lu Feng said. Understood, the two nodded in unison. Lu Feng was frightened by the two. If these weapons were seen by the law enforcement in Hua country, they would be enough to get them executed 10 times over. Haven't you been in Hua country before? Lu Feng asked curiously. No, although we are considered Hua people, we have never been to Hua country, not even for missions, Lang Yu explained. The leader never accepts assassination jobs in Hua country and doesn't allow us to enter Hua country on our own. She says Hua country is a forbidden land for all assassins and mercenaries. Isn't it a forbidden land? In Hua country, even a large knife is not allowed, let alone guns, Lu Feng said. It was precisely because Hua country was strict about this that there were basically no foreign assassins or mercenaries taking assassination jobs there. This also led to the situation where, in Hua country, if someone wanted to kill a person, they could only find some local second-rate assassins. Didn't you see that when Feng wanted to kill Lu Feng before, he could only use a dagger? Soon, Lu Feng took the two and Feng to the third underground level. In the third underground level, Lu Feng opened the secret door leading to the secret room. Then he led a few people inside. This is an independent secret room, including the power system and other things, all are independent. Unless outsiders blow up the entire villa, they will absolutely not know about this secret room. You can put your weapons here. Lu Feng turned on the lights in the secret room. Lang Yu and Lang Shui exchanged glances, then immediately placed the weapon boxes into the cabinet. Young master, can we take some other weapons? Lang Yu asked. As long as they aren't guns or anything like that, you can take them, Lu Feng replied. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two sisters hurriedly opened the boxes again and started picking. Soon, they brought the selected weapons to Lu Feng. Please take a look, young master. Lu Feng looked at the weapons they had chosen and casually picked up a few rings, saying, Is this the weapons you prepared? A few rings? These are not ordinary rings, Lang Yu said as she began to explain to Lu Feng. This ring hides a poison needle, it can seal the throat upon contact with blood. This ring contains a special substance, used in conjunction with this necklace, Lang Yu said, picking up a necklace. As long as the substances in the ring and necklace combine, the necklace can turn into a bomb. Its power is no less than that of a grenade. Wow, these little things are so powerful? Lu Feng was surprised, he never expected these accessories to be lethal weapons. And Feng was also secretly astonished, unable to understand where Lu Feng found such formidable assassins. Then Lang Yu introduced some other weapons, like a soft sword that can be strapped to the waist and gloves woven from golden threads. These strange weapons opened Lu Feng's and In Feng's eyes. Although In Feng had been a soldier, his opponents were also soldiers, so he had never encountered these assassins. If you guys came to assassinate me, I wouldn't even know how I died, Lu Feng said with a sigh. We wouldn't dare. Lang Yu and Lang Shui quickly knelt down upon hearing this. Oh, why are you kneeling again? Get up quickly, I was just joking, Lu Feng helped the two up again. Let's go, we should eat first, then I'll take you to buy some clothes. You can't wear combat uniforms every day, Lu Feng said as he let a few people out. Then they went straight into the villa where In Feng lived. Mr. Lu, are you alright? And Wan asked softly. It turned out that In Feng had gone out early in the morning to patrol the estate when he discovered the two sisters. Suspecting they were there to assassinate Lu Feng, he hurried back to inform his wife to hide, and then ran over to protect Lu Feng. I'm fine, just a misunderstanding, Lu Feng explained. That's good to hear. Breakfast is delayed a bit, please wait a moment, and Wan said, curiously looking at the two girls behind Lu Feng before going to prepare breakfast. Lu Feng sat down with the two sisters. Let me introduce you, this is In Feng, my bodyguard and driver, Lu Feng said, pointing to In Feng. And this beautiful lady who cooks for us is In Feng's wife, our chef. After hearing the introductions, the sisters, Lang Yu and Lang Shui, also stood up to introduce themselves. Thus, they had a preliminary acquaintance. With the addition of you two today, my bodyguard team has increased to 3, so I plan to adjust your work schedule, Lu Feng said while sitting on the sofa. I plan to arrange it like this, 2 of you will accompany me every day, while the other will guard the estate. After all, there's no one watching over the estate right now, and I'm a bit worried. Understood, the two sisters immediately agreed. Everything as you command, In Feng replied. Today, In Feng can rest at home. I just happen to need to take the two sisters out to buy some daily necessities and clothes. In Feng, just stay at the estate and keep your wife company. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, a few people might come to the estate today. Please confirm their identities and let them in. Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he had drawn 3 researchers yesterday. Yes, you can rest assured, In Feng replied. Lu Feng had arranged everything he needed to, and In Wan had also prepared breakfast. Lang Yu and Lang Shui went over to help In Wan bring the breakfast to the table. Let's eat, Lu Feng said, and everyone began to enjoy their breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Feng took Lang Yu and Lang Shui out. Lang Shui drove, while Lang Yu sat next to Lu Feng, so that if any unexpected situation arose, Lang Yu could protect Lu Feng immediately. Can you tell me about your assassin organization? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course, but some of it involves confidential matters, so I can't disclose everything, Lang Yu said. She then began to tell Lu Feng about their organization. The Blood Rose ranks second among international assassin organizations and is an ancient assassination group with over 300 years of history. Its members, including the most mysterious leader, are all female. They are orphans who were adopted by Blood Rose and trained from a young age, with a 10-year cycle for training. After completing their training, they must pass an assessment. Each person needs to complete an independent A-level task to be considered qualified, if not, only death awaits you. Once you complete the assessment task, you become a yellow-level assassin and must continuously complete tasks to advance to the next level. Blood Rose's assassins are divided into 4 levels, Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven-level assassins are where Lang Yu and Lang Shui are, which is also publicly claimed to be the top 10 shadow assassins. Earth level and below can only be called assassins, not shadow assassins, to distinguish them from other assassins. After becoming a yellow-level assassin, they enter a 3-year promotion period, during which they need to continuously complete tasks to advance until they finally reach the Heaven-level assassin. However, the quota for heavenly level assassins is limited, with only 10 spots available each term. Once the 10 shadow assassins of the new era complete their promotion, the older generation of shadow assassins will retire. The organization will provide a generous pension for the older generation to enjoy their retirement. In fact, although it's called retirement, each shadow assassin is only around 30 years old when they retire, yet they are still forced to step down. After stepping down, shadow assassins cannot accept any assassination orders and must live peacefully in retirement. If anyone takes on assassination orders after retirement, they will be hunted down by the Blood Rose until death. The newly appointed top 10 shadow assassins will then compete in a new round until a new leader emerges, at which point the competition will cease. Among the top 10 shadow assassins, one can become the leader, while the vacant spot left by the leader will be given to the assassin who ranked 11th, making her a new shadow assassin. After hearing Lang Yu's words, Lu Feng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. So if you fail the graduation assessment, you die? Lu Feng asked. Yes, the organization will not keep useless people, Lang Yu replied calmly. So your leader is also a woman? Yes. Is she the strongest among you? Yes. Can you beat In Feng? Lu Feng asked curiously. If we fight head-on, it's 50-50. If I get to assassinate him, I have a 90% chance of killing him, Lang Yu replied. Wow, you guys are too abnormal, Lu Feng said. It's worth noting that In Feng once made Lu Feng, who possessed master-level combat skills and special forces physical abilities, doubt his life. Now Lang Yu could actually say that in a head-on confrontation, it would be 50-50. How could Lu Feng not be surprised? What is an assassin? An assassin is someone who uses any means necessary to kill, so they don't need to engage in direct confrontation. They can make you die without you even knowing. Assassination is their forte, and their skills are not that important. We're not abnormal. The leader is the real abnormal one. Lang Yu seemed to recall something, and a hint of fear appeared on her face. Oh, can you tell me about your leader's story? Lu Feng was very curious about the leader Lang Yu mentioned. This is someone who can defeat shadow assassins and successfully rise to the top. Anyone would be curious. Young master, that's not possible. We cannot disclose any information about the leader, Lang Yu said apologetically. Please don't think too much. We are completely loyal to you. After we received the order to leave the organization, you became the object of our absolute loyalty. As for why we can't tell you anything about the leader, it's because Blood Rose has rules. No one can leak any information about the leader. Otherwise, you will face the entire organization's pursuit, and no matter who you are, you will die, the driving Leng Shui explained. Alright, then I won't ask, Lu Feng could only say. So you mean you have completely left the organization now? Yes. You are completely loyal to me? Yes, we will resolutely execute your orders. Even if it means going to your deaths, you will execute them? Yes, Leng Yu said as she twisted the ring in her hand, and a poison needle suddenly emerged. She then placed the ring against her snow-white neck. As long as you want me dead, I can die immediately, Leng Yu said firmly. This sudden scene frightened Lu Feng. Quickly put that down, I was just asking, Lu Feng hurriedly said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Leng Yu obediently put away the poison needle. From now on, don't do that. You both need to live well, understood? Lu Feng said seriously. Yes. Yes, the two sisters replied in unison. At a flower-like age, you shouldn't always be living on the edge like this. You should live well so that you can protect me well, Lu Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, cold rain and cold snow, whose hearts had long cooled for some reason, suddenly felt a flicker of something unusual. The car soon arrived at the shopping mall, which Lu Feng had brought them to his own property, Times Square. After directing Cold Snow to park the car, Lu Feng took the two of them into the square. He hadn't informed the property manager, Wang Shui, he was just taking the two sisters to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Lu Feng walked ahead, followed by two stunningly beautiful twin sisters. This made the men shopping in the mall envious. Many couples who had come to shop with their girlfriends stared wide-eyed at the beauties following Lu Feng. Even when their girlfriends pinched their sides, they didn't notice. It wasn't until Lu Feng had walked far away that they reacted, trying to explain, but their girlfriends didn't listen and simply walked away, leaving the men to awkwardly chase after them. Lu Feng led Cold Rain and Cold Snow straight to a women's clothing store. As soon as they entered, he said to the sales assistant, help these two beauties pick out a few casual outfits, and then a few work outfits. The sales assistant, upon seeing Lu Feng for the first time, immediately thought he was wealthy and hurried over. Sure, please follow me, ladies, the sales assistant said with a bow. The two sisters exchanged glances and then looked at Lu Feng before following her. The other sales assistants in the store felt miserable seeing someone else get to serve such a big customer first. It was obvious to anyone that Lu Feng was not short on money. especially since he was buying clothes for these two beauties, which meant he would be even more generous. Whoever could serve Lu Feng would surely earn a hefty commission. Sir, would you like some tea? While Lu Feng was sitting in the waiting area, bored, another sales assistant brought him a cup of water. Thank you, Lu Feng said as he took the cup. At that moment, another young man dressed like a rich kid entered the store. He was also accompanied by two girls in revealing outfits and arrogantly said, "Buy whatever clothes you like, we're not short on money. My dad has over a dozen stores in this square." Lu Feng glanced up but didn't pay them any mind. After all, the entire square belonged to him. Strictly speaking, he was their landlord. "Thank you, big brother," the two girls said happily, each giving the rich kid a kiss before starting to pick out clothes. The rich kid then sat down next to Lu Feng, waiting for his two girlfriends. Just then, Cold Rain, who had changed clothes, walked out first and approached Lu Feng. Instantly, all eyes in the store were drawn to the beautiful Cold Rain. She was wearing a standard secretary outfit, and her long legs paired with black stockings looked particularly enticing. Her already good figure appeared even more tempting in the secretary outfit. "Do I look good, young master?" Cold Rain asked shyly in a soft voice. After all, it was her first time wearing such clothes, so feeling a bit shy was normal. "You look great, even better than a supermodel," Lu Feng praised. Hearing Lu Feng's compliment, Cold Rain's lips curled into a slight smile. "We can't always buy work clothes, have you bought casual clothes?" Lu Feng asked, ignoring the envious gazes around them. "I have prepared some, but today is my first day accompanying you to work, so I have to dress a bit more formally," Cold Rain replied. Just after Cold Rain finished speaking, Cold Snow walked out in a fitted suit. With the suit accentuating her figure, Lu Feng felt that Cold Snow looked even more like a CEO than he did. The other customers in the store saw another beautiful woman come out, and she looked exactly like the previous one. They glanced at Lu Feng, feeling so upset that they wanted to cry. "Young master, what do you think?" Long Shui asked. "Good, ha ha ha, you look even more like the CEO than I do," Lu Feng replied with a laugh. "Then I'll go change," Long Shui said after hearing this. "No need to change, this outfit is fine," Lu Feng waved his hand. He then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the two of them, telling them to go settle the bill. Long Shui took the bank card and went to the cashier with her sister to pay. After seeing the two beauties leave, the rich second-generation guy couldn't hold back any longer and asked Lu Feng what his relationship was with them. In fact, he had wanted to ask when Lang Yu came out, but he hadn't had the chance before Ling Shui appeared. Seeing that the two were still twins, the rich second-generation guy instantly had impure thoughts. Compared to Long Shui and Lang Yu, the two he was with were simply not presentable. Lu Feng understood the rich second-generation guy's meaning as soon as he heard the question. "Didn't you hear them call me young master?" Lu Feng said. "Damn, still two maids, this guy really has it good," the rich second-generation guy thought to himself. "Bro, I won't beat around the bush, just name your price, how about letting these two twins stay with me for a month?" The rich second-generation guy said directly. "What did you say?" Even though Lu Feng already knew the rich second-generation guy had bad intentions, he didn't expect him to be so direct. "I said, let your two little maids stay with me for a month, I'll give you 500,000, how about that?" The rich second-generation guy said arrogantly. "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said," Lu Feng said, suppressing his anger. "Is your hearing bad? Then I'll add another 100,000, 600,000. You take the money and go to the hospital to check your ears. I want these two twins to accompany me for a month," the rich second-generation guy continued. "What do you think? This price is already very reasonable, you just got lucky to run into such exceptional twins." Lu Feng didn't waste any more words with him and directly slapped the rich second-generation guy across the face. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that and daring to have designs on my people?" Lu Feng said coldly. The rich second-generation guy was stunned by the slap and took a long time to react before he tried to retaliate. But before he could raise his arm, he was kicked out by someone. It turned out that Lang Shui had been paying attention to the situation on Lu Feng's side, and when Lu Feng slapped the rich second-generation guy, she was already prepared. The rich second-generation guy was kicked 4 or 5 meters away by Lang Shui, lying on the ground gasping for breath. The other customers in the store, including the sales staff, were startled by this sudden scene. "Young master, are you okay?" Lang Shui asked with concern. "I'm fine, did you buy the clothes?" Lu Feng said calmly. "I've already bought them, are you okay, young master?" Lang Yu came over holding the bank card. "Yeah, let's go," Lu Feng said directly. He then called over the sales staff who hadn't reacted yet to help carry the clothes. Seeing Lu Feng about to leave, the rich second-generation guy struggled to get up from the ground. "None of you think about leaving, you hit me and still want to go?" "No way," he said, pulling out his phone. "Hey, brother Zhang, I've been beaten up at your plaza, hurry and bring a few security guards over. I want to teach this ignorant guy a lesson, the rich second-generation guy said before hanging up. He then looked at Lu Feng with a smug expression and said, "You kneel in front of me, knock your head 100 times, and let me have these 2 girls, and I can let you go. Otherwise, you'll suffer later." Lu Feng just looked at the arrogant rich second-generation guy and said one sentence. "I'm very curious, who are you calling? Is it someone from the plaza's internal staff?" To tell you the truth, I just called the manager of the plaza's security department, and he will be here with people soon, the rich second generation said. "Do you know who I am? There are more than a dozen shops in Times Square owned by my dad, and my relationship with brother Zhang is quite good. Even the property manager of Times Square, General Manager Wang, has to give my dad some face." Lu Feng smiled helplessly upon hearing the man's words. "Why are there always people like this? Do you know who I am?" Lu Feng said. "I don't care who you are, hurry up and beg for mercy. If you send those 2 girls to me, I'll let you go this time," the rich second generation shouted. "Young master, let us take action and get rid of this waste who insulted you," Leng Shui said coldly. "Yes, young master, or we can beat him up first, and then after he leaves, I can quietly kill him," Leng Yu also spoke up. Don't always think about fighting and killing. I have my own way to make him kneel in front of us and apologize later, Lu Feng said mysteriously. "So, have you thought it over? If you agree, hurry up and bring those 2 girls over, or else you'll see what happens when you go into the little black room," the rich second generation urged. Lu Feng ignored him, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, while Leng Yu hurriedly helped him light it. Lu Feng sat back down again. "Give me a shoulder massage," Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said. Upon hearing this, Leng Shui and Leng Yu each took a shoulder and started to massage. "Young master, is this pressure okay?" Leng Yu asked softly. Just right, comfortable," Lu Feng replied contentedly. This made the rich second generation furious, and he wanted to hit Lu Feng right away. But he was suddenly stopped. "Stop!" With a shout, the security manager came over with several security guards. As soon as the rich second generation saw that his people had arrived, he hurried over. "Brother Zhang, it's him. He hit someone in the plaza and is now smoking in violation of the ban," the rich second generation said. Since Lu Feng had just exhaled a cloud of smoke, the security manager did not see Lu Feng's face clearly. "Don't worry, brother Zhang will help you vent your anger." "Then thank you in advance. I'll treat you to a foot massage tonight." The security manager smiled upon hearing this, then turned to Lu Feng and said, "Sir, you have assaulted someone and are openly smoking in the plaza. Please come with us." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a smirk and deliberately lowered his head to prevent the security manager from seeing his face. "You seem to have no law enforcement authority," Lu Feng said with his head down. "We don't have law enforcement authority, but you have already disrupted public order, so please come back to the security room with us. We will call the police," the security manager said. Lu Feng sneered at the security manager's words. "Why don't you ask me why I hit him? That has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for taking away those who disrupt order," the security manager said impatiently. I'm afraid once you enter the security room, you won't say that," Lu Feng continued to ask. "Sir, my patience is limited. If you still refuse to come back with me, I will have to forcibly take you away." The security manager waved his hand, and several security guards were about to rush up to forcibly take Lu Feng away. Leng Yu and Leng Shui instantly stepped in front of Lu Feng to protect him. Seeing that things had come to this point, Lu Feng stood up from the sofa, pulled the 2 sisters behind him, and said coldly, "Then take a look at who I am." The security manager focused his gaze and directly sat down on the ground. Lu, the security manager stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. Lu Feng walked straight up to the security manager, and the other security guards, seeing this scene, chose not to intervene. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Lu Feng had a significant background, otherwise, their manager wouldn't be scared enough to sit on the ground. "What's wrong? Now you don't dare to catch me?" Lu Feng said, looking down at the security manager sitting on the ground. "Mr. Lu, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act like this even if I had 10 more guts," the security manager stammered. "So what you're saying is that if it weren't me today, but an ordinary customer, you could do whatever you wanted?" "No, that's not what I meant," he replied. "But that's exactly what your words imply. Don't think I don't know your methods. You just take people to the security room and intimidate them together until they give in, right?" "Mr. Lu, I really didn't mean it that way," the security manager continued to argue. But Lu Feng didn't give him a chance and directly dialed Wang Shui's number. "I'm in the women's clothing store on the 2nd floor of the plaza. Hurry up and come over, you have 5 minutes. If you don't arrive by then, pack your things and leave," Lu Feng said coldly, then hung up without giving Wang Shui a chance to respond. At that moment, the women's clothing store was surrounded by people shopping in the mall. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui was momentarily taken aback. Just then, someone knocked on her office door. "This is bad." Wang Jia, a young girl, rushed in. "Mr. Lu is at the plaza and has hit someone for some reason. You should go take a look." Upon hearing this, Wang Shui quickly ran out. The young girl followed her. "How did you find out?" Wang Shui asked while running. "I just passed by and saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of the women's clothing store. Out of curiosity, I took a look and saw Mr. Lu hit someone, and that person seemed to know Manager Zhang from the security department and even called him. Seeing that something was wrong, I hurried over to report to you," the young girl said, panting. "This is bad," Wang Shui exclaimed. From the girl's description and the call she just received from Lu Feng, Wang Shui instantly felt that something terrible had happened. She then used all her strength to rush to the second floor of the plaza. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Shui saw the women's clothing store surrounded by onlookers. "Excuse me, please make way. Let me through." After much effort, Wang Shui finally broke through the crowd and arrived at the scene. As soon as she squeezed in, she saw the security manager slumped on the ground and Lu Feng sitting on the sofa with a blank expression. "Mr. Lu," Wang Shui ignored the security manager on the ground and walked directly to Lu Feng. "Is this the plaza you manage?" Lu Feng said to Wang Shui. Hearing his words, Wang Shui shivered in fear. She quickly explained, "What happened? Don't worry, I will give you a proper explanation. Why don't you ask the two people over there?" Lu Feng pointed to the security manager sitting on the ground and the rich second generation standing by, looking at a loss. Wang Shui hurried over. "What exactly happened? How did you provoke Mr. Lu?" Seeing Wang Shui so angry, the security manager didn't dare to hide anything and told her everything. However, he didn't know what had caused the incident. After listening, Wang Shui turned her gaze to the rich second generation. "Yu Qian, you better honestly explain what happened," Wang Shui said directly. She knew the rich second generation in front of her because his father was also a big shot in Times Square. Wang Shui had dined with his father a few times, so she naturally recognized this rich heir. "Sister Wang, I know I was wrong," the rich second generation said, now aware that Lu Feng was not someone he could provoke. "Apologizing to me is useless. Tell me, how did you offend Mr. Lu?" Wang Shui said directly. Seeing that his apology was ineffective, the rich second generation could only recount the entire incident in detail. "What? You actually dared to say that?" Wang Shui exclaimed in shock after hearing him. "I have to call your dad and have him come teach you a lesson," she said, pulling out her phone to make the call. "Sister Wang, please don't call my dad. I beg you, he'll kill me when he finds out," the rich second generation pleaded desperately. But Wang Shui didn't care about that. "With such a big incident, do you really think your dad won't find out?" she said, dialing the rich second generation's father's number. After explaining the whole situation, the man on the other end of the line was furious to hear that his son had caused such a huge mess. He stated he would arrive in 15 minutes and instructed Wang Shui to keep Lu Feng calm. He would come personally to apologize. After hanging up, Wang Shui told the rich second generation, "Just wait for your dad to come and teach you a lesson." She then took the terrified security manager to Lu Feng. "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu," Wang Shui shouted. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I know I was wrong. I ask for your forgiveness," the security manager stammered. However, Lu Feng did not look at the security manager but instead directed his attention to Wang Shui. "Manager Wang, because of this incident, I have lost a lot of trust in your management. You need to give me a perfect explanation, otherwise, I can only terminate our cooperation," Lu Feng said coldly. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui was frightened and hurried to explain. "Mr. Lu, this was my oversight. I do not evade this responsibility, but I truly have been dedicated to them all. Please trust me one more time, I will give you a perfect answer." "But not everyone gets a chance after making a mistake," Lu Feng continued. "That's why I'm asking you for an opportunity. I will make you satisfied," Wang Shui said earnestly. "Alright, then I will give you this opportunity. Show me your capabilities," Lu Feng said. Thank you, Mr. Lu," Wang Shui replied. She then turned to the security manager beside her and said coldly, "You are fired. Go handle your resignation immediately and explain how much benefit you have received from abusing your power. If you don't clarify, we will have to take this to court." The security manager wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Wang Shui. "I don't want to see you again. I believe Mr. Lu doesn't want to see you either. You can resign on your own, and I can give you a dignified exit. If you don't want to leave with dignity, I can only help you with that." Hearing this, the security manager bowed to Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. President Wang, I've disappointed you, I'm sorry, the security manager said before turning to leave. After dealing with the security manager, Wang Shui looked at the few security guards who had come to capture Lu Feng. Although you came with your manager, you failed to discern right from wrong and instead aided in wrongdoing. Like your manager, all of you should resign. The security guards, hearing Wang Shui's words, could only leave in shame. Just as Wang Shui finished handling their internal personnel, the rich second generation's father hurriedly arrived. Mr. Wang, phew, I'm here. Where's that useless son of mine? Just wait until I beat him to death. A middle-aged man, who had gained some weight, ran over, panting. Dad, the rich second generation heir called out softly upon seeing his father. Slap. The fat man directly slapped his son's face. How dare you call me dad? I don't have a son like you. After saying that, he kicked him again in frustration. Mr. Wang, just tell me what to do, and I will agree, the man said to Wang Shui. My opinion doesn't matter, he has offended the owner of the square, Mr. Lu. You need to say this to Mr. Lu, Wang Shui said coldly from the side. Are you Mr. Lu? It's a pleasure to meet you, the man said, looking at Lu Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. This meeting can't be considered a pleasure, Lu Feng replied icily. Yes, you're right. It's my failure to educate my son properly that led him to offend you, the man said, pulling the rich second-generation heir in front of Lu Feng. With a loud smack, he struck his son's head again. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu. Hearing his father's words, the rich heir quickly bowed to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I really didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me this once. As soon as he finished speaking, the man kicked him again, causing the rich heir to kneel before Lu Feng. The fat man knew that the young man sitting on the sofa could decide his life or death with a single word. His entire fortune was tied to Times Square. With just one word, he could go bankrupt. Moving the shop to another location was not that simple. Not to mention that it would take time to find a place as good as Times Square. Even if he did find another location, he would lose all the loyal customers he had worked so hard to build. So when the man heard that his son had offended the owner of Times Square, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over. The rich heir, kneeling on the ground after being kicked by his father, looked at him in confusion. Unexpectedly, the man slapped his son again. What are you looking at? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu. You better beg Mr. Lu for forgiveness, or I will skin you alive, the man said fiercely. The rich heir, frightened by his father, quickly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. If you're still not satisfied, just beat me up. Lu Feng calmly watched the rich heir apologize without saying a word. Seeing this, the man kicked his son aside again. Get out of my sight, don't dirty Mr. Lu's eyes. Then he put on a smile and said to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, I am willing to offer 2 million as compensation for the 2 ladies behind you. The man was clever, he knew Lu Feng was wealthy and wouldn't care about 2 million, so he directly mentioned it as compensation for Lang Yu and Lang Shui. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Wang Shui, hoping she would say something nice on his behalf. Wang Shui, seeing the man's actions, pretended not to notice. After all, she was in no position to help him now. Hee, Lu Feng laughed upon hearing the man's words. I must say, your way of handling things is indeed very perfect, Lu Feng clapped and said. The man smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, not daring to say more. Alright, you've beaten your son like this. If I don't forgive him, it would seem like I'm being unreasonable, Lu Feng said as he stood up. Let's just let this matter pass. The man, hearing Lu Feng's words, quickly expressed his gratitude in excitement. Thank you for not holding it against me, my lord, he said, while kicking the rich second generation a few times. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu. The rich second generation, having received a few kicks from his father, could only endure the intense pain and apologize to Lu Feng. Thank you, I will definitely change in the future. Remember, just because you have a bit of money at home, don't get cocky. There are always people better than you out there, Lu Feng said. Yes, you're right. I will definitely discipline him well when I get home, the man replied. So how do you want to handle this 2 million? How about I leave you a phone number, and I can send it over later? The man tried to be clever. He wanted to use this opportunity to get Lu Feng's phone number and address for future favors. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Feng understood his intention and smiled. Manager Wang, what is the annual cleaning cost for the square? Lu Feng looked at Wang Shui. About 500,000 a year, Wang Shui quickly replied. Then you can cover the cleaning fees for the next 4 years, is that okay? Lu Feng looked at the man again. No problem, I'll cover 5 years, the man added another 500,000. Lu Feng said nothing, just smiled, and then started to leave with the 2 sisters. Wang Shui hurriedly took the clothes Lu Feng bought for the two sisters from the sales assistant and followed behind. After walking a couple of steps, Lu Feng turned around and spoke to the fat man. "Here's my business card, I admire you," Lu Feng said as he took a card from his wallet and handed it to Cold Rain to give to the fat man. The fat man excitedly received Lu Feng's business card. "Yulong is willing to serve you." Lu Feng heard this and said nothing, turning to leave. The two sisters and Wang Shui, who was carrying a large bag, closely followed Lu Feng. "Come home with me, and I'll show you how to deal with you," the man said, suppressing his excitement as he looked at his son. "Why do I still need to be taught a lesson? Didn't Mr. Lu forgive us?" Yu Qian said with a long face. "That was Mr. Lu being magnanimous. He forgave you, but I haven't forgiven you," Yulong said. "But if it weren't for me, Dad, you wouldn't have met Mr. Lu," Yu Qian retorted. Yulong couldn't help but laugh at his son's logic. "If it weren't for me handling it well, and if Mr. Lu didn't want to bother with us small fries, we would have gone bankrupt with just one word from him. You still dare to take credit? Hurry up and come back with me to get punished," Yulong said, twisting his son's ear as they left. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and the others successfully arrived by the car, and Wang Shui actively placed the clothes and other items into the trunk. "Mr. Lu, don't worry, I will thoroughly investigate employees who misuse their power to cause trouble. I won't let you down," Wang Shui said. She was smart enough to know that Lu Feng wouldn't care about her few thousand, so she directly proposed to use her salary to improve the garden outside the square. "Alright, I'll give you this opportunity. I hope that when I come back next time, I can see your changes," Lu Feng said as he got into the car. Cold Shui drove off immediately. "Young master, I'm sorry for causing you trouble," Cold Rain said softly. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh at Cold Rain's cute demeanor. Why apologize so sincerely? "If it weren't for me and my sister, this wouldn't have happened today. So let's wear masks when we go out in the future," Cold Rain continued. "Ah, your logic is really amazing. With looks like yours, why would you need to wear a mask?" Lu Feng laughed. "Because this way, you won't be troubled by your appearance." "Ha, no need for that. If I, Lu Feng, can't even protect my own people, what can I say about facing those capital sharks and ancient families?" Lu Feng said directly with authority. The two sisters were deeply moved by Lu Feng's words. "Young master, you are truly kind." "Ah, of course I have to be good to my own people." Soon, the car returned to the manor, and after parking, Lu Feng eagerly found In Feng. "So, did anyone come this morning?" Lu Feng asked. "No, I waited at the door all day, but I haven't seen the person you mentioned, sir," In Feng replied honestly. "Alright," Lu Feng said with a disappointed expression. "Should I go out and look for them?" In Feng suggested, seeing Lu Feng's disappointment. "No need, I don't even know when they'll come. Let's go back and eat. I'm a bit hungry after wandering around all morning," Lu Feng said. Just in time, Wanner's meal is almost ready. "Then let's go." At the dining table, the few of them sat together. "You two sisters look really good in these clothes," and one kept complimenting. He, thank you for the compliment, sister. "You look beautiful too," Long Yu also praised. "Ha, stop flattering each other and hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold," Lu Feng said. Under Lu Feng's urging, they quickly finished their meal. Since Lu Feng had already informed Chen Xian this morning, he didn't go to work at Ferrari in the afternoon. Instead, he took Lang Shui, Lang Yu, and In Feng to a lawn in the manor. He planned to let them spar with each other, and when In Wan heard that she could watch a fight, she excitedly followed along. In the open space, Lang Shui and In Feng took their stances, ready to go. And Wan stood with Lang Yu, chattering about who would win. "Can your sister really beat In Feng?" And Wan asked Lang Shui with doubt. "I don't know either, and Gu gives me a lot of pressure. And we aren't good at direct confrontations, so I really don't know who is stronger," Lang Yu explained. "Then let's just watch, it's my first time seeing In Feng fight," and Wan said excitedly. Just as the two were whispering, Lang Shui launched the first attack. With a very strange attacking style, she directly charged at In Feng. Seeing this, In Feng could only passively block. When he saw his attack was blocked by In Feng, Lang Shui changed her attack pattern and aimed for In Feng's lower body. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, and Lu Feng and Lang Yu closely watched their offensive and defensive techniques, simulating them in their minds. Only In Wan, who had no martial arts skills, stood by, watching with great interest. "In Feng, you're a big man, let Lang Shui have a chance," In Wan shouted. In Feng, hearing his wife's words, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Didn't she see that he was being pressured by Lang Shui? In Feng came from a military background and had never encountered assassins or seen Lang Shui's strange and fierce moves, so he could only passively block. But soon, In Feng figured out Lang Shui's attacking style and began to counterattack. He deliberately let Lang Shui hit him in the chest with a punch, relying on his strong physical condition to withstand it, then quickly unleashed a whip kick. Lang Shui, caught off guard by the previous attack, could only defend with one hand and was pushed back by Infeng's powerful kick. However, at the moment she was knocked back, Lang Shui also kicked Infeng in return. The two separated in that manner. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Feng watched the exciting duel between the two and applauded. That was amazing, even better than a martial arts movie, Lu Feng said while clapping. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two stopped their match and walked over. How do you feel? Lu Feng looked at the two and said. Miss Lang's attacks are quick and fierce. I can only defend, and Feng humbly replied. Not at all, brother, and strong physique and powerful attacks are also hard to handle, Lang Shui chimed in. Ha, you two are really flattering each other, Lu Feng said upon hearing this. And Feng, you really shouldn't kick Sister Lang, she's a girl, and Wan walked over and said. Hearing his wife's words, and Feng awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine, sister, you don't practice martial arts, so you wouldn't know. Even in a spar, it can be like this, it's all instinctive, Ling Yu spoke up. Upon hearing Lang Yu's explanation, and Wan realized she had wronged Infeng and quickly apologized to him. How about we give it a try? Lu Feng said, looking at Lang Yu. Ha, us? Lang Yu pointed at herself in disbelief. What? Do you look down on me? Just ask Infeng if I'm not good at fighting, Lu Feng said directly as he noticed Lang Yu's skepticism. Everyone present, except Infeng, was surprised. Infeng, have you fought with Mr. Lu before? And Wan asked directly. Seeing that he was about to slip up, Lu Feng hurriedly said they had only sparred. He didn't dare mention that her husband Infeng had come to kill him before. Infeng also caught on quickly and said they had only sparred before. Mr. Lu, you really know martial arts? And Wan still didn't believe it. The two sisters beside her also looked skeptical. You'll know if you try, Lu Feng grinned. Alright, then let's give it a try. Just don't cry when I beat you, Lang Yu said excitedly. Who cries is still uncertain, the two said as they walked onto the lawn. Lu Feng naturally assumed a stance of ancient martial arts, and Lang Yu became serious upon seeing it. She could tell from Lu Feng's stance that he truly knew martial arts. Mr. Lu's stance looks quite impressive, and Wan said from the side. No, the young master really knows, Lang Shui also noticed. You can tell from his stance and aura that the young master must have great skills. Indeed, when I sparred with him before, if it weren't for my rich fighting experience, I probably wouldn't have been his match, and Feng recounted his previous encounter with Lu Feng. Mr. Lu was so impressive, knowing martial arts, looking handsome, and having money. Lang Shui, aren't you tempted? And Wan teased Lang Shui. Hearing this, Lang Shui's pretty face flashed a hint of embarrassment, and she didn't respond. Just then, the two on the lawn began their sparring. Lu Feng quickly approached Lang Yu and launched a black tiger pouncing heart attack. However, Lang Yu dodged it with a very strange movement. Seeing that Lang Yu had evaded, Lu Feng hurriedly changed his fist into a claw and reached for her again. Lang Yu also transformed her hand into a palm and struck back, and the two quickly exchanged several moves. They then simultaneously separated. Young master, you really are amazing, Lang Yu said, looking at Lu Feng. Ha, my skills are even better than this, Lu Feng said as he attacked again. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to hone his martial arts. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Lu Feng's extensive martial arts knowledge gradually blended together during the fight with Lang Yu. One moment it was Bagua Pong, the next it was Hong Quan, and then military combat techniques, leaving Lang Yu with only the ability to defend. I admit defeat, young master, Lang Yu called out hurriedly after pushing Lu Feng back. Why admit defeat? I haven't even had enough fun yet, Lu Feng said. No way, you know too much, I can't grasp your attacking style at all, Lang Yu said helplessly. Lu Feng's attacks were too fast, and the variety of techniques made it impossible for Lang Yu to find a rhythm. Alright, let's fight again when we have the chance, Lu Feng could only agree. After speaking, he led Lang Yu to the three people watching the show. Mr. Lu, you are truly amazing, with your skills, you don't even need to hire bodyguards, and Wan looked at Lu Feng as if she were looking at a monster. Ha, I'm embarrassed by your praise, Lu Feng laughed heartily. I'm just speaking the truth. Ha, alright, we've played for so long, let's go back and rest. Lang Yu and Lang Shui still don't have a place to stay, I need to arrange accommodation for them, Lu Feng said as he walked towards the villa. Lang Yu and Lang Shui hurriedly followed, while Infeng took his wife and Wan back as well. As for why Infeng didn't follow Lu Feng, it was because Lu Feng had previously told him that as long as they were at the manor, he didn't need to follow him and should spend time with his wife. You can stay on the second floor, pick 2 rooms up there, Lu Feng said to the 2 sisters. As for why he didn't let the sisters stay in other vacant villas, Lu Feng indicated that he had other arrangements for those villas, but it wasn't because he was coveting the sisters' beauty. Young master, we only need 1 room, Lang Yu said. Alright, you can choose one, Lu Feng replied, looking at the two. Subsequently, Lang Yu chose a room on the second floor and put all the clothes Lu Feng had bought for them inside. Young master, where are you staying? Lang Shui asked. I'm on the third floor. Here's a security alarm for you, keep it by your bed. If anything happens, press it, and we'll come over, Lang Shui said, taking out a remote control that looked like a car key. Lu Feng took the alarm, examined it, and pressed the button on it. Immediately, a faint alarm sound rang from Lang Shui's pocket. Lang Shui took out the beeping alarm and explained, as long as you press the alarm in your hand, ours will ring, and we will rush to your room immediately. This little gadget is so convenient. Alright, I'll take it, Lu Feng said, putting it in his pocket. Lu Feng then gave Lang Shui a car key and went upstairs. Lang Shui and Lang Yu began to tidy up their room. After returning to his bedroom, Lu Feng inquired with the system about why the researchers hadn't arrived yet. The system explained that they would definitely arrive within 3 days. Hearing this, Lu Feng could only wait patiently. While Lu Feng was lying in bed playing on his phone, he was unaware that someone had already set their sights on him. It turned out that a killer hired by Wei Changqing's grandfather had come to the Magic City and was investigating Lu Feng. Through internal information from their killer group, a group of assassins quickly found the place where Lu Feng was staying. Although the manor where Lu Feng lived was home to top-tier elites, even the former leaders of the Magic City lived there, the security force was merely composed of some retired soldiers. In the face of professional assassins lurking around, they did not notice anything unusual. Moreover, the big shots in other manors also had their own professional security personnel, so they didn't really need these ordinary security guards. The four assassins quickly approached the corner of Lu Feng's manor. Since it was still bright outside, they lay in wait. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dark. Lu Feng had already finished dinner and was scrolling through his phone, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The assassins had now reached the corner of the manor's wall. Based on the information received in our observations during the day, the target has excellent skills and is accompanied by a retired veteran bodyguard. So just in case, number 2 will keep an eye on the bodyguard, while numbers 3 and 4 will follow me to take out the target. If the assassination fails, retreat immediately, the leader of the assassins said. Boss, what about the target's wife and the 2 little lovers? A killer asked. We only killed the target. If the others don't make any moves, don't stir up trouble, the leader of the killers continued. Do you all understand? Understood. Let's move. As the last words fell, the masked killers in tight-fitting clothes sprang into action. Due to strict gun control in Huadhua, the killers brought only cold weapons, but there were 2 crossbows. One killer quickly pressed against the wall, while another stepped on his shoulder to prepare to flip over. The killer leaped gracefully off the shoulder and landed smoothly. Boss, there's a 2-meter-high electric fence on top of the wall. We can't get over it, the black-clad killer said. Can we destroy the electric fence? The leader asked. I checked, it shouldn't be possible. There are sensors on it. Not only would destroying it trigger an alarm, but even a small bird touching the fence would set it off, the night killer replied. Damn, are these rich people so afraid of death? The leader muttered under his breath. So what do we do now? Another killer spoke up. We can only retreat for now. Since we can't infiltrate the manor, we'll find a way to take him out after he leaves, the leader said. Thus, the 4 killers hid again under the cover of night. That night, Lu Feng slept soundly, unaware that he had almost been assassinated. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone on Lu Feng's handsome face, he woke up. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, he got up to wash up. As soon as he opened the door and walked into the living room on the first floor, he saw that cold rain and cold snow were already waiting for him. Good morning, young master, the 2 said as soon as they saw Lu Feng. Good morning, Lu Feng replied, looking at them. Although his face was calm, his heart was already filled with joy. The evil capitalism and feudalism. After greeting them, Lu Feng took the 2 of them out to have breakfast with Enfeng. After breakfast, Lu Feng took Cold Rain and Enfeng out. As for Cold Snow, she stayed behind to guard the manor as per their previous arrangement. Enfeng continued to act as the driver, while Cold Rain sat in the back seat with Lu Feng. The car quickly arrived at the Ferrari branch office. After parking, Lu Feng directly took Cold Rain with him, leaving Enfeng alone to park. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Along the way, the Ferrari employees greeted Lu Feng, and he responded to each one. Whenever Lu Feng passed by, the employees behind him would curiously discuss among themselves. Wow, the beautiful girl behind Mr. Lu is so pretty. Yeah, she seems even prettier than Sister Chen. Do you think this beautiful lady is Mr. Lu's girlfriend? Ah, no way, isn't Mr. Lu single? I don't think she's Mr. Lu's girlfriend. Haven't you noticed that this beautiful girl has been following Mr. Lu the whole time? An experienced old employee said. The other employees, upon hearing this, realized it was indeed true. Could she be a secretary? No way, isn't Sister Chen Mr. Lu's secretary? Has Sister Chen fallen out of favor? Why are you all so nosy? Get back to work. As soon as this was said, everyone instantly fell silent. Lu Feng quickly arrived at his office. Inside, Chen Xian was already sitting at her workstation early. Upon seeing Lu Feng enter, Chen Xian hurriedly stood up to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said, curiously glancing at Cold Rain behind Lu Feng. What a beautiful girl, is she Mr. Lu's girlfriend? Chen Xian's first reaction was this. But for some reason, upon seeing Lu Feng with such a beautiful girl today, a sense of inexplicable disappointment flashed through Chen Xian's heart. Good morning, Secretary Chen, Lu Feng greeted. You can sit right here, Lu Feng pointed to the workstation next to Chen Xian. Yes, young master, Lang Yu replied, sitting down at Chen Xian's workstation. Young master? Is that referring to President Lu? Chen Xian thought to herself. Before she could ponder further, Lu Feng waved for Chen Xian to follow him into the office. Lu Feng sat at his desk while Chen Xian prepared a cup of tea for him. How's the data collection on Mercedes going? Lu Feng asked Chen Xian. I've gathered a lot, especially their negative information. I believe this data will be enough to throw them into chaos, Chen Xian replied. That's good. When the time comes, have someone hold a press conference as an individual and expose all this information, Lu Feng said, taking a sip of tea. At the same time, I will also launch attacks on them from other angles. Understood. When do we start? No rush. We'll begin when Ferrari starts to make a move. By the way, the girl I brought today is mine, my little nanny. She'll sit next to you, just like in Feng, Lu Feng continued. Yes, Chen Xian felt a sudden sense of relief upon hearing that the beautiful girl was just Lu Feng's nanny. But thinking that such a pretty girl was merely a little nanny by Lu Feng's side made Chen Xian feel a deep sense of powerlessness. That girl wasn't infatuated, especially when encountering a handsome, wealthy, and well-connected young master like Lu Feng, who wouldn't be moved. Indeed, in Chen Xian's mind, Lu Feng was one of those mysterious young masters from prestigious families. Especially with Lang Yu's term young master, it further confirmed Chen Xian's thoughts. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Call me if you need anything, Chen Xian said as she walked out. In the secretary area, Lang Yu was chatting with Feng. When Feng saw Chen Xian coming out of Lu Feng's office, he greeted her with, "Hello, Miss Chen," and then fell silent. "Hello, Mr. And Chen Xian replied. What is the name of this beautiful lady? Lang Yu asked, noticing Chen Xian taking the initiative to greet her. Hello, Miss Chen. My name is Lang Yu, I'm the young master's servant. As for why Lang Yu didn't say she was Lu Feng's bodyguard but rather a nanny, it was because Lu Feng instructed her to say so, aiming to conceal her martial skills. This way, if someone really wanted to target Lu Feng, they would only think of Lang Yu as his little lover, not a highly skilled shadow assassin. Hello, Miss Lang. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Xian did not look down on Lang Yu for calling herself a nanny. On the contrary, Chen Xian held Lang Yu in high regard. This was due to her analysis from the way Lang Yu and Feng addressed Lu Feng. Feng called him Mr. Lu, while Lang Yu referred to him as young master. Clearly, Lang Yu had a closer relationship with Lu Feng. It must be said that Chen Xian's analysis was indeed correct, as Feng was someone Lu Feng had recruited, but Lang Yu and Lang Shui were created by the system. Although they had existed in this world before, due to the system, they were utterly loyal to Lu Feng. Therefore, in terms of relationships, Lang Yu was indeed closer to Lu Feng than Feng. Chen Xian organized the documents in her hands and stepped out with them. Although her position was that of a secretary, she was doing the work of a president. Thus, the employees in the company all called her Sister Chen. Even the Italians had to respectfully address her as Miss Chen. Holding the documents, Chen Xian arrived at the employee's office, ready to hand them the files for processing. Who would have thought that as soon as the employees saw Chen Xian coming, they all rushed over. What are you doing? Chen Xian asked in confusion. Sister Chen, who is the girl that President Lu brought today? Sister Chen, is she President Lu's girlfriend? Sister Chen, say something. The employees looked at Chen Xian curiously. Be quiet, go back to work, what are you all doing? Chen Xian said helplessly. Upon hearing this, the employees could only return to their desks. We were just curious, that girl is really beautiful, a female employee whispered. Seeing their curiosity, Chen Xian had no choice but to reveal Lang Yu's identity. Stop guessing, that girl is President Lu's maid. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, the large office area became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wow, what kind of background does President Lu have? Even his maid is this beautiful. Another day of envying President Liu. Why am I not rich? Boo-hoo. President Liu must be living so well. The employees sighed in unison. Be quiet, now that you know, you can work peacefully. Don't be so curious every day, Shenxian said. And also, don't gossip about President Liu behind his back. If I find out, you won't have it easy. The employees, hearing Chen Xian's words, expressed that they were just too curious this time and meant no harm. Chen Xian understood, and seeing Lu Feng's demeanor, he would likely bring Lang Yu to the company often in the future. So she simply stated it, otherwise, who knows how many versions of this story would circulate. If it reached Lu Feng's ears, it would be a big deal. Soon, the dull and tedious day passed, and Lu Feng was preparing to go home with 2 bodyguards. Just as the car was nearing the Xian Yun manor, it suddenly jolted violently. Ouch, Lu Feng said, holding his head. Lang Yu immediately became alert. And Feng also looked around. They were on a remote road leading to the manor, surrounded only by trees, with no other buildings in sight, a perfect opportunity for an ambush. However, the car only jolted and nothing happened. Just as they relaxed their guard, 2 crossbow bolts suddenly shot in from a distance. Bang! Bang! All of them hit the car window next to Lu Feng with precision. But since the car was made of bulletproof glass, it caused no harm. Lang Yu immediately pressed Lu Feng down. And Feng slammed on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow. Damn! What kind of glass has such good defense? 2 men in black, holding crossbows, emerged from the woods. Boss, what should we do? One of the men in black asked. At this point, we can only go for a strong attack. I don't believe they can handle all 4 of us, the leader said directly. That's right, as long as we can finish the fight in 20 minutes, the police won't have time to get here, another assassin chimed in. Then let's chase them down and attack directly, the leader commanded, leading the charge. And Feng drove quickly to the manor entrance, smoothly passing through the security system and entering the manor. Sir, are you okay? And Feng hurriedly asked as he stopped the car. I'm fine. Lang Yu, can you let me go? I can't breathe, Lu Feng said with difficulty. In the heat of the moment, Lang Yu had tackled Lu Feng down, and now he was being firmly pinned by her upper body. His face was pressed against her ample bosom, making it hard for him to breathe. Although it felt nice and smelled good, Lu Feng felt he was about to suffocate. Hearing this, Lang Yu finally released Lu Feng from her embrace. Her pretty little face instantly turned red. Young master, are you okay? I didn't mean to, Lang Yu said, her face flushed. It's fine, Lu Feng replied. How could he possibly be in trouble? If it weren't for the fact that he was struggling to catch his breath, he would have wanted Lang Yu to hold him like that forever. Sir, should we call the police? This clearly looks like a professional assassin, and Feng said anxiously. No, you let your wife hide inside the villa and not come out. I estimate they have already caught up to us, Lu Feng analyzed. They shouldn't, right? Assassins aim for a single kill. If they didn't succeed, they should go into hiding again, Lang Yu said. And Feng, hearing this, agreed with Lang Yu's statement. After all, she was the professional. No, they will definitely pursue us because they know that with the weapons they have, they can't break our car. So they will choose to attack directly. I'm sure there is more than one of them. Maybe they tried to assassinate me yesterday but couldn't breach the manor's defenses, so they ambushed us halfway. As a result, they didn't expect that my glass is bulletproof, and judging by the 2 crossbow bolts they shot, they must be very professional. Precisely because they are professional, they know they have already alerted us, so they can only take the chance to eliminate me before I strengthen my defenses. And because the manor is built on a hillside, the police won't arrive anytime soon, so they have complete confidence in taking me out during this time, Lu Feng said as he lit a cigarette. Lang Yuan and Feng were both impressed by Lu Feng's analysis. Young master, what should we do? Lang Yu looked at Lu Feng with admiration. She had now become Lu Feng's little fan. It's known that ordinary people would be scared silly after experiencing an assassination attempt. How could anyone remain calm like Lu Feng and even analyze the assassin's next move? You notify your sister to bring cold weapons over. And Feng, you let your wife hide in the basement and not come out. I'm afraid the assassins will target your wife. Since they could ambush us on our way home, it means they have detailed information about us. We must be cautious, Lu Feng continued to arrange. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lang Yu quickly took out her phone to notify her sister inside the villa. And Feng also informed his wife to hide quickly. Feng, you must protect Mr. Lu, and Wan said anxiously on the phone. Got it, you hurry and hide. I will, and Feng replied. After receiving her sister's notification, Lang Shui quickly arrived at Lu Feng's side with weapons. Young master, you should go back to the villa first and let brother and protect you. Leave these assassins to me and Leng Yu, Leng Shui said as she approached Lu Feng. Yes, young master, you should go back. It's enough for me and my sister to be here, Leng Yu added from the side. No need, don't you know my skills? Lu Feng said calmly. But young master. Leng Shui wanted to say something more, but Lu Feng directly took the Tang Hung knife from her hand. No need to say more, Lu Feng walked directly to the manor's entrance. And Feng and the two sisters quickly stood in front of Lu Feng. At this moment, the assassins had also arrived at the manor's entrance. They immediately spotted the four standing on the manor's path. Something's wrong, why are those two women still here? Aren't they supposed to be kept as mistresses? One assassin said in surprise, looking at the two girls. Who cares? It has come to this, everyone, let's attack directly, the leader said as he threw out a hook, which latched onto the manor's wall. The sensors on the wall instantly emitted a piercing alarm, and at the same time, alarms went off inside Lu Feng's villa. But the leader of the assassins didn't care about that, he directly used a grappling hook to reach the top of the wall, then performed a somersault to jump over the 2-meter-high electric fence. As soon as he landed, the leader of the assassins lunged straight at Lu Feng. The other 3 assassins followed suit and jumped into the courtyard. 2 of the assassins landed with crossbows in hand, shooting at Lu Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the crossbow bolts approached Lu Feng's face, Leng Yu and Leng Shui quickly drew the soft swords hidden at their waists. With 2 clangs, the crossbow bolts fell to the ground. The 2 assassins were left dumbfounded. Weren't they told that there were just 2 delicate lovers? How could they suddenly block the bolts so cleanly? Leng Shui and Leng Yu ignored the 2 stunned assassins and charged forward to fight the leader and another assassin. In an instant, the manor was filled with the glint of blades and the air was thick with murderous intent. What are you still standing there for? Eliminate the target. The leader of the assassins shouted when he saw the 2 still frozen in place. Only then did the 2 assassins react, bypassing the 4 who were fighting and rushing towards Lu Feng. Leng Yu wanted to intercept one more assassin but was tightly entangled by her opponent, unable to break free. Although the 2 sisters had managed to suppress the leader and another assassin, they couldn't stop the other assassins. And Feng, seeing the 2 assassins approaching, brandished his Tang saber and met them head-on. With the sound of clashing weapons, Feng was already engaged with the 2 assassins. The scene was instantly divided into 3 fighting groups, one with Leng Yu and another assassin, one with Leng Shui and the leader, and the last one with Feng and the other 2 assassins. Seeing this, Lu Feng calmly took out his phone to call the police. Hello, I'm being attacked right now, please come quickly, Lu Feng said flatly. Sir, making a false report is against the law. The person on the other end of the line clearly didn't believe him. It's true, they're right in my manor, being held back by my bodyguards, Lu Feng continued. But the person on the line still didn't believe him. With no other choice, Lu Feng hung up the phone. In fact, Lu Feng hadn't wanted to call the police, he had many ways to make these 4 assassins disappear without a trace. However, after some consideration, he decided to be a law-abiding citizen. But who would have thought they wouldn't believe him at all? After hanging up, Lu Feng walked towards Feng's battlefield. Leave one alive, Lu Feng shouted loudly. He saw that the assassin fighting Leng Yu was about to be killed by her. He needed to know who had sent these assassins. On the other side, after the operator hung up the phone, she thought for a moment and decided to notify the nearby patrol police to take a look. If it was indeed a false report, they would just educate him. The operator still couldn't believe that in this day and age, there were actually assassins. Soon, the nearby patrol car received the notification and headed in Lu Feng's direction. Brother Wang, what's going on? Assassins? Isn't that just reading too many novels? A young policeman said while driving. Who knows? When we get there, we need to educate him properly and see who would actually make a false report, another policeman chimed in. Just as the 2 were talking, they received the address for their destination. The older policeman immediately panicked upon seeing the address. Quick, call for backup. The old policeman said urgently. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? The young policeman asked, looking at the older policeman's alarmed expression. Look at this address, this is the Manor District of the Magic City. The people living here are all big shots. How could they have nothing better to do than to make a false report? So, there must really be someone trying to kill him. Hurry up and drive faster, the old policeman urged. Seeing the older policeman's reaction, the young policeman quickly accelerated towards the destination. The old police officer also began to call for reinforcements. Calling headquarters, this is number 4537, encountering a terrorist attack, requesting reinforcements. At this moment, Lu Feng was unaware that the police had already arrived. He was preparing to exchange a few moves with the assassin. Just as Lu Feng was about to team up with Feng to deal with the 2 assassins, Leng Yu came over to stop him. "Young master, let me handle this, you just watch from the side," Lang Yu said as she lunged at one of En Feng's opponents. It turned out that Lang Yu had already beaten her opponent to the brink of death. Lu Feng looked at the assassin lying on the ground and smiled. Soon, Lang Shui also dealt with the leader of the assassins, but instead of knocking him out, she brought him before Lu Feng. "Kneel down," Lang Shui kicked the assassin leader's leg directly. The assassin leader winced in pain and had no choice but to kneel. "Tell me, who sent you? How dare you come to assassinate the young master?" Lang Shui's delicate hand firmly gripped the man's wrists. "Humph, I really underestimated you, hiding so deeply," the assassin leader glared at Lu Feng. "Ha," Lu Feng sneered, then reached out to remove the mask from the man's face. "Now tell me, who sent you to assassinate me?" Lu Feng asked the assassin in front of him. "Humph, do you think I would tell you? We are professionally trained," the assassin leader scoffed. "Oh, if you're so tough, why not just bite your tongue and commit suicide, or hide a poison capsule in your mouth, and then kill yourself after the mission fails? Isn't that how it goes in the movies?" Lu Feng mocked. The man fell silent at once. He had never considered such things. In past successful assassinations, law enforcement had never found any clues. So on the surface, he was still a normal person, and even if he were caught one day after a failed mission, he was confident he could face law enforcement. Therefore, he had never thought about suicide. "Young master, let me interrogate him," Lang Shui said, taking the initiative when she saw he was so tight-lipped. "Can you even interrogate?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "It's part of our required training," Lang Shui replied. "Ah, I knew you were assassins. No wonder when I fought you earlier, you could always predict my attacks," the assassin leader said. "Say one more word, and I'll cut out your tongue," Lang Shui threatened, pulling out a dagger. Just as Lu Feng was interrogating the assassin leader, Lang Yu and En Feng had also finished their battles. "Young master, all the assassins have been dealt with," Lang Yu said as she approached Lu Feng. En Feng had dragged the 3 half-dead assassins together. "Your companions have all lost, do you still want to resist?" Lu Feng said. "TCH, if you have the ability, just show it," the assassin leader said disdainfully. He didn't believe Lu Feng could do anything to him. "Take all 4 of them to the basement. Lang Shui, you can interrogate them," Lu Feng said coldly. "Sir, about the police." En Feng had seen Lu Feng call the police during the fight. "It's fine, they won't come. I just called, and they didn't believe me," Lu Feng sensed En Feng's worry. "Then it's all good," En Feng sighed in relief. "What are you going to do? Are you going to resort to extrajudicial punishment?" the assassin leader said nervously. "Aren't you supposed to hand us over to the police? Do you dare to use extrajudicial punishment?" the assassin leader shouted. "Ha," Lu Feng sneered, then leaned close to the assassin leader's ear and whispered. "I not only dare to use extrajudicial punishment, but I can also make you disappear from this world without anyone knowing." "You dare? What you're doing is illegal." The leader of the assassins was directly frightened by Lu Feng's words. He had thought Lu Feng would hand them over to the police, giving them a chance to escape. Who would have thought Lu Feng would play by his own rules and actually want to capture them privately? "Illegal? You broke into my home and attempted to assassinate me, isn't that illegal?" Lu Feng laughed upon hearing this. "Then you can hand us over to the police." "You can't do this," the leader of the assassins said nervously. Seeing him ramble on, Lang Shui directly pulled out a silver needle and stabbed it into the man's fingernail. "Ah. The leader of the assassins screamed in pain. "You are abusing extrajudicial punishment, I will call the police," the leader of the assassins cried out. "Ha, what you just said is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," Lu Feng mocked directly. "Continue the torture, let's see how long he can hold out," Lu Feng said coldly. Upon hearing their young master's command, Lang Shui and Lang Yu prepared to continue tormenting the leader of the assassins. I'll talk. The leader of the assassins completely broke down. He never expected that the group in front of him would not play by the rules at all. "Someone spent 70 million to buy your life." "Who?" Lu Feng asked. "It's someone from Fei City, his name is Zhang Tianxia," the leader of the assassins said. "Zhang Tianxia? Why does he want to kill me?" "I don't know, we only handle the assassination. As for why he wants to assassinate you, we have no idea." 70 million, he really is willing to spend that much. "But since he's from Fei City, I think I know who it is," Lu Feng said after a moment of thought. "Take them to the basement to deal with it," Lu Feng waved his hand and said. En Feng immediately grabbed the 2 assassins and started to lead them to the basement. At that moment, a police siren suddenly sounded from not far away. "Sir!" Hearing the siren, En Feng looked at Lu Feng anxiously. "Don't worry, stay calm," Lu Feng said without a hint of panic, instead pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Lang Shui and Lang Yu quickly tidied up the scene. The police car soon stopped at the entrance of the manor. Two police officers quickly got out of the car, guns drawn. Don't move, raise your hands. One officer looked at the four people lying on the ground and then at Lu Feng and the others, thinking they were the assassins. Lu Feng was speechless at this scene. He had no choice but to raise his hands. He didn't want to be shot full of holes. And Feng and the two sisters stood in front of Lu Feng, ready to shield him from gunfire. Uncle Police, we are law-abiding citizens, they are the assassins. Lu Feng shouted loudly. You can come in and take a look. I'll open the door for you, Lu Feng said as he walked toward the entrance. The two police officers glanced at the assassins lying on the ground and then at Lu Feng and the others, still not lowering their guard. Lu Feng could only raise his hands and slowly walk toward the door, then opened it under the watchful eyes of the police. Uncle Police, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, from the earlier call to the police, it could be inferred that they didn't believe Lu Feng's words at all. If they didn't believe him, why did they still come? Lu Feng couldn't understand. Hello, sir, we respond to all emergency calls, we have to come and check, regardless of the reason given by the caller, the older police officer said. The younger officer curiously looked at the three people lying inside the manor and one kneeling. The older officer clearly noticed this scene as well. Sir, can you tell me what is going on here? Oh, you mean those four? It's obvious, they are the assassins sent to kill me, but they just couldn't take on my bodyguards, Lu Feng shrugged and said. The two police officers, upon hearing this, hurried over. They were stunned by what they saw. They had been at a distance and hadn't seen the situation with the killer. Now, observing up close, the killer's gruesome appearance shocked them. Quick, call an ambulance, we need to ensure they survive, the older officer said urgently to the other officer. The younger officer, upon hearing this, quickly ran to the side to make the emergency call. Sir, did your bodyguard go a bit too far? The older officer knew that anyone living in the manor was a significant figure, someone a small police officer like him couldn't afford to offend, so his attitude was very polite. Officer, they came to kill me. They are trained assassins. If it weren't for my bodyguard's strength, I might be the one lying on the ground today. If I were the one lying on the ground, do you think they would let me go? Lu Feng said. The officer found Lu Feng's words very reasonable. Sir, I apologize, it's a professional habit. It's fine, I understand. Just as the officer was about to ask something else, a sudden roar of helicopter blades filled the air. Lu Feng looked up and saw that an armed helicopter from the SWAT team had arrived. At the same time, the criminal investigation team's vehicles also reached the scene. Seeing that there were already police in the manor, the criminal investigation team hurried over. As for the SWAT team, they had parachuted in outside the manor. The reason for so many police officers arriving was due to the officer in front of Lu Feng. After learning Lu Feng's address, he had directly reported a terrorist attack to headquarters. That was why so many police officers, even SWAT, had come. Of course, what Lu Feng experienced could indeed be described as a terrorist attack. Captain Yang, you all arrived very quickly, the older officer greeted the leading captain of the criminal investigation team. Hello, what's the situation? Yang Ting asked as he approached. I just got here and haven't figured it out yet, you can ask this gentleman, the older officer pointed to Lu Feng. Sir, can you tell me what's going on? Yang Ting looked at Lu Feng. Officer, you have to take charge for me. They abused their power and tried to kill me. The leader of the assassins shouted loudly. Oh, is that so? Sir, please give me an explanation, Yang Ting said again. It's obvious, they came to kill me, but they didn't manage to harm my bodyguard, so they got caught. Then what did he mean by abusing power? Please explain. I didn't abuse power. I just want to know who sent them to assassinate me. Such matters are naturally for us police to handle. Are you crossing the line a bit? Yang Ting said coldly. Huh, I'm crossing the line? Then may I ask, where were you when I was being assassinated? Where were you when my life was hanging by a thread? We came as soon as we received your emergency call, we didn't waste any time. But if I had been killed before you arrived, wouldn't that mean I died for nothing? Lu Feng was very angry at this point. He was frustrated that the police treated him like a suspect when he was clearly the victim. But we did our utmost to get here, and we even deployed the SWAT team, Yang Ting continued. Officer, I report that his two female bodyguards are definitely assassins too, you should hurry and arrest them. The leader of the assassins continued. Upon hearing this, Yang Ting turned to look at Lu Feng. The other members of the criminal investigation team immediately aimed their guns at Leng Shui and Leng Yu. Sir, please give me an explanation, Yang Ting said seriously. Lu Feng, seeing this scene, almost burst out laughing. Not at all, officer, you don't believe the words of this victim, but instead trust a murderer. You really are quite amusing. Sorry, sir, but we need to see the identification of the two ladies. We need to check. And what if I don't provide it? Then we will take necessary measures. Heh, how funny. You don't interrogate the criminal first, but instead start questioning the victim. Do you think they look too pitiful after being beaten like this? Sir, we can't just listen to your side of the story. Please cooperate with our investigation, Yang Ting continued. Fine, I'll cooperate with you. Langshua, Langyu, go back and get your IDs to show our officer, Lu Feng said coldly. Upon hearing this, the two handed the leader of the assassins over to Wen Feng and went to get their IDs. Soon, the two returned with their IDs and came to Lu Feng's side. Young master, let the officer check, Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Yang Ting took the IDs and had his subordinates check them. He then approached the leader of the assassins to begin questioning, but the leader ignored him completely. Captain, your questions can only be directed at someone like me. They won't work on these kinds of assassins, Lu Feng said. Yang Ting ignored Lu Feng's mockery and continued to inquire. Lu Feng pulled Langyu aside. This is a special drug. You apply it to the poison needle on your ring and kill these assassins. Lu Feng secretly placed a vial of the drug into Langyu's hand. But young master, the police are here. If they suddenly die, it won't be easy for us to explain, Langyu replied cautiously. Don't worry, this drug will only take effect 3 days later. By then it will have nothing to do with us, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Langyu ran to the side to poison the ring. At that moment, the person who had gone to check the sisters' IDs also walked over. Report, Captain Yang, the check is clear, the subjects are all ordinary people. Alright, I understand. Return the IDs to the two ladies, Yang Ting said flatly. Now you have an additional charge of framing others, Yang Ting said to the leader of the assassins. How is that possible? How is that possible? Officer, they are really assassins. How could they be ordinary people? The leader of the assassins shouted loudly. But the result is just like this. You might as well honestly confess who instructed you to come and carry out the assassination, Yang Ting said. However, the leader of the assassins still refused to confess, not believing that these police could do anything to him. Yang Ting had no choice but to have him taken away. As for the 3 assassins lying on the ground, they were also being carried away to be placed in the police car. At that moment, Langyu suddenly ran to the leader of the assassins, took a photo of him with her phone, and discreetly poked him, successfully administering the poison. She used the same method to poison the other 3 assassins as well. Humph, these bad guys dared to bully the young master. I want to take their photos to vent my anger, Langyu said, noticing that Yang Ting was watching her. Seeing this, Yang Ting didn't say much. Sir, I haven't asked for your name yet, Yang Ting said to Lu Feng. My name is Lu Feng. You need to come back with us to make a statement, Mr. Lu. I'm not going. If you want to know something, just ask here. Besides, I have surveillance footage that can show you the whole assassination process. According to the rules, you must come back with us. I just returned from the brink of death, and I'm under a lot of pressure. If you take me back, I'm afraid I might break down. Seeing Lu Feng say this, and considering that Lu Feng was definitely a big shot, Yang Ting didn't dare to push him too hard. Alright, then I'll ask here, Yang Ting said as he had someone turn on the law enforcement recording device. Mr. Lu, can you tell me who you think tried to assassinate you? I'm sorry, I don't know either. May I ask what you do? We suspect it might be a competitor in your business. I have too many industries, and too many competitors. I hope you can share something so we can have a general direction for our investigation. I am a shareholder of Ferrari and the president of the Huagua branch. I am also a shareholder of Tianyu Group, a shareholder and chairman of Fanli Group, and the owner of Tenglong Hotel. As Lu Feng listed his industries, Yang Ting and the others were taken aback. Each title was more impressive and intimidating than the last. This was a true big shot. Yang Ting felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't help but marvel at Lu Feng's significant background. Just one of these titles would be enough to intimidate anyone, and now they all belong to one person. How could Yang Ting not be afraid? Alright, Mr. Lu, we understand. One last question, have you offended anyone recently? Yang Ting asked, suppressing his unease. No, I usually abide by the law and haven't offended anyone, Lu Feng replied. Lu Feng did not tell Yang Ting that he already knew who was behind the scenes. He was preparing to take revenge himself. Okay, sorry to bother you. We'll take these people back for interrogation and give you a result as soon as possible, Yang Ting said, signaling for the others to retreat. A group of police quickly tidied up the scene and then left. Is it done? Lu Feng asked, looking at the disappearing police. It's done, young master, Langyu replied. Alright, then let's go back and rest, Lu Feng said, turning to head towards the villa. And Feng hurried back to comfort his wife. In contrast to the calm on Lu Feng's side, Yang Ting's side was in chaos. It turned out that Yang Ting reported the incident and Lu Feng's identity to his superiors as soon as he got in the car. What? Captain Yang, are you saying this is all true? Absolutely, Director. This is bad. Such a big figure was involved in such a shocking assassination in my jurisdiction. If this gets out, who knows what kind of uproar it will cause. Director, I think Mr. Lu doesn't seem to want to tell anyone else. Who knows what such a big figure is thinking? Captain Yang, quickly find out the origins of these assassins. We need to give Mr. Lu an explanation, otherwise, our lives might not be easy in the future. Yes, Director, I will start the interrogation immediately. Yang Ting agreed, but what he didn't know was that 3 days later, these 4 assassins would be dead, and he would be implicated. At this moment, Lu Feng had already convened a meeting in the villa. I already know who tried to assassinate me. I plan to take revenge on them. You all tell me how we should retaliate, Lu Feng said, sitting in a chair. Young master, tell me who they are, and I'll go take them all out, Long Shui said. Yes, young master, we'll help you get revenge, Lang Yu added. And Feng expressed that he would do whatever Lu Feng asked. Lu Feng looked at the three's reactions and was very satisfied. No rush, let's wait a couple of days. Otherwise, if they come to assassinate us today, and we retaliate today, it will be easy for others to suspect us. However, we can retaliate against the organization that sent these assassins. Here is the information I've gathered. Take a look, Lu Feng said, placing the documents on the table. Each of the 3 picked up a copy to read. It turned out that these 4 assassins belonged to an organization called Shadows. The Shadow is a small assassin organization based in Huagua, consisting of fewer than 30 members. The organization's headquarters is located on the border of Huagua, in Haixing province. Young master, let me go. I am confident I can take them all out, Long Shui immediately volunteered after reading the information. No need, this time for revenge, none of you should take action. I have my own way to deal with them, Lu Feng said. Just now, I have already sent this information to the Public Security Bureau in Haixing province. I believe they will quickly take action once they receive it. In Huagua, one should not easily take lives. It is ultimately risky, Lu Feng said lightly. Young master, I was reckless, Lun Shui quickly apologized. Don't be so serious. After the Fanli group moves to Modu in a couple of days, I will let you deal with the real mastermind, Lu Feng said. When can we go? I can't wait, Lun Yu said. Tomorrow I will attend an auction. As long as I secure the venue that Fanli needs, they can move to Modu immediately, and then we can take action, Lu Feng said as he stood up. Alright, go back and rest. You all have had a long day, Lu Feng said as he left the conference room. Long Shui and Lang Yu followed Lu Feng out. And Feng, seeing this, also got up to leave. As the door closed, Lu Feng lay on his bed. Wei Changqing, just wait. My revenge is coming soon. Lu Feng lay in bed thinking about how to take revenge on Wei Changqing. In fact, when he learned the name of the hired assassin, he already knew who it was. Lu Feng had previously looked up Wei Changqing's information, including details about his family. He was well aware of everything. Zhang Tianxia, a name full of dominance, happened to be Wei Changqing's grandfather's name. Quite a bold move, spending 70 million to assassinate me. It seems my life is worth something after all. But the urgent matter is to exchange some money from the system, otherwise, I won't have enough for the auction venue, Lu Feng thought as he prepared to enter the system to exchange some prestige points for money. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lu Feng picked up his phone and saw it was Zhao Yun calling. Hello, old Zhao, what's up? Lu Feng asked. Mr. Lu, the Fanli assets, including the headquarters building, have all been sold. A total of 5 billion has already been transferred to the company account. Zhao Yun's opening was good news. Lu Feng was worried about not having money. Old Zhao, just in time. I'm preparing to go to an auction banquet tomorrow to bid on a venue for Fanli, Lu Feng said with a smile. Then I'll transfer this 5 billion to your account shortly. No rush. What I want to know is who you sold the group's assets to. All of it was sold in a package to the Daki Group. They are the only ones capable of spending 5 billion to buy our group's assets. As I expected. By the way, old Zhao, do you want to come with me to the auction tomorrow? Sure, but Mr. Lu, I've already told the Daki people that we will move out within a month. Is that enough time? Plenty of time. Just take the earliest flight tomorrow. Alright, then Mr. Lu, I'll go make some preparations and transfer the money to your account. Okay, got it. Lu Feng hung up the phone, and shortly after, a text message arrived. Lu Feng glanced at it. It was the 5 billion from Zhao Yun, plus he already had about 2 billion. Suddenly, he had over 7 billion, enough to bid on the assets of that bankrupt group tomorrow. Soon, a day passed. Early the next morning, Zhao Yun arrived at Lu Feng's estate. Actually, Zhao Yun didn't sleep at all last night because today's auction was extremely important for Fanli, and he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. Zhao Yun looked at the elegantly decorated yet luxurious manor in front of him, feeling secretly astonished. Director Lu, when are we leaving? Zhao Yun asked Lu Feng. No rush, the auction doesn't start until tonight, Lu Feng replied. Old Zhao, have you eaten? Not yet, Director Lu, I really can't eat right now. Calm down, old Zhao, come on, let's go have breakfast together, Lu Feng said as he walked away. Zhao Yun had no choice but to follow him. At the dining table, Lu Feng introduced Zhao Yun to everyone. Others also introduced themselves to Zhao Yun one by one. Soon, the meal was finished, and Lu Feng was about to take Zhao Yun to visit the Ferrari branch when they saw three people with backpacks, a mix of men and women, blocking the entrance. Lu Feng stared at the three people at the door, momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, he remembered that these three might be the research personnel drawn by the system. He hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door, leaving the driver, Leng Shui, and Zhao Yun confused. Hello, Mr. Lu, the three greeted him eagerly upon seeing Lu Feng. Hello, you must be the research personnel I need, Lu Feng said to the three. Yes, Mr. Lu, they replied. Lu Feng examined the three in front of him. Two men and one woman, all in their 30s, looking very knowledgeable and scholarly. Please introduce yourselves, Lu Feng said. My name is Wu Yi, I specialize in energy, the only woman among the three spoke up. I'm Qianyu, I specialize in biology. I'm Seely, I specialize in genetics, the other two introduced themselves as well. Upon hearing that Wu Yi specialized in energy, Lu Feng was overjoyed. This way, he could hand over the super battery technology he had to her for refinement, and then wait for Ferrari to come and purchase it. Welcome to the three of you, I am currently in need of researchers, and your arrival has brought us great honor, Lu Feng praised. The three were flattered by Lu Feng's compliments. You don't have a place to stay yet, do you? No. Then stay in my manor for now, come in and take a look, Lu Feng said as he led them into the manor. Zhao Yun curiously watched the three following Lu Feng, not understanding the situation. Director Lu, who are these three? Zhao Yun quietly asked Lu Feng. These three are the research personnel I invited over. I will be establishing a research institute to assist my companies with research work, Lu Feng explained. Can Fanli also invite them to conduct some research? Zhao Yun hurriedly asked. Of course, this Miss Wu Yi is an expert in energy, and she will be responsible for researching new energy for Fanli, Lu Feng pointed to Wu Yi and said. Hello, Miss Wu, I hope to rely on your help in the future. Zhao Yun quickly greeted Wu Yi. This was a big opportunity, if he didn't seize it now, when would he? Hello, sir, you are too polite, Wu Yi replied. Soon, the group returned to the villa area, and Lu Feng took the three to Villa No. 3. You will stay here for now, and once I get the research institute set up, you can move over there, Lu Feng said. Thank you, Mr. Lu, the three bowed in gratitude. By the way, Professor Wu, I have a super battery technology that I would like you to help me refine into several versions. Do you think you can handle it? After settling the three, Lu Feng eagerly asked Wu Yi. Zhao Yun listened attentively, as this was crucial to the survival of Fanli. Can I take a look at the technical materials first? Wu Yi did not boast or make promises but instead requested to see the documents. Lu Feng quickly arranged for Leng Shui to go to his room to fetch them. He secretly placed the super battery technology materials from the system space into the bedroom cabinet. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Leng Shui went directly to get the materials. Soon, she returned with a thick file bag and handed it to Lu Feng. Young master, here are the materials you requested. Lu Feng took the documents and was about to hand them to Wu Yi when Zhao Yun suddenly pulled Lu Feng aside. Mr. Lu, is Wu Yi reliable? This is technology that could lead the world, we must be cautious, Zhao Yun whispered. Lu Feng smiled at Zhao Yun's cautious demeanor. Don't worry, old Zhao, Professor Wu is trustworthy, Lu Feng patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder. He then walked up to Wu Yi and handed her the invaluable file bag. Wu Yi opened the file bag and began to read the documents inside. She read for about half an hour, during which everyone held their breath. It wasn't until Wu Yi adjusted her glasses and set the documents down that Lu Feng and Zhao Yun dared to approach her. Professor Wu, how is it? Can we proceed with the modifications? The two men stared intently at Wu Yi, making her feel uneasy. Yes, Mr. Lu, this material is very detailed. With a few adjustments, we can complete multiple versions of the modifications, Wu Yi said. Both men let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing her words. That's good, Lu Feng said. How many versions are you planning to modify, Mr. Lu? Wu Yi asked again. I plan to modify two versions, one for 1,200 kilometers and one for 1,500 kilometers. Is that okay? Lu Feng inquired. That's fine. I just need 2 days to provide you with the modified versions, Wu confidently replied. Lu Feng could hardly believe his ears upon hearing this. Really? Just 2 days? Really, sir? This isn't research, it's just a slight modification based on the existing foundation, so it will be quick. Great, great. You have really helped me this time. I was worried about how to stall for time when Enzo arrives, Lu Feng said. Enzo? The president of Ferrari? Zhao Yun asked upon hearing the name. Yes, I sold the 1,200-kilometer technology to Ferrari, and Enzo said he would come personally to collect it. What? Mr. Lu, you sold the technology already? Why didn't you prioritize domestic car manufacturers? Zhao Yun exclaimed anxiously. Old Zhao, your reaction is just like my little secretary's. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. I mean, she heard I sold the technology to Ferrari and asked me why I didn't sell it to domestic car manufacturers first. Did your secretary say something like that? Yes, she is also from Ferrari. Mr. Lu, your secretary is truly a patriotic person, willing to give up her job to fight for opportunities for domestic car manufacturers. Ahaha, I said the same thing. So how did you handle this matter? I promoted her to vice president and let her lead the attack on Mercedes. You launched an attack on Mercedes? Zhao Yun immediately stood up upon hearing this. Yes, it's all ready now, just waiting for me to hand over the technology to Ferrari. Are you really going to use Ferrari to take on Mercedes? Of course, otherwise why would I sell this 1,200-kilometer battery technology to Ferrari? You wouldn't be using this technology to exchange for Ferrari's attack on Mercedes, would you? That would be a huge loss. How could that be? Do you think I'm that foolish? I also asked for 20% of Ferrari's shares, Lu Feng said. What? Zhao Yun was once again shocked by Lu Feng's bold move. The head of Fonley Group had quietly secured 20% of Ferrari's shares. This was Ferrari's shares, after all, 20% was worth several $billion. In Lu Feng's words, it seemed like a trivial matter. Chairman Lu, please accept my knee, you are my god, Zhao Yun joked. Ah, old Zhao, you've learned the ways of the young. Lu Feng laughed heartily at Zhao Yun's words. So you exchanged this 1,200-kilometer technology for Ferrari's attack on Mercedes and 20% of the shares? Zhao Yun confirmed again. That's right. Then how much range technology do you plan to give to domestic manufacturers? 1,500, but I'm not giving them the technology. I'm planning to produce the batteries and sell the finished products to them, Lu Feng explained. Are you planning to establish your own new energy battery company to produce batteries? Yes, compared to one-time business, I prefer a continuous business. Chairman Lu is wise, Zhao Yun quickly flattered. After arranging everything, Lu Feng took Leng Shui and Zhao Yun to the Ferrari branch. Wu Yi also began to cut down on the super battery, striving to complete it before Enzo's arrival. Secretary Chen, let me introduce you, this is the president of Fonley Group, Zhao Yun. Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun into the office. Hello, President Zhao. Chen Xian quickly extended her hand upon hearing that the man before her was the president of Fonley Group. Hello, President Chen, I've heard so much about you. Zhao Yun also reached out to shake Chen Xian's hand. Thank you, President Chen, for leading the attack on Mercedes and helping us take revenge, Zhao Yun added. Not at all, we are all working under Chairman Lu, helping each other is only natural. Besides, this matter was also brought up by Chairman Lu. I'm just an executor, Chen Xian said humbly. She didn't look down on Zhao Yun because he was defeated by Mercedes, on the contrary, she held him in high regard. After all, his opponent was Mercedes, and being able to hold on for so long was enough to demonstrate Zhao Yun's capabilities. By the way, Chairman Lu, Mr. Enzo has sent a notice that he will arrive in Huaguay in 3 days, Chen Xing suddenly said. After hearing this, Lu Feng thought for a moment. 3 days should be enough to cut down the technology, so he agreed. Okay, tell Enzo that I will personally go to pick him up when the time comes. Alright, Chairman Lu, I will inform Mr. Enzo, Chen Xing replied. You take President Zhao around Ferrari, he's quite curious about it, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Yes, President Zhao, please follow me. Okay, then I'll go first. Chairman Lu, I've long admired Ferrari's management model and factory, Zhao Yun said as he followed Chen Xian. Chen Xian took Zhao Yun on a long tour, and he visited every department. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was one of their own, otherwise, Chen Xian wouldn't have shown him so many confidential departments. How was the harvest? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun after the tour. It was very fruitful, many aspects of Ferrari are worth learning from. They truly are a long-established car manufacturer, Zhao Yun replied seriously. Well, you're right. The most fearful thing in the car manufacturing industry is to work behind closed doors and not strive for progress. It's good that you have this awareness, Lu Feng said, looking at Zhao Yun. With the group's relocation this time, I hope you can bring me a different Fonly group. Don't worry, Chairman Lu, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Zhao Yun replied firmly. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to try some local dishes from the Magic City, just to welcome you, Lu Feng said as he got up from his chair. Lu Feng pushed the door open first and then called Chen Xian, who was working in the office. Chairman Lu, should I arrange something first? We can go later, Chen Xian asked. No need, we're going to our own hotel. It's not necessary, Lu Feng said, squinting his eyes in the car. Chen Xian didn't say anything more after that. Soon, under Lang Shue's lead, Lu Feng and his group arrived at the Tenglong Grand Hotel. Chen Xian looked at the hotel and then at Lu Feng, and with an incredulous expression, she asked, Chairman Lu, please don't tell me that Tenglong Grand Hotel is also your property. Why can't it be mine? Lu Feng smiled and walked straight in. Chen Xian stared at Lu Feng's back, momentarily unable to react. What's wrong, Chen? Is this hotel really impressive? Why do you look like this after hearing it belongs to Chairman Lu? Zhao Yun asked Chen Xian. It's not just impressive, Chen Xian replied, then began to introduce the hotel's glorious history to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was also shocked to learn that Tenglong Grand Hotel was ranked in the top 10, even top 5 in the entire Magic City. Chairman Lu is really impressive, such an amazing hotel is his, and the key is that people don't even know it's his, Zhao Yun exclaimed. Yes, if Chairman Lu doesn't say it, who would know how many properties he actually has? If one day he says that the Tingfei Group is his, I think I would believe it, Chen Xian added. Zhao Yun chuckled at Chen Xian's words. The Tingfei Group was a commercial empire worth several trillion. It covered various fields including communications, gaming, transportation, and navigation. Especially in communications, the two largest communication apps in the country were both from Tingfei. Moreover, most of the hottest games in the country were also under Tingfei. They even created a game that generated over 10 billion in revenue from a single skin. It could be said that everyone in the country was dependent on Tingfei. No matter how powerful Lu Feng was, he could never acquire Tingfei. Because what Tingfei represented was not just a group, it was more like a vast commercial empire. As they talked, the two hurried to catch up with Lu Feng ahead. Upon entering the lobby, the manager approached them. Boss, what do you need to prepare? Upon hearing the lobby manager's question, Lu Feng casually replied while looking at the arrangements and took Chen Xian, Zhao Yun, and Long Shui into the elevator. The lobby manager quickly notified the hotel's general manager that the boss had arrived. The elevator soon brought the four of them to the top floor. Chairman Lu, this must be the legendary private room that's not open to the public, Chen Xian said, curiously examining the private room in front of her. Ha ha ha, what legendary? That's an exaggeration, Lu Feng laughed as he opened the door to the private room. As soon as Chen Xian and Zhao Yun entered, they were captivated by the luxurious decor of the room. This private room is truly extravagant, Zhao Yun remarked, looking at the decor. The rare yellow pear wood that's hard to find outside is actually the basic decoration here. You two, stop looking and sit down, Lu Feng urged them. Hearing Lu Feng's words, they finally sat down. Long Shui stood behind Lu Feng and did not sit. Long Shui, sit down too. Why are you standing? Lu Feng said, looking at Long Shui. Young master, I can just stand, Long Shui replied. Sit down, why are you treating yourself as an outsider? Lu Feng said firmly. Young master. Long Shui wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Feng. I see you as my sister, so hurry and sit down. Lang Shui felt a warmth in her heart and obediently sat beside Lu Feng. Lu Feng's words made Chen Xian envious. If only Mr. Lu could treat me like this, Chen Xian thought to herself. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, the hotel manager came over with the menu. Mr. Lu, please take a look at what you'd like to eat. The hotel manager respectfully handed the menu to Lu Feng. After receiving the menu, Lu Feng ordered a few dishes and then passed the menu to Lang Shui for her to choose some as well. This gesture moved Lang Shui to the point of almost crying. The young master is really too good to us, Lang Shui thought, quickly choosing a dish and passing the menu to Zhao Yun. Thus, the menu made a round among the four of them before the manager took it away. Soon, dishes were served at the table, and under Lu Feng's invitation, they began to eat. After the meal, Lu Feng asked Lang Shui to take Chen Xian back to the company alone, as he was going to take Zhao Yun to prepare for the evening's auction banquet. Thank you, Miss Leng Yu, Chen Xian said to Lang Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat. You're welcome, my name is Lang Shui, Leng Yu is my sister, Lang Shui replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's face instantly turned red. I'm sorry, I didn't know you looked so much alike, Chen Xian hurriedly apologized. She had sensed Lu Feng's regard for them from his attitude towards Lang Shui. It's fine, we're twins, it's normal to get confused, Leng Shui said coldly. She always had a frosty demeanor towards everyone, which was the exact opposite of her sister. Hello, Miss Leng Shui, please take care of me in the future, Chen Xian said with a smile. You're welcome, Leng Shui simply replied with 3 words. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned cold. Seeing Leng Shui's personality, Chen Xian didn't know what to say. Since Leng Shui had driven away with the car, Lu Feng had to call in Feng to come from the manor to take them. In the car, Zhao Yun asked where Lu Feng was going for the auction. Mr. Lu, where are we going for the auction? To a winery, this auction will be held there, Lu Feng said, reclining against the backrest. How much funding do we have? Can we bid on the factories and office buildings we need? Zhao Yun asked with concern. It should be noted that Fan Li was now practically broke, having sold off all his assets. They were counting on this auction to secure ready-made factories and office buildings. If they had to rebuild, it would take too long and wouldn't align with the original plan. Don't worry, the money is definitely enough, Lu Feng assured Zhao Yun with a reassuring look. Hearing this, Zhao Yun felt relieved. He had great confidence in Lu Feng. Soon, the car arrived at their destination, and Feng parked the car as directed by the parking staff. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun got out. Sir, please show your invitation, a servant said. Lu Feng took out the invitation that Li Jinghua had given him and handed it over. The servant checked it and then let them through. After Feng parked the car, he prepared to follow them but was stopped by the servant. Sir, you cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng looked at the servant. Sensing the pressure from Lu Feng, the servant quickly explained, It's like this, sir, so bodyguards are not allowed in the main venue. We will provide a resting place for your bodyguard. The servant pointed to a nearby area. Lu Feng looked over and indeed saw a group of people dressed as bodyguards chatting and resting there. Feng, you can go over there, Lu Feng said to Feng. Yes, sir, if you need anything, just let me know, Feng replied. After handling this matter, Lu Feng took Zhao Yun into the main venue. At this time, there were already a few people in the main venue, though not many. Lu Feng led Zhao Yun to a quiet spot and sat down. Just as they sat down, a servant brought over champagne and snacks. Sir, please enjoy, the servant said as he set down the items and left. Mr. Lu, it seems that the initiator of this auction is not an ordinary person, Zhao Yun remarked, looking at the champagne in front of him. Ha ha ha, how could it be? The main initiator of this auction can be said to be the government of the Magic City, but what we see now is just the scene organized by the agents, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Lu Feng's words startled Zhao Yun. It is known that any matter involving the government is not something ordinary people can participate in. Moreover, this is the government of the Magic City, which is enough to astonish Zhao Yun. What we are bidding on this time is a factory and office building left by a bankrupt group, Lu Feng continued. Due to bankruptcy, they couldn't repay the bank loans, so the company's assets are being auctioned off to settle debts. There are more than one bankrupt company being auctioned, but our target is this group called Tianqing. I have investigated, and their assets best meet our requirements, Lu Feng explained to Zhao Yun while sipping champagne. What did Tianqing do before? Zhao Yun asked curiously. They used to deal in electronic components, but they were set up by foreigners, leading to a large backlog of goods and a broken capital chain, Lu Feng explained calmly. The founder committed suicide by jumping off a building, and the partners also quit, so the assets had to be auctioned off. Sigh, the business world is a battlefield. One misstep can lead to losing everything in ruin, Zhao Yun lamented. As the president of Fanli, a group valued at 20 billion, Zhao Yun understood this feeling best. After all, Fanli almost perished under his leadership. Although Fanli's failure had little to do with him, who could blame him as the president? The two continued to chat until dark, when the evening party finally began. In fact, there weren't many people attending the banquet, as not everyone could receive an invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a great honor to have you all here for today's banquet. A distinguished middle-aged man stood on the podium and began his opening remarks. The audience was surprised to see the man on stage and began to whisper among themselves. This left Lu Feng and Zhao Yun puzzled, as they did not recognize the person on stage. Lu Feng leaned in to eavesdrop on the conversation nearby. After listening for a long time, he finally understood that the person standing on stage was the president of Yunfei Group. If Lu Feng was not familiar with Yunfei Group, he was certainly familiar with its parent company, Tingfei Group, the true commercial empire. Yunfei is one of the 5 major subsidiaries under Tingfei, though it is not to say that Tingfei only has 5 subsidiaries. In fact, Tingfei has many subsidiaries, and even the head of Tingfei might not know how many subsidiaries there are now. The so-called 5 major subsidiaries refer to the top 5 subsidiaries under Tingfei. These 5 subsidiaries are located in the 5 most developed cities in Huagua. Yunfei Group is based in the Magic City, and is one of the 5 major subsidiaries. Its market value has reached an astonishing 150 billion. From this perspective, one can see how terrifying the vast empire of Tengfei, headquartered in Shenzhen, is. No wonder the audience was so surprised to see that the agent for this meeting was the president of Yunfei Group. Wow, he really is a big shot. Zhao Yun also heard others nearby and said in astonishment, "Yes, Tengfei is indeed a great mountain, even a branch company is worth more than all my assets." Lu Feng sighed as well. On stage, Chen Tian, the president of Yunfei Group, paid no attention to the discussions among the crowd and began the first auction. "Everyone, please be quiet. Now, let's invite our auctioneer to conduct the first auction," Chen Tian said as he handed the microphone to the auctioneer beside him. He then sat down to the side. "I am honored to host this auction, and I won't waste any more words. Now, we will start the first auction, which is for 12 commercial properties located on Victory Road in Pubei District, with a total area of 720 square meters, starting price 70 million. As the auctioneer's words fell, the crowd began to bid. Although those present did not care much for these commercial properties, who would think their own assets were too many? After all, it is well known across the Blue Star that Chinese people love to buy real estate. 72 million, a man wearing a Rolex said. 75 million, another person also stated his price. 80 million. 85 million. 100 million, suddenly someone raised the price by 15 million, bringing it to 100 million. Everyone looked at the person who bid 100 million. It turned out to be the owner of a media company. Lu Feng glanced at the man but did not pay much attention. What he did not know was that he actually knew this media company owner. He was the partner of Chu Fan's father, Lu Feng's university class monitor. However, Chu Fan's father only held a 10% stake, while the man in front of him held 90%. 110 million, someone continued to raise the bid. 120 million, the media company owner shouted again. Others realized he was determined to acquire these commercial properties and chose not to bid anymore. After all, this was just the first auction. Thus, the media company owner successfully secured the first auction for 120 million. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring 12 commercial properties. Now we will proceed to the second auction, the auctioneer continued. Next up for auction is a luxury flat in Tangcheniping, with a total area of 420 square meters, starting price 150 million. I bid 170 million, 180 million, 190 million, 200 million. Ultimately, this luxurious flat in Tangcheniping was auctioned off for an astonishing 300 million. What do you think? Isn't it shocking? Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun. Yes, it's no wonder it's the Magic City, where bids are in the hundreds of millions as if money means nothing, Zhao Yun remarked. The Magic City is like that, a place that devours people without spitting out bones. If you have strength, there's gold everywhere, and you can revel every night. Without strength, you can only be swallowed by other large companies, becoming the nourishment for those large companies, Lu Feng exhaled. Director Lu, I believe in fondly, I also believe in you. I believe we can carve out a vast territory in the Magic City. Zhao Yun was stirred with ambition. Haha, I knew I didn't misjudge you, old Zhao, but what I want is the entire Magic City, just like Tingfei's deep market. I want to turn the Magic City into my stronghold, Lu Feng said astonishingly. This startled Zhao Yun beside him. He did not expect Lu Feng's ambition to be so grand. Alright, Director Lu, let me contribute to your grand ambitions, Zhao Yun said passionately. Just as the two were dreaming on the sidelines, the third auction began. Next up for auction is an 18-story office building in Pubei District, starting price 1 billion, the auctioneer said, projecting the building's information onto the large screen behind him. The big shots in the audience began to look at the office building's information. After about 5 minutes, someone called out the first bid. 2 billion, I hope everyone can give me some face, our group really needs this office building. A short man stood up. This is an auction, of course, it's the highest bidder who wins. How much is your face worth? Someone next to him immediately retorted. I bid 3 billion. 4 billion, the short man could only speak again. 5 billion, another person placed a bid. 6 billion, the short man had no choice but to grit his teeth and say. 7 billion. I bid 8 billion, the short man continued. In fact, this office building is only worth about 6 billion, but he had no choice, he was in a hurry to use it. This gentleman bids 8 billion, is there any higher price? The auctioneer excitedly said on stage. 8 billion once. 8 billion twice. 8 billion 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the office building in the Puxi district, the auctioneer announced loudly. The short man finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the auctioneer's words and sat back down in his chair. Next up for auction is the factory area left by Tianqing Group. Everyone knows Tianqing Group, it's an old established large group, and the factory area it left behind is quite large. No more talking, starting bid is 1.5 billion. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun, who were chatting, immediately perked up. It's finally here, Lu Feng whispered. As the auctioneer's words fell, the crowd below began to bid. It can be said that most of the people in the audience were there for the assets of Tianqing Group and another asset left by Hongfeng Group. 1.6 billion. 1.8 billion. 1.85 billion. 1.9 billion. As one price after another was called out, it quickly reached the 2 billion mark. Seeing that Lu Feng had not yet participated in the bidding, Zhao Yun became anxious. Mr. Lu, you can participate in the bidding now, Zhao Yun reminded softly. No rush, let them call out first, we'll make our move last. The earlier you bid, the more you lose, Lu Feng said, taking a sip of champagne. Zhao Yun thought about it and realized it made sense, so he stopped saying anything more. 2.5 billion. In just a short while, the price had already reached 2.5 billion. The bidding on the stage gradually decreased, leaving only a few people still bidding. However, they were all increasing the bids by 50 million at a time. After a while, the price reached 2.8 billion. At this point, only 2 people were still bidding. 2.9 billion, one shouted. I bid 2.95 billion, the other called out. I give up. The person who bid 2.9 billion conceded. Heh, do you think you can compete with me? The other one posed victoriously. 2.95 billion once. 2.95 billion twice, is there any more bidding? The auctioneer shouted energetically on stage. 2.95 billion. I bid 3 billion. The auctioneer's words had not yet finished when he was interrupted. Everyone looked towards the bidder, only to find it was a person so young he could hardly be older than a teenager. Young man, you have to be prepared to buy when you bid, a middle-aged man said. Don't worry, since I dare to bid, I have the capital, Lu Feng said calmly. The crowd looked at Lu Feng, speculating about who he was to dare to throw down 3 billion to buy this factory. But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out Lu Feng's background. The man who had originally thought he was sure to win glared fiercely at Lu Feng. I bid 3.1 billion, the man had no choice but to continue calling out. I bid 3.2 billion, Lu Feng seemed not to notice the man's murderous gaze and continued to speak. 3 billion, the man nearly ground his teeth in frustration and shouted another number. 3.4 billion, Lu Feng continued to bid, as if these tens of billions were nothing at all. Lu Feng's calm demeanor left the man unable to gauge his true intentions. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to withdraw from the bidding. He couldn't afford to take the risk. If he clashed with Lu Feng and Lu Feng suddenly stopped bidding, he wouldn't have over 3 billion to buy this factory. Not selling after bidding would offend not only the Yunfei Group but also the government of Modu. Forget it, there's still the Hongfeng Group's factory, although it's not as good as this one, it can still be used. The man could only console himself. At the same time, he made a mental note of Lu Feng. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the Tianqing Group's factory, the auctioneer shouted excitedly. This could be said to be the highest price he had ever auctioned in his career. Mr. Lu, my heart is trembling right now, Zhao Yun said excitedly. Calm down, old Zhao, this is just the beginning, Lu Feng said, patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. How can I calm down now? I don't have your mindset, Zhao Yun replied. Now that the factory has been auctioned off, we just need the office building. The Hongfeng Group's office building is similar to the Tianqing Group's, either one will do, Lu Feng said, ignoring the excited Zhao Yun and speaking to himself. About 5 minutes later, the auction began again. This time it was for the Hongfeng Group's factory area. The starting bid for the Hongfeng Group's factory area is 1.3 billion, the auctioneer announced as the hammer fell. The crowd began another round of bidding, which was even more intense than Lu Feng's previous auction. Everyone knew this was the last factory area available. If they didn't bid now, there would be nothing left. So the price quickly reached the 3 billion mark. 3.1 billion, 3.2 billion, 3.5 billion. The price continued to rise, but not as quickly as before. This was because the Hongfeng Group's factory area, in terms of location and facilities, couldn't compare to the Tianqing Group's factory area. By normal pricing standards, the market value of the Hongfeng Group's factory area was only about 2.7 billion, and the current price had already far exceeded that. The reason for such a high price was that these big shots wanted something ready-made, rather than going through the trouble of establishing a new factory. So they preferred to pay a bit more for convenience. 3.1 1 billion, the man who had just competed with Lu Feng spoke up again. At this point, he was furious with Lu Feng, knowing that the Tianqing factory had just gone for 3.4 billion. Now, this Hongfeng factory, which was inferior to the Tianqing factory, had reached 3.1 billion. How could this short man not hate Lu Feng? 3.11 billion, 3.13 billion, there were still people continuously raising the bid. This infuriated the short man, who shouted an astonishing 3.2 billion. The room fell silent, and in the end, the short man spent 3.2 billion to secure the factory area. The man sat panting on his chair, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng as if he wanted to devour him. If looks could kill, Lu Feng would have been sliced to pieces by now. The price difference between these two factory areas was normally around 800 million, and now it was only 200 million apart. This meant the man directly lost 600 million, and even though his family was wealthy, it still pained him greatly. Soon, the auction began for the office buildings of two bankrupt groups. The first to be auctioned was the Tianqing Group's office building, with a starting bid of 1.5 billion. Because the Tianqing Group's office building was well located, there were quite a few bidders. The price quickly reached 2 billion, and at this point, Lu Feng also began to bid. 2.1 billion, Lu Feng raised the bid by 1 billion right away. This gave the man who had been waiting for Lu Feng an opportunity, and he immediately bid 2 billion. In fact, the man didn't need this office building, but he just wanted to raise the price to annoy Lu Feng. 2.3 billion, Lu Feng continued to bid. 2.4 billion, the man was not willing to fall behind. 2.5 billion, 2.6 billion, 2.65 billion, Lu Feng suddenly only increased the bid by 50 million. This made the man think he had guessed Lu Feng's bottom line, and without thinking, he bid 2.7 billion. When you bid again, I won't follow, let you be the fool for once, the man thought happily to himself. I give up. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng didn't play by the rules and directly withdrew. This move left the man, who was feeling quite pleased, completely dumbfounded. Why aren't you continuing? The man shouted loudly. I don't have that much money anymore, Lu Feng said, waving his hands. Pfft. The short man was so enraged by this statement that he spat blood. He only wanted to annoy Lu Feng, and after winning the bid for the Hongfeng Group's factory, he didn't have any extra money to buy this office building. Moreover, he had no use for this office building. Even the factory he had just won would require him to borrow several billion to afford. Now, with Lu Feng's actions, the man directly spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Quick, call an ambulance. The crowd was thrown into chaos. Soon, someone notified the man's bodyguard, and he was carried away. Chen Tian, who had been calm all along, also noticed Lu Feng. Find out who this young man is, Chen Tian instructed his secretary beside him. At this moment, Lu Feng was still unaware that he had caught Chen Tian's attention. Mr. Lu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I guess this will really offend others, Jiayan said quietly. It's fine, he fainted from his own small-mindedness. It has nothing to do with us, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Alright then, Jiayan saw that Lu Feng didn't care at all, so he stopped saying anything more. Although someone had fainted and been carried away during the auction, the scene quickly returned to normal. The final auction officially began. After a round of competition, Lu Feng successfully acquired the Hongfeng Group's building for a high price of 3 billion. Lu Feng spent a total of 6.4 billion at this auction, which caught the attention of many big shots present. Hello, sir, I am from Sinew Group, here is my business card. Hello, I am from Bank Group, here is my business card. Sir, I am from Liu Beauty Group, please accept my business card. As soon as the auction ended, a large crowd quickly surrounded Lu Feng. These people, who were usually unattainable in the eyes of ordinary folks, were now smiling and presenting their private business cards. Hello. Lu Feng welcomed everyone, shaking hands and accepting their cards while also handing out his own. Thus, Lu Feng's reputation officially spread in Modu. After chatting with others, Lu Feng went to the backstage of the auction. With the help of the staff, he completed the signing for the two properties he had won. Backstage, Lu Feng unexpectedly met someone he didn't expect. Secretary Li, what are you doing here? After signing, Lu Feng saw the person who had delivered the copper mirror to him last time. That was Secretary Li Zhanghua, the top official in Modu. Mr. Lu, hello. Today, Mr. Lu was truly making a splash, Secretary Li said, extending his right hand. Such a small gesture made Chen Tian's eyes narrow. It should be noted that this was the secretary of that person, even he had to be extremely respectful when meeting him. Who exactly is Lu Feng to have the secretary of that person take the initiative to shake hands? What a show-off, I don't want that. I just want to do business honestly, Lu Feng said, extending his right hand as well. By the way, Mr. Lu, this is Mr. Chen Tian, the president of Yunfei Group. You are both leaders in the industry. Why not get to know each other? Secretary Li suddenly introduced Chen Tian, who was standing nearby, to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu was truly a young talent, Chen Tian responded quickly, shaking Lu Feng's hand immediately. Not at all, Mr. Chen is the real expert in the industry. We juniors really need guidance from seniors like you. Lu Feng also shook his hand quickly and said humbly. Ha! Chen Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support, and thank you, Mr. Chen, for your hosting. Without the strong support of both of you, this auction wouldn't have gone so smoothly, Secretary Li suddenly said. We dare not take credit, both Lu Feng and Chen quickly replied. Since the auction has been successfully completed, I won't linger any longer. Farewell, Secretary Li said as he prepared to leave. Lu Feng and Chen Tian understood his intention and quickly stood up to see him to the door. Watching the car drive away, Lu Feng also bid farewell to Chen Tian and left. Chen Tian watched Lu Feng leave, pondering something in his heart, standing still for a long time. With such a mysterious figure emerging, it seems the skies over Magic City are about to change. After Lu Feng got into the car, he first dropped Zhao Yun off at the hotel before heading home. Once home, Lu Feng went to bed because he had agreed with Zhao Yun to check out the new factory and office building the next day. While Lu Feng was sound asleep, in the bed of the First People's Hospital of Magic City, a short man who had fainted from anger had woken up. I'm so furious. Kid, I don't care who you are or what background you have. Since you've offended me, Hua Tianshan, I will make you pay dearly. The short man shouted from his hospital bed. At that moment, he wished he could eat Lu Feng alive. If it weren't for Lu Feng, how could he have spent so much money on a useless office building? He had also lost so much face in such a top-notch venue. You all hurry up and investigate. Find out what this kid's background is, Hua Tianshan ordered the bodyguard beside him. Hearing his boss's words, the bodyguard hurried to check Lu Feng's information. You little brat, just wait. I will make you regret crossing me, Hua Tianshan. A night passed without incident. The next morning, after Lu Feng got up and had breakfast, he set out with Leng Shui and Long Yu. Arriving at the hotel where Zhao Yun was staying, they picked her up and headed straight to the factory. Soon, they arrived at the factory of Tianqing Group. Looking at the seal posted on the factory gate, Lu Feng felt a bit emotional. He instructed Long Yu to go forward and tear off the seal. After Leng Yu tore it off, they realized they didn't have the key. Lu Feng smiled awkwardly and then called the person in charge from yesterday. After explaining their purpose, the person on the other end said they would bring the key in 15 minutes. So, Lu Feng and the others stood at the factory gate waiting. After a while, they saw a black sedan speeding towards them. As the car came to a stop, the person in charge immediately got out. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lu, this was my mistake. I apologize for the inconvenience, the person in charge said as he approached Lu Feng, continuously apologizing. It's alright, this isn't your fault. According to regulations, we can only officially take over this place after 7 days. I was just too anxious, Lu Feng said with a smile. The rules can sometimes be changed a bit. Making you wait so long is also a mistake on our part, the person in charge said as he handed the keys and other items to Lu Feng. This is the key to the factory area, and this is the key to the office building. Lu Feng looked at the two large bunches of keys handed over by the person in charge, feeling both amused and helpless. The formal procedures will probably take a few more days. I'll bring them to you then, the person in charge added. Alright, thank you for making the trip, Lu Feng replied. Not a problem. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Okay, take care. After sending off the person in charge, Lu Feng and the others finally entered the factory gates. Looking at the massive factory complex, Zhao Yun couldn't help but express his feelings. This will be Fanli's new home in the future. It's hard to imagine. One day, Fanli will have such a large factory in the Magic City. Ha, old Zhao, stop being sentimental and let's take a look around, Lu Feng said as he led the way into one of the large warehouses in the factory. Lu Feng pushed open the door, and a cloud of dust greeted him. Looking at the empty factory building, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. They really cleaned this place out, not a single hair left behind, Zhao Yun complained. The two then, not believing it, checked all the factory buildings, and indeed, not a single hair was left. Aside from a few basic office facilities in the accompanying office building, there was really nothing else. Mr. Lu, it seems we still have to work harder, Zhao Yun said with a wry smile. Damn, I knew they wouldn't leave us anything good in the factory, but this is too clean, Lu Feng complained as well. But it's fine, I'll take care of the production line and equipment, Lu Feng said. He had already thought it through and planned to buy ready-made equipment directly from the system mall. Mr. Lu, when are we moving in? Let me find someone to tidy up the factory area first. It'll probably take a few days, and I still need to get the equipment over. I'll notify you then. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, alright, just let me know when. Zhao Yun nodded. Let's go check out our office building, Lu Feng said. The group then hurried to the office building. Looking at the towering building over 30 stories high, Zhao Yun was about to express his feelings again but was interrupted by Lu Feng. Let's go, no more sentimentality. You can take your time to feel it later. With the keys in hand, they smoothly entered the building. The condition of the building was much better than that of the factory. At the very least, the basic office equipment was there, including computers, desks, and chairs in the office area. This place also needs someone to clean it up, Lu Feng said while touring. Mr. Lu, no need, when our employees come, they can clean it themselves, Zhao Yun replied. Hearing this, Lu Feng stopped and looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun felt uncomfortable under Lu Feng's gaze and quickly asked why he was looking at him. Old Zhao, how come I never noticed how black your heart is? Lu Feng said with a smile. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? How is my heart black? Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. You want the employees to come over and clean, what else could that be but a black heart? They're coming to work, not to clean for you. Are you treating them like cleaners? I'll take care of the cleaning, you don't need to worry about that. Yes, Mr. Lu, you're right, I'll listen to you, Zhao Yun replied awkwardly. Alright, this afternoon, you go back and hold a staff meeting to get them ready. Yes, I'll go back this afternoon. After touring all the places, Lu Feng directly took Zhao Yun to the airport. He then went with Lang Yu and Lang Shui to the largest housekeeping company in the Magic City. Welcome! As Lu Feng stepped through the door, he was warmly greeted. Sir, are you looking for housekeeping services? We are the largest housekeeping company in the Magic City, with over 300 staff members, ready to provide you with the most professional service, the staff member enthusiastically introduced. Go call your boss over, I have a big deal to discuss with him, Lu Feng said. Sir, our boss isn't here. If you need anything, you can speak directly to me, the staff member replied. I have a building that needs cleaning, can you make the decision? Lu Feng looked at the staff member and said. The staff member was taken aback by Lu Feng's words. Sir, you're not joking, are you? The staff member still found it hard to believe. How could someone want to come and clean a building? Wasn't that a joke of the century? Do I look like I'm joking? Lu Feng replied. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, the staff member was uncertain and had no choice but to call the company manager. Hello, sir, you said you have a building that needs cleaning, right? The manager said politely. Yes, not just one building, but also a factory, Lu Feng stated. Sir, it's not that I don't want to believe you, but this is just too shocking, the manager said with a smile. What's so shocking about it? It's just a building. Can you take the job or not? Lu Feng, seeing that the manager still didn't believe him, became a bit impatient. We can. If we can't take it, then I guess the whole Magic City can't either, the manager said with a smile. My building is about 1,000 square meters per floor, 30 floors in total. You can calculate how much that is, Lu Feng said directly. Sir, our housekeeping rate is 10 yuan per square meter, the manager replied respectfully. That would be 300,000 then. Yes. Bring me the payment code, I'll transfer you 1 million, and make sure to clean the factory as well, Lu Feng said. Are you serious? The manager still couldn't believe it. Of course I'm serious. Are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. We'll do it. I'll go get the card machine. The manager hurriedly ran to get the machine. Beep beep. As the card was swiped, the manager still couldn't believe he had taken such a big order. Someone will come this afternoon to take you to see the site. Just be ready, Lu Feng said as he was about to leave. Yes, don't worry, I guarantee we'll complete the task, the manager said respectfully. He then escorted Lu Feng to the car, even kindly opening the door for him. Take care. Watching the car drive away, the manager remained slightly bent over. It wasn't until the car was out of sight that the manager returned. Gather everyone, emergency meeting, hurry, gather all housekeeping staff, prepare to welcome a big order, the manager said excitedly. The other staff members who had witnessed the event immediately sprang into action. After arranging everything, the manager hurriedly called the boss. Boss, a big order has come in. After Lu Feng sorted out the cleaning arrangements, he took his sisters out for a meal. After the three of them finished eating at a small restaurant and just stepped outside, they ran into someone Lu Feng least wanted to see. Feng, is that you? Just as Lu Feng was about to get in the car, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see his gold-digging ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. Feng, it really is you, Su Lily exclaimed as she rushed over. I thought it looked like you from behind, so I called out tentatively, but I didn't expect it to really be you, Su Lily said with a smile as she approached Lu Feng. Is there something you need? Lu Feng said with an impatient expression. Ah Feng, don't be like this, I'm a bit unaccustomed, Su Lily immediately pretended to be pitiful. Ha, if I don't act like this, what else can I do? Lu Feng mocked. Ah Feng, I really know I was wrong, can we go back to how we were before? Su Lily pleaded. Haha, you really want to make me laugh to death, Su Lily, how did I never notice before that you have such thick skin? What, did your rich boyfriend dump you? And now you want to come back to my side? Lu Feng said coldly. Ah Feng, I really know I was wrong, that Xiaobo is not human, he hits me every day. Ah Feng, we used to be so good, just let me come back to your side, Su Lily said, and then she started to cry. At that moment, Long Shui and Long Yu, who had already gotten into the car, saw that Lu Feng had not yet entered, so they walked down from the car. Young master, why aren't you getting in the car? Long Yu curiously looked at Su Lily and said. Su Lily was crying with her head down, and suddenly hearing a girl speak, she looked up and saw Long Yu and Lang Shui. She was immediately taken aback by their looks. Ah Feng, who are they, why do they call you young master? Su Lily trembled as she pointed at the sisters. Of course, we are the young master's maids, what else could we be? Long Yu immediately replied. Ah Feng, you're lying to me, you're not that kind of person, Su Lily said, breaking down. Young master, who is she? Long Yu asked curiously. It's nothing, just someone irrelevant, Lu Feng said coldly. Ah Feng, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I'm begging you, Su Lily continued to plead. She was increasingly regretting it. If she hadn't dumped Lu Feng back then, she would be the one sitting in a luxury car and being respected now. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, so her remorse was of no use. Hee, Su Lily, you say you know regret, you know you were wrong. Then I want to ask you, if I were still the same poor loser and hadn't become rich, would you still choose me? Lu Feng snorted coldly. I would, Feng, I would always be with you, please give me another chance, okay? Su Lily seemed to have grasped a lifeline and hurriedly said. Who knew that upon hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lu Feng laughing non-stop, Su Lily thought he had forgiven her and rushed over to hug him. But before she could open her arms, she was directly blocked by Lang Yu and Lang Shui. Sorry, you can't get close to the young master, Lang Shui said coldly. You two get out of the way, your young master has already forgiven me, be careful I make him fire you. Su Lily instantly became arrogant. Su Lily, who told you I forgave you? Ah Feng, Don't call me Ah Feng, you don't deserve it. Let me tell you this, there can never be anything between us, so give up on that. Try to appear in front of me less in the future, or don't blame me for being rude, Lu Feng said and turned to leave. Su Lily wanted to follow but was firmly blocked by Lang Shui. Get out of my way, Su Lily said and tried to hit Lang Shui. Slap. As a result, she missed Lang Shui and got slapped instead. I'm going to kill you. Su Lily felt humiliated after being slapped and rushed to fight Lang Shui. Lang Shui's aura instantly changed, and the cold atmosphere scared Su Lily into not daring to move. If you dare to pester the young master again, I guarantee you will die a painful death, Lang Shui said, and then took her sister back into the car. With a roar of the engine, the car shot out like an arrow. Only Su Lily was left standing there alone. After a long time, Su Lily finally came to her senses. Then she took out her phone from her bag and dialed out. Hey, I agree with the plan you mentioned, I'm going to find you now, Su Lily said before hanging up the phone. Lu Feng, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful, Su Lily said as she hailed a taxi and left. Lu Feng was still unaware that Su Lily had turned her love into hatred, which could be detrimental to him. Back home, lying on his bed, Lu Feng entered the system again. System, how many lottery draws do I have now? Currently, the host has stored 3 lottery draws. So today's flash sale opportunity hasn't been converted into a lottery yet? Yes. Then there's no need to convert today's opportunity into a lottery, just refresh it for me, I haven't refreshed in so long. Today, I'm sure something good will come out, Lu Feng said confidently. Okay, today's flash sale items have been refreshed, the results are as follows. Pagani Huayra, worth 120 million. 100% shares of Fengyu Entertainment Company, worth 10 billion. Gulfstream G550 private jet, worth 420 million. Wow, I knew it. I haven't refreshed items in so long, I was bound to get something good, Lu Feng said excitedly. Suddenly, my net worth increased by 10 billion, so my current worth must be in the billions now, Lu Feng thought. System, how much is my net worth now? Ding, the query results are as follows. Host assets, 21% shares of Ferrari worth 6.3 billion US dollars, equivalent to 44. 1 billion renminbi, Wolan International Flat worth 75 million renminbi, 10% shares of Tianyu Group worth 2 billion renminbi, a property in Times Square worth 1.5 billion renminbi, Tenglong Hotel worth 1.9 billion renminbi, a blueprint for super battery technology worth 5 billion renminbi, 100% shares of Fonli Group worth 6 billion renminbi, Xianyun Mountain Villa worth. In summary, the host's current net worth has exceeded 60 billion, and is less than 40 billion away from the system's second upgrade. The system's indifferent voice came through, but Lu Feng didn't care. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, sigh, after working so hard for so long, I'm still not at 100 billion, it's really tough, Lu Feng said in a self-deprecating manner. Ding! Please make a choice regarding today's flash sale items, the system urged, ignoring Lu Feng's self-deprecation. I'll choose the second one, Lu Feng said hurriedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, please go to Fingyu Entertainment Company to sign for it, the system prompted. But speaking of which, why does this company's name sound so familiar? Lu Feng suddenly realized he seemed to have heard this name somewhere. I remember now, isn't this a local entertainment company in the Magic City? And it seems like Chu Fan's dad is a shareholder of this company, Lu Feng said, slapping his forehead. With this thought, he quickly exited the system and went to his computer to check some information. He then found out he was right, this Fingyu Entertainment Company was indeed Chu Fan's father's company. This is going to be fun, I just bought it all at once. What will Chu Fan do in the future? Lu Feng said gleefully. Who cares, sleeping is more important, after all, I have to take over his dad's group tomorrow, Lu Feng said as he lay down and fell asleep. While Lu Feng was dreaming sweet dreams, Chu Fan's father was still on the phone. How's it going, old Yang? Have the shares been sold? They've been sold, don't worry. That's good. Who told us to offend that person? Yeah, after all, they come from the 4 great families of the imperial capital, we can't compete with them. But this is too much, wanting to buy our group for just 5 billion, Chu Fan's father said angrily. Sai, who told them to come from the 4 great families of the imperial capital, we can't afford to offend them, the voice on the phone replied. Humph, we can't afford to provoke them, and we can't hide from them either. Even if we sell our shares to someone else, we won't be able to sell them cheaply, Chu Fan continued. By the way, old Yang, who did you sell your shares to? I don't know either, the buyer's identity is very mysterious, old Yang replied on the other end of the phone. Forget it, no matter who buys it, as long as this hot potato is no longer in our hands, I'm planning to enjoy a peaceful retirement from now on, Chu Fan's father continued. Yeah, I bought a few commercial properties yesterday, I'll be living the life of a landlord from now on, old Yang seemed to have come to terms with it. Haha, old Yang, I wish I had your mindset, old Chu, take it easy, the world is about to get chaotic. I attended an auction yesterday, and a young man spent over 6 billion to buy the factory left by Tianqing Group. And the Hongfeng Group's building, who knows which young heir is out there gaining experience, old Yang sighed. Yeah, even though we claim to have fortunes in the tens or even hundreds of billions, compared to such big families, it's nothing. They could crush us with just a flick of their fingers. Chu Fan's father resigned himself to the reality. Alright, old Chu, get some rest. That mysterious buyer is coming to sign the contract tomorrow. Got it. I'll be there on time. Early the next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a phone call. Groggily, he picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Yang Qi from Fengyu Entertainment. I'm calling to ask when you'll be coming to the company. I'll be there in about half an hour. Lu Feng suddenly remembered he had to go sign the contract today. Alright, I'll be waiting for you at the group, Yang Qi said before hanging up. Get up, Lu Feng said as he quickly washed up and headed out. As soon as he reached the first floor lobby, he saw Lang Shui and Lang Yu waiting for him. Good morning, young master, the two said, bowing slightly upon seeing Lu Feng. Good morning to you both, Lu Feng replied as he walked. Is there something urgent, young master? Lang Yu noticed Lu Feng's anxiety. Yes, Lang Yu, come with me. Lang Shui, go tell An Feng and An Wan that we won't be having breakfast at home today, Lu Feng instructed. Understood, Lang Shui said before heading off to notify the couple. Lang Yu followed Lu Feng to his Ferrari. Get in, Lu Feng said as he took the driver's seat. Seeing this, Lang Yu had no choice but to obediently sit in the passenger seat. With a press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life. The car shot out of the estate's gates. Along the way, Lu Feng constantly overtook other cars, which quickly swerved to avoid his Ferrari. This saved Lu Feng a lot of time. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the Fengyu Entertainment building. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a large crowd gathered downstairs. Lu Feng walked straight over with Lang Yu. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. He introduced himself when he stood in front of Yang Qi. Yang Qi finally reacted. Hello, Mr. Lu, Yang Qi said, extending his right hand to shake Lu Feng's. Welcome, Mr. Lu. Let me introduce you, this is the company's second shareholder, Chu. No need for introductions, I'm an old acquaintance of Mr. Chu, Lu Feng said with a smile, looking at Chu Fan's father. Chu Fan's father could only smile awkwardly. He never expected that the mysterious big shot who spent over 100 billion to buy their group was actually his son's classmate. They even had some past grievances. Mr. Lu knows old Chu? Yang Qi asked curiously, looking at the two. Not just know, I'm also a classmate of Mr. Chu's son, Lu Feng replied. Yang Qi was directly stunned by Lu Feng's words. He knew Lu Feng was young, but he didn't expect him to be this young, actually a classmate of the son of one of his company's shareholders. This also made Yang Qi more certain that Lu Feng was indeed a young master from a prominent family. However, after thinking for a long time, Yang Qi couldn't recall any prominent family with the surname Lu in Huagua. Since Mr. Lu is an old acquaintance of our group's shareholder, let old Chu introduce our company to Mr. Lu, Yang Qi said with a smile. Chairman, I think it's better if you do it. I had a little friction with Mr. Lu before, Chu Fan's father said awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior executives of the company instantly turned their attention to Chu Fan's father, and even Yang Qi looked at him with curiosity. This made Chu Fan's father, who always cared about his image, feel so embarrassed that he wished he could burrow into the ground. I didn't consider it well. Since it's Mr. Lu's first visit to the group, of course, it should be me, the chairman, who personally accompanies him to show our respect. Yang Qi quickly smoothed things over. Lu Feng smiled but said nothing. Mr. Lu, let me take you on a tour, Yang Qi said hurriedly. Alright, let's take a look, Lu Feng replied. Yang Qi quickly led Lu Feng to tour the company, fearing that Lu Feng might cause some unpleasantness with Chu Fan's father here. The other senior executives of the group also quickly followed, leaving Chu Fan's father awkwardly standing alone. He couldn't leave, nor could he stay. Watching the executives surrounding Lu Feng, Chu Fan's father felt a mix of emotions. It's really true that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, Chu Fan's father murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Lu Feng finished touring the entire company under Yang Qi's guidance. Since Fengyu was an entertainment company, there were no research and development or sales departments. Instead, there were departments for filming, news, and social media. Of course, with the rise of short videos, Fengyu Entertainment also had a streaming section. In fact, in the past 2 years, the revenue from the streaming section had even surpassed that of the star section. Mr. Lu, we have over 15 first-line stars under Fengyu Entertainment, and we also have 2 super first-line stars, namely singer Lu Xing and movie specialist Zhang Bingbing. We also have our own guild in the short video industry, which has signed many streamers with millions or even tens of millions of followers. Moreover, our company ranks among the top 10 in the entire Huagua entertainment industry, Yang Qi proudly introduced. What exactly is this top 10? It wouldn't be the 10th, would it? Lu Feng joked. Mr. Lu is joking. Our group ranks 8th, Yang Qi laughed awkwardly. After all, 8th is pretty much the last, not much different from 10th. I was just joking, Director Yang, don't take it to heart. No, how could that be? Then let's go, we'll sign the contract, Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu, please follow me, Yang Qi said, and upon hearing about signing the contract, he immediately led Lu Feng to his office. He then took out the prepared contract and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the contract and carefully read it for a long time. After confirming there were no issues, he signed his name. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, for officially becoming the sole director of Fengyu Entertainment, Yang Qi said. It was only after Lu Feng signed the contract that Yang Qi finally felt relieved. Mr. Yang, I need the information of every star and streamer under the company, as well as detailed information about the company's personnel, Lu Feng said. Everything is ready, including the company's revenue for the first half of the year. Yang Qi pointed to a thick stack of documents on his desk. Do you mind if I take a look now? Lu Feng asked. Feel free, the whole company is at your command, Yang Qi quickly replied. Lu Feng casually pulled out 2 documents and began to read. One was about a top star named Wang Zi, whom Lu Feng had seen in a TV drama before. TSK, how unpredictable life is. Those big stars on TV have actually become my subordinates. It's quite a different feeling, Lu Feng thought to himself. He then looked at the second document, which detailed a streamer with over 10 million followers on Douyin. Oh, this streamer is under Fengyu. I even follow him, but I can't remember which guild he belongs to, Lu Feng asked, pointing at the information in his hand. Yang Qi stepped forward to take a look and explained, Mr. Lu, this guild is under our company. so this streamer is considered part of our team. Oh, I see, Lu Feng said as he picked up another document to read. This time it was another top star's information, but after just a glance, he noticed something was off. Mr. Yang, why does it say here that this star caused our company to lose over 10 million last year? Is it still because of the scandal? Why does the company still keep her? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yang Qi, hearing Lu Feng's words, looked at the document in his hand. His face instantly turned red. Mr. Lu, please let me explain. Seeing Yang Qi's expression, Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued. Alright, go ahead. Yang Qi then stammered as he recounted the events. It turned out that this top star had an improper relationship with Yang Qi. They were caught by paparazzi while going to a hotel, and the photos were uploaded online. It instantly caused a huge uproar. The onlookers in Huagua would never miss such a juicy opportunity. As the situation escalated, Yang Qi had no choice but to spend a large sum to suppress the matter. Ah, I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be so extravagant, Lu Feng said with a laugh after hearing the story. I'm really sorry, Yang Qi said awkwardly. Are there any other executives in the company involved with these artists or streamers? Lu Feng asked again. Old Chu has 2 streamers, but I'm not sure about others. Such matters are strictly prohibited in the company, so even if there are, they wouldn't dare to speak up. Yang Qi immediately threw Chu Fan's father under the bus. Do you have any others? Lu Feng asked, looking at Yang Qi with a playful expression. Yang Qi felt uncomfortable under Lu Feng's gaze and had to confess everything. There are 3 more streamers, but Mr. Lu, don't worry, they are all small streamers and won't have much impact on the company. Mr. Yang, you really are living it up, keeping 4 at once, Lu Feng said with a smile. It's just that I deal with these people every day, and over time, I couldn't resist the temptation. Yang Qi wished he could find a hole to hide in at that moment. Ha ha ha, I understand. After all, it's impossible to keep bees from collecting nectar in a flower garden. However, I need to clear out all the people related to you. You have no objections, right? Lu Feng said as he stood up. No problem, no problem. Give me 2 days, and I'll take care of them all, Yang Qi said hurriedly, feeling the pressure from Lu Feng. That's good, Lu Feng sat back down. Just as Yang Qi had just relaxed, Chu Fan's father rushed in. Director Yang, that person is back again, he said breathlessly as he entered the office. What? Yang Qi, hearing this, forgot his embarrassment and was about to head out. This scene left Lu Feng stunned. What's the rush? Who's here? Lu Feng called out to Yang Qi, who was about to leave. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Qi had to stop, just as he was about to turn back to explain. Then a loud, arrogant voice came through. How is it, Boss Yang? Have you thought it over? Are you selling or not? As the voice fell, a young man accompanied by a female secretary walked in. Lu Feng remained silent, savoring the sight of the few people present. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? Yang Qi quickly asked. I came to see how your consideration is going, the man referred to as Young Master Yi replied. Young Master Yi, you're late. I've already sold the company to this Mr. Lu, Yang Qi said, pointing to Lu Feng, who was sitting in a chair. Lu Feng sat up upon hearing this. How could this involve him? Hee, Boss Yang, that was a clever move, Yi sneered directly. You don't think that what I, Yi, have my eyes on can slip away, do you? Even if it were sold to the King of Heaven, this company is mine, and it will still be mine. If you still want it, talk to Mr. Lu. I've sold it all to him anyway, Yang Qi said, no longer afraid. After all, the money had been received, and the company had been sold, everything was no longer his concern. The matter at hand was now Lu Feng's headache. TSK, what's going on here, Mr. Yang? You actually played this trick on me? Lu Feng stood up and said. Faced with Lu Feng's inquiry, Yang Qi simply gave up. Mr. Lu, to be honest, the reason I sold this company is that this young master you wanted to buy it, but his offer was too low, and I didn't want to sell to him. However, I couldn't afford to offend him, so I planned to sell the company to someone else, and as a result, you ended up buying it. Yang Qi finished with an expression that seemed to say he didn't care about the consequences. It was as if he was saying, come and hit me if you want to vent your anger. After all, the contract is signed, and I've received the money. What can you do to me? Lu Feng burst out laughing upon hearing this. Mr. Yang, you can't afford to offend this young Master Yi. How can you be so sure you can afford to offend me? I know Mr. Lu must have a significant background, but I have no other choice. If you have a way, then go ahead and fight with young Master Yi. It has nothing to do with me now, Yang Qi continued. Meanwhile, Chu Fan's father was secretly delighted. No matter how big your background is, Lu Feng, can it be bigger than the 4 great families of the capital? Now you're in trouble, Shu Fan's father thought, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Ah, Boss Yang, what a clever diversion, Yi Yu clapped his hands and said. But I don't care about your little tricks. Since you've sold the company to him, I'll just ask him. Sir, are you selling this entertainment company? By the way, let me introduce myself. I come from the Yi family of the capital. Upon hearing Yi Yu's introduction, Lu Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, sure, as long as the price is right, why wouldn't I sell? Lu Feng's words made everyone present think he had backed down. Yi Yu also laughed upon hearing this. Good job, you're more perceptive than Yang. I'll befriend you, if anything comes up in the future, just mention my name. Let's put the friend thing aside for now. I want to know how much you're willing to pay for my company, Lu Feng said calmly. I previously discussed 50 billion with Boss Yang, but since you're so perceptive, I'll add 5 billion for you, making it 55 billion. How does that sound? Yi Yu had a look as if he was giving Lu Feng a great deal. 55 billion seems a bit low, why don't you add a bit more? Lu Feng said with a blank expression. Not at all, my friend. You might think 55 billion is a loss for you, but you're actually not losing anything. Instead, you're gaining a lot. Yi Yu didn't pick up on the coldness in Lu Feng's tone at all. Perhaps he did notice but didn't care. After all, who would dare to provoke the Yi family behind him? Oh, where did I make a big profit? My company is worth 100 billion, right? You offer 55 billion, and I'm about to lose 45 billion. Where's the profit in that? Lu Feng looked at Yi Yu with a puzzled expression. From a value perspective, you did take a bit of a loss, but you also gained my friendship. With my friendship, isn't that equivalent to having the Yi family's friendship? Isn't that a huge profit? Yi Yu said proudly. Listening to you, having the Yi family's friendship is indeed a great help to me. Exactly, I think you should understand the weight of the Yi family name. Can you really be the head of the Yi family? Or what position do you hold in the Yi family? Lu Feng countered. What position? Of course, I'm the eldest young master of the Yi family. Don't you think my position is high? Yi Yu replied. But I heard that the direct heir of the Yi family is called Yi Tian, Lu Feng said with a teasing look at Yi Yu. Well, that's my cousin. He will inherit the position of the head of the Yi family, and I will be the grand elder, Yi Yu said, panicking as he realized he had been exposed. But that means you can only become the head of the Yi family in the future. Why should I spend so much money to buy your friendship now? Lu Feng said directly. You can gain my friendship in advance. Otherwise, when I become the grand elder, don't say 40 billion to buy my friendship, even 400 billion, I would have to think about it, Yi Yu insisted. Then I'll wait until you become the grand elder to buy your friendship. For now, please go back where you came from and don't waste my time, Lu Feng said coldly. Friend, don't you know the value of the Yi family in the capital? Yi Yu's tone also turned cold upon hearing Lu Feng's words. I know, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Then how dare you say such things? But you are you, and the Yi family is the Yi family. Even though your surname is Yi, you can't be the head of the Yi family. Why should I spend so much money to please you? Ha, friend, I have to admit, you have guts, Yi Yu laughed. Thank you for the compliment, I've always had guts, Lu Feng replied lightly. It seems you don't intend to be my friend anymore? Heh, being your friend doesn't benefit me, so it's fine if I don't. Alright, you're better than him, Yi Yu pointed at Yang Qi beside him. Yang Qi could only smile awkwardly, not daring to speak. If young Master Yi has nothing else, please leave, Lu Feng directly issued the eviction order. Ah, so arrogant, I like it. I hope you won't come begging me later, Yi Yu said as he left with his entourage. Mr. Lu, won't you offend young Master Yi by doing this? Yang Qi asked cautiously. Let's put aside the matter of the Yi surname for now. Let's talk about our own business, Lu Feng said. Mr. Yang, you sold the company to me because you couldn't afford to offend someone with the surname Yi, and you didn't even tell me about this matter. Now I have to face the young master of the Yi family directly. Who will compensate for this loss? Lu Feng said calmly as he sat in the chair. Mr. Lu, I didn't have the chance to mention it. Besides, with your status, you probably aren't afraid of the Yi family, Yang Qi flattered. Ha, so you mean for me to be the scapegoat? Lu Feng laughed upon hearing this. Mr. Lu, you can't say that. Who told you not to clarify things beforehand? Yang Qi, seeing Lu Feng's response, stopped pretending. Mr. Yang, are you not going to pretend anymore? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your affair with your star? Mr. Lu, of course I'm afraid, but you should be even more afraid. Such a scandal in any entertainment company is a big deal that could shake the foundations, Yang Qi said, with a look that suggested he had Lu Feng under control. You're right, I won't let this matter slip out. But 6 years ago, on the night of April 17th, Mr. Yang still remembers, right? Lu Feng picked up the cigar on the table, lit it, and put it in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi's face instantly turned pale, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Why you, how do you know? Yang Qi stammered, unable to complete his sentence due to fear. Don't worry about how I know, just remember that if you want to keep something from others, you must not do it yourself. People are doing things, and heaven is watching, Lu Feng said, exhaling a puff of smoke. And no way, you must be bluffing me, it's impossible, Yang Qi shouted, startling Chu Fan's father beside him. TSK, it seems Mr. Yang won't give up until he hits the Yellow River. Huang Suitsui, 22 years old, 6 months pregnant. Stop, don't say any more, Yang Qi completely broke down upon hearing this. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied to you. I'll give you 1 billion, just don't let this matter out, Yang Qi hurriedly said. He now confirmed that Lu Feng was not bluffing him and really knew. But he couldn't understand how Lu Feng knew about something that should have been known only to him. However, this was not the time to ponder useless things. The urgent matter was to shut Lu Feng's mouth. So Yang Qi immediately offered 1 billion, hoping to silence Lu Feng with money. 1 billion? Do I, Lu, lack this 1 billion? You should know that in the past 2 days, I not only bought your group, I also spent over 6 billion to buy the factories left by Tianqing Group. Do you think I care about your 1 billion? Lu Feng said with a cold expression. People are like this, before something happens, they can be as arrogant as they want, but after it happens, they regret it deeply. Seeing that Lu Feng did not agree, Yang Qi could only raise the offer again. Mr. Lu, how about 2 billion? I just ask you to keep it confidential. No, that doesn't satisfy my appetite. 3 billion, I can't go any higher. If I do, I'll turn myself in, Yang Qi said directly. Lu Feng saw that Yang Qi was not acting and knew that 3 billion was his bottom line, so he agreed directly. 3 billion is fine, but I have one more request, Lu Feng said. You say it, I'll agree, Yang Qi hurriedly replied. You need to give an additional 5 billion to the girl's family, and I'll keep it confidential for you. Okay, no problem, Yang Qi gritted his teeth and said. After all, he had already spent 3 billion, so he didn't mind this extra 5 billion. Alright, then hurry up and transfer the money. I'm a man of my word, if I say I'll keep it confidential, I will, Lu Feng said, looking at Yang Qi with amusement. Okay, Mr. Lu, just wait. I'll go to the bank right now, Yang Qi said, pulling Chu Fan's father and hurriedly leaving. Young master, you're really amazing. We could assassinate a president with this much money, and you just used your mouth to earn it, Lang Yu said in admiration. Is it amazing? But some money can burn your hands, Lu Feng murmured. Can money really buy a life? Are you okay, young master? Lang Yu said, reaching out to touch Lu Feng's forehead. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Lu Feng was amused by Lang Yu's action. Why are you checking if I have a fever? Of course, because you just said something nonsensical. I thought your brain was fried. When did I say something nonsensical? Just now, you said money can really buy a life. Of course it can. With just $1 million, our organization can help you complete an A-level mission. Sometimes, in an A-level mission, more than one person can die, Lang Yu said. Lu Feng forgot that the beautiful girl beside him was a cold-blooded killer, and human life could certainly be measured in money in her eyes. Cold rain, sometimes a person's life cannot be measured in money. Take this matter for example, I received 3 billion from Yang Qi as a hush fee. 3 billion, I think that could silence 99% of people in this world, including me. But this money is like I just said, it's too hot to handle, Lu Feng said heavily. But young master, didn't you have him give the victim's family 500 million in compensation? I think 500 million is enough for a family to live worry-free, Cold Rain said. And you called the police, letting him go to jail, the victim's family might not get a single cent. In my view, since the person is already dead, why not let the living enjoy this 500 million and live well? Cold Rain expressed her opinion. Lu Feng understood that this was actually the best solution. Because even if Yang Qi was sentenced to death, the dead would not come back to life. It would be better to directly compensate the victim's family with this 500 million, allowing them to live without worries for the rest of their lives. In fact, if the victim's family saved this money in the bank, the interest for a year would be more than enough to spend. This 500 million could allow them to live well for generations. However, even though he said this, Lu Feng still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Cold Rain, you're right, this is indeed the best solution. But that's the best solution for Yang Qi and the victim's family. It's not the best solution for me. Once a person's moral bottom line declines, it will continue to decline endlessly. What will I become then? I will become one of those people, like Li Zhanghua said, who would even sell out their country for profit. That's not what I want, and I won't allow myself to become that kind of person. Lu Feng seemed to suddenly realize something, sweeping away the wavering belief he had just had. Then I just need to take care of him, Cold Rain said directly, seeing her young master so conflicted. No need, I have a better plan, Lu Feng said confidently. I want him to go to jail, I want him to repent in prison. Young master, are you planning to report him? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? It wouldn't sound good if the reputation of being untrustworthy spreads, Cold Rain said worriedly. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Lu Feng laughed. Then what do you plan to do, young master? Cold Rain asked curiously. I have evidence of his tax evasion. Over the years, the amount he has evaded has exceeded 1 billion. I will submit this information to the tax bureau and have them investigate. At the very least, he will have to spend 10 or 8 years in prison, Lu Feng said. Good plan, young master, you're really smart. You keep your word and punish him at the same time. However, young master, this company is now yours. Isn't that equivalent to investigating yourself? Cold Rain asked directly, not quite understanding these matters. But this company only belongs to me today. What does the previous tax have to do with me? Lu Feng explained with a smile. Cold Rain thought for a long time before finally understanding. Young master, you're really amazing, Cold Rain praised. Poor Yang Qi still had no idea that he was about to face prison disaster. He spent 3.5 billion but still had to go to jail, and he also had to make up for the previous tens of billions in taxes. I wonder if Yang Qi will regret selling the group to Lu Feng when he finds out. The next few days will be busy again, with the president gone. I still have to run here every day, Lu Feng said, lying in the chair with an unhappy face. This was nothing like the life of a wealthy person he had imagined. Young master, don't be upset. I'll stay with you, Cold Rain said gently beside him. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Young master, are you still being polite with me? Long Yu said with a smile. Just like that, Lu Feng spent the whole day at Fengyu Company. In the afternoon, he even held a meeting. It wasn't until the employees finished work that Lu Feng returned home. As soon as he got home, Lu Feng received a call from Yang Qi. Hello, Mr. Lu, have you received the money? I've already transferred it to you. And according to your instructions, 500 million has also been transferred to her family's account, and her family has been informed that the money is a gift from me. As soon as Lu Feng answered the call, Yang Qi couldn't wait to say a lot. Alright, I understand, Lu Feng said flatly. Mr. Lu, what about this matter? Yang Qi hurriedly asked. You can rest assured about this. Lu, keep my word. If I say it's confidential, then it is. But you need to be careful of that Chu person. He already knows, Lu Feng kindly reminded him. Mr. Lu, you can rest assured. I also have leverage on him, Yang Qi said. Lu Feng sneered a couple of times. Indeed, they were all old foxes. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Lu Feng said before ending the call. At that moment, Wan had also finished preparing dinner, and a group of people gathered around the table to eat. And Feng, after dinner, go to my living room and get a document to drop in the tax bureau's reporting box tomorrow, Lu Feng suddenly said. Okay, sir. By the way, don't let others see your face. Yes, I understand. Did the housekeeping company go to clean the building? They've already gone to clean, sir. Tell them to hurry up. I'm in a rush, Lu Feng said. Yes. After dinner, Lu Feng returned to his room and took out the information on Yang Qi he had bought from the system, extracting evidence of tax evasion to hand over to Feng. The next morning, Wu Yi, a researcher living in another villa, knocked on Lu Feng's door. It turned out that the super battery technology Lu Feng had given her was finally completed. Mr. Lu, the task you assigned to me has been completed. Please take a look, Wu Yi said as she handed 3 file bags to Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately opened the file bags. Inside were a bunch of professional data and blueprints that he couldn't understand at all. As long as it's done, I actually have good news to tell you, Lu Feng quickly changed the subject. I happen to acquire a factory area that has a separate building, a total of 4 floors. I think it should be enough for your research. Mr. Lu, the space is sufficient, but some special research requires specialized laboratories, and this cannot be taken lightly, Wu Yi said seriously when it came to her area of expertise. You can rest assured, this space is just for your temporary use. I will build a dedicated research facility for you later, ensuring your satisfaction, Lu Feng said. That would be fine, but some specialized research equipment isn't so easy to obtain, Wu Yi added. No problem, leave that to me. Within a week, I will give you a satisfactory answer, Lu Feng assured. Thank you, Mr. Lu. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. The super battery technology you gave me has inspired me quite a bit. I need to take some notes to see if I can improve upon the existing foundation, Wu Yi said. Lu Feng didn't expect Wu Yi to be so capable. It seemed that the super battery technology could still be enhanced. Alright, go ahead and get busy. If you need anything, just let me know, Lu Feng said. After handling Wu Yi's matters, Lu Feng finished his meal and went out with Leng Shui. And Feng also went to carry out the tasks Lu Feng had assigned to him. Lu Feng did not go to Fengyu Entertainment Company but headed to the patent application office. He needed to apply for a patent for the technology in his hands to ensure everything was foolproof. Soon, with Yifan's help, Lu Feng completed the application for 3 endurance batteries. As for why he called Yifan, it all started this morning when he ran into Yifan while leaving his grandfather's house. It turned out that as soon as Lu Feng stepped out, he encountered Yifan coming out from his grandfather's place. Then Yifan invited Lu Feng into Yi Weiman's estate, saying that Yi Weiman wanted to meet Lu Feng. Upon hearing that Yi Weiman wanted to see him, Lu Feng hurriedly followed. Ever since the last time at the Ferrari ribbon-cutting ceremony when he learned how impressive Lu Feng was, Yifan went home and told his grandfather about the information he had gathered at the dinner table. Yi Weiman was quite surprised to hear that Lu Feng even knew the current top leader of Magic City. So he wanted to find an opportunity to have Lu Feng come over and chat to build a rapport. However, Lu Feng had been busy these days, and the old man felt it was inappropriate to send someone to invite him. As a result, when he ran into Yifan in the morning, Yifan directly brought Lu Feng to his grandfather. The two of them chatted in the room for a long time, and even Yifan didn't know what exactly his grandfather and Lu Feng talked about. He only knew that after Lu Feng came out of his grandfather's room, the old man asked him to accompany Lu Feng to handle the patent application. After the matter was settled, Yifan was called away by a phone call from Yi Weiman, and Lu Feng went to Fengyu to take charge. Do you know why I asked you to accompany Lu Feng to apply for the patent, and I even personally arranged it? The old man looked at his grandson and said, I don't know, Yifan replied honestly. Do you want to know what Lu Feng and I talked about in the room? The old man asked again. You tell me, I'll listen. If you don't tell me, I won't listen. Upon hearing his grandson say this, the old man showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. In the room, Lu Feng and I just talked about some trivial matters, including those things you mentioned to me before. Under my inquiry, Lu Feng revealed his current industries, and I really never expected this mysterious young man to have so many businesses. The entire share of Fanli Group is in his hands, and he has also acquired the Fengyu Entertainment Company in Magic City. The Times Square in Magic City is also his property, along with the 10% shares of Tianyu Group that we already knew about. What shocked me even more is that he actually acquired 20% of Ferrari's shares, the old man said lightly. What? Yifan shouted this time. Damn, Grandpa, what exactly is Lu Feng's background? That's Ferrari. If I had 1% of the shares, I would already be satisfied. As for 20%, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. So this is the gap between you and Lu Feng. He is even 2 years younger than you. Look at him, and then look at yourself, the old man said with a look of disappointment. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compare to such a freak? Yifan muttered softly. That's why I want you to build a good relationship with him. Don't think you are shining brightly now. As soon as I die, you will immediately be brought back to your original state, the old man said with concern. Grandpa, why are you saying such discouraging things? Your health is so good, you will definitely live a long life, Yifan hurriedly said. You little brat, just know how to sweet talk. I know my own body. I just want to pave the way for your dad and you while I'm still alive. This Lu Feng who has appeared is quite good, young, and promising. He also has a close relationship with the young lady of the Shen family and possesses numerous industries, so I have reached a preliminary cooperation with him, the old man continued. Cooperation? What cooperation? Yifan asked, puzzled. To know that his grandfather was once the top leader of Magic City, it was quite strange for Yifan to think that such a significant figure would actively cooperate with Lu Feng. Isn't your dad currently the top leader in the newly developed area of Magic City? Lu Feng's Fanli Group is located in the new area, so I reached a preliminary consensus with him, the old man patiently explained to Yifan. Within our capabilities, we will provide him with some assistance, of course, on the premise that it does not harm the interests of the people. Oh, I understand, it's a win-win cooperation, Yifan replied. Exactly, and the super battery technology in Lu Feng's hands could revolutionize the entire new energy sector. I also told him to set up the new energy company in your dad's new area. In exchange, he can get a piece of land for free to establish the company and build a factory. Grandpa, such an exchange seems too costly. The value of that land should already be in the tens of billions, right? Yifan asked. Costly? Not at all. With my years of political experience, Lu Feng's new energy company could even become a company worth at least 100 billion, the old man said. Exchanging some land for such a promising company is not a loss at all, on the contrary, it's a huge gain. By then, your father could even leap to become the third in command of all Magic City based on these political achievements. Do you still think it's a loss? As expected of someone who was once just a step away from the top, the old man easily saw the prospects of Lu Feng's company and made the investment. Grandpa, I've thought about it, and you're absolutely right, Yifan, being the grandson carefully nurtured by the old man, quickly understood. So, Grandpa, what should we do next? No need to rush, I've already told Lu Feng to meet your dad when he has time. They will discuss the specifics then, the old man said, taking a sip of tea. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had just arrived at Fengyu when he received a message from Enzo, saying he would arrive at Magic City Airport tomorrow night. Lu Feng replied that he would personally pick him up. Just as he finished dealing with Enzo, Li Jinghua called. Kid, Enzo from Ferrari is coming to Huagua, this is your doing, right? Li Jinghua got straight to the point. You really have your ear to the ground. That's right, I invited him, Lu Feng said. So how do you plan to host him? Li Jinghua asked again. Host? Just find a hotel to arrange it, Lu Feng casually replied. Hearing this, Li Jinghua felt a headache coming on. How did I not notice this kid was so unreliable before? Li Jinghua thought to himself. Your superior is coming, and you treat it so casually? Li Jinghua said, suppressing the urge to hit him. Superior? Are you talking about Enzo? Of course, who else could it be? He's no longer my superior. What's going on? You didn't fall out with Ferrari, did you? Is he coming to settle scores with you? Uncle Li, what are you thinking? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? What I mean is, I'm basically on par with Enzo now. I've secured 20% of Ferrari's shares, so strictly speaking, Enzo is not my superior but a partner, Lu Feng said astonishingly. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Even Li Jinghua, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, was initially skeptical. What would I gain from lying to you? Really? How did you manage that? It's nothing special, just a matter of interest exchange, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, a good interest exchange. I'm very curious about what good thing you offered Ferrari in exchange. It wouldn't be your super battery technology, would it? As expected of a big shot among big shots, Li Jinghua guessed it right away. That's right, according to your instructions, I have modified the super battery and sold a technology with a 1,200 kilometer range to Ferrari. Did you sell the patent too? Not that, I kept the patent for myself. Well, that's good. So, is there something you need from me? Lu Feng asked. Not much, I just want to use Enzo to make a splash in Magic City, Li Jinghua said. What kind of splash? Lu Feng's interest was piqued. I'm planning to use Enzo to hold a charity auction, getting these entrepreneurs to cough up some money, Li Jinghua explained. Charity auction? Yes, think about it, the big boss of Ferrari personally coming to Magic City is already a promotion for the city, not to mention that Ferrari's Asian division is also based here. When those companies that want to collaborate with Ferrari hear that Enzo is coming, won't they want to show off their strength to partner with Ferrari? We can team up and use the occasion of welcoming Enzo to hold a charity auction. With the money raised, we can help some underdeveloped counties in the mountainous areas. How great would that be? Li Jinghua said. Alright, Uncle Li, I'm in. Enzo arrives in Magic City tomorrow night, just send out the notice saying there's a welcome banquet for Enzo the day after. I'll convince Enzo to attend, Lu Feng agreed immediately. Good, kid, I didn't misjudge you. That's settled then. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you anymore, Li Jinghua said before hanging up the phone. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Once they've used someone, they just throw them away. How can it be like this? Lu Feng felt wronged, like a little wife, seeing Li Jinghua hang up so abruptly. Young master, your expression is so cute. Even the cold and icy Lang Shui couldn't help but laugh at Lu Feng's demeanor. Go away, the young master is in a bad mood. Just as Lu Feng was chatting with Lang Shui, Wei Changqing, far away in Feisher and province, couldn't sit still. Clearly, my grandfather sent an assassin to kill Lu Feng, but why hasn't there been any news after so long? I need to go ask my grandfather, Wei Changqing thought as he got up and headed to the backyard to find his grandfather, who was listening to a play. At that moment, Zhang Tianxia was indeed listening to the play, while Wei Changqing's mother, Zhang Tianxia's daughter, was giving him a shoulder massage. Dad, is it comfortable? Comfortable, my good daughter is taking care of me, Zhang Tianxia said, squinting his eyes as he lay in the chair. Then I'll massage you a bit longer. By the way, Fomer, Xiao Wei has come to see you a few times. I see his attitude is quite sincere. Why don't you take Changqing back with you these days? It's not good for him to stay here all the time, Zhang Tianxia said. Dad, I understand what you're saying, but Changqing insists on waiting for that result before he leaves, Zhang Feng replied. Yeah, it's been several days already. Why is there still no news? Zhang Tianxia also said. I'll make a call to check. Just as Zhang Tianxia was about to take out his phone to call, Wei Changqing arrived in the backyard. Grandpa, Mom. Changqing is here, Zhang Tianxia said. Yes, I came to see what you were doing, Wei Changqing said. You came at the right time. Your mom said you were waiting for news from the assassin, right? Yes, Grandpa. That's good. I was just about to call and ask. Wait a moment, Zhang Tianxia said as he dialed the assassin leader's number. However, after several attempts, no one answered. What's going on? Why isn't anyone picking up the phone? Zhang Tianxia wondered. Could something have happened, Grandpa? Wei Changqing asked worriedly. I don't know, let me try calling again, Zhang Tianxia said as he dialed again. This time, it connected. Hello, have you taken care of it? Zhang Tianxia asked directly. ILF *****, the assassin leader immediately cursed. Zhang Tianxia was directly cursed by the assassin leader's ancestors for 18 generations. What did you say? Say it again? Zhang Tianxia growled angrily. I could say it 100 times and it would still be, you've ruined me, the leader of the assassins roared on the phone. What happened? Zhang Tianxia sensed something was off. Damn it, the information you gave me was wrong. That kid definitely has hidden personnel protecting him. All 4 assassins I sent were caught by the police. Even our base was raided by the police. I'm already in Myanmar. I'm the only one who escaped from the entire assassin organization. You better pray I never return to Huagui in this lifetime, or I will definitely take you down, the assassin leader said before hanging up. After hearing the leader's words, Zhang Tianxia was left in a daze for a long time. It was Wei Changqing, who noticed something was wrong, who quickly asked, Grandpa, are you okay? What happened? Hearing Wei Changqing's words, Zhang Tianxia finally came to his senses. We're doomed, we're really in trouble with someone we shouldn't have messed with. You've ruined me, Changqing, Zhang Tianxia murmured as if he had lost his soul. Dad, what's wrong? Don't scare me, Zhang Feng panicked upon seeing her father like this. Yes, Grandpa, what's going on? Why are you saying this? Wei Changqing already had a vague idea but still wanted to know what was happening. The assassin organization I hired has been wiped out, only the leader escaped, and everyone else was caught. Even the 4 assassins sent to carry out the mission have all been captured. After a long pause, Zhang Tianxia finally spoke. What? Wei Changqing and Zhang Feng exclaimed in shock. You two should hurry back. I can't protect you anymore, revenge could come at any time. Go back to Xiaowei, he is the 3rd in command in Face City, that guy named Lu Feng shouldn't dare to do anything. Zhang Tianxia slumped in his chair, the opera he usually enjoyed now sounding unbearably harsh. Is this Lu so powerful? Dad, you can't even deal with him? Zhang Feng still couldn't believe it. In her mind, her father was all-powerful, yet he couldn't handle a young man. I underestimated this young man's abilities, he found the assassin organization's lair so quickly. You two should leave now, if you don't, it might be too late. Dad, we're leaving. What about you? What can I do? This is my mess, I can only wait here to die. Zhang Tianxia's face was ashen, as if he had resigned to his fate. No, I have to take you with me. Changqing, carry your grandpa, we're leaving. Zhang Feng couldn't bear to leave her father. Okay. Wei Changqing immediately picked up Zhang Tianxia and ran towards the car. The 3 of them then got into the car and headed straight for Wei Yu's place. At that moment, Wei Yu, who was working in his office, received a call from his wife, Zhang Feng. Wei Yu, come back quickly. If you don't, our family will be in danger, Zhang Feng cried. What happened? What do you mean by that? Wei Yu quickly asked. Don't ask, just hurry back. I can't explain everything over the phone, Zhang Feng said, her voice choked with tears. Hearing his wife's words, Wei Yu didn't dare to delay, immediately calling for a driver to rush home. What on earth happened? Wei Yu asked as soon as he entered the door. He then saw his wife and son hugging and crying, and even his father-in-law, Zhang Tianxia, was there. Dad, why are you here? What happened? Wei Yu asked anxiously. Sigh, we've gotten ourselves into trouble, Zhang Tianxia sighed and then told Wei Yu the whole story. You actually got yourselves into such a big mess. Wei Yu stumbled and almost fell. Dad, why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? Why did you do this? Wei Yu asked angrily. Sigh, I just couldn't bear to see Changqing beaten like that, so I didn't think too much, Zhang Tianxia said, looking like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to speak loudly. Sigh, you've really put me in a terrible position. We originally had some room to ease things with the Lu family. Now, great, there's no room left at all. Just wait for us to go down together, Wei Yu said directly. How could that be? Old Wei, aren't you the 3rd in command in Face City? How could the Lu family dare to touch you? Zhang Feng, hearing her husband say this, couldn't care less about crying. Ha, now you remember I'm the third in command. When you were looking for someone to assassinate him, why didn't you consider that I'm the third in command? If they can easily find the assassin's lair, do you think they can't find the mistakes I've made? Just think about it. Over the years, how many things I've suppressed for that little bastard, and your relatives, Wei Yu said, no longer caring about his father-in-law sitting on the sofa, directly spilling out everything from the past years. Seeing her husband like this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to say more. We are sorry for you, Xiaoyu, Zhang Tianxia said. Sigh, Dad, I'm not blaming you. Let's think about how to solve this matter, Wei Yu sighed. How about I trade my life for the Lu family's forgiveness? Zhang Tianxia said directly. No, Dad, you can't do that. You're my only family. Zhang Feng hurriedly ran over and hugged her father's leg upon hearing his words. After hearing his father-in-law's words, Wei Yu's eyes lit up, but seeing his wife's pitiful look, he swallowed his words. Dad, you can't do that. Xiao Feng and I only have you as an elder. We can't let you do this, Wei Yu said insincerely. Then what should we do? This is a matter of life and death, money won't settle it, Zhang Tianxia said. Then let's just go all out. Before the Lu family comes after us, let's take him out, Wei Yu said with a grim face. The three were shocked by Wei Yu's words, unable to believe that such words came from the usually refined Wei Yu. Xiaoyu, this path won't work. The assassins I've hired are professionals, and they still couldn't kill him, Zhang Tianxia said after thinking. Then let's hire mercenaries. Since cold weapon assassins can't take him down, we'll use hot weapons, Wei Yu said coldly. Isn't that too ruthless? Gun control in Huagui is very strict, Zhang Tianxia said, looking at his gloomy son-in-law, expressing his thoughts. But cold weapons can't kill him, and we only have this one chance. This is a life and death drama. If the Lu family dies, we can live. If they live, we will have no place to be buried. So, let's take a big gamble. Just use a gun to take him out, to eliminate future troubles. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Let's go big. Zhang Tianxia was also persuaded by Wei Yu. Then I'll contact the snakehead to get us some guns, Zhang Tianxia said as he was about to make a call. But he was stopped by Wei Yu. Dad, leave it to me. We still have a helper. We only have one chance, so we need to ensure a one-shot kill. Let's find professional mercenaries to do it, Wei Yu said, taking out his phone and dialing a number. Hello. At this moment, Lu Feng still had no idea that another assassination attempt against him was about to unfold. This time, it would be an extremely dangerous assassination. He was also facing many problems because Yang Qi's lover, a star, had come to cause a scene. Mr. Lu, I want to know why the company wants to terminate my contract. Lu Feng faced a mature and beautiful woman in her 30s. It was Wang Mi, the star who had an improper relationship with Yang Qi. Miss Wang, the decision to terminate the contract was made by the former chairman, Yang Qi. Didn't he inform you? Lu Feng said. No one told me about the contract termination. I only received the notice this morning, and I rushed over here without even filming my scenes, Wang Mi replied. That's strange. Mr. Yang said he would notify you. Let me give him a call, Lu Feng said as he took out his phone to call Yang Qi. However, after 2 attempts, no one answered, which puzzled Lu Feng. Just as he was trying to figure out why Yang Qi wasn't answering, his secretary approached, accompanied by Yang Qi. Behind Yang Qi was a large group of law enforcement officers. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Feng instantly understood why Yang Qi hadn't answered the phone and why Wang Mi had come to confront him. Damn, the arrangement was too early, Lu Feng thought to himself. It turned out that after receiving Lu Feng's order, and Feng had placed the reporting materials in the tax bureau's reporting box early that morning. Normally, the tax bureau would open the reporting box every 3 days to investigate the letters inside. However, and Feng thought this matter was urgent, so he called the tax bureau using a public phone to ask them to retrieve the materials from the reporting box. Upon receiving the call, the tax bureau personnel, not daring to delay, immediately sent someone to take the documents from the reporting box. After reviewing them, they were shocked to find that the amount involved in the mysterious report was as high as 1.5 billion. The director of the tax bureau personally ordered the arrest of Yang Qi, who was sleeping at the time, and brought him to the company to gather evidence. This left Yang Qi with no time to calm Wang Mi, which was why she had come to confront him. Seeing Yang Qi's pale face, Lu Feng, although he had orchestrated everything, still pretended to be surprised and asked, Mr. Yang, what's going on? You could have just buried a pit for me. This isn't another trap, is it? I've only taken over the company for 2 days. Why are the tax bureau people here? Yang Qi, hearing Lu Feng's words, smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu, I can only blame my bad luck. Sigh, so unfortunate. But this matter has nothing to do with you. They are here to investigate the previous accounts. You've only taken over the company for 2 days, so it's fine. Yang Qi surprisingly comforted Lu Feng at that moment. Lu Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. Tax investigation? What tax investigation, Mr. Yang? You didn't evade taxes before, did you? Lu Feng feigned surprise. Sigh, I'm ashamed, I was indeed foolish, but all of this is my own doing, Yang Qi said. Alright, Mr. Yang, please refrain from unnecessary conversation and cooperate with our investigation, the law enforcement officer directly interrupted their discussion. Fine, I don't know where you got such detailed reports, I admit it, but Mr. Lu has only taken over the company for 2 days, so these matters have nothing to do with him. Yang Qi surprisingly spoke up for Lu Feng, perhaps feeling guilty, as it was because of him that Lu Feng had offended one of the 4 major families in the capital, the Yi family. You don't need to worry about that, we will investigate it ourselves, the law enforcement officer said coldly. After that, they instructed others to take all the documents from Lu Feng's filing cabinet. Mr. Lu, right? Don't worry, we will only temporarily use these documents and will return them to your company afterward. We will also keep these documents confidential, the leading law enforcement officer said to Lu Feng. Alright, you can take them away. I am a law-abiding citizen and will definitely cooperate with your investigation, Lu Feng nodded and said. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lu. However, I believe your company may still face some trouble, the leading law enforcement officer explained. What trouble? Lu Feng asked. According to Mr. Yang Qi's statement, 3 accountants from your company, including a chief accountant, were involved in this matter, so we will be arresting and interrogating these individuals. The officer continued, if the interrogation results show that these accountants were indeed involved in tax evasion, they will face several years of imprisonment. Therefore, Mr. Lu, you should find new accountants as soon as possible to avoid disrupting your company's operations. Alright, thank you for the reminder. I will arrange that, Lu Feng replied. Good, then if there's nothing else, we will take those involved away, the officer said. Of course, and I must remind Mr. Lu not to engage in tax evasion, the officer finished before heading to the finance department to make arrests. Once the law enforcement officers had left, Lu Feng sat down again. At this moment, Wang Mi was still in shock. She couldn't understand why her old lover suddenly decided to sell the company and was now facing imprisonment. Ms. Wang, as you can see, Mr. Yang is now in a precarious situation, so he can't possibly care about you, Lu Feng said. So, I advise you not to linger here too much, you should find a new opportunity soon, he added. Mr. Lu, are you really that heartless? Wang Mi said, throwing a flirtatious glance at him. At this point, Wang Mi understood that Yang Qi was in no position to help her, so she directly set her sights on Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not swayed by her charms, after all, his standards had been raised under the influence of cold rain and snow, making him immune to women scoring below 90. Moreover, he had a perfect score in his heart, Shin Shuyuan. Ms. Wang, this isn't about being heartless. The matter of the contract termination was executed by Mr. Yang himself, so it's useless for you to discuss it with me, Lu Feng directly refused. But you are now the largest boss of the company, you can certainly make this decision, Wang Mi said as she moved to sit across from Lu Feng. She leaned on the table, deliberately revealing her ample curves. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng asked coldly. Mr. Lu, don't you want to try the feeling of having your former goddess beneath you? Wang Mi's eyes sparkled with seduction, as if she could melt Lu Feng away. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that, and you were never my goddess, Lu Feng rejected without a second thought. It would be a joke if he lost control today and took Wang Mi in. What awaited him would be her endless blackmail. Mr. Lu, you really don't want to try? I have many skills, if you just try once, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Mi still refused to give up. Lu Feng looked at Wang Mi, who was still trying to seduce him, and felt a wave of disgust. Are all the stars in this circle like this? Lu Feng thought. I'm sorry, Ms. Wang, but I'm really not interested. Hearing Lu Feng's continued rejection, Wang Mi felt very angry. Even after all this, you still won't take the bait? It can't be that you can't, right? It wasn't entirely Wang Mi's fault, she had no choice. After all, the entertainment industry changes rapidly, and she was already in her 30s, unable to compete with the fresh young faces. So, to secure better resources and find a stronger backing, she had to sell her body. Seeing that Lu Feng was not taking the bait, Wang Mi had to bring out her trump card. Mr. Lu, are you really not planning to continue signing with me? Well, at the moment, I have no such plans, Lu Feng thought Wang Mi was about to give up. Mr. Lu, I have quite a bit of dirt on several companies in my hands. If this dirt gets exposed, it would be quite a loss for the company, Wang Mi said. Oh, so, are you planning to threaten me? Lu Feng looked at Wang Mi with interest. How could that be, Mr. Lu, how could I dare to threaten you? I'm just kindly reminding you, Wang Mi said with a smile. Ha, a reminder, what a reminder, Lu Feng sneered twice. Mr. Lu, please don't be angry. As long as you continue to sign the contract with me, I guarantee that these matters will remain buried, Wang Mi said, unbuttoning one of her chest buttons. Instantly, a large expanse of whiteness appeared before Lu Feng. Lang Shui, standing behind Lu Feng, couldn't hold back and stepped forward, ready to teach Wang Mi a lesson. But she was stopped by Lu Feng. Seeing her young master shake his head, Lang Shui, though very angry, still refrained from making a move. So, Mr. Lu, although I may not be as beautiful as this young lady behind you, I can offer you a different kind of experience, Wang Mi said, provocatively glancing at Lang Shui. Lang Shui immediately felt a murderous intent. If it weren't for Lu Feng stopping her, Wang Mi would have probably died many times over by now. Ms. Wang, I personally dislike being threatened the most. Those who threaten me often don't end up well, Lu Feng said, narrowing his eyes. Wang Mi instantly felt the pressure Lu Feng was exerting on her. However, she still stubbornly refused to back down. So you still don't plan to sign with me? Correct. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened, Lu Feng said. Since he had just taken over this company, and the previous chairman and the finance team had been arrested, the company was in a very unstable situation. Not to mention that Yi Yu, the young master of the Yi family, was lurking in the shadows, ready to attack Lu Feng at any moment. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't want to complicate matters further. Moreover, Ms. Wang, do you think I don't have any dirt on you? It's best to know when to stop. Seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, Wang Mi couldn't figure out what dirt he had on her. Fine, Mr. Lu, since you've said that, there's no point in me continuing. Goodbye, Wang Mi said, shouldering her bag and leaving. Lu Feng watched Wang Mi leave without saying a word. Young master, should I take care of her? Lang Shui asked. We definitely need to deal with her, but not now. After all, if she leaves and then dies right after, others will easily suspect us, Lu Feng said coldly. Let her enjoy a few more days. I'll have you take care of her then. When did some random person dare to threaten me? On the other side, Lu Feng was indeed not mistaken. Yi Yu had already begun his revenge against Lu Feng. So, have you thought it over? I believe what I can offer is much better than Feng Yu's, Yi Yu said to the person in front of him. If Lu Feng were here, he would recognize that the person chatting with Yi Yu was Lu Xing, one of the two superstars of Feng Yu Entertainment. Mr. Yi, although your conditions are good, that doesn't give me a reason to betray the company, Lu Xing said. Heh, what? Do you stars still have a moral bottom line? Yi Yu directly mocked. Mr. Yi, please respect me, Lu Xing said angrily. Respect? Alright, I respect you, but I just forgot to tell you about my background, Yi Yu said, like a cat playing with a mouse. Your background won't be a reason for me to betray the company, Lu Xing said firmly. Ah, good. You have spirit, I like that. But I hope that after you learn about my background, you can still be this tough, Yi Yu praised. Listen carefully, my surname is Yi. I am from the Yi family of the 4 great families in the capital. Boom! Yi Yu's words struck Lu Xing's forehead like a bolt from the blue. Lu Xing shivered in fear instantly. So, how about it? Do you still want to persist? Yi Yu looked at Lu Xing with a playful expression. You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Xing still found it hard to believe. Hee, why would I lie to you? You can check this out freely. I believe with Mr. Lu's connections, it should be easy to find out, right? Are you going to deal with Feng Yu? Lu Xing immediately guessed Yi Yu's purpose for seeking him. That's right. I had my eye on this company before, but your boss was unwilling to sell it to me, so I had to resort to some means, Yi Yu said coldly. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. Lu Xing looked at Yi Yu in front of him and already understood in his heart that Yi Yu must want to acquire the company at a low price, and since the boss was unwilling, Yi Yu intended to take revenge on the company. So, I have plenty of money. As long as you agree, I can use the Yi family's connections to help you organize a few concert tours. And the locations will all be in first-tier cities in Huagua, ensuring you become immensely popular, Yi Yu stated his conditions. Lu Xing fell into a dilemma for a moment. On one hand, he did not want to leave Feng Yu. After all, he was one of the only 2 Super A-list stars in Feng Yu. His status in Feng Yu was extremely high, and he got to choose the best resources first before they went to the other A-list stars. Moreover, if he left, he would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. However, the conditions Yi Yu offered were also very tempting, making him very tempted. It is known that all stars face a problem, which is that there will always be a continuous stream of newcomers challenging the status of these veteran stars. This leads some stars to frantically seek investments to maintain their current status, even going so far as to sell their bodies. Wang Mi is a good example, and Lu Xing also wanted to use the concert tour that Yi Yu mentioned to enhance his fame. After a few more minutes, just as Yi Yu was about to lose patience, Lu Xing finally made up his mind. I agree, young Master Yi, Lu Xing said with difficulty. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, you truly did not disappoint me. In the near future, you will be immensely grateful for today's choice, Yi Yu said happily. Young Master Yi, I have one more condition, Lu Xing said. What condition? Just say it, Yi Yu said boldly. About the company's penalty for breach of contract. Before Lu Xing could finish, he was directly interrupted by Yi Yu. Mr. Lu doesn't need to worry about that. I will naturally pay it for you, Yi Yu said. Then thank you, young Master Yi. No need to be polite, we are all on the same side. Come, let's have a toast, Yi Yu said, raising his glass. Lu Xing picked up the glass on the table and clinked it with Yi Yu's. Next, it's time to deal with Zhang Bingbing. Lu Feng, just watch how I dig out all the people from your company, Yi Yu said viciously. I want your company to go bankrupt. That evening, when Lu Feng returned home from work, he was lying in bed chatting with Shin Shuyuan. Feng, I have good news for you. I will be coming to Modu in a while. Shin Shuyuan, also lying in bed, shared her joy with Lu Feng, her face full of happiness. Really? That's great. Lu Feng said in surprise. How about it? Are you happy? You will be able to see me soon, Shin Shuyuan said happily. I really want to see you right now. Feng, it's been a while since we last met. Your words have become much sweeter. Hee, people always change, right? When are you coming? I'll go pick you up then. I don't know, I'm going to the Magic City this time because my family has some matters that need my attention. What matters? Tell me, maybe I can help, Lu Feng asked. Feng, you're quite bold to say that, Shin Shuyuan teased. Ha, to be honest, I'm somewhat well known in the Magic City now. So, tell me, what's the matter? I can give you some advice, Lu Feng boasted. It's nothing much, just that our Shin family has some shares in the Yachty Group, and my family received a notice that someone registered a patent for a new energy battery in the Magic City. It said that the range is even greater than Tesla's, so my family sent me to the Magic City to find this person and talk about this so-called new energy technology, Shin Shuyuan explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng thought he had misheard. Yuan, what did you say? Sorry, I didn't catch that. There was no choice but for Shin Shuyuan to repeat herself. Feng, did you hear me clearly this time? Shin Shuyuan's gentle voice came through the phone. I heard clearly, I'm just a bit confused. Confused about what? What's there to be confused about? Don't you want to see me? No, that's not what I meant, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. I doubt you would dare, Shin Shuyuan huffed playfully. I'll handle this matter well, and try to spend more days with you in the Magic City, Shin Shuyuan said again. Then you really have to spend more days with me, Lu Feng replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? Shin Shuyuan didn't understand why Lu Feng said that. Because the person who submitted the new energy patent you mentioned is me, Lu Feng said. So, how about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Shin Shuyuan was also stunned by Lu Feng's words. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Feng, you're not joking, are you? Shin Shuyuan asked suspiciously. How could I? Yi Fan went with me, you can ask him, Lu Feng said. Seeing that Lu Feng was so certain, Shin Shuyuan believed he wasn't lying. Feng, you're amazing. Although I don't know much about the automotive industry, I can understand the importance of this new energy technology. Otherwise, my family wouldn't have sent me to the Magic City to negotiate this cooperation, Shin Shuyuan praised. Of course, you should see who my future boyfriend is, Lu Feng said smugly. Then I can just come find you directly in a while. I'll go pick you up then. Then I'll hang up first. Staying up late can cause acne. Okay, good night. Good night. After Lu Feng hung up the phone, he fell asleep with thoughts of Shin Shuyuan. However, Shin Shuyuan lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. Feng, you've changed so much. You've really grown a lot. I believe it won't be long before we can be together openly, Shin Shuyuan murmured to herself. A night without conversation. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Feng finally got up groggily. He didn't go to Fengyu today, instead, he had something more important to do. He needed to interview someone with a very impressive background. Lu Feng drove to a cafe, and he didn't bring anyone with him, he came alone. Lu Feng walked into the cafe, looked around, and soon spotted the person he was looking for. Excuse me, sir, someone is sitting here, the person across from him said as soon as Lu Feng sat down. Is it possible that I'm the person you're waiting for? Lu Feng said awkwardly. The man was taken aback by the words and quickly stood up, saying, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, you're even more handsome than in the photos. I didn't recognize you for a moment. is that considered flattery? Lu Feng laughed. If speaking the truth counts as flattery in your presence, then I am indeed flattering you, the man replied. Ha, you are quite interesting, Lu Feng chuckled at the man's words. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu, my name is Su Luoxian, the man introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Su, I saw your resume. You were the president of Yulong Group before, right? Yes, Mr. Lu. Then why did you leave your last company? Lu Feng asked, mimicking HR's routine. After all, he had never interviewed anyone before. In his companies, hiring employees didn't require the chairman to personally step in. That's a long story. To put it simply, it was due to differences in company philosophy, so I resigned, Su Luoxian answered honestly. Differences in company philosophy? What kind of differences? Just some unspoken rules and such. You know, the entertainment industry can be quite chaotic, he said. Although I was the group president, to put it bluntly, I was just a high-level worker. I couldn't stand those so-called unspoken rules, so I protested to the board multiple times, but it was all rejected. In the end, I chose to leave that company and then saw your recruitment information, Su Luoxian said. Lu Feng listened to Su Luoxian while sipping his coffee. Since you chose this industry, you should understand that this industry is like that. It's a big dive at. If you want to keep yourself clean and pure, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky, Lu Feng said, putting down his cup. I understand what you mean, but I just want to fight for my ideals, Su Luoxian insisted. I know you have the ability. I've checked your information. You managed to double the market value of Yulong Entertainment in just 3 years. You are indeed a great talent. But as you can see, you were ruthlessly abandoned by the board, Lu Feng said. It's right for people to have ideals. Without ideals, what's the difference from being a salted fish? But you also need to learn to accept reality. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian fell into deep thought. Lu Feng was not in a hurry, leisurely sipping his coffee. It wasn't until Lu Feng had added coffee 3 times that Su Luoxian finished his contemplation. So, Mr. Lu, does that mean my interview today was a failure? Su Luoxian said with a disappointed expression. Why do you say that? Lu Feng asked curiously. Although what you said is very correct, I still can't accept it, so I might have a difference in philosophy with you. I think you probably won't want me. Then if I let you manage my company, what would you do? Lu Feng asked him. If I were to manage it, I would hope the company wouldn't have so many unspoken rules. I hope the company can truly have capable people in charge. Not a bunch of connections relying on money for bribery or selling their bodies to push down those who are truly capable, Su Luoxian said excitedly. Lu Feng could see that Su Luoxian genuinely hated these kinds of unspoken rules. Not bad, not bad, your ideas are really good, Lu Feng said, clapping his hands. All right, Mr. Lu, I've said all I wanted to say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Goodbye, Su Luoxian said as he stood up to leave. Wait, why leave when we were having such a good conversation? Lu Feng called out to Su Luoxian. Mr. Lu, our philosophies are different. Continuing to talk won't yield any results. I might as well go back and rest early, Su Luoxian said directly. Haha, has anyone ever told you that your mind is particularly straightforward and you can't speak well? Lu Feng said with a smile. More than one person has said that, Su Luoxian replied honestly, as if the words weren't even directed at him. Ha, alright, sit down and let's chat, you really suit my taste. Su Luoxian seemed to have heard something unbelievable, his mouth agape. Mr. Lu, do you agree with my philosophy? Of course, I admire people like you, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Su Luoxian immediately sat back down. Mr. Lu, you really surprise me. To be blunt, businessmen like you should be all about profit. My philosophy clearly doesn't align with that of a businessman. Why would you agree with my management style? Su Luoxian was genuinely curious. The bosses he had encountered before all valued money above all else. It was the first time he had met someone like Lu Feng who seemed indifferent to money. It's simple, because I am also that kind of person. I have my own principles and moral boundaries. Do you think that capitalists like us must be those who love money to the point of obsession, willing to do anything for it? Lu Feng said lightly. Mr. Lu, you are different in my eyes. I can feel it, Su Luoxian awkwardly explained. So, are you willing to work under me? Lu Feng directly extended an olive branch. Yes, I am very willing to serve you, Su Luoxian said immediately. Ha ha, when did my charm become so great? You didn't even ask about your salary and benefits, and you dare to agree right away? Lu Feng looked at Su Luoxian with amusement. Salary isn't important, what's important is you. I agreed because of you. That's a strange thing to say. It feels like we're about to get involved in something else, Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu, I'm serious. Of course, if you aren't as you say, I will choose to leave, Su Luoxian said with a serious expression. To be honest, your way of speaking is really unlikable, but who told me to admire you? Take a look at this contract. For the first 6 months, the salary is 50,000 a month, and after passing the evaluation, it will be 100,000 a month. Lu Feng took out the prepared contract and handed it over. Su Luoxian took the contract and read it carefully. Your position at Fengyu Group is vice president. If you pass the evaluation, you will be confirmed, Lu Feng said. No problem, Su Luoxian said as he signed the contract. Congratulations, you are officially the vice president of Fengyu Entertainment. Lu Feng extended his hand. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely deliver a satisfactory performance, Su Luoxian said as he shook hands with Lu Feng. Let's go, it's still early. I'll take you to see the company, and you can officially start work tomorrow, Lu Feng said. Sure, no problem. Do you have a car? Do you want me to take you? Mr. Lu, I drive. I also know where Fengyu is, Su Luoxian quickly got into character. Alright, then I'll wait for you at the company, Lu Feng said as he went to drive. Driving his Ferrari, Lu Feng quickly arrived at the company. Wait for a guy named Su Luoxian to come find me. Just take him to my office, Lu Feng instructed the receptionist. Okay, Mr. Lu, the receptionist quickly agreed. After making the arrangements, Lu Feng went directly to his office to wait for Su Luoxian. Wow, Mr. Lu is so handsome, Receptionist A said to Receptionist B. Yeah, when he talks to us, my heart races so fast, I can't take it, Receptionist B said. Ah, if only someone like Mr. Lu, such a perfect man, would take a liking to me, said Receptionist A with a lovesick expression. Cut it out, you really dare to dream. What status does Mr. Lu have? He's the big shot who spent billions to take over our group. Just getting a glance from him is already a rare honor, Receptionist B retorted. Oomph, do I need you to remind me? I'm just daydreaming. If I could spend a night with such a perfect man, I'd be willing to live 5 years less, no, even 10 years less. Receptionist A continued to fantasize. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, who had already returned to his office, he had become the subject of the receptionist's night dreams. Lu Feng brewed himself a cup of Preming Westlake Longjing tea and sat there waiting for Su Luoxian. A few minutes later, Su Luoxian arrived at Fengyu Group. Hello, my name is Su Luoxian. I'm here to see Mr. Lu Feng, Su Luoxian said, scanning the lobby and spotting the two receptionists from earlier. Upon hearing that he was the person Mr. Lu had instructed them to pay attention to, Receptionist A eagerly volunteered to take Su Luoxian to Lu Feng's office. Humph, she actually got ahead of me, Receptionist B said, watching the two depart. Mr. Su, please follow me, Receptionist A said as she pressed the elevator button. Okay, thank you, Su Luoxian replied. The two took the elevator directly to Lu Feng's floor. Knock, knock, knock. Receptionist A knocked on Lu Feng's office door. Come in. As soon as Lu Feng's voice fell, Receptionist A pushed the door open. Mr. Lu, Mr. Su has arrived, Receptionist A said, bowing slightly. At the same time, her eyes were secretly glancing at Lu Feng. Wow, he's so handsome. Isn't he just like the domineering CEO described in novels? Receptionist A thought to herself. Mr. Lu, at this moment, Su Luoxian also walked in. Seeing Su Luoxian enter, Receptionist A reluctantly stepped out of Lu Feng's office. At this time, the receptionist still didn't know that the person she had just brought over would be the future president of Fengyu. Here are the profiles of the company employees and executives. This stack contains the profiles of the signed celebrities. These are some streamers signed by the company guild. Take a good look. After you finish, I'll hold a meeting this afternoon to announce your position, Lu Feng said. Understood, Su Luoxian replied, starting to look through the documents one by one. After all, he would be in charge of the company in the future, so he needed to familiarize himself with the executives, employees, and signed celebrities. Thus, Su Luoxian spent a long time reviewing, during which he also shared many opinions, including on the company's operational model. This made Lu Feng increasingly feel that he had encountered a talent. Let's go, let's have lunch first. You can look at the rest later. As it was already noon, Lu Feng directly interrupted Su Luoxian, who was still reading the documents. He then took Su Luoxian to Rui restaurant. Let's see what to eat. This meal will serve as your welcome banquet, Lu Feng said, handing over the menu. Su Luoxian didn't hold back and ordered several dishes before returning the menu to Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the menu and added 2 more dishes before handing it back to the waiter. Please wait a moment, the dishes will take some time. I'll arrange for a tea master to brew some tea for you, the waiter said before leaving with the menu. Not long after the waiter left, the tea master entered. "Gentlemen, would you like something to drink? We have Longjing, Dahongpo, Biluachan, and Dianhong Golden Needle," the tea master said as he set up the tea utensils. "Let's have some green tea before the meal, Longjing please," Lu Feng said. "Alright, please wait a moment," the tea master replied and began his work. Soon, under the tea master's skillful hands, a pot of Longjing was brewed. "Please have a taste." The tea master pushed 2 cups of Longjing tea in front of Lu Feng and Su Luoxian. Su Luoxian looked at the fragrant Westlake Longjing and couldn't help but take a sip. "Good tea, the tender buds of Longjing before the Qingming festival," Su Luoxian said after taking a sip. Hearing this, Lu Feng was quite surprised. He didn't expect Su Luoxian to know about tea. "So, Mr. Su knows about tea too? I usually just drink a bit casually. I can't say I understand tea, but after drinking a lot, I gradually learn some knowledge about it," Su Luoxian said modestly. "Ha, that's impressive enough. Unlike me, I've drunk a lot of tea, but I just can't figure it out," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Mr. Lu, you are too modest," Su Luoxian replied. Due to the exquisite dishes at Ruiju, many of them required special cooking methods, so it wasn't until the two finished an entire pot of tea that the first dish was served. "Try this steamed 3-yellow chicken, it's very fresh with the secret sauce," Lu Feng said. After hearing this, Su Luoxian picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and then put it in his mouth. "Delicious, the chicken is chewy, and the sauce is very fresh, together, they taste even better," Su Luoxian praised. "Ha, can chicken not be chewy? These chickens are free-range from the mountains," Lu Feng said as he also picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it. Before long, all the other dishes were served. "I won't be polite, I haven't eaten breakfast yet," Lu Feng said as he ordered a large bowl of rice. He then held the rice bowl, eating a mouthful of rice with a mouthful of dish. This bold scene made Su Luoxian laugh. "Ha, Mr. Lu, you really don't care about the little details, you're so bold. Give me a bowl of rice too." Su Luoxian also ordered rice. The two of them began to eat heartily, and anyone who didn't know would think they had been starving for a long time. After finishing the meal, Lu Feng drove his Ferrari, taking Su Luoxian to the company. "Mr. Lu, if I'm not mistaken, isn't your Ferrari the limited edition J50, with only 10 units worldwide?" Su Luoxian said from the passenger seat. "It's the J50, but it's a one-of-a-kind, specially customized for me," Lu Feng said nonchalantly. This statement shocked Su Luoxian greatly. "It seems I underestimated your background, you actually had Ferrari customize a car for you. You know, previously, a prince from the Middle Eastern country of Kabi spent 500 million, wanting Ferrari to customize a car just for him. Ferrari directly refused him, and now you actually have one. This is truly astonishing," Su Luoxian exclaimed. "It's not as exaggerated as you say, you just need to become a shareholder of Ferrari to have your own Ferrari," Lu Feng said lightly. This wasn't Lu Feng trying to show off, he genuinely thought it wasn't difficult. "Ah, Mr. Lu, you really say it so casually, as long as you become a shareholder of Ferrari." "Wait, Mr. Lu, you just said that becoming a shareholder of Ferrari means you can own a Ferrari. Then you are." Su Luoxian finally reacted and hurriedly asked. "Yes, I am a shareholder of Ferrari, otherwise, how could I have such a face when the Middle Eastern prince was rejected?" Lu Feng said. "This news is truly shocking. Being with you makes me afraid I might get scared to death one day." Su Luoxian patted his chest and said. "Ha, old Su, you're too exaggerated," Lu Feng laughed. "May I ask, Mr. Lu, what percentage of Ferrari do you hold?" Su Luoxian asked cautiously. "Guess. 1%? That was before, I got a bit more recently, guess again?" Su Luoxian was completely conquered by Lu Feng. How could the Ferrari shares that seemed so unattainable in front of others be so casually mentioned by Lu Feng? It was as if they were as cheap as buying cabbage at a market. 3%? No. 5%? Still not right, be a bit bolder. 10%, Su Luoxian gritted his teeth and said. "Not correct either, old Su, you need to think bigger, this is good for the company," Lu Feng teased. 20%, Su Luoxian blurted out a number he had never dared to think of before. "Very close," Lu Feng replied upon hearing it. "Chairman Lu, just tell me how many shares you actually hold, I can't keep guessing, my heart can't take it anymore," Su Luoxian said with a bitter smile, feeling the pressure on his heart was dozens of times greater than before. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. I actually hold 21% of Ferrari," Lu Feng said. Seeing Su Luoxian like this, he decided to stop joking. "Chairman Lu, you really are too lucky to hold so many shares in Ferrari," Su Luoxian exclaimed. "If it were someone else, holding even 1% of Ferrari, the whole of Huagua would know," Su Luoxian added. "Ah, I'm just doing things low-key, it shows depth," Lu Feng laughed. You really are too low-key, Su Luoxian said helplessly. After all, this was 21% of Ferrari shares, worth hundreds of billions of Huagua currency. With a screech of brakes, the two returned to the company. Lu Feng immediately arranged for his secretary to notify all executives to prepare for a meeting. Come on, next up is your shining debut, Lu Feng said. Please don't embarrass me, Su Luoxian replied. The two arrived at the conference room first. Within 2 minutes, the executives who received the notice began to arrive one after another. Chairman Lu. Hello, Chairman Lu. After greeting Lu Feng, each executive curiously looked at Su Luoxian beside him, speculating about who could sit next to Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, I'm sorry, something came up and delayed me, said the last executive to enter. Just sit down, Lu Feng said expressionlessly. As everyone settled in, Lu Feng remained silent for a long time. The large conference room was filled with silence. The executives, seeing Lu Feng not speaking, dared not even breathe. They all recalled whether they had made any mistakes recently. Those who had erred were already starting to sweat on their foreheads. I called you all here today to announce something, but before that, I have a few words to say, Lu Feng's authoritative voice suddenly rang out, startling the executives present. Some of the timid ones even shivered in fear. Lu Feng took note of everyone's reactions. I don't care how Chairman Yang managed the company before, nor do I care how many mistakes some of you have made, he continued. I only speak of the present, so for those among you who have abused your power, who have unclear relationships with the company's artists, and those who are just muddling through, you all need to come to my office within a day and explain yourselves. As long as you can guarantee that this won't happen again and continue to serve the company, I will not hold past mistakes against you. However, if you remain stubborn, unwilling to clarify, or even plan to maintain the status quo, Lu Feng's tone turned icy, then don't blame me, Lu, for being unyielding. The executives who were targeted by Lu Feng trembled all over, while those who had done nothing wrong sat steadily. Next, I will announce one more thing, Lu Feng continued. This is my newly appointed vice president, Mr. Su Luoxian. Su Luoxian stood up in cooperation. Hello everyone, my name is Su Luoxian, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hello, President Su. Hello, President Su. The executives all stood up to greet him. I believe everyone here should know President Su. After all, we are all in the same industry and are aware of President Su's illustrious history. In just 3 years, he doubled the market value of Yulong Entertainment Company, making it one of the top 10 entertainment companies in Huagua. Although it ranks 10th, it still shows how impressive President Su is. Therefore, I hope you can achieve even greater glory under President Su's leadership. Of course, it also relies on the efforts of everyone present, Lu Feng said just as Su Luoxian stood up and said, Please rest assured, Director Lu, I will not let you down. Please rest assured, Director Lu, we will not let you down, and we will fully cooperate with President Su. The executives also stood up to say, Good, seeing your spirit, I am very satisfied. I hope that when the next ranking of the top 10 companies is announced, you can break into the top 3, Lu Feng also stood up and said. He then took Su Luoxian out of the conference room. As soon as Lu Feng left, the executives immediately began to whisper among themselves. I didn't expect the former president of Yulong Group to come and be our president. Yeah, it seems like good days are over. This Su Luoxian was as hard and smelly as a stone in a latrine when he was at Yulong. Who says otherwise? It seems that his temper offended the board of directors at Yulong, and then he resigned. Sigh, I wonder what Director Lu is thinking, actually bringing Su Luoxian to be our president, said a corpulent executive. Humph, don't you understand? The new official takes office with 3 fires, and the first and second fires have already burned on our heads, said a very sharp executive. What do you mean by that, old Su? Others asked. The man referred to as old Su chuckled and said, Director Lu asked us who made mistakes to go to his office to confess, and he won't hold it against us. That's the first fire. The second fire is appointing Su Luoxian as vice president because we are not personally brought up by Director Lu, so he doesn't trust us. That's why he personally found Su Luoxian, with the purpose of managing us, the sharp man old Su said. The other executives felt this made sense upon hearing it. Then old Su, what do you think we should do? Another executive asked. Is there any need to ask? Of course, those who made mistakes should go and admit it themselves, then hope that Director Lu will keep his word and not hold your previous mistakes against you, old Su said. What if Director Lu doesn't keep his word? Another executive asked. Old Su looked at him as if he were an idiot. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? The executive asked, puzzled. Ha, you don't have anything on your face, but you can pack your things and leave soon, old Su said with a cold snort. Why? I haven't made any big mistakes, the executive panicked instantly. As soon as Director Lu leaves, you doubt his integrity and say it in front of everyone. Tell me, shouldn't you leave? Old Su said directly when he saw he hadn't reacted yet. I didn't mean it that way, I just said it casually. The executive panicked instantly. What good does it do to tell me? I can't control you, Old Su reminded him again when he saw he still hadn't understood. I understand, thank you, Old Su, I'm going to find Director Lu now, the man said and ran out. The other executives, especially those who had made mistakes, ran out even faster, all preparing to go to Lu Feng's office to confess everything and seek leniency. Arrange for someone to tidy up an office for Vice President Su, Lu Feng said to the secretary standing beside him. Yes, the secretary replied and pushed the door open to leave. There will be many people coming to confess everything next, so you will handle these matters, Lu Feng said to Su Luoxian. Don't worry, I will take care of it, Su Luoxian replied. Just as Su Luoxian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, a supervisor who had attended the meeting walked in after Lu Feng's consent. He was the one who had just questioned whether Lu Feng would keep his word. What do you want? Although Lu Feng already knew his intention, he still asked deliberately. Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, I came to admit my mistake, the man said quietly. Oh, what mistake do you have? Lu Feng asked with interest. I used my position in the company to arrange for a few of my relatives' children, the man answered honestly. TSK, you are abusing your power in favoring your relatives, Lu Feng said. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu, I will clear these people out, the man hurriedly said. At this moment, he no longer cared that these people were his relatives' children. After all, it's better to save oneself than to save others. How could he still care about them when he couldn't even protect himself? You can just discuss this with Vice President Su. He will be responsible for managing the company from now on, Lu Feng said, pointing to Su Luoxian sitting beside him. Su Luoxian cooperatively continued the conversation. How many people have you arranged? In response to Mr. Su, I arranged 4, the man said hurriedly. What positions have they been assigned to? Su Luoxian asked again. 2 are in the live streaming department as middle control for the sales anchors, and the other 2 are in operations. Do you think they can handle their jobs? They couldn't before, but now after some training, they can manage. These 4 are quite diligent. After all, they know our company is a big one, and for them, this is a great job, the man said truthfully. Since Mr. Lu said before that as long as you are willing to confess, you will not be held accountable, and since the people you arranged can handle their jobs without slacking off, I won't pursue this matter, Su Luoxian said. Thank you, Mr. Lu, thank you, Mr. Su, the man exclaimed, overjoyed. He had thought he would offend those relatives this time, but unexpectedly, he didn't have to dismiss those relatives' children, which made him very happy. Don't be too quick to thank me. Let me be clear, if I find out again that you are abusing your power to bring people into the company, you can just leave, Su Luoxian said coldly. Rest assured, I guarantee it won't happen again, the man hurriedly assured. Also, if I find that the people you arranged cannot handle their jobs, I will still fire them, Su Luoxian added. You can rest assured, they will definitely be able to handle this job. The colleagues who worked with them before praised them, the man said quickly. I hope so. If there's nothing else, you can leave now, Su Luoxian said. Yes, Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, then I will take my leave, the man said as he got up to leave. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? Su Luoxian asked anxiously. He was afraid Lu Feng would blame him for keeping those 4 connections. However, since they could handle the job, Su Luoxian believed it was necessary to give them a chance. Not bad, Lu Feng nodded and said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian finally felt relieved. Knock. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Vice President Su, it seems you have your hands full, Lu Feng teased. It's my duty to share the burden for Director Lu, Su Luoxian replied. Come in. With a click, as the door opened, another executive walked in. Director Lu, President Su. Lu Feng remained silent, which only made the already anxious executive even more fearful. Just tell me, Su Luoxian said, looking at the executive. Yes, the executive hurriedly agreed. The executive then explained the mistake he had made, having an inappropriate relationship with a small streamer. Which streamer? Speak up, Su Luoxian said expressionlessly after hearing this. It's a streamer with 4 to 5 million followers, the executive said, pulling out his phone to show Su Luoxian a photo. Su Luoxian picked up the information about the streamer and quickly found her. He glanced at the executive and then began to read the details about the streamer. Wang Zixuan, 22 years old. At this age, she could be your daughter, Su Luoxian said lightly. The executive felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, only managing a smile. Last year, she made over 2 million for the company. I think you had a part in that, right? Su Luoxian continued. Well, a little bit, the executive admitted honestly. From today on, your relationship with her is over. I will transfer you from the headquarters. What do you say? Su Luoxian's eyes fixed intently on the executive. No problem, no problem. I agree with your method. The executive dared not disagree at this point. As for this streamer, she has some ability, but she's a bit restless. Let her be a streaming assistant for 3 months to teach her a lesson. If she still behaves like this after 3 months, just fire her. Su Luoxian stated the punishment for the female streamer. Yes, whatever you say, I will cooperate, the executive replied. Alright, you can go now. I think there are others waiting in line. Su Luoxian waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Yes, Director Lu, President Su, I will take my leave now. After the executive left, he let out a long sigh of relief. So, how did it go, old Feng? What was your outcome? President Feng, how did Director Lu handle you? The executive known as Old Feng was immediately surrounded by a few people as he stepped out. They were all executives preparing to confess for leniency. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. That saying is true, Old Feng said, ignoring the others and walking away. What does he mean by that? One executive asked, confused. Who cares? I'm going in first. Another executive, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, knocked on the door and entered. How many more are waiting outside? Lu Feng asked the newly entered executive. There are still 5 or 6, Director Lu, the executive replied. It seems there are still some who are prepared to resist, Lu Feng sneered. You can start now, just speak directly to Vice President Su, Lu Feng said, closing his eyes. President Su, I embezzled some company funds, the executive said. How much did you embezzle? A total of 1.2 million over 3 years. That's not a small amount. If you report this, sitting in jail for 3 to 5 years won't be a problem, Su Luoxian said. Upon hearing this, the executive's legs went weak. President Su, I will return all the embezzled funds. I beg you, please don't report me. I'm begging you, the executive pleaded desperately in front of Su Luoxian. I just looked at your information. Your annual salary is over 300,000, and with various bonuses, it should be around 400,000 a year. Isn't that enough for you? Su Luoxian said, looking at the executive's records. President Su, I have my reasons, the executive replied. Oh, what troubles do you have? Is it true that everyone who makes mistakes will say they have their reasons? Su Luoxian said with a playful look at the executive. I know the company has treated me well. I embezzled this money because I wanted to buy a house. You also know that houses in the Magic City can easily cost millions. 40,000 a year sounds like a lot, but after deducting family expenses, it would take me over a decade to buy a house in the Magic City. My son is already in kindergarten, and my wife has her eye on a school district house because there are elementary schools nearby, and I've heard that the second middle school of the Magic City will also move there. So my wife really wants to buy a house there, so the child won't have to worry until high school, but the cheapest house there costs 8 million. Based on my salary, I would have to save for 20 years without eating or drinking to afford it. Even with installment payments, I would need to pay a down payment of 3.5 million, but I don't have that much money. So you set your sights on the company, right? Before the executive could finish speaking, Su Luoxian interrupted him. Yes, the executive said, feeling disheartened. When a person's spending ability exceeds what they can bear, that often marks the beginning of crime. You are a very typical example, Su Luoxian said coldly. I understand your feelings as a father, but there are national laws and family rules. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Mr. Su, I beg you, please don't call the police. My whole family depends on me. If I go in, what will they do? You can hit or punish me, I accept it all. I just ask you not to call the police, the executive pleaded desperately. Su Luoxian glanced at Lu Feng, wanting to hear his opinion, but Lu Feng had his eyes closed at that moment. Unable to rely on him, Su Luoxian had to make the decision himself. Watching Su Luoxian think, the executive's heart was in his throat. After a long while, Su Luoxian finally spoke slowly. How about this? Considering you took the initiative to confess and your good attitude, the embezzled money will be deducted from your salary. When the 1.2 million is deducted, it will be over. Thank you, Mr. Lu, thank you, Mr. Su, thank you. The executive was instantly moved to tears. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, there is still a punishment, Su Luoxian said. You say, I made a mistake, I accept any punishment, the executive immediately replied. The embezzled money will be deducted from your salary, and it will take about 3 years. In addition to not receiving a salary for these 3 years, I will also impose an additional fine of 300,000. so you will have no salary for 4 consecutive years. Can you accept this punishment? Mr. Su, I can accept it. Just being fined for 1 year's salary is already a great kindness, the executive said. Alright, since you can accept it, go back and prepare a document, then bring it to me for signature. If you make another mistake, we will settle both new and old accounts together, Su Luoxian said expressionlessly. Yes, I promise I won't make mistakes again, the executive quickly assured. Mr. Lu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Su, thank you for your punishment, the executive said, bowing to both Lu Feng and Su Luoxian. Alright, you can go now. After hearing this, the executive pushed the door and left. At this moment, Lu Feng also opened his eyes. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this handling? Su Luoxian asked. It's good, reasonable. It not only wins people's hearts but also imposes a reasonable punishment. I believe that after this incident, this executive will be devoted to you, Lu Feng praised. I dare not, I am only loyal to you, Su Luoxian quickly replied. Ha, old Su, no need to be nervous. I'm not that petty, Lu Feng said. Since I trust you, I won't doubt you. Go ahead and do it boldly, Lu Feng said, looking at Su Luoxian with satisfaction. I will definitely achieve results that satisfy you, Su Luoxian said. But you should also know, I can lift you up, and I can also bring you down, Lu Feng said. Su Luoxian was instantly drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Understood. Alright, let's hurry up and continue, aim to finish these people before we get off work, Lu Feng said, closing his eyes again. Next, come in. Su Luoxian collected his thoughts and called out to the door. Being with Director Lu is really stressful. I can't believe this person, who is 10 years younger than me, can put so much pressure on me. Director Lu, what exactly is your background? Just as Su Luoxian was lost in thought, another supervisor pushed the door and walked in. Director Lu, President Su. Until the end of the workday, Su Luoxian finally dealt with all the high-level executives who had made mistakes. Director Lu, it's time to get off work, Su Luoxian said. Lu Feng finally opened his eyes. Alright, let's go, Lu Feng said as he got up from his chair. Director Lu, there's something I don't know if I should say, Su Luoxian looked at Lu Feng and said. Speak. I feel that there should be more high-level executives in the company who have made mistakes, and there should be some who are just watching. These people should be waiting for the punishment results of this batch of executives this afternoon. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng said. I mean, if the remaining executives come to admit their mistakes tomorrow, how should I handle it? Su Luoxian asked cautiously. There was no way around it. The pressure Lu Feng put on him was too great, and he had to be careful. Do I still need to ask about such things? I've already given them a chance. Those who didn't come today will be dealt with tomorrow as they should be. Lu Feng said coldly. His voice was as chilling as the winter wind. Yes, I understand, Su Luoxian hurriedly replied. I've already given them a chance. If they don't cherish it, they can't blame me for being unyielding. Also, use these people from today as a breakthrough and dig deeper for me. I want to root out all the pests in the company. Within a month, I want to see a completely renewed Fengyu. Can you do it? Lu Feng looked at Su Luoxian and said. I can, I will definitely not let you down, Su Luoxian immediately promised. Then I'll leave first, Lu Feng said and left the office. It's really like being with a tiger, Su Luoxian muttered to himself as he watched Lu Feng walk away. Lu Feng drove his Ferrari, speeding back to the manor. Just as he parked the car, Leng Yu and Lang Shui came to greet him. Young master, Sister Anwan has already prepared dinner, you should go eat, Leng Yu said. Alright, I'm also hungry, let's eat first, Lu Feng said. The three then went to Enfeng's residence. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Lu Feng couldn't help but drool. Grilled mackerel head and tail, fried purple crispy meat, braised pork belly, peony swallow's nest, clear soup abalone, scallion braised sea cucumber, scallion braised lamb, bianjing roast duck, fried 8 pieces, and 4 treasures set. Famous dishes from the Central Plains, and Wan, you are also proficient in Central Plains cuisine, Lu Feng said, looking at the top 10 famous dishes from the Central Plains on the table. I've been learning during this time, wanting you to experience the famous dishes from various places, and Wan said. That's great, having you as my chef is truly my wisest choice, you alone can replace several chefs, Lu Feng praised. Mr. Lu, please stop flattering me and sit down to try the taste, and Wan said expectantly. Lu Feng was not polite, sitting down and picking up his chopsticks to grab some scallion braised lamb. Delicious, the lamb is handled so well that it doesn't have any gamey taste at all, and if you eat carefully, there's a faint milky fragrance, Lu Feng said. If you like it, eat more. I will often make it for you in the future, or if there's anything you want to eat, just tell me, and I'll learn it in advance, and Wan said happily. Ha, that's great, we can still order food, Lu Feng said with a smile upon hearing this. These are all things I should do, after all, we can never repay your kindness to us in this lifetime. Haha, let's not talk about those old matters anymore, you all hurry and sit down to eat, he replied. Sure, I've been wanting to try these dishes for a long time, Lang Yu immediately said. Then hurry up and eat, or I'll finish it all, Lu Feng said. Of course, we have to wait for the young master first, how can we eat before him? Lang Yu answered. Alright, seeing Lang Yu say this, Lu Feng didn't say much more and focused on his meal. After a delightful dinner, Lu Feng took a stroll around the estate. Don't ask why he didn't go back to his room to rest, it was simply because he had eaten too much and felt stuffed. There was no other way but to exercise a bit to digest. You all dress a bit more formally tomorrow, each of you drive a car to accompany me to pick someone up, Lu Feng said to Long Shui, Lang Yu, and In Feng, who were following behind him. Yes, the three replied. After walking for a while longer, Lu Feng returned to his room. Once back in his room, he started a video call with Xin Shuyuan. This had become something Lu Feng did almost every day. Xiao Yuan, the Ferrari Enzo is coming tomorrow, do you want to come and join the fun? Lu Feng said, looking at the stunning Xin Shuyuan on his phone. Ferrari Enzo? I'm not going, I have to handle some matters at the company before I can come to Moto to find you, Xin Shuyuan thought for a moment and then declined. You still have a company? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Of course, I started the company before I went to college, and I didn't rely on the Xin family, it's all my own doing, Xin Shuyuan said with a look that seemed to ask for praise. Wow, Xiao Yuan, you're amazing. Compared to you, I feel like a little fool, Lu Feng complimented in agreement. Hee, it's okay, I don't mind that you're a little fool, Xin Shuyuan said with a giggle. The two continued to flirt and joke until midnight before reluctantly hanging up. The next day, Lu Feng got up early and went to Fingyu. Originally, he didn't want to go since there was already someone in charge at Fingyu, so he planned to rest at home and then go to the airport to pick up Enzo in the afternoon. However, Su Luoshan called early in the morning, saying there was something at the company that needed his attention, so Lu Feng had no choice but to get up. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Lu Feng ate the buns prepared by Anwan, while Lang Yu drove in front. Behind them was a Mercedes G-Class driven by Lang Shui, and in front of them was another Mercedes G-Class driven by In Feng. The three luxury cars drove down the road, causing other vehicles to keep their distance upon seeing them. Young master, we've arrived. Lang Yu got out and respectfully opened the back door. Lu Feng quickly finished the bun in his hand, wiped his hands with a tissue, and then got out of the car. Let's see what issue Su Luoshan couldn't handle that requires me to come personally, Lu Feng said as he led the way into the company. The three followed suit. Mr. Lu, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Hello, Lu Feng greeted them. Soon, Lu Feng took the exclusive elevator to Su Luoshuan's office. As soon as he entered, he saw another person in the office. The person looked familiar, but Lu Feng just couldn't recall who it was. What's the matter? You called me up so early, Lu Feng said, ignoring the other person and sitting directly across from Su Luoshan. Lang Yu and Lang Shui stood behind Lu Feng. Su Luoshan glanced at the twin sisters behind Lu Feng, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lu, I can't make a decision on this matter, which is why I took the liberty of asking you to come. Su Luoshan quickly shifted his gaze from the two sisters and said, What matter? You are Mr. Lu Feng, right? It's about my situation. At that moment, the man sitting on the sofa spoke up. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, Lu Feng said. You don't recognize me? The man seemed a bit surprised that Lu Feng didn't know him. Why should I know you? Lu Feng replied. The man suddenly felt a bit awkward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xing. I am a singer and one of the two major superstars signed by the company. Mr. Lu Xing, did you come for something? Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu, I came to discuss the contract issue, Lu Xing said directly. Contract? Is there a problem with the contract? Lu Feng asked. Mr. Lu, there is no problem with the contract, Mr. Lu Xing is here to terminate it, Su Luoshan said. Terminate? Mr. Lu Xing, can you give me a reason? Lu Feng looked at Lu Xing and said. It's nothing much, I just feel that your company is not suitable for me anymore. Lu Xing chose to lie, not mentioning that he was poached by Yiyu. Mr. Lu Xing, I must remind you that if you terminate the contract now, you will have to pay a hefty penalty, Lu Feng said. As for the penalty, I will pay it all, so you don't need to worry about it, Mr. Lu Xing said. Mr. Lu Xing, it seems you are determined to leave? Yes, you won't make it difficult for me, will you? Haha, how could I? I, Lu, would never force someone against their will. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Then thank you, Mr. Lu. You're welcome, I hope you won't regret it in the future, Lu Feng said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's heart trembled. Will it be discovered? It shouldn't be, this matter should only be known by me and young Master Yi, Lu Xing thought to himself. But on the surface, he remained calm. Who can say for sure about regret? Lu Xing said. Alright, since you understand, I'll have someone prepare a report, and you can sign it later, Lu Feng said, looking at Lu Xing. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu Xing, seeing his goal achieved, felt a weight lift off his heart. He was afraid Lu Feng would disagree and had prepared many reasons, but he didn't expect Lu Feng to agree so readily. It was as if he was just an inconsequential person, making Lu Xing doubt whether he was truly one of the two superstars of Fengyu. Soon, the secretary came over with the termination contract that had just been prepared. Let him take a look, and once it's good, he can sign. Lu Feng directly signaled the secretary to hand the contract to Lu Xing. Lu Xing took the contract from the secretary and examined it carefully, fearing that Lu Feng would pull a fast one on him. Lu Xing looked for a good 10 minutes, and after confirming that there were no traps, he finally signed his name. Mr. Lu, I have signed. Lu Xing stood up and placed the contract in front of Lu Feng. Alright, Lu Feng didn't even look at it, directly signing his name on the contract and handing it to Su Luoxian for a stamp. Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The penalty will be transferred to the company's account within 3 working days. Lu Xing, seeing the contract completed smoothly, immediately wanted to leave, fearing Lu Feng would change his mind. Alright, you can go. I wish you great success in the future, Lu Feng said without raising his head. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lu Xing said, then left without looking back. As soon as Lu Xing left, Su Luoxian could no longer hold back. Mr. Lu, why did you agree to let him go? He is one of our only 2 superstars. Su Luoxian said anxiously. Don't worry, Lao Su, if someone wants to leave, just let them go. Even if you force them to stay, their heart won't be with us, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. But this will have a huge impact on our company, and in half a year, the annual evaluation conference will start, Su Luoxian explained, thinking Lu Feng didn't understand the stakes. Isn't there still Bing Bing? Is it really that urgent? Director Lu, relying solely on one Bing Bing is not enough. Before Su Luoxian could finish, there was another knock on the door. Come in, Su Luoxian had to pause his explanation to Lu Feng. With a click, as the door opened, a stunningly beautiful woman with a tall figure walked in. It was Zhang Bingbing, another of the 2 superstars of Fengyu. Hello, President Su. Hello, Director Lu. Su Luoxian sensed something was off the moment he saw Zhang Bingbing, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Hello, Ms. Zhang. What brings you to the company? I thought you were on set filming a movie, Su Luoxian said first. I came to discuss something with both leaders, Zhang Bingbing replied. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxian's bad feeling intensified. What's so urgent? Lu Feng asked. Director Lu, it's about the contract between me and the company, Zhang Bingbing said. Su Luoxian's heart finally sank. Oh, is Ms. Zhang here to terminate the contract as well? Lu Feng said, looking at Zhang Bingbing with interest. What do you mean by that, Director Lu? Zhang Bingbing feigned ignorance. I mean, before you, Lu Xing also terminated his contract with the company, Lu Feng said flatly. Ah, is that so? Director Lu, I really didn't know, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Bingbing, being an actress, displayed remarkably convincing acting. Even Lu Feng was almost fooled by her performance. At this point, Ms. Zhang, there's no need to act with me, Lu Feng said with a cold smile. Su Luoxian wanted to try to retain her but was stopped by Lu Feng. Director Lu, I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Bingbing continued to play dumb. I'm curious, who poached you? Director Lu, you're overthinking it. I just feel that your company isn't suitable for my career path. Even the excuses are the same, Lu Feng laughed outright. Director Lu, I said, I don't know what just happened. I know that our departure will have a significant impact on the company. But I can only consider the company and not think about myself, Zhang Bingbing said. Yes, I understand what Ms. Zhang means. After all, if one doesn't think of oneself, heaven will punish them. So, does that mean Director Lu agrees to terminate my contract? Zhang Bingbing said, her heart filled with joy. Of course, after all, I can keep you here, but I can't keep your heart, Lu Feng sighed deeply. Seeing this, Zhang Bingbing pretended to comfort Lu Feng. Director Lu, don't be too sad. I know many friends and can introduce them to the company. No need, I appreciate your kindness. Director Lu, you really don't need it? Many of my friends are superstars, Zhang Bingbing continued. No need, you don't have to worry about the company's matters. Let's sign the contract. Xiao Zhang, go print a termination contract, Lu Feng instructed his secretary beside him. No need, Director Lu, I brought the contract myself, Zhang Bingbing said, pulling a contract out of her bag. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Ah, it seems a mess. Zhang came prepared. Zhang Bingbing ignored the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words and placed the contract in front of him. Seeing Zhang Bingbing's name already signed on it, Lu Feng showed no hesitation and directly signed his name. Mr. Lu, the penalty for breach of contract will be transferred to your account within 3 working days. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Zhang Bingbing said, relieved to see Lu Feng had signed. Alright, you can go, Lu Feng replied directly. Thank you for your support, Mr. Lu. Zhang Bingbing turned to leave. Wait a moment, Lu Feng suddenly called out to her. Is there anything else, Mr. Lu? Zhang Bingbing said, suppressing her unease. It's nothing, just wanted to remind you that associating with you and opposing me won't lead to a good outcome. Lu Feng's words made Zhang Bingbing's heart tremble. Mr. Lu is joking, I'll take my leave now, she said and hurriedly fled. Lu Feng watched Zhang Bingbing's retreating figure, revealing a chilling smile. Mr. Lu, why did you do that? Now the company has lost its only 2 pillars, Su Luoxian couldn't help but ask. However, Lu Feng showed no signs of worry. Even if I disagreed, I couldn't keep their hearts, Lu Feng said lightly. Why? I looked into it, and the treatment the company offers them is much better than what other superstars receive, Su Luoxian said, confused. Because a person of great influence personally poached them, Lu Feng replied. A person of great influence? Can anyone be greater than you? You hold 21% of Ferrari's shares, that's a significant figure internationally, Su Luoxian remarked. You know that's international, my wealth here is nothing, Lu Feng said, seemingly troubled. Those powerful families in various provinces were the big shots in power, none of them can be compared to me, Lu Feng said with a worried expression. So, are those families the ones who poached Zhang Bingbing and Lu Xing? Su Luoxian pondered. After all, those big shots in power couldn't possibly be poaching people. Yes, but not the families I mentioned, Lu Feng intentionally left it vague. He actually wanted to test whether Su Luoxian would continue to serve him after learning it was the Yi family from the capital. So, which families are they? Su Luoxian couldn't help but ask. The Yi family from the capital, Lu Feng said slowly, revealing the 4 words. Is it the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of the capital? Su Luoxian hurriedly asked. Is there a second Yi family in the capital? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian was momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought he finally found like-minded people and could finally showcase his talents, but fate had played such a cruel joke on him. The 4 words Yi family from the capital struck Su Luoxian's mind hard, leaving him in a daze for a long time. Lu Feng remained calm, casually taking out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and putting it in his mouth. It wasn't until Lu Feng finished smoking that Su Luoxian slowly came back to his senses. Mr. Lu, why would the Yi family target our small company? Su Luoxian said with a sigh. Indeed, compared to the colossal Yi family, 100 billion market value of Fengyu Entertainment was just a small ant. Su Luoxian couldn't understand why the lofty Yi family would pay attention to such a small company. It couldn't be that Lu Feng offended them, and thinking of this, Su Luoxian looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng understood the meaning in Su Luoxian's gaze. I was also set up by someone, Lu Feng shrugged and said. What do you mean by that? You know I've only just taken over this company a few days ago, which is why I came to you to manage it for me. Yes, I know that. I also know that the former chairman of the company has already been taken away by the tax bureau. But what does this have to do with the Yi family targeting our company? Su Luoxian still didn't understand. The problem lies here, the situation unfolded like this. A young master from the Yi family has taken a liking to Fengyu Entertainment and is prepared to spend 5 billion to buy it. Of course, Yang Qi wouldn't agree to that price. However, he can't afford to offend the Yi family, so he thought of a way, Lu Feng explained. The plan is to have you take over Fengyu and face the Yi family. Su Luoxian realized the course of events upon hearing this. That's right, that's how it is, Lu Feng nodded. So when you faced the Yi family's young master's acquisition, you didn't agree, which led the young master to take action against our company. Thus, they poached our 2 pillar stars. Su Luoxian, being a top talent, quickly analyzed the situation. Exactly, now you know the course of events, so what are you planning to do? When Lu Feng said this, his eyes were fixed intently on Su Luoxian's face, carefully observing every micro-expression. To be honest, Director Lu, when I found out that it was the Yi family from the capital targeting us, I was indeed very anxious, Su Luoxian candidly expressed his thoughts. Lu Feng remained silent upon hearing this, knowing that Su Luoxian surely had more to say. Sure enough, Su Luoxian continued, my first thought was that the company was doomed, and I should run away quickly. But then I thought of you. You believe in me so much, directly putting me in the position of vice president and promising to make me president in 5 months. If I were to flee out of fear of the Yi family, I would betray your trust in me, and that's not my character, Su Luoxian said to himself. So what is your choice? Will you stay and face the Yi family with me, or will you choose to resign and leave? If you choose to resign, I won't stop you, Lu Feng said, looking at Su Luoxian. Hearing this, Su Luoxian laughed. Ha ha ha, my choice is of course to stand with the company through thick and thin. Tolerance is not my character, otherwise, I wouldn't have resigned from Yulong. Su Luoxian met Lu Feng's gaze, speaking with spirited confidence. Seeing Su Luoxian say this, Lu Feng also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of the general I personally selected, you truly have guts. Go ahead and do it, I will fully support you. It's just the Yi family, I will be your strongest backing, Lu Feng said with great enthusiasm, as if he didn't care about the Yi family's reputation at all. Lu Feng's attitude successfully inspired Su Luoxian, and his fear of the Yi family diminished significantly. Yes, our chairman can even manage to get so many shares of Ferrari, his background shouldn't be any less than the Yi family's, Su Luoxian thought to himself. Just as Su Luoxian was speculating about Lu Feng's background, Lu Feng spoke again. Old Su, I have some dirt on the 2 stars that were poached. Find a time to hold a press conference to expose it. There are also materials on their tax evasion and some scandalous videos. You can come to my office to get them later. Su Luoxian felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Lu Feng had such a powerful weapon. But he still said with a hint of worry, Director Lu, but if we recklessly expose their dirt, will it have any impact on the company? You may not know since you just took over the company, but stars and entertainment companies are interdependent, and many stars are aware of the dirt on entertainment companies. If we recklessly expose their dirt, what if they have some dirt on our company? The consequences would be unimaginable. Ha, old Su, you don't need to worry about that. Since I said so, I must have my confidence, Lu Feng said with a confident expression. After going through so much, Lu Feng was no longer the clueless university student he once was. He had gradually matured, becoming steady in his actions, and started to exude the aura and planning of a big boss. I have already organized the information I have in hand, so you can boldly expose their dirt. Notify them in advance before the exposure. I want them to feel the fear of betraying the company. I want them to know that opposing me means even the Yi family can't protect them, Lu Feng said domineeringly. Alright, since you say so, I will go all out. Su Luoxian was impressed by Lu Feng's dominance. First, arrange for those 2 to come to the company, then show them the dirt I gave you. They will definitely admit their mistakes at first, but when they see you won't agree, they will surely threaten you with the company's dirt. At that time, the other piece of information you have, which is evidence of their tax evasion, will come into play. Just throw it in their faces, no need to be polite. After they see the information, they will definitely beg you. But I want you to humiliate them severely, then kick them out of the company, and expose their dirt. Since you have evidence of their tax evasion, they won't dare to expose the company's dirt. After all, that dirt would only ruin their careers, but the evidence of tax evasion could land them in jail. They should be able to distinguish between the 2, Lu Feng said, strategizing. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian was in awe of this young director who controlled the situation and played with 2 superstars in his palm. Director Lu, the saying great wisdom appears as folly must refer to you. I really didn't expect your layout to be so perfect. It's almost like you are playing with these 2 like monkeys, Su Luoxian said admiringly. Ha, old Su, you flatter me well, it makes me feel good, Lu Feng teased. No, this is my sincere praise for you, not flattery, Su Luoxian said seriously. Alright, then I gladly accept it. But there's one more thing I need you to do, Lu Feng said again. You say it, as long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation, Su Luoxian said earnestly. It's not that serious, I just need you to contact other stars and see if anyone is willing to join our company. As long as they are willing to join our company, the conditions are negotiable, but we only want first-line and super first-line stars, Lu Feng said casually. No problem, but I can't guarantee how many stars I can sign, Su Luoxian said. It's fine, just do your best. I will also use my connections to see if I can sign some international stars, Lu Feng said. Director Lu, do you have a way to sign international stars? Su Luoxian asked in surprise. It is known that signing international stars is as difficult as climbing to the sky for domestic entertainment companies. Even the top 3 entertainment companies in Huagua have not been able to sign international superstars. Now that Lu Feng said he had a way to sign international stars, how could Su Luoxian not be surprised? Did you forget my identity as a Ferrari director? Lu Feng said slowly. Su Luoxian slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. Yes, as Director Lu of Ferrari, signing 2 international stars is quite simple. Then I'll trouble you, Director Lu, Su Luoxian said. Ha ha, old Su, you say that, but this is my company. If I don't worry about it, who will? Lu Feng replied with a smile. But this makes me, the president, seem useless, having to rely on the chairman, Su Luoxian said half-jokingly. Ha, old Su, that's an interesting thing to say, Lu Feng said. By the way, Enzo will be coming to Magic City tonight. The Magic City government will host a charity auction tomorrow night in honor of Enzo. Are you interested in attending? Lu Feng suddenly said. Ha, can I attend? Such a high-profile event requires an invitation, right? Su Luoxian said in surprise. Su Luoxian understood very well that gatherings led by the government are not open to everyone, you must have an invitation. Moreover, with a big shot like Enzo from Ferrari involved, the event's standards would surely be even higher. Old Su, did you forget something? Enzo is invited by me, and I will be taking him to the banquet. I am still the third largest shareholder of Ferrari. It's not just anyone who can go to this banquet, Lu Feng explained helplessly. Su Luoxian then understood, awkwardly smiling. Are you going or not? I must tell you, another president under me has already boarded a plane to Magic City, Lu Feng said. Another president? Do you have other businesses? Su Luoxian asked. Yes, he is the president of Fonli Group. Fonli Group? Did you acquire it? Su Luoxian recalled hearing about it some time ago. Fonli Group went bankrupt due to Mercedes and was then acquired by a mysterious person. So the mysterious person is Director Lu in front of him. That's right, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Seeing Lu Feng's indifferent demeanor, Su Luoxian was speechless. Who remains so calm after acquiring a company valued at 20 billion? Although Fonli went bankrupt, it was said to have been sold for 6 billion. Director Lu, I really can't see through you more and more, you are quite the big spender, Su Luoxian thought for a long time and could only say this. Ahaha, keep it low-key. Are you going or not? Lu Feng asked again. I will go. Although my industry has little to do with Enzo, I am very interested in this veteran who dominates the business world, Su Luoxian immediately agreed. Just as he said, who could ignore a big shot like Enzo? Alright, I'll call you tomorrow to notify you. You can also chat with the president of Fonli. You two can now be said to be my right and left arms. Although I have several companies under my control, the only ones I truly have 100% control over are Fingyu and Fonli, Lu Feng said with emotion. Then I must have a good chat with this president of Fonli, Su Luoxian said seriously. Alright, I won't disturb your work any longer. I have things to do this afternoon, so I'll leave first, Lu Feng said. Okay, Director Lu, I'll see you off. No need, you can work. Let's go, Lu Feng waved his hand, and Lang Yu and Lang Shui hurriedly followed behind him. Lu Feng then left Fingyu with 3 bodyguards, heading to the office building prepared for Fonli. It turned out that just now, the manager of the housekeeping company called to say that the office building had been cleaned and was ready for inspection. Soon, Lu Feng and his group arrived at the office building in 3 cars. At that moment, the manager of the housekeeping company was waiting downstairs with a few people for Lu Feng. Seeing the arriving cars, he hurriedly went up to greet them. Once the car stopped, Lang Shui quickly got out to open the door for Lu Feng. At this time, the manager also came to the side of the car. Hello, Mr. Lu, the manager said respectfully as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Hello, Lu Feng replied as he got out of the car. Take me to see the results of your cleaning. Yes, please follow me, the manager said, leading the way. Lu Feng followed the manager into the office building. Looking at the freshly cleaned company, Lu Feng was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. You all put in a lot of effort, Lu Feng praised. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. After we received your order, we immediately gathered the cleaning staff to get to work, the manager said. Considering you were in a hurry, we worked day and night without stopping, and we finally didn't let you down. We successfully completed the task you entrusted to us, the manager said immediately. Thank you for your hard work. How is the factory cleaning going? Lu Feng asked again. The factory is already half cleaned, and it should be finished by tomorrow at the latest. Alright, thank you for your hard work. I will transfer the remaining money to you on time, Lu Feng said. It's no trouble, it's our duty. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the inspection of this building. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lu Feng said, and then he left the building with his people. Just as Lu Feng got into the car and was about to go back to rest, he received a call from an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Hello, Chairman Lu, a mechanical synthesized voice came from the phone. Hearing the cold voice on the other end, Lu Feng immediately became alert. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Feng asked. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you listen to this, the cold voice said. Then, Su Lily's voice came through the phone, pleading for help. Ah phone, save me. Ah Feng, they are not human. They are hitting me. Su Lily's miserable voice came from the phone. So, what do you think? Do you want to come save your little lover? The cold mechanical voice continued. Hee hee, I think you have the wrong idea. She is not my lover, you can do whatever you want with her. Lu Feng sneered and hung up the phone. Damn, what an idiot, Lu Feng cursed after hanging up. Why are you calling me? Are you sick? Just as Lu Feng was complaining in the car, the phone rang again. The night has given me a pair of eyes, and I. Ding! Lu Feng glanced at the phone and hung up directly. Just 2 seconds after hanging up, the phone rang again. Seeing the phone ringing incessantly, Lu Feng had no choice but to answer it again. I've already told you, she has nothing to do with me. If you want ransom, call her parents, it's useless to find me. As soon as he answered the phone, Lu Feng started to rattle off a bunch of words. Chairman Lu, don't be angry yet, just listen to what your ex-girlfriend has to say, the voice said. Before Lu Feng could react, Su Lily's voice came through again. Ah Feng, you should come quickly, they said if you don't come, they will go after your family. What did you say? Lu Feng's tone immediately turned cold. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual remark. The cold mechanical voice came back. How much do you want? Lu Feng forced himself to calm down. Ah, we don't want money, I just want your 2 legs, the cold voice continued. Do we have any grudges? Who are you? Lu Feng thought of revenge when he realized the kidnapper wasn't after money. You'll find out when you come, the cold voice continued. If you don't come, I guarantee your days ahead won't be easy. Are you threatening me? Lu Feng said coldly. No, how can this be considered a threat? This is called friendly communication, the cold voice said mockingly, as if it had already secured Lu Feng's fate. Hee hee, those who threaten me never end well, Lu Feng said. Ha ha ha, Lu Feng, it seems you still haven't seen the situation clearly. Now I hold the initiative, you have no choice. What do you think will happen if we take turns with your ex-girlfriend and post the video online? I heard you recently acquired Fengyu Entertainment Company. Imagine if a video of the chairman of 100 billion company's ex-girlfriend being taken turns with gets leaked. How much of a stir would that cause online? The cold voice continued to threaten ominously. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. We just formulated a plan to counter you. The company absolutely cannot have issues at this critical moment. It seems I really need to see who this is, Lu Feng thought to himself. So, Chairman Lu, are you coming over? The voice continued on the phone. Alright, tell me the location, and I'll come over, Lu Feng replied coldly. But you can't bring bodyguards or call the police, you can only come alone. Otherwise, I guarantee I'll immediately take your little ex-girlfriend, the voice warned. Fine, I'll go alone. Good boy, listen carefully, I'm at the abandoned cement factory in the suburbs. Just call me when you arrive. The cold voice said. Alright, I'm heading over now, Lu Feng said before hanging up. Lang Shui, turn around and head to the abandoned cement factory in the suburbs. Yes, Lang Shui, who was driving, had already listened to the whole situation while Lu Feng was on the phone. Lu Feng picked up the intercom in the car to arrange for Feng and Lang Yu in the other 2 cars. Listen carefully, follow me from a distance, then find an opportunity to sneak into the cement factory and wait for action. Yes, the 2 responded immediately. The car drove on and soon arrived at the abandoned cement factory in the suburbs. This desolate place was a remnant from the 1980s. Due to policy changes in the Magic City, it had remained abandoned, surrounded only by other derelict factories. There hadn't been a soul around for years, making it a perfect spot for crime. Lu Feng got out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Then he returned to the car and pulled out a bag. Young master, sir, and Feng and the 2 sisters gathered around Lu Feng. One for each of you, Lu Feng said, handing the bag to Feng. Feng took the bag, and upon feeling it, seemed a bit shocked. He quickly opened the bag. Sure enough, inside lay 3 Glock handguns and several magazines. Feng picked up one of the guns and toyed with it in his hands. Lang Shui and Lang Yu, seeing the handguns, immediately became excited and quickly grabbed one each. Sir, I feel so excited right now, Feng said, holding the handgun. Since returning to the country, Feng hadn't touched a gun in many years, and now, feeling the cold metal, he was thrilled. Today you can have some fun, you must have been itching for it during this time, Lu Feng said, looking at the 3 bodyguards. A retired soldier from the battlefield and 2 cold-blooded killers had been running around with Lu Feng every day, and they must have been frustrated. Young master, I can't wait any longer, Lang Yu said excitedly. Then let's act, Feng and Lang Yu sneak in, and Lang Shui, you follow me inside, Lu Feng said coldly. Yes, the 3 nodded in agreement. Once inside, wait for my signal. Once their leader comes out, everyone else is fair game. After saying this, Lu Feng led Lang Shui inside, and Feng and Lang Yu sneaked in from the side. The abandoned cement factory was large, and after Lu Feng entered, he carefully surveyed the area but found no signs of anyone. There was no choice but to take out my phone and find the recently dialed number to call. Beep beep. Hello, I'm here, where are you? Lu Feng said coldly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, don't be anxious, I misspoke just now, I'm not at the cement factory, a chilling voice replied. You're playing with me. A flash of murderous intent crossed Lu Feng's eyes. No, how could I dare to play with you? I'm just being cautious. Where exactly are you? You wait at the cement factory first, I'll send a little brother over to take a look. In response to Lu Feng's inquiry, the chilling voice did not answer but instead cautiously suggested sending a little brother to check. Fine, make it quick, I don't have time to play with you here, Lu Feng could only agree. After hanging up, Lu Feng quickly notified In Feng and Leng Yu to park the other 2 extra cars in a hidden room at the cement factory. He then brought Leng Shui to the entrance of the cement factory to wait for the so-called little brother. Lu Feng didn't have to wait long before a person wearing an Ultraman mask appeared in his line of sight. Digga? Lu Feng couldn't help but blurt out as he looked at the man in front of him. Hearing this, the man's mouth curled under the mask. Mr. Lu, what's going on with this beautiful sister? Didn't my boss say you could only come alone? The man leered at Leng Shui behind Lu Feng. Even Leng Shui, with her shadow assassin's composure, felt uncomfortable under the man's lecherous gaze. If Lu Feng weren't present, the man would have probably been torn to shreds by Leng Shui already. She's my driver, just a weak girl who can't even harm a chicken. Are you, the mighty Digga Ultraman, afraid of a little girl? Seeing this, the man leered even more, circling around Leng Shui, his eyes practically drooling over her curvy figure. This kid still doesn't know what he's facing, and he brought such a beautiful gem to her death. After the boss is done having his fun, it should be our turn, the man thought to himself, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Come with me, we're going to the steel mill up ahead, Digga Ultraman said, leading the way. Lu Feng and Leng Shui exchanged a glance and followed. Upon arriving at the abandoned steel mill, Leng Shui tensed up, ready to strike at any moment. The man wearing the Digga Ultraman mask led Lu Feng and Leng Shui through a maze to the 3rd floor of the steel mill. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw 7 or 8 people wearing various Ultraman masks. When the Ultramen saw Lu Feng arrive, they quickly called for their boss, who was still in the back room. Then a man wearing an Ultraman King mask walked out from the room. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's really a hassle to get you, such a busy person, to come here, the leading Ultraman King said to Lu Feng. The other Ultramen looked at Leng Shui behind Lu Feng with the same lecherous gaze as before. Who are you people, or rather, who sent you to do this? Lu Feng said coldly. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Lu. You just need to know that you need to leave 2 legs here today, the Ultraman King said cruelly. So there's nothing to talk about? There has never been anything to talk about. Where is Su Lily? Lu Feng scanned the room but did not find the kidnapped Su Lily, which instantly raised his suspicions. You should take care of yourself first. Brothers, go for it, break his 2 legs. As for this beautiful girl, once I'm done, she'll be yours. The Ultraman King swung his baseball bat, and his little brothers were about to rush forward. Wait, can you let me understand clearly, who exactly wants to break my legs? Lu Feng said again. He needed to buy time for In Feng and the others behind the scenes, to find out how many people were in this place and if there were any hidden in the shadows. That's not possible, I have to keep it a secret, said the King of Ultra. So you were hired by someone, Lu Feng continued as he saw the man fall into his trap. That's none of your business, brothers, attack. The King of Ultra, realizing Lu Feng had gotten him to talk, instantly became furious. Wait, how much did the mastermind pay you? I'll double it, Lu Feng said again. That's not possible, Mr. Lu, we have our credibility too. We take money to help others, the King of Ultra replied disdainfully. Those of us in this line of work value credibility even more than you capitalists, he said, looking at Lu Feng as if his words had insulted his professional ethics. 3 times, no, 5 times. How about I give you 5 times the price, as long as you let me go? Lu Feng appeared very anxious. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was willing to pay 5 times the price, the Ultramen were all tempted and turned to look at the King of Ultra, hoping he would make a decision. The King of Ultra was also tempted by Lu Feng's offer. After all, their employer had spent $1 million to hire them. 5 times $1 million is $5 million, and with that $5 million, he could enjoy life with his brothers for a long time. The King of Ultra was torn, but soon his professional ethics prevailed. Mr. Lu, we have a strong sense of professional ethics. What do you take us for? Don't look down on us. Brothers, attack. After saying this, the King of Ultra clutched his chest in pain. The other thugs, seeing their leader speak, slowly surrounded them despite their reluctance to part with the money. Seeing this, Leng Shui immediately shielded Lu Feng behind her. The thugs burst into laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha, hiding behind a woman, are you still a man? Exactly, little girl, why not come with me? I guarantee it's better than being with this pretty boy. I'll take good care of you. Hearing their taunts, Long Shui instead calmed down, her gaze fixed on the thugs as if she were looking at corpses. I'll offer 10 times the price, Lu Feng shouted an astronomical figure. This price shattered the mental defenses of the thugs, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. One of them spoke up, Big brother, what should we do? The king of Ultra fell into deep thought upon seeing this. Just as the thug leader was caught in a dilemma, the real mastermind finally appeared. Brother Hu, don't forget what you promised me. Are you going to break the rules? A man wearing a Shi Yang Yang mask suddenly walked out from another room. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feng immediately turned to look at Shi Yang Yang. You finally decided to show yourself, Lu Feng said, his cold gaze fixed on the man. Ha ha, Director Lu indeed has a way. If I don't come out now, the thugs I've hired will be swayed by you, the man in the Shi Yang Yang mask said as he approached Lu Feng. So, at this point, are you still going to wear a voice changer and a mask? Lu Feng asked the man in front of him. Of course, I'm afraid you'll retaliate against me later, Shi Yang Yang replied. Have I ever offended you? Of course, otherwise why would I retaliate against you? Su Lily must have been sent by you to deceive me. The purpose was to lure me here. Lu Feng calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. Want one? Lu Feng offered the cigarette pack to Shi Yang Yang. Hee, no thanks, this cigarette irritates my throat. Brother Hu, make your move. I'll add 1,000,000, the man in the Shi Yang Yang mask said. Seeing this, the Ultraman known as Tiger Brother prepared to bring people over to break Lu Feng's legs. After all, the employer had increased the payment, and it would be unreasonable not to take action. Wait a minute, Lu Feng stopped him again. Are you annoying or what? So many words, Shi Yang Yang said impatiently. I want to see Su Lily. I think she should be here too, Lu Feng said. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish, since you guessed it anyway. Come out, the masked man said. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lily, wearing a Mei Yang Yang mask, came out. Is it still useful to wear a mask at this time? Lu Feng mocked. Upon hearing this, Su Lily directly took off her mask. Long time no see, a phone, Su Lily said, looking at Lu Feng. Hee, don't call me a phone, I can't stand it, Lu Feng said disgustedly. A phone, it would have been great if you had agreed when I was looking for you before. That way, your legs could have been saved, Su Lily said insincerely. Ha, I'm afraid if I had really accepted you back then, I wouldn't be able to get hard at night. I have a cleanliness obsession, Lu Feng said directly. This disgusted Su Lily so much that she wanted to slap Lu Feng. Before her slap could reach him, it was caught by Lang Shui, who then slapped her instead. Dare to disrespect the young master, I want your life, Lang Shui said coldly. Su Lily was stunned by Lang Shui's slap. The others were also startled by this sudden scene. Lu Feng, it seems you still haven't seen the current situation clearly, yet you dare to be so arrogant, the masked man said coldly. What current situation? I really can't see it, Lu Feng replied. But since you know my relationship with Su Lily, it means we are quite familiar. There are only a few people I know who have a grudge against me. One is Su Lily's ex-boyfriend Xiaobo, and the other is my good class monitor Chu Fan. Looking at your figure, you are not Xiaobo, so you must be my good class monitor Chu Fan, Lu Feng said with a meaningful look at the masked man. Upon hearing this, the masked man shivered for a moment but quickly adjusted his state. Ha, Lu Feng, you might as well stop guessing and prepare to lose your legs. Get ready to act, the masked man shouted loudly. Whoever breaks his legs first, I will give you an extra 200,000. Upon hearing the heavy reward, the masked thugs immediately rushed towards Lu Feng and the others. The masked man and the cold-faced Su Lily stood aside. Grab that little bitch for me, I want to ruin her face, Su Lily said viciously from the side. Her hatred for Lang Shui now even surpassed that for Lu Feng. Especially when she saw the other party's stunning beauty, Su Lily was filled with rage. As the thugs rushed over, Lu Feng showed no signs of panic, instead, he smiled. Laughing, even when death is imminent, I wonder how long you can keep laughing, the masked man said coldly. Bang! Just as a thug rushed up with a baseball bat aimed at Lu Feng's handsome face, a gunshot suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Lang Shui held a gun in one hand, shielding Lu Feng with the other. The dark handgun was emitting a wisp of smoke, and a small hole appeared on the mask of the Ultraman thug holding the baseball bat. Thud! The masked man fell straight down. The venue fell into silence instantly, not a sound to be heard. After a long time, the sound of Lu Feng lighting a cigarette broke the silence. Only then did everyone slowly react. Thud! A thug suddenly collapsed to the ground in fear. The leading Ultraman was also so scared that he trembled all over. You killed someone, the man in the sheep mask said hoarsely. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Su Lily was now sitting on the ground, a large puddle of unknown liquid flowing from her pants. When Lu Feng saw this, he pinched his nose in disgust. With such little ability, you dare to come and ask for my legs? Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. How dare you kill someone? The man in the sheep mask continued. Seeing this, Lu Feng walked over. Slap. He directly slapped the man in the sheep mask across the face. It should be known that Lu Feng possessed the physical qualities of a special forces soldier, and this slap shattered the sheep mask into pieces. Hee hee. As the mask broke, the man's true face was revealed. Class leader, it's really you, Lu Feng said, patting Chu Fan's face. At this moment, Chu Fan's face was pale, his eyes vacant, and he showed no reaction, allowing Lu Feng to slap his face. TSK, it seems I guessed correctly, my good class leader. Slap. Lu Feng said as he gave Chu Fan another slap. Chu Fan was directly knocked to the ground by this powerful blow. Speak up, class leader, where's your arrogance from before? Lu Feng squatted in front of Chu Fan and said coldly. But it seemed that Chu Fan didn't hear Lu Feng's words at all. He had long been stunned by the gunshot that killed Leng Shui. Seeing that Chu Fan was ignoring him, Lu Feng walked over to Su Lily. What a strong smell, Lu Feng said, pinching his nose. At this moment, Su Lily was similar to Chu Fan, also stunned with fear. I've let you go many times out of kindness, why do you still want to seek death? Lu Feng's cold voice was like a demon crawling out of hell, ruthlessly tormenting Su Lily's mind. Feng, I know I was wrong, please spare me. It was Chu Fan, he forced me to come, saying that if I didn't come, he would kill me. I had no choice, Feng, please spare me. Su Lily suddenly came to her senses and cried out in desperation. But Lu Feng ignored her and turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Lily directly hugged Lu Feng's thigh. Feng, have you forgotten how loving we were before? Feng, please forgive me this once. Get off, Lu Feng directly kicked Su Lily away. Don't dirty my leather shoes. I'll clean them, Su Lily said as she crawled over, ready to wipe Lu Feng's shoes with her sleeve. If I had known it would come to this, why did I act that way in the first place? Lu Feng ignored Su Lily and walked over to the Ultraman. What do you want to do? Killing is against the law. What do you think I want to do? Didn't you want to break my legs? I'm right here, come on, make your move, Lu Feng said to the Ultraman, who could barely stand. Thud. The Ultraman knelt down. Big boss, please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and little children waiting to be fed below, and a group of brothers relying on me for food. Big boss, I was bewitched, I know I was wrong, just treat me like a fart and let me go, the Ultraman said, kneeling on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. Take off the mask. Lu Feng's cold voice reached the Ultraman's ears, like a death-dealing demon. Yes, the Ultraman quickly took off the mask. Lu Feng examined the man who had removed his mask. The man trembled under Lu Feng's oppressive gaze. TSK, indeed looks like a gangster boss, take off your clothes, Lu Feng said. Ha? The man seemed incredulous at Lu Feng's words. What ha? Hurry up and take it off, Lu Feng shouted. I'm taking it off. The man turned to look at the gun in Leng Shui's hand and obediently took off his shirt. After removing his shirt, the man prepared to take off his pants, but was stopped by Lu Feng. What are you doing? Taking off your shirt is enough. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man awkwardly halted his actions. He thought Lu Feng was interested in that sort of thing, and he was all prepared for it. To survive, the man thought, what was a little humiliation? Crouch down and cover your head. Upon hearing this, the man honestly crouched down and covered his head. Just as Lu Feng turned around, the leading man quickly exchanged a glance with a nearby lackey. The leading man sprang up, ready to ambush Lu Feng, while several lackeys lunged at Leng Shui. Just as the leading man's fist was about to hit Lu Feng felt the wind from the punch behind him, and a mocking cold smile crept onto his lips. Without even turning his head, he spun around and kicked, landing a precise blow to the man's stomach. Wow! The leading man was kicked back 3 or 4 meters, continuously spitting bile. At the same time Lu Feng kicked the man away, Leng Shui laughed happily as she faced the other attackers. Bang! A bullet accurately hit one of the lackeys' heads. Bang bang bang, and Feng and Longyu, who were hiding in the shadows, also took action. 7 or 8 lackeys fell one by one under the trio's impeccable marksmanship. Su Lily screamed in fright at this scene. She never expected Lu Feng to be so ruthless at this moment, so bold as to kill so many people, and for the most serious crime of armed murder. Although Chu Fan didn't scream, the large wet patch on his pants still indicated the fear in his heart. The lackey leader, seeing all his subordinates taken out, no longer cared about spitting bile and stood up to run. He was fast, but Feng was even faster, taking a running kick that sent the man flying another 4 or 5 meters. Wow, the man spat out again, but this time it was not bile, but blood. The man clutched his broken ribs, still retreating incessantly. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to survive. Seeing this, Feng stepped forward and kicked the man's head again. Ah! The man cried out in pain, then spat out a few broken teeth. Humph! You offended the young master, and you still think you can leave alive? Feng said as he dragged the man, like a dead dog, to Lu Feng. Lang Yu and Lang Shui also pulled Chu Fan and Su Lily over. Chu Fan and Su Lily, seeing the corpses on the ground and the severely beaten lackey leader, could no longer contain their fear and knelt on the ground, banging their heads frantically. Lu Feng looked expressionlessly at the two of them, who were continuously bowing, and shook his head. Tell me, why did you provoke me? First, Chu Fan, we actually didn't have any major conflicts, just some minor frictions at the class reunion. Afterwards, I didn't hold it against you. You and your father caused trouble at the Tinglong Hotel, and I still didn't hold it against you. I've let you off so many times, why do you still want to pull this stunt? Young Master Lu, I know I was wrong. Chu Fan kept banging his head and said, No, you don't know you were wrong, you just know you're about to die, Lu Feng said flatly. Young Master Lu, I really know I was wrong, please let me go. I promise to leave Magic City and will never appear in front of you again, Chu Fan said in terror. Especially after hearing that Lu Feng wanted to kill him, if he hadn't already wet himself, he would have done so again. You saying this now is too late. Do you think I would let you go and then report me for murder? When the first person died, your fate was already sealed. No, Lu Xiao, I won't say anything. You have to believe me, I will keep my mouth shut, Chu Fan hurriedly assured. Heh, even if you keep your mouth shut, it doesn't make me feel at ease because only the dead can protect secrets forever, Lu Feng said coldly. Lu Feng, after all we've been through as classmates, you don't care about our friendship at all? Chu Fan shouted in desperation when he saw that pleading was useless. Ha, Chu Dabin, that's an interesting thing to say. When did we ever have friendship? Back in school, you relied on your family's wealth and were jealous of my handsome face, constantly looking for trouble with me. Every time we met, you would find a way to trouble me, whether it was at the mall buying clothes, at class reunions, or running into each other at hotels, you always found a way to bother me. Chu Dabin, let's think from another perspective. If it were you, would you let me go? Especially since you want to break my legs this time. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chu Fan was instantly speechless. He asked himself, if it were Lu Feng kneeling on the ground today, he definitely wouldn't spare him. That said, Chu Fan still wanted to save his own life. Lu Xiao, how about this? You break my 2 legs, and I'll let you vent your anger. After that, I'll go abroad, I won't be in Huagui anymore. Is that okay? Chu Fan pleaded desperately. Lu Feng was taken aback by Chu Fan's words. He didn't expect the usually pampered Chu Dabin to say such ruthless things, as if he could just give up his legs. In fact, Lu Feng was mistaken, Chu Fan still wanted those legs, but compared to his life, what were legs? Besides, if Lu Feng really broke his legs, with the current level of medical advancement, he could easily get them fixed abroad. Considering all these reasons, Chu Fan finally uttered those harsh words. Are you really willing to part with your legs? Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan with a playful expression. Willing. As long as you can forgive me, take my legs, Chu Fan gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng directly picked up the baseball bat from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Feng kept tapping the bat in his hand. The sound of the bat hitting resonated deeply in Chu Fan's already fragile heart. Chu Fan screamed in despair, do it, hurry up. Swish. As soon as Chu Fan's words fell, Lu Feng swung the bat directly onto his knee. Ah. The excruciating pain made Chu Fan scream loudly. It was desolate here, with no one around for a long time. Otherwise, with Chu Fan's screams, a crowd would have gathered to watch. Chu Fan rolled on the ground, clutching his broken leg, continuously shouting. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never suffered such severe harm. Ah. Su Lily, seeing how much pain Chu Fan was in, felt her fear intensify, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Ah. Chu Fan was still screaming. After all, given Lu Feng's physical condition, that swing would have shattered his knee. Chu Fan's miserable cries echoed throughout the abandoned steel mill, unbearable for an ordinary person to hear. But among those present, aside from Su Lily, who was an ordinary person, each one was a ruthless existence, capable of killing without blinking. Chu Dabin, are you done screaming? There's still the other leg, Lu Feng said with a hint of coldness and mockery. Chu Fan, hearing this, cursed Lu Feng for his cruelty in his heart but still obediently extended his other leg. Lu Feng raised the baseball bat in his hand with satisfaction. Swish. Seeing Lu Feng lift the bat, Chu Fan gritted his teeth against the pain and closed his eyes, preparing to face Lu Feng's strike. He kept comforting himself in his mind, thinking that once Lu Feng swung the bat, his life would be spared. However, Chu Fan waited with his eyes closed for a long time, but the bat never came down. He had no choice but to open his eyes and look at Lu Feng. "What do you mean by this? Why aren't you hitting me?" Chu Fan said, enduring the excruciating pain. "Hee, I just think you look too miserable. It pains me," Lu Feng said with a smile. "So, are you planning to let me go?" Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. "That's great, I can still save one leg. Even if this broken leg can't be healed, I can still walk." Chu Fan was overjoyed. Just as Chu Fan was about to thank Lu Feng for sparing his life, Lu Feng's next words poured cold water over him like a winter chill. No, you're thinking too much. I only broke one of your legs, so I can't let you go. Sorry, you still have to die." Lu Feng's words instantly extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited in Chu Fan's heart. Lu Feng, you are not trustworthy. You won't have a good death." Chu Fan shouted in despair. "Class leader Chu, how can you say that about me? Where am I being untrustworthy? As everyone knows, I, Chu, am the most trustworthy person," Lu Feng said, putting on a look of being insulted by Chu Fan. "You broke my leg but refused to let me go. Isn't that untrustworthy?" Chu Fan shouted loudly. "But we agreed on 2 legs, and I've only broken one. The conditions aren't met, so why should I let you go?" Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned, then he frantically begged Lu Feng. "Lu Xiao, then please hurry up and break my other leg. Quickly, I can endure it." At this moment, Chu Fan no longer cared about the fear of a broken leg, he just wanted to survive. But how could Lu Feng easily let him go? Not to mention that he had caused Lu Feng so much trouble before. Lu Feng had not retaliated against him. Just the fact that Lu Feng had killed so many people in front of him meant he could not let him go. After all, as Lu Feng had just said, living people are not as reliable as dead ones. So from the very beginning, the fates of Chu Fan and Su Lily were destined to end in death. "But seeing you look so pitiful now, I can't bear to strike," Lu Feng said with a troubled expression. "It's fine, just go ahead and do it." "This is all my own doing," Chu Fan hurriedly said. Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk, sigh, "but I'm a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see you like this." "And Feng, take him to the next room and give him a quick end," Lu Feng said coldly. "Yes, sir," and Feng said, pulling the lying Chu Fan towards the next room. Chu Fan struggled to break free from Enfeng's grip. However, given Enfeng's physical prowess, even if he were uninjured, it would be impossible for Chu Fan to escape his hold. Lu Feng, I won't let you go even as a ghost. I will." Bang! Before Chu Fan could finish his sentence, he was shot in the head by Enfeng as he was dragged into the room. Hearing Chu Fan's abrupt silence, Su Lily fainted from fear. Meanwhile, the leader of the thugs, lying on the ground half alive, was filled with terror. Whoa, the thug leader opened his mouth to say something, but unfortunately, Enfeng kicked him in the mouth, leaving him unable to say anything. "Give me the gun," Lu Feng said, looking at the man lying on the ground. Lung Yu respectfully handed Lu Feng the Glock pistol in his hand. Lu Feng took the gun and aimed the dark muzzle at the man's head. Whoa, the man's face was filled with fear as he struggled to get up, but his ribs had already been kicked in by Enfeng, the broken ribs piercing directly into his lung. How could he stand up again? Even if Lu Feng didn't kill him, he wouldn't live much longer. Whoa, bang! Lu Feng expressionlessly dealt with the man, but the hand holding the gun behind him still trembled slightly. Long Shui noticed this detail and directly took the gun from Lu Feng's hand, holding onto his hand. "Young master, I'm here," Long Shui whispered gently in Lu Feng's ear. Feeling the warmth of Lang Shui's hand, Lu Feng's mood gradually calmed down. "Thank you, Xiao Shui. Young master, there's no need to be polite with Xiao Shui. My sister and I will always be with you," Long Shui said softly. Just as Lu Feng wanted to say something, Enfeng hurriedly ran out of the room upon hearing the gunshot. "Sir, are you okay?" Enfeng asked anxiously. "I'm fine, just dealt with him," Lu Feng said, pointing to the thug leader lying on the ground. Seeing this, Enfeng finally felt relieved. "Young master, what about her?" Lang Yu looked at Su Lily, who had fainted on the ground. "Find a way to wake her up," Lu Feng said with a glance. "Yes," Lang Yu replied, pulling out a small box from her clothes. After opening the box, it contained neatly arranged silver needles and blades smaller than nail clippers. Lang Yu took out a silver needle and pricked it into Su Lily's crown. Lu Feng watched the scene with curiosity, and seeing his interest, Lang Yu began to explain. "Young master, this is a necessary skill for us assassins. We can also use these silver needles for interrogation, so wherever we go, we carry this small box with us. You really are versatile. It's truly an honor to have both of you protecting me, and Enfeng too," Lu Feng praised. "Willing to serve the young master with our lives," the sisters said in unison. "Me too," Enfeng added. "Alright, alright, don't make it so serious. Do you think I don't know your loyalty? Lu Feng said with a smile. With a cry of pain, Su Lily woke up. Seeing Su Lily awake, Lang Yu withdrew the silver needle and stepped aside. You're awake. Su Lily, still disoriented, heard Lu Feng's voice. Don't kill me, I'm a rich young lady. I can get my dad to give you a lot of money, please don't kill me. As soon as Su Lily woke up and saw Lu Feng, she shouted loudly. Lu Feng looked at Su Lily in confusion. Young master, she seems to have gone crazy, Lang Shui said. Crazy? Yes, she probably got her brain scared. Hearing Lang Shui's opinion, Lu Feng still didn't believe it. Do you know me? Lu Feng waved his hand. I know you, you're a handsome guy, hee. Hug me, I want you to hug me, Su Lily said with a silly smile as she approached to hug Lu Feng, but was directly held back by Lang Yu. You really don't know me? Then what's your name? Lu Feng asked again. Su Lily tilted her head, trying to remember. After a long while, she still couldn't recall who she was. My head hurts so much, who am I? Who are you? Su Lily squatted down, holding her head. Young master, what should we do? Lang Shui asked. Lu Feng looked at Su Lily squatting on the ground, feeling very complicated inside. After a long time, Lu Feng finally spoke, give her a quick end. Although she's gone crazy, she will still pose a threat to us. After saying this, he left without looking back. Brethren, it's up to you. Lang Shui and Lang Yu exchanged glances and followed Lu Feng outside. Once they reached the open space outside the factory, Lu Feng took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to look for a lighter, Lang Yu helped him light the cigarette. Lu Feng took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled. Lang Shui and Lang Yu stood by his side, keeping him company. Bang! Just as Lu Feng took a second puff, a gunshot rang out from inside the factory. Lu Feng closed his eyes and slowly released the smoke. Lang Yu and Lang Shui each held one of Lu Feng's hands. Young master, it won't hurt anymore. Xiao Yu will always be with you, Lang Yu said gently. Lang Shui said nothing, just tightened her grip on Lu Feng's hand. Feeling the comfort from the two sisters, Lu Feng's complex and heavy heart lightened considerably. I feel much better, Lu Feng said slowly. At that moment, An Feng also came out. Sir, it's been taken care of. You go to the compartment in the car and get the things I prepared, Lu Feng instructed. You stay here with the young master, I'll go with brethren, Lang Shui said, and then she and An Feng went to the abandoned cement factory to retrieve the items. Lu Feng stood in place and took out another cigarette to put in his mouth, but it was taken away by Lang Yu. Young master, you should smoke less, it's not good for your health, she said, taking the cigarette pack from Lu Feng's hand as well. Seeing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to give in. After a while, Lang Shui and An Feng returned, each carrying a suitcase. Young master, everything is here, Lang Shui said, holding the suitcase. This contains the rapid dissolving agent, the interference agent, and the purification agent. I just saw that there is a reservoir behind this factory, you should throw the bodies into the reservoir. First, use the dissolving agent to dissolve them, then pour in the interference agent, so that no matter what technology is used, their identities cannot be discovered. Finally, pour the purification agent into the reservoir, so that it will appear as a normal reservoir, and their bodies will vanish without a trace. After handling the bodies, there are also special interference agents in the suitcase, just sprinkle this agent inside the factory. You all know what to do with the remaining fingerprints and hair, right? Lu Feng said. Understood, the three replied immediately. They were all professionals in such matters, and with the agents Lu Feng exchanged from the system space, no one would be able to find any issues later. Go, Lu Feng waved his hand. The three immediately sprang into action. An Feng carried all the bodies and threw them into the reservoir, then followed Lu Feng's instructions to pour the agents into the reservoir in order. Soon, under the effect of the agents, the reservoir returned to its normal state, and those people completely vanished without a trace. These agents from the Sur are really impressive, and Feng marveled as he looked at the clear reservoir. Meanwhile, Lang Shui and Lang Yu had also finished processing the previous scene. After ensuring there were no traces left, Lang Shui poured the agent on the ground. As the agent evaporated, there was not a single trace left, not even a hint of human scent. After completing the task, the two carefully checked again, confirming there were no issues before returning to find Lu Feng. Young master, we believe it's done. Sir, it's all set. The three stood before Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the suitcase from Lang Yu's hand and took out a vial of agent to pour on the ground. This way, the entire steel mill will be completely free of our scent and traces. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he left, and the three immediately followed. Lang Shui even thoughtfully opened another bottle of interference agent and dripped it along the path they had walked, erasing all the footprints. Arriving at the parking lot of the cement factory, Lu Feng got into the car, and the four of them left the place. Due to Enzo coming tonight, Lu Feng did not go home but went directly to the Magic City airport to wait for Enzo. After arriving at the airport and parking the car, Lu Feng took 3 people to the airport restaurant without stopping. "What would you like to eat?" the waiter asked, handing the menu to Lu Feng. Lu Feng picked up the menu and looked at it. As expected of an airport restaurant, a simple sweet and sour pork was priced at 88 per serving. Although he was surprised by the high price, Lu Feng still ordered a lot of dishes in one go. After all, the four of them hadn't eaten since noon. After leaving Fengyu, they went to check the cleaning results of the housekeeping company. Originally, he planned to eat after the inspection, but he received a threatening call from Chu Fan and had to rush over. By now, it was almost dark, and the four of them still hadn't had a meal. "Alright, just these, and bring me a big bowl of rice," Lu Feng said as he returned the menu to the waiter. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter said, unable to resist glancing at Long Shui and Lang Yu a few more times before leaving to prepare the dishes. This was normal. Who wouldn't take a second look at such beautiful twins? Soon, the food was served, and Lu Feng directly took a large bowl of rice and started eating. And Feng followed suit, devouring his food. Compared to Lu Feng and In Feng's rough eating style, the two sisters were elegant while eating. Although the sisters were graceful, their speed was no less than that of Lu Feng and In Feng. In no time, the table full of dishes and a large bowl of rice were finished by the four of them. After the meal, Lu Feng took the 3 of them outside to wait for Enzo. "Just wait about 10 more minutes, Enzo's flight will arrive," Lu Feng said, glancing at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. At this moment, Lu Feng was unaware that he was not the only one coming to pick up Enzo tonight. Many business executives in the Magic City had learned from the government that Enzo would be arriving tonight. So, in order to get familiar with Enzo, they had also come to the airport early. Just as Lu Feng was about to play a game while sitting on a bench, Chen Xian's call came in. "Hello, Mr. Lu, where are you now?" Chen Xian's voice came through the phone. Lu Feng was puzzled as to why Chen Xian was asking where he was. "I'm at the Magic City airport waiting for Enzo, why are you calling?" Mr. Lu, our big boss from Ferrari has arrived. I have to bring a few people over to show our respect, right?" Chen Xian said helplessly. Although she knew her boss was carefree, she didn't expect him to be this carefree, not only carefree but also a steel-straight man. Chen Xian felt that she had hinted multiple times, so why hadn't he made a move? "Oh, then come over, I'm on the bench outside the airport," Lu Feng thought for a moment. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Chen Xian arrived with several executives. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu." The few greeted Lu Feng, who was sitting on the bench. Sit down, we still have to wait for Enzo," Lu Feng said. Seeing that her boss was not in a hurry, Chen Xian simply ran to the side to chat with the two sisters. Before long, the 3 women were chatting animatedly. "Miss Lang Shui, let me recommend a hydrating mask to you. This is what I've been using personally, and I guarantee it has excellent hydrating effects. Miss Lang Yu, when you come to the company next time, I'll give you a lipstick that will look great with your fair complexion." Lu Feng heard the voices and turned to look. It turned out that Chen Xian was enthusiastically recommending cosmetics and skincare products to the two sisters. Chen Xian was talking non-stop, while Lang Shui and Lang Yu listened attentively. After all, which girl doesn't love beauty? Lang Shui and Lang Yu, due to the rules of their previous organization, didn't have much knowledge in this area. Now, following Lu Feng, they had plenty of time and money, so naturally, they became very interested in these things. It's worth noting that when the sisters left the organization, they were given a retirement fund of 20 million. Plus, with Lu Feng giving them a reward of 1 million each year, Lang Yu and Lang Shui were definitely little rich ladies, the kind of top-tier white wealthy beauties. Because it was a private plane, Enzo's flight didn't have a fixed schedule, so when Enzo had already disembarked, Lu Feng and the others were still unaware. "The night has given me a pair of eyes." Lu Feng heard his phone ring, took it out, opened it, and answered. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Feng said. Lu, it's me, Enzo. Didn't you say you were coming to pick me up? Where are you now?" Enzo's cheerful laughter came from the phone. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Enzo, have you arrived at the airport?" Lu Feng asked, puzzled. "Yes, Lu, I called you as soon as I got off the plane," Enzo replied. "Then where are you now?" Lu Feng hurriedly asked. He stood up and looked around but couldn't find Enzo's figure. "Just a moment, the staff said they would arrange for us to go through the internal passage," Enzo said. It turned out that the government of Magic City had already notified the airport staff to take Enzo through the internal passage as soon as he arrived. Just as Lu Feng was looking for this so-called internal passage, an airport staff member approached him. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Feng?" A flight attendant dressed young lady suddenly walked up to Lu Feng and said. I am," Lu Feng said, sizing up the young lady in front of him. I received a notice to take you to Mr. Enzo, the young lady said again. After the young lady explained her purpose, Lu Feng understood that this person was likely arranged by the government of Magic City in advance. Alright, then thank you, please take us there, Lu Feng said politely. Okay, please follow me, the young lady said, and Lu Feng and his group followed her. Along the way, the flight attendant kept secretly glancing at Lu Feng. Wow, this gentleman is so young and handsome, and he looks like he must have a huge background, the flight attendant thought to herself while sneaking peeks. If only he were my boyfriend. Just as the flight attendant was lost in her thoughts, Lu Feng followed her all the way to the airport's interior. With just one glance, he spotted Enzo, who was looking around. Over there, Lu Feng pointed to a few people standing next to the plane. At the same time, Enzo also noticed Lu Feng and hurriedly walked over with his bodyguards. Dear Lu, we finally meet. Seeing your handsome face, I feel like I've seen my younger self, Enzo said with a smile. Ha, what you said makes it hard for me to tell if you're complimenting me or yourself, Lu Feng laughed along. Although it was their first meeting, they felt as friendly as old friends who had known each other for years. Mr. Enzo, weren't there supposed to be company researchers coming along? Why haven't I seen them? After the pleasantries, Lu Feng turned his gaze to Enzo's back but only saw two bodyguards. Oh, them? They probably won't arrive until tomorrow. After all, they are researchers, not like me, a leisurely person, they need to make some preparations. I see. Lu Feng nodded and didn't linger on the topic, turning to pull out Chen Xian, who was standing aside. Mr. Enzo, this is my capable assistant, Chen Xian. Miss Chen, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. Your beauty is truly astonishing, and I envy Lu for having your company, Enzo praised as he approached Chen Xian. Chen Xian, seeing Enzo's outstretched right hand, was so excited that she momentarily didn't react, until the cold rain beside her discreetly poked her, prompting Chen Xian to respond. Mr. Enzo, hello, welcome to Wagwa, you are my idol, Chen Xian hurriedly said as she shook Enzo's hand. There was no way around it, meeting the founder of the company would excite anyone, especially someone as legendary as Enzo. Miss Chen, how long are you going to hold my hand? While I would love to have more exchanges with a beautiful lady like you, I'm a bit afraid Lu might get jealous. After all, you are his secretary, Enzo joked, pointing at Lu Feng beside them. Only then did Chen Xian realize, and her fair face turned visibly red in an instant. I'm sorry. I got too excited, Chen Xian quickly released Enzo's hand. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. His secretary was great in every way, but she still needed some training. At that moment, Enzo noticed the cold rain and cold snow who had been speaking nearby. Who are these two beautiful ladies? His tone carried a hint of curiosity. After all, the sisters were exceptionally beautiful, and being twins made it hard not to notice them. They are Mr. Lu's too. Chen Xian hesitated on how to introduce Cold Snow and her sister. Although Lu Feng referred to them as servants, Chen Xian knew they were far from ordinary. In such an important occasion, calling them servants would be disrespectful, but she didn't know their true relationship with Lu Feng. Cold Snow sensed Chen Xian's dilemma and stepped forward to say, Hello, Mr. Enzo. We are the young master's servants. Young master? Servants? Enzo looked at the stunning sisters before him, momentarily doubting himself. What family would treat such beautiful girls as servants? Though confused, Enzo's seasoned eyes and instincts told him that these two enchanting girls were not simple individuals. Hello, two beautiful ladies. Enzo did not shake their hands this time but instead performed a very standard gentleman's gesture. Hello, Mr. Enzo. Cold Snow and Cold Rain responded confidently, showing no signs of shyness. They even performed better than Chen Xian had just moments ago, further confirming to Enzo that these girls were not ordinary. However, since they chose not to elaborate, Enzo did not press further. As Enzo and Lu Feng joined forces, a storm that would shock the international community was about to unfold. Lu Feng led Enzo and the others through the internal passage and directly into Lu Feng's car. Cold Rain drove in front, while Enzo, Lu Feng, and Enzo sat in the back seat. The group drove out of the bustling airport in Modu. Meanwhile, the big shots still waiting at the airport for Enzo had no idea that the person they were waiting for had already left Modu Airport. Lu, where are you taking me? Enzo asked while observing the scenery outside the car window. To eat. To welcome your arrival, I've arranged for a grand feast, Lu Feng replied. Oh, then I must savor the cuisine of Huagua, Enzo said, showing a very interested expression. Of course, this didn't mean he was genuinely interested in the meal, it was just to give Lu Feng face. As the ruler of Ferrari, global cuisine didn't hold much allure for him. He could taste different dishes from every country every day if he wanted. The journey continued in silence. The car soon arrived at the Tinglong Grand Hotel. As soon as Lu Feng and his group got off the car, they saw the general manager of the Tinglong Hotel waiting for them at the entrance with a group of people. Lu, this is quite a grand welcome, Enzo said, a bit surprised at the large crowd. Please, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng replied with a smile. The few of them quickly approached the general manager. Boss, Mr. Enzo, please come in, the general manager said respectfully. Lu, why does he call you boss? Enzo asked, somewhat puzzled. I forgot to tell you, this hotel is mine, Lu Feng explained. Wow, Lu, you really surprise me. This hotel looks extraordinary at first glance. Learning that the hotel belonged to Lu Feng, even Enzo was a bit taken aback. Although it was his first time in Huagua, he had heard of the great reputation of Modu. The hotel in front of them was luxuriously decorated and clearly not ordinary, and most importantly, it was in Modu. Opening a hotel like this in such an international metropolis is not something just anyone can do. It seemed that his new partner had many things he didn't know about. Soon, under the guidance of the general manager, they arrived at the top floor, which was exclusively Lu Feng's private room. Only Lu Feng, Enzo, and Chen Qian were allowed into the top floor suite, while the others remained in the lower level rooms. Enzo looked at the lavishly decorated suite and then at the young Lu Feng, sighing. As your ancient saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves behind. Lu, you are so much more impressive than I am. Mr. Enzo, you are too modest. You are a role model I have always looked up to, Lu Feng said. Just as the two were conversing, the prepared dishes were successively brought to the table. It turned out that Lu Feng had already called the manager of the Tinglong Hotel that morning to inform him to prepare in advance. As the dishes were served, Enzo eagerly began to savor the food. While they were enjoying their meal in the private room, the bosses who had been waiting at Modu Airport for a long time finally couldn't hold back. One of them directly approached the airport manager to inquire, and after some questioning, they discovered that Enzo had already left the airport. With no other choice, the group of bosses could only leave the airport and wait for the banquet the next day. Inside the Tinglong Hotel, the meal lasted for over an hour before it finally ended. After leaving the Tinglong Hotel, Lu Feng personally drove to the hotel. Hello, beautiful miss, I have reserved the 03 presidential suite here. Could you please verify it for me and take me in? At the hotel front desk, Enzo appeared very amiable, showing no signs of being a billionaire tycoon. Okay. Please wait a moment while I verify, the front desk staff said, trembling a bit after hearing the room number. The 03 suite was the top suite in their hotel, with a price of up to $1 million for one night. Such suites are not something that can be booked every day, even in the bustling Modu. She never expected to encounter one today. Thinking about standing in front of her was a tycoon willing to spend over $1 million for a night. The front desk staff's hands trembled as she typed on the keyboard. After about 30 seconds, the front desk completed the verification and immediately led the way. Gentlemen, this is the 03 suite. If you need anything, you can call us directly from the room. Our hotel provides 24-hour uninterrupted service. After handing the room card to Enzo, the front desk staff turned and left. Enzo, having received the room card, swiped it to open the door. Looking at the luxurious decor inside the presidential suite, even Lu Feng, who had seen many grand occasions, was slightly taken aback. Lu, come in and have a seat. I just happen to have some things to discuss with you, Enzo said, standing at the door and gesturing for him to enter. Sure, Lu Feng replied without any hesitation as he walked in, as he also had some matters to talk about with Enzo. Upon entering the room and seeing the luxurious decor of the presidential suite, even Lu Feng, who had experienced many ups and downs, was momentarily taken aback. I've never stayed in such a nice hotel before, Lu Feng said comfortably as he lay back on the sofa. Lu, you're too modest, Enzo said, clearly not believing Lu Feng's words. How could a rising star who could snatch shares from many large groups and own a luxury hotel in an international metropolis like Magic City have never stayed in a top hotel? However, this time Enzo was genuinely mistaken about Lu Feng. He really had never stayed in such a top-notch hotel. It wasn't due to a lack of money, but rather a lack of opportunity. Lu, regarding the trouble with Mercedes, you need to come up with a rough plan. I need to present it to the board of the Affite Group, Enzo said, sitting on the sofa while fiddling with a cigar. After all, Affite Group is currently the second largest shareholder of Ferrari, and they have the right to know. No problem, I've already prepared a plan. Tomorrow, after you get the new energy technology, I'll take you to the Ferrari branch to get it, Lu Feng replied calmly. Lu Feng had long since prepared a plan to use Ferrari against Mercedes, and he had a good grasp of the scale. It wouldn't hurt Ferrari, but it would cause Mercedes to stumble. According to Lu Feng's expectations, after this business battle, Feng Ning would have to leave Mercedes. It's best that you have a sense of proportion. After all, this is a business war involving several large enterprises and countries. If we can't manage the scale well, the government won't let us off easily, Enzo said, handing Lu Feng a cigar he had prepared. Lu Feng curiously took the cigar and examined it. It was a brown cigar about the thickness of Lu Feng's finger, and if one sniffed closely, a strong tobacco scent could be detected. Lu, have you never smoked a cigar? Enzo asked as he saw Lu Feng curiously toying with the cigar. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, this is my first encounter with a cigar. I usually smoke this, Lu Feng said, pulling out a pack of Black Hills from his pocket. Oh, can I try one? Enzo asked, showing great interest in the cigarette in Lu Feng's hand, even disregarding the freshly prepared cigar. Of course, Lu Feng said, handing the cigarette to Enzo. Enzo eagerly pulled out a cigarette from the pack and examined it closely. Thus, the two who were supposed to discuss how to deal with Mercedes began to carefully study each other's cigarettes. Their expressions were serious and earnest. One might think these two powerful figures could stir up a storm with a stomp of their feet, as they pondered something monumental. Lu Feng was the first to put the cigar in his mouth and took out a lighter to ignite it. Lu, you need to light it longer. Cigars are different from cigarettes. They need to burn thoroughly, Enzo said, handing over a lighter specifically for lighting cigars. Lu Feng took the lighter and held it to the other end of the cigar for about 6 or 7 seconds before finally lighting it completely. After lighting it, Lu Feng casually put the lighter into his pocket. This action left Enzo stunned. He hadn't expected his lighter to be lost without a trace. Ha ha, Lu, I didn't expect you to like using other people's lighters too, Enzo said with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng finally realized and quickly took out the lighter to return it to Enzo. No need, Lu, this lighter is a gift for you. It's actually my vice president's lighter, Enzo said directly. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and put it back in his pocket. In the end, it was still the vice president who took on everything. Try its flavor. This is authentic Romeo and Juliet cigars, very hard to come by. Romeo and Juliet cigars? Isn't that a movie? Lu Feng asked curiously. Ha, Lu, of course, it's a cigar. This is a very famous brand, even the renowned Prime Minister of Great Britain is fond of this cigar, Enzo explained with a laugh. Ha, that makes me seem unworldly, Lu Feng said. He then took a puff and inhaled deeply. Cough cough cough. So spicy, what the hell is this? Lu Feng coughed violently from the strong taste of the cigar. Lu, you didn't inhale, did you? Cigars shouldn't be inhaled, Enzo realized from Lu Feng's expression that he had indeed inhaled. It's a habit to inhale. Ugh, it's killing me, Lu Feng patted his chest. With cigars, you just puff and let it out. It's about savoring the richness it brings. As Enzo spoke, he lit a black cigarette and took a deep drag. Enzo took a long puff and exhaled, his eyes instantly brightening. After blowing out the smoke, Enzo eagerly took another drag. Seeing how addicted Enzo was, Lu Feng slowly began to savor the cigar in his hand. The two smokers sat in the luxurious presidential suite, puffing away. Lu, you really know how to enjoy life, Enzo said after finishing his cigarette and putting another one in his mouth. This cigarette tastes amazing, I really like it. Where did you buy it? Enzo lit the second cigarette and exhaled beautifully. Ha, if you like it, I'll bring you a few packs tomorrow, Lu Feng said readily. Ha, Lu, you're really generous. Then I'll give you all the cigars I brought. How do you say that in your Chinese? It seems like it's called to come without reciprocating is impolite, right? Cough cough, Lu Feng choked again from the cigar after hearing Enzo's words. Ha ha ha, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Lu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Enzo asked, puzzled. Mr. Enzo, it's to come without reciprocating is impolite, not impolite to me, Lu Feng said, trying to suppress his laughter. Your Chinese is too hard to learn. Enzo shook his head and continued smoking. The two continued to smoke and chat for a long time until Lu Feng finally walked out of the hotel with several boxes of cigars that Enzo had given him. The car sped along and soon arrived at the estate. Lu Feng opened the door and walked in. The lights in Lang Xuan Lung newsrooms were still on. Lu Feng headed straight to the third floor and returned to his room. He put the cigars Enzo had given him into the drawer and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng called Wu Yi, who was staying in another building. Wu Yi hurried over as soon as she received the call. Mr. Lu, did you call for me? Wu Yi asked curiously. After you finish breakfast, bring the super battery technology and come out with me, Lu Feng said casually. Okay, I'll go prepare, Wu Yi replied. Go ahead, I'll wait for you at the door, Lu Feng said before heading to Unwan's place for breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Feng took 3 bodyguards and drove 3 cars to the hotel to pick up Enzo. Meanwhile, Xin Xian also got up early and notified everyone in the branch office to prepare for Enzo's arrival. Soon, Lu Feng received Enzo and handed him the 6 cigarettes he had prepared earlier. Wow, Lu, thank you so much for your gift, Enzo said excitedly as he received the cigarettes from Lu Feng. Ha, no need to be polite, we are friends, Lu Feng replied. Yes, that's right, we are friends, Enzo nodded in agreement. Have you had breakfast? Lu Feng asked again. I already had it, the soup dumplings from your country are quite delicious. Seemingly reminded of the tasty food, Enzo instinctively licked his lips. Then let's get in the car, I'll take you to tour the Ferrari branch. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Soon, the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Ferrari branch. At that moment, Qin Xian was already waiting at the entrance with a large group of executives, alongside researchers who had just rushed over from Europe that morning. Click as the car door opened, Enzo and Lu Feng stepped out. President Enzo, welcome to the Ferrari branch in Magic City, Qin Xian stepped forward and said. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Chen, Enzo replied. Although Qin Xian's current position was that of the president's secretary, Enzo had already regarded her as the vice president of the China branch. Mr. Lu, Qin Xian said after greeting Enzo, turning her attention to Lu Feng. If it weren't for Enzo being the president and this being his first visit, she would have prioritized Lu Feng. She understood very well that everything she had was given to her by Lu Feng, including Enzo's attitude towards her, which was also based on Lu Feng's influence. Without Lu Feng, she would still be a mere president's secretary, let alone being specially noticed by Enzo. She might not even have been able to attend this event. One must know how to be grateful. Lu, let's go, show me around your branch, Enzo said. No problem, follow me, Lu Feng said as he led the way inside. Enzo followed closely behind, with a group of executives trailing last. A large crowd entered the company like this. Although Qin Xian had notified them in advance, when the branch employees saw Enzo actually appear at the company, everyone was still very excited. Lu Feng took Enzo on a tour of one department after another, and at each department, Enzo caused a huge stir. Some employees even took out their phones to take pictures with Enzo, while others wanted his autograph. Enzo agreed to all the requests from the branch employees because they were all his employees, and of course, he had to pamper them. After Enzo and Lu Feng's group entered the conference room, the employees below could no longer hold back their discussions. Wow, I can't believe I really saw President Enzo, this isn't a dream, right? Ah, I actually took a photo with President Enzo. I want to print this photo and hang it in my living room. I also got President Enzo's autograph, yay! Mr. Enzo is so kind. He is kind, but he also brings me a lot of pressure. Exactly, I couldn't help but feel nervous when I saw President Enzo. Did you notice that when Mr. Lu stands next to Mr. Enzo, his aura is just as strong? An employee suddenly said. Yeah, I noticed that too, Mr. Lu's aura is really big today. Is it possible that Mr. Lu's aura has always been strong, but he just toned it down around us? Mr. Lu is amazing, he's so young and handsome, and he can match President Enzo's presence. A female employee said with stars in her eyes. If Mr. Lu can be compared to Mr. Enzo at such a young age, will he surpass President Enzo in a few years? A male employee remarked. There's definitely a possibility. We need to perform well in the future and cling tightly to Chairman Lu's thigh. That's right. Chairman Lu is amazing. Lu Feng had no idea that his employees below were praising him to the skies. At that moment, he was sitting in the conference room with a group of executives. Lu, I am very satisfied with the management of the Asian branch under you. Letting you manage the branch entirely was the best decision I made, Enzo praised as soon as he sat down. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, you flatter me. The branch's current achievements are all thanks to my secretary, Qin Xian, Lu Feng replied, not taking Enzo's praise to heart, as he didn't need it. But Qin Xian was different. Receiving Enzo's praise in such an important setting would be a great start for her future. So Lu Feng didn't mind helping her a bit. Qin Xian understood Lu Feng's intention, shot him a grateful glance, and immediately stood up to say, Mr. Enzo, Chairman Lu is too modest. I merely executed his orders. The current situation of the branch is all due to Chairman Lu's hard work. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Lu Feng felt a bit amused. Qin Xian was praising him too much. He had never cared about the branch's well-being. Everything was handled by Qin Xian. Ha, with Lu and you here, I feel at ease about the Asian branch. Chen, this is the application for the vice president position that Lu helped you submit. Just sign it, and you'll be the vice president of the Ferrari Asia branch, Enzo said, gesturing for his assistant and bodyguard to bring out the appointment letter. When the assistant handed the appointment letter to Qin Xian, her hands were trembling. Looking at the contents of the document, Qin Xian felt incredibly excited. From a small presidential secretary to suddenly becoming the vice president of the company, Qin Xian had put in tremendous effort during this time. She had completed every task Lu Feng assigned her with diligence and perfection, which was why Lu Feng was willing to promote her. After carefully signing her name in the designated spot, Chun Qian looked at Lu Feng with gratitude again. "Thank you, Mr. Enzo, for your trust. I will definitely assist Chairman Lu well," Chun Qian said, bowing slightly. "Yes, I have great faith in both of you." Enzo gestured for Chun Qian to sit down. After finalizing Chun Qian's appointment, Enzo eagerly asked about the new energy technology. "Lu, I can't wait to see the technology in your hands," Enzo said anxiously. After all, he had come to the Magic City mainly for this. The matter with Mercedes was just a side note. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, don't worry, I've brought it with me," Lu Feng said, then signaled for Wu Yi to come in. "Mr. Enzo, this is Professor Wu Yi, a key member of my team. The technology you need is in her hands." Upon hearing this, Enzo hurriedly ran from his seat to stand in front of Wu Yi. "Professor Wu, hello, it's a great honor to meet you," Enzo said very politely. "Hello, Mr. Enzo, it's a pleasure to meet you," Wu Yi said, extending her right hand confidently to greet Enzo. "Here are the technical materials that Mr. Enzo needs," Wu Yi said, handing over a thick stack of documents to Enzo. "Thank you," Enzo said, eagerly taking the document bag and quickly pulling out the files inside. Looking at the detailed information, rigorous calculations, and blueprints for the super battery, Enzo's hands trembled slightly as he held the documents. It was easy to imagine the importance of these documents that could make a business giant like Enzo tremble. Enzo looked at the documents for a long time, during which everyone held their breath, only Lu Feng leisurely sipping his coffee. "Smith, bring people over to take a look," Enzo said to the experts in the new energy field who had just arrived. After hearing this, Smith immediately walked over. In fact, he had just wanted to come and take a look at this super battery technology, but Enzo hadn't called him, and he didn't dare to approach recklessly. So, upon hearing Enzo call him, Smith rushed to Enzo's side as quickly as possible. He took the several documents that Enzo handed over, adjusted his glasses, and began to read seriously. "President Enzo, please give me a few more documents," Smith said directly to Enzo, captivated by what he was reading. Seeing this, Enzo handed over a few more documents to Smith. "God, how is this calculated? Why is there such a perfect formula? This is simply impossible with current technology," Smith exclaimed as he looked at the documents in his hands. "This method of energy storage and utilization is truly perfect." Enzo was a bit surprised to hear Smith's admiration. It should be noted that Smith, as Ferrari's chief researcher in new energy, was not only well known in Italy but also had a significant reputation internationally. Otherwise, Enzo wouldn't have spent a fortune hiring Smith to help Ferrari develop in the field of new energy. "So, what do you think?" Enzo couldn't help but ask as he saw Smith still engrossed in his reading. "President Enzo, this is the most perfect design I have ever seen. If this battery is really produced, it can store twice the electricity of a Tesla at the same volume," Smith exclaimed. Enzo felt very excited upon hearing this. "Lu, thank you for your help with Ferrari. I am truly honored to have a friend like you," Enzo said, bowing to Lu Feng. The other executives who had come with Enzo, upon seeing him bow, also suppressed their shock and bowed to Lu Feng. Chun Qian and the executives from the Shanghai branch were utterly astonished by this scene. It should be noted that each of the people bowing to Lu Feng was a prominent figure in their own right. Now, they were all bowing to Lu Feng, and even Enzo was among them. How could this not shock Chun Qian and her group? "Mr. Lu, you are truly amazing," Chun Qian thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Feng appeared calm in the face of such a scene. After putting down his coffee cup, Lu Feng stood up and walked over to Enzo. "Mr. Enzo, you flatter me. Ferrari is also my Ferrari, so of course, I think of my own people when good things happen," Lu Feng said. Enzo was very touched by Lu Feng's words. "Lu, having you at Ferrari is an honor for Ferrari," Enzo said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but think, no wonder he's a big shot, this superb acting almost fooled me. If it were really as you say, then asking you for a little share back then would have been like cutting your flesh. Although he kept complaining in his heart, Lu Feng still appeared very sincere on the surface. "Mr. Enzo, it is also my honor to become one of Ferrari's directors," Lu Feng said with a sincere expression. After exchanging compliments, the two returned to their respective seats. "Lu, this is the share transfer document you need," Enzo handed the transfer document to Lu Feng. According to their previous agreement, as soon as the battery technology was secured, Enzo would transfer a document containing 20% of Ferrari's shares to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the transfer document, glanced at it, and after confirming there were no issues, he signed his name on it. Thus, Lu Feng officially owned 21% of Ferrari's shares. After signing, Lu Feng also had Chun Shen take out the contract regarding the new energy technology that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Enzo. After receiving the contract, Enzo began to read it carefully. The contract clearly stated that Lu Feng would permanently grant Ferrari the use of the new energy technology with a range of 1,200 kilometers. However, Ferrari only has the right to use the technology, not ownership, which means this technology can only be used by Ferrari itself and cannot be handed over to other companies, nor can Enzo use this technology to establish a new company. After reading the contract, Enzo couldn't help but sigh, but there was no way around it. He could only agree to Lu Feng's request. After reviewing the contract, Enzo took out a pen and signed his name on it. A collaboration worth hundreds of billions was reached in this small conference room. President Enzo, Chairman Lu, why don't you two stand together for a photo? This is a milestone event for Ferrari, Chun Xian suggested. Good, that's a great idea. Both Enzo and Lu Feng agreed to Chun Xian's proposal. The two quickly posed, shaking hands face to face. Chun Xian took out a prepared camera to capture this historic moment. I think we should all take a group photo together to commemorate Mr. Enzo's first visit to Magic City and the establishment of the Magic City branch, Lu Feng suggested, looking at the camera in Chun Xian's hand. Lu, that's an excellent suggestion. I want to put this photo in my bedroom, Enzo said enthusiastically. Then please, Vice President Chen, go notify the staff. We'll wait for you outside in the square, Lu Feng arranged. Yes, Chun Xian immediately went out to inform the employees. Lu Feng then led Enzo and several senior executives to the square outside. A large crowd quickly gathered in the square. Enzo and Lu Feng stood at the front, with a row behind them consisting of Enzo's wife, Chun Xian, and some senior executives. Behind them stood a large group of employees on benches. The ones responsible for taking the photos were Leng Shui and Leng Yu, as they were the only two idle people in the entire company. Moreover, they weren't even Ferrari employees. Who else would they find? With the click of the shutter, a group photo was born. Lu Feng was still unaware that it was because of this group photo that his name would appear across the country and even the world. After the photo was taken, the other employees returned to work, while Lu Feng and Enzo went back to the office. Lu, even though I know you are confident, I still want to remind you that Mercedes is not simple. As a century-old car company, they have too strong an influence. I hope you won't act impulsively. We are businessmen, and businessmen must prioritize interests. Acting on impulse will never lead to great success. On the sofa, Enzo smoked a Lihuan cigarette, speaking earnestly. Opposite him, Lu Feng was also exhaling smoke. Don't worry, Mr. Enzo, you've seen my plan. This war won't last long. Hearing this, Enzo nodded and fell silent. After all, he and Lu Feng were in a cooperative relationship. Lu Feng was not his subordinate. It was fine to offer a couple of friendly reminders, but if he said too much, it might make people feel he was being condescending. After a while, Enzo took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled, the smoke swirling in the air. His gaze pierced through the smoke, thoughtfully observing Lu Feng, as if weighing something. After a moment, he leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Lu, have you considered developing in Italy? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, the cigarette in his hand pausing in mid-air. He then turned his head to look at Enzo, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Mr. Enzo, why do you suddenly ask this question? Enzo smiled, lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, his tone relaxed yet serious. With your talent, staying in the country is certainly good, but if you go abroad, especially to Italy, I know many high officials there who can support you. I believe you will have better development there. Hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent for a moment, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray and shaking his head. Mr. Enzo, thank you for your suggestion. You may laugh at me, but I actually have a strong sense of patriotism and do not wish to leave my homeland. However, Enzo did not seem surprised by Lu Feng's response. He sighed gently, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Lu, at our stage, there are many ways to express patriotism. It doesn't necessarily mean staying in the homeland. You can contribute to the country in other ways, such as introducing advanced foreign technology or striving for more voice in the international market for your homeland. Lu Feng still shook his head, his gaze firm. I understand your point, but for me, staying in the country and personally changing some things is my choice. Thank you for your kindness, but I am not considering developing abroad for now. Seeing this, Enzo no longer pressed the issue, merely nodding with a hint of appreciation. Alright, I respect your choice. However, if you change your mind one day, you can always find me. Lu Feng smiled slightly and did not say more. After a while, Enzo suddenly announced that he would be leaving in 2 days. So eager to leave, not going to play a few more days? Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. After all, Enzo had just arrived yesterday. No, the technology you entrusted to me must be taken back quickly, and I also need to oversee the attack on Mercedes, Enzo explained. Alright, but tonight I have arranged a welcome banquet for you with the government. You must honor us with your presence, Lu Feng stated his arrangement. A banquet? Alright, I'll attend it for your sake, Enzo thought for a moment and said. Just as he said, his attendance at the banquet was entirely for Lu Feng's sake. He wouldn't have gone for anyone else, even if it was hosted by the government. This was also why Lu Feng had just mentioned that he had half the credit for organizing the banquet, fearing Enzo would refuse. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Feng took Enzo to the location of the banquet. The venue was chosen at the same place where Lu Feng had attended the auction last time. Since it was not yet time for the banquet, there were only a few staff members setting up the venue. As soon as the two arrived, they saw Secretary Li Zhenghua waiting for them. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, you really made me wait. Secretary Li greeted them with a smile. Hello, Secretary Li, I'm very sorry. Lu Feng shook hands with Secretary Li. This must be Mr. Enzo, right? Hello, on behalf of the government of Magic City, I welcome your arrival, Secretary Li said to Enzo. Hello, Enzo extended his hand and shook hands with Secretary Li. This is the personal secretary of the top leader of Magic City, an absolute confidant, Lu Feng whispered to Enzo. Secretary Li saw this and said nothing, maintaining a smile on his face, knowing that Lu Feng was introducing him to Enzo. Upon hearing this, Enzo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately became enthusiastic. Mr. Li, I am also very happy to come to such an international metropolis as Magic City. Lu took me around for an afternoon today, and I really like your culture, Enzo hurriedly said, initially thinking he was just the person in charge of the venue, and shaking hands was merely for Lu Feng's sake. He did not expect this person to have such a significant background, being an absolute confidant of the top leader of Magic City. Faced with such a big shot, even Enzo had to be polite. It should be noted that his company's branch is still in Magic City. If he offended that person, a single word could make his Ferrari unwelcome in Magic City. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, I'm glad you like it. Let's go inside and chat, Secretary Li said, making a gesture to invite them in. Lu Feng and Enzo did not stand on ceremony and walked in directly. The few of them sat down in a villa inside the wine estate. Although surprised by Secretary Li's identity, Enzo was, after all, the president of Ferrari, so he didn't need to speak to Secretary Li in a low voice. Moreover, in terms of influence, Enzo was certainly a notch above Secretary Li. Mr. Lu, thank you for your strong support, Secretary Li said politely. He understood that Enzo's presence today was entirely due to Lu Feng's influence. Otherwise, even if the initiator of this banquet was the government of Magic City, Enzo might not have shown any courtesy. Secretary Li is being polite, Lu Feng said humbly. Enzo watched the two speak, unaware that he had already fallen into the trap set by Lu Feng and Li Zhenghua. Although it was Li Zhenghua's idea to invite Enzo to the banquet, he did not make an appearance. For a person of his stature, having his secretary represent him was sufficient. Unless the chairman of the aphid group behind Ferrari came, Li Zhenghua might consider meeting him. As for Enzo, he was still a bit short of that level. It should be noted that the last entrepreneur Li Zhenghua met was Ma Fei, the chairman of the Tingfei group. He was the head of a conglomerate worth trillions in Huagua, and just a few words from him could cause a stir. A person like Lu Feng, whose wealth was less than 100 billion, was not much different from an ordinary person when facing someone as prominent as Ma Fei. Though it may sound harsh, this is the reality. The Yunfei Group is merely one of Tengfei Group's subsidiaries, already surpassing all of Lu Feng's total assets. Mr. Enzo handing over Ferrari's subsidiary to Mr. Lu is indeed a very wise choice, Secretary Li spoke again, this time addressing Enzo. Oh, what does Mr. Li mean by that? Although I know Lu is doing well, it's always surprising to hear compliments from you, Enzo said, a bit astonished. What I mean is, of course, that Mr. Lu is very outstanding. You should know that my boss holds Mr. Lu in high regard, Secretary Li said deliberately, aiming to support Lu Feng. Secretary Li's words indeed had an effect. Upon hearing this, Enzo's pupils constricted, and his breathing became a bit rapid, but he quickly calmed down. Ha ha ha, really? I didn't expect our Ferrari's board member to receive praise from that person. It makes me feel honored, Enzo said, regaining his composure, slightly surprised. It is known that receiving praise from such a significant figure in Magic City is undoubtedly as difficult as climbing to the sky. But now, Lu Feng could actually gain that person's praise, which astonished Enzo, not to mention that he had already sensed that Secretary Li seemed very enthusiastic about Lu Feng. Various signs indicated that Lu Feng's background was substantial, even greater than Enzo had imagined. The three continued to chat for a long time, discussing everything from international economics and trade to the development of various industries. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and it was time for the banquet. At this moment, people had already begun to arrive at the venue outside the villa. The night has given me a pair of eyes. Excuse me, I need to take a call, Lu Feng stood up and indicated. He then took his phone and walked aside. Hello, old Zhao, you've arrived, right? Yes, Mr. Lu, but I don't have an invitation, you need to come out and meet me. Zhao Yun was standing at the entrance, talking on the phone. The security personnel responsible for the banquet's order were keeping a close watch on him, fearing he might be an uninvited guest. The reason the security personnel were fixated on Zhao Yun was that he had just arrived by taxi. It should be noted that this was a top-tier gathering, those attending were either wealthy or noble, and who among the big shots would take a taxi? Alright, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Lu Feng hung up the phone and said to the few people on the sofa before hurriedly leaving the villa. Arriving at the entrance of the winery, Lu Feng immediately spotted Zhao Yun. There was no way to miss him, Zhao Yun was too conspicuous at that moment. He was being closely monitored by 2 security personnel, and the big shots attending the banquet would glance at him in surprise as they passed by. In such a situation, even if Zhao Yun was the president of a major corporation, he couldn't maintain his composure. Ha, how did you end up like this, old Zhao? Lu Feng said playfully as he approached Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng as if he were a drowning man grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. Mr. Lu, you finally made it. If you had been 2 minutes later, I wouldn't have been able to face anyone anymore, Zhao Yun said with a bitter expression. Ha, old Zhao, my fault for making you suffer, Lu Feng said, patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. Is it okay if I take him inside? Lu Feng asked the nearby security personnel. No problem, Mr. Lu, they replied. I'm sorry, I didn't know this gentleman was your friend. My apologies, the security personnel said respectfully. They seemed like completely different people from when they had stopped Zhao Yun from entering just moments ago. The security personnel weren't foolish, someone who could have secretarially personally greet them at the entrance was certainly not an ordinary person. For such a big shot, dealing with them would be as easy as squashing an ant. It's fine, you were just following the rules, Lu Feng said lightly. After all, Zhao Yun didn't have an invitation, if the security didn't stop him, who else would they stop? The people who had originally mocked Zhao Yun now dared not even breathe as they saw how respectfully the security personnel treated Lu Feng. Be a bit more thorough during the checks, we can't let any troublemakers slip in. Lu Feng coldly scanned the crowd that was having their invitations checked. He had just seen how those people looked at Zhao Yun. Lu Feng was always protective of his own. As soon as the crowd met Lu Feng's gaze, they instantly turned their heads away, not daring to make eye contact. At that moment, Lu Feng exuded an increasing aura of authority and respect. Old Zhao, let's go, Lu Feng said, glancing at the crowd once more before leading Zhao Yun inside. Mr. Lu, your presence is becoming more and more powerful. Standing next to you puts a lot of pressure on me, Zhao Yun sighed in relief. Ha, old Zhao, stop being so glib. I'm taking you to meet Enzo, Lu Feng said as he headed straight into the villa. Upon hearing that he would soon meet Enzo, Zhao Yun, despite having navigated the business world for over a decade, couldn't help but feel excited. This was different from Su Luoxian, another capable subordinate of Lu Feng, who had little interaction with Enzo. When Su Luoxian heard that Lu Feng wanted him to attend the banquet to meet Enzo, he was only slightly surprised. However, Zhao Yun, who managed the Fonley Group, a legitimate car manufacturing company, was in the same industry as Enzo's Ferrari, making him even more thrilled. Similarly, if Su Luoxian were to meet the president of a top 10 entertainment company, he would also be very excited, but Zhao Yun wouldn't be as thrilled. Soon, Lu Feng brought Zhao Yun before Enzo. Let me introduce you, this is my capable aide, Zhao Yun, Lu Feng said to Enzo secretarially. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Enzo stood up first and shook Zhao Yun's hand. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I've long admired your name. It's a great honor to meet you today, Zhao Yun said, his earlier excitement replaced by a calm demeanor. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun's expression and nodded in satisfaction. If Zhao Yun had been overly obsequious or bowing when meeting Enzo, then Lu Feng would consider replacing Zhao Yun as the president. After all, in Lu Feng's vision, Fonley Group was to become the leader in the automotive industry in Huagua and even the whole world. It is normal to respect industry predecessors, but one cannot be overly humble, as that would lead to a loss of ambition. A person who has lost their ambition cannot possibly lead Fonley through challenges and ultimately sit on the throne of leadership. At this moment, Zhao Yun was still unaware that he had just circled back from the brink of unemployment. After greeting Enzo, Zhao Yun would also greet Secretary Li. Unlike Enzo, who knew nothing, Secretary Li was a bit surprised when he heard that the person in front of him was Zhao Yun. He had learned from Li Jinghua that Enzo had traveled all the way to Huagua for the super battery technology that Lu Feng had already modified. A battery technology with a range of 1,200 kilometers was enough to bring Enzo personally to Huagua, which shows the importance of this battery technology. The Zhao Yun in front of him, who was in charge of Fanli Group, could utilize the battery technology with a range of 2,000 kilometers. What does a 2,000 kilometer range mean? It far exceeds the current leader in the new energy sector, Tesla, by double. This means that Zhao Yun's Fanli Group could also become a leader in the new energy field in the future. Although the automotive industry is not just about batteries, but also involves other aspects like suspension and vehicle systems, the key point is that a person who can produce a 2,000 kilometer battery technology might have other technologies in hand as well. Even though this technology was not developed by Zhao Yun, being backed by Lu Feng makes little difference. Therefore, Secretary Li valued Zhao Yun significantly, even considering him more important than Enzo at that moment. Of course, all of this stemmed from Lu Feng's contributions and reputation. Otherwise, in the past, Zhao Yun wouldn't even have had the chance to shake hands with Secretary Li, let alone meet him. Mr. Zhao, I hope you won't disappoint Mr. Lu and my family's Mr. Secretary Li said meaningfully. Zhao Yun was taken aback by Secretary Li's words. He understood not to disappoint Mr. Lu, but who was this family's Mr. that had such influence? Although he felt a bit confused by the other person's words, Zhao Yun also knew that no one sitting in this room was an ordinary person. Could someone who could chat with Lu Feng and Enzo be simple? Not to mention the Mr. behind them. I will definitely not let Mr. Lu and the others down, Zhao Yun said earnestly. Only then did Secretary Li slowly sit back down on the sofa. Zhao Yun also took the opportunity to sit beside Lu Feng. The few of them chatted together. Although there were already many people downstairs attending the banquet, neither Enzo nor Lu Feng showed any intention of appearing. After all, both of them could be considered the main characters of the banquet. And how could the main characters appear before everyone was gathered? Secretary Li certainly wouldn't go out. His every word and action represented Li Jingguo's intentions, and he wouldn't easily speak to others. As for Zhao Yun, he was not important. While Secretary Li was chatting with Enzo about the foreign market, Zhao Yun quietly asked Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, who is the person across from you? They must have quite a background, right? Zhao Yun ultimately couldn't suppress his curiosity. Lu Feng knew Zhao Yun couldn't hold back and chuckled as he explained, he is the first secretary of the leader of Motu and an absolute confidant of the leader. Understood? Fortunately, your performance just now was acceptable, otherwise, if you offended him, I wouldn't be able to save you, Lu Feng said with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the person's background was significant, but he hadn't expected it to be this substantial. Mr. Lu, then the gentleman he mentioned must be that one, right? Zhao Yun said, still feeling a lingering fear. That's right, it's him, Lu Feng confirmed, and Zhao Yun couldn't help but exhale more heavily. How could such a big figure pay attention to me? Zhao Yun said, astonished. In his understanding, big shots like Li Zhenghua were always busy with countless matters, and an ordinary person's name would hardly appear in their sight. Although Zhao Yun was the president of a company, there were at least a few thousand presidents like him in Huagua. To someone as significant as Li Zhenghua, Zhao Yun was actually not much different from an ordinary person. How could he possibly notice him? Seeing Zhao Yun's lack of ambition, Lu Feng felt a surge of anger. Old Zhao, can't you have a bit of ambition? You are one of my most capable aides, can you not show some spirit? Isn't it just that Li Zhenghua noticed you? What's so surprising about that? I have high expectations for you. In the future, you should become someone like the president of Tesla. By then, not only will Li Zhenghua notice you, but you could also meet him one-on-one, Lu Feng scolded, looking disappointed. Zhao Yun was momentarily stunned by Lu Feng's grand ambitions and forgot to speak. Becoming a leader in the entire automotive industry was something Zhao Yun wouldn't even dare to dream of. Mr. Lu, are your expectations for me too high? Zhao Yun said softly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in himself, but the goals Lu Feng set for him were simply too enormous. It was like just passing the civil service exam and having your parents expect you to become the head of the country. It was too unbelievable. What are you afraid of? With me backing you, you just need to focus on your work. Don't you want to experience the feeling of being in the spotlight? Lu Feng tempted him. Yes, Mr. Lu, I will definitely not let you down. The poor Zhao Yun was left dazed by Lu Feng's persuasion. Just as Lu Feng finished convincing Zhao Yun, the phone rang again. This time it was another capable subordinate of Lu Feng, Su Luoxian, calling. Hello, Mr. Lu, I have arrived here, where are you? Su Luoxian's voice came through the phone. Since Su Luoxian had the invitation Lu Feng gave him, he smoothly entered the winery. Just come directly to the villa, I'm on the second floor, Lu Feng said. No, Mr. Lu, the security at the villa entrance won't let me in, Su Luoxian replied. Give the phone to him, I'll talk to him, Lu Feng said lightly. At that moment, Su Luoxian downstairs handed the phone to the security guard on duty. Mr. Lu's call. The security guard took the phone with some doubt. Hello, are you Mr. Lu? The security guard asked quietly. I am. This is my person, let him in, Lu Feng's cold voice came from the phone. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up. This startled the security guard. It really is Mr. Lu, I hope I didn't offend him. Oh no, how could I not be crushed by such a big shot, like stepping on an ant? The security guard couldn't help but think. Can I go in now? Su Luoxian asked while the security guard was still lost in thought. Yes, please, the security guard hurriedly replied. Perhaps sensing the security guard's fear, Su Luoxian said as he passed by, you don't need to be nervous, Mr. Lu is very calm. You're just doing your job, he won't blame you. After saying this, Su Luoxian walked into the villa. The security guard, hearing Su Luoxian's words, finally felt a weight lift off his chest. Su Luoxian went straight to the second floor and, upon arriving, saw Lu Feng. Director Lu, not knowing anyone else, Su Luoxian went directly to Lu Feng. Old Su, you're here. Come, let me introduce you, Lu Feng said as he stood up. This is Mr. Enzo, the global president of Ferrari, Lu Feng continued. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I am Su Luoxian. Su Luoxian stepped forward and shook hands with Enzo. Hello, Mr. Su, Enzo replied. You can just call her Secretary Li, Lu Feng said. Hello, Secretary Li. Just like that, Lu Feng introduced one person after another, and Su Luoxian stepped forward to shake hands and introduce himself. This scene made Zhao Yun feel as aggrieved as a little wife. When I just arrived, Director Lu didn't introduce me in such detail. It's too biased. Zhao Yun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just as Zhao Yun was complaining about Lu Feng, it was Lu Feng's turn to introduce him. Old Su, this is my capable subordinate, General Zhao Yun. You two are my right and left arms, you should communicate well, Lu Feng introduced. Upon hearing that the person in front of him was the General Zhao that Lu Feng often mentioned, Su Luoxian immediately extended his hand to Zhao Yun. Hello, General Zhao, I am Su Luoxian, the head of Fengyu Entertainment under Director Lu. You can call me Old Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Yun quickly stood up upon hearing this. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhao, the head of Fondly Group under Director Lu. You can call me Old Zhao, Zhao Yun said as he shook Su Luoxian's hand. Thus, the two great generals under Lu Feng officially met. In the days that followed, the two worked together to help Lu Feng's newly launched business empire solve one problem after another. They later became known as the two sharpest swords in Lu Feng's hand. In Lu Feng's business empire, they were also referred to as the twin pillars of the empire. Of course, all of this was in the future. They had not yet reached that level. With Su Luoxian's arrival, the banquet was about to officially begin. Lu Feng led Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian out of the villa. While Secretary Li had already arranged for someone to host the banquet, he himself would not appear at the banquet. The Enzo couple stayed in the villa, waiting for the notification from the person in charge before they would enter. Due to the previous auction, many people recognized Lu Feng as soon as he came out, and they all came up to greet him. Lu Feng responded to each one. He was no longer the person he used to be. As he attended more and more gatherings, his fame grew. Many big shots in Magic City knew that there was a rising star with great momentum. Director Lu, I didn't expect you to come. Just as Lu Feng picked up a glass of champagne, a voice suddenly came. Lu Feng turned his head to see it was Chen Tian, the president of Yunfei Group, whom he had met once before. Hello, President Chen, Lu Feng said politely. Are you here alone? Chen Tian asked curiously. No, I have two friends, but they went to another place. If you don't mind, shall we chat? Chen Tian invited, as he was very interested in this young man who made the secretary of the top figure in Magic City take the initiative to shake hands. Sure, chatting with a senior like President Chen will be very beneficial for me, Lu Feng agreed. Director Lu, you're being too polite, it's just mutual exchange, Chen Tian said as he led Lu Feng to sit down at a small table. For the mysterious Lu Feng, Chen Tian treated him as an equal, without any arrogance. After all, it was normal. Being able to break through the massive business empire of Yunfei Group and become a power holder of one of the 5 subsidiaries was no small feat. Chen Tian was not someone who just sat around, he had real skills, or else he would have long been eaten clean by others. Is Mr. Lu here this time for Ferrari's Enzo? Chen Tian asked. After all, today's banquet was prepared for Enzo, and most of the business leaders present were also here for Enzo. Even Chen Tian himself came to see Enzo, of course, he just wanted to meet him. No, I'm just here at someone else's request, Lu Feng said. He was right. If it weren't for Li Zhenghua calling him for help, he wouldn't bother with these matters. It would be much better to stay home and play games. What does Mr. Lu do? I saw you spent billions at the last auction to acquire the assets left by Hongfeng Group and Tianqing Group, Chen Tian asked curiously. This was already their second meeting, both in high-end settings, yet Chen Tian still didn't know what Lu Feng did. I acquired Fanli Group and planned to move the group to Modu. To save time, I bought ready-made factories and office buildings, Lu Feng said flatly, as if it were a trivial matter. Little did he know, his words stirred up a storm in Chen Tian's heart. What kind of family is this? To just acquire Fanli Group like that? And to say moving is so easy, moving a group is not that simple. Not to mention whether the Modu government would agree to the move. The city they were previously in wouldn't let them go easily either. After all, the departure of a large group would significantly impact the city's economy. Yet Lu Feng casually mentioned acquiring Fanli and wanting to move, and it was done. Lu Feng's demeanor made Chen Tian increasingly interested in him. Mr. Chen, why are you holding your wine without drinking? Lu Feng noticed Chen Tian was holding a glass of red wine but not drinking it, and asked. Oh, Chen Tian was interrupted from his thoughts by Lu Feng's words and took a sip from his glass. I was just thinking about some things. Sorry, Mr. Lu, Chen Tian quickly apologized. While Lu Feng and Chen Tian were chatting, Su Luoshan and Zhao Yun were also busy mingling at the banquet, needing some big shots. Especially Zhao Yun, who knew nothing about Modu and didn't recognize anyone, but fortunately had Su Luoshan, a local, as a guide. After chatting with Lu Feng for a while, Chen Tian got up to talk with his partners, leaving Lu Feng alone at the small table. Lu Feng actually preferred not to be disturbed. He could enjoy some quiet time. However, contrary to his wishes, an unexpected guest arrived, breaking Lu Feng's peaceful moment. You little brat, you're hard to find. I didn't expect to run into you here today, a man said fiercely as he approached Lu Feng. Looking at the man's fierce face, Lu Feng felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Who are you? Have we met? Lu Feng asked in surprise. The man saw that Lu Feng didn't remember him at all and was instantly furious. You little brat, don't play innocent with me. At the auction, you made me look so foolish, and now you're pretending to have amnesia? The man slammed the table, fuming. Thinking back to the auction incident, Wu Tianshan felt like crying. In front of so many business leaders and dignitaries, he had been so enraged by a young kid that he had coughed up blood and fainted. Because of this, he had been laughed at for a long time, and now his embarrassing story was circulating in Modu's upper circles, which was unbearable for someone like Gui Tianshan who cared about his image. Today, heaven had eyes, allowing him to encounter Lu Feng here, so he rushed over to seek revenge, only to find that Lu Feng didn't remember him at all, which made him even angrier. But what Lu Feng said next almost made him spit blood again. Oh, it's you glutton who forgets the pain. Why are you still here at the auction? You don't want to spit blood again, do you? With your mental quality, how did you become such a big entrepreneur? Could it be that you live off others? Lu Feng looked at Gui Tianshan with a mocking expression. After realizing the man's intentions and knowing he was here to pick a fight, Lu Feng showed him no mercy. He was no longer the recent graduate he once was. He used to be cautious in everything he did, even living off Shin Suyuan. Now, even in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Lu Feng was a top presence, and his character had transformed after going through so much. What did you say? Wu Tianshan was so furious at Lu Feng's words that he was left gasping for breath. What's wrong? Are you deaf? I spoke so clearly, and you can't hear me? You little brat, don't think that just because you have some money, you can act recklessly. The waters in Magic City are deep, be careful not to drown, Wu Tianshan directly threatened. If you offend me, you'll regret it. I say, blood-spitting brother, you caused me trouble at the previous auction, and I didn't retaliate. Now you come over to threaten me, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Lu Feng took a sip of champagne and said coldly. He didn't know why, but ever since he took down that thug leader, the violent factor within him seemed to have surged. Threaten? What's wrong with me threatening you? Didn't you just acquire Fanli Group and 20% of Tianyu Group's shares? In my eyes, you're nothing, Wu Tianshan boasted arrogantly. He had already investigated Lu Feng's background thoroughly. In fact, he had been watching Lu Feng at Tianyu Group for days, preparing to take revenge. However, Lu Feng had never been at Tianyu but had been at Fengyu Group the whole time, wasting Wu Tianshuan's days. With your little business, you dare to offend me? Do you believe I can make you disappear without a trace? If you kneel down and bow to me 30 times, then call me daddy 10 times, I might forgive you. How about it? Gui Tianshan saw Lu Feng silent and thought he was afraid, so he continued to shout. Little did he know, he was already at death's door. Lu Feng had lost his parents at a young age, making him particularly sensitive to others mentioning his parents, especially when it was an insult. Back in school, a little thug once insulted Lu Feng with a F*** your mom, and Lu Feng had smashed a brick on the thug's head, creating a hole. Lu Feng set down his champagne and slowly stood up. Gui Tianshan, seeing this, smiled triumphantly, thinking Lu Feng was about to bow to him. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Come on, let me record a video of you bowing, Gui Tianshan said, pulling out his phone to record Lu Feng's bowing. He, Lu Feng revealed a chilling smile upon hearing this. Just as Gui Tianshan raised his phone to take a picture, Lu Feng was already standing in front of him. Slap! A resounding slap echoed throughout the venue as Lu Feng struck Gui Tianshan's face hard. Gui Tianshan was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, his glasses shattered. The huge commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. Lu Feng ignored the gazes of the others and walked directly to Gui Tianshan's side, slowly crouching down. Say it again, what should I call you? Lu Feng stared coldly at Gui Tianshan, who was lying on the ground. Gui Tianshan was still dazed from the slap. He never expected Lu Feng would suddenly strike him in such a significant setting. Seeing that he hadn't reacted, Lu Feng grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a dead dog. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, combined with his special forces physique, Lu Feng effortlessly held him up in the air with one hand. Gui Tianshan, who was being choked, was on the verge of suffocation, his brain nearly shutting down. He instinctively tried to pry Lu Feng's hand away, but Lu Feng's grip was like a vice, firmly squeezing his neck without budging. Around them, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Although they were all executives and board members, it did not hinder their nature to watch the spectacle. The security guards had noticed the situation but none dared to step forward. After all, this was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Enzo, the host of the banquet, and had the secretary of the city's top authority personally welcoming him at the door. Only a fool would approach. If they angered this big shot, they wouldn't even know how they would die. A daily salary of 300 yuan was hardly worth risking their lives. Let go of me. Gui Tianshan was now turning red from suffocation, his hands desperately trying to pry Lu Feng's fingers apart. I want you to say it again, what did you just make me call you? Lu Feng's words were like a devil's whisper, echoing in Gui Tianshan's ears. Yes, I. Gui Tianshan was about to apologize when Lu Feng's grip tightened even more. The poor Gui Tianshan couldn't even get the words out. At that moment, Chen Tian, who was chatting with others nearby, noticed the commotion and curiously walked over. He then saw Lu Feng standing there with one hand choking someone, the victim's face already turning a purplish red. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Let's talk this out, Chen Tian hurriedly advised as he approached Lu Feng. This matter has nothing to do with you, please keep your distance, Mr. Chen, Lu Feng replied coldly. I know it has nothing to do with me. But you need to let him go. Look, he's about to die, Chen Tian said anxiously. At this point, Gui Tianshan had started to foam at the mouth, clearly nearing death. If he dies, then so be it. What does it matter? As Lu Feng spoke, a strong aura of killing intent emanated from him. Chen Tian was the first to be enveloped by this killing intent, instantly shivering and too frightened to say anything more. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Let go, or someone will die. Just then, Su Luoshan and Zhao Yun rushed over. Mr. Lu, no matter what happens, we need to put him down, he's about to die, Zhao Yun urged. Yes, Mr. Lu, murder is a serious crime, you need to let him go, Su Luoshan also chimed in. However, Lu Feng paid no heed to their words, still gripping Gui Tianshan tightly, as if he wouldn't relent until he choked him to death. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, Su Luoshan and Zhao Yun were about to step forward to pry Lu Feng's hand away, but they were immediately frozen in place by a single glance from Lu Feng. Zhao Yun and Su Luoshan, seeing the murderous look in Lu Feng's eyes, could only think, how terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. As everyone on the scene was at a loss, Secretary Li and Enzo hurried over after hearing the security's report. Lu, what are you doing? Let go. Enzo saw that Gui Tianshan had lost consciousness and rushed over to pry Lu Feng's hand away. Secretary Li also rushed over immediately. Seeing them approach, Lu Feng, without waiting for them to reach him, flung the already unconscious Gui Tianshan away. Secretary Li quickly ran back to check if Gui Tianshan was still alive. Enzo then stood in front of Lu Feng. Lu, what on earth happened to make you so angry? Enzo asked with concern. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng snapped out of his earlier state. I'm sorry, Mr. Enzo, for disrupting your banquet, Lu Feng said, looking at the chaos around him with indifference. Lu, there's no need for us to say sorry. I came to this banquet because of you, Enzo said, patting Lu Feng's shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng replied sincerely. At that moment, Zhao Yun and Su Luoshan also approached Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, are you alright? Zhao Yun asked anxiously. Su Luoshan circled around Lu Feng, checking to see if he was injured. Seeing their concern, Lu Feng smiled and patted them. I'm fine, Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Secretary, having confirmed that Guo Tianshan was still alive but had fainted from lack of oxygen, let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately arranged for security to carry him aside to wait for the ambulance. Mr. Lu, you were too impulsive. This matter could have been resolved privately, Secretary Li said quietly as he approached Lu Feng. This is not beneficial for you. Lu Feng laughed at his words. Ha, Secretary Li, but life is about living it to the fullest. Always retreating is not my style. Seeing this, Secretary Li had no choice but to give up. Alright, everyone disperse. Now that Mr. Enzo is here, our banquet officially begins. Secretary Li hurriedly shifted the focus. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly surrounded Enzo. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I'm from Hongfeng Auto Processing Group. Mr. Enzo, I'm the head of the Somic factory. I'm the general head of DYI New Energy in Huagua. My name is Lai Si. A large group of people gathered around Enzo for self-introductions. Seeing this, Lu Feng directly took his two companions to the side and found a spot to sit down. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the earlier commotion. After all, this was the real business world. As long as it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care, they only cared about their own interests. Although Enzo disliked such occasions, he still engaged in conversation with them. Even Enzo's wife, Sophia, was surrounded by a crowd. After a long while, it was only when Secretary Li spoke that the crowd finally quieted down. Originally, Secretary Li didn't plan to show his face, but due to Lu Feng's disturbance, he had to step in personally to calm the situation. After saying a few words on stage, he handed the microphone to the auctioneer. The auctioneer then proceeded with the evening's second highlight, the charity auction. It's important to note that the main purpose of Li Zhanghua hosting this banquet was this auction. As the auction began, those entrepreneurs eager to showcase their substantial strength in front of Enzo officially took the bait. All funds raised from today's auction will be used to help develop impoverished counties in the mountainous areas. To all the business tycoons present, the money you spend tonight will directly help those in need, and your names will be forever recorded in the county records. Your names will be immortalized, enduring through the ages, the auctioneer passionately shouted on stage. For ordinary people, what the auctioneer said was nonsense, they wouldn't care about being remembered through the ages. But for these wealthy tycoons, what they valued most was reputation, so the auctioneer's words piqued their interest. They could showcase their powerful strength in front of Enzo, gain a good reputation, and please the government of Modu all in one go. Why wouldn't they want that? In fact, when these people learned that the Modu government was hosting this banquet, they already understood the government's intention. It was to make them contribute a bit, but so what if they understood? This was an open scheme, they knew that attending the banquet would cost them, yet they still had to participate. Participating could lead to a meeting with Enzo, and perhaps even a collaboration with the multinational group Ferrari, while also gaining a good reputation at the auction. If you choose not to participate, do you think your days ahead will be any better? The merchants in this group are the best at discerning what is important. Without further ado, the first auction officially begins, the auctioneer said as he had someone bring up a painting. This is a piece titled Autumn Frost and Cold Intent by the famous national painting master Wu Chouyue, starting bid 2 million. The crowd below, seeing that the first auction item was a work by a national painting master, knew that the government of Magic City had put in a lot of effort for this banquet. I bid 3 million, the representative from Somic immediately called out. As long as he could connect with Enzo, a few million was still a worthwhile investment. I bid 4 million, another business executive quickly chimed in. 450 million. 500 million. Soon, this piece Autumn Frost and Cold Intent was sold for the high price of 5 million. Although it was a work by a national painting master, its intrinsic value was only around 400 to 500,000. It is known that in Huagua, whether in calligraphy or painting, there is an unwritten rule. Works by living artists are not worth much. However, once an artist passes away, their works immediately gain value. While they are alive, they can create more works, but once they die, their creations become unique and extinct. This greatly enhances the collectible value of the works. Unlike others who were frantically bidding, Lu Feng and his two companions sat in a corner, enjoying snacks and sipping champagne, as if this banquet had nothing to do with them. As for Enzo, being the main character of today's banquet, he was not as relaxed as Lu Feng. He was placed in the most conspicuous spot, watching the auction unfold. From Enzo's restless hands, it was clear that this elderly man, already past 70, was nearly driven mad by the occasion, yet he could not leave, he could only persist in sitting there. I bid 8 million. As the Somic representative made another bid, the crowd below stopped bidding. 8 million once. 8 million twice. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? This is the National Painting Master's labor of love, with great potential for appreciation in the future. The auctioneer was performing vigorously on stage, but everyone in the audience was sharp and not easily fooled. 8 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the National Painting Master's astonishing work. Seeing that no one raised the bid, the auctioneer brought down the gavel for the 3rd time. Ultimately, the first auction item was successfully purchased by the Somic representative for the high price of 8 million. Hearing the auctioneer's words, the Somic representative laughed joyfully. He quickly stood up and raised his wine glass to toast Enzo. Seeing this, Enzo could only stand up and clink glasses with him from a distance. After all, it was on his account that so much money was spent on a painting. Only now did Enzo realize he had been used by the Magic City government. After sitting down, Enzo turned his gaze towards Lu Feng's position. Lu Feng noticed Enzo looking at him, with a questioning expression in his eyes. He immediately put on a helpless look and shrugged, as if to tell Enzo that he didn't know either, and if he had any questions, he should ask Secretary Li later. Seeing this, Enzo could only retract his gaze and sit there obediently. At this moment, the second auction also began. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the second auction is a set of Dehua white porcelain tea sets crafted by a porcelain master over 3 months. Please look at the big screen. Immediately, a set of pure white tea sets appeared on the curtain behind the auctioneer, which was the item to be auctioned in the second round. Everyone knows that Dehua white porcelain has a far-reaching reputation, and it's usually hard to come by. But today, we have a complete set of Dehua white porcelain tea sets, and I don't need to elaborate on its value, the auctioneer said. Starting bid is 800,000, and we begin the bidding now. As soon as the hammer fell, someone immediately placed a bid. 900,000, a tea-loving boss quickly called out. I'll bid 1 million, another competitor chimed in, unwilling to back down. What do you think this tea set will sell for? Lu Feng asked, watching the bidding with interest. I think around 3 million, Zhao Yun pondered before speaking. What about you, old Su? How much do you think this tea set will sell for? Lu Feng seemed unsatisfied with Zhao Yun's estimate and turned to Su Luoxian beside him. Mr. Lu, I think at least around 8 million, Su Luoxian replied after some thought. Then let's make a bet. I bet it will sell for at least 2 million, Lu Feng said. Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian became interested upon hearing this and began to bet with Lu Feng. What are we betting on? Zhao Yun asked again. I'll bet against both of you. If I lose, told Zhao, I'll find you an international professional car designer to help you design a new car. And for old Su, if I lose, I'll help you sign 2 international superstars. As for if you lose, each of you owes me a barbecue meal. How about that? Alright, we have a bet. Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian agreed without hesitation, thinking that losing only meant a barbecue while winning brought great benefits. The price must not exceed 200,000 above or below our guesses, Lu Feng added. No problem. Just as the bet was settled, the price of the tea set reached 5 million, with Zhao Yun being the first to bid. Ah, the bosses from the Magic City are really wealthy. Over 1 million is like pocket change, Zhao Yun exclaimed. Otherwise, how could Li Zhanghua set up such a situation to make them willingly spend money? Lu Feng said lightly. The rich live in luxury while the poor freeze on the streets. Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, the price of the tea set was already approaching Su Luoxian's 8 million. 7 million, is there no higher bid? The auctioneer called out from the stage, but no one in the audience continued to raise the price. Seeing this, Su Luoxian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Mr. Lu, it looks like I'm going to win. Hee, old Su, don't jump to conclusions until the end, Lu Feng said calmly. I bid 8 million, suddenly a voice called out from the crowd. Su Luoxian's face instantly darkened. Don't worry, old Su, you still have hope, Lu Feng comforted him. Su Luoxian felt reassured upon hearing this, but then the next bid shattered Su Luoxian's last hope. I bid 2 million, the first tea-loving big shot continued to raise the price. At this moment, Su Luoxian's heart was in his throat because if someone raised the bid by another 10,000, he would lose. I bid 1 million, another person called out. Su Luoxian immediately closed his eyes. I lost. Although Su Luoxian was out, the price of the tea set kept rising. In the end, the tea set was sold to the tea-loving big shot for 4 million, and Lu Feng barely won the bet. Remember, each of you owes me a barbecue meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Got it, Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian replied with disappointed faces. What's wrong, can't take the loss? Lu Feng asked, looking at their unhappy expressions. No, it's just that we feel like we missed out on something very important, and it hurts, Zhao Yun replied with a bitter face. When Lu Feng proposed the terms of the bet, Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian were extremely excited. The allure of top designers and international stars was immense for them, but now, with the failure of the bet, that allure had vanished completely. This left them feeling worse than if their wives had run off with someone else. Alright, seeing how pathetic you both look, treat me to a barbecue, and I might consider fulfilling the previous conditions, Lu Feng said, looking at the disappointed duo. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian and Zhao Yun immediately became attentive. Mr. Lu, I knew you were the best to us. Here, let me pour you a drink. Su Luoxian quickly stood up and grabbed the wine bottle to pour for Lu Feng. His professional demeanor made Lu Feng think that Su Luoxian had worked as a bartender before. Mr. Lu, after the banquet, I'll take you for barbecue right away. You can order whatever you want, grilled kidneys, lamb skewers, whatever you like until you're satisfied, Zhao Yun said grandly. Lu Feng felt relaxed thanks to his two amusing companions. Who would have thought that these usually serious individuals had such a playful side? If their employees saw this, they would definitely think their president had been possessed by something unclean. Alright, enough joking around, sit down properly. We'll talk after the banquet ends, Lu Feng said, and the two immediately returned to their seats, sitting obediently. At this point, the auction had already sold many items, including porcelain, jade, and paintings, a whole bunch of them. After a long while, the auction finally reached its conclusion. Lu Feng and the others roughly calculated that the total sales from this auction had nearly reached 1 billion. Although the highest price for an item did not exceed 10 million, the sheer volume made up for it. TSK, people say if Li Zhengguo went into business, he would at least be another Ma Fei, Lu Feng remarked. An auction with so little capital can actually earn so much, he sighed. Mr. Lu, don't sigh just yet, Enzo is on stage, Su Luoxian interrupted Lu Feng's musings. Lu Feng looked closely and indeed, Enzo was now standing at the auctioneer's position, ready to give a speech. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my banquet. If there are any shortcomings, please forgive me, Enzo said passionately during his speech. Meanwhile, Lu Feng couldn't help but mutter from below, this script sounds just like what the manager says when we have a big feast in the countryside. Su Luoxian and Zhao Yun couldn't hold back their laughter. Mr. Lu was really bold to tease Enzo like that. While the three were whispering at the bottom of the stage, Enzo suddenly said, now, let us welcome Mr. Lu Feng, the third shareholder of Ferrari and also the president of Ferrari's Asian division, to the stage to speak. Mr. Lu is fully responsible for the Asian division, so if anyone has any matters, you can discuss them with Mr. Lu. Lu Feng was completely stunned upon hearing Enzo's words. He didn't expect Enzo's retaliation to come so quickly. He didn't want to face those big shots who wanted to collaborate with Ferrari, and Enzo had directly thrown him, the head of the branch, under the bus. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Feng who was stunned by Enzo's words, everyone present, except for Zhao Yun, Su Luoxian, and Secretary Li, was also bewildered. They knew that Ferrari had established a branch in the Magic City. But when did Ferrari suddenly have a third shareholder, and according to Enzo, this shareholder was present at today's banquet? Everyone turned to look around, trying to identify the low-key third shareholder of Ferrari who had been there since the beginning of the banquet. However, after searching around, they found no one on stage who fit the description of Ferrari's third shareholder. Only the president of Yunfei Group, upon hearing Lu Feng's name, cast an incredulous glance toward Lu Feng's location. Is it really him? Chen Tian couldn't help but question in his heart. My friend, come up. Are you still shy? Enzo on stage continued. However, no matter how you listened, you could hear the hidden amusement in Enzo's words. With Enzo's next statement, Lu Feng had no choice but to brace himself and walk over. Damn, it really is him. Who exactly is this person? Chen Tian, who had been paying attention to Lu Feng, couldn't help but curse inwardly as he saw Lu Feng step out. Even someone like Chen Tian, a big shot who had navigated the business world for over a decade, couldn't help but be astonished, let alone the other company executives. As everyone's gaze focused on Lu Feng, who was walking step by step toward the stage, they all speculated about his background, wondering how he could become the third largest shareholder of Ferrari. It should be noted that Ferrari had not sold any shares in the past 20 years, except for a portion sold to the Affet Group during the last financial crisis. Wait, could it be the 1% of shares that Ferrari sold last time? Everyone present unconsciously thought of the recent uproar in the international community regarding Ferrari's share sale. Could it really be him who secured it? But how did he manage to obtain it amidst the siege of so many capital giants? Chen Tian squinted, pondering. It was known that there were even mysterious ancient financial families controlling the situation behind this matter. Even the president of Tengfei Group had previously stated that even if he intervened, he wouldn't be confident in acquiring Ferrari shares. Because it wasn't just about having money, there were many other factors involved. If it were just about money, Tengfei could easily acquire all of Ferrari. After thinking for a long time, no one could figure out Lu Feng's background. Only a very small number of people who had attended the previous auction managed to uncover a small part of Lu Feng's identity, such as shareholders of Tianya Group and the owner of Tinglong Hotel, but that was all they knew. After all, the upper circles of Magic City were this small, and a mysteriously young person suddenly emerging piqued everyone's curiosity. Just watch, Chairman Lu's rise officially begins now, Su Luoxian remarked, looking at Lu Feng, who was under the gaze of many big shots. Yes, after this, the upper circles of Magic City should all know Chairman Lu, Jiayan said. We are fortunate to work under a big shot like Chairman Lu. We must cherish and work hard. Lu Feng paid no mind to how others viewed him and calmly walked to the stage. Hello, esteemed seniors, my name is Lu Feng, and I am the head of Ferrari's Asia division. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Lu Feng began his speech as he stepped onto the podium. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of many big shots below, Lu Feng exuded a powerful aura, sharply meeting their eyes. For a moment, there was complete silence both on and off the stage. Chairman Lu's gaze is truly intimidating, Zhao Yun said, quickly shifting his gaze after staring into Lu Feng's eyes for a few seconds. How can it not be intimidating? Chairman Lu was facing all the big shots of Magic City below, essentially standing against them all by himself, Su Luoxian murmured, looking at the figure on stage that seemed almost divine. The younger generation is formidable. Chen Tian also felt the oppressive gaze from Lu Feng and said softly, I would like to formally introduce this person, my good friend, the third largest shareholder of Ferrari, holding 21% of Ferrari's shares, Mr. Lu Feng. At that moment, Enzo stood beside Lu Feng and introduced him to the audience below. Upon hearing Enzo's words, the big shots below narrowed their eyes, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Even Chen Tian, the president of a company worth hundreds of billions, couldn't help but cough. Everyone looked at Lu Feng with expressions of shock that left them speechless. Enzo's friend, the third shareholder of Ferrari, the head of Ferrari's Asia region, held a 21% stake. One explosive piece of information after another continuously struck the hearts of those present. Even these seasoned business tycoons found it hard to catch their breath. Any one of the identities Enzo mentioned was enough to command their attention, let alone the fact that all these identities were stacked upon one person. At that moment, the brilliance surrounding Lu Feng reached a peak, making it impossible to look directly at him. The crowd soon found themselves unaware of what Lu Feng was saying on stage. They only knew that the landscape of the Magic City was about to change. An unprecedented storm might have already enveloped the entire Magic City. In fact, what Lu Feng did after the banquet truly shocked the nation. For the first time, Lu Feng's information was placed on the desk of the head of the Shin family in the imperial capital. As Lu Feng's speech came to an end, the banquet also approached its conclusion. However, just as Lu Feng stepped down from the stage, he was surrounded by a group of people. Even Chen Tian came over. Mr. Lu, you really are quite the hidden gem, Chen Tian said enthusiastically, switching from you to Mr. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, you're flattering me, Lu Feng replied with a smile. The group that had previously surrounded Enzo now gathered around Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, hello, I am the head of SOMIC, it's a pleasure to meet you, a foreigner introduced himself first. Hello, Lu Feng politely shook his hand. Mr. Lu, we at SOMIC specialize in automotive processing, and if there's an opportunity, I would like to discuss a collaboration, the head of SOMIC said. I've heard of your esteemed name, here is my business card. Lu Feng took a card from his pocket and handed it to him. After receiving Lu Feng's card, the head of SOMIC left with a sense of pride. After he left, other big shots also began to introduce themselves. Mr. Lu, I run a company that assembles electronic components. My name is Wang Tianfeng, here is my business card, please accept it. A man eagerly presented his card. Lu Feng took his card and put it in his pocket. Seeing this, others also pulled out their business cards, wanting Lu Feng to accept them. Everyone, please be quiet. I understand your intentions, but I still have matters to discuss with Mr. Enzo. You can talk to my two presidents first. Lu Feng pointed to Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian, who were watching the excitement from the side. Just let me know the results later, he said, then turned and left, causing a group of people to rush over to Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian. Oh, Mr. Su, is that you? A big shot suddenly recognized Su Luoxian, surprised. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm currently working under Mr. Lu, Su Luoxian explained. But isn't your specialty in entertainment? Mr. Zhang asked in astonishment. Lu Feng's Ferrari didn't seem to have much connection to the entertainment industry. Su Luoxian noticed the confusion and explained, "I'm not working at Ferrari, I'm working at an entertainment company under Mr. Lu." However, Su Luoxian's explanation left the big shots even more puzzled. "Mr. Su, are you saying you left Yulong Company to work at Mr. Lu's entertainment company?" Another big shot inquired. "Yes, that's correct. Mr. Lu has an entertainment company too? May I ask what your name is?" "It's the local Fengyu entertainment company from our Magic City. Recently, Chairman Lu just acquired it, and since he doesn't have time to manage it, he found me to help manage it," Su Luoxian explained again. Su Luoxian's words left the surrounding group of people looking as if they had been petrified, unable to react for a long time. After quite a while, the group finally came back to their senses from the shock. Su General Manager, do you mean that Chairman Lu acquired the 8th-ranked Fengyu Entertainment Company? A company president spoke with some difficulty. "Yes. Are you the president of Fengyu?" "No, my current position is vice president of the company." "Then this person beside you must be the president." "Hello, sir. Nice to meet you, my name is Yun Che." A company president extended his right hand to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun still hadn't figured out what was happening, but seeing the hand extended, he shook it. "Chairman Yun, he is not the president of Fengyu," Su Luoxian hurriedly explained. The man called Chairman Yun awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Then who is this?" "He is." Su Luoxian was about to introduce him when Zhao Yun interrupted. "Hello, gentlemen, my name is Zhao Yun, and I am the president of another company under Chairman Lu." Facing so many corporate directors and presidents' inquiries, Zhao Yun spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Another company?" This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. "May I ask which company you are with, President Zhao?" "Perhaps we could have some cooperation," a meticulously groomed middle-aged man asked. The others also focused their attention on Zhao Yun, wanting to know which company he was the president of. "I am the president of Fonli Group. In a few days, Fonli Group will be relocating to Magic City, and I hope you all can come and support us." As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, the venue fell silent again. When did these groups become so worthless that they could be acquired just like that? This isn't a cabbage sold on the street. Fonli was also acquired by Chairman Lu? I heard some time ago that Fonli was completely acquired by a mysterious person. At that time, I was wondering who could have such boldness. I didn't expect it to be our Chairman Lu from Magic City. A billionaire director reacted the fastest and immediately spoke up. The others followed suit, praising Lu Feng as young and promising, a true young talent and business genius. Faced with everyone's compliments, Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian could only endure and occasionally say a few words. However, they did not leave empty-handed. They successfully exchanged contact information with these business tycoons, especially Zhao Yun. His gains were the greatest because a significant portion of those present were company presidents related to the automotive industry, and Zhao Yun successfully broke into the car-making circle of Magic City. With these people, Fonli could accelerate its establishment in Magic City and develop rapidly, making Zhao Yun internally exclaim that he had indeed come to the right place today. Unlike Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian being surrounded, Lu Feng had returned to the villa. "Mr. Lu, you were too impulsive at the banquet today. This Guo Tianshan is not an easy person to deal with." Secretary Li was discussing the earlier events with Lu Feng in the living room, while Enzo sat on the sofa listening. From what Secretary Li said, does this Guo Tianshan have a significant background? Lu Feng asked lightly. Guo Tianshan is the president of Longxing Group, with a fortune of over 40 billion. For you, this isn't a big issue, but the key is that he has people behind him. Upon hearing Secretary Li's words, Lu Feng instantly became interested. To hear such words from your mouth truly surprises me a bit. Who exactly is backing him that makes you a little wary? Lu Feng curiously asked Secretary Li, who looked serious. Enzo was also intrigued. After all, the person behind Secretary Li was someone not to be trifled with. Wary is not quite the right word. Mainly, considering your current strength, if you really encounter the forces behind Guo Tianshan, it would likely be dire, Secretary Li said flatly. Both Enzo and Lu Feng were taken aback by Secretary Li's words. It should be noted that with Lu Feng's current strength, he had numerous companies in the capital and a powerful weapon like Ferrari. As long as he didn't run into companies valued in the trillions, he could walk with confidence. Moreover, with Ferrari's influence, groups worth less than $1 trillion would have to weigh their gains and losses when facing Lu Feng. However, Secretary Li's statement that Lu Feng would be in a perilous situation against the forces behind Guo Tianshan made Lu Feng take it seriously. Secretary Li, stop keeping us in suspense. Which company is behind Guo Tianshan that makes you say such things? Lu Feng straightened up, a serious expression on his face. Enzo also turned his gaze to Secretary Li. Seeing this, Secretary Li explained, the controlling company behind Guo Tianquan's Longxing Group is Ali Jojo, a business empire that can go head-to-head with Tingfei Group. As a Chinese, you should be well aware of Ali Jojo's influence in our country, not to mention that the chairman of Ali Jojo has even been personally summoned by that individual. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened considerably. Even Enzo gasped when he learned about Longxing Group's background. Lu, with that said, our situation does seem a bit dangerous, Enzo said seriously. Mr. Enzo, this is my personal matter, you don't need to get involved. Lu Feng sensed the implication in Enzo's words and felt a flicker of gratitude. Ah, Lu, you're my friend, I could never abandon you, Enzo laughed heartily. Isn't it just Ali Jojo? When it comes to international competition, who knows who will win or lose? Secretary Li, hearing Enzo's bold words, couldn't help but admire. No wonder he's the head of Ferrari, this kind of courage is impressive. Lu Feng was also inspired by Enzo's bravado, shaking off the earlier fear of Ali Jojo. Mr. Enzo, thank you for your encouragement, but you should refrain from getting involved in this matter for now. If I really need your help later, I won't hold back, Lu Feng said, pulling out cigarettes and offering one to Enzo and Sophia, but was refused by Secretary Li. I don't smoke, thank you. Lu Feng, hearing this, didn't insist and directly put the cigarette in his mouth. Lu, I also have some influence in our country and can help you, Enzo said again upon seeing Lu Feng's refusal. I know, Mr. Enzo, but don't underestimate me either. It's not that easy for Ali Jojo to swallow me, Lu Feng replied confidently. He declined Enzo's offer of help without hesitation, knowing that Enzo had his own connections in China. However, those connections would be of little use against Ali Jojo. Enzo, being a foreigner, might not fully grasp Ali Jojo's strength, but as a native Chinese, Lu Feng understood it all too well. Just one e-commerce shopping platform could achieve transaction volumes in the hundreds of billions in a single day during promotional events. This terrifying money-absorbing capability was just one of many platforms under Ali Jojo. Ali Jojo had 3 such online shopping platforms. Although the other 2 weren't as powerful as Taobao Shopping, they were still among the top 10 shopping platforms in China. There is a saying in Huawei, Ma Fei's Tingfei Group specializes in making money from children, as Tingfei has numerous games under its banner. On the other hand, Ma Tian of Ali Jojo specializes in earning money from girls. Every time there's an event, the 3 shopping platforms under his company rake in a fortune. Even more terrifying is that such online shopping platforms are just one module of the Ali Jojo business empire. Ali also has one of the 2 most popular payment software in Huawei, Peibei, while the other is Weixin Pay under Tingfei. It can be said that as long as you know how to use a smartphone, you will have these 2 apps. From this, it is evident that Tingfei and Ali Jojo have reached a terrifying level of influence in Huawei. Moreover, Ali Jojo has numerous other industries, including ride-hailing apps, video software, music software, office software, and even the recently popular short videos, which Ali has also ventured into. In Huawei, from 8 years old to 80, regardless of gender or age, everyone knows these 2 internet giants. There is a saying among the people that if Tingfei and Ali Jojo's Ma brothers join forces, there would be no rivals on the entire Blue Star. Therefore, when hearing that the Longxing Group is backed by Ali Jojo, even with the system, Lu Feng felt a flicker of fear in his heart. It's not that Lu Feng is timid, but the opponent is truly too terrifying. Even if Tingfei Group faced off against Ali Jojo, Ma Fei would probably feel uneasy. Lu, remember, I will always stand by your side, Enzo said to Lu Feng with a serious expression. Thank you, Lu Feng exhaled deeply and replied. You don't need to worry too much, the Longxing Group is just one of the many groups controlled by Ali Jojo, and it's very likely that Ma Tian won't interfere, Secretary Li also comforted. I understand, but I still need to be prepared. After all, waiting passively is not my style, Lu Feng said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Alright, this banquet can be considered a success. I need to go back and report, Secretary Li said as he stood up. Enzo and Lu Feng also stood up to see him off. The few of them arrived in the courtyard of the winery, where the attendees had already left, leaving only Zhao Yun and Su Luoxian waiting for Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, the 2 hurriedly approached as Lu Feng walked out. The harvest was pretty good, right? Lu Feng asked casually. It was a great harvest, thanks to Mr. Lu bringing me to this banquet, Zhao Yun said cheerfully. The group reached the entrance, and Secretary Li exchanged greetings with Lu Feng and Enzo before leaving in a car. Let's go eat barbecue, old Zhao, you're treating, Lu Feng said, looking at the departing car. Sure, Mr. Lu, order whatever you like, Zhao Yun replied. Ha, Lu, I'm also very interested in your barbecue in Huawei, Enzo said with a smile upon hearing this. Then let's go. The group drove to a barbecue stall in the suburbs of Modu. After parking the car, they combined 2 tables into one and sat down. To eat barbecue, you have to come to a stall like this. Drinking cold beer and eating barbecue is just so comfortable, Lu Feng said, seemingly not bothered by the earlier events at all. What would you like to eat? The owner asked as he approached them. Seeing Lu Feng and his group, who were well-dressed and exuded an extraordinary aura, the owner felt a bit nervous. Although Lu Feng and Enzo did not release any imposing aura, their presence still unconsciously affected others. Let's have 30 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of chicken wings, and whatever else you think fits, plus 2 cold dishes and a case of beer. Lu Feng waved his hand and placed the order. As for why he didn't ask Enzo's opinion, do you think he would order? After the owner noted it down, he turned and went to prepare. Soon, 2 cold dishes and the beer were served first. Drink up, we'll call a driver later. Lu Feng opened a bottle for each of them. Enzo looked at the green glass bottle in his hand and curiously took a sip. So, how is Chinese beer? Not bad, right? Lu Feng asked after taking a big gulp. Not bad, it's very refreshing, different from the beer in our country, Enzo replied, taking another sip. Mr. Lu, at that moment, Su Luoshan, sitting next to Zhao Yun, kept giving Lu Feng meaningful glances. Lu Feng initially didn't understand Su Luoshuan's intention until Su Luoshan mouthed the words international star, and then Lu Feng finally got it. Giving Su Luoshan a reassuring look, Lu Feng began his maneuver. Mr. Enzo, I wonder if you have any familiar friends in the international entertainment circle. I'd like to ask for your help, Lu Feng said, putting a piece of cold dish into his mouth. Of course, I do. You know, every time Ferrari releases a new car, I invite some international stars to be the car models. Lu, why do you ask? Enzo replied, continuously picking at the peanuts in front of him without looking up. However, his half-baked chopstick skills meant he struggled to pick up more than a few peanuts. It's like this, I have an entertainment company under my name, and we've run into some issues recently. I was thinking of signing 2 international stars to help me out, Lu Feng said. No problem, when I get back tomorrow, I'll help you contact my friends in the entertainment industry. You might have heard of one of them, Enzo said nonchalantly. His name is Spielberg, you might have seen his movies. I also invested in a fairly well-known entertainment company, which has many international stars. Just let me know who you like, and I'll lend him to you. Enzo said it as if the stars, who seemed unreachable to others, were less important than the peanuts in front of him. Su Luoshan, hearing Enzo's words, was already overjoyed. Thank you then, Lu Feng said, raising the bottle to clink with Enzo's. Ha, Lu, we don't need to be so polite between us, Enzo laughed. When I get back, I'll have the head of the entertainment company contact you, and you can talk to him then. Lu Feng nodded, neither of them considered this a big deal, but Su Luoshan took it very seriously. The barbecue is here. The boss came over with 2 large plates of barbecue. Looking at the fragrant barbecue, everyone couldn't help but swallow. After all, they hadn't eaten well at the banquet, only drinking a lot of alcohol. Boss, do you have oysters here? Lu Feng asked again. Yes, a dozen oysters is 20 pieces. How many do you need? The boss replied immediately. I'll take 2 dozen. Okay, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After the barbecue stall owner finished speaking, he went to prepare. Mr. Enzo, try this, it's very good for men, Lu Feng said, pointing to the lamb kidneys on the plate. Enzo looked at the lamb kidneys in the plate, puzzled, not knowing what they were. Lu, what is this? Seeing that Enzo was hesitant to eat, Lu Feng directly picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys and started eating. The lamb kidneys were grilled just right. With one bite, his mouth was filled with oil. Lu Feng enjoyed it, finishing a skewer in just a few bites. Su Luoshan and Zhao Yun also picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys. What man could refuse something that was good for the kidneys? Seeing the 3 of them eating so deliciously, Enzo couldn't help but pick up a skewer and take a small bite. Since the boss had cleaned them very well, there was no strong lamb smell, and a lot of seasoning was sprinkled on the kidneys, so Enzo found the first bite to be a bit strange in texture. He then took a tentative second bite, and with that bite, he discovered a new world. Grabbing the lamb kidneys on the table, he began to eat them heartily. A strange scene unfolded at the barbecue stall. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner was continuously eating the lamb kidneys in his hands, praising them as he ate, and after finishing, he asked the owner for another 20 skewers. Lu Feng exchanged a meaningful smile with Zhao Yun and Su Luoshan as they watched Enzo devour the food. Mr. Enzo, the kidneys are great, but you shouldn't eat too much, or you might have trouble sleeping tonight, Lu Feng said. Enzo, who was focused on finishing the kidneys, paused his chewing. Lu, why do you say that? Is it bad for the body to eat this? Not at all. It's actually very beneficial, but it's just not suitable for you right now, Lu Feng explained with a pained expression, which was due to holding back laughter. Even Su Luoshan and Zhao Yun were grinning widely. Although Enzo didn't quite understand Lu Feng's meaning, he set down the kidney in his hand just as the oysters arrived. The grilled garlic oysters instantly caught his attention. Enzo eagerly picked one up, inhaled the aroma, and sucked the entire oyster meat into his mouth. Lu, you Chinese really know how to eat. I never thought oysters could be prepared like this. It's absolutely delicious. Watching Enzo continue to eat oysters, Lu Feng and his two companions began to whisper among themselves. Lu Dong, why don't you advise Mr. Enzo? If he keeps eating like this, I'm afraid it might lead to trouble tonight, Zhao Yun said seriously. Yes, Lu Dong, Mr. Enzo has already eaten so many lamb kidneys, and now he's having so many oysters. Can he handle it at nearly 60 years old? Su Luoxian added with concern. Ha ha ha, you two are overthinking it. I think Mr. Enzo might just have a wonderful night tonight, Lu Feng said with a mischievous smile, clearly anticipating an amusing scene. Thus, the barbecue continued until the early hours of the morning. Su Luoxian took Zhao Yun to the hotel, while Lu Feng had to take Enzo back. Lu, good night, Enzo waved goodbye at the hotel entrance. Lu Feng gave an okay sign and sped away from the Bulgari hotel. Upon returning to the manor, just as he parked the car, and Feng walked over. Sir, you're back, and Feng said with a worried expression. Why are you still awake so late? Lu Feng asked, puzzled, knowing it was already 1 in the morning. I can't sleep until you return, and Feng replied earnestly. And Feng, that sounds quite ambiguous. Others might think we're up to something, Lu Feng said, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Sir, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant, and Feng hurriedly explained. I know, I was just joking. Hurry back to rest, I need to go to bed too, Lu Feng said before turning to leave. When he returned to the villa, he found that the sisters Leng Shui and Lang Yu were also awake, waiting for him in the living room. Young master, you're back, the two sisters rushed to greet Lu Feng. Why are you sitting here in the middle of the night? We couldn't sleep until you returned. We were worried about you, Lang Yu said softly. Lu Feng felt a mix of emotions, touched and amused. He was touched because he sensed their genuine concern for him, and amused because they seemed to treat him like a child. After all, returning home late was quite normal for someone his age. To know that when Lu Feng just returned, the shops all over the Magic City were basically open, and the streets were even livelier than during the day. Lu Feng walked over and touched the heads of the two sisters, not knowing why he made such a gesture. After touching them, he regretted it, fearing that the two sisters would be angry. But when he saw the two sisters close their eyes under his touch, as docile as two little cats, their eyelashes trembling with nervousness, a flash of desire crossed Lu Feng's heart. He shook his head, withdrew his hand, and hurried upstairs. You two should rest early, I'm going to sleep, Lu Feng said, running away without looking back. Only the two sisters were left standing in place. Lang Shui and Lang Yu exchanged glances, a hint of blush appearing on their beautiful faces. The young master is really timid, he doesn't even dare to do this, Lang Yu said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Lang Shui's lips also curled up slightly. Let's go, we should also go back to rest, Lang Shui said, leading the way back to her room. After Lu Feng returned to his room, he couldn't calm down for a long time. His mind was filled with the image of just now, touching Lang Shui and Lang Yu's heads. Especially the way Lang Shui and Lang Yu looked so available, a surge of desire rose in Lu Feng's heart. Plus, after eating a lot of kidneys and oysters tonight, Lu Feng's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to lose control, Lu Feng slowly raised his right hand. Fifth girl, I'll have to rely on you tonight. After saying that, Lu Feng took out his headphones from the bedside and put them on, starting to busy himself with his needlework. After a long time of working, Lu Feng finally went to the bathroom to take a bath. I'm probably the most miserable billionaire. I still have to rely on the fifth girl, Lu Feng murmured to himself while lying in the bathtub, looking at his right hand. For some reason, while he was busy with the needlework, the figure of Shen Shuyuan kept appearing in his mind. Of course, the shadows of the twin sisters also flashed through. Thinking of that scene, Lu Feng couldn't help but blush. He quickly got out of the bathtub, dried himself off, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Lu Feng didn't sleep well all night, dreaming all night about the sisters, role-playing, maid outfits, and black silk temptations, strange dreams one after another. In the end, Lu Feng slept until almost noon the next day and still hadn't woken up. It was only when Lang Shui, worried, came to knock on the door that he finally woke up. Lu Feng opened the door half asleep and saw Lang Shui standing at the door. Good morning, Xiao Shui, Lu Feng greeted. But to his surprise, Lang Shui seemed not to hear him, just staring at him in shock. A blush quickly spread across her pretty face, and she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, leaving a large gap. Lu Feng still hadn't figured out what was happening when Lang Yu also walked over. Sister, the young master. Ah! Lang Yu's scream directly woke the still sleepy Lu Feng. Why you, young master, you? Lanyu stammered, her little face flushed as she pointed at Lu Feng. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside the window, and Lu Feng felt a chill on his backside, then looked down. Angle, degree omega degree, Lu Feng screamed and quickly slammed the door shut. It turned out he hadn't worn any clothes after taking a bath last night. In other words, he had appeared completely naked in front of Lang Shui and Lanyu. Damn it, I can't face anyone now, Lu Feng muttered, hiding under the covers, his expression like that of a little wife who had been violated. Outside the door, Lang Shui and Lanyu were. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. During this day, Lu Feng did not go out at all his meals were brought to him by Infeng. Lang Shui and Lanyu also knew that Lu Feng felt embarrassed, so when Inwan and Infeng asked what was going on with Lu Feng that day, the two sisters concealed what had happened in the morning to protect Lu Feng's dignity a little. The next morning, at the Mercedes-Benz China branch, Feng Ning was in a state of panic during a meeting. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Why are dozens of car owners suing us at the same time? And what about those accusations online that we cut corners? The online outcry against us has already surged to the top of the trending list, causing our shares to drop. The headquarters shares have fallen by nearly 20 billion. Feng Ning spoke loudly in the conference room about everything that had happened. The president of Mercedes-Benz in China sat in the meeting room with a gloomy expression. However, faced with Feng Ning's inquiries, the executives below stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. In fact, many scandals about their company had already been exposed before, but they had all been suppressed by Feng Ning. But this time was different. This time it was a long-planned scheme orchestrated by Qin Xian, aimed at striking a painful blow to Feng Ning. Seeing that none of the senior executives could speak up, Feng Ning had no choice but to sit back down. Feng, this public opinion is targeted. I think someone is orchestrating everything behind the scenes, Clemens said calmly. Then I'll have someone investigate, Feng Ning said as she was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Clemens. You need to hear me out first, Feng. This should be a long-planned conspiracy because I received information from the headquarters last night. Headquarters? Feng Ning was a bit puzzled. She thought this attack was only aimed at China, not realizing that even the headquarters had been affected. The headquarters said that our branches in several countries have been hit to varying degrees, and shares have dropped by 20 billion. The headquarters is already investigating, and results should come soon. What we need to do now is wait for the investigation results from headquarters before we counterattack. Clemens, being the president in charge, was able to remain calm in the face of such a serious matter, which was something Feng Ning could not compare to. Hearing Clemens' words, Feng Ning had no choice but to sit down obediently. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Feng Ning asked, unwilling to give up. Of course not. Your current task is to find out who was behind this attack. The only companies that can launch simultaneous attacks in several countries are just a few. Focus your investigation on them. However, while investigating, you cannot act on your own. Remember that. Yes, President Clemens, I will go investigate right away, Feng Ning said as she left the conference room. The other executives also left the conference room at Clemens' gesture. At this moment, the large conference room was left with only Clemens. Who could it be that chose to strike us at such a critical moment? Don't they fear our counterattack? Clemens murmured to himself while sitting alone in the chair. He would never have guessed that the cause of all this was triggered by his capable subordinate, Feng Ning. Just as Feng Ning was mobilizing her network to investigate, Lu Feng was on the phone with Chen Xian. Well done, General Manager Chen. I knew I didn't misjudge you, Lu Feng praised. Thank you, Director Lu, but I believe they will soon find out that we were behind this. Chen Xian's slightly worried voice came through the phone. It's fine, even if they find out, so what? We don't need to panic at all. You keep doing your thing. I want to see how many blows Feng Ning can take, Lu Feng said confidently. Affected by Lu Feng's confidence, Chen Cheng also became self-assured. Hosting an attack on the giant Mercedes-Benz was such a challenging task that soon the whole of Huagua, even the entire world, might know her name, Chen Xian. Thinking of this, Chen Xian immediately felt invigorated. Mr. Lu, I'll hang up now, I'm a bit busy here. Alright, if there's anything you can't handle, just call me directly. Time passed, and Feng Ning, as expected, was quite capable. She had already investigated that Lu Feng's Ferrari was behind this matter. President, what should we do now? Feng Ning said with a gloomy expression as she looked at Clemens in the office. Upon learning that this was all Lu Feng's means of revenge against her, Feng Ning was already in a state of panic, as the trending topics online these past few days were all about Lu Feng. News that Enzo publicly stated Lu Feng was his friend, that Lu Feng was the head of Ferrari in Asia, and held 21% of Ferrari's shares. One explosive piece of news after another was constantly hitting Feng Ning's heart, making her previously decisive self become hesitant. After hearing Feng Ning's report, Clemens had already smoked nearly a whole box of cigarettes. He never expected the cause of this incident would come from their branch. I'll report this to headquarters. This matter involves too many parties, and I can't make a decision, Clemens said, exhaling a puff of smoke. After all, it's Ferrari, not at all inferior to their Mercedes-Benz. Just a stomp could cause a major upheaval internationally. If a real fight broke out, who would live or die was uncertain. You can go out first, I need to report to headquarters. Clemens waved his hand. Feng Ning could only obediently leave. After all, this incident was caused by her. It was already very polite of Clemens not to scold her. Lu Feng was also busy. Enzo had already called him, advising him to be cautious and not to go too far, or it would truly become a life and death battle. So far, Ferrari had already launched 3 attacks against Mercedes-Benz internationally, and several branches of Mercedes in various countries had suffered severe blows from Ferrari. The conflict had also caught the attention of other capital giants, including several car manufacturers from Neon Country. After Clemens reported the situation to headquarters, they directly instructed him to retaliate and assured that they would respond to Ferrari promptly. Upon hearing headquarters' directive, Clemens immediately called Feng Ning. Feng, go ahead and do it. Headquarters has already started the counterattack against Ferrari. They may be strong, but we are not to be underestimated. It's time to show them our strength, Clemens said assertively. Upon hearing this, Feng Ning immediately felt motivated and turned to strategize the counterattack against Ferrari. Thus, the battle between the two international giants officially began, attracting the attention of countless people. Everyone was curious about what had happened to make these two behemoths directly engage in a fight. Soon, Feng Ning's first act of revenge came. While Lu Feng was hiding in his room playing games, Zhao Yun's call suddenly came through. Mr. Lu, bad news. Our group's funds have been frozen by the bank. Zhao Yun's panicked voice came through the phone. Even through the phone, Lu Feng could sense Zhao Yun's anxiety. However, Lu Feng remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He had long anticipated that Mercedes would retaliate. He just didn't expect their first attack would be directed at Fonley Group. It seems Feng Ning is still afraid of Ferrari, Lu Feng thought to himself. Mr. Lu, are you listening to what I'm saying? The bank says our group is involved in illegal money laundering. This is a very serious matter, Zhao Yun said anxiously. Don't panic, old Zhao, stay calm. I already know who is behind this, and I will resolve this issue. In the meantime, cooperate with the bank's investigation. We are innocent, so don't lose your composure. Lu Feng's words seemed to have a magical effect, immediately calming the anxious Zhao Yun. Mr. Lu, is it the work of Mercedes? The now calm Zhao Yun quickly guessed the mastermind behind it. That's right, it's them. Old Zhao, I want you to use all your connections to attack Feng Ning. I want to crush her in this business war, Lu Feng said coldly. Yes, Mr. Lu, I will fully cooperate with Ferrari's attack on Mercedes, Zhao Yun said excitedly. Previously, the Fonley Group had gone bankrupt under Feng Ning's hands. If it weren't for Lu Feng, Zhao Yun would have long been nailed to the pillar of shame. There was no longer the ambitious Zhao Yun who vowed to become a leader in the automotive field. So when he learned that Lu Feng had launched a counterattack, Zhao Yun was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, planning tirelessly. He wanted to defeat Feng Ning and prove to Lu Feng that his judgment was not wrong, that he, Zhao Yun, was not inferior to anyone with the same resources and background. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yun began to mobilize his connections to launch a strike against Mercedes. Meanwhile, Ferrari's headquarters was also busy, finding a group of Wall Street traders to start besieging other small companies under Mercedes. The global president of Mercedes personally got involved, launching a fierce counterattack against Ferrari, which caught Enzo's attention. The battle between the two major groups expanded, and even their allies began to join the fray. What the hell? What does Enzo want? Is he prepared to fight us to the end? In the Mercedes headquarters, Global President Thomas threw the documents brought by his subordinates out in anger. The report showed that in just 2 days, Mercedes had already lost nearly 20 billion, which kept Thomas awake all night in fury. Since you've gone this far, don't blame me for being rude, Thomas said viciously. Reina, find an excuse to close all our Ferrari dealerships. The personal secretary immediately pushed the door out to execute the order. Enzo, it seems you've really lost your mind. To provoke us for a young person, it's time for the world to know the power of Mercedes, Thomas muttered to himself in the office. Soon, the results of Mercedes' full counterattack came in. Several Ferrari dealerships in different countries were closed by local governments for various reasons. Then, various scandals about Ferrari were exposed in major media outlets. Even the Ferrari headquarters system was attacked by hackers. It must be said that Mercedes indeed had the strength to look down on others. Despite Ferrari's series of attacks, they could immediately retaliate, demonstrating Mercedes' intricate network of relationships and strong financial power. President Enzo, so far, we have had 14 branches in various countries' sales points closed. Since this morning, our headquarters network has suffered over 70 attacks. Our network engineers have now built a defense network. Should we counterattack Mercedes? Also, our stocks have suffered varying degrees of damage, even your personal stocks have been attacked. Now the executives are asking when to stop the attack on Mercedes. If this continues, it will really be a fight to the death. At Ferrari headquarters, a woman dressed as a secretary was reporting to Enzo. After Enzo finished listening, he did not respond, but took out the cigarettes that Lu Feng had given him earlier from his pocket. After lighting one, he took a long drag. Notify everyone to slow down the attacks on Benz, change it to once a day, and continue for a few more days, Enzo said slowly. But sir, the president of the Aphid Group has already called to inquire when this farce will end, the secretary said cautiously. Upon hearing that the Aphid Group had called, a serious expression flashed across Enzo's face. You reply to the Aphid Group and let Snake set aside an hour this afternoon. I invite Lou and the three of us to have a video conference. Yes, the secretary replied. After the secretary left, Enzo let out a long sigh. Lou, my friend, I have done my best. The two major groups were locked in a fierce battle internationally, and the divisions of the two major groups domestically were also fighting fiercely. Chen Shen had not rested for over 48 hours. When she felt tired, she drank coffee, and when she could no longer hold on, she would sleep for 10 minutes. Feng Ning also dared not rest because Chen Shen's attacks were too fierce and swift. She too could not afford to relax for a moment. The entire gaze of Huaguo was drawn to the two major groups. On a certain platform, various experts were analyzing why the two major groups were fighting. Who would ultimately laugh last in this century battle? Flying Pig, wow, I can't believe I can actually see these two major groups fighting in my lifetime, and it's a full-scale war. I'm so lucky. Thirsty Fish, yeah, this must be costing hundreds of billions every minute. Why fight when there's so much money to spend? They can just give it to me. I'm willing to help them relieve their worries. Fei, the beautiful giant rabbit 12138, agreed. With so much money wasted, it would be better to give it to us working stiffs. Huafu's little security guard, you guys don't understand. This kind of large-scale group battle is definitely not as superficial as you think. It must be a dispute over interests. I love Star Yi, big shot upstairs. Can you analyze what it's about? Giant Root, yeah, we're so curious. Huafu's little security guard, if you want to know the reason, DM me. Priority for leg photos, confused face. Soft and cute, big shot, is a leg photo with leg hair okay? Huafu's little security guard, thanks, but no thanks. Donkey with a horse face, it's soft and cute, hurry up and DM, the big shot likes you like this, but there are too many people here, so the big shot is shy. Soft and cute, really? Then I'll give it a try carrot oh carrot. Huafu's little security guard, don't come over. Lu Feng had no idea that the battle between the two major groups had already exploded online. Today at noon, he finally mustered the courage to step out of his room, ready to face the twin sisters. At the dining table, the atmosphere was quite strange, leaving the Anfeng couple, who did not know the reason, puzzled. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? And Wan asked with concern. Hearing this, Long Shue's face turned even redder. Sister Wan, my sister is fine, she just took a sauna before coming, so her face is this red, explained Long Yu, who was sitting next to Long Shue. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but blush, not daring to speak, burying his head in his bowl and continuously shoveling rice. Even Long Yu, who usually loved to talk, was unusually quiet today. Although Anfeng and Wan sensed something was off, they didn't think much of it. After lunch, Lu Feng pulled Anfeng out of the manor as if to escape. Damn it, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why have a video conference at this time? It's making me so awkward. It turns out that the reason he came out today was that Chen Shen notified him that Enzo wanted to have a video conference with him this afternoon, and the global president of Athite would also be attending the meeting. Enzo insisted that he must take an hour to participate in the meeting, so Lu Feng had no choice but to leave the room. The car quickly arrived at the Ferrari branch, and Feng parked the car before coming around to help Lu Feng open the door. Lu Feng straightened his clothes and got out of the car. As soon as he entered the company, Lu Feng clearly felt a different atmosphere. All the employees were working hard at their desks, and even those who occasionally walked around moved much faster than usual. When they saw their president, they merely greeted him hurriedly before returning to work. Lu Feng arrived at the office with questions in mind. Just as he reached the office door, he heard Chen Xian's voice. Hurry up, organize a counterattack immediately. Chen Xian's voice was audible even through the door. Pushing the door open, Lu Feng walked in. Chen Xian, who was speaking, waved her hand to signal a few employees to leave when she saw Lu Feng enter. The employees immediately rushed out of the office. Mr. Lu, you're here, Chen Xian said, dragging her weary body in front of Lu Feng. What's going on with you? You look so exhausted, Lu Feng observed as he looked at Chen Xian, whose hair was already a mess and whose beautiful face had lost its luster. Why don't you take a good rest? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, a touch of emotion flashed through Chen Xian's heart. Mr. Lu, I want to rest too, but Feng Ning's counterattack came very quickly, and I haven't had a moment to rest, Chen Xian said with a bitter smile. In the past 2 days, she had been battling Feng Ning from a distance and had deeply realized Feng Ning's terror. Her initial attack had surprisingly not gained her much advantage over Feng Ning. This forced Chen Xian to exert all her energy and means to launch wave after wave of attacks against Feng Ning. It could be said that Chen Xian had used every tactic available to her, from hacker attacks to public opinion attacks. She had tried them all. You've worked hard. Why don't you go rest in the lounge in my office for a bit? Lu Feng said, patting Chen Xian's shoulder. He knew well the effort and dedication Chen Xian had put in these past few days. After all, her opponent was Mercedes, a giant that had dominated Huagua for 30 years. Mr. Lu, no need. This is a critical moment. I can't rest, Chen Xian said seriously. No, I insist you rest. Leave the next matters to me, Lu Feng said firmly, pulling Chen Xian to the lounge in the office. You take a good rest, Lu Feng said as he closed Chen Xian in the lounge. Chen Xian sat on the bed, thinking about Lu Feng's domineering attitude just now, and smiled sweetly. Lu Feng then sat in the outer office, opened his computer, and initiated a video call with Enzo. Ding! Just as Lu Feng started the video call, Enzo answered on the other end. Lu, how have you been lately? Are you sleeping well? Do you miss me? Enzo joked as soon as he came on. Hearing Enzo's teasing, Lu Feng's previously serious mood lightened considerably. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, ever since you left, I haven't been able to think of food or drink, Lu Feng replied. Ha ha ha, then come over here and visit me. I'll throw you a big welcome party. They chatted casually for a long time before getting down to business. Lu, I believe Chen has already told you the reason I wanted to call, Enzo said with a serious expression. Yes, I already know, Lu Feng nodded. Yapite Group has already been urging us. They feel we have made a bit too much noise about this. That's why I called you in advance, to ask for your opinion. Snek will join us shortly, and some things will be hard to say then. Lu Feng understood Enzo's meaning. Clearly, Lu Feng had a better relationship with Enzo than with Yapite Group. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. Although this war has been quite grand, we haven't really hurt Benz, which is a bit different from my expectations. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Enzo fell into contemplation. Although he had spent little time with Lu Feng, he understood his character well. He was someone who would not give up until he achieved his goals. Lu, I understand what you mean. I will persuade Snek with you later, Enzo said after a moment of thought. Thank you for your support. Don't worry, I will give you and Yapite Group an explanation, Lu Feng said confidently. Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, their video call, which had been between two people, turned into a call with three. A man in his 40s suddenly joined. Lu, Mr. Snek has arrived, Enzo introduced to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Snek, I am Lu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lu Feng said. Hello, Lu. I've heard Mr. Enzo mention you more than once. He says you are a true genius, a young talent, Snek said with a faint smile. Thank you for your praise. I feel honored, Lu Feng replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Lu, you should understand my purpose for coming today, Snek said, immediately getting to the point after the pleasantries. After all, for someone of his stature, every minute was precious, so he didn't like to beat around the bush, and there weren't many people worth that effort. At least Lu Feng, even with Enzo, didn't have that qualification. I certainly understand your purpose today, Mr. Enzo has already told me, Lu Feng replied. Then Lu, what is your stance? When Snek said this, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from him. Even through the computer screen, Lu Feng could feel the pressure. No wonder he is the president of Yapite, with a market value of over $800 billion. This pressure is probably on par with that of the big players, if not greater, Lu Feng thought to himself. It should be noted that the $800 billion valuation of Yapite Group would convert to about 560 trillion Chinese yuan. The Tengfei Group is roughly around 5 trillion, and Alibaba is about the same. The president of Yapite Group could be said to be the biggest big shot Lu Feng had encountered so far, aside from Li Zhenghua. What I mean is, we must continue the fight. After all, this war was initiated by us. If we stop attacking in a cowardly manner, others might think we are afraid of Benz, Lu Feng said calmly. Although the pressure from Snek was great, Lu Feng still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. This made Snake, who had been observing him, flash a hint of satisfaction. The reason he had unleashed his aura was to test whether Lu Feng was a qualified partner. The result was that Lu Feng had passed his test. Lu, your reasoning is not enough to convince me. I am a businessman, and I represent the interests of too many people. Reputation is not important to me. I focus more on benefits. I believe in the strong empowering themselves. When you are strong enough, you don't need to care about others' opinions, Snake said slowly. Enzo, who had been silent, hurriedly began to assist Lu Feng. Mr. Snake, we also need a battle to make our name known. This is important for the new model and super battery we are about to release, Enzo said languidly as he lay in his chair. However, in response to Enzo's words, Snake countered. Mr. Enzo, the fame of Ferrari is known throughout the Blue Star. We do not need a meaningless battle to prove ourselves to the world. Lu, if you cannot provide a good reason to convince me, then I will not participate in your upcoming battle. Even if the Volkswagen Group behind Mercedes steps in, I will not intervene. Although Ferrari is important to the Affite Group, it is not irreplaceable. If you truly fail in this battle, the Affite Group will immediately abandon you. Lu, do not think my words are harsh. This is the world of capitalists. When it comes to interests, there are no feelings to discuss. I need to be responsible for the people behind me. Feeling Snake's determination, Enzo could only helplessly look at Lu Feng, indicating that he had no way out and could only rely on himself. Mr. Snake, I understand your point, but I have a habit since childhood. I can give you my things, but you cannot take them by force. Let alone bully me and then urinate on my neck. So I have decided to continue attacking Mercedes until they apologize, Lu Feng said resolutely. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Snake shrugged regretfully. Mr. Enzo, what do you think? Snake asked, looking at Enzo. Although both he and Lu Feng were shareholders of Ferrari, the real decision-making power still lay in Enzo's hands. Lu Feng also turned his gaze to Enzo. Feeling the attention of both men, Enzo took a deep breath and slowly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Snake, I choose to support Lu, but I have my limits and will not let Ferrari confront the Volkswagen Group. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng felt deeply moved. He knew that by saying this, Enzo had essentially offended Snake. But Enzo still chose to stand by his side, which made Lu Feng silently vow not to let Enzo down. Thank you for your support, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng said earnestly. Lu, we are friends. Friends do not need to say thank you, Enzo said seriously. As soon as Enzo finished speaking, Snake spoke again. Since both of you have chosen to continue attacking Mercedes, I respect your decision. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. The president of the Morgan Group just called. Wait a moment, Mr. Snake. Just as Snake was about to leave, Lu Feng suddenly spoke up. What is it, Lu? Do you have something else to discuss? Snake asked, puzzled. He was indeed very busy, and what he had just said was true. He was not deceiving Lu Feng, as someone from the Morgan Group had indeed called him. Mr. Snake, I heard that the Affite Group discovered a huge oil mine in Africa, right? Lu Feng suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Snake's eyes narrowed. This was a high-level secret of their group, and very few people in the entire Affite Group knew about it. Now, hearing this information from Lu Feng surprised Snake a bit. Lu, how did you know this information? Snake asked in a deep voice. That's not for you to worry about. Let's talk about business, Lu Feng said lightly. Business? Haven't we already finished discussing that? No, I'm not talking about Ferrari and Mercedes. I'm talking about the large oil mine. Lu, it seems we have nothing to discuss regarding the oil mine, Snake said after thinking for a moment. He knew Lu Feng's background. Although Lu Feng had many industries under him, none were related to oil. How could it not be related, Mr. Snack? If I'm not mistaken, the Aphid Group should have no way to handle this oil field. In other words, the Aphid Group does not have the capability to exploit this oil field. Lu Feng's words made Snake lose his composure. If Lu Feng's earlier knowledge that the Aphid Group had discovered a new oil field surprised Snake a little, this statement directly shocked him. Lu, what else do you know? Snake asked with a grim expression. Snake was already prepared to return and thoroughly investigate the company to find out who leaked this highly confidential matter. Enzo watched their conversation, looking bewildered. He didn't even know that the Aphid Group had discovered a new oil field. So how did Lu Feng know? Just as Enzo was in a daze, Lu Feng spoke again. Mr. Snake, I not only know that your Aphid Group has no way to handle this oil field, but I also know that you are planning to cooperate with the Morgan Group from the Lighthouse country to develop this oil field. I think the call you mentioned from the Morgan Group was about this matter, right? Lu Feng said, looking as if he had Snake completely figured out. Now Snake was completely unsettled. Lu, as your ancient Chinese saying goes, let's speak frankly. What do you want to do? Enzo looked at Snake, who had a serious expression, and was secretly astonished. He had never seen Snek so serious in all the time they had spent together. Enzo couldn't help but look at Lu Feng, wanting to see what he knew that could make the head of a nearly trillion-dollar group look so grim. Of course, I want to cooperate with Mr. Snek, Lu Feng said with a meaningful smile. Cooperation? Lu Feng's words left Snek a bit confused. Lu, if I may be blunt, it seems we have no place to cooperate, Snek said. He had been polite enough. Under normal circumstances, someone like Lu Feng wouldn't even have the chance to talk to him. Hearing this, Lu Feng laughed. Ah, of course there is. Doesn't your aphid group want to develop that oil field in Africa? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Snek stood up directly. Lu, you're not joking with me, are you? Snek asked seriously. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe it, but what Lu Feng said was simply too shocking. It should be known that the oil field discovered by their group in Africa was extremely difficult to exploit due to its unique geographical location. The aphid group had tried many methods to tackle this oil field, but ultimately returned empty-handed. During this time, Snek had not had a good night's sleep for a long time because of this matter. Until he heard that the Morgan Consortium possessed the world's most advanced oil extraction technology and machinery, he immediately sought them out without hesitation. Logically speaking, a single oil field should not make a big shot like Snek so anxious. Although an oil field means unparalleled wealth, Snek was not short of money. Although Snek only held 5% of the shares in the aphid group, like Enzo, he could be fully responsible for all internal matters of the aphid group. Other shareholders only had dividend rights without decision-making power. This meant that Snek could control all the funds in the group's accounts and was not lacking in money at all. So, since Snek was not short of money, why was he so concerned about an oil field? It turned out that when the aphid group discovered this oil field, they sent a professional exploration team to assess it. This assessment shocked all the aphid senior executives and shareholders who knew about it. The entire oil field had an astonishing oil reserve of 10 billion tons. What does a reserve of 10 billion tons of oil mean? To put it into perspective, the world's largest oil reserve is just under 12 billion tons, which means the oil field discovered by the aphid group could rank in the top 3 globally. Don't say I'm exaggerating. In fact, the world's #1 oil field has a reserve of 12 billion tons, so my claim is backed by data. So, how much is 10 billion tons of oil worth? Based on current oil prices, 1 ton is about $500, making 10 billion tons worth $50 trillion. International oil prices are roughly this amount, so the price isn't exaggerated. There's no need to worry about a collapse. I will manage it well. This means the value of this oil field could directly buy dozens of aphid group companies. So when Snek learned this information, he was so excited that he fainted. When Snek woke up, he classified this matter as top secret. Apart from a few shareholders, no one in the entire group knew about it. Those responsible for exploring the oil field were directly placed under house arrest by Snek to prevent information leaks. Even the Morgan Group, which was preparing to cooperate, did not know the specific storage capacity of the oil field. This is why Snek was shocked that Lu Feng knew about their discovery of the oil field. Right now, what Snek was most uncertain about was whether Lu Feng knew how much this oil mine was worth. Lu Feng, what else do you know? Or how do you plan to cooperate with me? You should know that with the financial resources and connections of the aphid group, they can't do anything about this oil mine. What can you do? Snek asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Ha ha ha, Mr. Snek, I know a lot. For example, 100, Lu Feng said, casually stating a number. But such a light number made Snek's hand tremble uncontrollably for a moment. Mr. Enzo, please exit the call. I have some private matters to discuss with Lu Feng, Snek said to Enzo. Although Enzo was curious about what Lu Feng knew that could move Snek so much, he also knew that curiosity kills the cat. Since Snek didn't want him to know, Enzo wisely exited. However, before leaving, Enzo specifically arranged for Lu Feng to have a good talk with Snek and not to get angry, as he feared Lu Feng might not be able to handle Snek's way of dealing with matters. With Enzo's exit, only Snek and Lu Feng remained in the video call. Dear Lu Feng, who exactly are you, and how do you know about this? I thought I had done a perfect job of keeping this matter confidential, Snek asked seriously. This was a matter of life and death for the entire aphid group. Although the aphid group seemed powerful internationally, it was still just a group and could not compete with a nation. Especially with those world bandits. If they learned that the aphid group had such an astonishing oil field, the next day, the aphid group would likely be labeled a terrorist organization. Then they would seize their oil field and even eliminate the entire aphid group. Even the country behind aphid wouldn't dare to say anything. This is the terror of world bandits. Have you not seen which of the oil-rich regions in the East Central area does not have their shadow behind it? Mr. Snek, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, this matter is known only to me, Lu Feng said calmly. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed more like a capital giant, as if the whole world was within his calculations. Lu Feng, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is too significant. It even concerns the life and death of the Athlete group, Snek said heavily. If time could be rewound, Snek would even wish he had never known about the existence of this oil field. Wealth is good, but you need to have the life to enjoy it. Mr. Snake, I understand your point, which is why I want to propose a partnership with you. I have the most advanced extraction technology, and as for the team to extract oil, I believe the strength of the Yathite group should easily find one, Lu Feng continued. Lu, the Yathite group already has an oil company, but can the equipment in your hands really extract from that oil field? Snake asked again. Of course, since I brought it up, I am fully confident, Lu Feng said confidently. So, how about we collaborate? Lu, your proposal is tempting, but why would I give up the Morgan group to work with you? You should know that Africa is quite chaotic, and the oil field requires armed protection for normal extraction, and the Morgan group just happens to have that capability, Snake said as he lit a cigarette. But you don't really want to work with them because the risks are too high. After all, they are backed by that world bandit, Lu Feng replied. Once the Morgan group learns about the reserves of that oil field, it will have nothing to do with you anymore, right? Lu Feng said, looking confident and unruffled. Lu Feng's words left Snake speechless because he had delayed cooperation with the Morgan group precisely because he feared this would happen. Realizing this, Snake spoke up directly. So, dear Lu, if we collaborate, you won't leak any information, right? Your Huawei is equally formidable, even the entire Blue Star dares to confront the Lighthouse Nation only because of you. Lu Feng laughed upon hearing this because he knew Snake's resolve was wavering, so he added fuel to the fire. Mr. Snake, you can rest assured, I will only provide the machinery, the extraction will be entirely your responsibility, and I won't leak any information. Is that acceptable? Lu Feng's words made Snake very tempted. Compared to the dangerous Morgan group, he preferred Lu Feng's way of cooperation. So, Lu, what kind of price do I need to pay to get your help? Snake asked. Lu Feng fell silent for a moment. He hadn't known this would happen before he came. He only learned about it after contacting Snake and purchasing a copy of Snake's personal information. To obtain Snake's personal information, Lu Feng spent a full 10,000 reputation points to buy the data sold by the system. Based on the exchange rate of 1,000 reputation points for 100 million cash, Lu Feng spent a total of 1 billion to get Snake's information, which was a hefty price. Seeing Lu Feng silent, Snake became anxious. He was almost driven mad by this matter, and now that he finally saw hope in Lu Feng, he naturally didn't want to wait any longer. Lu, speak up. What are your requirements? Snake asked urgently. Hearing Snake's words, Lu Feng finally woke from his contemplation. Sorry, I was a bit distracted, Lu Feng said. It's fine. Can you tell me your requirements now? Of course, my request is very simple. Regarding the extraction of this oil mine, the Yathite group needs to establish a separate company to handle the extraction and sales. I want half of the shares of this company. Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, he was directly rejected by Snake. According to Lu Feng's request, he would directly take half of the oil field, which was 250 trillion, not just 25. How could Snake possibly agree? Lu, you can't cooperate like this. You only provided the equipment and want to take so much. That's not acceptable, Snake said firmly. Then tell me, what can you offer me? Lu Feng said, crossing his legs. In fact, he had just said that on purpose, to make Snake bid first so he could see what Snake's bottom line was. Lu, I can discuss with the board and offer you 1% of the Yathite group's shares. This is the highest sincerity I can offer. I think you understand the value of 1% of the Yathite group's shares. If converted to your Huagua currency, that's nearly 60 billion. You should know, Lu, that your net worth is still less than 100 billion. This 1% of shares could almost double your wealth. Moreover, becoming a shareholder of Yathite would be a huge boost to your reputation and standing. Snake laid out all the benefits for Lu Feng, but Lu Feng remained unmoved. If these shares had been offered to him when he first acquired the system, he would have been very happy and agreed. But he was no longer the person he used to be, and naturally, he wouldn't be satisfied with such a small offer. Mr. Snake, don't you think you're offering too little? That's 50 trillion in US dollars, and you're only giving me 8 billion. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Lu Feng squinted as he spoke. Are you treating me like a beggar? Lu, that's not how the accounts work. That's our oil field. You only need to provide the equipment and machinery. As for how much it's worth or how much we sell it for, that's none of your business. Snake shook his head and said. Since Mr. Snake has said that, I have nothing more to say. There's no need for us to cooperate. But don't worry, I will keep your secret, Lu Feng said. Seeing Lu Feng about to hang up, Snake panicked. Lu, wait, we can still talk, Snek hurriedly said. What else is there to talk about? As you said, this oil field is yours, and how much it's worth has nothing to do with us. Then my equipment is mine, I can sell it for whatever price I want, and that has nothing to do with you. If you think it's expensive, you can go buy it elsewhere. I hear the Morgan Group is quite good, Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's sarcasm, Snek awkwardly smiled. Lu, don't be angry, isn't this how negotiations work? Everyone is here for profit, so this is normal. I know that, but don't you think you're being too much? I don't feel any sincerity from you, Lu Feng said coldly. Now that Lu Feng held the initiative, Snek had no good options left and could only let Lu Feng set the price. Lu, tell me your requirements, but don't mention that previous one. Seeing Snek defeated, Lu Feng felt happy and laughed. To make Snek back down was a great honor. Alright, then let's talk properly. First, I still want that previous requirement. The company extracting the oil must be separate, but this time I only want 10% of the newly established company's shares. And in addition, 20% of the Affet Group's shares. Is that acceptable? Lu Feng said. After hearing this, Snek felt like killing Lu Feng. 10% of the newly established company meant he would be taking 10% of the oil field, which was $5 trillion. Plus, 20% of the Affet Group's shares would be another $160 billion, totaling over $5 trillion. That could buy several Tengfei or Alibaba shares. This was not unreasonable. Lu, no, this requirement is still too excessive. After all, your machinery isn't worth that much. Snek still rejected Lu Feng's request. Then you can find someone else to cooperate. If you think my machinery is only worth this much, as a businessman, you should understand that the rarer a product is, the more valuable it becomes. And my equipment can be said to be unique in the entire Blue Star. Do you think it's worth this much? Lu Feng said lightly, as if it were just a trivial matter. Snek couldn't possibly not understand Lu Feng's meaning. He understood it all too well, which is why he patiently continued the conversation with Lu Feng. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have hung up long ago. Lu, please hold on a moment. I need to discuss this with the shareholders of the group. You know, although I am the one in charge of Affet, the majority of the shares are in the hands of the Hearn family. This matter is too significant, I must consult with them. Alright, go ahead. I'll be here waiting for your good news, Lu Feng said before hanging up the phone. After Snek hung up, he took a deep breath and pulled out another phone to make a call. Old Duke, I have something very important to discuss with you. About half an hour later, just as Lu Feng was getting anxious, Snek's video call came through. Mr. Snek, how did your discussion go? Lu Feng asked as soon as the call connected. Lu, I have some bad news. The Hearn family is only willing to offer 5% of Affet Group's shares and 2% of the oil mine, Snek said. He looked at Lu Feng with concern, fearing that Lu Feng would get angry and hang up. But he had no choice because he only held 5% of Affet Group's shares. Although he managed the group, he couldn't force others to give up their shares. He certainly couldn't say he would give all his shares to Lu Feng, then he would truly become a worker. Moreover, even if he gave all his shares to Lu Feng, it wouldn't be enough. After several rounds of financing, Affet Group had a total of 4 shareholders. One was Snek with 5% of the shares, the other 2 each held 11%, and the remaining shares were controlled by the Hearn family, who held an astonishing 73%. However, to Snek's surprise, Lu Feng did not seem disappointed upon hearing this news. Instead, he appeared a bit pleasantly surprised. Mr. Snek, I know you did your best. Thank you, Lu Feng said earnestly. Lu, does this mean you agree? Snek asked, surprised. I can agree to this condition, but I have a few additional conditions, Lu Feng said. Go ahead, but it can't be too excessive, Snek replied after thinking for a moment. Don't worry, these conditions will be easy for you, Lu Feng gave Snek a reassuring look. First, Affet Group needs to back me up. If the Volkswagen Group really gets involved, you will be responsible for dealing with them. No problem, I promise you, Snek agreed without hesitation. It's just the Volkswagen Group, who's afraid of a fight. Second, you need to return 5% of the Ferrari shares to Mr. Enzo. Based on Ferrari's market value, 5% of the shares is only about $1.5 billion. I think this small amount of money shouldn't be too much for the wealthy Affet Group. Lu Feng proposed his second request. This request was to thank Enzo for his help. After all, Enzo had even offended Snek to assist him. Lu Feng was not the kind of person who would forget his benefactor. Enzo treated him as a friend, and he treated Enzo as a friend in return. So, taking this opportunity, he planned to help Enzo reclaim some shares. As for why he only asked for 5% instead of more, did Lu Feng not want to ask for more? He wanted to take it all, but would Snek agree? It should be noted that with Ferrari's terrifying money-making ability, it could generate a lot of wealth for Athlite Group in a year. Moreover, Ferrari has acquired a technology that is capable of leading the world, and in the future, Ferrari's market value will surely rise rapidly, with limitless prospects. Snake fell into deep thought upon hearing Lu Feng's second request. To be honest, he didn't want to part with his shares because he knew the potential Ferrari had ahead. However, compared to exploiting an oil field, giving up a mere 5% of his shares was something he could reluctantly accept. Lu, I agree. My God, you are quite the businessman, he said. It seems you know my bottom line. To be honest, if you had asked for even 1% more, I wouldn't have agreed, Snake replied helplessly, feeling as if he had been led by the nose by Lu Feng since the beginning of their negotiations, which instilled a deep sense of wariness in him. Lu Feng was simply too young. If he reached 40, Snake couldn't even imagine how formidable Lu Feng would become. Ha ha ha, Mr. Snake, you flatter me. I just think the additional conditions shouldn't be too excessive. That wouldn't be fair to you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Do you have any more requests? Snake asked. Of course, but this is the last one, and it won't cost you anything. In fact, you and the Athlite Group will gain strong support, Lu Feng said mysteriously. Lu Feng's words piqued Snake's interest greatly. Ha, Lu, now you've got me very interested in your third request. After all, you don't seem like the kind of person who would willingly take a loss. I really can't think of how I could benefit from your conditions, Snake remarked, catching the teasing tone in his words. Lu Feng, not wanting to keep him in suspense, directly stated his third request. My third request is that the oil extracted from the oil field needs to be sold primarily to Huagua. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Regardless of who you sell to, it's still a sale. Why not sell to Huagua? This way, you can also find a strong backing for your Athlite Group. Lu Feng slowly articulated his third request, which was actually the most crucial condition. In Lu Feng's vision, if the Athlite Group agreed to this request, it would benefit both him and Huagua, as well as the Athlite Group. First of all, for a strategic resource like oil, it is essential for every country, especially for a populous nation like Huagua, where the demand for oil is astronomical. If Huagua could reach an agreement with the Athlite Group, then for many years to come, Huagua would not lack oil. For Lu Feng, facilitating the cooperation between Huagua and the Athlite Group would make him a significant contributor to both sides, and both would owe him a favor. As for who to inform in Huagua, Lu Feng had not yet decided. However, he had three candidates in mind. One was the Shin family from the capital, another was Li Zhenghua, the top leader in Modu, and the last was Yi Weiman's son, who was also the top leader of the new district in Modu. The connection to the Shin family was due to Shin Shuyuan, while the latter two could be considered part of his network. Especially Li Zhenghua, who was now the top leader in Modu, if he could help Huagua secure such a monumental deal, coupled with Lu Feng's new energy company also establishing itself in Modu, these achievements could potentially elevate Li Zhenghua to the highest position. However, Lu Feng also had his concerns, as Li Zhenghua was, after all, from the Li family in the capital and was also the uncle of his rival, so he had to be cautious. Even if Li Zhenghua said he wouldn't interfere in his matters with the Li family, one could never truly know a person's heart. For this reason, Lu Feng did not plan to directly inform Li Zhenghua about this matter. In his heart, Lu Feng actually wanted to give this credit to the Shin family, but he feared that the Shin family might be the kind of aristocratic family depicted in novels, looking down on others and potentially trying to separate him from Shin Shuyuan in the end. In fact, Lu Feng felt that the safest option was to give the credit to Yi Weiman's son. Because he had already allied with the old man, if this credit were given to his son, then the old man's son might leap to become the third or even the second in command in Magic City. At that time, Lu Feng would have a much more reliable backing, rather than someone like Li Zhenghua, who was somewhat unreliable. Just as Lu Feng was pondering who should be responsible for this matter, unexpectedly, Snake directly rejected Lu Feng's request. Lu, I can't agree to this request. Snake's voice pulled Lu Feng back from his thoughts. This surprised Lu Feng, as he felt that this request was hardly a request at all. After all, selling the oil was just selling it to whoever. It wasn't like he was asking for it to be given away for free, just selling it at a normal price would suffice. It could make money, gain allies, and even with Huagua's significant influence in Africa, they could step in to ask the country to send troops to protect the oil fields during extraction. In summary, all conditions were beneficial to the Athlite Group, and Lu Feng simply couldn't understand why Snake would refuse. Why, Mr. Snake, you should understand that cooperating with Huagua is beneficial without any harm. Huagua's reputation is well known across the entire Blue Star. You wouldn't have to worry at all. Because even if the Lighthouse Nation comes looking for trouble, Huagua can protect you. Looking across the entire Blue Star, who else besides Huagua would dare to say such things? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Snake let out a long sigh. As a businessman, he certainly understood that what Lu Feng said was true. But the key was that the Yafite group was not solely his decision to make. When the oil field was discovered, the old patriarch of the Hearn family had already stated that the oil extracted from this field must be sold to the Francophone nation. Because the Hearn family was part of the nobility in the Francophone nation, they were certainly willing to help the government of the Francophone nation as long as it did not harm their own interests. Alas, Lu, I understand your point, but I have my own difficulties, Snake sighed. Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Snake revealed all his difficulties. After Snake finished speaking, Lu Feng instantly understood that the Hearn family had the same idea as him. They both wanted to help their own country gain this large piece of cake without sacrificing their own interests. After learning this information, Lu Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and put it in his mouth. This had become his habit. The taste of the cigarette could make his brain more active, allowing him to think more efficiently. Seeing Lu Feng smoking, Snake also took out a cigarette and started smoking. Thus, the two of them sat in front of the screen, taking turns smoking. Unknowingly, Lu Feng had already smoked 3 cigarettes, but faced with this nearly unsolvable problem, he had no good solutions. After all, the Hearn family held a significant amount of shares. He couldn't just keep bringing up the equipment issue, as that would make it seem like Lu Feng could only threaten people and had no real ability. Just as Lu Feng was about to smoke his 4th cigarette, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind, a saying that had been passed down in Huagua for thousands of years. The ironclad families, the flowing dynasties. Speaking of families, which country on Blue Star had more families from the feudal society of Huagua? These families controlled the changes of dynasties. They watched as dynasties changed time and again, yet they remained unaffected. Because whether it was a new dynasty or an old one, they needed these families to help consolidate their rule. These families only cared about their own interests and did not concern themselves with the fate of the dynasty. Of course, during times of peace and prosperity, these families would also help the dynasty manage the common people, allowing them to profit from it as well. However, once a dynasty shows signs of impending collapse, the noble families will abandon it and turn to the opposing side, for to them, it is merely a change of ruler. As long as their own interests are not harmed, that is sufficient. The nobility of the French nation is essentially another term for these noble families, so Lu Feng prepared to approach this angle to break the deadlock. Mr. Snake, I think I have a solution, Lu Feng said as he tossed away the cigarette but in his hand. You need to call the head of the Hearn family right now. I have a way to persuade him. Lu Feng's words left Snake somewhat skeptical, but he still made the call. For him, the interests of the group were the most important. How Lu Feng negotiated with the Hearn family was of no concern to him. Soon, a very authoritative voice came from the other end of the line. Even through the screen, Lu Feng could feel the weight of the voice's owner, as if facing some great flood or fierce beast. Even Snake, the president of a group valued at nearly $1 trillion, unconsciously showed a hint of humility in the presence of the voice's owner. It was known that this person could rival the likes of the Ma family, and in some respects, even surpass them, which illustrated the power of the voice's owner. Lu Feng watched as Snake communicated over the phone, and after about 2 minutes, Snake brought the phone closer to the microphone of the video call. Immediately, a statement filled with pressure came through the phone. Little guy from the mysterious Eastern ancient country, what do you want to discuss with me? When Lu Feng heard this, he almost couldn't catch his breath. The pressure from the voice's owner was simply too strong. Now Lu Feng finally understood Snake's feelings. Lu Feng took a couple of deep breaths to steady his nerves and spoke. Respected elder patriarch, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion today. I have a small matter I need to discuss with you. Lu Feng said, neither servile nor overbearing. After all, what was a noble? In Huagua, which family couldn't trace back a few generations to find noble ancestry? What is there to discuss between us? Snake just informed me of your intentions. I am only choosing to speak with you out of respect for him. The voice on the other end was cold. This was understandable. After all, to the voice's owner, Lu Feng was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. Who would negotiate with an ant? Although Lu Feng detected the sarcasm in the voice, the situation was stronger than the person, and he could only suppress his anger and say, Elder Patriarch, I come with utmost sincerity. If you maintain this attitude, I believe there is no need for us to continue this conversation. You may be powerful, but I also have my own dignity, and moreover, I am here to help the Hearn family. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the person on the other end seemed a bit surprised, then laughed. Ha, little brat from the Eastern ancient country, you are the first in so many years to dare speak to me like this. Since I became the head of the family, not to mention outsiders, even within the family, no one has dared to speak to me like this. Snake, standing by, was already soaked with sweat. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so bold as to speak to this person like that. It was known that with Lu Feng saying this, he would never agree to let Lu Feng contact this individual. But now that it had happened, he could only silently pray that this capricious old duke would not get angry, otherwise, not only Lu Feng but he would also be implicated. However, Lu Feng's next words nearly scared this international big shot into fainting. Well then, I am honored to be the first to speak to you like this, Lu Feng continued. Ah, kid, I admire your courage. You should know that the last person who dared to speak to me like that ended up thrown into the crocodile pit to feed the crocodiles, the authoritative voice said, seemingly carrying a hint of threat. Ha, my bones are quite tough, don't let your crocodile's teeth break when the time comes, Lu Feng retorted without holding back. At this moment, Snake was so frightened by Lu Feng that he was sitting in his chair, not knowing what to do, even his hand shaking slightly as he tried to light a cigarette. If Enzo had seen this scene, he would surely doubt his own eyesight, because he had known Snake for many years and had never seen him like this. Even during the previous battle between the Aphid Group and Mitsubishi from Neon Country, which resulted in losses of over 100 billion, Snake had remained unfazed. In response to Lu Feng's retort, the authoritative voice laughed instead of getting angry. After all, how could a dragon care about the threats of an ant? Alright, little guy, thank you very much. I haven't laughed like this in a long time, so I'll give you a chance to tell me your purpose, the authoritative voice said. Lu Feng let out a helpless sigh. Indeed, the threats of the weak were merely a joke to the strong. However, Lu Feng was not discouraged at all. Instead, a surge of ambition rose within him. One day, I will gain the status to speak to you as an equal, or even surpass you, Lu Feng silently vowed. But for now, the urgent task was to persuade the other party to agree to sell oil to Huagua. With that in mind, Lu Feng cleared his throat and said, Old Patriarch, I hope you can agree to sell oil to Huagua. This would be a great choice for you and the Aphid Group. Little guy, but I am a noble of France. Of course, I would choose to benefit my own country. Although Huagua is powerful, France is not weaker than Huagua. Why should I abandon my own people to cooperate with outsiders? The authoritative voice retorted. Lu Feng seemed to have anticipated this response and immediately began to explain. I understand your reasoning, but please listen to my perspective before you make a decision, alright? The authoritative voice showed interest upon hearing this. Go ahead, I want to see how you, a little kid who hasn't even grown hair, will convince me. With the other party's consent, Lu Feng expressed the thoughts he had long prepared. You must know that I come from an ancient country, and there is a very reasonable old saying in my country, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This means that a clever rabbit will have many exits and entrances to its burrow, all to prevent its enemies or humans from catching it. In case of danger, the rabbit can escape through one of the many holes. Cooperating with Huagua is like leaving an escape route for you, your family, and even the Aphid Group. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Feng provided a vivid example, and as the longtime head of the family, the owner of the authoritative voice immediately understood Lu Feng's meaning. Little guy, I have to say your story is quite profound, but believe it or not, I could go to your Huagua and become a guest of honor there directly. Why should I listen to you and cooperate with you? The authoritative voice continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng instead burst into laughter. Ha, old patriarch, of course I know that with your status, you can become the most esteemed guest anywhere, but when facing those ancient families of our Huagua, do you really trust them? Or rather, will they trust you? You should understand that the premise of cooperation is mutual trust, and it seems neither side can achieve that, so what's there to talk about cooperation? Then can I trust you, little guy? Although I haven't met you, I can tell from these few words that you are not a simple person. The authoritative voice actually praised Lu Feng, which surprised Snake beside him. He still remembered that the last person this old duke praised was the rising Tesla president, Musk. Could Lu Feng also become a figure like Musk in the future? Snake couldn't help but think. You can certainly trust me. First of all, we have already reached a preliminary cooperation to jointly develop that huge oil field, and I also know the true reserves of that oil field, but I haven't told anyone. So, from these 2 points, you can see my character. You can absolutely rest assured in cooperating with me. Moreover, as I said, I only provide the equipment. You can do whatever you want with the oil field, it has nothing to do with me, as long as the money earned is paid to me on time. Finally, to take a step back, the equipment to extract that oil field is only available from me. Even the Morgan Group from the Lighthouse country can't do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. And I can take a step back. I only require that half of the oil extracted each year be sold to Huagua, while the other half you can still sell to France as a favor. This way, you gain the friendship of Huagua and leave yourself a way out, while also allowing France to remember your contributions to the country, thus giving you greater support. What do you think of my reasons? Can I persuade you? Lu Feng said a lot in one breath, then picked up the water on the table and drank it all, finally relieving his dry throat. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the other end of the phone fell into silence. As someone who could make a big shot like Snake Bow and Scrape, Duke Hearn understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words very well. He even knew that Lu Feng's words carried a hint of threat. I've said so many good things, and I've explained the stakes. I've even taken a step back and only asked for half of the output to be sold to Wagwa. If you still disagree, then I have to seriously consider whether to bring out the machines for you. If you anger me and I don't bring out the machines, you'll have to cooperate with the Morgan Group, and then engage in intrigue. Who knows, the Morgan Group might discover the true reserves of this oil field. At that time, they might directly inform the government of the lighthouse country, and you won't even get a hair. As the other end of the phone fell silent, Lu Feng also stopped talking. He knew he had to give the other party some time to think. The atmosphere was very quiet for a while, and several minutes passed like this. Finally, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Little guy, your name is Lu Feng, right?" the authoritative voice asked. "That's right." Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, could it be that this old guy caught on to my threat and is going to get me? Lu Feng couldn't help but think. No way, is he really that petty? Didn't we agree that someone of his stature wouldn't nitpick with me? The thought of offending such a big shot made Lu Feng a bit scared. After all, this was someone who could make even a big shot like Snake afraid. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Just as Lu Feng was contemplating whether to hang up and run, the words from the phone made him breathe a long sigh of relief. "Little guy, I have to say you are quite impressive. Your courage and strategy are top-notch," said a dignified voice. "I agree with what you said. Let's do it your way," the voice continued. Seeing the other party's agreement, Lu Feng finally felt relieved. "Old patriarch, you are truly wise and powerful. I believe the Heen family will become even more glorious under your leadership," Lu Feng immediately flattered. This made the old duke across from him laugh heartily. "Kid, when are you coming to France? I want to meet you in person," the old duke said with great interest. Lu Feng was a bit confused about the other party's intentions because such a powerful figure should be someone who was extremely busy. How could he have time to meet a small fry like him? Out of caution, Lu Feng did not agree directly but said he would definitely visit him when he had time. The old duke did not say much after hearing this. After all, his invitation was already a huge favor to Lu Feng. Whether Lu Feng came or not was his own business. He certainly couldn't beg Lu Feng to come, not to mention that Lu Feng didn't have that qualification. Even looking at the entire Blue Star, there probably wasn't anyone who had that qualification. The two chatted for a while longer before the old duke ended the conversation with Lu Feng. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng lay back in his chair, gasping for breath. Don't be fooled by how calm he seemed while talking to the old duke. In fact, every word exchanged between them was laden with hidden meanings, and a moment's carelessness could lead to falling into each other's traps. Chatting with such a big shot had drained Lu Feng's energy for the entire day. Just because Lu Feng was now lying in the chair catching his breath, it didn't mean his psychological endurance was poor. In fact, Lu Feng had done quite well. He even achieved some victories in his confrontation with the old duke. Of course, this was also related to the old duke not taking it seriously, but even if the old duke wasn't serious, it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. "Lu, you are too bold. How dare you speak to the old duke like that?" Snake patted his chest and said. God knows how scared he was listening to Lu Feng's conversation with the old duke. If it weren't for his strong psychological endurance, he might have fainted. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Snake, to use our ancient saying, I am just a young calf not afraid of tigers. You have been in the business world for a long time, so your mindset is different from mine," Lu Feng humbly replied. He didn't let a little success make him complacent. Moreover, if we talk about achievements, Snake could easily outshine Lu Feng by a long shot. "Lu, when can we start our cooperation?" "You don't know, ever since I discovered this oil field, I haven't rested for several days," Snake said eagerly. He had truly been driven mad by this matter these past few days. Of course, anyone facing such a massive oil field would be unable to remain calm. Even a head of state would be extremely excited. Snake was already envisioning the endless wealth beckoning to him after the oil field was mined. Of course, this oil field would greatly enhance his status and reputation. Facing Snake's impatience, Lu Feng remained unhurried. "Mr. Snake, I must personally deliver my machines, so we have to wait a little longer, because you know I am currently in a battle with Mercedes," he said. "I certainly know that, Lu. I can wait for you to resolve your issues with Mercedes, but are you sure you want to personally escort the machines to Africa? There are many warlords over there, fighting every day. It's very dangerous," Snake said with concern. Lu Feng certainly knew that it was chaotic over there, but he also had his reasons for going, as large equipment was needed for oil field extraction. Therefore, the system's transportation method was to ship directly by boat, and once it reached the shore, use large transport planes to directly lift it to the destination. Of course, the system could conjure these devices out of thin air, but how would he explain their sudden appearance? So, Lu Feng had to personally make a trip to Africa. Naturally, he was also curious about what this oil field, worth astronomical sums, really looked like. It's fine, Mr. Snake. Since we've reached a cooperation, I must take responsibility for it, so it's better if I personally lead the escort, Lu Feng said. Alright then, Lu, let me know when you're going, and I'll join you, Snake replied. I'm also quite curious about what this oil field looks like, he added. However, he wasn't really curious about the oil field's appearance. After all, the previous exploration teams had already taken photos of the entire site, which he had seen long ago. His true purpose was to see if the machinery Lu Feng brought could indeed handle that extraction model. Lu Feng understood Snake's intentions, as this was a collaboration involving astronomical figures, and it was normal to be cautious. Ha ha ha, Mr. Snake, you should prepare the contract transfer document as soon as possible. We'll meet in Africa, Lu Feng said with a smile. No problem, Lu, but I hope your equipment won't disappoint me. I'll send you the oil field's information shortly, Snake responded. The two continued to chat for quite a while before ending the call. Before hanging up, Snake shared a lot about Mercedes and the Volkswagen group behind it. In summary, it was one sentence: Mercedes is impressive, and the Volkswagen group behind it is a colossal entity controlling numerous car companies. Lu Feng had to be careful not to provoke the other party, or the consequences could be severe. Because in a business war, the losses are not just to the strength of the company, they also affect the strength of the nation. So once things spiral out of control, the nation behind the group would intervene. Once the nation intervenes, the situation could change drastically, potentially even leading to a real war. After hanging up the video call, Lu Feng stretched lazily. I'm exhausted. It seems I'm just born to be a busybody. After finishing up with Mercedes, I have to go to Africa. When can I live a life like Principal Wang's? Lu Feng sighed as he lay back in his chair. In contrast to Lu Feng's leisure, Feng Ning was already in a state of panic. Chen Xian's attacks came one after another, leaving him overwhelmed, and with headquarters starting to question her, Feng Ning was on the verge of collapse. Hurry up, think of a way to fight back. You bunch of useless people, what do I need you for? Feng Ning shouted angrily in the office. She looked at the group in the office and felt furious. Usually, they strutted around, thinking they were so impressive. Now that trouble had arisen, they all buried their heads like ostriches in the desert. The higher-ups, seeing Feng Ning lose her temper, didn't dare to breathe. Useless, all of you are useless. Feng Ning grew angrier, ready to lash out. Suddenly, the office door opened with a creak, and Clemens walked in with a grim expression. Feng, you have disappointed me too much. With your current performance, you have no right to be the company's vice president, Clemens said slowly, looking at Feng Ning with disappointment. Upon hearing Clemens's words, Feng Ning froze in place. She could hardly believe such criticism was coming from Clemens. Since joining Mercedes, Clemens had always praised her, saying that his wisest decision in life was hiring Feng Ning. Now, hearing Clemens's criticism suddenly left her momentarily speechless. But what Clemens said next made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body going cold. Feng, from now on, you are suspended. You can go back and rest well. You've worked hard these past few days. Clemens's words pierced Feng Ning's heart like a knife, making it hard for her to breathe. Why? Feng Ning's eyes widened as she murmured to herself. Mr. Clemens, why? Why am I being suspended? Feng Ning asked in disbelief. Clemens looked at Feng Ning, who seemed like a madwoman, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't offended the major shareholder of Ferrari, would we have suffered such serious losses? The suspension order came from headquarters, and they have already rejected your appointment as vice president. You can go back. You don't need to worry about the next steps. Clemens waved his hand, signaling Feng Ning to leave. But Feng Ning seemed not to hear Clemens's words, still standing there in a daze. Feng, did you hear what I said? Please leave immediately, Clemens shouted loudly, startling the other executives in the office. Only then did Feng Ning slowly come to her senses. But the order to deal with Fanli was given by you, including the idea to find Lu Feng to acquire Fanli. Why is it all being pushed onto me now? Feng Ning questioned loudly. However, in response to Feng Ning's inquiry, Clemens simply replied, when did I give such an order? Wasn't all of this your own decision? Upon hearing this, Feng Ning suddenly realized she had fallen into Clemens's trap, as the matter of dealing with Fanli was something Clemens had privately discussed with her. Clemens had said that as long as she could handle the Fanli group, he would help her become the vice president of the Huagua branch. Being ambitious, she had agreed without a second thought, but now it seemed all of this was Clemens's scheme. He used her to defeat the Fanli group, and then the credit would all go to Clemens, while he only needed to offer her a vice president position. If she failed to deal with Fanli, Clemens could distance himself from it all, as no one else knew that the order had come from him. Even if Feng Ning realized this was Clemens's conspiracy, she had no evidence and could do nothing against him. Understanding all of this, Feng Ning broke down. She squatted on the ground, burying her head, and cried out loud. Clemens looked at his capable subordinate, his eyes showing no trace of pity, only endless indifference. To him, Feng Ning was just a dispensable subordinate, not worth his concern. Feng, please leave immediately. I have a meeting to attend, and you no longer have the right to stay here, Clemens continued coldly. But Feng Ning remained squatting on the ground, crying, showing no intention of getting up. With no other option, Clemens had to call security to carry the squatting Feng Ning out. The people in the conference room watched as Feng Ning was carried out, feeling a sense of the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. 2 security guards carried Feng Ning out of the company, and another employee brought out Feng Ning's personal belongings. Ms. Feng, you have been placed on indefinite leave. Your personal items are in this box, please take care of them, the employee said before turning to leave. The 2 security guards also did not linger and followed suit, as they were not on indefinite leave and still had to stand guard. Suddenly, the empty company entrance was left with only Feng Ning, who was squatting on the ground. Feng Ning stared blankly at the box on the ground, which contained some of her personal belongings. She took out a pen from inside. It was a gift from Clemens when she had just joined the company. Feng Ning still remembers what Clemens said when he gave her the pen. A good secretary certainly needs a good pen. Of course, I believe you can go further in the future, and perhaps even surpass me. Feng Ning looked at the pen in her hand and smashed it hard onto the ground, then kicked the box beside her far away. Turning back to look at the company's huge logo, Feng Ning left without looking back. She wanted to take revenge on Clemens. She wanted him to pay for everything he had done today. Feng Ning returned to her house. As the actual second-in-command of the Mercedes-Benz China branch, she lived in a standalone villa. Of course, this was not her purchase, but a rental provided by Clemens. Feng Ning went to the bedroom and found a small box in the closet. Opening the box, she revealed a gleaming dagger. This was a self-defense weapon she had prepared after experiencing harassment from the red-haired father last time. She never expected it would come in handy now. With a fierce expression, Feng Ning took out the dagger and slashed at the air a few times. Then she pulled out a bottle of blue liquid from the box. This liquid was a type of poison, but not very potent. It could only cause someone to faint. This was also a self-defense weapon Feng Ning had specifically prepared because she knew that as a girl, she was no match for those men, so she had prepared a bottle of such poison. As long as it was applied to the knife and a small cut was made on the body, it could make someone faint within a minute. Feng Ning carefully smeared the poison on the knife and then put the remaining poison into her pocket. Clemens, just wait, Feng Ning said with a fierce look. With the setting sun, her face appeared somewhat terrifying. Clemens had no idea that he would pay a huge price for firing Feng Ning. As the old saying goes, it is better to offend a petty person than a woman. This shows that our ancestors also suffered a lot from women. On Lu Feng's side, he wasn't thinking about so much. He stayed at the company until closing time. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng looked at the time on his phone. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the employees had all left, but Chen Xian had not yet woken up, so he went directly to the door and knocked. Inside, Chen Xian was sleeping soundly when she heard the knocking and opened her bleary eyes. Who is it? Knocking so early, Chen Xian said as she sat up in bed. Chen Xian rubbed her eyes and surveyed the room, realizing it seemed different from her own. She looked around and confirmed it was indeed not her room. Just as she was puzzled, Lu Feng's voice came from outside the door. Vice President Chen, are you still not awake? It's time to get off work. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Chen Chen finally realized she had been too tired from work, and Lu Feng had let her sleep in the rest area. As a result, she thought she was sleeping at home and had slept until closing time. Coming. Chen Xian hurriedly put on her coat and high heels and went to the door. When she opened the door, she kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I overslept. I didn't mean to, please forgive me. Lu Feng looked at the flustered Chen Xian and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Why are you apologizing? Lu Feng said with a smile. I slept all afternoon, and at such a critical moment, I delayed your plans, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said in a panic. Ha, you're overthinking it, nothing was delayed. You've worked hard these past few days, it's only right to take a good rest. Come on, I'll take you out for a nice meal to reward you, our great contributor, Lu Feng said as he walked outside. Chen Xian hurriedly followed him. However, since Chen Xian had her own car and needed to drive to work tomorrow, Lu Feng let her drive her own car and follow behind. The two quickly arrived at a restaurant specializing in local cuisine from the Magic City. This restaurant is somewhat famous in the Magic City, with a moderate price level. Generally, a meal for two costs around 1,000 yuan. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, there were only 2 tables occupied in the restaurant. One table had a young couple, and the other had a young woman with a baby. Lu Feng took Chen Xian to a seat and sat down. The waiter handed each of them a menu. Chen Xian didn't hold back, knowing that Lu Feng wasn't short on money, and ordered several dishes in a row. Lu Feng also ordered a few, as he always cared about food. In Lu Feng's own words, he earned so much money to enjoy life. What was the point of earning money if not to spend it? After they finished ordering, about 10 minutes later, the first dish arrived. The Magic City braised pork, a very famous local dish. Unlike the braised pork from the north, the Magic City's version is sweeter, which Lu Feng really liked. He basically ordered it every time he ate local cuisine. Looking at the plate of fragrant and visually appealing braised pork, Lu Feng directly picked up a piece and slowly savored it. Chen Xian also took a piece and began to eat slowly. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, suddenly the sound of a baby crying came from nearby. Lu Feng curiously turned his head to look. It was the woman at the next table with the child, whose baby had started crying for some unknown reason. Lu Feng just glanced and didn't say much. After all, it was normal for a child under a year-old to cry, and it wasn't easy for a woman to take her child out to eat, so everyone could understand. However, while Lu Feng didn't care, others did. The young couple at the other table clearly showed their impatience upon hearing the child's cries. The young man even slammed the table, telling the woman to keep her child quiet so he could eat. The woman quickly apologized upon hearing this. But no matter how she tried to soothe the baby, it wouldn't stop crying. In the end, a nearby waiter stepped forward to remind her, asking if the baby was hungry, and only then did the woman realize. Just as she was about to lift her shirt to breastfeed, she stopped her actions because she was in a restaurant with other people around, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. But the hungry baby didn't care about that and kept crying. Just as the woman was in a dilemma, the young couple slammed the table again. "Can you take care of your child? Don't let him cry, his voice is annoying," the man stood up and said. I'm sorry. The woman quickly apologized, then picked up the baby from the stroller, not caring about anything else, and lifted her shirt to feed the child. The baby immediately stopped crying upon getting milk, and the young woman, feeling shy, turned her body towards the empty side. Just when it seemed this matter would pass, unexpectedly, the girl from the couple spoke up again. TSK, how shameless, doing this in public. I wonder what she's like behind closed doors. The woman heard the girl say this about her and wanted to turn around to retort, but fearing exposure and delaying feeding her child, she held back. However, the girl had no intention of letting her off the hook and began discussing loudly with her boyfriend. The things they said made the nearby waiter unable to stand it anymore, and he walked over to mediate. But in the face of the waiter's advice, the girl treated it as if it were the wind in her ears, even scolding the little waiter not to meddle in other people's business and to watch out for complaints against her. The waiter, fearing a complaint, didn't dare to say anything more. A little waiter trying to show off, looking for trouble, the girl sneered. Am I wrong in saying this? In such a high-end place, how can someone do such a thing in public? Can't I say something? The girl's harsh words reached the young woman's ears, instantly bringing tears to her eyes. But looking at the adorable child in her arms, the young woman could only hold back her grievances and pretend not to hear, continuing to feed the child, though the tears streaming down her face revealed the hurt in her heart. Seeing that the young woman dared not turn around, the girl became even more brazen, continuously insulting her. Just as the girl was getting into her stride, Lu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This sudden scene startled both the girl and the young woman. Why did you slam the table? You scared me, the girl said, looking at Lu Feng. What do you mean, why did I slam the table? You're making a racket here and disturbing my meal. Can you please be quiet? Lu Feng retorted. I'm condemning her. What does it have to do with you? The girl pointed at the young woman. She's making such a shameful display in public, am I not allowed to say a few words? Hearing the girl's accusation, the young woman could no longer hold back and burst into tears. What can I do if the child is hungry? I can't let the child go hungry. Little sister, you will have children in the future too, please have some mercy, the woman said through her tears while holding the child. Chen Xian, seeing the young woman crying, felt a pang of sympathy. She stood up, took off her suit jacket, and walked in front of the young woman to shield her exposed upper body. Sister, don't be angry. Come, let's sit down and feed the child properly. Look, the child is about to cry from fright. Chen Xian gently helped the young woman sit down, soothing her. The young woman, seeing the frightened child, hurriedly sat down. The girl, seeing everyone siding with the young woman, was instantly furious. You people are truly unreasonable. How can you eat in such a high-end place? The girl continued to shout, while her boyfriend, sensing something was off, quickly pulled her aside, reminding her to stop making a scene. But the girl, already worked up, shook off her boyfriend's hand and was about to continue her verbal assault on the young woman. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Feng interrupted her. I see that the one being unreasonable is you. Feeding a child is a noble act, and it is reasonable no matter where it happens. Why do you cling to this so stubbornly? Is it because you grew up without a mother, and now you're jealous of others? You keep insisting this is a high-end place, but I don't see what's so high-end about it. This is just an ordinary restaurant, and we are just ordinary diners. If you want to highlight your nobility, I can only say that this temple is too small to accommodate your great Buddha. You should go to a 5-star hotel. Lu Feng's barrage of verbal attacks left the girl unable to counter. The girl's boyfriend, seeing his girlfriend being bullied, stepped forward to argue with Lu Feng but was intimidated by a single glance from him. After all, having dealt with many powerful figures and even having killed before, the aura Lu Feng exuded was enough to intimidate everyone in the restaurant. The man, seeing Lu Feng's oppressive gaze, dared not approach and could only keep tugging at his girlfriend's sleeve, signaling her to apologize and admit her mistake. However, the girl had been spoiled since childhood, and with her boyfriend being so compliant after they started dating, it only intensified her willful nature. Lu Feng had embarrassed her in front of so many people, and she was not about to let it go. Let go of me, you useless coward. Your girlfriend is being bullied, and you don't dare step forward? Then don't stop me. The girl mercilessly mocked her boyfriend without giving him any face. The man heard his girlfriend's mockery, and his face instantly turned red, especially when he saw several waiters nearby pointing and whispering about them. He could no longer hold back. He charged forward to hit Lu Feng, but Lu Feng was no ordinary person. He directly grabbed the man's shoulder and then hooked his left leg with his foot, causing the man to fall in a comical manner. Poof! Chen Xian and the young woman beside them couldn't help but laugh at the man's ridiculous appearance. The man, seeing so many people laughing at him, got up from the ground and was ready to fight Lu Feng, but after seeing Lu Feng's movement, he stood frozen in place, too scared to move. Lu Feng picked up a stainless steel spoon from the dining table and suddenly exerted force with both hands, twisting the spoon into a spiral shape. The man looked at the deformed spoon in Lu Feng's hand and then at Lu Feng's meaningful smile, sweating profusely from his forehead. The girl also saw the spoon in Lu Feng's hand and, recalling how her boyfriend had been subdued by Lu Feng just moments ago, felt a bit scared. But fear aside, the girl's willful and headstrong nature pushed her to continue being defiant. So what if you're a bit stronger? Are you really going to hit me? A brute and a shameless woman, you two are quite the pair. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. Those who knew Lu Feng understood that when he squinted, it meant he was genuinely angry. Lu Feng hadn't intended to escalate the situation, otherwise, he wouldn't have just tripped the man when he charged at him. He also wouldn't have twisted the spoon to threaten them and silence their shouts. Because if a fight broke out, someone would definitely call the police, and then they would have to deal with the hassle of being taken away for statements and such. However, the girl clearly didn't understand Lu Feng's intentions and kept provoking him. You guys deserve it. Slap. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Lu Feng slapped her directly. The once fair skin of her face instantly bore a clear handprint. Lu Feng's sudden slap not only stunned the girl but also left everyone in the restaurant momentarily speechless. After a long while, the girl finally reacted, unable to believe she touched her face. Hiss, she gasped as she felt a fiery pain on her cheek. You, how dare you hit me? She screamed while touching her face. What's wrong with hitting you? A woman with such a foul mouth like yours, I shouldn't have slapped your face. I should have hit your mouth so you can't shout nonsense anymore, Lu Feng said. Why aren't you going to hit him? Can't you see your girlfriend is being hit? The girl pushed the man forward. Hurry up, you useless waste. The man, pushed by the girl, could only brace himself and prepare to step forward. But Lu Feng didn't give him the chance, slamming his palm down on the nearby dining table with all his strength. Boom! Instantly, a solid wood dining table shattered into several pieces. If you're not afraid of dying, then let's have a good fight, Lu Feng said, placing his hands behind his back, striking a pose like a martial arts master. This wasn't Lu Feng trying to show off. His right hand had gone numb from smashing the table and was still trembling. Lu Feng thought, don't joke around, that was a solid wood table. The moment my hand hit it, I felt like it was going to break. The man and the girl across from him turned pale at the sight of the shattered table, and the man couldn't help but tremble. Are you going to fight or not? If not, get lost. I don't want to see you two worthless people again, Lu Feng shouted loudly. The girl was almost scared to tears by Lu Feng, but she still forced herself to remain calm and said, why should I leave? I'm here to eat, I've paid, it's you who should leave. The girl's boyfriend, hearing her words, felt like he wanted to die. Oh my god, my ancestor, can you say a little less? Otherwise, if you really anger them, that slap will hit us, and we'll be just like this table. The man was frantically complaining in his heart but didn't dare to step forward to stop the girl. Fine, you think of yourself as a high-class person, rich? Today, I'll let you see what a rich person really is, Lu Feng said as he took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a gold card. This gold card was personally given to Lu Feng by the bank president when his deposits reached 5 billion. With this gold card, he could withdraw money from any bank in Huagua without an appointment. Moreover, he could enjoy the highest level of service, and he could even borrow 100 million from the bank unconditionally with this card. Not only were there no conditions, but this 100 million wouldn't even accrue interest within a year. Of course, those who held such a card wouldn't care about that 100 million, but these privileges were a symbol of status. Lu Feng took the gold card to the cashier and handed it to the cashier. I've booked this place today, refund them 3 times what they just spent and kick them out immediately. The cashier was momentarily stunned by the gold card Lu Feng handed over. Mainly because Lu Feng's height of over 1.8 meters, combined with his handsome face, and his heroic demeanor just now, along with the action of throwing out a bank card to book the venue, all struck a heavy blow to the cashier's little heart. The domineering CEO, isn't this the perfect domineering president in my mind? Rich, powerful, handsome, I'm in love. The cashier couldn't help but blush as she looked at Lu Feng, who was so close. Hello, Lu Feng thought the cashier hadn't heard him and called her again. But before the cashier could react, the restaurant manager came over. Hello, sir, do you really want to book the venue? Our kitchen has prepared a lot of ingredients that cannot be kept overnight, the manager politely said as he approached Lu Feng. Lu Feng saw through the manager's little tricks at a glance, but he didn't care about those things at all and directly handed over the gold card in his hand. The manager looked at the gold card Lu Feng handed over, especially when he saw the vividly printed golden dragon on the card. His pupils suddenly shrank. This isn't the supreme heavenly dragon card, of which there are no more than 100 in all of Huagua, right? My God, I actually saw this card today. The manager was secretly shocked, and his outstretched hands trembled a bit. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll verify this right away, and I'll only charge you the cost price, the manager said respectfully. He originally thought Lu Feng was just a nouveau riche and was planning to make a big profit today. But when he saw the supreme heavenly dragon card in Lu Feng's hand, all his little thoughts vanished without a trace. As the manager of a mid to high-end restaurant, he had been fortunate enough to see some of the world with the boss behind him. He clearly remembered the last time he followed his boss to a gathering, where everyone there was a big shot in his eyes. But when a rich second generation came in, everyone became obsequious, with his boss being the most exaggerated, almost kneeling to flatter that rich second generation. The reason everyone was trying to curry favor with that rich second generation was that the rich second generation's father held a bank card, and that card was exactly the same as the one in his hand. So when the manager saw this card, he was directly scared out of his wits, almost wetting his pants. A big shot that even his boss has to kneel and lick behind. If he offends him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. With a nervous heart, the manager gathered the chefs for an inventory check. After the inventory was completed, the manager handed the price list to Lu Feng. Sir, we have prepared ingredients worth 67,000 yuan in the kitchen, all calculated at cost price for you. Adding the profit loss from reserving the venue, you can just give 100,000 yuan. Lu Feng glanced at the price list and knew that the manager had indeed calculated the cost price for him. I hope this won't put you in a difficult position, Lu Feng asked meaningfully. No, it won't. Although I'm just a worker, I still have this little authority. The manager felt uneasy under Lu Feng's gaze. Alright, swipe the card, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the manager quickly operated it himself. In a short while, the manager came to Lu Feng with the gold card in both hands. Sir, your card, the manager said respectfully. Lu Feng glanced at it but did not take it. How much did that table spend? Triple it and let them roll out. Don't let them affect my mood for eating, Lu Feng slowly said, pointing at the couple still standing there. Sir, their table's amount is 997 yuan, the manager said after checking at the cash register. Give them 3,000 yuan and let them roll. Yes. The manager immediately took out 3,000 yuan from the cash register and approached the young couple. Sorry, you two, our place is reserved today, this is your compensation, the manager said politely in front of them. Although he also disapproved of their behavior, there was nothing he could do. After all, the customer is king. The spoiled girl looked at the money handed by the manager and slapped it all to the ground. Is this how you serve customers? Do you still want to keep your job? I can tell you, I'm an internet celebrity, believe it or not, I'll expose you, the girl continued to shout. Just as the manager was about to speak, Lu Feng stepped in front of the girl. Internet celebrity? How big of an internet celebrity? It wouldn't be the kind with just a few hundred followers, would it? Lu Feng's words made the girl's face flush with anger, and she was about to curse, but Lu Feng gave her the chance to speak and continued to mock. Tsk, look at how flustered you are, seems like I guessed right. It makes sense, seeing you only ordered the cheapest dishes in this restaurant, anyone could guess that. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh, you say how long you have to stream for that 1000 yuan, how many times do you have to call someone big brother? No, you should come to my company, I happen to have an entertainment company. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, the spoiled girl could no longer hold back and rushed to hit Lu Feng, but was stopped by the manager beside her. Miss, listen to my advice, hurry up and take the money and leave. This big shot is not someone you can provoke. If you really anger him, you two might just float in the Huangpu River tomorrow, the manager whispered to the girl. Didn't you see how humble I am in front of this big shot? The girl was instantly frightened by the manager's words, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Thinking of such a tragic death, the girl lost all her previous courage and pulled her boyfriend to leave. But before they had taken 2 steps, Lu Feng called out to them. Stop! Lu Feng's voice reached the girl's ears like a death knell. The girl trembled all over and turned around, looking as if she might faint from fear at any moment. Pick up the money on the ground. Since I made you lose a meal, I will compensate you, Lu Feng said coldly. Hearing that Lu Feng wanted her to pick up the money, the girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Lu Feng had changed his mind and was not going to let them go. This gentleman, I was wrong just now, I'm sorry for disturbing your meal, it's my lack of manners, the girl said, trembling, ready to leave. No, come over and pick up the money. Lu, keep my word. Do you want me to go back on my word? Lu Feng said, exuding a powerful aura. The manager standing next to Lu Feng felt the brunt of that overwhelming presence. The manager felt as if an invisible force was gripping his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. The girl was also intimidated by this sudden aura and, not daring to waste time, pulled her boyfriend over to Lu Feng's side and squatted down to pick up the money one by one. After picking up all 3,000 yuan, the girl forced a smile that looked worse than crying at Lu Feng, then quickly ran out of the restaurant with her boyfriend. Ha, self-inflicted, Lu Feng sneered at the two in their sorry state. He then turned to the young woman, whose baby had already eaten and was sound asleep. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do, the young woman said, her eyes red as she kept thanking Lu Feng. You're welcome. Even if I hadn't been here today, someone else would have stepped up. After all, I believe any normal person would stand up upon seeing this scene. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. But still, I must thank you, the young woman said earnestly. Ha, no need for thanks. I need to hurry back to eat, otherwise, the food won't taste good, Lu Feng said, signaling Chen Xian to follow him back to eat. Seeing Lu Feng giving her a look, Chen Xian hurriedly grabbed her clothes and followed closely behind him. As soon as they sat back at the dining table, the manager approached again. Sir, how about I ask the kitchen to prepare another table for you? The manager said respectfully beside the table. The young woman was a bit surprised to see the humble manager. She had eaten here so many times but had never seen the manager treat anyone with such respect. This made her curious about Lu Feng's background. No need, it's too time-consuming. Just calculate how much that table I broke costs, plus the 3,000 yuan I just gave to those two, and I'll pay you all at once, Lu Feng said, cracking open a crab in his hand. Sir, no need for that. Our restaurant also has some responsibility in this matter, so consider this our compensation, the manager said very politely. What, do you want me to owe you a favor? Lu Feng suddenly changed his tone. No, that's not it, the manager hurriedly explained, having his little thoughts exposed by Lu Feng. Then hurry up and calculate the bill, and collect the money, Lu Feng said, pulling out a bank card from his wallet. Lu Feng knew exactly what the manager was thinking. It was a joke to think he could owe someone a favor for just a few thousand yuan. With his rising status, Lu Feng's favors were becoming increasingly valuable. Even someone like Enzo wanted him to owe a favor. However, the card Lu Feng pulled out was not the gold card but a black card issued by the Bank of Magic City. Although it wasn't as powerful as the gold card, it was still impressive. The manager was so surprised by the black card that he forgot to take it. It was only when Lu Feng spoke again that he came back to his senses. Yes, I'll go right away, the manager said, rushing off to calculate the bill. My goodness, who is this big shot? How can an ordinary person go their whole life without seeing a bank card like this, yet it seems so casual in the hands of this big boss? The manager couldn't help but think while calculating the bill. He did not know that the person dining in his restaurant today was the instigator who had caused two major groups to clash all over the world. After the manager nervously calculated the bill and brought it to Lu Feng for confirmation, he finally swiped his card. Because he had been delayed for a long time by those two people, Lu Feng quickly finished his dinner. After wiping his mouth with 2 pieces of tissue, Lu Feng stood up and left with Chen Xian. "Sir, please leave me a phone number so I can thank you properly later," the young woman said hurriedly as Lu Feng was about to leave. Lu Feng looked at the young woman in front of him. Although she already had a child, she still looked like a girl of 18 or 19, with curves in all the right places. Especially after having a child, she carried a unique charm that even Lu Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. TSK, indeed, youthful looks don't appear alone, Lu Feng thought to himself as he gazed at the 2 towering peaks before him. "No need, it was just a small favor," Lu Feng replied, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor despite his lewd thoughts. After saying that, he ignored the young woman and left the restaurant with Chen Xian. "Make sure to rest well when you get back, don't stay up late again. I think the head of Mercedes is also very tired right now," Lu Feng said to Chen Xian while sitting in the car. "Got it, Mr. Lu, thank you for your concern," Chen Xian replied. "Then I'll be leaving. Be careful on your way back," Lu Feng said as he fastened his seatbelt. "Mr. Lu, you were really cool helping that sister today. I was mesmerized," Chen Xian suddenly said. "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? When am I not cool?" Lu Feng laughed, then pressed the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow. He left Chen Xian standing there, and it took her a long time to drive away in her little BMW. After returning home, Lu Feng went into the bathroom to take a shower. At that moment, he had no idea that something shocking would happen that night, something that would astonish the entire country and even the world. At 10:30 p.m., at the entrance of Villa No. 2 in Fengdan Bailu Lake Mansion, Feng Ning was sitting on a bench in a black coat, seemingly waiting for someone. A bright white car headlight flashed by, and the car stopped in the parking space outside the villa. A tall foreign man then got out of the car. Upon seeing this foreigner, Feng Ning hurriedly walked up to him. "President Clemens, you're back," Feng Ning asked gently, realizing that the person she was waiting for was none other than the president of Mercedes, Clemens. Clemens was a bit surprised to see Feng Ning, curious about why she was at his doorstep, but still pretended to care, asking, "Feng, why aren't you resting at home? What are you doing here? You've been too tired these past few days, you should take a good rest." Facing Clemens' concern, Feng Ning smiled gently and then unbuttoned her coat. Instantly, Clemens was captivated by what was inside Feng Ning's coat. She was wearing a sexy red outfit that, combined with her fair skin, looked particularly alluring under the streetlight. "Ahem, you know what I mean." Clemens was left dumbfounded. "Feng, what does this mean?" Clemens swallowed hard and asked. Feng Ning smiled seductively in response. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit, Clemens?" Clemens seemed to have heard something unbelievable. He had hinted and even made it clear to Feng Ning many times before, but she had always played dumb and avoided the topic. This was also one of the reasons why Clemens had made up his mind to abandon Feng Ning. Since he couldn't have her, he might as well find someone he could. However, Clemens did not expect that Feng Ning would give him such a big surprise that night. "Of course, welcome," Clemens gestured with a welcoming hand and then opened the villa's large door. At this moment, Clemens, who was already intoxicated with desire, had no awareness that danger was quietly approaching. Clemens led Feng Ning into the living room. "Feng, you sit for a while, I'll go open a bottle of red wine, let's have a good drink tonight," Clemens said eagerly as he went to the wine cabinet, opening it and deliberately choosing a high-alcohol red wine. Without bothering to let it breathe, Clemens directly brought over 2 wine glasses. Looking at the alluring Feng Ning sitting on the sofa, Clemens poured her a glass of red wine. "Feng, try this red wine, it was given to me by a friend, I've been saving it, but today I'm treating you to it." Hearing Clemens' words, Feng Ning smiled and took the glass of red wine he handed her. "President Clemens, why did you put me on forced leave?" Feng Ning took a sip of the wine and said slowly. Faced with Feng Ning's question, Clemens certainly wouldn't say he was treating her as a scapegoat. If he did, the duck that was about to be served would fly away. "Feng, I just care too much about you. You've been so anxious and haggard these days, look at your beautiful face, it's starting to have wrinkles," Clemens said insincerely. Feng Ning chuckled at his words. "So, Mr. Clemens, when can I return to work? You know I can't sit still." In response to Feng Ning's inquiry, Clemens' eyes lit up, and he directly sat down beside her. "Feng, you can come back anytime, and I can recommend you for vice president again," Clemens said, placing his hand on Feng Ning's snow-white thigh. A flicker of disgust crossed Feng Ning's eyes, but she remained composed on the surface. "But, Mr. Clemens, I made such a big mistake this time, do I still have a chance?" Feng Ning said with a hint of a pout. Seeing that Feng Ning did not stop his little advances or oppose his flirtation, Clemens grew bolder. He directly pulled Feng Ning into his arms and said, "Dear Feng, do you know? My uncle is the vice president at headquarters. These matters are just a piece of cake for him. As long as you can satisfy me, I guarantee you'll become vice president. Clemens, inhaling the fragrance from Feng Ning, was on the verge of losing control. Then how can I satisfy you? Feng Ning said seductively, tugging at her coat. Clemens was instantly stimulated by this suggestive feeling, his brain flooded with desire. He pushed Feng Ning down onto the sofa. Haven't you already figured it out? Looking at Feng Ning's tempting demeanor, Clemens' eyes turned red. He was about to engage in a passionate battle with Feng Ning when she stopped him. Mr. Clemens, before we enjoy a pleasant night, could you shave your beard? It might hurt me, Feng Ning said softly. Clemens touched his chin upon hearing this. Indeed, it was quite prickly. Sorry, Feng, you know I've been in a bad mood these days because of Ferrari, so I haven't been paying much attention to my appearance. Just wait a moment, I'll go shave, Clemens said as he stood up and went to the bathroom to shave. Watching Clemens disappear, a cold smile flashed across Feng Ning's lips. She then took out the poison she had previously applied to the dagger from her coat pocket and poured it all into Clemens' wineglass. Mr. Clemens, the show is about to begin. Under the yellow light, Feng Ning looked as cold as a ghost that had crawled out of hell. Originally, Feng Ning had no intention of sacrificing her appearance, but thinking of Clemens' nearly 2-meter height and over 200-pound weight, she reconsidered. Feng Ning felt that with her small stature, she had no chance against Clemens, so just in case, she decided to be a bit more cautious. While Clemens was shaving in the bathroom, Feng Ning touched the dagger in her pocket, her gaze turning exceptionally cold. However, that cold gaze transformed into an alluring charm the moment she saw Clemens come out. Mr. Clemens, you look so much more handsome after shaving, Feng Ning said, sitting on the sofa in a captivating pose. Clemens, looking at the enchanting Feng Ning, was about to approach her to continue what they had started, but Feng Ning stopped him. Mr. Clemens, don't rush. I'm not going anywhere. The night is long, don't you want to spend a romantic evening with me? Feng Ning whispered softly in Clemens' ear. Of course, I would love to, my beautiful lady, Clemens replied, taking Feng Ning's hand and gently kissing it. Then let's have a drink, Feng Ning said, standing up and raising her glass of red wine. Clemens, completely unguarded, lifted the drugged glass. In his subconscious, he believed Feng Ning was acting this way to seek his favor so she could return to work at Mercedes. Little did he know that Feng Ning was there to kill him. With a clink of their wineglasses, both finished their drinks. Seeing Clemens had emptied his glass, a heavy weight finally lifted from Feng Ning's heart. Come, let's have another drink. I want to try the feeling of being tipsy, Feng Ning said, pouring another glass for Clemens. Although Clemens didn't want to drink at that moment, he only wanted to have Feng Ning. He pretended to be a gentleman and drank with her. After 2 glasses of red wine, Feng Ning calculated the onset time of the drug, and sure enough, within 2 minutes, Clemens was dizzy and slumped on the sofa. It seems I haven't had a drink in a while, my tolerance has really dropped, Clemens said, supporting his drowsy head. Seeing the drug take effect, Feng Ning sensually twisted her waist and sat beside Clemens. Mr. Clemens, maybe you've been too tired these past few days. Let me give you a massage, she said, placing Clemens' head on her soft, white thigh and starting to massage his temples. With Feng Ning's soft thigh and her comfortable massage, it wasn't long before he fell asleep. Mr. Clemens? Mr. Clemens, wake up. You're sleeping so soundly, it seems you really are tired. Just rest well, Feng Ning called out several times, but Clemens showed no sign of waking up. Even when Feng Ning pinched his belly several times, he remained as still as a dead pig. Seeing Clemens sleeping so deeply, Feng Ning took the dagger out of her pocket. The blade reflected her cold face, as if at that moment, Feng Ning was even colder than the glint of the dagger. Clemens, this is all your own doing, Feng Ning murmured to the sleeping Clemens. I have worked tirelessly for the company, day and night, even risking the reputation of a traitor. Without me, could you live so comfortably? I only wanted a chance to be vice president. Why did you have to treat me this way? I never expected that after helping you achieve so much, I would end up as your scapegoat to appease the headquarters' anger. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. After saying the last sentence, Feng Ning raised the dagger and aimed it at Clemens' heart. Swish! With all her strength, she plunged it in. A cold flash of the blade passed, and a large amount of blood instantly soaked through Clemens' white shirt. Feng Ning looked at the blood gushing out and instinctively felt a twinge of fear. After all, she had previously been a girl who had never even killed a chicken. Clemens, having merely fallen into a deep sleep, surprisingly woke up amidst the intense pain. Feng! What are you doing? You killed me, and you will be judged too. Why? Can't we discuss this properly? As Clemens spoke, blood continued to flow from his mouth. At that moment, he had no strength left in his body, a result of both the drugs and the stab wound to his heart. Feng Ning was startled to see Clemens awake and hurried to deliver another blow, but upon seeing his labored breathing, she stopped. Mr. Clemens, since I made up my mind to kill you, I never intended to live. You have been high and mighty for so long that you cannot possibly understand the feelings of someone from the lower class like me. The moment you abandoned me, I felt the whole world turn dark. You cannot fathom my despair. I put in so much effort just to stand at the top of the mountain and see the scenery that you big shots see. But you ruthlessly shattered my hopes. When a person loses hope, life loses its meaning. So you understand what I mean, right? Feng Ning looked down at the dying Clemens on the sofa and spoke slowly. Clemens wanted to say something more, but due to the massive blood loss, he could no longer muster the strength to speak. His raised arm fell weakly. Feng Ning stayed by Clemens's side until an hour had passed, then she stepped forward to confirm whether he was dead. Cautiously, she checked Clemens's breath and felt for the pulse in his neck. After confirming that he was indeed dead, Feng Ning slumped down onto the floor. Then she slowly took out her phone and dialed the police. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, this is Villano. 2 at Feng Dan Bailu Lake. I've killed someone, come and arrest me. Feng Ning said coldly, as if she were discussing something unrelated to herself. The person on the other end of the line was stunned, hardly believing his ears. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say? Came the incredulous voice of the operator. Feng Ning had to repeat what she had just said. This time, the operator understood, but he still couldn't believe it. After all, who calls the police after committing murder? Shouldn't they be hiding? Are you coming or not? If you don't, I'm leaving, and then it will all be your fault. Seeing that the operator still didn't believe her, Feng Ning said directly. You wait there, I'll send someone over right away, the operator hurriedly replied. After all, he couldn't take the risk. What if Feng Ning was telling the truth? He would become a historical sinner, and his superiors would surely have him for it. Seeing the operator agree, Feng Ning hung up the phone. Then she went to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of champagne, and elegantly sat down in the dining room to drink. Just as she was finishing her second glass, the sound of police sirens suddenly echoed outside the villa. Upon hearing the sound, Feng Ning smiled eerily and slowly set her glass down. She walked straight to the elevator in the villa and took it directly to the top floor. Standing on the platform, she looked down at the police below and then up at the starry sky. She leaped off the 4-story building. The police, who were about to enter in search, saw a shadow fall from the sky, making a loud noise. With years of experience, he immediately recognized it as a human figure. Come on, hurry in and save someone. Someone jumped off a building. The next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a phone call from Chen Xian. Groggily, Lu Feng picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Vice President Chen, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will penalize you with 3 days off for disturbing the president's sleep. Lu Feng yawned as he spoke. However, what Chen Xian said next completely wiped away his sleepiness. Director Lu, Feng Ning, and Clemens are dead. What should we do now? Chen Xian's slightly panicked voice on the phone startled Lu Feng. No, Secretary Chen, you must be dreaming. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Feng asked in disbelief. It's true, Director Lu. You should check the local channel in Face City. It's already reported, Chen Xian said again when she saw Lu Feng didn't believe her. In fact, when her subordinates first told Chen Xian, she didn't believe it either, but when she saw the news on TV, she was stunned for a long time. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng hurriedly ran to the first-floor hall, turned on the TV, and found the Face City channel. Sure enough, they were reporting a murder case. According to our on-site video and police information, we can confirm that the deceased is the head of a car company in Huagua, who died after being stabbed in the heart with a dagger. Moreover, there is also a female corpse who jumped to her death at the scene. After technical comparison and investigation of the villa's surveillance, the deceased female corpse is the murderer of the male corpse in the villa. So based on the current situation, the female corpse killed the male corpse and then committed suicide by jumping off the building. That is all the information regarding today's murder case. Our station will continue to report. Lu Feng stood frozen in place as he listened to the host on TV. Director Lu, have you seen the news? Chen Xian's voice continued on the phone. Lu Feng finally came back to his senses. I saw it. Director Lu, what do you think happened? I don't know. Should we continue the attack? No, let's pause for now. You inform everyone to stop the attack. Also, let Enzo know to stop as well. I need to check the cause of their deaths first. After the initial shock, Lu Feng gradually calmed down. Yes, Director Lu, but they died during our struggle. Will it affect us? Chen Xian said with some concern. Facing Chen Qian's worried question, Lu Feng had also thought about it. Don't worry, just do your normal work. I'll handle this matter. Lu Feng said calmly. He was now the backbone of the entire Ferrari, and he couldn't afford to be chaotic. After reassuring Chen Qian a couple of times, Lu Feng hung up the phone. If this matter isn't handled well, it will be quite a trouble for me, Lu Feng muttered to himself while sitting in the living room. Looks like I need to trouble Uncle Li. Saying this, Lu Feng called Leng Shui to drive him out. The Audi A8 quickly arrived at the courtyard gate, and after registering, Lu Feng smoothly entered the courtyard. Based on his memory, Lu Feng quickly arrived at Li Zhengguo's small courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng knocked on the door of the small courtyard. Aunt Wu in the yard heard the knocking and came over to open the door. Are you Mr. Lu? Aunt Wu looked at Lu Feng and asked. Yes, it's me. Is Uncle Li at home? Lu Feng inquired. Sir is in the study discussing matters with someone. Mr. Lu, please sit in the yard for a moment. I will go inform him, Aunt Wu said, leading Lu Feng to a small table under the grapevine to sit down while she went upstairs to notify Li Zhenggua. Lu Feng sat seriously on the stool, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. After all, he was facing a big shot who could rank among the top in all of Huagua. However, Wu Ma didn't make Lu Feng wait too long. Li Zhenggua soon came out, but behind him was a middle-aged man who looked decisive and formidable. Ha ha ha, you rascal, do we have a telepathic connection? I was just thinking of finding you, and here you are, Li Zhenggua said with a smile as he approached Lu Feng. Seeing Li Zhenggua appear, Lu Feng quickly stood up. Uncle Li, long time no see. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng was puzzled by Li Zhenggua's words. The man behind Li Zhenggua raised an eyebrow upon hearing Lu Feng's address to Li Zhenggua, seemingly a bit surprised. Don't you understand what I mean? Didn't you come here for this matter? Li Zhenggua said as he sat down. Director Nya, you sit too, Li Zhenggua said to the middle-aged man. Lu Feng curiously sized up the man in front of him. Director Nya, which director is that? He looks a bit familiar, Lu Feng thought to himself. But he just couldn't recall who the unfamiliar man was. Although he didn't know the man's identity, he sensed it was not simple. After all, being able to discuss matters privately with Li Zhenggua in the study and being called a director couldn't be an ordinary person. Is this Mr. Lu Feng? Just as Lu Feng was speculating about the man's identity, the man suddenly spoke. I am. May I ask who you are? Lu Feng replied. I am the director of the police department in Magic City. My name is Nya Yun. The man introduced himself, startling Lu Feng. Hello, Director Nya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about your achievements. I really admire you. The people of Magic City are incredibly fortunate to have your protection. Lu Feng showered him with flattery. The man's lips couldn't help but twitch several times. I've heard a lot about Mr. Lu from Secretary Li. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation, Nya Yun said. Oh, what did Uncle Li say about me? Lu Feng asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Nya Yun's lips twitched again. He had just said it casually, not expecting Lu Feng to take it seriously. It was true that Li Zhenggua had mentioned Lu Feng a few times and praised him, but he had never encountered someone as thick-skinned as Lu Feng who would respond like that. However, faced with Lu Feng's inquiry, Nya Yun had no choice but to come up with a few good words to deflect. Secretary Li said you are young and promising, with a heart of gold, and that you genuinely care for the country and the people. Hearing Nya Yun's words, Lu Feng grinned widely. After all, this was praise from the top leader of Magic City, and even more so from the head of the police department. The value of that was undeniable. Li Zhenggua looked at the playful Lu Feng and couldn't help but clear his throat. Ahem, enough of the nonsense, let's get down to business. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately became serious. You must be here regarding the Clemens matter, right? Li Zhenggua said slowly. Yes, Uncle Li, I came to tell you that this matter has nothing to do with me, Lu Feng said earnestly. You know me, I could never do such a thing. Li Zhenggua didn't say anything in response to Lu Feng's words, just gestured to Nya Yun, indicating that Lu Feng could speak to him. Seeing that Li Zhenggua was letting Lu Feng ask him, Nya Yun directly spoke up. Mr. Lu, I came to find Secretary Li today also because of this matter. After all, the identity of the deceased is not simple, and I must be on high alert, so I have some questions to ask you. As Nya Yun said this, he exuded a special aura. It wasn't the kind of pressure that made one feel suffocated, but rather a force that confronted the inner self of a person. It was as if under this aura, no criminal could escape. Lu Feng felt the imposing aura radiating from Nya Feng, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, and then he fully unleashed his own presence, enveloping Nya Yun. Nya Yun was taken aback by the aura emanating from Lu Feng. He never expected that this young man in his 20s would possess such a formidable presence. He could actually contend with him, a police chief with many years of service. Tsk, young man, I really underestimated you, Nye Yun said, somewhat surprised. Lu Feng appeared indifferent in the face of Nye Yun's praise. Director Nye, if you ask me questions, I will certainly speak without reservation and say everything I know. However, if you try to use your interrogation techniques on me, then I'm afraid I cannot cooperate, Lu Feng said, his tone slightly cold. Li Zhenghua watched the exchange between the two without intervening, instead sitting by with great interest. In response to Lu Feng's words, Nye Yun retracted his imposing aura, for even he did not want to offend Lu Feng at that moment. Setting aside Lu Feng's relationship with Li Zhenghua, Lu Feng himself was no longer a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. He was a shareholder of Tianyu Group, a well-established real estate company in the Magic City, and the chairman of Fengyu Entertainment Company, one of the top 10 in Huaguo, holding 100% of the shares. He was also the chairman of Fanli Group, a long-established car manufacturing company, also holding 100% of the shares, although it had previously been on the brink of bankruptcy. However, as Li Jinggua's trusted aide, Nye Yun knew that Fanli Group was about to experience a rebirth, and the entire global new energy sector would undergo significant changes because of Fanli. Moreover, he was a shareholder in the internationally renowned car manufacturer Ferrari, holding as much as 21% of the shares, and the person in charge of Ferrari had even posted a picture of himself collaborating with Lu Feng online, captioned "My good friend." This accumulation of power around Lu Feng made even Nye Yun reconsider how to approach him. Furthermore, it was important to note that Nye Yun was merely cooperating with the police investigation in Fei City, as Feng Ning and Clemens had died in Fei City, not in the Magic City. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, please don't be angry. You know, after so many years as a police officer, it's a reflex, Nye Yun said. I apologize to you here. As expected of Li Jinggua's trusted aide, the head of the Magic City Police Department, Nye Yun's swift change in attitude left Lu Feng somewhat taken aback. However, since the head of the Magic City Police Department had apologized, Lu Feng also played along, saying, Ha ha, Director Nye, you flatter me. I was just startled by your imposing presence. As you said, after so many years in office, you've developed an extraordinary aura. I was caught off guard by your presence, and it truly scared me, Lu Feng said, patting his chest, feigning a frightened expression. But who among them was not sharp-witted? Nye Yun saw through Lu Feng's little act, but he also knew that Lu Feng was giving him face, so he said nothing. Mr. Lu, let's get down to business. I still need to make a phone call to the head of the Fei City Police Department in a while. After all, the deceased is not an ordinary person. Today the German embassy in Huaguo has already called, and the Fei City Police Department and I have some busy work ahead, Nye Yun said. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng expressed his willingness to cooperate with the inquiry and promised to share everything he knew. Alright, let me ask the first question, Mr. Lu, why did you engage in a business rivalry with Mercedes? Did Mercedes offend you in some way? Of course, if they didn't offend me, why would I fight with them? Lu Feng shrugged and replied. What is the reason? Uncle Li knows this very well. The reason is quite simple. My subordinate, the Fanli Group, was bankrupted by their people. Before I acquired Fanli, I definitely wouldn't have cared, but since I've acquired Fanli, I won't allow outsiders to bully my people. It doesn't matter if it's Mercedes or even Volkswagen, they will be dealt with. I want to use this business war to tell the whole of Huaguo and even the world not to mess with me or my people, or I will fight you to the end. When Lu Feng said this, an overwhelming aura emanated from him uncontrollably. Feeling Lu Feng's astonishing aura, not only was Nye Yun unsettled, but even Li Zhenghua, who appeared calm beside him, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It is known that at Li Jinggua's level, there are very few things that can surprise him, so one can imagine how incredible Lu Feng's aura was. Another remarkable young man. Now my nephew has a rival, Li Zhenghua thought to himself as he looked at the imposing Lu Feng. Mr. Lu is indeed protective of his own, but this only adds to your suspicion. For the next question, please answer directly. Nye Yun quickly recovered from Lu Feng's overwhelming aura and continued to ask. So far, the entire Huaguo and even the world knows about the business war between your two major groups. May I ask how much both sides have lost? Lu Feng tilted his head and thought for a moment upon hearing Nye Yun's words. Their losses should be around 23 billion, while ours is a bit less, about 18 billion. Why do you ask this? Mr. Lu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to pry into your group's privacy. I mainly want to gather some clues from this, Nye Yun said calmly. Do you have any other questions? Lu Feng replied. No, actually all the evidence we've found so far confirms that this murder case has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to see if there were any other clues. After all, this matter involves too many people, and I have to be cautious. But I still want to thank Mr. Lu for your cooperation, Nye Yun said as he stood up and extended his hand towards Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng also stood up and shook hands with Nia Yun. Director Nia, you're too polite. Cooperating with your work is the duty of every citizen. But I still want to know what your current investigation results are. Can you share that with me? Lu Feng asked curiously. He was genuinely curious about how the two people who were fine just a few days ago suddenly turned against each other and even caused a death. Mr. Lu, although I can't tell you according to the rules, to thank you for your cooperation, and since Secretary Li is also present, I'll share a bit with you. Nia Yun thought for a moment and said. In fact, this matter wasn't too much of a secret. Didn't the Face City TV station already broadcast it? It was just that the people involved were not simple. Since Lu Feng would find out sooner or later, why not do him a small favor? Thank you, Director Nia. I'm just too curious. Actually, this murder case could have been solved very simply. If it weren't for the many complications involved, we could have closed the case today, Nia Yun said. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng instantly became interested, but he did not interrupt Nia Yun's words. According to the investigation results passed on by colleagues in Face City, Feng Ning's motive for murder is actually very simple, revenge against Clemens. Because just yesterday during the day, Clemens fired Feng Ning, and based on information provided by internal personnel from their company, it can be inferred that Clemens made Feng Ning a scapegoat. The purpose was to appease the anger of their headquarters, and Feng Ning, unable to contain her anger, went to Clemens's house with a dagger she had prepared at some unknown time and a drug that could induce unconsciousness. Since the villa area where Clemens lived is one of the best in Face City, the security is very good. After entering the community, Feng Ning was under constant surveillance, and most importantly, there were cameras inside Clemens's villa as well. The cameras inside the villa captured the entire process of Feng Ning committing the crime, and Feng Ning should have known there were cameras in Clemens's villa. Because after killing Clemens, she waved at the camera as if to say goodbye, and then jumped from the top floor of the villa. So all signs indicate that Feng Ning was fully prepared before killing Clemens, and she herself had long been ready for death. Because after committing the murder, she did not choose to flee or destroy the body, but actively chose to call the police and then commit suicide. It seems that Clemens's blow to her was indeed too great. Nia Yun carefully recounted the results of the Face City police investigation to Lu Feng. Alright, Mr. Lu, you now know the course of events. I originally planned to go to your company to find you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. Secretary Li, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Face City is still waiting for my response. Nia Yun said to the two of them. Okay, you've worked hard these past few days, Li Zhenghua said as he stood up from his chair. Lu Feng, however, was still immersed in what Nia Yun had told him, slow to react. It was only when Nia Yun patted him that Lu Feng finally came to his senses. Director Nia, do you have anything else? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. No, I just wanted your contact information. How about it, Mr. Lu, could you do me the favor? Nia Yun joked. Upon hearing Nia Yun's words, Lu Feng hurriedly took out his phone, and the two exchanged phone numbers. Just kidding, this is the private number of the top official in the Magic City, something many people would seek but could not obtain. After Nia Yun got Lu Feng's phone number, he left the small courtyard. Once Nia Yun left, Lu Feng noticed that Li Zhenghua had been staring at him, which made Lu Feng a bit scared. Uncle Li, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, I just saw you with a smile on your face, and it's surprising that even Nia Yun, the stern figure, would actively ask for your contact information, Li Zhenghua said. Ha? Stern figure? Why do you call Director Nia that? I don't think his face is stern, Lu Feng asked, confused. Stern figure doesn't mean his face is stern, but rather that he is as impartial as Bao Gong, so I call him that, Li Zhenghua explained with a laugh. Only then did Lu Feng realize he had overthought it. Director Nia's achievements have made the news. The people of the Magic City are truly fortunate to have him protecting them, Lu Feng also sighed. It should be noted that Nia Yun is different from those from prominent families like Li Zhenghua. Nia Yun fought his way up from the bottom, experiencing countless life and death situations and achieving numerous merits to become the top official of the Magic City Police Department. Of course, it's not to say that Li Zhenghua is in his position solely because of connections. It's impossible to think that way. Even the most powerful family could not push Li Zhenghua into this position. He is here because he has also put in tremendous effort. Just like 5 years ago when Li Zhenghua served as the top official in Hunan province, he worked until the early hours every day. Wherever there was a problem, Li Zhenghua always took the lead to investigate. Previously, when a massive flood struck the provincial capital of Zheng City in Yu province, Li Zhenghua led the military and police on the front lines of flood relief efforts. He even carried sandbags alongside firefighters and rescued people. For 4 days and 3 nights, he didn't close his eyes, and ultimately, he collapsed in the rushing waters due to exhaustion. If he hadn't been discovered in time, it was likely that Li Zhanghua would have lost his life in that incident. From all these signs, it is evident that Li Zhanghua, like his name suggests, is upright, selfless, and patriotic. It is precisely because of his remarkable achievements that he officially became the top leader of Modu City 5 years ago. Don't think that moving from the provincial leader to the city leader is a downgrade. In fact, after Li Zhanghua left Yu province, his position was taken over by the leader of a district in Modu City. This shows just how valuable the position of the top leader in Modu City is, as he was just one step away from that supreme position. After expressing his admiration for Nie Yun, Lu Feng looked at Li Zhanggui across from him and deeply bowed. Li Zhanggui was a bit surprised by Lu Feng's gesture. "Lu kid, why are you bowing to me like this?" "Uncle Li, I represent countless citizens in thanking you and Director Nie for your selfless dedication as our public servants. Only now do I truly understand the meaning of the term public servant. You are like a patriarch, leading us toward a better life," Lu Feng said earnestly. Hearing Lu Feng's praise, even with his composure, Li Zhanggui couldn't help but feel a bit teary-eyed. Because Lu Feng's words were an acknowledgement of his years of hard work and dedication. Although the term acknowledgement may not be suitable for Lu Feng and Li Zhanggui saw the recognition from the people in Lu Feng. And the people's recognition was Li Zhenggua's lifelong goal. "Ah, you little rascal, at my position, I hear countless flattery every day, but your words truly touch my heart. Don't leave at noon today, I'll have Ad Wu prepare a few dishes, and we can have a good drink together. From today on, you are my nephew Li Zhanggua, not just because of Shinshu Yuan." Li Zhanggua stepped forward and patted Lu Feng's shoulder hard, as if testing how much weight Lu Feng's shoulders could bear. Lu Feng looked at Li Zhanggui in disbelief, unable to process his words for a long time. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? You don't want to acknowledge me as your uncle? I'm not bragging, those who want to be my nephew could line up from Modu to the imperial capital, do you believe it?" Li Zhanggua said confidently. Upon hearing Li Zhenggua's words, Lu Feng quickly nodded in agreement. I am willing, uncle, I certainly know your strength," Lu Feng hurriedly said. "Ha ha, that's good. Then hurry up and pour tea for your uncle," Li Zhanggua said as he sat down in a chair. Lu Feng quickly picked up the teacup from the table and knelt on one knee in front of Li Zhanggua. "Uncle, please accept this cup of tea from your nephew." Lu Feng presented the teacup with both hands to Li Zhanggua. Li Zhanggua took the teacup and took a sip. "Get up, you little rascal." Lu Feng stood up immediately upon hearing this. "Kid, I must tell you in advance, don't think that just because you have my support, you can act recklessly and bully others. You should know me. If I find out that you really do that, don't blame me for being ruthless and sending you to prison myself," Li Zhanggua said with a stern expression. Although he knew Lu Feng was not that kind of person, he still needed to say the necessary words. He was afraid that this good seedling would become arrogant after gaining his recognition. This was not Li Zhanggua boasting, it was simply the effect of his position. Don't say that young people like Lu Feng can't hold themselves back. Even if it were the likes of the Ma brothers facing such overwhelming wealth, they wouldn't be able to resist either. It's not that they lack self-control, but rather that Li Zhanggua represents an undeniable power. The top figure in the Magic City, the younger brother of the head of the Li family, the foremost among the four great families of the imperial capital. Moreover, having served in government for so many years, one could say he has cultivated a vast network of connections. It can be said that with Li Zhenggua's help, Lu Feng can now propose to the Shin family. Even the formidable Shin family would have to give it serious consideration. This is the strength of Li Zhanggui, he alone can rival the influence of an entire clan. It is precisely because Lu Feng understands Li Zhenggua's power that he is still somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing Li Zhenggua's words, which carried a hint of admonition, Lu Feng immediately made a declaration. "Uncle, you can rest assured. If there ever comes a day when I disappoint you, you won't need to lift a finger, I will take care of it myself," Lu Feng said earnestly. Li Zhanggui nodded in satisfaction at Lu Feng's words. "By the way, kid, now that we're uncle and nephew, have you prepared any kind of gift for your uncle?" Li Zhanggui asked teasingly. Uncle, didn't you say that giving gifts is called bribery? You know that was before, now we are family, and giving gifts is a way to show respect to elders. I don't ask for much, just get me some more of that Wui Mountain de Hongpao from last time," Li Zhanggui said. Lu Feng was speechless upon hearing this. After all, that was Wui Mountain's de Hongpao, which only produces a limited amount each year. "Uncle, that Wui Mountain de Hongpao isn't so easy to come by. Don't make excuses, just tell me if you can get it." I can. Since you want to drink it, don't say it's just Wui Mountain de Hongpao, even the celestial nectar, I can find a way to get it for you," Lu Feng joked. "I suspect you caught a whiff of the Wui Mountain de Hongpao in the car, which is why you brought it up," Li Zhanggua said, surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to actually have it, he had only said that to test Lu Feng. Mainly, after drinking Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, other teas always seem a bit lacking. That's why Li Zhanghua had asked, not expecting Lu Feng to give him such a big surprise. You're not pulling my leg, are you? You really have it? I really do. I'll go get it for you right now, Lu Feng said as he walked out of the small courtyard. He approached the car, opened the door, and sat down, then entered the system mall. In truth, he didn't have any Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, he had come empty-handed this time. It wasn't that Lu Feng didn't want to bring a gift, but he knew Li Zhenghua's temperament. He was afraid that frequent gift-giving would annoy Li Zhanghua, which would be counterproductive. However, Lu Feng hadn't expected to gain so much from this visit to Li Zhanghua. He had become Li Zhenghua's nephew, rather than relying on his previous connections with Shin Suqian. One could say that after becoming Li Zhenghua's nephew, Lu Feng had instantly risen to become one of the top second-generation elites in Huaguo. After entering the system mall, Lu Feng found Wui Mountain de Hong Pao and spent 500 prestige points to buy 200 grams. It wasn't that Lu Feng didn't want to buy more. In fact, as long as he had enough prestige points, he could easily buy hundreds of pounds of something like Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. The reason he only bought 200 grams was mainly due to the extremely low yield of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. Taking too much would easily raise suspicions. After all, Wui Mountain de Hong Pao only produces about 2 pounds a year. If he suddenly took out 10 pounds, anyone would be suspicious. However, in addition to Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, Lu Feng also acquired 2 other top-tier teas. One type is the famous West Lake Longjing, but this Longjing is not just any West Lake Longjing, it is the top-grade Longjing. The tea trees that produce these leaves were personally planted by an emperor of a previous dynasty, totaling 18 trees, which were designated as imperial tea that only the emperor himself could drink. Now, this type of tea can fetch an astronomical price of 100,000 yuan for 100 grams. Another type is called Taiping Hokue, which, when brewed, emits a fragrant aroma of orchids, with prices also exceeding 100,000 yuan. Moreover, these precious teas are not something you can buy just because you have money. You must hold a very high status to be able to purchase them. Don't you see that even big shots like Li Zhanghua sometimes can't get their hands on such expensive teas? After buying the good tea, Lu Feng also selected a few bottles of top-notch liquor, all worth hundreds of thousands per bottle in the market. Just for these teas and wines, Lu Feng spent nearly 3,000 prestige points, which, at a rate of 1 billion cash for 1,000 prestige points, means the gifts Lu Feng is giving away are worth almost 300 million. However, for Lu Feng, this is small change, let alone 300 million, even 30 billion wouldn't make him flinch. Carrying a large bag of items, Lu Feng returned to the courtyard. Li Zhanghua, seeing Lu Feng carrying so many things, immediately stood up from his chair. Being well informed, he could tell at a glance the value of the few bottles of liquor Lu Feng was carrying. As for the tea, there were no labels, so Li Zhanghua couldn't recognize them. Wow, you little rascal are really generous. If I'm not mistaken, this bottle should be the Wuliangye original red bottle big sealed jar liquor. And this bottle, the Fungio blue and white porcelain aged 50 years. These few bottles of liquor are all top-notch. Even though Li Zhanghua has seen many grand occasions, he was still taken aback by Lu Feng's extravagance. These liquors are rare even in front of billionaires, yet here they are in Lu Feng's hands as if they cost only a few dozen yuan per jean. Uncle, it's their honor to be drunk by you, Lu Feng said, placing the liquor on the table. Ah, you little rascal, you're flattering me again, Li Zhanghua said, picking up a bottle of liquor to study while laughing. Ah, I'm not flattering you, I'm just speaking the truth, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Here, this is the tea you've been longing for, and there's one last box, so please drink it sparingly, Lu Feng said, handing over the Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. Upon seeing the Wui Mountain de Hong Pao that Lu Feng handed over, Li Zhanghua couldn't be bothered to study the liquor anymore and directly took the tea Lu Feng offered. Compared to liquor, Li Zhanghua preferred tea. Although liquor is good, drinking too much can easily lead to drunkenness, which can cloud one's mind. For someone like Li Zhanghua, who holds a high position, staying alert at all times is the most important. Tea, on the other hand, has the opposite effect. Drinking more tea can make one's mind sharper and one more spirited. Therefore, whether it's Li Zhanghua or other prominent figures, they all prefer tea. There's an old saying, a pot of tea for a great enterprise, 3 cups of wine for the vast world. Watching Li Zhanghua study the tea, Lu Feng suddenly grew bolder. Uncle, I have some more good stuff, do you want it? Lu Feng said, holding up 2 other boxes. However, Li Zhanghua didn't even look and indicated that nothing was more important than the tea in his hands. Lu Feng sighed deeply upon seeing this. Alas, since you're not interested, I guess I'll just have to take this top-grade Taiping Hokue and the Imperial West Lake Longjing back to enjoy slowly. It's just a pity that I'm not really fond of tea, so it looks like I'll have to use it to make tea eggs instead. I'll make sure to bring you some once they're done. I believe you haven't had tea eggs made from tea worth over 100,000, have you? As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Li Zhenggui rushed in front of him and snatched the tea leaves from Lu Feng's hands. You little brat, dare to do that and I'll beat you up, Li Zhenggui said, carefully examining the 2 boxes of tea. Hee hee, I was just joking with you, Lu Feng chuckled. I know you wouldn't dare. Come on, let's try this Imperial West Lake Longjing. I got a little from an old friend, but that old guy is quite stingy and only gave me less than 20 grams. As Li Zhenggui spoke, he opened the tea packaging. Xiaofeng, go to the living room and bring me my set of purple clay tea utensils. Hearing Li Zhenggui's words, Lu Feng went to the living room. He soon returned with a complete set of tea utensils. The two sat in the small courtyard drinking tea, during which Li Zhenggui asked Lu Feng many questions, and Lu Feng took a long time to think before answering each one. However, from the smile on Li Zhenggui's face, it was clear he was quite satisfied with Lu Feng's responses. They continued drinking until noon, and it was only after Wu Ma finished cooking that Lu Feng finally left Li Zhenggui's small courtyard. However, before leaving, Lu Feng did not forget the purpose of his visit, which was to hope that Li Zhenggui could fully disclose the details of the case, including Feng Ning's motive for murder, to the police. Because only in this way could Lu Feng clear himself of suspicion, otherwise, all of Huagua and even the entire world would suspect that Lu Feng was responsible for Clemens's death. After all, when Clemens died, the two groups were in fierce competition, and anyone would immediately think it was a hired killing by the other side. After leaving Li Zhenggui's house, Lu Feng sat in the back seat of the car and vigorously shook his face, as if he had drunk a bit too much. Lang Shui, sitting in the front, looked back at Lu Feng and thought he was drunk. Young master, are you feeling unwell? Should I stop and let you get some fresh air? Lang Shui asked with concern, as Lu Feng's current appearance looked like he had indeed drunk too much. No need, I'm not drunk. I just still can't believe everything that happened today, Lu Feng said slowly, recalling how excited he was when he first got the system. With the change in his status, there were very few things that could make Lu Feng this excited anymore. Even when he was discussing a collaboration worth tens of billions of dollars with Snake, his heart didn't race as fast as it did now. The car soon arrived at the estate, and after returning, Lu Feng went straight to his room because he still had things to do. Lying on the bed, Lu Feng first called Chen Xian to reassure her that he had taken care of the matters regarding Clemens and Feng Ning's deaths, and it wouldn't affect Ferrari's normal operations. After finishing the call with Chen Xian, Lu Feng called Enzo. Because the war with Mercedes was also coming to an end, after all, both heads had already died, and continuing to fight would only harm their interests. If Mercedes and Ferrari really got into a fierce conflict, it would be Lu Feng who would suffer the losses. As soon as Lu Feng made the call, Enzo picked up, as if he had been waiting for it. Lu, I've heard about the situation on your side. It has nothing to do with you, right? Enzo asked directly, knowing that the deceased was the nephew of Mercedes' global vice president. If this matter was indeed caused by Lu Feng, Mercedes would definitely go all out against Ferrari. Mr. Enzo, don't worry, I'm not that foolish to do something like that, Lu Feng explained. Hearing Lu Feng say it wasn't him, Enzo finally felt relieved. He was mainly afraid that Lu Feng was too young and impulsive. In fact, deep down, Enzo admired Lu Feng a lot. At the very least, Enzo believed that if he were Lu Feng's age, he wouldn't be able to achieve what Lu Feng had. This was not just about how many assets Lu Feng had under his command, but also about Lu Feng's cunning, methods, and that powerful aura. These were the aspects Enzo felt he couldn't match. Lu, can we stop attacking Mercedes? I'm afraid that old guy, who lost his nephew, will lose his mind if we keep going, Enzo said, holding a Liwa cigarette in his mouth. Ever since his last visit to Huagua, Enzo had fallen deeply in love with this brand of cigarettes, to the point where he even set aside his favorite Romeo and Juliet cigars. That's enough. Since the mastermind behind this has died, there's no point in continuing this fight, Lu Feng replied. Alright, then I'll make the arrangements. Mr. Enzo, I have some good news to tell you, Lu Feng suddenly said with a mysterious expression. Enzo became interested upon seeing Lu Feng's demeanor. Oh, my good friend, what kind of surprise is it? You've successfully caught my attention. Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, if I tell you the surprise, it won't be a surprise anymore. Why don't you take a guess? Lu Feng said with a smile. Okay, let me guess. You didn't prepare a whole box of cigarettes for me, did you? Enzo asked, savoring the cigarette in his hand as he tried to guess. No. Could it be that you're coming to visit me? No. Enzo guessed several times in a row, all of which Lu Feng denied. Oh my god, Lu, you're just like Sophia, she often makes me guess this and that. Just tell me already, don't keep me in suspense. Seeing Enzo's impatient expression, Lu Feng revealed that he had gotten back 5% of the Ferrari shares from Snake. Enzo seemed to hear something unbelievable when he heard Lu Feng's words. The cigarette he had been holding fell out of his mouth. Lou, you're not joking, are you? That stingy Snake actually gave up his shares? Ha ha ha, Mr. Enzo, it's true. I really got 5% of the shares. Lou, what method did you use? I'm not trying to pry into your privacy, I'm just too curious because I know Snake too well. He's a complete capitalist. It's nearly impossible for anyone to take anything from him. Enzo asked in astonishment, just as he had said, he really knew Snake too well, and to him, this seemed utterly impossible. It's worth noting that Enzo had talked to Snake more than once about buying back the Ferrari shares, but no matter what Enzo said, Snake simply wouldn't agree. Enzo even offered 3 times the price, but Snake remained unmoved. So when Lu Feng first told him, he thought Lu Feng was joking, but looking at Lu Feng's serious expression, Enzo couldn't help but believe him. Mr. Enzo, as for how I got it back, you don't need to worry about that. It's a secret between me and Snake. Lu Feng shook his head and didn't mention the oil field. It wasn't that he didn't trust Enzo, but the benefits brought by this oil field were too great. So much so that even someone as significant as Snake had to treat it with utmost caution, so the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Seeing that Lu Feng was unwilling to say more, Enzo didn't press further because he knew everyone had their own secrets. Okay, Lu, I won't ask more, but Lu, I want to congratulate you. Now you hold 26% of the shares, directly surpassing the shares of the Affet Group. From now on, you will be the second largest shareholder of Ferrari, Enzo said with a happy face. Compared to the Affet Group, Enzo preferred to cooperate with Lu Feng. Hearing Enzo's congratulations, Lu Feng was confused. No, Mr. Enzo, why are you congratulating me? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Enzo on the other side was also bewildered. Of course, I'm congratulating you for becoming the second largest shareholder of Ferrari. But these shares I'm bringing over are meant for you. Lu Feng finally realized that Enzo misunderstood him. Didn't I just tell you that I want to give these shares to you? Did you tell me? Enzo was completely confused. Didn't I say it? Did you say it? It seems I really didn't say it, sorry, maybe I remembered it wrong, Lu Feng said awkwardly after thinking for a moment. Enzo rolled his eyes at this. Lu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, you're so young. Hey, wait a minute. Enzo seemed to suddenly remember something and reacted. Lu, what did you just say? You said you want to give me this 5% of the shares. Enzo stood up directly from his chair, and due to the large movement, he knocked over the teacup on the desk. But it seemed Enzo didn't even notice, his sharp eyes fixed on Lu Feng, his light blue pupils filled with shock. Compared to Enzo's surprise, Lu Feng appeared very calm. Yeah, I'm giving it to you, otherwise, why would I come over? Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Hearing Lu Feng's clear answer, Enzo sat back down with a thud, as if all his strength had been drained, gasping for breath. Lu, are you serious? You need to know that after Ferrari gets your new energy technology, it can triple its market value in at most 3 months. That means it can reach $90 billion, and this 5% of the shares would be worth $5 billion, which is about 30 billion yuan for you. This will be a third of your current net worth, and Ferrari's market value will soar. I'm confident that in a year, I can make Ferrari's market value reach at least $200 billion. Lu, don't think I'm bragging, Ferrari has this strength. Let me put it this way, I've already put your new energy battery technology into production. As long as it passes the tests, I can immediately match this battery technology with a brand new model. You know, Ferrari's design department has designed no less than 5 new models in recent years. With ultra-high endurance, combined with a brand new design, plus Ferrari's long-standing reputation and word of mouth, I'm confident it will sell like hotcakes, Enzo explained to Lu Feng seriously, wanting to convey the importance of this 5% of the shares. After listening to Enzo's words, Lu Feng was also quite shocked. He really didn't expect that while dealing with Mercedes, Enzo had already planned the path Ferrari would take next. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't speak, Enzo slowly continued, Lu, I've told you so much, do you understand what I mean? I understand, I've always understood, Lu Feng replied. That's good. Although I really want this 5% of the shares, we are friends, so I can't accept it, Enzo said slowly. But it's precisely because we are friends that I want to give you this 5% of the shares. Mr. Enzo, thank you for standing by my side without hesitation before, Lu Feng said seriously. So you should accept this 5% of the shares. Enzo looked at Lu Feng, a touch of emotion appearing on his face. Lu, my good friend, helping you is also helping myself, so I can't take these shares. Although I don't know how you managed to get these shares from Snake, I believe you must have paid a huge price. You don't need to lie to me and say there was no cost, because I know Snake better than you do. Lu Feng was at a loss for words, as he really hadn't paid any price at all. In fact, he still needed to thank Enzo properly. If it weren't for Enzo letting him talk to Snake, How could Lu Feng have bought Snake's information from the system mall and made such a huge profit? Compared to the profit gained, Enzo's 5% of the shares could really be considered a drop in the bucket. Mr. Enzo, I really didn't pay any price. These shares could be said to be obtained for free, so please accept them with peace of mind, Lu Feng explained helplessly. However, Enzo clearly didn't believe Lu Feng's words and refused to agree. Lu, if you consider me a friend, don't lie to me. I know Snake too well, he would never give you so many shares for free. Seeing that Enzo still disagreed, Lu Feng had to bring out his trump card. Mr. Enzo, let me put it this way. During our call with the three of us, you were asked to step out by Snake, and afterward, the two of us reached a cooperation. As for what the cooperation is, you don't need to ask. Anyway, I helped the Aphid Group a great deal, and even had a call with the old patriarch of the Hearn family behind the Aphid Group. And this 5% of your shares was one of the additional conditions I proposed during our cooperation talks, so it really didn't cost anything. Lu Feng recounted the general process of the cooperation, but he didn't reveal a single specific detail. After listening to Lu Feng's words, Enzo fell into silence. In fact, he had already believed Lu Feng when he heard the mention of the Hearn family. Although he understood the general situation, Enzo was even more shocked. What kind of cooperation was it that even 5% of Ferrari's shares were just an additional gift? Even the rulers of the Aphid Group couldn't make the decision, and it even involved the Hearn family behind them. As a European, Enzo understood the power of the Hearn family all too well, being an ancient family with a history of over 400 years. The Hearn family was well known throughout Europe, although they hadn't appeared in the public eye much in the last 100 years. However, as the ruler of Ferrari, Enzo still knew some mysterious pasts of the Hearn family. For example, the last time the Hearn family intervened was when they acquired most of the shares of Aphid. At that time, the Aphid Group was not the colossal entity it is now, but its market value had already reached an astonishing $100 billion. The Aphid Group went bankrupt due to a mistake made by Snake, and everyone thought it was the end for them. Even the 30-year-old Snake was disappointed in the group. But then the Hearn family stepped in, directly investing a huge amount of money to save the nearly bankrupt Aphid Group and took over most of its shares. At that time, all of Europe thought the old patriarch of the Hearn family had gone mad, because from any angle, there was no need to save the Aphid Group. But the old patriarch of the Hearn family only said one thing: what I value is not the Aphid Group, but Snake himself. I believe he won't let me down. The facts proved that the old patriarch of the Hearn family had an unparalleled sharp eye. With sufficient funding, Snake made a full comeback, defeating his competitors in less than 3 years and smoothly swallowing all of their assets. After more than 20 years of development, Snake continuously invested in and acquired other companies. Eventually, he became a capital giant spanning multiple countries, with the group's market value reaching an astonishing $800 billion. Ferrari was one of the many companies acquired by the Aphid Group. Enzo pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. Lu, my friend, thank you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing for me. I accept the shares you gave me, and in the future, Ferrari will always stand firmly behind you. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Although he genuinely regarded Enzo as a friend, he had his own small plans in giving Enzo the 5% shares. After all, according to his plans, his business empire would cover the entire world, not just China. Moreover, Ferrari's international reputation could greatly help Lu Feng, not to mention that he had also secured 5% of Aphid Group's shares. Mr. Enzo, we don't need to be so polite between us. If I really need your help in the future, I won't hold back, Lu Feng said. Don't worry, Lu, I will fully support you, Enzo replied. The two chatted for a while longer, but Enzo needed to arrange for the cessation of the attacks on Mercedes, so he hung up the phone. However, Lu Feng also told Enzo that the shares would take some time to transfer, not right now. Enzo directly stated that it was fine whenever, and that Lu Feng could take them whenever he wanted. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng didn't waste any time and directly entered the system space. It had been a long time since he last drew a lottery, and he estimated that there were many lottery chances accumulated in the mall. Moreover, his net worth was now approaching 100 billion, and he could soon upgrade the system, so he wanted to see if he could upgrade the system today. System, check how much my net worth is now, Lu Feng said as soon as he entered the system space. Ding! Querying, the host's assets are as follows: 21% of Ferrari shares, valued at $6.3 billion, equivalent to 44.1 billion Chinese yuan. Note, the exchange rate in this book is 1:7. Guanlan International flat worth 75 million Chinese yuan, 10% of Tianyu Group shares worth 2 billion Chinese yuan, a building in Times Square worth 1.5 billion Chinese yuan, Tanglong Hotel worth 1.9 9 billion Chinese yuan, a blueprint for super battery technology worth 5 billion Chinese yuan, a top luxury car fleet worth 1 billion Chinese yuan. 100% of Fonley Group shares worth 6 billion Chinese yuan, Xianyun Mountain Villa worth 2 billion Chinese yuan, 100% of Fengyu Entertainment Group shares worth 10 billion Chinese yuan. The total value of all the above assets is 73.5 billion Chinese yuan. Hearing the system's words, Lu Feng smiled faintly. Let's see if I can reach a net worth of 100 billion today. I'm really looking forward to the level 3 system. System, how many draws do I have now? Lu Feng asked eagerly. Ding. So far, the host has a total of 22 draws. Would you like to draw? Draw, give me 2 single draws first. Maybe I can get a miracle, Lu Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Drawing, congratulations to the host for obtaining a private jet, Gulfstream G650, valued at 600 million Chinese yuan. The plane has been parked at Magic City Airport, with complete procedures, can fly globally, and is equipped with a full aviation crew, including a captain, co-pilot, attendants, and flight attendants. Lu Feng didn't expect to get such a good thing on his first draw. This is a private jet. People often say that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. Lu Feng is doing even better, he's directly playing with a private jet, and it's the same model as the world's richest man, Musk. TSK. It seems that not participating in the lottery for a long time brings good luck. A great start, system, continue with a single draw. The second lottery is in progress. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 reputation points. As the system's prompt sounded, Lu Feng curled his lips. As expected, I knew it would be like this. System, give me 10 consecutive draws, make sure I get a gold. Lu Feng, like us when we get caught up in a lottery, went all in. Drawing, congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Damn, this is too much of a scam. What the hell, system, come out here and see if I can beat you to death. After 3 consecutive draws of the guaranteed 1,000 reputation points, Lu Feng cursed loudly. But the system seemed to ignore him and continued to announce the lottery results. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the GSA Special Security Team. Oh, Lu Feng exclaimed upon hearing the system's fourth prompt. However, he didn't interrupt the system and let it continue. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Pagani Huayra Special Limited Edition worth 120 million renminbi. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained perfect level automotive autonomous driving technology, worth 5 billion Huagua coins. As the system's final prompt sounded, Lu Feng's first 10 consecutive draws came to an end. Adding the previous 2 single draws, he had obtained a Gulfstream G650 private jet, a GSA Special Security Team, a globally limited Pagani Huayra, and automotive technology worth 5 billion. System, you should go to Tengfei Group. I think their game department really needs you, Lu Feng complained helplessly, as this greedy system was so frustrating. But in response to Lu Feng's complaints, the system completely ignored him. Lu Feng knew the system's temperament, so after a couple of complaints, he asked it to introduce some of the good things he had won in this lottery. System, first introduce this security team to me. Are they a bodyguard team? Lu Feng asked eagerly. He had long been envious of the bodyguard team that appeared when he previously obtained a luxury car fleet, but he hadn't won one since the system had been upgrading for so long. Now that he had finally won one in the lottery, Lu Feng was naturally eager to learn more. Ding! The GSA Special Security Team consists of 14 members, made up of top retired special forces, trained in professional security and capable of protecting the employer in any dangerous area. They are also proficient in various firearms and vehicle driving, able to pilot both small and large helicopters. Each member is fluent in Chinese, English, and French. Lu Feng looked at the luxurious introduction and couldn't help but widen his eyes, because no matter how he looked at it, he felt that any one of the bodyguards in this team could rival in Feng. And Feng, first of all, I haven't offended any of you, and secondly, how did I become a unit of measurement? Why does everyone want to compare themselves to me? System, when can this security team arrive? Lu Feng was already eager to meet this impressive bodyguard team. They will appear by the host's side within 24 hours, the system said coldly. Lu Feng was already used to the system's indifferent tone. System, let's take a look at this perfect level automotive driving technology. What kind of strength does it have to be worth the same as the super battery technology? You should know that the super battery technology has made me a fortune, Lu Feng said, looking at the so-called perfect level autonomous driving technology that had just come out. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the system didn't hesitate and immediately pulled up the technical data. The perfect level automotive driving technology completely outclasses the most advanced L5 autonomous driving technology. Unlike L5 pseudo-autonomous driving, the perfect level autonomous driving technology truly achieves the need for no driver. It can adapt to any road surface and any situation. The radar paired with the perfect level autonomous driving technology can cover 500 meters, and it can monitor any movement within that range, allowing it to prepare in advance. Moreover, the perfect level autonomous driving technology's response capability to sudden events far exceeds that of L5. It can theoretically achieve perfect evasion. Wait, what does this theoretical perfect evasion mean? Before the system could finish speaking, Lu Feng asked. No matter how good the autonomous driving technology is, if the surrounding environment doesn't allow it, it's useless. It's like a top-notch driver facing some sudden situations. Even if they react, it may be too late, not to mention that sometimes they can't react at all. So the perfect level autonomous driving technology is the same. In the face of a deadlock, it can't achieve perfect evasion, but it can minimize the extent of damage to the car and people. For example, if you're driving through an intersection and suddenly a motorcycle runs a red light at 80 miles per hour, by the time you notice, it's too late, and you can only watch as your car crashes into it. But the perfect level autonomous driving technology will anticipate these sudden situations ahead of you. It will devise a plan to minimize damage in a very short time. For instance, it might brake early and steer to the side, so the worst outcome would be crashing into a tree by the roadside, thus saving the motorcyclist's life. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng understood. Indeed, even a 10-year veteran driver can't guarantee they won't have an accident, let alone in nearly impossible situations. According to the system's explanation, the perfect level autonomous driving technology would far surpass a driver in the same environment. Looking at it this way, it really is impressive. With radar predicting all road conditions within 500 meters, it can create the most perfect driving plan, far exceeding the current L5 driving technology. No wonder the system values it the same as the super battery. It seems the system intends for me to create a groundbreaking perfect car. With both the super battery and the perfect level autonomous driving technology, it would be hard not to create something, Lu Feng murmured to himself. System, continue with the 10 consecutive draws. Let's see if I can surpass the 100 billion mark today. Lu Feng directly wagered all 10 consecutive draws he had left. Ding, drawing lots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 life recovery potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50% shares of Hami Game Company, worth 25 billion Huagua currency. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a formula for skin care cream, worth 3 billion renminbi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 biological points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50% shares of Hami Game Company, worth 25 billion Huagua currency. In the blink of an eye, all 10 draw rewards had appeared. Lu Feng jumped up in joy. System, you are my god. In the blink of an eye, my fortune has increased by hundreds of billions. I love you to death, Lu Feng said excitedly, because this time's 10 consecutive draws were intuitively much stronger than the last. Just the 2 draws alone, obtaining 100% shares of Hami Game Company, had already surpassed the value of the last 10 draws, not to mention other items like the 3 billion skincare formula, Ningfu cream. Especially Hami Game Company, which had emerged as a dark horse in recent years. With the explosive success of the game Yuanshan Shidong, it successfully broke through the blockade of the 2 major gaming companies in Huagua, Tengfei Group and Iwan Games. How popular is Yuanshan Shidong? From the moment it launched, over 10 million people registered accounts, breaking the record previously set by Tengfei Group's Glory Alliance. Particularly after several years of development, Yuanshan Shidong had completely become one of the most popular games in Huagua, its popularity rivaling that of Tengfei Group's game department's Glory Alliance. Hami Game Company also leaped to become the 3rd largest game manufacturer in Huagua thanks to Yuanshan Shidong, and besides that, Hami Games had developed other games as well. For example, Xing Tai and Sangxiong Zhiguang, although not as explosive as Yuanshan Shidong, still contributed a significant number of players to Hami Games. After several years of development, Hami Game Company's market value had reached a terrifying 50 billion Huagua currency. It was precisely because Lu Feng knew about Hami Game Company's terrifying potential that he was so excited. System, how come the shares of Hami Game Company appeared twice? It never happened before, Lu Feng asked curiously. Ding! All of the host's draws are random. Some rewards do not mean that if they appear once, they won't appear a second time. Moreover, the occurrence of separate shares is due to the system's low level. There is a limit to the rewards, and the value of some large groups exceeds the limits that the system level can reward. For example, even if the host draws shares of Tengfei Group now, it can only be 1% or 2%, but the host can obtain other shares through multiple draws or by raising the system level. Wait, are you saying that you can't refresh shares of trillion-dollar groups like Tencent, Alibaba, or Qianda Group because of level restrictions? Yes. Then can the third level refresh shares of these groups? The second level system can refresh them, but the host's luck has just been poor, and they haven't appeared. The system's cold voice seemed to stab Lu Feng's heart like a knife, making him feel unbearable pain. System, do you not feel guilty saying that? Lu Feng said with difficulty, clutching his chest. Sorry, host, I have no heart, the system replied indifferently. Come out, let's have a one-on-one. I've been unhappy with you for a long time, Lu Feng shouted. But the system completely ignored him, leaving Lu Feng to sulk alone. Friendly reminder, the shares of Hami Game Company require the host to personally sign at the company. Other rewards have also been arranged. Does the host have any other matters? Just as Lu Feng was getting angry, the system suddenly spoke. What? Are you trying to kick me out? I'm not going out, Lu Feng pouted like a child. At this moment, Lu Feng no longer resembled a big shot who dared to confront Snake head-on. Friendly reminder, if the host does not go out, then within the next 24 hours, the host's consciousness will not be able to return to the real world. Ha? Why? Because this system is going to upgrade. You are going to upgrade? Lu Feng asked excitedly. That's right. How long will this upgrade take? This upgrade will take 72 hours, which is 3 days. Ah, that's such a long time. Why does this upgrade need so long? Lu Feng asked curiously, as previous upgrades had never taken this long. Because this system upgrade will be a complete overhaul, and it will also open up more permissions, so this time the upgrade will take a bit longer. Can you tell me in advance what's different about the level 3 system? Lu Feng asked eagerly. No, I can't disclose anything until the system upgrade is successful, but I can remind the host that after the system upgrades to level 3, reputation points will be very important. Oh, Lu Feng didn't expect an unexpected surprise. He had only asked casually and didn't really expect the system to tell him anything, as he knew the system's nature too well. He didn't expect that this time the system would actually reveal an important piece of information in advance. System, how many reputation points do I have now? Lu Feng hurriedly asked. Querying, please wait a moment. Currently, the host has a total of 156,000 reputation points, the system replied coldly. That's not bad, I should be able to buy some things, Lu Feng said, feeling relieved. Then I'll go out and not disturb your upgrade. I look forward to you giving me a surprise, Lu Feng said as he exited the system space and then lay down on the comfortable big bed. I didn't realize I've had the system for so long. I've gone from a poor kid to a big shot with a reputation, and I've even become the nephew of a big figure like Li Jinghua. At this point, I still feel a bit like I'm dreaming. Although I've achieved so much, I still feel somewhat weak when facing those trillion-dollar groups. I must work twice as hard. There are still a lot of headaches ahead. Tomorrow the employees of Fondly Group will start moving over one after another. I still have to take charge and strive to get Fondly Group to establish a foothold in Modu in the shortest time possible, and then start laying out plans for new energy. But I still have no clue about international top designers. If it really doesn't work, I might have to borrow a few from Ferrari. Since I'm preparing to let Fondly Group directly challenge all the companies in the automotive circle, I need to ensure that Fondly has enough capital. It's not just about Fondly, there's also the matter of Fengyu. Although Enzo has already agreed to help, I still need to be prepared on my end. After all, the opponent is one of the 4 great families of the capital, the Yi family. I can't rule out that this Yi kid might get angry and pull some tricks on me. I must stay alert. And then there's Wei Changqing and his group. They've been bouncing around for so long. Once Fondly Group moves out, it will be time to deal with them. In the shadows, there's also Gui Tianshun from Longxing Group, which is a hassle, even a very tricky one, considering the giant behind him. Although that giant might not necessarily take action, I still need to resolve this guy as soon as possible. Once these domestic matters are settled, I still need to go to Africa to discuss cooperation with Snake. One thing after another, all must be handled well. It's a headache. It turns out being a big shot is not easy at all. Lu Feng lay on the bed, bored, thinking about the upcoming plans, and gradually fell asleep. After all, he hadn't rested well these past few days due to the struggles between the two major groups. Early the next morning, well-rested Lu Feng sat up in bed, quickly got dressed, and went out with his twin sisters. Today was the big day for Fanli Group's move, and as the chairman, Lu Feng naturally had to make an appearance. The Rolls-Royce sped all the way to the new district of Modu, which was the location of the factory of Tianqing Group that Lu Feng had purchased. At this moment, most of the senior executives of Fanli Group had gathered at the factory gate, while other middle-level and basic employees were still in Feisher, needing to come over in batches. Led by Zhao Yun, the Fanli Group hurried over upon seeing the Rolls-Royce. Once the car came to a stop, Lang Yu was the first to get out and went to the back of the car to help Lu Feng open the door. Lu Feng, dressed in an Armani suit and wearing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, appeared before the senior executives with an imposing demeanor, accentuated by the cold snow and rain. "Hello, Chairman Lu." Over 30 senior executives bowed in unison to Lu Feng under Zhao Yun's lead. The scene was truly shocking, reminiscent of a gang gathering. Lu Feng responded lightly and then led the way into the factory area. "Old Zhao, thank you for your hard work," Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun, who was following him. "It's no trouble, Chairman Lu. You have been working day and night to help us, you are the one who is working hard," Zhao Yun quickly replied. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled but did not speak. "Take a good look, this will be the home of Fanli from now on. I have gone to great lengths to move you from Feisher to Modu," Lu Feng said as he walked, addressing the executives behind him. "I hope you can achieve even greater success in this broader space. I have high hopes for you." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives quickly nodded in agreement. After a long time apart, they felt even more pressure in front of Lu Feng. Since there were no facilities in the factory area yet, Lu Feng only gave them a rough tour before leading them to the already cleaned office building. Standing on the top floor of the office building, the executives gazed at the prosperous Modu, and a sense of ambition rose in their hearts. Modu, a world-class city, home to countless enterprises. Here, there are opportunities that can propel one to great heights, but also business wars that can shatter one to pieces. You have all experienced the previous siege by Mercedes-Benz, so you understand the terror of business warfare. What I want to tell you is that the business battles you will face next will be even more terrifying than what you have experienced before. Because your upcoming opponents are not simple, each one is no weaker than Mercedes-Benz, and some may even be stronger. You have been observing the battle between Ferrari and Mercedes-Benz these days, and you might think this is a comprehensive war involving many parties. But the truth is, it is merely an attack where these two giants interfere with and test each other. I tell you this not for any other reason, but to make you understand what kind of battle you will face next. I hope you can prepare yourselves mentally in advance and be ready to defeat all enemies. On the rooftop of the office building, Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression serious. Because he understood better than anyone present how difficult the road ahead would be for Fanli, he arranged for Fanli to be in Modu so he could protect the group. Once Fanli Group unveiled its battery technology with a range of up to 2,000 kilometers, a series of conspiracies and schemes would await them. Therefore, Lu Feng had to give these executives a precautionary warning, preparing them mentally. "Chairman Lu, I believe they won't let you down," Zhao Yun said from the side. "We promise we won't disappoint Chairman Lu, please rest assured," the executives present said in unison. Lu Feng looked at the spirited executives and nodded in satisfaction. I believe in you. But now, go down and check the office building's facilities to see if anything is missing. I will have someone rush to complete them for you," Lu Feng waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, the executives turned and left the rooftop. At this moment, the large rooftop was left with only the cold snow and rain, along with Lu Feng, Zhao Yun, and the four of them. "Mr. Lu, I have something unpleasant to tell you," Zhao Yun said with a hint of worry on his face, looking around to ensure no one was listening. "What is it?" Lu Feng asked casually. "Mr. Lu, since we previously sold the group to the BYD group that also included the equipment from those factories, so now our group can be said to have nothing left. How can we acquire so much equipment in such a short time?" Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just this. "You don't need to worry about that, I'll have everything ready in 3 days. Just give me a list then," Lu Feng said with a calm expression, not at all troubled by what Zhao Yun considered a problem. In fact, Lu Feng had thought about the equipment issue long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Zhao Yun sell off all the group's equipment so thoroughly. When Lu Feng initially planned to move the Fanli Group to the Magic City, he had already decided to use the system mall to purchase more advanced and intelligent equipment. If it weren't for the system being upgraded these past few days, he would have already made the purchases. Seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, Zhao Yun couldn't help but admire him even more. As the president, he knew how difficult it was to buy such equipment. Some specialized production equipment even required advanced customization. Truly worthy of being Mr. Liu, who can converse on equal terms with Enzo Ferrari. What seems like a huge issue to me appears to be of no concern to him at all, Zhao Yun thought to himself as he looked at the spirited Lu Feng. Old Zhao, is there anything else? Just tell me everything, you don't have to bear it alone. You are my trusted general, if you wear yourself out, who will help me conquer the world? Lu Feng said seriously, patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder. In fact, Zhao Yun was at least 15 years older than Lu Feng, yet at this moment, he felt a sense of elder care from Lu Feng's words. Mr. Liu, there is actually one more issue, Zhao Yun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The reason for his embarrassment was that it would make him seem incapable. What is it? Just say it. Why are you acting like a woman? Lu Feng teased. It's like this, Mr. Liu. Our mid-level and senior staff are willing to develop in the Magic City, but many frontline factory employees are reluctant to leave Fei City. This includes some clerical staff as well. I calculated that about 1/3 of the employees are unwilling to come alone. Zhao Yun spoke these words without daring to look at Lu Feng, as retaining employees was his responsibility as president. However, Zhao Yun had done his utmost, but people had the right to choose, and he had no way to force them. He thought Lu Feng would scold him, or at the very least, say a few words, but after hearing him, Lu Feng remained indifferent. Mr. Liu, why don't you scold me a bit? That way, I might feel a little better, Zhao Yun said cautiously, looking at Lu Feng. In fact, Zhao Yun had been troubled by this issue for several days and hadn't slept well. Now that he had spoken it out loud to Lu Feng, he felt considerably relieved. Lu Feng laughed upon hearing Zhao Yun's words. Ha, old Zhao, do you have some special attribute, like that M attribute or something? Ha, Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that? What is the M attribute? Zhao Yun was completely confused by Lu Feng's words and didn't understand at all. After all, he was nearly 40 and had no idea about the strange circles of today's young people. Seeing Zhao Yun's bewildered expression, Lu Feng realized that continuing this topic would be pointless, so he dropped it. It's nothing, I was just giving an example. I've already considered the issue of employee turnover at the grassroots level and have come up with countermeasures, so you don't need to worry, Lu Feng said slowly, putting away his smile and adopting a mysterious expression. Ah, Director Liu, you have already thought of a solution? Zhao Yun said in surprise. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Of course, if I weren't prepared, why would I suddenly ask Fan Li to move? You don't really think I made that decision on a whim, do you? Lu Feng said with a smile as he looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun felt embarrassed under Lu Feng's gaze because that was exactly what he had thought. Director Liu, you are truly a master strategist, able to foresee everything. I admire you, Zhao Yun quickly flattered. Ha, old Zhao, I love what you say, it always makes people feel good, Lu Feng laughed heartily. Director Liu, may I ask how you plan to solve this problem? Zhao Yun asked eagerly. He had already thought of many plans regarding employee turnover, but none were perfect. So he was very curious about Lu Feng's solution. Seeing Zhao Yun so curious, Lu Feng no longer kept him in suspense and directly revealed his plan. Old Zhao, you are actually caught in a misunderstanding. Our group is not currently producing cars on a large scale, so we don't need that many employees. Secondly, many of the devices I prepared for the group are intelligent, which will greatly reduce the need for personnel. So first, we can use smart devices to offset the number of departing employees, and then once Fan Li has established a foothold in the Magic City, we can slowly hire more people. Zhao Yun rolled his eyes upon hearing Lu Feng's plan, secretly complaining, you make it sound so easy, don't I know that the devices you're talking about are smart devices? Although he was constantly complaining in his heart, Zhao Yun maintained a look of admiration on his face as he looked at Lu Feng. Wow, Director Liu, you are truly amazing. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng's face twitched uncontrollably. Can you imagine a nearly 40-year-old man looking at you with such an expression of admiration? Ugh. Old Zhao, be normal, I can't handle you like this, Lu Feng said, leaning against the rooftop railing, bending over as if he were about to vomit. Director Liu, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Exaggerated? Wasn't it you who exaggerated first? Lu Feng straightened up and replied. Okay, Director Liu, I was wrong. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go down. I estimate they are probably dividing up the territory right now, Lu Feng said as he took the lead in walking down from the rooftop, and Zhao Yun closely followed behind him. After the few of them came down from the rooftop, the situation inside the company was indeed as Lu Feng had expected. A group of executives was gathered together, fighting over the prime office spaces and offices. The scene was chaotic to the extreme, almost like being in a vegetable market. Zhao Yun looked at the executives, who were behaving like a group of shrewish women arguing, and his face turned darker than a pot bottom. Especially since the big boss Lu Feng was standing next to him watching the commotion, Zhao Yun could no longer hold back. What are you doing? Are you going to fight? Zhao Yun's voice was so loud that even Lu Feng covered his ears. The arguing executives immediately quieted down upon seeing Lu Feng and Zhao Yun, as if they hadn't just been the ones arguing. Seeing the executives quiet down, Zhao Yun angrily walked up to the loudest executive and grabbed his ear. Yang Aoyu, are you trying to rebel? The executive named Yang Aoyu lowered his head awkwardly upon hearing Zhao Yun's words. Zhao, it's not just me making a fuss, why are you staring at me? Yang Aoyu said, feeling wronged like a little wife. Upon hearing Yang Aoyu's words, Zhao Yun was furious. How can you still have the face to say that? Out of all the people here, who has a louder voice than you? I could hear your screeching from far away. Zhao Yun said angrily. He already felt a great deal of guilt towards Lu Feng for not handling matters well, and now with his subordinate causing such a scene, it pushed Zhao Yun over the edge. I'm sorry, Zhao. I was just trying to fight for a better office area for my subordinates, Yang Aoyu murmured softly. If I don't fight for it, what will my subordinates say about me later, right? You go back and write me a 1,000-word self-criticism. I want to see it on my desk within 2 days, or you'll be cleaning the toilets for half a month, Zhao Yun said with a dark expression. And you all, the same, 500 words each. If you can't write it, then you'll all be scrubbing toilets. The other senior executives, who were just about to gloat, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore upon hearing Zhao Yun's last sentence. Zhao, you don't even have an office now. Our old place in Fei City has already been packed up and sold. Why don't you hurry and pick an office? Yang Aoyu said cautiously in front of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was speechless upon hearing Yang Aoyu's words. How did I not realize you were such a talent? To reward you for being such a talent, your self-criticism is doubled. Write me 2,000 words, and if you can't meet the word count, you'll be scrubbing toilets for 3 months, Zhao Yun said with a smile, but the tone sounded cruel to Yang Aoyu's ears. Got it, Zhao, Yang Aoyu replied, looking as pale as death. Alright, Lao Zhao, that's enough. Just as Zhao Yun was about to say something more, Lu Feng walked over. You all work hard during this time to stabilize the group as quickly as possible. I'll treat you to lunch today, just to celebrate in advance, since I have a lot of things to handle next and can't keep revolving around you. Lu Feng said to the senior executives casually. Lu, if you have things to do, you can go ahead. We can manage on our own, Zhao Yun quickly said. No problem, I still have time today. Let's go to the Tinglong Grand Hotel. It's my own hotel, so everyone can eat to their heart's content without worrying about saving money. Lu Feng waved his hand and walked out with Leng Yu and Leng Shui. Soon, a large group arrived at the Tinglong Grand Hotel. Since Lu Feng had notified them in advance, the hotel manager had already prepared a private room. After arriving at the hotel, the senior executives looked at the vast and luxuriously decorated hotel, swallowing hard. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but the visual impact of the Tinglong Grand Hotel was too overwhelming. As senior executives of Fanli Group, they had seen many grand occasions, but now they were dazzled by the opulence of the Tinglong Grand Hotel. One can imagine just how luxurious the Tinglong Grand Hotel really was. Lu Feng took Zhao Yun and 7 or 8 senior executives directly to the top floor in the elevator, including Yang Aoyu, who was punished to write 2,000 words. The remaining senior executives were arranged in other private rooms, as Lu Feng's private room couldn't accommodate more than 30 people. Once they arrived at Lu Feng's private room, the mouths of those present were even wider than when they were downstairs. My goodness, is this the life of the rich? This is too extravagant, Yang Aoyu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the inhumane luxury of the decor. Smack! Zhao Yun slapped Yang Aoyu on the head. If you can't speak properly, then say less, Zhao Yun said with a dark expression, looking at Yang Aoyu. Yang Aoyu felt a chill in his heart under Zhao Yun's gaze and dared not speak. You all sit first, I'll go down and arrange a few things, Lu Feng said before leaving the private room, leaving Zhao Yun and 7 or 8 senior executives behind. The few of them cautiously sat on the chairs made of Wanwali wood. Zhao, Lu is really impressive. I think this Tinglong Hotel can rank in the top 10 in the entire Magic City, one senior executive said, stroking the huge dining table made of Wanwali wood, curious. The other executives nodded in agreement. That's right, although we are already quite impressive in the eyes of ordinary people, in front of a big shot like Lu, we are no different from ordinary people. Although we have seen a bit of the world, compared to this luxurious private room, the occasions we attended before were simply like elementary school gatherings, another executive remarked, looking at the crystal chandelier above. Listening to the executive's sentiments, Zhao Yun slowly spoke up. Actually, Lu has many identities, what he has shown now is just the tip of the iceberg. It is a great fortune for us to work with Lu. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, the executives became curious. Zhao, does Lu have any other identities? Yang Aoyu couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yun glanced around and then said mysteriously, do you really want to know? Yes, the 7 or 8 executives replied in unison. Alright, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Under Lu, there are several companies I know of that he holds shares in, like the well-established real estate company in Magic City, Tianyu Group, where Lu has shares. And the Times Square in Magic City is also Lu's property. Lu lives in the top manor area of Magic City, where each manor is worth at least 1 to 2 billion, and the residents are all either rich or noble. I heard that the former top leader of Magic City, Yi Weiman, lives there, which means Lu is Yi Weiman's neighbor. The executives were shocked by Zhao Yun's words, their mouths agape. Wow, Lu is too impressive, being neighbors with Yi Weiman. Just meeting such a big figure would keep me excited for days without sleep. Yeah, what is Lu's background? In such a valuable place like Magic City, he has so many properties. Any one of them would make me soar. Zhao Yun listened to the executives' discussions, smiling with satisfaction. In fact, he intentionally revealed Lu Feng's identity because he knew what kind of challenges Fanli Group would face next. The reason for exposing Lu Feng's identity was to give the executives a shot of confidence, so they wouldn't lose their composure when facing challenges, as they also had a strong backing. Ahem. Now you all speak, I won't say any more. Zhao Yun cleared his throat and said. The executives seemed to have heard something unbelievable, their eyes wide open. Zhao, do you mean to say Lu has other identities? Yang Aoyu was so shocked that he couldn't complete his sentence. Yes, you don't think Lu has just this little identity, do you? Zhao Yun said with a smile. Then please tell us, what other identities does Lu have? Our hearts are quite healthy and can handle it, one executive couldn't help but say. Alright, then I'll continue. You should have heard of Fengyu Entertainment Company, right? It's one of the top 10 entertainment companies in our country, with countless artists and stars under it. Zhao Yun paused deliberately at this point. Of course we know that. One of my favorite stars is under Fengyu, one executive said. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhao, you can't be saying that Chairman Lu has shares in Fengyu Entertainment Company, right? The executive suddenly seemed to remember something and asked in shock. That's right. So, can you guess how many shares Chairman Lu has? Zhao Yun said with a mysterious expression. Seeing Zhao Yun's enigmatic demeanor, the executives became interested and began to guess. 10%? Wrong. 20%? Also wrong. 30%? It can't be more than that. You know that's a company worth hundreds of billions. 30% would be 30 billion, which is almost half of our company. Wrong, be bolder. Why are you all so timid? Zhao Yun shook his head and continued. 50%, it can't be more than that. If it is, my heart won't be able to take it, Yang Aoyu said, clutching his heart. Zhao Yun burst into laughter upon hearing this. Didn't you just say your heart was fine? How come it's not able to take it now? But I have to tell you, that number is still wrong. Oh, Mr. Zhao, just tell us. Our little hearts really can't take it, another executive said anxiously. The feeling of not being able to guess was like a cat scratching at their hearts, making the executives restless. Then I won't tease you anymore. Chairman Lu holds 100% of Fengyu Entertainment Company, just like our Fanli Group. Zhao Yun's words struck the executives like a thunderbolt, hitting their fragile hearts hard. It took a long time for them to recover from this explosive information. Mr. Zhao, you aren't joking with us, are you? That's a publicly listed company worth hundreds of billions, not just some cabbage by the roadside, one executive finally managed to say after a long pause. The other executives turned their gazes toward Zhao Yun, eagerly awaiting his next words. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can wait for Chairman Lu to arrive and ask him, Zhao Yun said casually. Upon hearing this, the executives immediately waved their hands in fear. They dared not ask Lu Feng. The reason I'm telling you all this is simple. I want you to know that our Fanli also has a strong backing. So I hope that when you face challenges ahead, you can move forward bravely and not be afraid, Zhao Yun said firmly, looking at them. Feeling the momentum radiating from Zhao Yun, the executives felt invigorated. Yes, we promise not to disappoint Chairman Lu. Just as the executives finished speaking, Lu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. What are you talking about? I could hear you through the door of the private room, Lu Feng said, sitting down with 2 bottles of wine. Nothing, Chairman Lu, I was just encouraging them, Zhao Yun hurriedly replied. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. I'm here to support you. In Magic City, go ahead and do your thing. Just let me know if anything comes up, Lu Feng said in the most casual tone, delivering the most impressive words. Of course, Lu Feng had every reason to say this now. The current top leader of Magic City was his uncle, and the previous top leader was in an alliance with him, including the top leader of the new district in Magic City, who was also part of his network, as well as the police chief, Nya Yun. It could be said that Lu Feng had unknowingly established a network that covered the entire Magic City, though he himself had yet to realize it. Although Shen Shuyuan helped facilitate connections, whether it was forming an alliance with the old master Yi Weiman or getting Li Zhenggui to recognize him as a nephew, it was all due to Lu Feng's own efforts. These big shots recognized Lu Feng's qualities and potential, otherwise, even if Shen Shuyuan was from the Shen family, she wouldn't have that much influence. After all, at their level, they didn't need to consider the four great families of the imperial capital, each of them could rival a family on their own. The high-ranking officials present, including Zhao Yun, were directly intimidated by the momentum in Lu Feng's words after hearing him speak. What kind of background could allow someone to say such things? After all, this was in the Magic City, a top-tier city in the country, a place where countless large groups gathered. It was not like those third or fourth-tier cities, where the waters are shallow and the turtles are many. The waters of the Magic City are unfathomably deep. Even the members of the four great families from the imperial capital would not dare to say such things in the Magic City, so one can imagine how valuable Lu Feng's words were. Mr. Lu, thank you for your support, Zhao Yun said sincerely. Ha ha, old Zhao, here you go again. Fondly is my industry, if I don't care, who will? Come, try this bottle of mutai, I guarantee you've never had it before, Lu Feng said, pointing to the 2 bottles of liquor on the table. Zhao Yun was also drawn to the liquor on the table. After all, for someone like Lu Feng to say such things was enough to prove that these 2 bottles were extraordinary. Zhao Yun, being a person of some standing himself, usually drank mutai when others treated him to meals, and over time, he had tasted most of the mutai available on the market. The fact that Lu Feng could say such things knowing all this piqued Zhao Yun's interest in the liquor on the table greatly. This liquor can actually make Mr. Lu say that. I must study it carefully, Zhao Yun said as he picked up a bottle and began to examine it closely. However, after studying the bottle for a long time, he could only tell that it was mutai and nothing more. But if it were just an ordinary mutai, how could it make a big shot like Mr. Lu say such things? Zhao Yun kept pondering the origins of this bottle of liquor, even taking the other bottle on the table to show to other executives for inspection. 7 or 8 people huddled around the bottle, studying it for a long time, but they couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lu, it seems I really have too little experience. I can't tell what kind of mutai this is, Zhao Yun said awkwardly as he put down the bottle. Ha ha ha, how about that? I told you, you've definitely never had this bottle of liquor, Lu Feng said with a laugh. Mr. Lu, please tell me what kind of mutai this is, Zhao Yun asked anxiously. Alright, actually, it's normal that you haven't seen this kind of mutai, but you should have heard of Han Emperor mutai, right? Lu Feng said slowly. When Zhao Yun heard the 4 words Han Emperor mutai, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his hands trembled slightly. Mr. Lu, you can't be telling me that these 2 bottles are the globally limited 10 bottles of Han Emperor mutai, right? Zhao Yun asked incredulously. It wasn't that Zhao Yun lacked composure, it was just that the background and value of Han Emperor mutai were simply too immense. One must know that there are only 10 bottles of Han Emperor mutai in the world, and at an auction 2 years ago, 1 bottle was sold for an astonishing price of 12 million. What does 12 million mean? It's enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng immediately rolled his eyes at him. I say, old Zhao, why do you think so fancifully? How could this possibly be Han Emperor mutai? Zhao Yun smiled awkwardly at this. Indeed, who would dare to drink Han Emperor mutai? Because it had transcended the realm of liquor and become a collectible. Mr. Lu, then since it's not Han Emperor mutai, why did you ask us if we know about Han Emperor mutai? Saying that made us think in that direction, Zhao Yun explained helplessly. I mentioned Han Emperor mutai because these 2 bottles of mutai do indeed have a connection to Han Emperor mutai, but I didn't expect you, old Zhao, to be so bold as to guess that this is Han Emperor mutai, Lu Feng said, speechless. Mr. Lu, please stop keeping us in suspense. What kind of mutai is this, and how does it relate to Han Emperor mutai? Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. These 2 bottles of mutai are from the same batch as the Han Emperor mutai, but the quality didn't meet the Han Emperor mutai standards. However, they are still top-notch liquor. These 2 bottles of mutai are worth at least 1.2 million on the market. The executives at the table widened their eyes upon hearing Lu Feng's words. It turns out these 2 bottles of mutai are worth more than their annual salaries. Although Fondly Group was worth 20 billion before going bankrupt, its assets have significantly shrunk, and there are not many executives with annual salaries exceeding $1 million. When Zhao Yun heard that these 2 bottles of liquor were worth 1.2 million, he immediately became interested. Although he wasn't a person who was obsessed with alcohol, he was intrigued by the 600,000 per bottle price. Mr. Lu, are you saying this liquor is for us to drink today? Zhao Yun licked his lips, speaking excitedly. Of course, if it weren't for you to drink, why would I bring it out? To show off? Hearing this, Zhao Yun immediately smiled. Quick, thank Mr. Lu for letting us taste such expensive liquor today. Zhao Yun quickly opened a bottle of mutai and poured a small cup for Lu Feng, saying, Thank you, Mr. Lu. The executives shouted excitedly. No joke, who wouldn't be thrilled to drink a 600,000 per bottle liquor? Soon, everyone at the table had a cup of white liquor in front of them. Zhao Yun was the most eager, bringing it to his nose to smell carefully. Good liquor, the aroma is overwhelming, and the texture is rich, Zhao Yun said, unable to resist taking a small sip, then closing his eyes to savor it. The other executives watched Zhao Yun tasting and couldn't help but swallow a few times. However, since the dishes hadn't been served yet, they dared not be so reckless in front of Lu Feng, so they could only watch Zhao Yun drink with wide eyes. Old Zhao, how does it taste? What's the difference from other mutai? Lu Feng asked, looking at Zhao Yun, who was enjoying himself. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Zhao Yun quickly opened his eyes. Mr. Lu, I can only say it's perfect. This liquor is worth this price, Zhao Yun praised with satisfaction. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's praise, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his cup and take a sip. The moment the white liquor entered his mouth, Lu Feng felt a rich aroma enveloping his entire mouth, making him feel as if he were floating in a fairyland. It really is good liquor, not bad, Lu Feng said, putting down his cup and savoring the feeling he just had. The executives, hearing Lu Feng's words, looked at the liquor in front of them with even more desire. Just as they were about to lose control, the dishes finally arrived. As before, the general manager personally brought the dishes. Boss, all the dishes you ordered are ready. Enjoy your meal. I've arranged for someone outside. If you need anything, just call him, the hotel manager said respectfully. Okay, I got it. You can leave now, Lu Feng waved his hand, and the manager took the hotel staff out. Seeing that the dishes were all served, Lu Feng stood up with his cup. Zhao Yun and the other executives quickly stood up with their cups as well. Today is your first day in Magic City. This meal is a welcome banquet for you, as well as a celebration banquet. I hope you can make a name for yourselves in Magic City and show the world your talents. I have high expectations for you, and I hope you won't disappoint me, Lu Feng said, then downed the white liquor in his cup. We promise not to let Mr. Lu down and will definitely make a name for ourselves. Zhao Yun led the executives in unison, then they all downed the white liquor in their cups. Well, I hope you can do it. Let's sit down and eat. The meal lasted a long time. After finishing dinner, since Zhao Yun and the others needed to return to the factory and office for layout planning, Lu Feng did not follow them but instead turned and went to Fengyu Entertainment Company. Because Su Luoxian had called yesterday to say he wanted to give Lu Feng a big surprise, but it was delayed due to the Fanli Group's matters, Lu Feng came to Fengyu after handling the issues with Fanli. Upon arriving at the company, Su Luoxian pulled Lu Feng into his office. Mr. Lu, I have 3 good news to tell you. Please sit down, and I'll explain it to you in detail, Su Luoxian said excitedly to Lu Feng. Seeing Su Luoxian so excited, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile and then lit a cigarette. Alright, go ahead, I'm listening. Seeing this, Su Luoxian shared the first piece of good news. Mr. Lu Xing and Zhang Bingbing have been banned under our operation. Now online, the criticism against them is overwhelming, and even the state has personally intervened to ban them. Their paths as stars are completely cut off. Su Luoxian said to Lu Feng with great excitement, but Lu Feng appeared very calm upon hearing this news. This puzzled Su Luoxian, as he had been happily drinking for a long time when he learned about the ban on these two. Mr. Lu, did you already know they were banned? Su Luoxian asked curiously, as Lu Feng's calmness was too striking. No, I just found out, Lu Feng replied lightly. Then you want to ask why I'm so calm, right? Lu Feng seemed to know what Su Luoxian was about to say and directly interrupted him. Yes. Actually, it's nothing much, because after I handed over their dirt to you, I already knew their fate. It was just a matter of time, Lu Feng said confidently. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoxian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Mr. Lu, I truly feel what it means to strategize from a distance and win the battle. Your schemes are incredible. You brought down 2 big stars without breaking a sweat, they will never recover. Su Luoxian said with admiration. Upon hearing Su Luoxian's praise, Lu Feng burst out laughing. Ha, old Su, you've really improved your flattery skills after spending a few days with old Zhao. When we first met, I never imagined you could deliver such cheesy compliments now. Mr. Lu, I'm speaking the truth, Su Luoxian said seriously. The truth, I accept your praise. Mr. Lu, this first piece of good news is not just about their ban, there's more. Oh, tell me more. Lu Feng became interested. Because Lu Xing and Zhang Bingbing were banned, the young master of the Yi family, Yi Yu, has suffered a huge loss this time. He previously established an entertainment company to bring us down, and Zhang Bingbing and Lu Xing were the pillars of his company. To promote his company, Yi Yu spent nearly 200 million to hold a nationwide concert for Lu Xing. As a result, just as the money was spent, Lu Xing was banned. Even worse for Zhang Bingbing, Yi Yu also invested 400 million to have her star in a movie. But again, the money was spent, and Zhang Bingbing was banned, while his entertainment company has now become shaky due to the bans on these two superstars. Those stars who signed contracts because of Yi Yu's status are now running away. I roughly calculated that this time, Yi Yu, the young master of the Yi family, has lost at least over 800 million. Su Luoxian said with a gloating expression. Upon hearing this news, a smile also flashed across Lu Feng's lips. When he chose to go against me, he should have been prepared for this. So what if he's the eldest son of the Yi family? If he provokes me, I'll make sure he won't even recognize his own mother, Lu Feng said, taking a drag from his cigarette with an expression of indifference. Su Luoxian, hearing this, didn't think Lu Feng was just putting on a show. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After going through a series of events, Su Luoxian's heart had long been conquered by Lu Feng. Even if Lu Feng claimed he could wipe out the Yi family, Su Luoxian would believe it without a doubt. I've finished talking about the first bit news. Let's hear the second one. I'm starting to look forward to your second piece of good news, he said. Mr. Lu, the second good news is that I've signed a superstar, Su Luoxian said with an expression that seemed to say, praise me. When Lu Feng heard Su Luoxian's second piece of good news, a hint of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. It should be noted that everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Fengyu Entertainment had clashed with a young master of the Yi family, so these stars ignored the olive branch extended by Fengyu Entertainment. They were afraid of angering that young master of the Yi family, and Lu Feng was well aware of this situation, which is why he turned his attention to international stars. Given the relationship network that had been built with the Yi family for over 200 years, Lu Feng's Fengyu Entertainment seemed so insignificant beneath this vast web. Even some stars signed by Fengyu chose to terminate their contracts out of fear of retaliation from the Yi family. Because everyone looked down on Fengyu, Lu Feng was genuinely surprised when he heard that Su Luoxian had signed a star, and even a superstar at that. Just moments ago, when he heard that Zhang Bingbing and Lu Xing had been banned, and that Yi Yu's entertainment company was on the verge of collapse, Lu Feng had remained quite indifferent. It was clear that Su Luoxian's second surprise had indeed astonished Lu Feng. Old Su, your second surprise really caught me off guard. I'm curious which superstar has the audacity to join our company at this time, Lu Feng asked with interest. Seeing Lu Feng so intrigued, Su Luoxian revealed the name. When Lu Feng heard the name of this superstar, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Su Shuya? Isn't she the star who's been on fire these past 2 years? What made her decide to join our company at this time? Is there some special reason? Lu Feng immediately asked the key question, as any star would be unlikely to join their company without a special reason. It wasn't that Lu Feng looked down on Fengyu, it was just that the Yi family was truly terrifying in Huagua. To put it bluntly, if Fengyu offended the head of the Yi family, a single word from him could lead to Fengyu's bankruptcy. Mr. Lu, you truly have a knack for predicting things. Indeed, Su Shuya does have a special issue, Su Luoxian said, looking at Lu Feng with admiration. It's not that I have a knack for predicting, it's just the way things are. Given the situation our company is facing, let alone a superstar like Su Shuya, even a washed-up star probably wouldn't choose our company. So, something unusual must be going on. Su Shuya definitely has a problem, Lu Feng stated directly, laying out his deduction. You are right, this Su Shuya was originally a signed star of Fengshan Entertainment. Unlike other stars, Su Shuya did not graduate from major film schools, she grew step by step from a background actor to a superstar. Her parents are ordinary people, and it is precisely because Su Shuya has no backing that she has been targeted. As you know, the entertainment industry is chaotic, so I won't say much. The one who has his eyes on her is a young master from Su province, with a significant family background. At the same time, this young master is also one of the shareholders of Fengshan Entertainment. A star like Su Shuya, who has no background, being targeted by such a person, has only two outcomes. One is to submit to the young master, and the other is to resist to the end. Su Shuya chose the latter. So after paying a hefty penalty to the company, she left Fengshan Entertainment. However, the young master did not let her go just because she left. He directly notified major entertainment companies not to sign Su Shuya. In a desperate situation, Su Shuya contacted me, and that is how things unfolded. But because Su Shuya is involved with that influential young master, I didn't dare to sign her directly and wanted to ask for your opinion. After hearing about Su Shuya's situation, Lu Feng fell into deep thought for a long time. From a profit perspective, not signing Su Shuya was the most correct choice, especially since Feng Yu had already offended the young master of the Yi family. If he signed Su Shuya, it would clearly offend the young master who wanted to have Su Shuya. Anyone else would choose to give up on Su Shuya after knowing this situation. But Lu Feng was not an ordinary person. No matter how influential that young master was, could he compare to the four great families? He dared to offend the Yi family. Would a mere young master make him back down? Moreover, Lu Feng was not without background now. Aside from his connection with Shin Shuyuan, the two big shots behind him, Li Zhanghua and Yi Weiman, could easily make that young master drink a full pot. However, Lu Feng did not agree immediately. After all, according to Su Luoshan, Su Shuya came to Feng Yu Entertainment because she was at her wit's end. He was not afraid of these people, but not everyone was worth protecting, so he planned to meet this superstar who fought her way up from the bottom to see if she was worth offending a mysterious young master. Seeing that Lu Feng was silent for a long time, Su Luoshan knew he was weighing the pros and cons, so he quietly sat there waiting for Lu Feng to speak. After about 5 minutes, Lu Feng finally spoke. Old Su Shuya doesn't have any black material, right? No, I checked her information. Although she has no background and no high education, her rise to superstar status is all due to her own efforts. That's why she rejected that mysterious young master. Su Luoshan quickly shared everything he knew. Is she free tonight? Have her come out for dinner, I need to assess her. Lu Feng rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment before speaking. Okay, I'll call her right away, but she's still in Su province, so I don't know if she can make it. It's fine, just tell her to come over today. If she makes any excuses, hang up immediately. Even if she begs you later, you can't sign her. After all, I've already given her a chance. If she doesn't cherish it, she can't blame others. Lu Feng said coldly. Just as Lu Feng said, a person who doesn't know how to cherish opportunities will hardly achieve much. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Luoshan took out his phone and made the call. Lu Feng quietly listened beside him. To Lu Feng's surprise, Su Shuya on the other end of the line agreed immediately and guaranteed she would arrive within 4 hours. After Su Luoshan hung up the phone, he looked at Lu Feng. It seems this national new goddess's situation is worse than I thought, Lu Feng said. Lu Dong, it looks like that mysterious young master really has a big background, otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed her to this point. Do we still need to bring her over? After all, offending that young master for a celebrity doesn't seem worth it, Su Luoshan said with some concern. Upon hearing Su Luoshan's words, Lu Feng merely smiled calmly. Since she is so sincere, I will give her a chance. It's not easy for a girl to grow from the bottom to become a superstar. It's a pity if her career is cut short because of some people's desires. Seeing that Lu Feng had said this, Su Luoshan no longer said anything more. The reason Lu Feng said this was indeed because he admired the star named Su Shuya. Having also been an ordinary person before, Lu Feng could truly understand how difficult it was for Su Shuya to become a superstar. After all, the entertainment industry is notoriously chaotic. It's not a place where talent alone can lead to success, as there are too many unfairnesses. Yet, in such an environment, Su Shuya managed to break through numerous barriers and become the most popular superstar in Huagua over the past 2 years. The effort she put in is something only she truly knows. After resolving the issue with Su Shuya, Su Luoshan then shared his third surprise with Lu Feng. Lu Dong, I have already contacted Mr. Enzo's entertainment company. They can help us sign 2 international stars, but the candidates have not been determined yet. They asked us to prepare in advance, and once they confirm the candidates, they will notify us to send our people to discuss cooperation with these stars. Lu Feng nodded upon hearing this. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter after speaking with Enzo because he knew Enzo would handle it properly. Thus, Lu Feng spent the entire afternoon at Feng Yu, leaving the company with Su Luoshan only after work to head to a restaurant. The two of them drank tea at the restaurant for quite a while before a striking figure hurriedly approached Lu Feng. Lu Dong, Su Zong, I'm sorry, I was stuck in traffic, Su Shuya said as she extended her flawless, delicate hand to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses, with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Do we know each other? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Shuya quickly realized and hurriedly took off her mask and sunglasses. A nearly perfect face suddenly appeared before Lu Feng. Even someone like Lu Feng, who was surrounded by beautiful women every day, couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in his eyes upon seeing this face. Wow, Miss Su, you look so much better than on TV, Lu Feng said as he got up from his chair and gently shook hands with Su Shuya. Hearing Lu Feng's compliment, Su Shuya covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Lu Dong is also very handsome and charming. When I first saw you, I thought you were some big star. Lu Feng smiled calmly at the praise from the big star Su Shuya, knowing that she was speaking the truth. Miss Su, don't just stand there, please have a seat, Su Luoxian hurriedly invited. Su Shuya then shook hands with Su Luoxian before slowly sitting down. Lu Dong, you should be aware of my situation. Why are you still giving me this opportunity? Aren't you afraid of offending others? As soon as she sat down, Su Shuya got straight to the point. Lu Feng did not answer Su Shuya's question but instead asked another question. Miss Su should also know our company's current situation, right? Why did you choose our company? After all, with your qualifications, you could choose a better company, Lu Feng said with a smile, deliberately asking this question. He certainly knew that Su Shuya had chosen their company out of desperation, but he wanted to see if she would tell the truth. If Su Shuya didn't speak honestly and instead made up some excuse, Lu Feng would leave immediately and wouldn't sign her. Su Luoxian, standing nearby, understood the implication of Lu Feng's question and felt a surge of tension. On one hand, Su Luoxian hoped Su Shuya would lie because if they successfully signed her, the company would gain another competitor, which wouldn't be worth it. On the other hand, Su Luoxian hoped Su Shuya would speak the truth because Fengyu desperately needed a popular superstar to join. Just as Su Luoxian was caught in this dilemma, Su Shuya finally spoke. Mr. Lu, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course, the truth. Anyone can tell a lie, Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Su Shuya took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision. The truth is, Fengyu Entertainment Company wasn't initially in my consideration. After all, the entire entertainment industry knows that Fengyu has offended a prominent young master from the Yi family in the capital. But my situation is actually quite similar to that of Fengyu. Other entertainment companies, under the threat of that young master, don't dare to accept me. So I thought I would come here and try my luck, to see if you would accept me, since our situations are so similar. You have no stars willing to join, and I have no company willing to take me. After saying this, Su Shuya seemed to be drained of all her strength, gasping for breath with her cherry lips slightly parted. Lu Feng and Su Luoxian, after hearing Su Shuya's words, remained silent, staring at her. Mr. Lu, I've finished speaking. Can you tell me why you wanted to meet me? Su Shuya felt uncomfortable under Lu Feng's gaze, as if she had no privacy in the sharpness of his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng withdrew his gaze, but he hadn't been captivated by Su Shuya's beauty, he was observing her micro-expressions. Since Miss Su is so curious about why I wanted to meet you, I will explain, he said. Upon hearing this, Su Shuya immediately became tense, knowing that Lu Feng's next words could directly determine whether she would be accepted. Actually, I wanted to meet you for two reasons. The first reason is to see this legendary figure who has risen from the bottom to become a superstar. The second reason is even simpler. I want to see if you are worth me offending a powerful young master. Su Shuya's heart sank at these words. If Lu Feng in front of her was unwilling to accept her, her acting career would basically be over. So, do you think I am worth it? Su Shuya asked softly, her words slightly stammering due to her nervousness. Lu Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip. The atmosphere became very quiet as Lu Feng remained silent. Time passed second by second, and just as Su Shuya felt she could no longer hold on, Lu Feng finally spoke. Miss Su, to be honest, our company is in a much better situation than you might imagine, although we have suffered a lot because of the young master of the Yi family. But our counterattack has also caused them to suffer even more than we have. For example, the 2 stars they painstakingly poached from us have now been banned. And just because Fengyu is not doing well doesn't mean I can't. I've already contacted a friend abroad, and I can soon use his connections to sign 2 international stars. As a big star in the entertainment industry, Miss Su should understand the value of international stars. Even the top entertainment companies in the country have never signed such stars. You can imagine, it won't be long before Fengyu signs too, and this will cause a huge sensation in Huagua. Of course, I'm not saying this for any other reason. I just want to tell Miss Su that Fengyu is not as hopeless as the outside world sees it. As long as Fengyu wins this battle against the young master of the Yi family, I believe Fengyu can at least rise to the top 3, and even the first position is not impossible. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Shuya felt her heart slowly sink to the bottom. At the same time, she was also shocked by Lu Feng's mention of signing international stars. It should be noted that the top entertainment company in Huagua claims to have signed several international stars, but in reality, they are just some third-rate foreign stars, hardly qualifying as international stars. Thinking of this, Su Shuya became very curious about Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, from what you said, it seems you don't intend to sign me anymore. If that's the case, then so be it, but I still want to thank you for giving me this opportunity today, Su Shuya said as she stood up to leave. Wait. Is there anything else, Mr. Lu? I think Miss Su misunderstood my meaning. I told you all this to let you know that joining Fengyu is actually the best choice, Lu Feng said with a smile as he looked at Su Shuya. Su Shuya was a bit dizzy from the surprise Lu Feng had thrown at her. Mr. Lu, are you saying you want to sign me? Su Shuya asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I wonder if Miss Su would be willing, Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the girl who had fought her way up from the bottom without ever crying had her eyes turn red. It wasn't that Su Shuya wasn't strong enough, but the recent events had hit her too hard, so when she heard that Lu Feng was willing to sign her nose couldn't help but feel sour. I'm willing, Mr. Lu, Su Shuya said, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Seeing Su Shuya like this, Lu Feng's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Because at that moment, everything Su Shuya said and did seemed like a scene from a movie about a wedding. In a solemn church, a serious priest asked the bride across from him, do you take him to be your husband, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for as long as you both shall live? And the bride, looking at the groom who had finally come together with her after enduring countless hardships, shed tears of happiness and said, I do. Sorry, I got carried away? Carrot, Miss Su, then let's sit down and have a good chat. If you keep this up, others will misunderstand, Su Luoxian interjected. Hearing Su Luoxuan's words, Su Shuya finally reacted. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, I got a bit too excited, Su Shuya said as she took out a tissue to wipe her tears while apologizing. It's okay, I can understand Miss Su's situation during this time, Lu Feng comforted her. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Su Shuya quickly adjusted her mindset and returned to being the dazzling star she was. Miss Su, I want to ask a few questions, and I hope you can answer truthfully, Su Luoxian suddenly said, having remained silent until now. Mr. Su, you ask, I will answer truthfully. Okay, my first question is, how did Miss Su provoke that young master? Of course, I don't mean to pry into Miss Su's privacy. You know, our company signed you, and we might face that young master, so I need to know some background about the conflict between you two. Su Shuya faced Su Luoxuan's first question and spoke without hesitation. He was one of the shareholders of my previous company, and he had his eyes on me a long time ago, but at that time, I was still filming a TV drama. That TV drama was very important for the company, so the other shareholders joined forces to help me fend him off. But after the drama was finished, the other shareholders only symbolically stopped that young master and then no longer cared about me. And since I had no backing, I could only silently endure his harassment. But one day, I found out he was planning to drug me, and in a fit of anger, I slapped him. Then I terminated my contract with the company, and you all know what happened next. That young master directly spoke out in the industry, causing other companies to be afraid to sign me. Sitting across from Su Shuya, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. A superstar known nationwide, when facing these young masters from powerful families, could only become a victim, which shows how terrifying the influence of these big families is. Miss Su, I sympathize with your experience, but to put it bluntly, you should understand that this is the entertainment industry. Su Luoxian was different from Lu Feng. He had truly been in the entertainment industry all along, and he had heard too many stories like Su Shuya's. He had even witnessed things worse than drugging. Mr. Su, I certainly understand this, but I just don't want to compromise. I refuse to believe that I can't carve out a bright future on my own. Su Shuya said earnestly. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted. It turned out to be Lu Feng clapping. Old Su, this Miss Su is very much like you. I think she will shine under your guidance, Lu Feng said while clapping. Mr. Lu, you're too kind, Su Shuya humbly replied. Old Su, let's save the rest of your questions for another time. I'm hungry, let's eat first. After dinner, I still need to go back to sleep. Lu Feng gave Su Luoxian a knowing glance, and Su Luoxian understood immediately. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll go have them serve the dishes. After Su Luoxian finished speaking, he got up to find the waiter. With Su Luoxuan's departure, only Lu Feng and Su Shuya remained at the table. Su Shuya secretly observed Lu Feng across from her. In fact, she had taken a great interest in this mysterious, wealthy, and handsome chairman of Fengyu Entertainment when she first met him. After all, having struggled in the entertainment industry for so long, she knew that none of the top 10 entertainment companies in Huagua were simple. Yet this chairman had quietly acquired the entire Fengyu and might even have connections internationally. Moreover, he dared to openly offend the young master of the Yi family in the capital. This shows that this mysterious chairman was not to be underestimated. Just as Su Shuya was lost in thought, Su Luoxian returned, accompanied by several waiters carrying plates. Once the dishes were served, Lu Feng called out to Su Shuya and focused on eating. Su Shuya looked at Lu Feng, who was engrossed in his meal, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because in the past, whenever she was present, those men would always behave very refined and gentlemanly. Especially during meals, they acted as if they were the nobles of Europe from the last century, all to leave a good impression in front of the beautiful Su Shuya. Since Su Luoxian started following Lu Feng, his dining posture gradually aligned with Lu Feng's. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the restaurant. Two big men were focused on enjoying the delicious food in front of them, as if the stunning beauty sitting across from them was nothing more than air. By the end of the meal, Su Shuya had barely eaten a few bites. Everything had been consumed by Su Luoxian and Lu Feng. Miss Su, you can discuss the details with President Su. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lu Feng said as he got into the car, preparing to instruct the driver, Long Shui, to start the engine. Wait, Director Lu, may I add you as a contact? Su Shuya jogged over, standing by the car and pulling out her phone. Sure, no problem, Lu Feng replied without a second thought, directly adding Su Shuya on Fei Xin. This made Lang Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, puff up her cheeks in anger, shooting murderous glares at Su Shuya. Even the usually cold Long Shui showed a hint of inexplicable jealousy in her eyes. As a woman, Su Shuya naturally sensed Lang Yu's gaze, but she said nothing, merely flashing a smile that could slay 99% of men before turning to leave. This action infuriated Lang Yu, who immediately swung her small fist at Su Shuya's retreating figure. Young master, can we go now? Lang Shui's indifferent voice came from the front, laced with a hint of something else. Unfortunately, Lu Feng, being a typical straight man, didn't pick up on it at all. Let's go, I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted, Lu Feng said, reclining in his seat and squinting his eyes. Young master, let me give you a shoulder massage, Lang Yu said with a mischievous smile, extending her fair little hand to rest on Lu Feng's shoulder. A scream suddenly echoed in the car. Xiao Yu, why are you using so much strength? Did I offend you in some way? Lu Feng rubbed his shoulder, speaking in pain. Seeing Lu Feng like this, a flicker of concern crossed Lang Yu's eyes. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength. Let me try again, Lang Yu said, reaching to massage Lu Feng again, but he dodged. It's fine, you don't need to. I can just rub it myself. Come on, young master, let me give you a massage. This time I'll be very gentle, you'll definitely feel like you're in heaven. Don't come over. While Lu Feng was playfully bantering with Lang Yu in the car, he was unaware that a crisis was looming over him. As the car drove out of the bustling area towards the manor, and while passing through a stretch of sparsely populated road, the car's system suddenly alerted that a tire had been punctured. Although the car's tires had been specially modified to continue moving at 80 miles per hour even when punctured, Lu Feng still keenly sensed something was off. The road they were on was specifically meant for reaching the mountain manor, and normally, no one else would pass through here. How could something capable of damaging modified tires suddenly appear? Lang Shui, be careful, something seems off, Lu Feng said to the driver in front. Lang Shui immediately became alert. Lang Yu also pulled out a hidden handgun from the car. It turned out Lu Feng's suspicion was correct. Just 10 seconds after the tire burst, a jeep suddenly emerged from the shadows. Lang Shui quickly slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the suddenly appearing jeep. But when Lang Shui regained her composure and saw the people getting out of the jeep, her face was filled with shock. Young master, be careful, they have automatic weapons. Lang Shui shouted urgently, pressing the gas pedal to turn around and escape, but another jeep appeared behind them. Lu Feng's car was now trapped in the middle of the road, sandwiched between two jeeps. Bang bang bang, a series of dense gunshots rang out, followed by a rain of bullets shooting towards Lu Feng's car. Fortunately, the vehicle Lu Feng was in had been specially modified, otherwise, it would have been turned into a sieve. Cold rain, protect the young master, Cold Snow shouted, driving the Rolls-Royce straight towards the jeep. Meanwhile, Lu Feng in the back seat was immediately pressed down by cold rain. The mercenaries firing their guns saw the car coming towards them and slammed on the gas to collide. With a loud crash, the jeep's front was crushed. Seeing this, Cold Snow dared not delay and quickly drove away from the scene. Damn it, go after it! A foreign man holding a PKM shouted loudly. Two jeeps sped towards Lu Feng's car. Cold Snow, take the road to the remote suburbs, avoid the cameras, and deal with them there. Lu Feng struggled to free his head from Cold Rain's embrace and said to Cold Snow, who was driving. Upon hearing this, Cold Snow made a sharp turn and drove towards a secluded road. The jeeps behind them closely followed. Cold Rain, let me go for now, I'm not in immediate danger, Lu Feng said with difficulty to Cold Rain, who was pressing down on him. Yes, Cold Rain observed the situation of the car before finally releasing Lu Feng. Bang bang bang, another round of gunfire erupted, and bullets flew towards Lu Feng's car. Looking at the cracks on the windshield, Lu Feng knew the car couldn't withstand this for long. Gritting his teeth, he took out several automatic weapons and bullets from the system space, placing them all in the hidden compartment of the trunk. These weapons had been purchased long ago in the mall, intended for emergencies, but he never expected to use them today. Little Rain, you're petite, hurry and crawl through the emergency escape passage to the trunk. There are heavy weapons in the hidden compartment, Lu Feng said, opening the back seat's reclining chair, revealing a hole leading directly to the trunk. Without hesitation, Cold Rain crawled in and successfully reached the trunk. Opening the hidden compartment, her eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 170, Fierce battle before her was a Stinger missile launcher, with 3 rockets beside it. My God, is the young master going to play this big? Cold Rain couldn't help but murmur. Without time to think, she quickly took out the Stinger missile launcher and handed it to Lu Feng. As the first layer of the missile launcher was removed, 2 M4A1 rifles appeared beneath it. However, having been shocked by the Stinger missile launcher just moments ago, Cold Rain remained calm this time. She handed over both automatic weapons, and the last layer of the hidden compartment contained 4 bulletproof vests and an MP5 submachine gun. Cold Rain took everything out and handed it to Lu Feng before crawling back to the back seat through the escape passage. Here, put on the bulletproof vest, we're going to make a big move. Damn it, in Magic City, you dare to be so arrogant. I don't care who sent you, you're dead today, Lu Feng said with a grim expression. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Lu Feng grabbed the Stinger missile launcher. He opened the nearly shattered car window, loaded a rocket, and fired it directly at the jeep that was closely pursuing them. The gunman shooting at Lu Feng and the others looked at the fiery rocket flying towards them, his mouth agape. Oh, my God. Just as the rocket was about to hit their jeep, the driver executed a risky drift to evade it, but the car swayed too much and flipped over. Boom! A loud explosion occurred as the rocket detonated beside the vehicle. Why do they have rocket launchers? It's not scientific. A bald man holding an M16 automatic rifle crawled out from the overturned car, looking bewildered. Wasn't it said in the intel that they had no heavy weapons, at most just 2 handguns? Then what was that rocket flying towards them? Lu Feng saw that they had stopped because their vehicle had flipped over and quickly signaled to Lang Shui to stop. Stop the car, take them out, or it will always be a hassle. Upon hearing this, Lang Shui slammed on the brakes. Lu Feng tossed an automatic rifle and a bulletproof vest to Lang Shui, while he himself grabbed a rocket launcher and a submachine gun, opening the car door and stepping out. Young master, be careful. Lan Yu hurriedly took her gun and followed him out. At this moment, the two sides were only about 100 meters apart, with dense woods on both sides of the road. Since this was a particularly remote road, there were no other vehicles passing by, and not even a streetlight was in sight. Lu Feng led Lang Shui and Lang Yu into the woods under the cover of night. Once in the woods, Lu Feng quickly realized the prowess of Lang Shui and Lang Yu. The two of them moved like agile wildcats, walking swiftly and silently. They soon approached within 50 meters of the mercenaries. At this point, the mercenaries had also recovered from the recent explosion. All of them were armed with automatic weapons, huddled together. A glance revealed that there were actually more than 10 of them, and besides their automatic weapons, they even had 2 PKM light machine guns. Damn, I just praised Nyayan for managing things well, and now it seems like a joke. They even have machine guns. Lu Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Young master, you wait and aim at them to fire a shot. I'll ambush them from another direction, Lang Shui instructed Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded. After all, in this situation, Lang Shui and Lang Yu were the professionals. Xiao Yu, you must protect the young master's safety, even if it costs you your life, Lang Shui said seriously to Lang Yu before moving off. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely protect the young master, Lang Yu said firmly, watching Lang Shui's retreating figure. Xiao Yu, get ready, I'm going to fire. After I shoot this one, we'll immediately change positions, Lu Feng said to Lang Yu while shouldering the rocket launcher. He then activated the night vision scope on the rocket launcher. After confirming the location of the mercenaries, he pressed the trigger. Boom! Run! With the rocket launcher on his shoulder, Lu Feng pulled Lang Yu and ran to the other side. The fired rocket, trailing flames, flew towards the mercenaries. In the darkness, the rocket's fiery glow was dazzling, and the moment it was launched, the mercenaries noticed. There are rockets! Hide! The leaders shouted loudly, and all the mercenaries immediately scattered. Although they reacted quickly, the rocket was too fast, they had no time to evade before being hit. Boom! With a loud explosion, at least 4 or 5 mercenaries were killed by the rocket, not to mention the injured. Seeing his subordinates suffer heavy casualties, the mercenary leader directly aimed his machine gun at the spot where Lu Feng and the others had just been and began to fire wildly. Tat 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 tat. The machine gun spat bullets furiously, fueled by the mercenary leader's rage, mercilessly striking the few innocent trees. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already taken cover with Lang Yu. Young master, stay hidden, leave the rest to me, Lungyu said, guiding Lu Feng behind a large tree, aiming her gun at the mercenary leader who was shooting madly. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and the mercenary was shot through the shoulder by Cold Rain. At the same time, Cold Snow also fired her weapon. Bang bang bang, several bullets accurately hit a mercenary. Fight back! Fight back! The mercenary leader shouted to the other mercenaries while hiding behind the dirt slope of the road, clutching his injured shoulder. Hearing their leader's words, the other mercenaries quickly sought cover and began to counterattack into the woods. Cold Snow and Cold Rain were momentarily suppressed by the mercenaries and couldn't lift their heads. After all, the opponents were not amateurs but professionally trained mercenaries, making it quite difficult for the two of them to handle. Come here, you two. The mercenary leader called to the two mercenaries who were shooting. You two stop shooting now, detour into the woods from the side and try to kill the two bodyguards who are fighting back. The two mercenaries, hearing their leader's words, quietly left the dirt slope with their guns. Meanwhile, the mercenary leader, in order to create an opportunity for his subordinates, began to spray bullets into the woods with his machine gun. Although Lu Feng had taken out 4 or 5 mercenaries with a rocket launcher, there were still 7 or 8 guns firing wildly into the woods. Bang bang bang. Young master, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Wait for the right moment to fire another shot, Cold Snow said to Lu Feng beside her. Hearing Cold Snow's words, Lu Feng put down his submachine gun. He had just bravely exchanged fire with the mercenaries below, and although he hadn't hit anyone after shooting for a long time, at least he had provided fire suppression for Cold Rain. Alright, leave it to me. When we get back this time, you have to teach me how to shoot, Lu Feng shouted, then shouldered the rocket launcher, loaded the last rocket, and aimed at the mercenaries below. Just as Lu Feng was about to pull the trigger, his instincts as a martial artist made his hair stand on end, and without thinking, he rolled away from his previous position. Bang bang bang. Immediately, the spot where Lu Feng had just been was hit by several bullets. Although he narrowly avoided most of the attacks, he was still shot in the shoulder. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and hid behind a tree, then shot back into the darkness with one hand.